After 4 years of unreciprocated affection, Tiantian, upon being accepted into graduate school, callously discarded Jiang Han. Heartbroken, Jiang Han chose to return to the island. Despite the prevailing skepticism surrounding him, he unexpectedly awakened an extraordinary scanning system. Chapter 1. Homecoming. Is Jiang Han back? After transferring from a long-distance bus to a minibus, and then to a rural transport, he was finally ready to board a vessel, only to be informed that sailing had been suspended due to fierce winds at sea. Jiang Han waited by the dock for 2 days before he could finally board the ferry to Jiaohua Island. As a child, he had never relished boat rides while calm waters were tolerable. Even a slight breeze would leave him feeling queasy. Growing up on the island, he had suffered from seasickness multiple times, often becoming the subject of ridicule among the locals. Yet now, he felt no nausea instead. The salty scent of the sea breeze brought him a sense of comfort. 3 hours later, he arrived back at Shazhong village on Jiaohua Island. The ants he encountered along the way greeted him warmly, and he reciprocated their enthusiasm. However, as he walked, he noticed that most of the faces around him belonged to elderly people and children running about. Jiaohua Island, isolated from the mainland, contrasted sharply with the increasingly prosperous lives of those on the continent. Its inhabitants largely struggled, with many young people having left to seek work elsewhere. There were hardly any peers left in his age group on the island. A profound sense of melancholy washed over Jiang Han as he stepped through the threshold of his home, where everything appeared just as he had left it. A black-and-white television, a tape recorder longer than his arm, and a wall adorned with a pull-out radio greeted him. Even the windows were wooden frames that pushed outward. One could easily mistake the setting for the 1980s. This remote island was worlds apart from the bustling cities beyond. Moreover, due to their family's modest means, his sister had married young, and he had gone away to study at university, leaving their home filled with relics from years past. Upon entering his room, he noticed 2 celebrity posters still affixed to the walls. He tore them down and rummaged through the cabinet for blankets and a comforter. Expecting them to be musty, he was pleasantly surprised to find they bore the scent of sunshine instead. Could it be that his sister had taken the time to air them out? Considering the spotless table and chairs in the living room, she must have frequently returned to care for the house. With their parents gone, the siblings had relied on one another for many years. A significant portion of his tuition during his first year of university had been covered by his sister. In the subsequent years, she had insisted on providing him with living expenses, which he had been reluctant to accept, yet she had pressed them upon him regardless. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to her, uncertain of when he could ever repay her kindness. His stomach growled. He had only eaten a tea egg before boarding the boat that morning, and now hunger gnawed at him. In places like theirs, there were no supermarkets or markets. Having a small local shop was a fortunate rarity, but he ventured to the village shop to procure a packet of instant noodles, a bag of eggs, and a pack of sausages, as his home lacked an electric kettle. With a sooty visage, he managed to kindle a fire and ultimately placed the noodles into the pot to boil. As he beat 2 eggs and added 2 sausages, he noticed a small opening, the size of a palm, beside the wood-burning stove from which he ladled water while the noodles cooked. When the noodles were finally ready, the water in the opening began to boil as well. He scooped it out and poured it into a thermos, rendering it suitable for drinking. Perhaps due to his long absence from such tasks, he was drenched in sweat by the time he set the steaming bowl of noodles on the table. At that moment, Jiang Feng entered through the door. Both siblings were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "What brings you here?" Jiang Han pulled out a chair for Jiang Feng and presented his diploma, declaring, "I've graduated." Jiang Feng gazed at the certificate with immense reverence. It was a diploma from Tiantian University, a prestigious institution on a national scale. Her brother had truly achieved something remarkable. However, the joy on her face abruptly faded as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Jiang Han anticipated her question and chose to disclose the situation regarding him and Yi Tiantian. "She has been accepted into a graduate program and has ended our relationship." Jiang Feng opened her mouth, but a multitude of words caught in her throat. Her brother and Yi Tiantian were both from the same village, having grown up together as childhood friends. Neither family was particularly affluent. Over the years, a significant portion of Yi Tiantian's living expenses during university had been covered by the earnings from Jiang Han's part-time jobs. It was unfathomable that she would turn her back on him after pursuing her graduate studies. She scrutinized Jiang Han's expression, relieved to find that he appeared relatively composed. "You've graduated from university now, and you are educated. There is no limit to what you can pursue in the future." Jiang Han sighed. "Sister, Do you remember the major I chose? Of course, it's financial management. It sounded quite prestigious, she had inquired within the village, and they all claimed that graduates from this field often ascended to leadership roles in large corporations. However, I don't wish to deceive you. This major is indeed esteemed, but those who select it typically come from families with factories or businesses. After acquiring knowledge in their field, they return to manage their family enterprises. What are your plans now? Jiang Han fretted, nearly pulling her hair out. Surely, her brother's university education had not been in vain. First, they'll return home for a few days and contemplate my next steps. Staying in their hometown would at least spare him the burden of exorbitant monthly rent. Then make yourself at home. If you need anything, just let me know. Sister, I can take care of myself. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Jiang Han felt a wave of comfort. Her brother had indeed matured. If their parents were watching from beyond, they would surely be delighted by his progress. Come over for dinner at my place tonight. Jiang Han hesitated. I think he'll pass. Over the years, his sister had done so much for him. Though her husband said nothing, he harbored his own thoughts, having come to regard her as a complete dependent. The most crucial aspect is that their family circumstances are far from favorable. With 2 daughters to support and his own life barely making ends meet, he feels it would be an imposition to burden them further. He harbors a deep resentment towards his own lack of ability otherwise. He could provide assistance to his sister. However, Jiang Han remains oblivious to this sentiment, patting herself down only to find no money. A few days ago, she had opened the upstairs window for ventilation, and today she had merely come to close it. Fine, if you're not going to eat, then so be it. It seems her brother's laziness had struck again. The 2 villages are so close that it takes merely a 10-minute walk, yet he refuses to take that step. Never mind. Next time she visits, she will bring some provisions and prepare a few delightful dishes for him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, thoughts of her 2 children at home compelled Jiang Han to return. Once Jiang Han departs, Jiang Han leisurely finishes his instant noodles. Feeling a bit stifled alone at home, he decides to take a stroll outside. The sun shines rather brightly, so he places the straw hat hanging by the door upon his head. Chapter 2. The Infinite Scanning System. This conical hat, also known as the Dompa hat, serves not only to shield against the sun but also to protect from rain, making it a staple for the island's inhabitants. Despite this, most individuals, save for a select few with particularly favorable genes, tend to exhibit a skin tone darker than that of their inland counterparts. After all, one does not don a hat merely to pluck a scallion from their own yard. Jiang Han's complexion is not particularly fair, yet his tall and handsome stature compensates, with his slightly darker skin adding to his vitality. Even amidst a crowd of delicate faces, he stands out as remarkably attractive. As Jiang Han strolled along, he found himself at the shoreline. In the minds of many inland dwellers, the beach is often envisioned as a stretch of golden sand alongside azure waters. However, in reality, many locales lack such sandy shores. The very spot where he stood was a muddy flat, stretching out before him in a murky expanse. In his youth, Jiang Han relished rolling about in the mud, returning home covered in filth and often receiving a scolding from his sister. Observing the receding tide, he was surprised to see it ebbing at this hour. Don't look too long, it's just a minor tide, remarked old man Luo, who ambled by with a tea mug in hand. During a significant low tide, the water retreats considerably, revealing a plethora of treasures, while a minor tide offers far less. Jiang Han had little interest in the nuances of the tides, as he was not there for shelling. Yet, he noticed 2 small children diligently at work upon the mudflat. One wielded a sand shovel, while the other brandished a metal rake. Despite their array of tools, they had unearthed scant treasures. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle softly. The moment they heard him, the children froze, as if affronted, and turned their gazes toward him. Hey, what are you laughing at? Who are you kids? In a place as remote as Jiaohua Island, outsiders were a rarity. I'm Wang Fa's son. I'm Li Tu's son. Jiang Han was taken aback. These families lived adjacent to one another, neighbors indeed. Wang Fa and Li Tu were a few years older than him, and he was astonished to see their children had grown so much. Don't think that just because you know our fathers, we'll be intimidated. They've gone off to work, and you won't see them at all. Ah, so they were left behind children. The majority of those remaining in the village were in similar circumstances. Parents deemed it inconvenient to bring them along to work, leaving them in the care of elderly relatives. It was a poignant situation for these unfortunate children. Noticing Jiang Han's gaze drift towards their bucket, the 2 small children instinctively shielded it. You're quite the grown-up. You're not thinking of robbing us, are you? Jiang Han was speechless. Did he truly appear so desperate? Moreover, he had no interest in whatever paltry items lay within their bucket. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Han suddenly felt lightheaded, accompanied by a slight wave of nausea. Once this sensation subsided, he blinked, realizing that his vision had significantly improved. After years of studying and graduating from university, even without glasses, his eyesight had suffered somewhat. Yet now, he could see everything with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind. Post facing the sea, infinite scanning system awakened. Would you like to load it? An infinite scanning system? What might that be? A golden finger, perhaps? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han opted to initiate the loading process. Moments later, as he gazed once more at the muddy flats, he was astounded to discover that he could perceive the treasures hidden beneath the surface. While the mudflats appeared barren above, a diverse array of shellfish thrived below, with a delightful surprise awaiting him, numerous mannish shrimp. However, the scanning range was somewhat limited, approximately only 10 meters in sight. Jiang Han decided to sprint along the shoreline, and to his amazement, the visual range expanded in tandem with his movements. Observing the mannish shrimp darting about beneath the muck, he couldn't suppress a swallow. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? His mind raced with various culinary possibilities for the delectable shrimp. During his university days, he had abstained from seafood, not out of preference, but due to the exorbitant prices. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoyao exchanged worried glances at the changing expressions on Jiang Han's face. Fearing his erratic behavior, did their previous conversation provoke him, causing some sort of distress? Uncle, are you all right? You're not planning to swindle us for money, are you? Momentarily lost in the joy of binding the system, Jiang Han felt a flash of irritation at their words. Why referred to him as uncle? What an absurd notion. Why would he try to extort two children? He glanced again at their buckets, containing merely a few mud snails and hermit crabs, which could easily fit into one container. Though he considered asking to borrow a bucket, the children's protective stance deterred him. After all, he was an adult. It hardly seemed fitting to return to the village on his first day and reduce two youngsters to tears. Initially reluctant to make the trip, he ultimately decided to fetch a bucket from home. After a brief search, he discovered a pair of rusty eel pliers. Despite the metal parts being corroded and the screws somewhat unreliable, they were still functional. He tossed the pliers into his bucket and stepped outside. Upon his return to the muddy flats, he found the two children still present, exchanging wary glances before casting cautious looks in his direction, evidently concerned about their meager collection of mud snails and hermit crabs. Wishing to ease their tension, Jiang Han deliberately kept his distance. He removed his shoes and rolled up his pant legs, descending carefully onto the muddy flats to avoid stepping on any sharp shells. The two youngsters donned waterproof boots, a luxury he lacked. Spotting a puddle, he scooped some seawater into his bucket, ensuring the mantis shrimp would remain alive for a while longer. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoyao watched, perplexed by his actions. Wang Xiaobao scratched his head and offered a warning. My grandma said today, a small tide. There won't be much to find. Haven't you noticed that no adults are out here? It's just us kids playing. They believed Jiang Han seemed somewhat dim-witted, and his efforts appeared to be in vain. As Jiang Han waded through the muddy waters, Yu chuckled merrily, proclaiming that who said little tides could not catch the sea. Today, dear brother, I shall broaden your horizons. The two youngsters, however, merely rolled their eyes at Jiang Han, dismissively retorting, go ahead and boast. I could claim I can dig up mantis shrimp as well. Jiang Han's lips twitched, for Wang Xiaobao had indeed struck true. There were indeed mantis shrimp. Then allow me to unearth some mantis shrimp for your viewing pleasure, he declared. The two children erupted in laughter, convinced that Jiang Han's boasts were soaring towards the heavens. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, Jiang Han made his way to the mantis shrimp nest. He had observed that within a 10-meter radius of other locations, there were at most 1 or 2 mantis shrimp, with most areas devoid of any. Yet here, the mantis shrimp were plentiful. Noticing Jiang Han come to a standstill, the initially anxious children approached him, water buckets in hand. Jiang Han, before their very eyes, began to sift through the top layer of mud, revealing a substantial air pocket beneath. Chapter 3. The zebra shrimp. The two young boys widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of the large air hole. According to their local lore, the larger the aperture, the more substantial the catch beneath it. It was highly likely that a considerable prize lay below. The boys felt a pang of envy. How fortunate this person was, finding such a large air hole that yielded a discovery upon mere inspection. That must be a king clam, Wang Xiaobao declared. No way, it can't be that big for a king clam. It must be a blue crab, came the retort. It's a king clam. It's a blue crab. The two boys began to bicker excitedly in Jiang Han's ears. He felt a headache coming on. What if I said it was a zebra shrimp? He proposed. The boys froze in disbelief. Wang Xiaobao, quick to react, scoffed. How could it possibly be a zebra shrimp? Li Xiaoya soon caught on, adding, we don't have zebra shrimp around here. Each island has its own unique offerings. Some are abundant in blue crabs, while others teem with sea cucumbers. This island, however, is rich in shellfish and snails, although one might encounter shrimp during low tide. Zebra shrimp are exceedingly rare and hard to catch. Typically, ordinary shrimp weigh around 1 to 2 pounds. while zebra shrimp can fetch prices of $200 to $300 per pound. As it was July and still within the closed fishing season, all boats were prohibited from venturing out to sea. If any seafood were to be found at this time, especially wild varieties, the prices would be exorbitantly high. Wild shrimp could easily sell for over $100 per pound, while the elusive zebra shrimp would certainly exceed $300. Though Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya were convinced that the air hole concealed no zebra shrimp, their curiosity was piqued regarding what lay beneath. This muddy flat would reveal many clams during low tide, but ordinary clams wouldn't possess such a large aperture. Even if it were a king clam, it seemed unlikely to have an opening of that size. Wang Xiaobao cast another glance at the air hole, his curiosity intensifying. At that moment, Jiang Han faced a dilemma. The shrimp was buried rather deeply. The tongs he had brought from home were ineffective in widening the hole. He glanced at the shovel in Li Xiaoya's hands. "May I borrow your shovel?" Reluctantly, Li Xiaoya complied after some hesitation, handing it over to Jiang Han. He began to excavate the mud, removing a substantial portion and uncovering 2 cat's eye snails in the process. He squeezed the water from them and tossed one to each of the boys. They were touched. Having initially thought him a villain, instead, he had gifted them snails. "Oh, if only we could squeeze that water out," they mused, imagining the delightful spectacle of the snail's juice shooting forth like a water gun. After several more scoops, Jiang Han paused when only about 30 centimeters remained. He feared that further digging might cause the shrimp to escape. After scanning the area, he discovered that the shrimp's lair formed a U-shaped tunnel, indicating the presence of another entrance nearby. As the mantis shrimp attempted to flee to the other side, Jiang Han could no longer afford to hesitate. He rolled up his sleeves and plunged his arm into the depths. Wang Xiaobao, terrified, covered his eyes. How could this fellow be so audacious? If it were a large crab, extending one's hand like that would surely result in fingers being clamped by its pincers. Just the thought of it made Wang Xiaobao wince in pain. Time seemed to stretch, and when the expected scream did not materialize, Wang Xiaobao cautiously removed his hand from his eyes, peeking through a narrow slit. To his astonishment, he saw Jiang Han, unflustered, withdrawing his arm from the hole. Was it empty? How utterly disappointing. Just as Wang Xiaobao was about to mock Jiang Han, he noticed the mantis shrimp held triumphantly in Jiang Han's grip. Jiang Han tossed the creature into his bucket. "Well, it's truly a zebra mantis shrimp," exclaimed Li Xiaoya. The mantis shrimp indeed bore the distinctive zebra stripes and was of considerable size. Those who dwell by the sea know that among the same species, the larger the specimen, the more valuable it becomes. Judging by its appearance, this mantis shrimp weighed at least 5 or 6 taels, and it still had its vibrant red hue. Li Xiaoya's keen observation surpassed that of Wang Xiaobao's. The mantis shrimp and the pincer shrimp were essentially the same, merely differing in nomenclature. Upon closer inspection, Wang Xiaobao noted that through the translucent shell, he could see the orangish-red contents within. This one was laden with roe. Mantis shrimp with roe are particularly prized. Although this specimen was not fully loaded, it was already quite rare. Wang Xiaobao inhaled sharply. How splendid it would be if this mantis shrimp were his catch. He estimated its value and mused that it could fetch 200 to 300 yuan. 200 to 300. That amount could purchase numerous toys at the local shop. Jiang Han looked up at them and asked, "So, what do you think?" The 2 children exchanged glances, sensing a hint of mockery in Jiang Han's gaze. Perhaps feeling ridiculed, they seized their buckets and fled. Jiang Han was left speechless, as if he were the villain in this tale. Earlier, Jiang Han had felt quite anxious. Luck was not typically on his side. He had doubted that such fortunate events would befall him. Although he had indeed discerned the treasures hidden beneath the mudflat, he still questioned whether it was merely an illusion. Now, gazing at the vibrant, roe-laden zebra mantis shrimp in his bucket, a large portion of his anxiety dissipated. Seeing that there were more zebra mantis shrimps in the vicinity, Jiang Han continued to excavate the mud using the iron shovel that Li Xiaoya had left behind. The air holes, previously obscured, became distinctly visible. With his hands already soiled, he decided to delve into each hole one after another. Mantis shrimps also sported spines on either side. If he were careless while grasping them, he might get pricked. Fortunately, aided by his formidable scanning ability, he could deftly avoid those sharp spines as he grasped them. Apart from the first mantis shrimp, the others were also zebra-striped, albeit smaller. There were a couple that weighed around 2 to 3 taels. He chose not to pursue the smaller ones, as anglers often return the smaller fish to the water. Firstly, the economic value is rather low, and there is little meat to savor. Furthermore, humans are at work while the heavens observe. One must not eradicate everything. Those who dwell by the sea rely on its bounty, yet when venturing into the ocean, they frequently confront various natural calamities. Consequently, individuals residing by the coast tend to harbor a greater belief in mysterious forces than those inland. Regarding Jiang Han's remarks, it is more about not wanting to act too ruthlessly. Jiang Han resumed his stroll across the mudflat. This fortunate ability is indeed beneficial, albeit somewhat taxing on his legs. How wonderful it would be if he could perceive the entirety of the mudflat's condition at a glance. Just then, his footsteps suddenly halted. Goodness, yet another zebra shrimp. Though not abundant, they are impressively large. Today's catch promises significant fortune. Just like before, Jiang Han reached out to retrieve a few zebra shrimp. One of them even exceeded a pound. Chapter 4. A bountiful return. The price of zebra shrimp exceeds a pound, doubling in value. If one were to mention a drawback, it would be the absence of roe. Nevertheless, he has reaped a substantial harvest. He caught several ordinary shrimp as well, choosing to forego those that were deeply hidden. Digging such deep holes proved to be exhausting. Upon encountering mud snails, he hesitated for a moment, but the next instant, he scooped them all into his bucket. Although the price of mud snails does not rival that of shrimp, his fondness for them is undeniable. Most importantly, these snails gathered together, lying just beneath the surface, allowing him to collect them with little effort. He realized that his system afforded him another advantage. Even superficial treasures were visible to him more clearly than to others. The muddy tidal flats appeared dark and were often covered with water. Many would overlook the presence of mud snails without careful observation. However, within a 10-meter radius, the mudflats revealed a translucent quality, easily distinguishable from the surrounding marine bounty. When Jiang Han lifted his bucket, he found it quite heavy. As dusk approached and the tide began to rise, he rinsed the mud from his feet with seawater and departed the mudflat, holding his shoes. By the time Jiang Han sat down for lunch, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. With his sister's visit, they finished eating well past 3. The villagers tended to dine early. Jiang Han lingered by the sea, and soon, the aunts, uncles, and elderly men from the village had begun their evening stroll to aid digestion. As they spotted Jiang Han approaching barefoot from the shore, they all gathered around. Although they knew the small tide held little of value, their curiosity prevailed. "Did you find anything good?" Aunt Bucktooth inquired with a grin. This university student appeared quite spirited. Yet they believed he should refrain from coastal foraging, having heard that city students could not even distinguish between scallions and chives. Aunt Bucktooth's question was casual, but Jiang Han nodded affirmatively. The crowd paused in surprise. Is there truly something worthwhile? Could it be just a few mussels? In their coastal region, mussels were the most commonly encountered catch, so abundant that they often dried them in the sun. The dried flesh of shellfish was known as dried mussel, and the mere mention of it made them feel nauseous. As this group of elderly folk leaned closer to the bucket, their vision impaired by age, they initially saw only a dark mass. Once they discerned its contents, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Oh dear, perhaps due to their surprise. Aunt Bucktooth and Aunt Kumquat collided heads. Is there shrimp during this small tide? And zebra shrimp at that? This could lead to fortune. Look, there's even one with red roe. Currently, it is the closed season for fishing, making wild seafood scarce. Ordinary shrimp can fetch over 100 a pound. And the zebra shrimp, rarely seen, left them uncertain of its value, estimating the weight to be at least 200 per pound. And daring to speculate it could even exceed 300, the contents of Jiang Han's bucket must weigh around 10 pounds. Although mixed with ordinary mannish shrimp and mud snails, they surmised that such items could surely fetch over 1,000. Observing that he had been out for less than 2 hours, they mused that the short span could equate to several days' wages. Surely, this is no mere few days' earnings. Do you really consider our small fishing village comparable to the bustling cities beyond? The onlookers fell silent, reinforcing the notion that remaining in the fishing village offered little promise. Jiang Han smiled at them, feeling fortunate today. The villagers, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief. Indeed, Jiang Han must have struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. He rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a pack of Likun cigarettes, a purchase made on the day of his breakup with Tiantian. Though he seldom smoked, he had only taken one puff since then. Was it worth wallowing in despair for such a woman? Certainly not. He offered a cigarette to Uncle Zhang, inquiring whether Uncle Ermau's family was still engaged in seafood collection. In his youth, Jiang Han had sold snails to the Ermau family while foraging by the sea. Standing straight, Uncle Zhang felt the weight of Jiang Han's inquiry. It was evident that he possessed considerable knowledge. Yes, they are still collecting. You can sell your catch to them, Zhang replied. Jiang Han nodded in gratitude, and a throng of people followed him to Ermau's doorstep, their curiosity piqued about the potential value of his half-full bucket of seafood. Ermau was startled by the large gathering and then recognized Jiang Han at the center of the crowd. Though they shared the same surname, there were no familial ties between them. Didn't you go off to university? Why are you back foraging? He asked, recalling that today was a small tide and there should be little catch. Peering into Jiang Han's bucket, he nearly jumped in astonishment. Zebra mantis shrimp. Jiang Han nodded nonchalantly. Ermau, impressed by the university-educated young man's composure in discovering such significant catch, scrutinized the vibrant, wild shrimp. Several weighed around 2 taels, with a few larger ones exceeding 5 taels. After weighing the largest specimens, he announced their weights, 5 taels and 9, 6 taels and 3, 9 taels and 2, 8 taels and 7, with the largest reaching an astounding 1 pound and 2 taels. Ermao gasped, recognizing that these 5 mannish shrimps were indeed top-tier catches, each worthy of being sold individually. We're all from the same village, so I'll give you a fair price. How about 1,500 for the entire bucket? The villagers were taken aback, having anticipated a price over 1,000. However, I never anticipated that it could fetch a price as high as 1,500. Jiang Han, you are indeed quite fortunate. Sheqiao, in pursuit of the tides, unexpectedly managed to acquire goods worth over 1,000. This illustrates that university students are truly different from us. Even their luck seems to be exceptional. Jiang Han's expression remained inscrutable, as the villagers were well versed in the prices of conventional seafood. When it came to rarer items, they were often unaware of their true value. Jiang Han felt uncertain, which is why he had checked the prices while on the beach. For mantis shrimp weighing over half a pound, the smallest one, being full of roe, could sell for 300 each. A 6-ounce specimen would easily command 200. The 8-ounce one, nearing 9 ounces, could similarly be sold for approximately 300. A 9-ounce too would be worth over 500, making a total of 1,300. Chapter 5. Selling goods. The 6-tail shrimp can easily fetch 200. The 8-tail variety, nearing 9 tails, can be sold for approximately 300. The 9-tail 2 shrimp can command over 500, making a total of 1,003. Furthermore, the shrimp weighing over a pound can be sold for over 1,000 each, given their substantial size. Additionally, the smaller shrimp can yield around 300 to 400. Including the large ordinary shrimp he caught, they could collectively amount to 300. By Jiang Han's calculations, these items could total nearly 3,000. However, the prices he found online were retail. The purchasing price would certainly differ. Upon recalculating, these items would still be valued around 2,002 to 300. Earlier, Uncle Jiang Ermao weighed the zebra shrimp that were over half a pound, indicating his awareness of the differing prices between these larger shrimp and the smaller ones. Uncle Ermao, could you perhaps raise the price a little more? Jiang Han hesitated to speak too directly in front of the villagers, given that Jiang Ermao was of an older generation. Aunt Lee's complexion paled as she remarked, Jiang Han, do all university students have such lofty expectations? This is already 1,500. Is it not sufficient? The Jin Jushin added. Indeed, Jiang Han. This 1,500 is equivalent to my husband's hard work over half a month. It is quite a considerable sum. Jiang Han understood his villagers well. Their simplicity was genuine. Whenever a family faced difficulties, the entire village would lend a hand. Yet, in times of shared poverty, if one family suddenly thrived, envy could easily arise. It seemed as though the more Jiang Han obtained, the more it felt like a cut from their own flesh. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ermao said, All right, Han, as you are my junior, I shall add 50. Jiang Han's lips twitched. If it were merely for 50 yuan, he would not bother to haggle. Uncle Ermao, I believe my prospects of entering a prestigious university are bright. Isn't catching sea creatures largely a matter of luck? Offer me a fair price, and I shall return for your services when I have more good catches. 1,600, it cannot be more. Jiang Ermao's face showed signs of impatience. In the entire Shaojing village, his was the only household engaged in seafood procurement. If Jiang Han did not sell to him, would he let his seafood perish? The price for live seafood and that for dead seafood are worlds apart. With the ongoing fishing ban, the villagers had been facing a string of bad luck, and Jiang Ermao had not procured anything worthwhile for several days. He doubted Jiang Han's claims of staying for 2 or 3 days before finding good catches to return to him. When an opportunity arose, it was prudent to seize it. Jiang Han smiled at Jiang Ermao, Uncle Ermao. I recall that old Wang from my sister's village also engages in purchasing goods. I believe I could ask my sister to assist me in selling these. When old Wang was constructing his house, my brother-in-law and sister lent a hand. Old Wang would likely offer my sister a reasonable price. Jiang Han naturally could not seek assistance from his sister. It would not be appropriate for old Wang to offer him a favorable price merely due to his sister's influence. He would never trouble her for such matters. As for whether his sister and brother-in-law had provided any help in building old Wang's house, he was uncertain, having merely spoken off the cuff. In any case, he was oblivious to those details, and Jiang Ermao was even more so. Indeed, Jiang Ermao's complexion paled, for although Jiaohua Island was not large, it boasted 18 substantial villages, nearly each with its own merchant. They adhered to their own trading customs, and typically, those who dealt in marine products would not accept goods from villagers outside their own. Mishandling such transactions could lead to conflict. However, if Jiang Han were to give his goods to his sister, who would then sell them on his behalf, it would not be considered as accepting goods from outside the village. He was aware that old Wang offered significantly better prices than his own. Moreover, with Jiang Han's sister and brother-in-law having previously assisted him, the price would undoubtedly be even more favorable. Seeing Jiang Han preparing to leave with his bucket, Jiang Ermao grew increasingly anxious. He glanced at the villagers observing them and swiftly pulled Jiang Han into his house, shutting the door behind them. Jiang Ermao's home had been renovated and was far superior to Jiang Han's old residence. "Uncle Ermao, what are you doing?" Jiang Han inquired. Jiang Ermao gestured for silence. "Aware of the villagers' nature, I will give you 2,000. You must not disclose this to anyone else. Otherwise, the villagers will accuse me of underpricing." Noticing Jiang Han's smile, Jiang Ermao felt a surge of panic. "How about 2,003? Jiang Han remained silent, still smiling. Jiang Ermao gritted his teeth and offered 2,005. "But that is my final offer." "Agreed," Jiang Han replied promptly, as this price exceeded his expectations. Jiang Ermao felt a pang of regret. 2,005. How could he have let that amount slip from his lips? Yet, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Although he would earn slightly less, at least he would not incur a loss. Above all, he could not afford to undercut old Wang from the neighboring village. Jiang Han cheerfully set down his bucket. As he exited, the villagers crowded around him. "Jiang Han, how much did you sell it for?" Jiang Han beamed brightly. "Ask Uncle Ermao, and you shall know." With that, he walked away. Jiang Ermao felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It was said that freshly graduated university students were like sheltered flowers, knowing little of the world. Yet Jiang Han seemed exceptionally shrewd. Jiang Han had not sold the mud snails, as even if sold, they would only fetch a meager sum of 10 or 20 yuan. He preferred to preserve them with salt rather than fry them. "Beep, the mannish shrimp has been sold, earning 2,500 system points. You can use 2,500 system points to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed with the exchange?" Jiang Han was surprised to discover that the scanning range could be enhanced. 2,500. Which was precisely the amount he had just received from selling the mantis shrimp. If he chose to exchange, would that mean forfeiting his recent earnings? "I will not exchange." The selection was invalid. The system has now successfully redeemed the scanning space. The redemption was successful, and the current system points are now 0. Jiang Han felt an urge to curse. He had initially thought that his system was rather polite, inquiring about his opinions before taking any actions. Yet, it turned out to be a hollow inquiry. He quickly opened his phone to check his balance, relieved to find that the 2,500 yuan remained intact. This meant that whatever he sold in reality would correspondingly increase his system points by the same amount. The deduction of system points would not affect his actual monetary balance. "How much do I need to increase the range next time?" The system remained silent. Jiang Han inquired once more. "How many points do I need to expand the scanning range?" "You require an additional 2,500 points to extend the range by another 5 meters. Chapter 6, Redemption of Scanning Range. Jiang Han understood that according to the system's design, for every $2,500 earned, he would receive an equivalent increase of 2,500 system points, thereby allowing him to redeem a 5-meter extension of scanning range. Thus, earning $25,000 would grant him an additional 50 meters of scanning range. This revelation suddenly bolstered his confidence. It appeared that remaining in his hometown for development was not as daunting as he initially perceived. After casually finishing his dinner, Jiang Han decided to take a stroll to aid digestion and replenish his supplies. His household utilized a wood-burning stove, which was rather cumbersome for a man of his stature to ignite. He contemplated purchasing an induction cooker or an electric pot. Additionally, he needed to acquire tools for clam digging. The ones at home had long surpassed their prime and were due for replacement. As Jiang Han stepped outside, a familiar voice called out to him. "Hanga, you're back." Zhang Haidai, sporting a shaved head, hurriedly approached him. Jiang Han paused momentarily. It had been many years since he last saw Zhang Haidai. During their second year of high school, Zhang Haidai had encountered a serious incident. While engaging in a brawl by the seaside, he had severely injured another individual, leaving them partially paralyzed. The situation had been chaotic, with no clarity on who was the aggressor. While others had their parents leveraging connections to secure their release, Zhang Haidai stood alone, his parents indifferent to his plight. Having grown up alongside Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han had always wished to shield him from harm. Lacking financial resources and connections, he eventually sought the assistance of a newly licensed lawyer, investing all his savings of $800 into the case. Just as Jiang Han hoped for a favorable turn of events, Zhang Haidai's parents accepted money from several families, compelling Zhang Haidai to confess to all charges. Jiang Han had visited him, urging him against making foolish decisions. Yet, Zhang Haidai had smiled foolishly, stating that he could not earn money for his parents. So if this was a means for them to obtain funds, it was acceptable. Frustrated yet determined, Jiang Han continued to advocate for Zhang Haidai. Not only was the novice lawyer striving diligently, but Jiang Han also dedicated considerable time amidst his heavy academic load to peruse legal documents. Through their relentless analysis and organization of the case, they managed to reduce Zhang Haidai's sentence from 12 years to 8. Now, 5 years had passed. Han, good. I behaved well and got out early. Jiang Han embraced Zhang Haidai and affectionately patted his bald head. Good, it's great that you're out. Then, he playfully kicked Zhang Haidai in the stomach. Ouch, Han Ge, why did you kick me? Zhang Haidai exclaimed, feigning innocence. I want you to learn from this. Don't you care about your future? Zhang Haidai touched his own bald head and remarked, why are you angry? Someone like me has no future to speak of. Seeing the discontent on Jiang Han's face, he leaned in closer. Although my parents never cared for me, they did give me life and raised me. I consider these 5 years in prison as my way of repaying them for their nurturing. Now, the only person he feels remorse towards is Jiang Han. Jiang Han cast a glance at Zhang Haidai, sensing that the lad was not beyond redemption. He tossed him a cigarette, which Zhang Haidai hurriedly lit, exclaiming, Brother Han. This cigarette is splendid. I adore this brand. Over the past 5 years, his parents had not visited him even once, while only Jiang Han would come to see him every few months. The two brothers stood together in a corner, exhaling smoke into the air. Do not be deceived by Jiang Han's current refined demeanor and courteousness. In his youth, he was no stranger to mischief. Unlike Zhang Haidai, who applied himself little and lagged behind in grades, Jiang Han, despite his lack of diligence, performed admirably in his studies. Suddenly, Zhang Haidai seemed to recall something. He pulled out 450 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Han. Brother Han, I heard from the villagers that you plan to return to the village to develop. Keep this money for now. Fearing rejection, Zhang Haidai hastily left after giving him the money. Aunt Baoya happened to witness this scene, exclaiming, what has gotten into this boy? He just borrowed 500 yuan from his uncle and now gives you 450. Jiang Han was taken aback by this revelation. He proceeded toward Zhang Haidai's home, where he overheard him on the phone. Hello? Another brawl? 2 packs of Huazi won't suffice. I must get a pack of Likun. Brother Han favors that brand, and I should share half with him. Ouch. Who kicked me? Turning around, Zhang Haidai was greeted by the sight of Jiang Han, who stood there with a composed expression, rubbing his waist. Zhang Haidai quickly broke into a smile. Brother Han, what brings you here? Have you forgotten your lessons? Do you not recall how you ended up in trouble? Zhang Haidai realized that Jiang Han had overheard his conversation. He rubbed his bald head, secretly wishing to avoid fights. However, with Brother Han's return, he felt an urge to do something for him. Yet, he found himself limited. The only requests from others were to engage in fighting. Cautiously, Zhang Haidai glanced at Jiang Han, genuinely fearful of disappointing him. Jiang Han considered giving Zhang Haidai a kick but hesitated. There is indeed a pitiable aspect to those we deem despicable. Zhang Haidai's name was originally Zhang Haidai. A staff member responsible for names deemed it too trivial and suggested the alteration to Haidai. Zhang Haidai was 12 years junior to his brother. His mother was unaware of her pregnancy during her term. She had gained weight and, the day before giving birth to Zhang Haidai, felt even heavier. As for her monthly cycle, which had not arrived, she assumed it was menopause. That night, the boatman's vessel docked. It was initially arranged for Zhang Haidai's father to clean the boat, but he, being lazy, sent his wife instead. Before she could finish cleaning, she unexpectedly gave birth aboard the ship. The boatman was furious upon discovering this. Not only did a woman board his vessel, but she also bore a child. He felt cursed for life and, in his rage, fired Zhang Haidai's father on the spot. Additionally, due to the family planning policies of those years, they incurred substantial fines. This couple attributed all their troubles to Zhang Haidai, genuinely believing him to be a source of misfortune. From a young age, he had been subjected to both physical and verbal abuse, and in time, he had indeed grown into a troublesome individual. Jiang Han intended to return the 450 yuan to Zhang Haidai, yet Zhang Haidai refused to accept it, claiming, I have money. Jiang Han challenged him. Very well, enlighten me on how much you possess. Zhang Haidai replied, I still have 50 yuan. He presented his 50 yuan as if it were an immense fortune. Jiang Han, exasperated, couldn't help but laugh. Do you truly believe you are more capable than I? Have I fallen so low as to require your charity? Jiang Han spoke without restraint. Yet, Zhang Haidai was not the least bit offended. Instead, he appeared somewhat anxious, insisting, No, Han Ge, that was not my intention. You are a university student, having been accepted into such a prestigious institution, which undoubtedly makes you the most capable among us. Chapter 7. To the town it suffices to know that I possess capabilities. Jiang Han once again pressed the money into Zhang Haidai's hands. Will you be going to the beach tomorrow? Jiang Han inquired. What purpose would that serve? Isn't it exhausting? Zhang Haidai scoffed at the thought of someone like him participating in such toil, fearing ridicule from the villagers. Upon my return, I intend to cultivate opportunities in our village. Thus, I went to the beach today and shall return tomorrow. Currently, I am in need of an assistant. Jiang Han immediately thumped his chest in assurance, rest assured. Han Gu, I am brimming with strength. I possess an inexhaustible vigor. Feel free to assign me any task. Jiang Han chuckled at his exuberance. Oh, so now you fear not the fatigue? Did I ever claim to be weary? That must have been a misunderstanding, Jiang Han replied, shaking his head vigorously. Jiang Han was genuinely impressed. Will you still engage in brawls? Jiang Han shook his head with determination. I have serious matters to attend to now. What need have I for fights? He hesitated to confess to Jiang Han that upon his release from prison, he had hoped to secure a respectable job. However, the island was small, and word of his past swiftly spread. Good jobs were not within his reach, even if he sought labor on a ship or at the docks. The captain and dock workers regarded him as a bad omen. Thus, he found himself drifting aimlessly once more. In truth, idleness bred discomfort, rather than languish without purpose. He preferred to assist Han Gu. Jiang Han recognized that Zhang Haidai's nature was not inherently malevolent, had his parents treated him with greater kindness. He might not have ended up as he did. Very well, let us settle matters plainly. Do you wish to receive a wage or a share? Zhang Haidai understood that gathering at the beach would yield minimal earnings, perhaps only a few dozen yuan in a day's toil. If he were to accept a wage, it would undoubtedly be a loss for Han Gu. I shall take a share, a 10% cut will suffice. If Han Gu earns 20 yuan, my 2 yuan will be more than enough. It is certainly preferable to aimless drifting. Agreed, 10% it is. Jiang Han felt magnanimous towards his brother. What of your motorcycle? I would like to borrow it. He needed it for his trip to the town, as it would greatly facilitate his journey. He recalled that this motorcycle had been purchased after Zhang Haidai's incarceration, with funds provided by several families. The money for his elder brother's wedding had also originated from this source, and eventually, the motorcycle had been passed on to him. Zhang Haidai hesitated. But upon hearing Jiang Han's request, he resolved to comply, accepting that he would likely face reprimands from his parents and elder brother upon his return. Stealing away the motorcycle while his family was distracted, he managed to procure it. As Jiang Han rode, Zhang Haidai sat behind him. If your family inquires, simply tell them I am your employer, paying you 80 yuan a day. Understood? Zhang Haidai perceived that Han Gu valued his reputation, replying, understood. I shall inform anyone who asks that you pay me 80 daily. Satisfied, Jiang Han nodded as they arrived in the town half an hour later. He first ventured to the fishing supply shop, needing to procure some tools for their beach excursion. The equipment at home was rusted and aged, proving to be of little utility. Jiang Han first focused on the pliers, a tool particularly useful on rocky shores. The store's pliers were designed for catching eels, but they could also be employed for snaring octopuses. He purchased 2 of both straight and curved types. After some haggling, he ultimately spent 150 yuan for the 4 pliers. He also acquired 2 pairs of high-top rain boots and a dozen specialized sea foraging gloves. These gloves, designed to be slip-resistant and puncture-proof, were consumables, so he opted to purchase several pairs. Additionally, he bought 2 sun-protective outfits, as venturing out to forage in the sun required safeguarding not just his face, but also exposed areas like his arms. Otherwise, the sun at the seaside would starkly illustrate the contrast of light and dark upon one's skin. For evening foraging, a headlamp was necessary, as using a flashlight would leave one hand unoccupied for work. He also procured a metal shovel and a rake, both with short handles for ease of use, preventing damage to the catch. He then selected a long-handled shovel, which, although heavier, would ease the labor involved. Noticing the assortment of items Jiang Han held, the shopkeeper seized the opportunity to promote some crab traps, stating that the newly arrived traps were of excellent quality. Observing Jiang Han's hesitation, the shopkeeper continued. Although it is currently the closed season for fishing, you can place the traps in reservoirs or rivers. Despite the island being surrounded by water, it lacked freshwater resources, with Jiaohua Island being an exception, as it boasted a plentiful river and a reservoir. However, those bodies of water were quite distant from Jiang Han's residence, and since he had chosen to return home, he preferred not to overexert himself. Nonetheless, under the persistent persuasion of the shopkeeper, he ultimately acquired 6 modestly sized traps, reasoning that they would be needed in the future. He also purchased a large jar of bait. As he was about to leave, something in the corner resembling a long water gun caught his attention. What is this? He inquired. The shopkeeper, sensing interest, became animated. The villagers were slow to adopt new innovations, and this item had been in the store for days without any interest. This is a shrimp extractor, incredibly useful. Just align the nozzle with the air hole, apply pressure, and you can extract the catch effortlessly. Although it was dubbed a shrimp extractor, it could also be utilized for other seafood like mannish shrimp and sea cucumbers. Jiang Han was immediately drawn to it, as it seemed far more convenient than handling the catch directly or using a shovel. This extractor won't suffocate or crush the shrimp, will it? He asked. In their childhood, they had used specially designed rope nooses for catching mantis shrimp, which, while effective, were difficult to control. If one applied too little force, the mantis shrimp would escape. Too much force, and they would be torn apart. How could it possibly break? Jiang Han pondered. The extractor appeared to be vastly superior, offering efficiency and ensuring that the catch emerged lively. The shopkeeper assured him with confidence. Is there an instruction manual for this? Jiang Han inquired. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, as the island's inhabitants rarely asked for manuals when making a purchase. Yes, let me find one for you. He retrieved the manual and presented it to Jiang Han, who, after perusing it, concluded that this was indeed a miraculous tool for sea foraging. He had anticipated that after years away from foraging, the tools had advanced so significantly. How much is this shrimp extractor? 80 yuan each. It is already the lowest price. After purchasing so many items, can't there be a discount? The shopkeeper shook his head, insisting that he could not lower the price any further. Initially, he had intended to sell them for 200 each, but after such a long time with no buyers, he now merely hoped that these goods would not become a burden. Jiang Han gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to buy 2. Zhang Haidai inquired if Jiang Han wanted to buy a landing net. The long-handled nets were also reasonably priced at 10 yuan each. Jiang Han bought 2 more. With only 2,500 yuan on him, he was surprised to have spent 1,600 yuan in this fishing tackle shop. Upon exiting, Jiang Han noticed a small, closed shop adjacent to the tackle store. A sign hanging at the entrance read, "Purchasing seafood," followed by a string of telephone numbers. Chapter 8. The money has run out. Jiang Han saved the phone number but did not dial it. As he passed a newly opened restaurant, he noticed a van unloading goods. The proprietress was personally recording the accounts. Zhang Haidai's gaze kept darting towards her. Jiang Han also looked over. The proprietress appeared to be in her late 20s, her figure curvaceous and charming. Jiang Han chuckled softly, amused by Zhang Haidai's apparent admiration. Zhang Haidai's face flushed crimson as he fervently shook his head, denying any interest. He considered himself a convict. A person like him was unworthy of a woman's affection. If any woman were to be with him, it would only bring her misfortune. Suddenly, Zhang Haidai recalled something. Han Ge, have you really broken up with Yi Tiantian? Yes. Why? He could tell that Han Ge genuinely liked Yi Tiantian and had always believed they would eventually marry. Once it's over, it's over. There is no need for further explanations. Seeing Zhang Haidai so fixated on the proprietress, almost frozen in place, Jiang Han pulled him along. Fearing that the proprietress might come over and reprimand them for being lecherous, Jiang Han still had many items to purchase. At a small supermarket in town, he bought some daily necessities. In the toy and stationery section, he picked up 2 Barbie dolls, knowing Zhang Haidai enjoyed smoking. He also grabbed a pack of cigarettes at the counter and tossed it to him. Zhang Haidai hurriedly accepted, recognizing it was a brand he favored. Indeed, Han Ge was considerate toward him, even thinking to buy him cigarettes. Let us make do for now. When conditions improve, I'll get you something better. This is already great. I used to smoke 10 yuan cigarettes. Zhang Haidai felt that Han Ge was overly optimistic. Relying solely on beachcombing would not lead to wealth. He feared they might not even earn back the cost of their equipment. Seeing Jiang Han's confidence, he refrained from voicing any discouragement. After all, they were good brothers, sharing both joys and hardships. Jiang Han also purchased a considerable amount of vegetables at the supermarket, including some snails. These snails were sourced from the reservoir by the islanders. Their quality superb, unlike those gathered from muddy ponds sold elsewhere. All the vegetables were homegrown. Anything surplus was sold. One could say that everything Jiang Han bought was entirely natural, unpolluted, and exceptionally fresh. However, this meant he had exhausted all the money he had earned from selling mantis shrimp. Zhang Haidai was alarmed by the speed at which Jiang Han was spending. Han, good. I have money too. Just tell me what you need. I can buy the remaining items. That money still belongs to your uncle. Tomorrow, when the tide recedes, we'll go beachcombing. Zhang Haidai felt that their beachcombing endeavor had no connection to whether they would starve, but upon seeing Jiang Han's determined expression, he chose to remain silent. As they passed a gas station, Jiang Han stopped the vehicle. Han Ge, why have we halted? Hand me 100. Without hesitation, Zhang Haidai pulled out a 100 yuan bill. Jiang Han, with money in hand, instructed the staff to fill the motorcycle tank. Brother Han, what are you doing? There is still fuel left in there. We won't use much on this trip. Indeed, they consumed little fuel. The motorcycle's consumption differs from that of a car. In the end, Jiang Han paid only 12 yuan for a full tank, returning the remaining 88 yuan to Zhang Haidai. We want to always borrow your brother's motorcycle. Since we borrowed it, we cannot let him look down on us. Zhang Haidai ceased his objections, understanding that Brother Han had his best interests at heart. As they approached Jiang Han's home, he noticed Jiang Feng coming over. He halted the motorcycle, asked Jiang Han to help carry their belongings inside, and then requested him to ride the motorcycle back. "Sister, what brings you here?" Jiang Feng cast a lingering glance at Jiang Han as he departed. Aware of his past indiscretions, concerned that her brother might be led astray, she pondered his maturity, realizing he was an adult and a graduate of a prestigious university. Perhaps it was wise to trust his judgment. "I brought you a mat and some mosquito coils." Jiang Feng was well acquainted with the contents of the house. The old mat had long been beyond use. In such sweltering weather, placing a mat atop the bedding made for a more comfortable sleep. While it was indeed cooler without bedding, the wooden bed was too hard for Jiang Han, who struggled to adapt. Hence, in the summer, he would lay a mat over the bedding for comfort. Jiang Han had not considered the mosquito coils until now. He rummaged through his recent purchases and produced 2 Barbie dolls, meant for his niece. Jiang Feng's mouth quivered, almost in tears. Her brother had truly grown up and was becoming more thoughtful. In the past, she would buy things for Jiang Han. Now it was he who was gifting items to her children. Joyful yet feigning indifference, she accepted the gifts, exclaiming, "What a waste of money." Jiang Han perceived his sister's words as disingenuous. After Jiang Feng's departure, Jiang Han discovered that the television was no longer functional. The tape recorder still played cassettes, though he lacked interest in listening to them. The radio was even less appealing. Ultimately, he opted to enjoy the breeze from the fan while engaging with his phone. Although lacking air conditioning, his coastal abode was not as oppressively hot as the larger cities. A single fan sufficed on breezy days. Simply opening a window would suffice to stave off sweat. The sole drawback was the poor signal, leading to intermittent video playback. Uncertain of when he succumbed to slumber, Jiang Han awoke feeling somewhat dazed. Upon checking his phone, he immediately consulted the tide schedule application. Those residing by the sea often track the tides. Yet Jiang Han was unfamiliar with this practice. Fortunately, the internet provided ample information. The application clearly indicated 2 tidal occurrences for the day, the first from 4 in the morning until 7, and the second from 4 in the afternoon until 8. It was now 20 minutes past 7, meaning the time for gathering seafood had passed. Typically, there are 2 tidal cycles daily, and occasionally 3. However, the solitary occasion was a source of comfort for Jiang Han. The subsequent 1 or 2 instances, however, occurred either at the break of dawn or in the dead of night. Jiang Han pondered whether, if he were to rely on catching sea creatures for his livelihood, he ought to adapt to an alternate schedule. After deliberating for a couple of minutes, he ultimately decided to let things unfold naturally. The village was sparsely populated, devoid of restaurants or breakfast shops. Jiang Han hastily settled for a casual breakfast. Today, the time for gathering seafood was set for 4 in the afternoon, and he shared lunch with Jiang Han at 3. The meal was prepared by Jiang Han, whose culinary skills surpassed those of Jiang Han. Moreover, the freshness of the snails contributed to the delightful flavor. Unconsciously, Jiang Han indulged in an extra bowl of rice, finding it far more delectable than what he had experienced in the bustling city. Chapter 9. Moonshell. After tidying up and preparing the tools for gathering seafood, the two set off. Due to the sweltering weather and the lengthy duration of their outing, they took along an old military water bottle. They headed to the mudflat that Jiang Han had visited the previous day. In the past, during a small tide, villagers rarely ventured out to gather seafood. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Han's earlier expedition, today they encountered several villagers on the mudflat. Aunt Baoya, Aunt Li, and Aunt Jinju's Hong were all present, as well as Uncle Luo and Old Man Zhang. Jiang Han observed in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is going on here?" He had never seen such a bustle during a small tide. If he was not mistaken, today's tide was particularly low. It was one thing for children like Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya to be there, but were the adults truly so idle as well? Jiang Han felt speechless. Many villagers still maintained this mindset. Yet, they could hardly be blamed. Who would turn away from the prospect of money? The villagers remaining at home were primarily the elderly and children, with the household income relying largely on the earnings of the young adults working elsewhere. If they could make some money at home, who wouldn't he be pleased? The absence of seafood during a small tide was relative to a large tide. In truth, as long as one was diligent, there were still treasures to be found, especially these elderly folk who possessed ample experience. In no time, some had already caught a couple of mantis shrimp, albeit smaller ones and not the zebra variety. Jiang Han glanced at Jiang Han, who had little choice but to join the villagers in gathering seafood. He took a stroll, noting that today's tide was even lower than yesterday's, and the catch was accordingly diminished. Mantis shrimp were notably scarce. He beckoned Jiang Han over, pointing to a spot not far ahead. "Do you see that? Is it spouting water?" Jiang Han, who struggled academically, had better eyesight than Jiang Han initially. However, since Jiang Han awakened his abilities, Jiang Han's vision was no match for his. Rubbing his eyes for clarity, he observed closely and confirmed, "It appears to be spouting water." Spouting water indicated the presence of holes beneath, suggesting there was likely a bounty below. Jiang Han handed the shrimp scooping tool he had purchased yesterday to Zhang Haidai, instructing him to dig in that direction. Zhang Haidai took the tool and proceeded, while Jiang Han moved toward a less crowded area. With a scanning range of 15 meters now, the additional 5 meters, though seemingly insignificant, made his efforts considerably easier. Eventually, he halted at a spot where he found zebra mantis shrimp beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the villagers had encircled Zhang Haidai, drawn to the very spot Jiang Han had indicated, which was evidently a hotspot for mantis shrimp. Without hesitation, Jiang Han spat into his palm and grasped the shrimp scooping tool. On his first attempt, he mismanaged the scoop and failed to catch anything, but on his second try, he successfully pulled up a zebra mantis shrimp along with muddy water. He seized another zebra mantis shrimp in the process. Both shrimp weighed over half a pound. Following this, Jiang Han continued to scoop up the more ordinary shrimp. The proprietor of the fishing tackle shop indeed did not mislead him. This device is remarkably efficient and does not sever the mantis shrimp. Compared to the previous rope loops, it is exceedingly more practical. Zebra mantis shrimp. Zebra mantis shrimp. Indeed, it is a zebra mantis shrimp. The villagers suddenly found themselves encircling Jiang Han's water bucket once more. How infuriating. They had searched for so long, only to unearth a plethora of worthless items, while the valuable ones remained elusive. Initially, they thought Zhang Haidai's consecutive catches of several mantis shrimp were already a stroke of luck. Little did they anticipate that Jiang Han's bucket contained not only numerous large mantis shrimp, but also 2 zebra mantis shrimp. Everyone was aware of Jiang Han's sale of zebra mantis shrimp the previous day. Jiang Ermao never disclosed the total amount he received, but it surely could not have been negligible. Jiang Han, how is your fortune so exceptional? University students truly possess a unique prowess. Even gathering seafood seems to come more easily to them than to us. Jiang Han, how have you managed this? Is there some secret to your success? Jiang Han smiled at them, attributing it merely to good fortune. Those who dwell by the sea tend to believe in fate, and upon hearing Jiang Han's explanation, they found it plausible. As seasoned elders of the coast, they possessed ample experience, allowing them to identify air holes and water vents more swiftly than the average youth. Yet, they still found themselves digging for clams, only to discover more clams, and those of a smaller size, which could be quite disheartening. Jiang Ermao's clam purchase price was merely 3 yuan per jean. Given today's circumstances, whether they could gather even 5 jean of clams before the tide rose remained uncertain. After digging, their old backs would ache again, and such scant earnings might not even suffice for a bomb. For those afflicted with rheumatism, knee pain could linger for several days. Zhang Haidai was equally bewildered. When Jiang Han suggested he accompany him to gather seafood for profit, he had initially regarded it as mere talk. Upon witnessing the multiple water vents Jiang Han pointed out, he thought little of it. Considering that not only mantis shrimp emerged from such spots, but also many other insignificant creatures, who could have anticipated that he would catch mantis shrimp with just a single pull? Moreover, this shrimp extractor proved to be highly effective, yielding results with every tug. Virtually every pull resulted in the capture of a mantis shrimp. The villagers were captivated by the shrimp extractor in Jiang Han's possession, which appeared similar to the one Zhang Haidai held. If they could dig for clams with such speed, it would not be a loss at all. Jiang Han, where did you procure this device? There's a fishing tackle shop in town, Jiang Han replied, feeling no need to conceal this information. Is there truly such a thing in town? Indeed, though I noticed there weren't many left when I saw it, and I am uncertain if the owner intends to restock. Auntie Baoya recalled that during her last visit to the tackle shop, she had indeed seen this item, and the owner had even attempted to sell it to her. She felt the proprietor was trying to swindle her, so she disregarded him and left. Who could have imagined that this newly devised contraption would be so effective? It takes a university student to be bold enough to purchase such an oddity. The aunts conferred and decided that once their seafood gathering concluded, they too would venture to acquire this miraculous device. At that moment, Jiang Han spotted a large and exquisite shell. Could it be a moon shell? The previously efficient shrimp pulling tool seemed somewhat inept in the presence of the moon shell. Fortunately, equipped with an array of tools, he swiftly employed a sand shovel to unearth the moon shell. Isn't this a moon shell? Old Luo gazed at Jiang Han in disbelief. Jiang Han tossed the shell into the water bucket, pondering its identity. Old Luo took another glance and confirmed, indeed, this is a moon shell. While the moon shell may not possess the monetary value of the zebra prawn, it is undeniably substantial in weight. A shell of Jiang Han's size would amount to a pound with just 4 or 5. If he were to unearth several, he would reap considerable profits. Initially, when Jiang Han was extracting the prawn, old Luo felt uncomfortable, yet his reaction was muted. However, at this moment, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Both shells were alike, Why was it that Jiang Han unearthed a moon shell, while he was left with mere clams? Chapter 10. The bounty. Jiang Han extended a hand to assist old Luo. Are you well, Grandpa Luo? At your age. It would be unfortunate if you were to fall ill. I'm fine, old Luo replied, struggling to maintain his composure. He could not believe that all the good fortune had befallen Jiang Han alone. Turning away, he resumed his quest for treasures. Zhang Haidai approached. His bucket containing not only the mantis shrimp Jiang Han had instructed him to catch, but also an assortment of other rather insignificant shellfish. Yet, he felt quite content. He wished to gauge Jiang Han's situation. If Jiang Han appeared to be struggling, he would offer a word of consolation. After all, they had already made a worthwhile venture. Upon glimpsing Jiang Han's bucket, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Brother Han, is your luck truly that extraordinary? Jiang Han had mentioned earning a fortune by beachcombing, and given the current circumstances, it seemed far from an exaggeration. Without elaboration, Jiang Han directed Zhang Haidai to place the shrimp extractor in the bucket and retrieve the sand shovel. The extractor had lost its utility, as he had already exhausted the mantis shrimp from the areas he had traversed. Jiang Han then pointed out another spot. You should dig over there. Zhang Haidai looked towards the indicated area, noticing several spots where water bubbled up, uncertain of what lay beneath. Brother Han, your eyesight is remarkable. Jiang Han simply urged him to dig swiftly and cautioned him against breaking anything, as that would diminish its value. With sleeves rolled up, Zhang Haidai squatted down to excavate, brimming with confidence in Jiang Han's abilities. Despite being mentally prepared, his eyes widened in surprise as he unearthed the moon clam. The weight of such a large specimen was indeed substantial. Noticing the villagers casting glances in his direction, Zhang Haidai hastily exerted himself to continue digging. Although he discovered clams and similar shellfish, the majority were moon clams. Working with great speed, he had nearly cleared the bubbling spots by the time the villagers decided to approach. Entli scratched her head, pondering whether Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had garnered the favor of the Dragon King. Their luck seemed almost otherworldly. Zhang Haidai sought another area to dig, but was met with less fortune this time. The finds were once again of little value. The villagers turned their attention back to Jiang Han, witnessing his continuous discovery of moon clams, prompting them to gravitate towards him. Entli smiled at Jiang Han. We hope you don't mind us digging here as well. Jiang Han surveyed the villagers before him. To express reluctance would likely result in a deluge of reproach. With a cheerful demeanor, he thought, this mudflat does not belong to me. Anyone can dig here. Entli chuckled merrily as she squatted down, wielding her sand shovel to begin excavating the bubbling mud. Han, I didn't realize you were so young yet so adept at locating spots. This small area has so many water holes. After just a few shovels, she unearthed something, though not a moon clam. It was merely a small clam. Frustrated, Entli felt an urge to curse. As Jiang Han's shovel struck the ground beside where she had previously dug, a moon shell was unearthed. Entli opened her mouth in disbelief, perplexed as to why the treasures lay in such proximity, yet her efforts yielded only inferior finds. Jiang Han chuckled softly and placed the moon shell into his bucket before turning to excavate another area. Entli's gaze remained fixed on him, and as he successfully extracted 2 flower clams, her spirits lifted slightly. Surely, one cannot remain fortunate indefinitely? Yet, Jiang Han's third discovery was yet another moon shell, followed by a fourth. Had it not been for the 2 clams obstructing his path, he would have deemed these moon shells unworthy of his effort. More than an hour later, while Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai continued to dig with enthusiasm, the others grew increasingly disheartened. Once the tide chasing concluded, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, in addition to their initial haul of mantis shrimp, filled their bucket to the brim with moon shells. The bucket of mantis shrimp was nearly half full, while the moon shells overflowed. The villagers felt a chill of despair. Could it be that the moon shells were so abundant? Why could they not even manage half a bucket of clams? Jiang Han politely waved farewell to the villagers, noting that they had approximately half an hour before the tide rose. Being young, he was fatigued and in need of rest. As for the remaining half hour, those who wished to continue digging were welcome to do so. He had already skillfully extracted the best treasures. Initially indifferent to the villagers, Zhang Haidai followed Jiang Han's courteous lead, bidding them farewell as well. The villagers observed the respectful demeanor of the 2 young men, feeling both comforted and disheartened. Had they truly aged, with both stamina and luck fading alongside their years? Old Luo sighed, lamenting why fate could not bestow a portion of good fortune upon him. With their 2 buckets in hand, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai returned to Jiang Han's home. Zhang Haidai, uncertain of what lay beneath the mudflats, had inadvertently collected a number of clams while searching for moon shells. They sorted through their catch, uncovering 5 broken moon shells amidst the clams, which filled 2 large bowls. While the moon shells weighed over a pound, let us keep these for ourselves, Jiang Han suggested. Zhang Haidai nodded, acknowledging that they would hardly fetch a good price. This excursion felt surreal to Jiang Han. His luck had always been lacking. Whenever he went fishing with others, they would haul in bountiful catches while he returned empty-handed. Yet, under Jiang Han's guidance, he had unearthed such a treasure trove this time. Jiang Han, too, felt a sense of confusion. His mind was burdened, especially after breaking up with Tiantian, which had left him feeling insecure. He had an incessant fear that the heavens would soon reclaim his fortune. It was only upon reaching the seashore and witnessing the wealth of marine life that his heart began to settle. Brother Han, should we take the remaining items to Uncle Ermao's place? Jiang Han inquired. Not just yet. Let us first enjoy a late-night snack. These treasures will not perish immediately. Jiang Han replied. The news of their successful haul had likely already reached Jiang Ermao. If they rushed to sell their finds, it would convey a sense of desperation, leading to a lower offer from him. They dined at 3 o'clock, and now, as the clock strikes 9:30, he is indeed famished. At this moment, Jiang Han, brimming with energy, volunteers to prepare the meal. He opts for simply boiled clams and delicately steamed moon shells. Quality ingredients often require only the most minimal of culinary interventions. Observing the moon shells, Jiang Han feels a tinge of regret. Despite his utmost care in harvesting them, a few have succumbed to damage. In contrast, Han Good demonstrates remarkable skill, having gathered a considerable number of moon shells without a single one being broken. Sensing that the time is ripe, Jiang Han and Jiang Han each take hold of a water bucket and proceed to Jiang Ermao's residence. Jiang Ermao, who was already preparing for slumber, is instantly roused by the sight of the goods Jiang Han has brought. Chapter 11. Envy among classmates. Is this a moon shell? Jiang Ermao was not astonished by Jiang Han's discovery of the moon shell. Rather, he was taken aback by the sheer quantity he had gathered under such modest tidal conditions. One might easily assume he had stumbled into a moonshell farm. Jiang Ermao picked up one of the shells for a closer inspection and confirmed its wild origin. Such extraordinary fortune seemed almost otherworldly. Just yesterday, he had received 5 exquisite zebra shrimp, and today, he was presented with an abundance of moon shells. Additionally, another bucket contained 2 more zebra shrimp. He weighed each of the shrimp individually. One weighed 5 taels 2, and the other 5 taels 7, each exceeding half a pound. He then weighed the remaining ordinary shrimp, deducting the weight of the seawater and bucket, which totaled 12 pounds. Astonishingly, the moon shells weighed in at 35 pounds. I'll sell you the shrimp at the original price, but for these moon shells, given their size, I'll charge you 90 yuan per pound. Jiang Ermao, unaccustomed to the calculator on his smartphone, retrieved an old-fashioned calculator and hurriedly computed the total. The machine eventually revealed the figure, 44.52. Jiang Han was left speechless. Could there truly be this much? Although he didn't directly purchase goods from Jiang Ermao, he was more informed than the village elders. Jiang Ermao's reputation was not particularly stellar. He was notorious for squeezing prices whenever possible. Yet today, his offer was undeniably generous. He glanced at Jiang Han, realizing that even a seasoned negotiator like Jiang Ermao dared not underestimate him. Cash or mobile transfer. Jiang Ermao was surprisingly modern in this regard. The village elders preferred cash, many of whom were unfamiliar with smartphones. The youth, however, were different. Just transfer it like yesterday, Jiang Han instructed. A minute later, the sum of 4,452 yuan appeared in Jiang Han's phone. Host sold seafood for 4,452 yuan, gaining 4,452 system points. Does the host wish to redeem the scanning range? Jiang Han, disinterested in responding to the system, reflected on his previous experience. Did choosing to redeem or not make any real difference? Ding. The host defaults to redeeming a 5-meter scanning range. Redemption successful. The host now possesses a 20-meter scanning range. Redemption successful, deducting 2,500 system points, leaving 1,952 system points remaining. The host requires an additional 548 system points to redeem the next 5-meter scanning range. Jiang Han sighed, already knowing his input was inconsequential. However, he understood that he needed to accumulate at least 2,500 points to redeem the 5-meter scanning range. Until then, the points would remain in abeyance. Without delay, he transferred 450 yuan to Jiang Han. Upon seeing the amount, Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a division of profits, perhaps Jiang Han earning 20 while he took 2, or Jiang Han 30 and he 3. He had never imagined the figures would reach double digits, let alone triple. This is quite a lot. Isn't it, Brother Han? Could such a person truly earn 100 yuan in a single day? Even with a 10% cut, it would only amount to 445 yuan. Allow me to round it up for you. Jiang Han gently patted Jiang Han's shoulder, reassuring him to accept the money. I will also go to the beach tomorrow. You should return your uncle's money. Jiang Han opened his mouth to speak, then nodded in agreement. With this sum at hand, He indeed no longer needed his uncle's financial assistance. Should he find himself short of funds later, he could always ask his uncle for a loan. His uncle had always treated him well, certainly better than his own parents. Recalling how Jiang Han had bought Barbie dolls for his two little nieces, he felt it only fitting to bring some fruit for his uncle when he visited. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai returned to their respective homes. After parting with the over 400 yuan he had given Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han still had 4,000 yuan remaining. Gazing at the dilapidated old house, he felt an overwhelming sense that this situation could not persist indefinitely. While it might be acceptable to stay at home for now, he desired a more comfortable living environment. However, achieving that comfort required money. Moreover, he aspired to own a boat of his own. If all goes as expected, the fishing ban would conclude at noon on September 16th. This meant he had a little over 2 months until the ban was lifted. The island's weather was notoriously unpredictable. Should a typhoon or torrential rain occur, he would be unable to fish. On average, he wondered if he could even earn 2,000 yuan a day. Even if he did manage that, it would only total 120,000 yuan over 2 months. Jiang Han was uncertain about the current price of a boat. He had searched online, only to find a multitude of varying opinions. Ultimately, he would need to visit a boat factory for precise information. Unfortunately, their small island lacked such facilities, though a coastal port nearby had one. Few villagers owned boats, and he was unsure if they would be willing to sell to him. He recalled the several traps he had purchased. Now, during the fishing moratorium, he could not deploy them. Once the ban concluded, there seemed to be specific regional restrictions on where traps could be set. He would need to inquire at the village committee after the fishing ban ended to clarify the permissible areas. With his newly acquired unlimited scanning system, his efficiency in fishing had significantly improved. Setting traps would be a matter of sheer luck. It was uncertain which method would yield a greater harvest. Upon rising that morning, Jiang Han discovered the class group chat had erupted with activity. 999 messages overnight. Hudanjin, woe is me, I wish I were dead. This is my family's company. Why must I endure such torment? Lu Bohong, I too am suffering. This society is truly dark. Yuhi, what on earth is happening with you too? Hudanjin, my father insists I start from the bottom, so I began as a lowly clerk. My superior is unaware of my true identity and constantly makes my life difficult, finding every opportunity to impose overtime on me. I can no longer bear it. Li Feiyue, haha, why not reveal your identity? Hudanjin, do you think I'm my father's only child? He believes that if I cannot withstand this minor hardship, I shall have no place in the company in the future. Lu Bohong, at least you still have prospects for advancement. What about me? I am just a workhorse, toiling away at a grueling 996 schedule, constantly being exploited. Hudanjin, I dream of finding a small island, where I can feel the sea breeze, bask in the sun by the shore, and lead a life of leisure and freedom. Lu Bohong, Jiang Han. It has been quite a while since I last heard from you. What have you been up to? Jiang Han was surprised that someone would mention him. Like Lu Bohong, he came from a modest background and had unwittingly enrolled in this challenging major. Unlike him, however, Lu Bohong had chosen to strive for success in a bustling metropolis. Jiang Han opened the wooden window of his room and snapped a photo of the sea, which he promptly shared in the class group chat. The group chat erupted with excitement. Li Feiyue, wow, you're up so early. Do you live by the sea? Are you on vacation? Hudanjin, starry-eyed, I am so envious. Chapter 12. Like a vacation, Yuhi, I recall that Jiang Han's hometown is by the sea, right? Did you return home? Jiang Han, my home is on a small island. I am indeed going home now. The social media circle became increasingly lively. Lu Bohong, this is too. Yuhi, Lu Bohong, does it not seem that he has effortlessly attained the life you aspire to after your hard work? Lu Bohong, Hudanjin, ha ha ha, a wealthy man encounters a fisherman. The wealthy man tells the fisherman that with diligent work, one can enjoy rest and sunshine. The fisherman replies, am I not already enjoying rest and sunshine? Hudanjin, I must take my leave. My supervisor has arrived. Lu Bohong, I too must return to work. Yuhi, Jiang Han, do you not have work? Jiang Han, does going to the beach to gather seafood after the tide recedes count as work? Yuhi, this is absolutely akin to a vacation. Li Feiyue, like a vacation. Tiantian 1, Tang Qin 1. As Jiang Han observed the subtle mockery from a few classmates, he merely responded with a faint smile. Although his dwelling was somewhat aged, from his window, he could behold the vast sea. Is this not the so-called sea view that city dwellers often speak of? If he were to enhance the amenities, what would he envy about the big cities? Once he amassed sufficient wealth, he would undoubtedly demolish this place and construct a luxurious villa. At that time, it would be facing the sea with the warmth of spring and blooming flowers, a life dreamt by many affluent individuals. However, The first step was to visit the town and ascertain the prices of home appliances. His initial modest goal was to purchase a water heater and a washing machine. Upon opening the door, Jiang Han collapsed helplessly from the doorframe. As Jiang Han's face turned pale with shock, Jiang Han sprang up like a monkey. "Han, good. You're awake." Once Jiang Han regained his composure, he instinctively kicked out. Jiang Han yelped in pain. "Han Ge, why did you kick me? With antics like yours. Should I not kick you? You just fell through my front door. I thought you had passed away." His sudden leap had alarmed Jiang Han, who had feared he was witnessing a ghost. However, upon noticing the dark circles under Jiang Hai's eyes, he calmed down. "Did you go catch rats last night?" Jiang Hai rubbed his eyes, trying to conceal any unusual signs. "I'm fine." He had merely been scolded by his mother. He had filled his motorcycle with gasoline. Yet his mother insisted that the tires were wearing out. She incessantly lamented, "Why did you not perish in prison?" In that moment, he longed to throw the 450 yuan he earned from gathering seafood in front of his mother to demonstrate that he too could earn money. Yet, recalling Han Ji's words, he restrained himself, only mentioning that Han Ge paid him 80 yuan each time he gathered seafood. His mother then rambled on about Han Ge, disparagingly claiming that the entire village believed Jiang Han had struck it rich. 80 yuan was hardly a suitable amount to dismiss. He could no longer endure the situation and had his first quarrel with his mother. As he stepped out of the house, she inquired about the 80 yuan. At that moment, his heart sank completely. He tossed the money aside and departed. With nowhere to go, he unconsciously found himself at Jiang Han's doorstep. Unsure of how to approach Jiang Han, he leaned against the door and soon fell asleep. "Brother, let us go to the town." "What is the purpose of going to the town? I've worked hard to earn some money. I wish to spend it." Jiang Han felt a surge of irritation towards Jiang Hai, yet going to the town alone would be rather dull, so he decided to accompany him. This time, he refrained from asking Jiang Hai to borrow a motorcycle from home. Instead, he went to Aunt Hohat's house next door to borrow an electric bike. The motorcycle had ample power and was quite useful for carrying items, but today he intended to buy nothing substantial, so the electric bike would suffice. Aunt Hohat graciously lent them the electric bike and mentioned to Jiang Han that he should ride it more often, as it often lay idle and the battery could deteriorate. Jiang Hai opened his mouth but said nothing. Why did he feel that even a neighbor was preferable to his own mother? The two arrived in the town once more. It was undeniable that the prices of household appliances on the island were exorbitant. The cost of a single washing machine exceeded that in the city by over 1,000 yuan. Jiang Han realized that his 4,000 yuan would only suffice for one appliance. "Brother Han, that's how it is on the island. Everything must be transported from coastal cities." Jiang Han understood. After all, transportation incurred costs, but the difference in prices was staggering. He pondered whether purchasing online would allow for home delivery. "Have you ever ordered a delivery online? Is it possible?" he inquired. "Well, it depends on the courier. Some can deliver, but it's rare. Generally, it's not feasible. The most frustrating instance was when my package was left at a coastal port. The thought of taking a 3-hour boat ride just to retrieve it made me forego the delivery altogether." Jiang Han seized upon the crux of his words. Realizing that some packages could indeed be delivered. Although shopping online differed from purchasing heavy appliances, it was worthwhile to inquire. He opened his phone and contacted over 20 merchants to ask if they could deliver appliances to Shaojing village on Jiao Island. To his surprise, one shop responded affirmatively, albeit with an additional charge of 100 yuan, 50 for island delivery and another 50 for village delivery. The total amounted to a mere 100 yuan. Jiang Han deemed it an exceptional deal and proceeded to order both a washing machine and a water heater from their online store, leaving him with over 800 yuan remaining. In the past, he could never have imagined that within just 3 days of returning to the village, he would be able to purchase both a washing machine and a water heater. During his university days in the southern city, he had often admired the beautiful goose houses in the suburbs, envying Tiantian every time she pointed them out. He too yearned for such beauty. If he were to renovate his house, it would undoubtedly rival those goose houses. When the time came for someone to invite him to the big city, he would decline. "Han, let us dine together. It's my treat." Jiang Han perceived that this fellow was perhaps eager to spend some of his hidden wealth. Yet he concluded that indulging in a meal was far more preferable than engaging in chaotic pursuits. Ultimately, Jiang Han was escorted by Jiang Hai to the esteemed Holy Wang restaurant, reputed to be the finest establishment in the entire town. Upon encountering the proprietress, Jiang Han recalled that just the previous day, Jiang Hai had fixated on her for an extended period. At this moment, coinciding with the dinner rush, the proprietress busied herself, perspiring profusely as she attended to her responsibilities. The light fabric of her blouse clung to her figure, accentuating her alluring silhouette. As Jiang Han turned his head, he noticed that Jiang Hai appeared on the verge of a nosebleed. Chapter 13. Continuing to be envy of classmates, Jiang Han tugged at him. Realizing there were no available seats, he found the situation rather unfortunate. It was surprising how well this newly opened restaurant was doing. Jiang Han did not rush to leave. Since Zhang Haidai was so eager to dine here, they would wait for others to finish their meals if necessary, determined to enjoy their meal. The proprietress approached with a smile, a faint scent of cherry blossom perfume wafting in her wake. Haidai, you've arrived. There are no seats downstairs. Allow me to escort you to an upstairs private room. Jiang Han was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Haidai to be quite familiar with the proprietress. Your restaurant is quite substantial, he remarked. On this island, most establishments were modest eateries, and the total number of tables in a single restaurant was minimal. The downstairs area was spacious, but he hadn't anticipated an upstairs as well. Life on Jiaohua Island seemed to be rather casual. The proprietress led Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai upstairs. Jiang Han chose a seat by the window, where the view below was delightful, and the ambience felt more comfortable than that downstairs. The proprietress pointed to the QR code on the table. What would you like to order? You can scan the QR code to order for yourselves, or if you prefer, I can take your order personally. How advanced? Jiang Han exclaimed. Such a method of ordering was commonplace in the city, yet it was unprecedented on their small island. I don't know how to order. Just choose a few of your best dishes for me in Hangul, Zhang Haidai stammered. Typically articulate, he now seemed tense, almost sweating from anxiety. The proprietress chuckled heartily. If you insist, I shall choose at my discretion. She winked as she spoke. Zhang Haidai's face flushed instantly. That's fine, he replied awkwardly. After the proprietress departed, Zhang Haidai noticed Jiang Han's gaze upon him and explained, on the day she opened, I happened to dine here. I was her first customer and even helped her move some inventory. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat uneasy. At that time, I had no serious commitments. So I often came here for fried rice. After frequent visits, we became familiar. Jiang Han stared at him in shock. You frequented a seafood restaurant for fried rice. I was short on funds back then, Zhang Haidai justified, and Jiang Han found his reasoning quite valid. Also appreciating the kindness of the proprietress who had not chased him away despite his daily visits for fried rice. After a while, a sweet-looking young woman approached, carrying a platter. Table 27, here is your sea base. Jiang Han glanced at her. She had a lovely figure but lacked the proprietress's assertiveness, exuding a more innocent allure. Is this all we get? Just one sea base? The young woman smiled brightly. There are other dishes as well. I feared you two might not finish. So my sister prepared 3 dishes and a soup for you. If you wish to add more, just let me know. What are the other 2 dishes? Spicy fish skin and scallops in scallion oil. The spicy fish skin is quite appetizing, and the soup is clam and dried vegetable soup, exceptionally fresh. Jiang Han found himself increasingly impressed by the proprietress, who, despite Zhang Haidai's casual attitude towards service, did not seek to exploit him. Had she brought forth a grand lobster, Zhang Haidai would have had little room for objection. The dishes she instructed her sister to serve were reasonably priced and perfectly portioned. Are you the proprietress's sister? He inquired. Indeed, they often say I bear little resemblance to my sister. True, yet each possesses her unique charm. You, dear sister, are strikingly pure and delightful. Did your sister not mention you were studying? What brings you to assist in the establishment? It is summer vacation, and I am here for a seasonal job. Ah, I see. Your sister has organized everything splendidly. We are quite satisfied. Please extend our gratitude to her. The sister smiled. Certainly, I will convey your appreciation. Jiang Han discerned that the flavors of this establishment were truly commendable, which perhaps explained its thriving business. The service was equally commendable, as they graciously presented them with a small fruit platter. Suddenly, Jiang Han's phone vibrated. Lu Bohong had tagged him in their group chat. Lu Bohong, Jiang Han. What are you up to? Jiang Han, dining. Hudanjin, what are you eating? Jiang Han thought his classmates were rather insipid. Did they truly need to inquire about lunch? Nonetheless, he snapped a photo of the dishes on the table and sent it to the group, though his hand trembled, rendering the image slightly blurred. Yuhi, are you serious? Is this your lunch? Jiang Han, dining at a restaurant with friends. Jiang Han, what? Does young master, you look down upon our humble meals? After a while, Yui posted his own lunch, a sandwich and a bottle of yogurt, set against the backdrop of a square. Yui, crying, my family runs a small company. We lack sufficient manpower, so my father thrust me into handing out flyers. Hudanjin also shared her lunch, appearing as an unappetizing work meal. The sight of the takeout box made it even less appealing. Hudanjin, what sort of mundane existence do we lead? Jiang Han seems to be living the high life. Jiang Han felt a wave of frustration. How could a simple meal outwarrant such ponderings on life? Viewed through this lens, the lives of these wealthy heirs seemed far from enviable. When Zhang Haidai went to settle the bill, the proprietress charged them a mere 180 yuan. In a larger city, such a meal would scarcely be had for under 250. Jiang Han decided it was time to return. As the tide would recede at 8 o'clock that evening, with high tide reaching at midnight, he planned to take a brief nap, fearing he might lack energy for the evening's work. Brother Han, you may head back. I will go to the internet CAF. Very well, I shall take my leave. The exterior of the town's supermarket was plastered with numerous contact numbers, primarily those of private vehicle owners residing in the town. They lacked formal employment and would respond to calls, offering rides. However, the rates were rather steep. For an 8 to 9 minute drive from the town to the village, they might charge 30 or 40 yuan. Jiang Han rode his electric scooter back, opting not to rush the return of the vehicle but instead to recharge it first. He took a nap, and the battery was fully charged. When he returned the car, Aunt Ho-Hot invited him to stay for dinner. Jiang Han politely declined, preferring to prepare a simple meal for himself. As he was leaving, Aunt Ho-Hot's little grandson ran over, his tiny form wobbling as he dashed towards Jiang Han. Upon reaching him, the child playfully patted Jiang Han's backside. Aunt Ho-Hot was startled, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you doing?" The child innocently replied, "You said it yourself." "Auntie, Jiang Han is lucky. I want to befriend him to share in his fortune." The little one rubbed his hands, which had just touched Jiang Han, realizing he was indeed trying to seek good luck. Aunt Ho-Hot blushed deeply, saying, "Little Han, do not pay heed to the child's nonsense." "Auntie, how could you ever think such a thing?" she said, even doubting her own words. Chapter 14. The clam. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. Yet he refrained from dwelling on it. He had not anticipated that such tales would circulate within the village. "It's quite all right, Auntie. I was quite mischievous at that age as well." Aunt Ho-Hot offered an awkward smile, but the little rascal seemed unsatisfied, yearning for a bit more luck, until Aunt Ho-Hot restrained him. Jiang Han hastily exited Aunt Ho-Hot's home. As he stepped outside, he encountered Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya, and for reasons unknown, he perceived an unusual glint in their eyes as they regarded him. Just as he prepared to hasten homeward, Aunt Baoya approached him with a beaming smile. "Han, could you spare an old piece of clothing for me?" Jiang Han stared at Aunt Baoya, her wrinkled face adorned with a disingenuous grin, perplexed by her request. What would you need my old clothes for? He had never heard of any peculiar inclination she possessed. "Well, my daughter-in-law has yet to show any signs of pregnancy, so I thought to place your old clothes beneath their pillow to attract some good fortune." Jiang Han was utterly taken aback. He was not a deity of fertility. The mere thought of his old garments resting beneath the couple's pillow made him uneasy. While he certainly would not part with his clothing, he did offer her a scrap of an old tablecloth. Aunt Baoya, delighted with the piece of cloth, departed with great joy. Later that evening, at 8 o'clock, they could go clam digging, and Zhang Haidai would arrive from town at 7:30, riding a second-hand bicycle of uncertain origin. Jiang Han couldn't help but smirk. This fellow had been engrossed in games until now. Fortunately, it did not impede their clam digging plans. Upon reaching the mudflat, they found an even larger crowd than the previous day. The night had fully enveloped them, with some individuals sporting headlamps while others wielded flashlights, illuminating the darkness. To any unsuspecting inlanders who wandered here, it could be quite a fright. Jiang Han wondered about their motivations, though they clam digged alongside him. He was the one who would return with a bountiful harvest, while they would remain as they always had, content with whatever meager catch they could muster. Yet, they seemed undeterred. Zhang Haidai expressed his discontent, questioning whether they intended to compete for the catch. Jiang Han, however, felt a serene acceptance. The vast ocean belonged to everyone. He lacked the ability to deter others from clam digging. To Jiang Han's surprise, he noticed two aunties, who usually frequented the mahjong parlor, had also ventured out to the mudflat to dig clams. It seemed that over time, those capable had taken to the outside world, while the remaining villagers had grown increasingly indolent. Aside from a few elderly individuals, many of the aunties appeared to be in their 40s to 50s. Poverty did not seem to hinder their laziness. While the men toiled outside to earn a living, the women idled away their days playing mahjong in the village, only seeking funds from the men when money ran low, never contemplating the notion of earning for themselves. Today's scenario was indeed peculiar. Jiang Han did not press into the crowd, but it did not prevent them from noticing him. Old man Zhang called out, and all the clam diggers paused to gather around Jiang Han, offering friendly pats on his shoulder and extending their hands for a handshake. Jiang Han found himself increasingly overwhelmed and hurriedly escaped from the crowd. Fortunately, they did not pursue him. The coastline in this area was extensive, and Jiang Han led Zhang Haidai northward, traversing a region where sand mingled with mud, rich in sandy deposits. His scanning range had expanded to 20 meters, making the task considerably easier. Even at night, his vision remained unaffected. "How peculiar," he mused. "What is wrong, Hangu?" Zhang Haidai inquired. "Nothing," Jiang Han replied. unable to divulge that he had discovered nothing of worth beneath the surface today. Had his luck truly been siphoned away? His system allowed him to perceive the hidden treasures below, yet it did not bestow upon him any fortune. In an expanse devoid of valuable finds, he was naturally unable to unearth anything of significance. He glanced back at the villagers, who seemed no better off, when he passed by. He noticed they were also sifting through mere trinkets. Han Ge, we have been walking for quite some time, Jiang Han reminded him. With a sigh, Jiang Han resolved to elevate himself amidst the mediocrity, retracing his steps by another 15 meters. Did you bring the salt shakers? Jiang Han wondered if his extraordinary scanning abilities would render such tools unnecessary. However, the reality was different. Yes, Jiang Han replied, producing 2 large salt shakers from his backpack. In a fishery, those who harvest the sea are well aware of what they are collecting. Yet here, in this pristine natural area, one could encounter an array of surprises. Jiang Han had prepared for every eventuality, resulting in a heavy backpack. Each of them took a large salt shaker. Are we going to use the salt shakers? Jiang Han nodded, wielding a sand shovel to remove the top layer of sand and mud, revealing a dense network of air holes beneath. Jiang Han's excitement surged as he observed the tight clustering of the holes. Could they be clams? Clams often gathered in groups, so if one was unearthed, others would likely follow. Without a second thought, Jiang Han aimed the pointed nozzle of his salt shaker at the hole and sprayed in some salt. The hole emitted a sputter, and then fell silent. Despite being shelled creatures, clams could flee swiftly beneath the sand and mud. Jiang Han quickly added more salt. And soon enough, a clam emerged from the opening. Indeed, it's a clam. Jiang Han swiftly snatched the partially exposed clam and tossed it into the bucket. Han Ge, this bamboo clam is enormous. It could be considered a king among clams. One might argue so. At least among the wild ones, this size is impressive. Clams are generally inexpensive due to the abundance of aquaculture. Most clams available on the market are farmed, which keeps the price of wild clams low. Such clams could fetch a retail price of around 40 yuan per pound, while Jiang Ermao might offer 20 to 30 yuan per pound. Although today's haul did not compare to the previous days, he felt content. Without the binding of his system, he would never have discovered such clams. After deciding to focus on clams for the day, Jiang Han and Jiang Han moved with purpose. Jiang Han held the salt shaker, swiftly releasing a cascade of salt through its numerous openings. The clams, fearful of the salt, immediately emerged from their burrows under the high salinity. With remarkable agility, Jiang Han seized each clam as it surfaced. Utilizing salt to coax the clams out possessed a distinct advantage. They emerged largely intact, minimizing the risk of damage. Moreover, it proved to be quite effortless. As Jiang Han turned his head, he noticed Jiang Han had already captured all the clams nearby. Such speed was impressive, rarely praised. Jiang Han, who was never one to shy away from a fight, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the compliment. Observing Jiang Han's inclination to dig haphazardly, Jiang Han restrained him, gesturing towards the due south. He suggested they proceed approximately 10 meters in that direction to explore further. Chapter 15. The importance of reading. Jiang Han was well aware of Jiang Han's extensive reading, and thus he naturally held a firm belief in him. As they approached within 10 meters, Jiang Han cleared away the sand and mud atop, revealing a series of small holes beneath. Brother Han, this is truly remarkable. It seems that reading extensively really does pay off. Otherwise, one wouldn't even be able to gather clams properly. Jiang Han chuckled lightly and urged, let us get to work. With the system at his disposal, he certainly did not wish to exert himself unnecessarily. However, in the absence of quality finds, he could only rely on quantity, which hinged upon physical stamina. There was an abundance of clams in this area, and he intended to excavate every last one he could. Their efforts soon drew the attention of the villagers. As they approached with buckets in hand, Jiang Han had already managed to gather a considerable haul of clams. Although the villagers watched with envy, they felt hesitant to encroach upon the clam beds Jiang Han had discovered. Jiang Han, we've never seen you out here gathering clams before. How did you become so adept at locating them? Your luck is simply extraordinary. Why can't we share in some of it? They had brushed against Jiang Han's hands and even touched his clothes, yet such good fortune seemed to elude them entirely. Observing Jiang Han's current momentum, it was evident that he was on the verge of an impressive catch. Seeing the varied expressions on the villagers' faces, Jiang Han began to tease. Perhaps it's because I read so much. If you all read more, you could do the same. He elaborated, the direction of the wind, the size of the holes, and the speed of the waves all hold their own significance. He genuinely wished to avoid being poked and prodded by curious hands. Old man Zhang immediately perked up, intrigued. What kind of significance are we talking about? Do enlighten us. Jiang Han merely smiled and remained silent. Old man Zhang's face turned slightly red, leaving him at a loss for words. In the past, their village had its own craftsmen, skills that sustained their livelihoods. If one were to inquire about the secrets behind their craft, they would invariably remain tight-lipped. The others regarded Jiang Han's words with skepticism. After some contemplation, they concluded that perhaps both luck and knowledge played a part in his success. Thus, they recognized the importance of reading. As for them, the simple folk, they could only muddle through life as best they could. With the villagers looking on, Jiang Han continued to dig with precision. The onlookers grew increasingly envious. Aunt May, known for her habitual visits to the local card room, suddenly found herself disenchanted with gambling. She sought a spot to dig with her hands, emulating a dog. Aunt Jinju cast a sidelong glance at her, questioning her enthusiasm. Why are you so excited about Jiang Han's good fortune? Aunt May replied, do you know why I always lose at mahjong? Why? Well, it's obviously due to my lack of luck. I have no fortune in mahjong. And I have no fortune gathering clams either. If I possessed Jiang Han's luck, would I still be losing? She glanced back at Jiang Han and pondered. I've discovered a splendid method to test one's luck, clam gathering. Once I manage to find good clams, that will signal my good fortune. And then I can return to mahjong. She reasoned that venturing out without luck to merely lose was foolish. Aunt Jinju found her logic compelling. If she could luck into some good finds while clam gathering, perhaps she too could enjoy a successful run at the card table. Inspired, Aunt Jinju began her own dog digging in pursuit of clams. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai spent the day primarily excavating clams, occasionally discovering a few small clams and snails, all of which they collected. Since he needed to purchase groceries anyway, Jiang Han decided to set aside a small portion. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly noon, and they had returned earlier than expected. Instead of knocking on Jiang Ermao's door in the dead of night, Jiang Han placed the clams in a basin filled with seawater. The following morning, the clams weighed in at a total of 60 kilograms. Jiang Ermao offered him a price of 32 yuan per kilogram, which Jiang Han recognized as the highest price Jiang Ermao could offer. The total amounted to 1,920 yuan. Although it was just shy of 2,000, the villagers regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for supernatural beings. Each one greeted him with smiles, as if their joviality could bring them good fortune. Jiang Han felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutiny. The host sold seafood for 1,920 yuan, earning 1920 system points. Total system points, 3,872 points. Does the host wish to consume 2,500 system points to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range? Ding. Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 20-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. 2,500 system points deducted, leaving 1,372 system points remaining. The host needs an additional 1,128 system points to redeem the next 5-meter scanning range. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Jiang Han was taken aback by the system's encouragement. Upon returning home, he transferred 192 yuan to Zhang Haidai. They had quite a bit left over this time. Feeling that he couldn't consume all of it alone, Jiang Han called Zhang Haidai. The noise on the other end was overwhelming. Brother Han, I want to be coming over to eat. After hanging up, Jiang Han felt a sense of unease. Last night, when Zhang Haidai left his house, he noticed him riding a bicycle, not heading home but rather towards the town. Was he planning to spend the night in an internet CAF just to play a game? Stretching, Jiang Han decided to take a short nap in his rocking chair, but was soon awakened by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found the village chief standing there with 2 identical girls. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Are these twins? Jiang Han, Tiantian has taken in a couch surfer, did you know? Jiang Han shook his head. I'm not aware of that. However, it is indeed typical of Tiantian to engage in such whimsical activities. Village chief, is there something you need? The village chief sighed. These 2 are the couch surfers. Unable to clarify further, he let the twins explain themselves. Sister Ma Shumei spoke up. We belong to a group that travels everywhere, regardless of the circumstances. To save costs, we don't stay in hotels or inns. Instead, we sleep on sofas in people's homes. Couch surfers are a community. Those who join this community must share their own sofas with fellow couch surfers. When other couch surfers arrive at one's home, one must also offer their own sofa. The village chief felt somewhat embarrassed, as this situation was instigated by Tiantian, whose address was provided as her residence. With Tiantian absent, her mother adamantly refused to allow the 2 young ladies entry. As you are aware of my family dynamics, particularly with my formidable mother, I could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if I were to bring 2 young women home. Considering your relationship with Tiantian, I thought it best to present these 2 ladies to you. However, I have already parted ways with Tiantian. The village chief stiffened, appearing quite anxious. What were they to do? A typhoon was imminent, and they could not even leave the island. A typhoon? Indeed, the weather forecast indicated as much. When Jiang Han was online, he had indeed seen reports about the typhoon. Just yesterday, it mentioned that it would not make landfall until the day after tomorrow. He had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. Chapter 16. Taking in the twins, Jiang Han cast another glance at the pair of twins. Youthful and seemingly fresh out of university. I can offer you my living room, he said, but the conditions are rather modest. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaomei immediately responded, that's perfectly fine. We just need a place to rest. Jiang Han fully opened the door, inviting them in. The village chief let out a sigh of relief. He was grateful that Jiang Han had decided to take them in, for he truly did not know how to handle the situation otherwise. As soon as Ma Xiaomei entered, they set down their heavy bags. May we take a shower here? They inquired. We've traveled all day without a wash. The twins possessed delicate features, and although they claimed to enjoy traveling, their skin remained remarkably fair, exuding a certain ethereal beauty. I don't have a water heater, Jiang Han replied. If you wish to bathe, you'll need to heat the water yourself. The sisters were not at all put off by this, and simply asked Jiang Han for an electric kettle. Eventually, he provided them with a quick heating kettle and a large red bucket. Using the kettle alone would be too slow. This bucket is brand new and unused. You can plug the kettle into the bucket, and once the water is hot, you'll be able to bathe. The twins exchanged identical expressions of confusion, then blinked in unison. Is it really that simple? They wondered aloud. They had never encountered such a straightforward method before. My sister used to heat water this way, Jiang Han explained. In the village, many people did. He chuckled, recalling that as a grown man, he had never resorted to such means during the sweltering summer days, opting instead for a refreshing cold shower. The sisters expressed their gratitude and proceeded to heat the water as Jiang Han suggested, perhaps out of curiosity. They soon checked the temperature of the water in the bucket. Jiang Han then heard their astonished exclamations. Goodness, it really works. Is this the wisdom of the working class? How could anyone think of such a method? Jiang Han couldn't help but twitch his lips at their comments. What had been a commonplace practice for him had transformed into a marvel of ingenuity in their eyes. Glancing at his phone, he noted that the typhoon was predicted to make landfall in Tiantian in 5 hours, with the storm sweeping through their small island beforehand. The approaching typhoon was classified as a strong tropical storm, packing winds of 10.5 on the scale. Jiang Han could only hope that the most severe part would spare their island. He conducted a thorough check of his surroundings, ensuring that all windows were tightly closed. At that moment, the village's loudspeaker crackled to life, urging everyone to return home promptly and to prepare for the impending storm. His phone buzzed with a message from Zhang Haidai. Honggu, a typhoon is coming. Thinking of Zhang Haidai still in town, Jiang Han replied, I know. Haven't you returned yet? Zhang Haidai responded, I'm not coming back. The internet CAF has closed, so I'll just stay here. Jiang Han was taken aback. It seemed Zhang Haidai had truly adopted the internet CAF as a second home. After ensuring the safety measures downstairs were in place, Jiang Han ascended to his room. 2 young ladies were resting here, and it seemed inappropriate for a man to linger. Moreover, he had not slept well the previous night. And with the impossibility of going to the sea today, he intended to recuperate the sleep he had lost. It was unfortunate that today coincided with the high tide. There were only a few days of significant tides this month, and the typhoon had ruined today's opportunity. As Jiang Han lay down, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a transfer message from his sister, amounting to 2,000 yuan. Instead of accepting it immediately, he mirrored her actions and sent her the same sum. Upon receiving the transfer, Jiang Feng was clearly taken aback. Her brother had often claimed to possess wealth, but now it seemed he truly did. She surmised that this money was likely earned during his time in the South City. She would inquire further once he had spent a considerable amount. Beside her, Zhao Hai nudged his wife, amused by her delight. What are you so happy about? He asked. I'm just thrilled. My brother is becoming increasingly responsible, she replied. Zhao Hai remained silent, pondering that Jiang Han had merely succeeded in gaining admission to a reputable university, and the value of a college degree had diminished over the years. As long as Jiang Han did not become a burden to their family, that was sufficient. Neither Jiang Han nor Jiang Feng accepted the transfers, and thus they lingered in the chat window. Just as Jiang Han believed he could finally rest, there was a knock on his door. Slightly irritated, he opened it to find his twin sister, Ma Xiaomei, standing before him in a sheer silk camisole, the neckline dangerously low. What do you need? Jiang Han's tone was frosty, startling Ma Xiaomei. I'm sorry, I just wanted to check in on the family, but I couldn't get through on the phone. With a sigh, Jiang Han donned a white tank top and stepped out of his room. The signal is poor downstairs. You can use my room where the reception is better. Ma Xiaomei expressed her gratitude repeatedly as she entered his room. As he left, she couldn't help but admire his figure. He was undeniably handsome, effortlessly fit in clothes yet appealing without them. When Jiang Han descended again, he found Ma Xiaomei setting up a tent in the living room. Aren't you going to inform your family of your safety? He questioned, unsure how to address her, as he struggled to distinguish between the two sisters despite knowing their names. I'll do that shortly, she replied, wearing a similar silk nightgown to her sister's. As Jiang Han approached, she instinctively tugged at her dress, attempting to cover her fair legs, inadvertently revealing even more of her neckline. Jiang Han, exasperated, averted his gaze, pondering whether they regarded him as inconsequential, given their attire in his home. He contemplated retreating to his sister's room for the night. Although she had married and moved out, her room remained untouched. Just as he took a few steps, Ma Xiaomei called out, "Do you have anything to eat here?" In a bid to simplify matters, Jiang Han resolved to offer his instant noodles. However, Ma Xiaomei, with a pitiful tone, lamented, "Throughout our journey, it has been nothing but instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, or prepackaged rice. We have grown weary of these convenience foods. We yearn for something different." Jiang Han gritted his teeth, noting her numerous demands, yet he chose to endure. At present, various regions across the nation are striving to enhance the tourism image of their hometowns. Jiawa Island seldom attracts visitors, should it gain notoriety. It would be for the lack of hospitality exhibited by its residents, a fate that would surely invite ridicule. He could already envision how cultural tourism from different locales would deride Jiawa Island's offerings. "Can you cook?" Jiang Han gestured towards the kitchen, which was equipped with rice, a rice cooker, and an electric pot. "You can prepare your own meals." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaomei's spirits lifted immensely. "Thank you, Jiang Han." Chapter 17. The typhoon approaches. Cooking is a woman's forte, and Ma Xiaomei quickly took charge of the kitchen. She winked at Jiang Han and smiled. "Have you eaten yet?" Jiang Han had not dined either, as he had intended to catch up on some sleep first. Ma Xiaomei promptly declared, "I've made enough for both of us. Let us eat together." Jiang Han did not refuse. After all, he had welcomed them into his home and shared his resources. It was not too much to share a meal prepared by them, was it? As Ma Xiaomei washed the rice, Jiang Han seized the opportunity, before the typhoon fully hit, to step outside. He visited in Hohat's house to request some vegetables. When he offered to pay, and Hohat adamantly refused. However, Jiang Han insisted on slipping the money into her hands, saying, "If you want to accept it, I shan't come to you for vegetables next time." When he returned to the kitchen, holding underdeveloped cucumbers and stunted lettuce, Ma Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh aloud. Realizing her reaction was inappropriate, she quickly apologized. The island's soil was undoubtedly less fertile than that of the mainland, compounded by the fact that the vegetables were grown without chemical fertilizers, relying solely on organic compost. Their appearance could never compare to the produce found in supermarkets. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei felt a pang of superficiality. Despite her and her sister's travels across many places, there remained vast areas of ignorance. She glanced at the green, watery substance Jiang Han had placed in a bowl. "What is this?" "Qiangqi tofu," Jiang Han replied. Ma Xiaomei noted that it indeed resembled tofu. "Isn't qiangqi a type of traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes, it is. However, it can also be prepared as food, possessing cooling and detoxifying properties. Aunt Hohat harvested it this morning." Unable to resist, Ma Xiaomei took a bite and found it utterly delightful, sweet and refreshing. Such a flavor could not be found in the bustling metropolis. In fact, it rivaled the desserts from any confectionery. Sister. Ma Xiaomei called for Ma Xiaomei to join in tasting the qiangqi tofu. The sisters beamed with joy as they savored the dish. Jiang Han then presented the leftover seafood from the previous day to the sisters. They gazed in wonder at the unusual shellfish, some familiar and others unidentifiable. With numerous questions, Jiang Han patiently answered them one by one. When the sisters spotted the hermit crabs, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "They are so adorable. How can we eat them?" Jiang Han replied. "Can we take these 5 hermit crabs home?" they asked eagerly. "They are simply too cute. We want to keep them." Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. "Sure, it doesn't bother me." Hermit crabs were abundant along the coast. He could hardly be bothered to collect them, and these few had been gathered by Zhang Haidai. Upon hearing Jiang Han's consent, the sisters were overjoyed. Unsure how to cook seafood, Jiang Han advised them simply to boil it in clean water. Skeptical, they questioned, "Will it really taste good just boiled in plain water? Isn't that like boiling meat without seasoning?" Yet, they followed his instructions nonetheless. "Wow, this is incredibly fresh." I felt as though I might swallow my tongue. The seafood restaurant in our area is renowned for its freshness, yet the flavors here are simply incomparable. They merely immerse the ingredients in boiling water, employing the most rudimentary and unrefined cooking methods. The taste of farmed seafood is undeniably distinct from that of wild-caught. Despite the purported freshness of your seafood, it has been subjected to various high-tech treatments for several days. What they refer to as fresh merely indicates that the seafood was alive prior to cooking. Ma Xiaomei unconsciously consumed a considerable amount. Such purely wild seafood is a rarity for them. In truth, indulging in just a few plates could cost a fortune. Even the underdeveloped vegetables procured from Aunt Hohat's place were remarkably delicious. According to their local terminology, These are labeled as organic vegetables, each one meticulously tagged for sale in supermarkets, commanding prices several times higher than ordinary produce. The two sisters had never before consumed so much in one sitting. Jiang Han believed he would finally enjoy a restful night, but was abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei, clutching their pillows, gazed at him with innocent eyes. Jiang Han, the typhoon is terrifying. Ma Xiaomei lamented. Yes, it is quite frightening, Ma Xiaomei echoed. While their location occasionally faces the wrath of typhoons, it is usually the remnants that reach them, resulting in little more than some rain and mild winds. However, they had just witnessed a tree being uprooted outside, which genuinely frightened them. Jiang Han sighed. It was merely a level 10 storm. Had a super typhoon arrived, the two girls would surely have sought refuge in his bed. What would you have me do? He inquired. Jiang Han, could you keep us company? They pleaded, since sleep was out of the question. Having a boy to converse with would provide them with a sense of security. Reluctantly, Jiang Han accompanied them to the living room, though they found no common ground for conversation. After a few exchanges, he leaned against the wall and drifted into slumber. He awoke the following afternoon to discover he was not in his room, but rather in a tent infused with the fragrance of roses. Jiang Han, you're awake. It was us sisters who carried you into the tent yesterday, they chirped. Jiang Han felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he truly been so deeply asleep? No. That was not the crux of the matter. The real question was why they had brought him into their tent. He quickly assessed his attire, finding it intact, which suggested he had been overthinking. The aroma of dishes wafted through the air. Ma Xiaomei smiled and said, We watched some videos on cooking seafood. Today we didn't just boil it in plain water, but utilized online methods instead. Jiang Han glanced at the spread, which included garlic clams, beer-braised mussels, and clam vermicelli soup. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, indicating that classmates were tagging him in the group chat. Lu Bohong, Jiang Han. I heard there's a typhoon where you are. Are you alright? Tiantian, Jiang Han. The typhoon on the island must be quite severe, right? Tiantian, Jiang Han. During the typhoon, will there be a shortage of supplies? Li Feiyue, Jiang Han. Do you have anything to eat? Have you had breakfast? Jiang Han then shared a photograph in the group. Jiang Han, here is my breakfast. The group erupted with excitement. Yuhi, is breakfast a seafood feast as well? Lu Bohong. Last time at the restaurant, seafood was acceptable, but is it so extravagant at home? Tiantian, it looks absolutely delicious. The presentation is no less impressive than that of a restaurant. Li Feiyue, this meal must cost several hundred, Jiang Han. Do you spend that much on breakfast? Lu Bohong, who is that across the table? A woman? Two women? And they are both wearing matching silk nightgowns? Tiantian, Jiang Han. Are you really living such a flamboyant lifestyle? Jiang Han scrutinized the photograph. He had not captured the faces of Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei, but their half-figures were visible in the frame. Jiang Han, stop joking. They are a pair of twins. Yuhi wow. Li Feiyue wow. Tiantian, wow. Lu Bohong wow. Chapter 18. A fortunate encounter with flamingos. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. The recent typhoon was rather mild, and since its center did not pass over the island, it dissipated within a single night. As Jiang Han surveyed the yard, strewn with leaves and muck blown in from who knows where, he fetched a bamboo broom to tidy up the mess. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei did not remain idle either. They rushed over to lend a hand. Jiang Han also brought out the 2 pots of orchids he had moved indoors before the storm. The atmosphere had been filled with terror during the typhoon, but now tranquility had returned. At that moment, Zhang Haidai walked in and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing 2 women in Jiang Han's home. Han Ge, he greeted. Jiang Han had called him the previous day, instructing him to come over at 11:30 if the typhoon had cleared. Checking the time, Jiang Han noted it was precisely 11:30. The lad had an impeccable sense of timing. Often, the high tide lasts 2 to 3 days, and sometimes even longer. Today was no exception, featuring 3 low tides. One occurred in the early hours, coinciding with the typhoon, which they had missed. The other 2 were at noon and 11 at night. They had half an hour until the second low tide of the day. Since returning home, Jiang Han had yet to venture out during a high tide, and his instincts told him that today would surely yield treasures. Let us prepare some tools. Remember to bring a couple of bottles of water, he suggested. Initially, they had planned to boil water and bring a kettle, but after their last visit to town, they had returned with 2 cases of bottled water. So this time they opted for the convenience of mineral water. The 2 girls, observing their busy preparations, approached eagerly. Are you going to the beach? They inquired. Yes. The girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. We want to go too. Take us along. Jiang Han paused. Aren't you going back? We haven't had our fun yet. We plan to return tomorrow, they replied. Jiang Han felt that having the 2 girls around would hinder his ability to gather treasures swiftly. However, the way they blinked at him with hopeful, innocent eyes made it seem as though refusing would brand him a heartless villain. Reluctantly, he conceded and agreed to take them along. Initially, he intended to head to the mudflats, a place he was quite familiar with. Yet, he felt it would be unkind to let the girls wade through the filthy mud, so he decided on the rocky reefs instead. But you must stick close to us. Do not engage in any activities we do not permit. Upon hearing that Jiang Han would not abandon them, the two girls exchanged delighted high fives. Rest assured, we will heed your every word. The rocky reef, located at the boundary of two villages, attracted more beachgoers than the mudflats. Due to the recent storm, the sea was quite murky. Nevertheless, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei gasped in awe as several flamingos appeared near the shoreline. Their fiery red bodies resembled flames dancing upon the sea, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Such birds, admired for their exquisite appearance, are often rendered into cartoon designs, printed on clothing and various crafts. Two young girls were utterly exhilarated at the sight of living flamingos. Flamingos. Truly flamingos. Oh my goodness. They are simply stunning. Quick. Let us take a picture of me with the flamingos. Before they even began their seaside excursion, they had already entered a frenzy of photography. For Jiang Han, this was only the second time encountering such magnificent creatures. In his childhood, without a mobile phone, he could not capture the moment. Who knew when he would see them again? Thus, he too took out his phone to snap a few pictures, while Zhang Haidai mimicked him and began photographing as well. A nearby aunt, busy with her seaside gathering, couldn't help but chuckle. University students find excitement in everything. They even want to take pictures of a few birds. What is more important than working? At our age, we don't engage in such frivolities. Jiang Han smiled at them. Having heard that those who see flamingos are blessed with good fortune, the ants paused in their work, truly intrigued. Really? Jiang Han responded, why would I deceive you? Seeing something delightful naturally brings good luck. Those who live by the sea tend to be superstitious. It is said that these creatures symbolize fortune, prompting everyone to take out their phones for a photograph. Afterward, they plan to share their captures with their husbands and children. Jiang Han even posted his photo with the flamingos on his social media. Perhaps the flamingos had left everyone in awe, as the post quickly garnered several likes, including one from Tiantian. The initial feeling of luck from witnessing the flamingos abruptly dissipated. Tiantian shared the picture in their group chat. Tiantian, Jiang Han, are there flamingos in your hometown? Jiang Han, yes. Tiantian, send me the address. I'll come to see them. Jiang Han, by the time you arrive, they will have long departed. Tiantian, as it turned out, these flamingos were merely passing through and soon took flight. Nonetheless, this experience would provide ample material for Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei to boast about for quite some time. The two girls finally shifted their attention to the rocks. Wow, so many shells. Hey, why are all these shells empty? Were they blown away by the typhoon? They were unfamiliar with these items, referring to all shelled creatures simply as shells. Jiang Han initially intended to avoid their chaotic rhythm but couldn't suppress a laugh. Look over here, aren't they spicy snails? Where are the spicy snails? The sisters inquired in unison. Jiang Han felt a headache coming on. The duo bombarded him with countless questions, mostly of the simplistic type. He could only point out the spicy snails to them. Indeed, they spotted many that resembled screws, larger and more colorful than ordinary screws. They clung to the rocks and occasionally moved a few steps. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a number of them. I think I've seen this before. There are two little hermit crabs, and isn't the shell they inhabit a spicy snail? Jiang Han felt they weren't entirely foolish. Those empty shells you see are actually oysters. Some of these oysters have had their flesh pried away by humans, while others have fallen prey to these spicy snails. The hermit crabs you see bearing the shells of spicy snails have consumed the snails and taken refuge within their shells. It can be said that the oyster's nemesis is the spicy snail, while the spicy snail's adversary is the hermit crab. The two girls listened in astonishment, and upon finishing, they erupted into applause. Jiang Han, you are remarkable. To know such things demonstrates your vast knowledge. Jiang Han momentarily stiffened. Is this truly what constitutes knowledge? Surely, anyone casually approached by the seaside would be aware of such matters. Like Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han began to sift through the densely clustered spicy snails atop the rocks. The snails he dislodged fell directly into the net bag he had brought. The sisters felt something was amiss with the net bag. Its holes were excessively large, nearly the size of 1.5 of their fingers. Chapter 19. The discovery of the general's hat. Look, these little ones have fallen through these holes. Jiang Han felt parched. Indeed, bringing the girls to the beach would inevitably hinder his ability to earn. Many of the tiny spicy snails were inedible. Filtering them out would simplify the selection process later. The two girls had not anticipated this reason. It seemed their ignorance was evident once again. With so many spicy snails, wouldn't that mean we struck it rich? Jiang Han pointed behind him, where throngs of people were bustling about. The consensus was that the tide brought forth plenty. Hence even those who seldom ventured to the shore had come out to collect. The ants were far quicker than they were. If they were only to gather these spicy snails, their haul would be quite minimal. Moreover, the price of spicy snails was rather modest. And Alan smiled at Jiang Han, remarking on his remarkable luck in the mudflat. After all, this was a rocky reef, where everything was clearly visible. Shouldn't his fortune align with theirs? Jiang Han smiled back at Aunt Alan, asserting that he had merely encountered a stroke of good luck in those days. With that, he leaped down from the rock and scooped up 2 stranded turbot, placing them into his bucket. Aunt Alan, Aunt Jinju, I just passed by there. How come I didn't see any turbot? Old Luo, turbot can change color, a form of protective coloration, blending with the surrounding environment. With those dead fish eyes of yours, it's a wonder you could see anything at all. Aunt Jinju, you old coot, who has dead fish eyes? Old Luo? Just talk, don't hit. Old Luo ceased his beachcombing, clutching his bucket as he fled. Ma Xiaomei gasped in astonishment. Jiang Han, how are you so skilled? You can just pick up fish effortlessly. Jiang Han's system was linked to a scanning function, initially. He had worried that it might not perform well on such rocky shores. Upon arrival, he discovered that even in the rocky reef area, it did not hinder his abilities. His vision had indeed improved remarkably. Within a 20-meter radius, he could see even the smallest items on the ground with crystal clarity. Even the turbot, a marine creature with protective coloration, could be easily distinguished from its surroundings in his sight. Ma Xiaomei gazed at the fish, growing increasingly familiar with it. Sister, doesn't this fish resemble the kind my mother often has air freighted? Ma Xiaomei looked again, and it seemed so. My mother says this type of fish is good for beauty and health, which is why she often has it air freighted. Zhang Haidai glanced at the 2 girls with mild disdain. Air freighted? It's not like they're running a restaurant, who would frequently have seafood air freighted for no reason. Jiang Han called out to Zhang Haidai, who snapped back to attention. Haidai, let us go check over there. Zhang Haidai had complete trust in Jiang Han, promptly grabbing his bucket and heading that way. A few villagers glanced over as well. With their eyesight, they could only discern a large rock, failing to notice any distinction. They did not believe that Jiang Han could see clearly. The distance was too far, and they assumed he was merely pointing at random. Moreover, the 2 robust men accompanied by 2 young ladies found themselves before a modest rock formation. Upon their arrival, the space became rather cramped for the others wishing to join. Upon reaching this site, Ma Xiaomei discerned a distinct difference. The shells here appeared to differ from those they had encountered previously. Zhang Haidai also recognized these peculiarities. They were, astonishingly, what one might call general hats. The girl's curiosity was piqued once more. Is this abalone? They were well acquainted with abalone, so they knew it well. Jiang Han took a sip of water and began to enlighten them. This specimen bore a resemblance to abalone, with some referring to it as small abalone. In this region, we call it general hat. Compared to abalone, these creatures are indeed diminutive and do not grow significantly larger. Once cooked, their texture surpasses that of abalone. Is this expensive? Inquired Ma Xiaomei. I cannot say for certain, but it is undoubtedly worth far more than those spicy snails. Wild general hats fetch a price above 100 per pound, and that is a conservative estimate. If they are in high demand, they could reach 200 per pound. Additionally, there are stone turtles here, which are valued similarly. Upon hearing of the higher worth of these creatures, the sisters became invigorated. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai each possessed but a flat spatula, making it challenging for the girls to request their tools. Undeterred, they resorted to using their hands. Finding gloves cumbersome, they removed them to grasp the general hats directly. These creatures are neither venomous nor spiny, and Jiang Han, observing their bare hands, chose not to interject. Swiftly capturing the general hats was essential. Once they latched on, retrieval became arduous. Indeed, as Jiang Han had predicted, the underside of the general hat featured a suction cup. Firmly anchoring it to the rock upon sensing an attempt to seize it, Ma Xiaomei devised their own strategy. Jiang Han, possessing an abundance of eel claws at home, generously provided each of them with one. Armed with these claws, they deftly knocked down the general hats before the creatures could react. They did not neglect the stone turtles nearby either. Is this what stone turtle jerky is made from? My mother enjoys adding it to her porridge. Jiang Han stammered. The market price for stone turtle jerky had soared past 1,000 per pound, with premium quality nearing 2,000. Utilizing a handful of stone turtle jerky to prepare porridge incurs a considerable expense. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei let out a shriek, prompting Jiang Han to assume something dire had transpired. However, it turned out she had merely spotted a sea cockroach. The rocky reefs teemed with such creatures. Had he been easily startled, Jiang Han mused he might have already perished. Choosing to disregard the 2 ladies, he allowed them their merriment. Reserving the stone turtles and general hats for the trio, he made his way to another rock formation. To his astonishment, he discovered that his eyes could not only perceive the objects beneath the mudflats but also penetrate the rocks to discern what lay within the crevices or beneath the stones. As the tide receded, many creatures burrowed beneath the rocks. Those with greater strength would indiscriminately overturn stones, while the less robust would employ an eel claw to explore the crevices in hopes of a fortunate find. He possessed the ability to perceive the conditions beneath the rocks without requiring any assistance. Upon spotting an octopus, he seized one of its tentacles with a yellow eel clamp. The octopus exhibited considerable strength, leading him to engage in a battle of wits and might. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei let out a loud cry. Jiang Han, believing it to be merely a sea cockroach, did not lift his head. Then, he heard Ma Xiaomei's frantic voice, "Sister, you are bleeding." Jiang Han had no choice but to abandon the octopus and rush to assess the situation. Upon seeing Ma Xiaomei's bleeding finger, he swiftly squeezed out the congealed blood and used the iodine he always carried to disinfect the wound. After applying squid bone powder to staunch the bleeding, he affixed a band-aid to her injury. "Hangu, I'm sorry. I didn't keep an eye on them." Zhang Haidai expressed her remorse, feeling guilty that she had not been vigilant while they stood so close to him. Chapter 20. Catching eels. Jiang Han could hardly blame Zhang Haidai for the situation, despite having explicitly cautioned them not to touch anything recklessly. The girls neglected to grasp the general's hat resting on the rocks, and instead chose to reach for the inconsequential flower clams below. These clams, when disturbed, would instinctively clamp down with their shells. They possessed eel tongs in hand, yet opted to bare their hands instead, foolishly attempting to catch them. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. Were they simply foolish or audacious? Had he and Zhang Haidai been pinched, their resilient skin would have endured the pain. But the delicate skin of the girls had drawn blood. Jiang Han turned to Ma Xiaomei and suggested, "Perhaps you should let Haidai escort you back." Ma Xiaomei immediately shook her head, insisting, "I won't go back. It's merely a bit of blood, nothing serious. Besides, I haven't seen a pufferfish yet." "You must be out of your mind. Wild pufferfish are highly toxic. Are you willing to risk your life? If you truly wish to consume one, purchase a farm-raised variety." Jiang Han could only conclude that ignorance breeds fearlessness. Ma Xiaomei, on the verge of tears, retorted, "I never said I wanted to eat it. I've seen numerous coastal bloggers using pufferfish to clean their shoes, and I merely wish to do the same." Jiang Han was left speechless. The complexities of a woman's heart were as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Was the sole purpose of their beachcombing to use pufferfish as shoe polish? Zhang Haidai shared his confusion. The thought processes of these girls were truly bewildering. Due to the toxicity of pufferfish, no one would dare to catch them for consumption, making encounters with pufferfish quite likely during their excursion. As Jiang Han surveyed the area, he spotted several pufferfish nestled in the shallows. For the purpose of shoe cleaning, a smaller pufferfish would be preferable, its spines less rigid and more densely packed. He approached and captured the smallest pufferfish. It only inflated when startled. Jiang Han gently scratched its chin, and the pufferfish transformed into a spherical form. "Well, Jiang Han, how did you do that? Why did it turn into a ball?" Ma Xiaomei gazed at Jiang Han with wide, starry eyes. He tossed the inflated pufferfish to the sisters. As it reached Ma Xiaomei's hands, the pufferfish deflated once more. Using 2 fingers to hold the gills and another to scratch its chin, Ma Xiaomei followed suit, and the pufferfish inflated again. As it did, it emitted a delightful sound, which utterly enchanted the 2 girls. Ma Xiaomei used the little pufferfish to polish her sneakers before handing it over to Ma Xiaomei, who also employed Jiang Han's technique, inflating the pufferfish to clean her shoes. This experience was remarkably novel. As they released the little pufferfish back into the water, they felt their outing had been worthwhile, even if the stains on their shoes remained. After such a commotion, an hour and a half had elapsed. Jiang Han felt as though his time had been thoroughly consumed by the 2 sisters, and the octopus he had previously eyed was no longer in sight. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out something anew. While scanning the surrounding rocky reefs, he unexpectedly detected 2 eels. He quickly cautioned the 2 girls, urging them not to wander, for there were eels present. Being bitten by an eel is no trivial matter. It is not merely a matter of shedding a little blood. In his childhood, he had witnessed someone inadvertently suffer a grievous injury, having their finger bones shattered by an eel's bite. From that moment on, his sister forbade him from catching eels. Now that he has matured, Jiang Han still harbors a slight fear of these creatures. Experienced fishermen may dare to grasp them with their bare hands, but he lacks such courage. He retrieved his eel clamp and extended the pincers into the rocky crevice. After a few unsuccessful attempts to grasp the slippery creature, he realized it was quite a formidable challenge due to its agility and strength. His scanning function merely aided in detecting marine life. It did not assist in capturing it. Han, try to clamp its head. If you secure the head, it won't be able to escape, Zhang Haidai advised, clearly possessing more experience in this regard. Jiang Han pondered this wisdom. If he were to grasp the body, the eel could easily free itself with a vigorous twist. Should its head wrap around his hand, he would find himself in a precarious situation. Securing the head would mitigate its thrashing and render the endeavor safer. However, despite having a clear view, accurately targeting the head remained a challenge. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in clamping the eel's head. To prevent it from wriggling free, he applied additional force. Once he extracted it from the crevice, he swiftly placed it into a water bucket. At this point, he was drenched in sweat. Capturing an eel was indeed no simple task, considering the presence of another eel. He took a sip of water and pressed on. He scrutinized his eel clamp. Although it had been designed with a non-slip feature, it was still insufficient against a creature as strong and agile as an eel. The local fishing supply store offered limited options, so he resolved to explore online for superior tools. If he were to discover a more effective instrument, even if delivery to the island was not feasible, it would be worthwhile to take a boat to retrieve it. As he successfully clamped the second eel, Ma Xiaomei enthusiastically applauded him. The startled eel bared its sharp teeth at Jiang Han, causing him to flinch and nearly lose his grip. Had he unwittingly invited two spectators who could easily transform into cheerleaders? Ma Xiaomei's gaze fell upon a starfish, yet she, having learned from her sister's earlier experience, hesitated to grasp it. Jiang Han, there's a beautiful starfish over there. Let us catch it, she exclaimed. Jiang Han cast a glance at the starfish and acknowledged its presence before turning away to search for other marine treasures. Ma Xiaomei, taken aback by his reaction, rushed to his side, insisting, let us catch it and sell it. Jiang Han then began to enlighten Ma Xiaomei, explaining that while some starfish in certain regions are edible, the ones in their locale are not. Why can't we eat them? Ma Xiaomei asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Jiang Han paused. Realizing that not edible was simply a fact, he had no answers to her many questions. He is not an encyclopedia. Perhaps noticing Jiang Han's rather unpleasant expression, Ma Xiaomei promptly shifted the topic. It is truly beautiful. May I take it and play with it for a while? Jiang Han chuckled lightly. If you wish to catch it, then go ahead. Ma Xiaomei sensed something amiss. It isn't poisonous, is it? Not at all. If it were, I wouldn't dare let you touch it. But will it bite? Just wear gloves and avoid its spines, and you'll be fine. Starfish do not attack humans unprovoked. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaomei felt reassured. She slipped on her gloves and went to catch the starfish. Yet before she could truly enjoy it, she tossed the starfish back into the sea. The starfish was so stunning, she had even seen others use them as specimens. However, no one had ever informed her of the overwhelming fishy scent that emanated from it. Chapter 21. Jiang Han was truly impressive. The scent was so overwhelming that she no longer desired those gloves. Yet, upon realizing they belonged to Jiang Han, she washed them several times. Jiang Han could not help but chuckle. Ma Xiaomei suddenly grasped the situation. Jiang Han, are you teasing me? She brandished the gloves and chased after Jiang Han, who fled with a bucket of water. After their playful antics, Jiang Han went to gather some items. After a while, he noticed the villagers returning one by one. Aunt Jinju called out to him, warning that the tide was about to rise and urging him to hurry back. Jiang Han was taken aback. It had always been he and Zhang Haidai who left early. Today, accompanied by two sisters, they had barely begun their seaside gathering when the tide was already coming in. Just a few days prior, they had managed 4 hours, but today, only 3. The time was significantly shorter. Aunt Jinju explained that there were 3 tidal occurrences today, each with a shorter duration. Zhang Haidai, feeling quite frustrated, asked, Hanggu, should we continue? The tide is already rising. There is no point in staying. They each carried a bucket, totaling 4, but none of them was full upon their return. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei's buckets contained only a scant layer of sea cucumbers, barely filling a fifth of the bucket. However, the sisters were brimming with excitement. We didn't expect to find so many sea treasures on our first outing. We're quite skilled, it seems. Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai. Their catch was rather diverse, predominantly consisting of snails and shellfish. Among them, the sea cucumbers and stone crabs were the most valuable. Jiang Han's haul was somewhat different, including 2 turbot, 7 eels, and 5 bread crabs, along with a considerable number of spicy snails. We'll give you our sea cucumbers and stone crabs. We won't take them back, Ma Xiaomei declared. They still had a journey ahead, and carrying live seafood was quite inconvenient. Jiang Han said nothing further, accepting their offering. He could later buy some dried seafood from Aunt Ho Hot to gift them, making it a convenient treat from Jiao Qiao Island. After sorting their items slightly, they made their way to Jiang Ermao's home. Oh, this catch is quite impressive. Jiang Ermao's beard perked up in delight. Ermao, could you help us calculate the price? Jiang Ermao picked up the calculator and began tallying the costs. The sea cucumbers are priced at 121 yuan per pound, stone crabs at 81 yuan per pound, and eels at 35 yuan per pound. As Jiang Han listened, he grew increasingly uneasy. Uncle Ermao, these prices seem low, especially the stone crabs at only 80? Jiang Ermao wore a pained expression. It's not low. That's the current price. Dried stone crabs are quite expensive, but fresh ones don't fetch much. The main issue is the hassle of processing them. At that moment, Aunt Jinju approached, and Jiang Ermo began calculating her account. For several items, the pricing was the same for both her and Jiang Han. In previous encounters, Jiang Ermo had offered a higher price, but this time, his offer was disappointingly low. This canny Jiang Ermo, driven by profit, likely felt that after several visits where he had paid a premium, he was losing out. Especially since he had resolved not to sell goods in his sister's village. Consequently, he lowered his price again. Aunt Jinju gazed at the bounty in Jiang Han's bucket, marveling at the wealth that awaited him. Aware that Jiang Han's coastal forays often yielded treasures, she was still taken aback by the sheer fortune he seemed to possess, particularly with the impressive haul of eels that tantalized her. Although the purchase price for eels was modest, their weight was substantial, with each from Hainan weighing about 3 pounds. Each could fetch around 100 yuan, meaning these 7 eels alone could be worth over 700 yuan. Altogether, this catch could easily amount to more than 2,000 yuan. Despite being older than Jiang Han by a generation or two, the villagers felt a twinge of envy. Why did the god of wealth favor only Jiang Han? On Jiao Island, numerous temples dedicated to various deities existed. The Dragon King presided over safety, while the god of wealth governed fortune. If unsure whom to worship, one could never go wrong with the goddess of mercy. Aunt Jinju decided to visit each temple in hopes of improving her luck. Jiang Han smiled at her, attributing his fortune to mere chance. Aunt Jinju pondered whether this lucky streak required him to step in dog feces for good fortune. When Jiang Ermo calculated Aunt Jinju's expenses, he noticed Jiang Han packing the already weighed seafood into his bucket. Stunned, he exclaimed, "Jiang Han, what are you doing? Is it not a joy to have friends from afar?" Confused, he questioned the necessity of keeping so much. The two young women realized the implications. Stunned that he wouldn't sell the goods. "We won't need them," they hesitated, but recognizing the business context and Jiang Han's displeasure at the quoted prices, they acquiesced. "All right then. Let us share a meal." Jiang Ermo was skeptical, suspecting their reluctance stemmed from dissatisfaction with his offer, believing they would soon relent. "Very well, I'll calculate the remainder," he said. After totaling the scattered items, Jiang Ermo handed Jiang Han 950 yuan. Jiang Han decided to keep all the eels, as he was reluctant to deal with such formidable creatures, especially with the two girls being unsuitable for the task. Thus, he conceded a bargain to Jiang Ermo. Jiang Han sighed inwardly, not anticipating that his first encounter with a tidal surge upon returning home would unfold this way. His efforts resulted in a mere 950 yuan. Yet, reflecting on the challenges of urban life, where earning 300 yuan in a day would be considered fortunate, he found solace. The two sisters believed that 950 yuan was indeed quite a substantial amount, especially since Jiang Han had retained most of the seafood. The employees at their home worked diligently throughout the day, yet earned merely around 200 yuan. Jiang Han, in this brief endeavor that lasted less than half a day, astonished them not only with his handsome appearance but also with his remarkable ability to generate profit. The more they observed Jiang Han, the more they recognized his exceptional prowess. Ding! The host has sold seafood for 950 yuan, earning 950 system points. Accumulating the previous points, the total system points are 2,322 points. A scanning range of 5 meters requires 2,500 system points. The host is not yet eligible to redeem this range. The host still requires 178 system points to redeem the next 5-meter scanning range. The host is encouraged to continue striving diligently. Chapter 22. New Channels. Jiang Han felt a bit dazed. It was the first time he had worked so hard yet found himself unable to exchange anything within a 5-meter radius. Observing Jiang Han's pallor, Jiang Ermo seized the opportunity to suggest such valuable items should be sold instead. "What does it matter what we eat at home?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han gathered his belongings and departed. The two girls gazed at him with starry eyes, finding him extraordinarily handsome and cool. Upon returning home, Jiang Han handed the seafood to the two girls and promptly transferred 95 yuan to Zhang Haidai. As Zhang Haidai prepared to leave, Jiang Han stopped him, asking, "Where are you headed? Aren't we dining together?" "I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to the internet CAF. You've truly become addicted to gaming, haven't you?" Zhang Haidai scratched his bald head, smiling but remaining silent. "Let us not go today. Stay here for dinner instead. Don't return home. Rest here. Later tonight, we can go beachcombing." Zhang Haidai looked at Jiang Han with surprise. "Han Ge, you've changed. You never used to beachcomb at midnight. Now you want to go at night. Has the pressure of having a woman at home become so great?" Jiang Han nearly wanted to take a knife to him. Was he beachcombing because of that? No. It was simply because today was a spring tide, and he felt dissatisfied with the meager earnings from earlier. Mao Xiaomei dashed out from the kitchen, asking, "Jiang Han, how do we handle this stone crab?" Jiang Han slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about it. He had been so preoccupied with the ferocious eel that he overlooked the troublesome stone crab. When his parents were alive, his mother also found the stone crab a hassle to prepare, often sending him and his sister to handle it. Washing it was a challenge, let alone cleaning out the insides. He recalled his sister crying and declaring that no matter how delicious the stone crab was, she would never eat it again. If he had known, he would have left all the stone crabs for Jiang Han. However, knowing that Jiang Han only had 81 gene of stone crab made him feel somewhat guilty. Forget it. Let us not deal with the stone crab. You all can handle the others. Mao Xiaomei noted that they had brought back a considerable amount of seafood, and it was unlikely they would consume it all at once. So they could simply leave the stone crab aside. Hangu, even if we go beachcombing at midnight, we still have to sell whatever we find to Jiang Han. What if his prices aren't to your liking? Jiang Han recognized this as a valid concern. Do you remember the number we noted when we went to the town? Zhang Haidai recalled, that person also collects seafood, doesn't he? Jiang Han called the number. Upon learning that Jiang Han was a villager from Xiajiang village, the person declined. Just sell your goods to Jiang Han. He will pass them on to me. Jiang Han finally understood. The products from each village ultimately gathered in the town. The person in town served as the central collection point for all villages. Jiang Han merely acted as an intermediary for the goods. No wonder Jiang Han didn't own a boat, yet could still manage to ship out the goods. He was merely one link in the chain. What should we do now? Zhang Haidai felt a sense of urgency. Why was this person so unresponsive? Surely, each place has its own rules. But can we truly be suffocated by our own circumstances? He did not expect Jiang Han to remain so composed at this moment. Brother Han, do you have any clever ideas? Otherwise, we might as well concede and sell the goods to Jiang Han. Jiang Han recalled someone. Aren't you frequently dining at the Heilei restaurant? Isn't at a seafood establishment? Does the proprietress accept seafood? Zhang Haidai was taken aback. I have no idea. What do you know then? Zhang Haidai shook his head, admitting that during his visits, he had only focused on the proprietress, neglecting everything else. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Do you at least have her contact information? Perhaps a phone number? Zhang Haidai continued to shake his head, utterly clueless. Just when Jiang Han was about to express his frustration, Zhang Haidai suddenly recalled, I remember the proprietress mentioned they had created an official WeChat account. Search for Heilei restaurant and see if you can find the contact details. Jiang Han was impressed by the modernity of the Heilei restaurant, even launching an official account. He typed in Heilei and instantly discovered the restaurant's official WeChat account. After following it, a greeting message popped up. Hello, I am your Heilei. You may also call me Xiao Wang or Wang Wang. If you make a reservation for a 10-person meal 3 days in advance before the 15th of this month, you can enjoy a discount of 12. Heilei restaurant is always waiting for you. Jiang Han couldn't help but twitch his lips at the adorably cheerful tone. Unmistakably written by a girl. He thought of the proprietress's sister, who studied hotel management. Perhaps this official account was also created by her. Jiang Han clicked on the Contact Us option, and to his surprise, a mobile number appeared. He dialed it directly and was greeted by a sweet, melodic voice. Hello. This is Heilei restaurant. Jiang Han immediately recognized it as the proprietress's sister. Is your sister available? The voice on the other end responded with a hint of surprise. Do you know who I am? Yes. Her voice was distinctive. Last time, my friend and I dined at your restaurant, and you served us. Oh, I remember now. You must be Zhang Haidai's friend. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, impressed that Zhang Haidai was well known among them. Yes, I am Zhang Haidai's friend. My name is Jiang Han. Hello, Jiang Han. I am Minghua. My sister is quite busy, but if it concerns the restaurant, you can ask me. I handle some of the restaurant's operations. I just wanted to inquire if you accept seafood if we have some to sell? As long as the quality is good, we will accept it. Our restaurant procures fresh seafood daily. However, if the quality is subpar or not fresh, we will not accept it. The quality is assured. If you accept items like stone crabs and general's hats, how much would you offer? According to the seafood market, the daily prices fluctuate, leading to varying acquisition costs. Please hold for a moment while I check today's purchase price. On the other end of the line, a rustling sound was heard. And soon Minggua's voice emerged, stating that the price for the general's hat today is 180, while the stone crab is 150. However, the quality standards for these goods are exceptionally high. Goodness. The disparity is rather significant. These prices are almost retail, even if some are smaller in size. The Heilei restaurant won't accept them. They might as well keep them for their own consumption. Purchasing from others is less appealing than enjoying what one has gathered from the shore. No matter the circumstances, it is far preferable to selling to Jiang Han. And what of the sea eel? Today, the price for sea eel is 42 per pound. Chapter 23. 2 and water. Jiang Han nodded. The price differed by 7 yuan from that of Jiang Han. However, the unit price of the sea eel was also lower. If those 7 sea eels were sold to the Highly Wang restaurant, a profit of over 100 yuan could be made. Xiaogua, rest assured. We will always provide your restaurant with the finest goods, he assured. Mengwa smiled. I look forward to your premium offerings. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Han felt a surge of confidence. In this light, the sincerity of these two sisters stood in stark contrast to the cunning of Jiang Ermao. The old fox-s tactics, which once sufficed, could now be likened to monopolistic practices within the village. Yet, with myriad channels available, genuine sincerity is paramount in business today. At that moment, Aunt Hohot entered, presenting Jiang Han with 2 eggs. He had previously informed her that he would purchase any fresh eggs from her at 3 yuan 50 apiece. The eggs were still warm in his hands. Were the 2 girls not present, he might have indulged by drinking them raw. Nevertheless, he took the eggs to the kitchen. When Ma Xiaomei received the warm eggs, she was momentarily taken aback. Why are these eggs warm? Could they be spoiled by the heat? Of course, freshly laid eggs are warm. That is common knowledge. Ma Xiaomei blinked her wide eyes in astonishment at Jiang Han. Oh my, this is the first time I've ever touched a warm egg. Sister, come feel this. The egg is actually warm. Ma Xiaomei eagerly set aside her task and approached to touch the egg, mirroring the same expression of disbelief as Ma Xiaomei. Goodness, it really is warm. I never imagined eggs could be warm. This is utterly fascinating. Jiang Han was speechless. How could something so ordinary evoke such wonder from the 2 girls? And Hohot, having received her payment, exited Jiang Han's home in high spirits. Yet, before she could reach her own door, she was intercepted by Jiang Ermao. Startled, and Hohot exclaimed, "What do you want?" "I must ask, what is Jiang Han doing at home?" Jiang Ermao inquired. And Hohot found his question perplexing. What else could he be doing at home? Are they cooking? How are the dishes? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "They probably haven't started eating yet, but there are already 2 dishes on the table." "What are they?" And Hohot thought Jiang Ermao was becoming increasingly nosy, even inquiring about other people's meals. "Steamed turbot and a plate of bread crabs." What? Jiang Ermao was taken aback. Could it be true that he had actually prepared those dishes? His composure faltered, and he rushed into Jiang Han's home. Indeed. On the table sat a plate of turbot and a plate of bread crabs, along with a bowl of bamboo shoot and dried mushroom soup. Aromas wafted from the kitchen, leaving him curious about what was being prepared. His heart ached at the thought of how profitable these dishes would be if he could buy them. Noticing Jiang Ermao's discontented expression, Jiang Han approached casually. "Uncle Ermao, what brings you here? Would you care for some tea or a smoke?" Jiang Ermao was in no mood for tea. He opted for a cigarette instead. Jiang Han turned to Zhang Haidai and said, "Come, bring me a cigarette to light for Uncle Ermao." "All right," Zhang Haidai replied as he rummaged through his pockets. "Oh no, I've just finished my last cigarette and forgot to buy a new pack. That is truly unfortunate, Uncle Ermao. As you know, I do not smoke. And I have no cigarettes on me," Jiang Ermao remarked, realizing that these 2 were merely toying with him. "Fine, I won't smoke anymore. I came here to inquire whether you have any remaining goods for sale." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ermao bit his lip and said, "I can add 5 yuan to the price of both the military cap and the stone crab, and for the bread crab and the turbot, I'll add 2 yuan. As for the spicy snail, I can add 1 yuan. He recalled that Jiang Han had 2 turbot, and after preparing one, there should still be another. For bread crabs had been cooked, leaving 3 remaining. "You heard the price I offered Aunt Jinju, I assure you. My prices are higher than what others in the village would offer." Jiang Han chuckled. "There are 4 of us here with just these few items. I believe it won't be enough for us. If there is more, I could even take some to my sister's house for my 2 nieces." Jiang Ermao's beard bristled in irritation. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating. At such a young age, you should be saving your money instead of squandering it. If your parents knew, they would be heartbroken." Jiang Han fell silent, and Jiang Ermao felt a strange shift in the atmosphere, as he had not said anything particularly inappropriate. "Uncle Ermao, you are not my parents. How do you know they are not proud of me?" Unconsciously, Jiang Ermao shivered, feeling an inexplicable chill in Jiang Han's tone. Realizing the conversation had reached an impasse, he took his leave. As he reached the door, he spat on the ground in disdain. "Humph, what a waste. Consuming everything good. If you have the ability, don't sell him anything in the future." Jiang Han then focused on coordinating his time for the tide. Breakfast was consumed around 10. And by nearly 4 in the afternoon, it was time for lunch. After lunch, to preserve his energy, Jiang Han pulled Zhang Haidai into a nap. By the time they awoke at 9, the 2 sisters had already prepared dinner. After their meal, they rested for a while. By 10:30, the sisters had fallen asleep. And Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai quietly gathered their things and ventured out. "Han Ge, are we still going to that rocky reef?" Jiang Han gazed at the night sky, devoid of even the moon, let alone stars. The terrain of the rocky reef was perilous, necessitating caution even during the day, let alone at night. Let us change our location and venture a bit further, to the Four Gates. Upon hearing they would head to the Four Gates, Jiang Han suggested riding his bicycle. Han, go, let me take you. Jiang Han did not refuse, but felt somewhat awkward sitting behind Jiang Han on the bicycle. Ultimately, he preferred to run there rather than ride. Upon arriving at the Four Gates, he was genuinely exhausted. This location marked the mouth of the Jiaohua River. This gate is designed to regulate the water level of the river. This location is no longer within the jurisdiction of Shajiang Village. However, the sea belongs to everyone. They come here to gather seafood, and others cannot object to their presence. Jiang Han chose this spot for two reasons. Firstly, the terrain is relatively flat, and secondly, he wished to explore for any new discoveries. After all, where freshwater and saltwater converge, a rich diversity of species thrives, encompassing both saltwater and freshwater organisms. Jiang Han intended to traverse the sandy area towards the gate. Upon reaching his destination, he noticed wriggling creatures within the sand. Could this be a type of earthworm? Although Jiang Han was unaware of the precise market value of these creatures, he recognized their worth. In recent years, wild varieties of earthworms have become increasingly scarce, while farmed ones are abundant. In some regions, wild earthworms are nearly impossible to find. Indeed, this confluence of waters has not disappointed him. Chapter 24. A fortune awaits. Jiang Han swallowed hard and unearthed a specimen with his sand shovel. Jiang Han, his eyes widening in astonishment, exclaimed, "Brother Han, is this a soil bamboo shoot?" "Indeed," Jiang Han replied. "Brother Han, we are destined to strike it rich." Jiang Han scanned the vicinity and said, "I will continue to excavate this treasure. You should seek other finds." The area was vast, and his scanning range extended only 20 meters. Aside from the soil bamboo shoots, he noticed only a few monk crabs nearby. Monk crabs were scarcely edible, much like hermit crabs, which were primarily kept as ornamental pets in urban settings. Such creatures would certainly find no market on this small island. Observing Jiang Han floundering about like a headless fly, searching for a place to dig, Jiang Han directed him, "You may proceed to the four-gate area. I will join you once I finish here." It had been over 10 hours since the typhoon had passed, and freshwater resources on the island were scarce. Any water left to settle would soon be unusable. Coupled with the ebbing tide, the four-gate area had relatively shallow waters, and much of it had been cemented. Unlike sandy mud that provided refuge for crabs and other creatures. In such terrain, Jiang Han's advantages were diminished. Upon hearing Jiang Han's suggestion, Jiang Han made his way toward the four-gate area. Jiang Han then rolled up his sleeves and resumed his labor. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention. He looked up to see others, equipped with headlamps, also hunting for marine treasures. It was Jiang Han's first experience digging for soil bamboo shoots, and after unearthing a few, he felt the strain of the effort. It dawned on him that this endeavor also demanded considerable physical exertion. He stowed the sand shovel and opted for a spade with a long handle, which indeed made the task far less strenuous. He could clearly identify the location of the shoots without the fear of breaking them due to excessive force. However, after digging up 60 or 70 shoots, fatigue set in, and his arms began to ache. He took a moment to rest and sip some water. After unearthing several more, he paused once again. Soil bamboo shoots were unlike the marine creatures stranded during low tide. They thrived in the sandy soil. During high tide, they would emerge from the sand to frolic, only to burrow back into it as the tide receded. One could say that these shoots were the true inhabitants of this terrain. As wild soil bamboo shoots grew increasingly rare, with some regions devoid of them entirely, Jiang Han feared that depleting this resource might incur divine retribution. Aware of others in the vicinity, he took a cloth and covered the shoots. Should word of this discovery spread, the soil bamboo shoots here would likely face extinction. On his way to the four-gate area, Jiang Han also managed to catch a large green crab. To prevent the crab's pincers from damaging the soil bamboo shoots, he promptly secured the pincers upon capture. Upon arriving at the four-gate area, he discovered that the individual he had spotted from a distance was none other than Old Man Zhang. Lighting a cigarette, Old Man Zhang chuckled. Well, it seems the young are becoming industrious." As Zhang Laohan prepared to take out his cigarettes to share, Zhang Han swiftly pressed his hand back down. Instead, he retrieved a Huazi cigarette from his own pack to offer to Zhang Laohan. After spending several days with Han Ge, his perspective had broadened, and his choice of cigarettes had also ascended in quality. He found himself unable to adapt to the old men's cigarettes in the village. Zhang Laohan accepted the Huazi with satisfaction, chuckling softly. Leaning over to glance at Zhang Hai's bucket, he noticed it was nearly full, but contained only worthless rice snails and mud snails. A sense of pride swelled within him. The youth still lacked experience. Although he hadn't gathered much, he had managed to find 2 large blue crabs, each weighing nearly 2 pounds, worth around 300 to 400 altogether. His fortune for the night was substantial. If he could catch another on his way back, he would be able to laugh himself awake. At that moment, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Han's bucket, which was covered by a cloth. He reached out to lift the cloth, but Jiang Han swiftly tossed a sizable blue crab into the water. Startled, Zhang Laohan quickly withdrew his hand. That crab looked to weigh around 3 pounds, larger than the ones he had found. However, upon realizing that Jiang Han had only one while he had two, a semblance of balance returned to his mind. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Han tossed yet another crab of similar weight into his bucket. How could he have caught another? Zhang Laohan's eyes widened in disbelief. After searching for so long, he had only found two, yet Jiang Han had caught two in such a short span. They must have crawled right past his feet. How was it possible that he hadn't seen them? Zhang Laohan suspected that Jiang Han was merely teasing him. With a smile, Jiang Han remarked, "Perhaps it's my youth and keen eyesight." Zhang Laohan felt a surge of irritation. Was this a jab at his age? At that moment, he spotted a formidable blue crab, weighing around 2 pounds. Just as he was about to seize it, Zhang Haidai swiftly grabbed it with his claw and tossed it into his own bucket. Observing Zhang Laohan's pale and rigid expression, Zhang Haidai kindly inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what's the matter? Feeling weak?" Zhang Laohan's face turned even paler. Zhang Haidai's words were more exasperating than Jiang Han's. "Weak? I'm perfectly fine." Though he had missed out on several large blue crabs, Zhang Laohan, with his seasoned experience, believed there must be more crabs in the area. Thus, he decided to follow closely behind Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, relying on Jiang Han's reputed good fortune to share in it. Unbeknownst to Zhang Laohan, Jiang Han discreetly placed some crabs from his bucket into Zhang Haidai's. These crabs were unbound, and he hoped they wouldn't end up pinching the earthworms to death. As Zhang Laohan waded through the accumulated water, he acknowledged that while river clams and rice snails held little value, they were indeed plentiful near the sluice gate. Occasionally, he could even catch a few shrimp. Just as he was joyfully gathering river clams, he noticed Jiang Han had picked up a sea urchin with his tongs. How could there be sea urchins here? Jiang Han now stands in a location where the water level is slightly higher than where he previously stood. However, he had traversed this very spot earlier and had not noticed any sea urchins. Jiang Han deftly grasped another sea urchin. Is it not quite normal for sea urchins to inhabit such areas? They thrive in locations like this. The section of the dam is artificially constructed with reinforced concrete, and there happens to be a small recess here. These sea urchins are cleverly concealed within these crevices, making them nearly invisible to an unobservant eye. Yet, with his infinite scanning system, he spotted them immediately. Jiang Han moved swiftly, collecting 7 or 8 in one go, while Zhang Haidai, prompted by Jiang Han, managed to gather 2 as well. As the old man Zhang waded over, Jiang Han seized 5 more, the last one being white in color. "Brother Han, is this sea urchin poisonous? Why is it white?" Chapter 25. The white sea urchin. Generally, sea urchins are black, but this white sea urchin is truly exquisite. It is often said that the more beautiful something appears, the more fear it instills. Zhang Haidai instinctively sensed something amiss with this creature. It was Jiang Han's first encounter with a white sea urchin as well, though he was not entirely unfamiliar with the concept, as he knew that crabs could also be white, albeit rarely, representing a variant species. Scientifically speaking, this anomaly might be attributed to a deficiency of astaxanthin within their bodies. One could wonder if the white sea urchin is similarly a variant, a result of lacking a certain substance found in ordinary sea urchins. Old Zhang cast a fleeting glance at the strikingly beautiful white sea urchin. It was devoid of venom, and its price was rather ordinary. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Do you know about this?" he inquired, exchanging a knowing look with Zhang Haidai, who then offered him a cigarette. Old Zhang took a puff, feeling a surge of confidence under the eager gaze of the young men. 2 years prior, Old Luo had also discovered a similar specimen and had felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. However, when he brought it to Jiang Ermao, the latter had remarked that while it was indeed edible, it bore no distinction from the common sea urchin, and thus the price offered was the same. Zhang Haidai reasoned that if the price was equivalent to that of an ordinary sea urchin, it was not a matter of concern, as it could still be sold. If it were toxic, however, it would be unsellable. Jiang Han did not suspect old Zhang of deceit. Yet he understood that Jiang Ermao's word was not to be taken at face value. After several encounters, he was well aware of Jiang Ermao's character. Perhaps the villagers understood the situation, but they found themselves powerless. The merchants in town refused to purchase sea products from individuals, and selling in other villages would disrupt the established order. Under Jiang Ermao's monopoly, his word was law. Noticing that Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai were engrossed in examining the white sea urchin, old Zhang hurried to the spot where they had collected the sea urchins to search for more. To his dismay, he found the area utterly barren. All the sea urchins had been gathered by Jiang Han and Jiang Haidai. With the tide rising, Jiang Han utilized a net to scoop up some small shrimp. Old Jiang was once again left astonished. While he could catch only 2 or 3 shrimp at most with his net, Jiang Han managed to catch a dozen. In the same location, using the same Tiantian net, could it be that Jiang Han was simply exceptionally fortunate? Jiang Han turned to old Jiang with a smile. The tide is coming in, we must take our leave. After speaking, he swiftly caught a bread crab at his feet. Old Jiang grimaced. What extraordinary luck was this? It was infuriating. By the time Jiang Han and Jiang Haidai arrived home, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Exhausted, they collapsed onto their beds in disarray. Jiang Han learned from Jiang Haidai that the Wilawang restaurant would open at 8:30, prompting them to set an alarm for 7:30. When they finally awoke, they assumed Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were still asleep, only to discover that they had already risen. Ma Xiaomei, inexplicably abandoning her perfectly functioning induction cooker, suddenly decided to experiment with Jiang Han's firewood stove, leaving him utterly perplexed. The firewood is reserved for when the power goes out. If you use it, I want to be able to cook during the next blackout. Do you frequently experience power outages here? Ma Xiaomei inquired. It certainly happens more often than in your big city. After all, we reside on a small island where energy resources are undoubtedly scarcer than in metropolitan areas. Ma Xiaomei suddenly fell silent, feeling that her reliance on a wood stove was rather excessive. Did you go tide pooling last night? You didn't take us along. Upon waking, they noticed a considerable amount of seafood in the pool. Jiang Han's lips twitched. If they had brought the 2 of them, they wouldn't have been able to find such an abundance of treasures. Seeing you both sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you. The 2 girls were unexpectedly touched, believing Jiang Han to be a man who was both capable and tender-hearted. They hastened to prepare breakfast with even more enthusiasm. The final result was a bowl of handmade seafood noodles for each, accompanied by a farm-fresh egg. The noodles contained some shellfish and shrimp collected in the dead of night. Even without the most exquisite seafood, the flavors were utterly delightful. Such a bowl of purely wild seafood handmade noodles, paired with a farm-fresh egg, would surely fetch 70 or 80 yuan. Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already 8:10, just as he was about to call for a ride. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei appeared before him, backpacks slung over their shoulders. With their identical faces, they both smiled at Jiang Han. Are you heading out too? Let us go together. Are you leaving now? Yes, we have other places to go. Just as Jiang Han was curious about how they intended to leave the village, a private car pulled up in front of his home, honking twice. This driver brought us here when we arrived. We saved his number on the way. I just called him when it was time to cook. Ma Xiaomei winked playfully at Jiang Han. If possible, they would love to stay a few more days. But their itinerary had been planned in advance. As members of the couch surfing community, they had reserved their spots in various locations. Making changes would be quite troublesome. Jiang Han acknowledged that the sisters displayed moments of cleverness, which saved him the trouble of calling for a ride. He retrieved the seafood he needed to sell from the pool, and the 4 of them climbed into the private car together. Since the sisters needed to transfer to a bus in town to reach the port, they alighted together. Today, Ming Fei had arrived quite early. By the time Jiang Han and the others arrived, she had already opened the door. Upon spotting them, Mengwa waved, saying, "Hi, Jiang Haidai and friends. You truly brought seafood." Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Seeing Jiang Han's gloomy expression, Mengwa couldn't help but laugh, then made a perfectly executed welcoming gesture. "Welcome, Jiang Han." Jiang Han was taken aback. "You remember?" Mengwa smiled sweetly. "How could I forget yesterday's events? I even saved your number with a name." Noticing the 3 buckets they brought, she approached to take a closer look. One of the barrels contained bound crabs along with various shellfish, while another harbored stone crabs and sea urchins. The final barrel was covered with a cloth. Mengwa cast a curious glance at Jiang Han and asked, "May I open it?" Jiang Han nodded. "These items are intended for you. I was merely awaiting your curiosity to unveil them. However, I do have one stipulation. I hope you will keep the contents of this barrel a secret." Mengwa shot Jiang Han a sidelong glance, intrigued by the air of mystery. "Rest assured, no one will hear a word of it." A surge of excitement coursed through her, her hand trembling slightly as she grasped the cloth, reminiscent of the thrill of unboxing a surprise. When she finally lifted the cloth, she was taken aback. It was, surprisingly, a mound of bamboo shoots. Chapter 26. Is it safe to sell cultivated ones? It is no wonder that Mengwa would pose such a question, for wild earth cucumbers are exceedingly rare. Even the cultivated ones are quite valuable. This one is wild. Meng Fei emerged from the kitchen and was taken aback by the sight before her. Upon seeing these earth cucumbers, she was astonished. Yet she was certain that they were indeed wild. She never anticipated that the 2 of them could uncover such a treasure. Jiang Haidai, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "This was all Han Ji's doing. How could I possibly find such fine specimens? I merely assisted Han go. Jiang Han clapped Zhang Haidai on the shoulder, saying, I owe it all to your help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gathered so many items. The time for beachcombing is limited, and cooperation is essential to unearth more treasures. Meng Fei regarded Zhang Haidai with newfound respect. Previously, she had thought of him as a mere scoundrel. But now she realized he could indeed be diligent in his endeavors. She examined the goods Jiang Han had brought with great care. When Meng Guo had mentioned them to her the day before, she had not taken it seriously, but now they had truly brought the goods in, and their quality was exceptional. Even the stone crabs were divided into two portions, one large and one small, indicating they had been thoughtfully selected. I will take this large one, but as for the small one, Meng Fei hesitated. She was serious about her business, insisting that only the best items would do. Her restaurant had only been open for a few days, yet its reputation had already spread, attracting even patrons from beyond the island who traveled by boat to savor her seafood. Boss lady, I just brought this small one along as an afterthought. I was wondering if you could assist with its cleaning? I am willing to pay for the processing fee. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei instantly smiled. Processing fee? No need for that. I have the tools here. Cleaning will be quite convenient. Once it's ready, you can take it back. Jiang Han immediately brightened. Then thank you. Meng Fei ran her establishment in a very organized manner, even dedicating a space for weighing the ingredients. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei exchanged glances, having arrived in town. They were not in a hurry. They decided to see how much Jiang Han's goods could fetch. Meng Fei meticulously weighed each item. The stone crab weighed 5 pounds and 2 ounces, totaling 780 yuan. 3 bread crabs weighed 5 pounds, totaling 198 yuan. The earth cucumbers weighed 4 pounds and 3 ounces, amounting to 3,698 yuan. How much? Jiang Han thought he had misheard and inquired again. 36.98. The previous calculations were reported by Meng Fei, but the ledger was kept by Meng Guo, who directly presented his account book to Jiang Han, stating, the earth cucumbers you brought weigh 4 pounds and 3 ounces. And my sister calculated the price at 860 per pound. 860, that is quite a price indeed. Do you doubt the accuracy of our scales? No. I harbor no such thoughts. Jiang Han quickly clarified. I could never doubt you. I am merely astonished that the price could be so high. Upon comprehending Jiang Han's intent, Meng Guo couldn't help but chuckle. The cultivated variety may not command such a high price, but these wild earthworms have become increasingly scarce over the years. Rarity begets value. Hence their worth is justified. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were equally astonished. Could a mere handful of these creatures fetch over 3,000? Initially, they were quite taken aback upon their first sighting. They had not anticipated such a monetary worth. Meng Fei then turned her attention to the green crabs, all of which were bound with string. This method of handling ensures safety for humans, and the claws are less likely to break. According to market regulations, the weight of the string used to bind the crabs is also accounted for. However, the string Jiang Han employed was noticeably lighter, indicating he was not one to engage in dishonest practices. The 4 green crabs weighed a total of 11 pounds and 8 ounces, amounting to 1,085 yuan. The 7 pounds of river snails totaled 20 yuan, while the 8 pounds of river clams also came to 20 yuan. The 5 pounds of mud snails were priced at 92 yuan. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback at the price of the mud snails. He recalled that in his childhood, they cost merely 3 to 5 yuan per pound. After moving to the city, where seafood is generally more expensive, he had not consumed mud snails again. Thus, he had naively assumed they were still inexpensive back home. To his surprise, they were nearing 20 yuan per pound now. Meng Fei proceeded to examine the last batch of goods for the day, sea urchins. Each one appeared plump and healthy. Suddenly, she spotted a white sea urchin adorned with long spines. A white sea urchin? Meng Fei was utterly astounded. Meng Guo also noticed this extraordinary specimen, exclaiming in disbelief at its whiteness. In contrast, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei remained considerably calmer, as they had not encountered most of these seafood varieties and were unaware of the rarity of the white sea urchin. Is there something special about this white sea urchin? Ma Xiaomei inquired. Meng Guo nodded, affirming that such white sea urchins are indeed rare. Even seasoned fishermen, who have lived by the sea for years, may have never seen one. It can be said to be a 1-in-a-million find. Upon hearing this explanation, Ma Xiaomei and her sister gasped in astonishment. Is it truly that rare? Meng Fei looked earnestly at Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, feeling at a loss for words. How could they remain so composed while possessing such valuable goods? Furthermore, they had not mentioned it at all throughout. Zhang Haidai, still somewhat oblivious, asked, Sister Fei, is this thing really not toxic? Can we sell it? His apprehension about its toxicity lingered. Meng Fei's expression was a mix of emotions. How could he harbor such a doubt? Of course, it can be sold. Upon hearing her reassurance, Zhang Haidai's heart finally settled. As long as it could be sold, everything would be fine. Ming Fei then turned her gaze back to Jiang Han, showing him newfound respect. I will weigh these standard sea urchins for you first. As for this white sea urchin, she pondered for a moment before continuing, I will need to contact a buyer. To be honest, this is beyond what our restaurant can handle. I will use my connections to find a buyer and take a small commission. Does Mr. Jiang have any objections to this arrangement? Upon hearing Ming Fei's willingness to engage, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. If he were to treat this white sea urchin and the others with the same price as Jiang Ermao, he would find himself at an impasse. However, from Ming Fei's perspective, this particular white sea urchin appeared to hold considerable value. There is no need to address me as Mr. Jiang, simply call me Jiang Han, he asserted. I have complete confidence in you regarding this matter. Ming Fei nodded in agreement, contentedly weighing the ordinary sea urchins. The total weight amounted to 4 jeans and 7 tails, resulting in a sum of 258 yuan. When all the goods were tallied, an astonishing total of 151 yuan was revealed. Upon hearing this figure, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Zia's sisters' mouths widened in disbelief. Such an amount was unprecedented. The items they had gathered during their inaugural sea-gathering expedition, aside from those sold to Jiang Ermao, had primarily been consumed by them. Now, apart from the stone crab, the goods sold here were all collected during their second outing. They were astounded that a single excursion to the sea could yield such substantial earnings. This sum did not even account for the enigmatic white sea urchin. Chapter 27. Everyone seeks their fortune. Their parents, engaged in business, earn a substantial income, yet toil tirelessly each day. They worry about rival enterprises plotting against them and fret over employees' lack of diligence. Not to mention the persistent fear that customers may tire of their offerings. Though their youth remains, their hair has begun to gray prematurely. Unlike Jiang Han, who lives with such carefree ease, Ming Fei instructed Mingguo to transfer money to Jiang Han. Mingguo mistakenly believed that the QR code from Jiang Han was for adding her on WeChat, only to discover it was a payment code instead. Without a cent more or less, she transferred 151. Ding. The host sold seafood for 151 yuan, earning 151 system points. Accumulating previous points. Total system points, 473 points. Now able to consume 500 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 15 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 35 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 973 points. Please continue to strive for excellence. The warehouse they occupied featured windows, through which he could clearly discern the small print on the billboard 30 meters away. Upon turning around, Ming Fei lightly tapped Mingguo on the head, bemused by her lack of awareness in rounding the figure. Mingguo looked at her with innocence, asking how to round it off by deducting a single yuan. Ming Fei, exasperated yet amused, apologized to Jiang Han for the oversight. After Ming Fei spoke, Jiang Han noticed Ming was standing behind her, playfully sticking out her tongue. Jiang Han understood that her previous comment had been intentional. I believe Mingguo performed admirably. After all, I have benefited today. He decided to clean the stone crab himself, opting not to eat it. Ming Fei felt helpless regarding her sister. Once Jiang Han had finished his tasks, he prepared to head home. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei also got ready to depart for the station. Upon reaching the entrance, Ma Xiaomei suddenly embraced Jiang Han. I am the younger sister, Xiaomei. I have a small mole at the corner of my eye. Remember me? Jiang Han looked at the identical sisters, and indeed, Ma Xiaomei had a small mole at the corner of her eye, while her sister, Ma Xiaomei, did not. The sisters waved goodbye. Farewell, Jiang Han. He waved back, relieved to see them go. Having 2 female guests at home could often be inconvenient. Though Jiang Han initially planned to linger in town, a call from logistics informed him that the water heater and washing machine he had ordered would arrive in the morning. Thus, he decided against remaining in town. He rounded up the figures and transferred 700 yuan to Zhang Haidai, opting for a day of rest instead of heading out to sea. He was genuinely fatigued from digging for bamboo shoots, especially since it was a small tide today, which made him less inclined to exert himself. He believed in the importance of balancing labor with leisure. If he were to overexert himself, who would he turn to for solace? Zhang Haidai noticed the discrepancy in the amount. Brother, you've given too much. Jiang Han replied, keep it, it's yours. The items he had initially set aside were meant for them to share, yet Zhang Haidai was often absent. Moreover, he wished to send some of those items to his sister as well. Thus, it is reasonable for him to give Zhang Haidai a bit more. Upon inquiring, Zhang Haidai expressed his desire to remain at the internet CAF, so he rode Zhang Haidai's bicycle home. As Zhang Haidai glanced at the unexpected addition of 700 yuan in his account, his eyebrows nearly shot up in delight. Following Hangul had indeed proven to be a wise choice. Just then, another call came through, offering work. Someone from the neighboring village needed assistance in a fight, promising a reward of 100 yuan. Jiang Han scoffed at the idea, dismissing the notion of risking one's life for such a paltry sum. Without granting the other party a chance to respond, he hung up the phone. When Jiang Han returned to the village, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Aunt Baya was vigorously stepping in dog feces, and only when her shoes were thoroughly coated did she seem satisfied. Aunt Li pushed Aunt Baya aside, exclaiming that it was enough and that she would take her turn. Aunt Li also trampled in the mess several times, questioning if this was sufficient dung. Perhaps they ought to feed Wankai more to encourage him to produce more waste. Aunt Jinju offered a rather constructive suggestion. Old man Zhang added that relying solely on Wankai, one dog, was quite demanding. They should rally all the village dogs instead. Little did they know how many items Jiang Han had caught with his net. Jiang Han was speechless. Was it because he had claimed to have stumbled upon good fortune that they acted this way? Yet the abundance of his catch was solely due to his keen observation. Although the water in that area was not abundant, it had become muddy due to the typhoon. Others, unable to see clearly, could only scoop aimlessly with their nets, relying entirely on luck. Meanwhile, he was able to fish where the bounty was plentiful, resulting in a more substantial haul. Perhaps the villagers were too engrossed in their activities. As Jiang Han passed by, they failed to notice him. Upon arriving home, Jiang Feng was already there. She had intended to check if Jiang Han had any laundry that needed doing, wishing to assist him, but found that he had already washed everything, neatly arranged and hanging in the yard. Jiang Feng couldn't help but sigh, wondering if she had become unnecessary. It suddenly struck her that her younger brother seemed to no longer require her assistance. Jiang Han was perplexed. What was she thinking? Had T the fortune teller once said she was destined for hard work, and yet she had pursued the fortune teller from one end of the village to the other? Now that he no longer needed her concern, she was feeling down? Jiang Feng soon realized she was overthinking, questioning why she had such thoughts. It was indeed a good thing that her brother was maturing. Seeing that there was nothing else to assist with, she prepared to leave, but Jiang Han stopped her. I have some items for you to take back. Originally, he had intended to deliver these items to Jiang Feng's home, and now it seemed fortuitous. What is it? Jiang Feng inquired as she opened the bag, revealing stone crabs. All these stone crabs are already processed? Over the years, while her two daughters were in school, she had occasionally pried some items from the rocks. However, she had never dared to go after stone crabs, fearing the handling involved. Realizing this, she acknowledged that it had been many years since she last prepared stone crabs. Her two children had only indulged in them a few times when accompanying her to feasts. Akan, how did you manage it? If I recall correctly, her brother was not fond of dealing with such matters either. But that is not for you to inquire. These meats have just been processed and are still quite fresh. Take them back to prepare for the two children. Jiang Feng felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. How considerate her brother was. Jiang Han also fished out a considerable number of snails and clams from the pond. These river delicacies hold little monetary value, so he kept a great many. The freshwater river is located even farther from his sister's village, thus, she would be unlikely to seek out river delicacies there. He surmised that opportunities for his sister's family to enjoy such treats were scarce, so he gathered a bit more for her. Take these as well. This time, Jiang Feng could no longer contain herself, and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 28. The most affluent encounter. Jiang Han felt a headache. Could it be that women were indeed made of water? They cried at the slightest provocation, whether in sorrow or joy. Initially, he intended to reserve some of the local bamboo shoots for his sister. But upon considering the number of people aware of this, he feared the extinction of that particular variety. Thus, he decided against it. The sound of a horn was followed by a knock at the door. Was it from Jiang Han's residence? Jiang Feng went to open the door, only to find a robust middle-aged man standing on the threshold. This is Jiang Han's home. How may I assist you? The man, with a resonant voice, inquired about the placement of the washing machine and water heater. Before Jiang Feng could fully grasp the situation, Jiang Han arrived and said, "Please place them in the bathroom." This bathroom had been renovated during his sister's years of toil. In the past, their home lacked even a proper lavatory, making such necessities inconvenient. Once the man had deposited the items, he took his leave, informing Jiang Han that the installation crew would arrive in the next few days and advised him to stay alert for phone calls. Jiang Han expressed his gratitude, but as he reached the door, a throng of villagers gathered around. "Oh dear, Jiang Han has purchased a washing machine, and a water heater too," they exclaimed. "Jiang Han, are you not going out? If you don't, what was the point of attending university?" Jiang Feng, exasperated by the commotion, interjected. "My brother has merely bought a washing machine and a water heater. What does that have to do with going out? Our family affairs are not your concern." With that, she shut the door. Such was the downside of village life. Even the minutest occurrences became common knowledge, and there was an insatiable penchant for gossip regarding others' affairs. Jiang Feng looked at the newly acquired washing machine and water heater with a mix of joy and concern. She had longed to procure these items for their home. But after years of work, she had married early and now had a husband and children. Spending was no longer as free as it once had been. Is there a shortage of funds? These appliances must have cost a pretty penny. With such purchases, how could he possibly have any money left? She pondered. Surely not. These items are not exorbitant. He has far-reaching aspirations. Jiang Feng suspected Jiang Han was perhaps exaggerating, yet he had always been a reliable person throughout their lives. Regardless, she placed her faith in her brother. Very well, pursue your ambitions. Should you find yourself short of funds, do let me know. I understand, Jiang Han replied. After Jiang Feng departed, he took a refreshing shower and retired for a nap, having not slept well for the past few days. Awakening in the afternoon, he received a call. The installation crew was en route. Jiang Han hadn't anticipated such promptness. Rising, he opened the door for the technician and set about preparing a simple bowl of noodles for himself. Gazing at the newly installed water heater and washing machine, he felt a burgeoning sense of hope for the future. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Someone had added him on WeChat, their username reading Lu Zhishan, with a note, Yabi. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han declined the request. Many scammers, in an effort to increase their success rate, would save numbers in their phones before attempting to connect on WeChat. Thus, it will display, add friends through mobile contacts. He certainly would not fall for such a trick. To my surprise, this scammer was quite persistent and quickly attempted to add him again. This time, the note read, Menggua. Jiang Han was taken aback. Was Menggua Lu Zhishan? What was the purpose of those nonsensical remarks earlier? Jiang Han accepted the friend request. Menggua, why didn't you add me earlier? Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. Menggua, ha ha ha, I was just teasing you. Jiang Han. Menggua, your goods have already been sold by my sister. I'll transfer the money to you. Transfer, 28,000 yuan. Jiang Han was stunned for quite some time. Jiang Han, did you accidentally add 2 extra zeros? Those black sea urchins cost only a few dozen yuan each, and the white ones could reach a maximum of 280 yuan, right? Menggua, no, it's indeed 28,000. Jiang Han. This was truly unexpected. Yet, gazing at the 28,000, he still felt it was surreal. He had never possessed such a sum of money in his life. Even the tuition for college registration did not amount to that. For a moment, he hesitated to accept. Suddenly, Menggua called him via voice. The sea urchin really sold for 28,000. I am not deceiving you. Such items are rare and lack a fixed market price. It all depends on how much the buyer is willing to pay. So, someone actually offered 28,000? Which fool, no, which angel, would do that? I even thought we sold it for too little. After all, among 10,000 sea urchins, there might not even be one white one. Jiang Han was astonished. Did this delicacy taste exceptionally good? Menggua pondered for a moment and replied, I've never tasted it myself. However, those who have claimed that the flavor of the white sea urchin is quite similar to that of the ordinary ones. Jiang Han. Regardless, he would never spend 28,000 to purchase a white sea urchin that tasted almost the same as a common one. I sincerely appreciate your help with this matter. If he had sold it to Jiang Ermao, it would have only fetched a few dozen yuan each. There's no need for thanks. We made a profit as well. Just accept the money comfortably. Jiang Han acknowledged and hung up. He received the funds, and his phone immediately reflected an additional 28,000 yuan, together with his previous amount. He now possessed over 30,000 yuan. This was the wealthiest he had ever been in his life. Ding, host sold seafood for 28,000 yuan, earning 28,000 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 28,973. Currently, you can consume 27,500 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 55 meters. Would you like to proceed? Exchange successful. Host now possesses a scanning range of 90 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,473. Please continue to strive diligently. Jiang Han then transferred the money to Zhang Haidai. Upon seeing the additional 2,800 yuan, Zhang Haidai felt dizzy. He abandoned his game and called Jiang Han. Brother Han, did you transfer to the wrong person? No, it was indeed meant for you. It's the payment for that sea urchin. Zhang Haidai was utterly astonished. Could it truly be that much? Brother Han, did you perhaps add an extra zero? Jiang Han perceived that Zhang Haidai was bolder in his thoughts. His initial reaction was to consider the possibility of 2 extra zeros, while Zhang Haidai merely thought there was 1. Indeed, it amounted to 2,800. Zhang Haidai glanced at the number once more, exclaiming in disbelief. He had never encountered such a sum before. It felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of his life. as notifications urged him to continue gaming. Zhang Haidai found himself momentarily disinclined to play. What game could possibly matter now? I am a wealthy individual. I must take a moment to reflect. Reflect on what? I shall watch you play first, and once I have regained my composure, I will join you. To Jiang Han's surprise, upon awakening, he noticed the peculiar glances from the villagers directed at him. When he sought clarification, several ants hastily retreated, as if they had encountered a formidable beast. Particularly, Andy with the prominent buck teeth nervously adjusted her clothing. Chapter 29. What is the purpose of bringing Waha? Jiang Han was utterly astounded. What were they suspecting? Did they believe he would behave improperly towards them? How could they harbor such scandalous thoughts? Ultimately, it was Aunt Hohat who hesitantly voiced it. They say. What do you say about me? They claim you're a villain, not merely wishing to shelter the young ladies, but rather to take advantage of them. The two young women left in tears. Jiang Han's mind struggled to grasp the connection between him and the scoundrel they spoke of. Aunt Hohat's hesitant demeanor suggested that the rumors were likely even more disparaging than her words. He had taken in Ma Xiaomei, and Ma Xiaomei purely out of kindness. They had consumed his food and drink, and he had even contributed significantly. Instead of reaping the rewards of his goodwill, he found himself embroiled in scandal. And Hohat. What else do you know? Well, Aunt Hohat bit her lip and continued. They say you might have gotten the two girls pregnant. Jiang Han was rendered speechless. Ma Xiaomei had only stayed at his home for 2 nights. Could one discern pregnancy in such a brief time? Jiang Han. You wouldn't actually. And Hohat was at a loss for words. Jiang Han smiled at her, revealing a set of bright white teeth. If they said it was true, then it was, and if they said it was false, then it was not. As long as they were happy. Upon leaving Aunt Hohat's house, she was left puzzled, wondering what the boy truly meant and whether he had indeed done anything. Every year, the village buzzed with idle gossip, which Jiang Han chose to ignore. However, just as he stepped out of Aunt Hohat's door, he heard a commotion at his own doorstep. He saw his sister, brandishing a broom, vehemently berating Aunt Li and Aunt Biao. Jiang Han felt a headache coming on as he rushed over to drag Jiang Feng back into the house. What are you doing mingling with such people? They say this about you. How can I not argue with them? Jiang Feng was nearly beside herself with rage. How could her brother, such an upright individual, possibly bully 2 young girls? Seeing Jiang Feng's face turn crimson with anger, Jiang Han felt both pity and amusement. He brought out the only electric fan in the house and pointed it at Jiang Feng, pouring her a glass of water. They can say whatever they like. It won't cost me a penny. Jiang Feng, observing her brother's nonchalance, realized she had been too hasty. Her brother was right. They had endured countless rumors over the years. There was no need to let a few words from others upset her. Noticing that the washing machine and water heater were finally installed at Jiang Han's home, she felt a twinge of envy. Although he had not remained in the big city for work, life was undeniably improving. Living well was more important than anything else. Jiang Han, relieved to see his sister finally come to her senses, let out a long sigh. As Jiang Feng prepared to leave, Jiang Han bought a case of Waha drinks from a nearby shop for her to take home. This is for Ling Ling and Wan Wan. As their uncle, I have never bought them anything. He had yet to make a purchase. After all, hadn't he just bought Barbie dolls for them the last time? You really should refrain from buying such items next time. Simply getting them practice papers would suffice. Jiang Han's lips twitched at the thought of his 2 nieces' expressions upon seeing the practice papers. He dared not pursue his sister's suggestion. If he genuinely bought the practice papers, Ling Ling and Wan Wan would surely despise him. Once his sister departed, Jiang Han called Zhang Haidai. Having previously discussed taking a break, he had no intention of heading to the seaside today, knowing Zhang Haidai was still at the internet CAF. He rode the bicycle he had borrowed from Zhang Haidai the day before into town. He initially intended to purchase some cola, but alas, it was sold out. Instead, he bought a dozen bottles of Waha. Zhang Haidai stared at the Waha in bewilderment. Hangu, what on earth are you bringing Waha for? To drink, of course. Am I supposed to wash my hair with it? Zhang Haidai rubbed his bald head. Ordinarily, he merely wiped it with a towel, without the need for washing. Jiang Han handed a bottle of Waha to Zhang Haidai, who took a sip. It had been many years since he last tasted it, and the flavor was quite nostalgic. Jiang Han settled into the seat beside Zhang Haidai. What are you playing? Let us join in. He, too, needed to unwind. Hangu, as a university student. Can you keep up? During his time in prison, Jiang Han had always appeared exceedingly busy, either engrossed in romance, labor, or studies. With such a schedule, one would hardly have time for games, one might think. Wasn't he particularly worried about being a burden? Rather, he was concerned that Jiang Han might suffer a crushing defeat, which would bruise his confidence. Jiang Han cast a sidelong glance at him. Underestimate me, do you? Just because I practice less doesn't mean I'm inept. In fact, only those who are truly inept require excessive practice. It wasn't too long before Jiang Han showcased the prowess of a prestigious university student, initially unfamiliar with the game and struggling to adapt. He soon found his rhythm and began leading a group to victory. Time slipped away, and soon Jiang Han's stomach grumbled twice. Checking the clock, he realized it was mealtime, prompting him and Zhang Haidai to head to the Healei Wang restaurant for a meal. It was then that Jiang Han discovered the internet CAF was nestled right behind the restaurant. Upon entering, Zhang Haidai's gaze immediately fixated on the proprietress, Meng Fei. Jiang Han opened his mouth, pondering whether Zhang Haidai lingered at the internet CAF daily for this very reason. Mengguo approached, bouncing with energy. "Boss, what brings you here today?" Jiang Han nearly choked on his own saliva at the title. Mengguo smiled sweetly at him. "Having sold such expensive sea urchins, how could you not be the boss?" Jiang Han realized that Mengguo particularly enjoyed teasing him. Very well, he thought. Whatever she said would be accepted. "Shall I order for you, or will you order yourselves?" Mengguo's voice remained as melodic as ever. "Please order for us," Jiang Han replied, too lazy to contemplate the menu. Mengguo beamed at him. "How about a large lobster?" "A large lobster it is, then. It's on me." Jiang Han's face bore no trace of hesitation. Zhang Haidai furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Brother Han, perhaps we should forego the lobster?" He had seen the price of the lobster, and even a single platter exceeded 1,000. Mengguo had not anticipated Jiang Han's lavishness and said, "I was merely jesting. Let me order something else." Lobster is typically reserved for banquets or entertaining guests. It is not something one indulges in for daily meals. "No worries, let it be lobster," Jiang Han replied, for he was not in a position to fret over such expenses. This recent rumor served as a poignant reminder for him to treat himself with greater kindness. He realized that should an unexpected misfortune arise, he might find himself regretting the lack of joy he had embraced in life. Seeing Jiang Han's resolve, Mengguo chose to remain silent, especially since Jiang Han had just sold a sea urchin for 28,000, a sum she had transferred to him. Chapter 30. Purchasing a 3-wheeled cart, Mengguo additionally ordered a dish of stir-fried squid, a serving of fresh shrimp soup, and a plate of cold cucumber salad. This was Jiang Han's second experience dining at the Wallawang restaurant, and with each bite, he found himself increasingly impressed by the culinary skills on display. When Mengguo brought out the final dish of cold cucumber salad, Jiang Han stopped her and inquired, "Does your restaurant offer processing services? I mean, if I bring my own seafood, can you prepare it for me?" "Of course, we can. The processing fee is separate, and we have a clear price list." Jiang Han had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting them to actually provide such a service. "May I see the price list?" he requested. Mengguo quickly fetched it for him. Upon reviewing the list, Jiang Han felt even more reassured about the restaurant's professionalism. The processing fees for various categories were clearly outlined. For out-of-town visitors, there was no need to worry about being overcharged. The price list detailed 6 different processing methods for shellfish, with prices clearly indicated. For shellfish weighing under 2 pounds, boiling costs 5 yuan per serving, while spicy stir-frying and steaming are priced at 10 yuan each. Sauced and scallion preparations are 20 yuan, and oil splashing is 25 yuan. Jiang Han pointed to the lobster and king crab sections, asking, "What distinguishes the first, second, and third cooking methods?" Mengguo indicated the fine print below, which elaborated various cooking styles such as spicy, pepper salt, minced garlic, congee, and steamed eggs. If one selected a single method for the lobster, it counted as one preparation. However, if the lobster body was prepared with minced garlic and the head and congee, it would be considered 2 preparations. Should one also wish to steam a specific part for an egg dish, that would be 3 preparations. Priced at 150 yuan. Jiang Han understood that bringing fresh seafood for processing would likely cost him only a modest sum, provided the methods were not overly complex. For instance, they charged merely 10 yuan for steamed sea urchin eggs, and simple steaming or blanching cost 5 yuan each. Typically, the fresher the seafood, the less intricate the preparation required. Unlike the arduous task of cooking and cleaning after a day by the shore, it seemed more practical to sell the seafood at the restaurant and utilize the remaining ingredients for processing. "If I bring a large quantity of seafood and cannot finish it at once, could you store it for me?" he asked, recalling the oxygen and refrigeration equipment he had noticed during his previous visit. Mengguo giggled. "Others cannot, but you are different." Jiang Han, enjoying her playful banter, responded, "In what way am I different?" Caught off guard by his retort, Mengguo stammered, "Well, you are special because you provide us with such exquisite seafood. We are strategic partners." With that, she dashed away. Zhang Haidai scratched his head, pondering whether Fei Jia's sister was always so talkative. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Jiang Han proceeded to settle the bill. Following a discount, the total came to 1,200 yuan, a reasonable price considering the quality of the lobster. After the meal, Jiang Han noticed that his hair had grown longer. I ventured into the barber shop across from the restaurant and opted for the most quintessential crew cut. As I stepped out, I fortuitously collided with Meng Guo, who blushed and swiftly retreated back into the establishment. It is said online that a man's handsomeness can be gauged by how he carries off a crew cut. If he looks strikingly handsome in such a style, he is undeniably handsome. Jiang Han undoubtedly belongs to this category of true attractiveness. He then spent some time playing games at an internet CAF with Zhang Haidai. Upon returning, he was surprised to find the gates of the car dealership still ajar. The small island of Jiaohua does not boast any car dealerships that sell automobiles. The vehicles visible within the dealership were either bicycles, electric scooters, or motorcycles. There were also agricultural tricycles, commonly referred to as sandbang-zi. He could not perpetually rely on Zhang Haidai's second-hand bicycle, and cycling continuously proved to be rather exhausting, given that he would frequently need to travel to town for sales. Purchasing an electric tricycle capable of carrying goods seemed more practical. It would serve dual purposes of transporting deliveries and providing personal mobility. Furthermore, the compact size of the tricycle allowed it to navigate narrow alleys and relatively smooth mountain paths with ease, rendering it exceedingly useful. Due to the exorbitant prices on the island, after some haggling, Jiang Han ultimately spent 5,300 yuan to acquire the tricycle. As he made his way back on it, the hour was quite late, and the villagers tended to retire early. The journey through the village was enveloped in silence. For reasons unknown, upon lying down, he found himself unable to drift off to sleep. He recalled how the claw he used while catching octopuses had slipped from his grasp multiple times. This prompted him to search online for a superior claw. The online marketplace indeed offered a far greater variety of tools compared to the local fishing gear shop. After much deliberation, he settled on a pair of pliers featuring a rubberized, non-slip grip, priced at 60 yuan each, and he purchased two. The shopkeeper also recommended a lighter pair of pliers. While heavier pliers were more effective for grasping octopuses and similar creatures, prolonged use could lead to hand fatigue. Conversely, a lighter pair sufficed for collecting shells and sea cucumbers and was quite affordable at 15 yuan each. Jiang Han procured two of those as well. It was somewhat disappointing to learn that these items could not be delivered to the town. Fortunately, this store shipped goods to the district port rather than the coastal port. The boat ride to the coastal port took about 3 hours, while the journey to the district port was a mere 40 minutes. Villagers seeking medical attention would also resort to the district hospital if the town's clinic proved inadequate. Here, district is akin to county, and the facilities within the district vastly surpass those in the town. Considering he would need to make the trip regardless, he perused the store's other offerings. One advantage of purchasing from the same establishment was that all items could arrive together, allowing for a single collection trip. Noticing crab traps, he decided to buy several. Having inquired in the village and learned that, although it was the closed fishing season, no one would object to an individual placing a few smaller traps. He also acquired 2 simple fishing rods, as he was not skilled enough to manage more complex ones. He observed that the store also stocked children's fishing rods. Uncertain whether his sister's 2 children have an affinity for fishing, he purchased 2 rods, as the prices were modest. Just as he was about to switch off his phone, a message from Meng Guo arrived, leading him to believe it was something of great importance. To his surprise, it was merely a photograph of him riding a tricycle. Captured by Meng Guo, he uttered a quick thank you before carelessly tossing his phone aside and succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Meng Guo on the other end was left bewildered, pondering why he expressed gratitude. Did he not find his own appearance on the tricycle amusing? With such a handsome face, it was rather comical to see him on such a dilapidated vehicle. His sister had mentioned that Jiang Han was a student at a prestigious university. Was this the typical thought process of students from esteemed institutions? Jiang Han slumbered soundly until midday the following day. Upon waking, he discovered a message from Zhang Haidai, inquiring if he would be going to the beach that day. Chapter 31. The rumors unraveled. Why not go? Jiang Han glanced at the title software and realized he had already missed the first opportunity to go clamming today. The second chance would be at 6:30 in the evening. So he instructed Zhang Haidai to arrive at the village by 6:15. He had initially intended to take a leisurely stroll outside, but the rumors had intensified. It was even said that he had spied on 2 young girls while they bathed. Old Zhang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, grinned foolishly and, upon seeing Jiang Han approach, couldn't resist his curiosity. So, Jiang Han, how were those girls' figures? He asked, gesturing with his hands. Such was the nature of conversation in the village, especially among the older folks, who dared to broach even the most risky topics. Jiang Han merely smirked, of course. They were attractive, who could deny it? It was summer, not winter, and the figures of Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were evident even through their clothing. Why would he need to see them undressed? Old Zhang, feeling a twinge of envy, was interrupted by the spitting of the older women nearby. Pa. He must have read too many books to end up so shameless, engaging in such sordid affairs. Jiang Han paid no mind to their chatter and returned home to scroll through his phone. Outside, Tiantian's mother was wedged among a group of women, absorbing the various rumors circulating about Jiang Han. This Jiang Han is still a university student, yet he's so brazen. If his parents were alive, they would surely be mortified. All those years of education wasted. If he were truly capable, why would he return to the village? After buying household appliances these past few days, it seems he intends to stay and become a fisherman. Truly, a waste of education, and now he engages in such disgraceful behavior, with no shame left at all. Tiantian's mother grew increasingly convinced that Jiang Han was beyond redemption. Upon returning home, she called her daughter. Tiantian, you truly made the right decision to break up with him. Meanwhile, Tiantian was in her dormitory, eating instant noodles. Since the breakup with Jiang Han, no one had been there to work and earn money for her. Surviving on a mere 600 yuan monthly stipend as a graduate student was hardly sufficient. Her quality of life had significantly declined. Had Jiang Han pleaded with her a bit more and gifted her some nice presents, she might not have ended the relationship so hastily. In retrospect, it all came down to Jiang Han's shortcomings. Jiang Han, what is going on? A few days ago, weren't there two couch surfers planning to stay at our place? Instead, they ended up at Jiang Han's house, and he took advantage of them. Or so I hear. Their bellies have grown. Really? Mom, are you sure? Of course, it's true. Would I lie about such matters? Tiantian was taken aback. Unable to believe that Jiang Han could behave in such a manner. He had always seemed so proper during their years together. Just days ago, her mother had mentioned that Jiang Han had made a considerable amount of money clamming. If he had earned so much, why hadn't he sent any to her? Feeling a surge of indignation, she sought the contact information of Ma Xiaomei from the couch surfer circle. Is this Ma Xiaomei? This is Tiantian. Due to the events of the previous encounter, Ma Xiaomei was somewhat reluctant to answer Tiantian's call. However, out of courtesy, she decided to pick up. Is there something you wish to discuss? Ma Xiaomei inquired. I apologize for what happened last time, Tiantian replied. Having been part of the couch surfing community for 2 years, Tiantian had nearly forgotten about it, as no couch surfers had visited their island during that time. Finally, 2 couch surfers were set to come, but she never anticipated that her mother would refuse them entry. Couch surfing is predicated on mutual benefit, and she reflected that once she graduated, she would likely stay in hotels while traveling rather than on someone else's couch. Since she couldn't gain any advantages from others, she decided to acquiesce to her mother's wishes. Please speak plainly, Ma Xiaomei said, her impatience evident. She had a strong aversion to those who lacked integrity. If Tiantian no longer wished to be a couch surfer, she should withdraw from the community promptly. What is this all about? I called solely out of concern for you. I know you're feeling down. Jiang Han has gone too far. We girls shouldn't tolerate such mistreatment. We should unite and use legal means to protect ourselves. Ma Xiaomei was bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? Tiantian continued to console her. I know you're upset, but now is not the time for sorrow. You must uplift yourself. Ma Xiaomei found it utterly perplexing. I don't understand what you're saying. Tiantian felt that Ma Xiaomei was being disingenuous, pretending at such a time. Don't deny it out of embarrassment. We all know. Jiang Han has bullied both you sisters, and now you are both pregnant. Ma Xiaomei's temper flared, and she could no longer contain herself. Tiantian, have you lost your mind? If your brain is muddled, perhaps you should empty it out. We've only been in Jiang Han's home for a few days. How could anyone discern a pregnancy in such a brief time? Your poor academic performance isn't your fault, but lacking common sense is entirely your mother's doing. With that, Ma Xiaomei hung up the phone. Infuriated, Tiantian had never been insulted in such a manner throughout her life. Attempting to call again, she found herself blocked. Angered, she contemplated throwing her phone, but refrained, recalling that she could not afford a new one. When Zhang Haidai arrived at Jiang Han's residence, Jiang Han had already begun organizing his belongings. Where are we headed? Han, go. Let us go to Jinsha Beach. It's the closest place we haven't yet visited. Zhang Haidai was taken aback by Jiang Han's spontaneity, as Jinsha Beach was notoriously lacking in attractions and was typically a spot for children to play in the sand. Nevertheless, he trusted Jiang Han, believing there must be a reason behind his choice. Yet, halfway through their journey, they spotted 2 familiar figures. 2 identical beautiful silhouettes were distributing candy to a group of children at the village's drying ground. Pretty sister, what kind of candy is this? This is pear syrup candy. It's good for your throat. Curious villagers gathered around, gazing at Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei. Girls, are you truly not being mistreated? Ma Xiaomei beamed radiantly. Do we truly resemble those who are oppressed? Those genuinely subjected to hardship would not exhibit such demeanor. The origins of the village gossip remain a mystery. Yet, this rumor has been effortlessly dispelled. As the 2 girls glanced upward, they spotted Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai. The girls enthusiastically waved at them. Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai, The women in the village are not inherently unkind. They merely possess a propensity for chatter and gossip. Upon realizing their mistake in misjudging others, each of them felt a tinge of embarrassment. It would be improbable to expect an apology from them. Reflecting on the fact that Jiang Han, a grown man, had not engaged in gardening, they hurried home to check for any fresh vegetables. Once they procured some, they each made their way to Jiang Han's yard, bringing along their offerings of fresh produce. Chapter 32. The horseshoe crab. Jiang Han was taken aback to see Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei return. Aren't you two supposed to be in Huqing? What brings you back? We did go to Huqing, and we brought back these pear syrup candies, Ma Xiaomei replied. Jiang Han, why didn't you reach out to us when you encountered such a situation? Ma Xiaomei expressed her discontent. This is something that could have easily been clarified with a simple explanation. Jiang Han chuckled nonchalantly. It truly didn't matter to him whether they made the trip or not. Such matters would fade away in a few days within the village. He anticipated that they would come all the way just to clarify things for him. Thank you both, he said. There's no need for formalities. You were so warm and hospitable to us. It's only right that we reciprocate, Ma Xiaomei remarked, noticing the items Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had brought. Did you go clam digging? Bring us along. Even if we head to the port now, we would miss the last boat, Ma Xiaomei added. Jiang Han readily agreed. Although taking them along would considerably diminish their haul, they had come for him, and it was only right to share the experience. Besides, he had come here with no grand expectations. Whether the catch was plentiful or scarce was of little consequence to him. Where are you headed to dig clams today? Ma Xiaomei inquired. To the beach, Jiang Han replied. Upon reaching the beach, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei gasped in delight. Wow, what a beautiful beach. Jiang Han, why didn't you bring us here before? Jiang Han felt unjustly accused. How was he to know they would adore such a beach? Moreover, compared to other locations, the villagers rarely ventured here for clam digging. He had merely sought convenience and a stroke of luck today. To his surprise, he encountered Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoyao there. Upon seeing Jiang Han, they recalled the last time he had caught the striped mantis shrimp, feeling as though his gaze was mocking their lack of skill. Unconsciously, they stepped back a bit, distancing themselves from Jiang Han and his companions. Ma Xiaomei chuckled. It seems you aren't very popular with the little ones. Jiang Han grimaced slightly. That's a sweeping generalization. Just because these two kids don't like me doesn't mean all children dislike me. Due to the heat, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei decided to remove their shoes and socks, savoring the sensation of the sand beneath their bare feet. The sand was abrasive against their soles, causing a slight sting and tickle, yet it felt delightful. At that moment, two large birds flew overhead. Ma Xiaomei exclaimed, "Oh my, what enormous birds! Their feathers are so white." Jiang Han glanced up and recognized them as egrets, common birds by the seaside. You know about flamingos but not egrets? He questioned, somewhat astonished. The pattern on my bed sheets features flamingos. Of course, we know about them, Ma Xiaomei replied, leaving Jiang Han surprised at her reasoning. Suddenly, Ma Xiaomei squealed with excitement. Oh my, there are crabs here. Now, Jiang Han's field of vision has significantly expanded, extending to an impressive 90 meters. Within this range, he can observe everything with remarkable clarity. However, he truly failed to notice the crab. Could it be that his eyesight is faltering? He glanced at Ma Xiaomei, who was excitedly pointing at a small crab that had scuttled across her instep. This crab is utterly adorable. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't this a bit too much? Jiang Han, why is one of its pincers so large while the other is so small? Ma Xiaomei asked. That's characteristic of the fiddler crab. One claw is indeed larger than the other. The fiddler crab's diminutive size was evident, as the one crawling on Ma Xiaomei's foot was no larger than a fingernail. For Jiang Han, seeing a fiddler crab was akin to someone else spotting an ant. At a glance, he barely regarded the fiddler crab as any significant marine fare. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that there were quite a few fiddler crabs in the vicinity. Do you enjoy crab sauce? He inquired. Crab sauce. The sisters recalled their first experience with it, a treat brought home by their father from the seaside. They had found it delectable. Yet, once the jar was finished, no other crab sauce could replicate that delightful flavor. Now, standing on this small island, they wondered if the crab sauce here would be authentically exquisite. Jiang Han, can you make crab sauce? They asked eagerly. Jiang Han shook his head, explaining that while there are many methods to prepare crab sauce, he had never attempted it. You might find some tutorials online, he suggested. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Jiang Han continued, to create truly delicious crab sauce, the quality of the ingredients is paramount. These fiddler crabs are indeed ideal for such a dish. Suddenly, the sisters seemed to grasp a crucial point. Could the lack of flavor in their later crab sauce be attributed not to the preparation method, but rather to the ingredients? As they gazed at the charming fiddler crabs scuttling across the golden beach, they became convinced of this notion. Ma Xiaomei reached out to catch a fiddler crab, but the creature was remarkably sensitive, As soon as it sensed her approach, it burrowed into the sand. Ma Xiaomei's face fell in frustration. How could she manage this? Jiang Han felt it was indeed a challenge for the two girls to catch fiddler crabs. These creatures are not easy to capture, even for those accustomed to coastal living. Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoya had been here for quite some time and had only managed to catch 2 fiddler crabs. Jiang Han surveyed the area again. With his widened field of vision, scanning became considerably more convenient. To his surprise, beneath the sand he had previously overlooked, a wealth of lugu shrimp lay hidden. He handed the shrimp extractor he had slung over his shoulder to Ma Xiaomei and instructed Zhang Haidai to pass his other extractor to Ma Xiaomei. He used a sand shovel to remove some of the top layer of sand, revealing the breathing holes beneath. He then explained to them how to use the shrimp extractor. Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were quick learners. They grasped the technique immediately. Ma Xiaomei was the first to extract a bucketful, and a lugu shrimp emerged, accompanied by sand and water. A mantis shrimp, Ma Xiaomei exclaimed. No, this is a lugu shrimp, Jiang Han corrected gently. In terms of appearance, it bears a resemblance to the mantis shrimp, albeit smaller than the average specimen. Certain features also evoke the likeness of crayfish. Jiang Han discovered that whenever he was in the company of the two sisters, he inadvertently assumed the role of a narrator. The two young women acknowledged his observation, indeed affirming that this creature seemed to be a hybrid of crayfish and mantis shrimp. Ma Xiaomei pointed towards the vent that Jiang Han had excavated, inquiring whether the openings below were filled with such specimens of lugu shrimp. Jiang Han hesitated momentarily, nearly revealing his uncertainty, and conceded that it was indeed possible. You two can continue here. I will accompany Zhang Haidai to capture some fiddler crabs. The girls instantly grasped his intent, recognizing that he was delegating the simpler task to them. They also realized that their previous exuberance had hindered Jiang Han and his companions from gathering as much as they could. Without delay, the two young women pledged their commitment with firm assurances. Rest assured, we will fulfill the task. They immediately immersed themselves in their work, performing admirably. Chapter 33. 4 buckets in quick succession. The mud crab is undoubtedly the most suitable for crafting crab paste. If this delicacy were to be introduced to the market, it could easily fetch a price of 20 yuan per kilogram. However, the mud crab is rather diminutive and lightweight, making it quite a challenge to catch one weighing a kilogram or 2. For those residing by the sea, even if they manage to capture some mud crabs, they typically take them home to prepare their own crab paste, with very few left over for sale in the market. Thus, for those inland, acquiring wild mud crab paste remains a daunting task. Zhang Haidai relied solely on his experience to catch the mud crabs. Upon spotting one emerging, he would swiftly dash over to seize it, and if it burrowed into the sand, he would hastily excavate it with a sand shovel. Jiang Han, on the other hand, was quite different. He scanned the area and directly plucked them out with his gloved hands. While Zhang Haidai had only caught 5 or 6, Jiang Han had already amassed nearly 20. Zhang Haidai gazed at Jiang Han with admiration. Han Ge, you were truly remarkable. It was no wonder that during their school days, despite Han Ji's lack of diligence, he consistently ranked among the top students. Though there were times he earnestly studied, he simply could not grasp certain concepts. Some talents, it seemed, were innate. Fortunately, Han Ge did not disdain him and allowed him to accompany him in his endeavors. Otherwise, he would still be risking his life in fights for a pack of cigarettes. The two girls had completely exhausted their supply of air holes. Ma Xiaomei approached Jiang Han, who promptly unearthed a new spot for them. Ma Xiaomei admired Jiang Han, saying, "You are truly incredible. You can always pinpoint these locations with precision." Observing the myriad air holes beneath the surface, it was likely that a multitude of lugu shrimp lay beneath. Leaning closer to Jiang Han, Ma Xiaomei asked, "Jiang Han, who do you think I am?" Jiang Han glanced at the alluring little mole at the corner of her eye and replied, "You are Ma Xiaomei." Ma Xiaomei clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Jiang Han, you finally remembered me." Ma Xiaomei's sister looked up in confusion. Perhaps because Ma Xiaomei was overly thrilled about the shrimp catch. She also carried a bucket over and, upon spotting the air holes, could hardly conceal her joy. "Jiang Han, with your skills, there's truly no need for you to remain in the city for work." In her eyes, a man devoid of the constraints of a corporate job always appeared more carefree and unrestrained. Jiang Han smiled at them, remarking, "Perhaps I am indeed more suited to being a fisherman." At that moment, Jiang Han's phone vibrated, prompting him to remove his gloves and check. Someone in the group had tagged him again. "Lu Buhong, Jiang Han, let us, the overworked corporate drones, glimpse your island life." "Hu Danjin, yes. We haven't heard from you in a couple of days." With the tide to attend to, Jiang Han had no time for idle chatter. He simply sent a photo of his coastal endeavors. In summer, darkness descends late. Although the sun had vanished from sight, the sky was ablaze with a resplendent crimson sunset, as beautiful as a painting. The vibrant hues reflected upon the beach, rendering it a dazzling golden expanse. Coupled with the graceful presence of egrets and the exquisite silhouettes of the two girls, this ordinary photograph transformed into an extraordinary masterpiece. For a moment, the group fell into silence. Jiang Han, day by day, seems to be indulging in an abundance of delicacies. Observing that the tide crabs for making crab sauce were nearly all caught, he ceased his efforts. He summoned Zhang Haidai to join him in gathering the lugu shrimp. The two young girls felt exceedingly grateful to Jiang Han, as he generously allowed them to use the only 2 shrimp buckets available. Meanwhile, he and Zhang Haidai extended their hands to delve into the shrimp holes. Initially, Zhang Haidai hesitated to explore the shrimp holes, uncertain of what he might unearth. However, witnessing Jiang Han's confidence, he too plunged his hand in without a moment's hesitation, trusting that Han Gu would never lead him astray. Indeed, each shrimp they extracted was a lugu shrimp, devoid of any perilous surprises. This time, the two girls not only refrained from causing trouble, but also contributed significantly to their endeavor. Unbeknownst to them, both buckets were soon filled to the brim. With time still on their side, Jiang Han contemplated racing back home to retrieve 2 more buckets. As he turned, he noticed the small eyes of Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaoyao were both red-rimmed, recalling the moments spent playing with their father in their childhood. Jiang Han approached them and inquired about their distress. His question, however, prompted the children to burst into tears. "You're bullying us, Wawa. You're a big bad guy." Wawa. Jiang Han, bewildered, glanced at the small buckets brought by the children. Their combined buckets contained merely 7 or 8 tide crabs, while his 2 large buckets were nearly overflowing. Realizing the source of their sorrow, Jiang Han inferred that perhaps their overwhelming grief led them to neglect their own tools. He took their sand shovels and, standing 2 meters away, scooped away the sand to reveal numerous air holes beneath. After completing this task, he departed. The 2 children exchanged glances. Their grandparents had told them that Jiang Han was a graduate of a prestigious university, encouraging them to learn from him. Yet, this Jiang Han appeared rather foolish. Having unearthed so many air holes, yet not digging further seemed rather silly. Jiang Han might be naive, but they were not. They quickly seized their small tools and began to excavate. To their surprise, they unearthed a considerable number of white clams. These could fetch 2 yuan per jin at Jiang Ermao's stall. Of course, the seafood they collected was insufficient for selling. But returning home to have their mother prepare a bowl of soup would suffice for their satisfaction. The white clam and winter melon soup was indeed delicious. Moreover, the abundance of white clams they discovered could provide several meals for both their families. The area rich in white clams was merely a stone's throw away from where they had previously unearthed nothing. Upon seeing Jiang Han return with 2 empty buckets, they began to reassess their opinion of him. Perhaps he was not so bad after all. His good fortune in finding treasures was well-deserved. Jiang Han marked several more areas, and before the tide rose, all 4 buckets overflowed. Today, he had chosen the largest buckets from home. The combined weight of the 4 buckets approached 200 jin. Jiang Han estimated that his earnings might reach 10,000 yuan. Upon returning home, he gazed at the vegetables piled high in the yard, resembling a small mountain. Jiang Han found himself in a rather amusing predicament. The very individuals who criticized him were the same ones who bestowed gifts upon him. To be frank, he felt rather apathetic towards their judgments. Beside the vegetables lay a considerable number of eggs. Jiang Han sought a shaded spot to neatly arrange the vegetables and eggs, subsequently placing the lugu shrimp in the pond. He instructed Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei to clean the fiddler crabs and encouraged them to learn how to prepare the dish online, to ensure the flavors remained authentic. He called Jiang Feng to inquire about the crucial steps. Jiang Feng, feeling that a phone conversation would be insufficient, promptly rode her bicycle to Jiang Han's location upon learning that Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were present. Observing the 2 girls engrossed in their phones, attempting to decipher the recipe for crab sauce, she found it utterly charming. "You need not concern yourselves with this. I shall handle it. Simply watch. When you return home, should you have fiddler crabs, you may attempt it yourselves." The 2 girls felt a touch of embarrassment, yet Jiang Feng was delighted, expressing her gratitude for their effort to assist her brother. Chapter 34. Selling at a high price again. Jiang Feng had grown accustomed to handling tasks efficiently since childhood. She crushed the freshly cleaned crabs with a mortar and then layered them with salt in a jar, finishing with the large claws of the tide crabs on top. Ma Xiaomei recorded the entire process on video while Ma Xiaomei diligently took notes. Jiang Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment seeing the 2 beautiful girls earnestly learning from her. She sealed the jar, knowing that in 15 days, it would be ready to eat, perfect for mixing with rice, noodles, or simply dipping steamed buns. However, considering the girls would be traveling, Jiang Feng felt it might be inconvenient for them to carry the jar. The 2 girls agreed. Jiang Han suggested, "Tomorrow, when you reach the coastal port, you can ship the jar home. That way, you won't have to lug it around while traveling." Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei found this solution splendid, acknowledging Jiang Han's cleverness, a testament to his prestigious university education. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had caught a considerable number of tide crabs, and after filling one jar, there were still plenty left. Jiang Han decided not to sell these tide crabs and insisted Jiang Feng take them all, even gifting her 5 pounds of lugu shrimp to take home. Jiang Feng gazed at the pool filled with lugu shrimp, her mouth agape. Her brother was truly remarkable. She had initially thought his good fortune was merely occasional, but it became evident that he consistently returned with bountiful catches. Such consistent success could not simply be attributed to luck, it was a testament to his skill. It seemed their parents were watching over them from above, and their ancestors were smiling down. All right, once the crab paste is ready, I will bring some to you. Jiang Han replied without hesitation. The crab paste made from tide crabs was indeed delicious. Even a small addition to instant noodles would enhance the flavor. Jiang Han escorted Jiang Feng to the door. Zhang Haidai mentioned his intention to visit the internet CAF. If it had been earlier, Jiang Han would have suggested he take the lugu shrimp to the Hailuang restaurant to sell, but it was nearly 11 at night, and the restaurant had long closed. If he took the shrimp to the CAF, they would likely spoil by the time the restaurant reopened the next day. It was better to wait until the next day for that errand. After Jiang Han finished washing up and was preparing for bed, there was a sudden knock at the door. Ma Xiaomei stood there wearing a white silk nightgown. Jiang Han assumed she wanted to contact her family and was about to offer his room for her use. However, she called out to him, Jiang Han, is Tiantian truly your girlfriend? She is my ex-girlfriend, Jiang Han corrected her. Seeing the inquisitive expression on Ma Xiaomei's face, he sighed. She got accepted into graduate school while I did not. She looked down on me and broke up with me. Ma Xiaomei was taken aback by this revelation. That was her lack of foresight. You will undoubtedly find someone better. Observing her earnest demeanor, Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. You needn't comfort me. I have long since moved on. I am not comforting you. I am being serious, she replied. As Jiang Han prepared to depart once more, Ma Xiaomei called out to him, expressing her desire to discuss a matter. She continued, I have conveyed the situation regarding Tiantian to those within our circle. She has been removed from the couch surfing community. The focus on Jiawa Island is still in need of someone willing to provide a couch. I wonder if you would be interested? Sensing that Jiang Han might feel pressured, she hastily added, if you decline, it's perfectly fine. Everything is based on voluntary participation. It's merely about offering a place to rest, which is of little consequence to me. Ma Xiaomei gazed at Jiang Han in astonishment. You agree? Yes. Ma Xiaomei felt truly grateful for Jiang Han's kindness. Then I shall submit your name. Should others visit your home in the future, do not feel compelled to serve them with such lavish offerings. Although she and her sister relished their time, she feared that Jiang Han might end up at a disadvantage if he continued in this manner. Actually, it's all right. Everything you collected from the beach was given to me, which holds considerable value, Jiang Han replied. Particularly, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei both prepared their own meals, and he often joined them in enjoying their culinary delights. Jiang Han, encountering you has brought immense joy to us sisters. Our days on Jiawa Island have been the happiest moments of our journey. The following day, Jiang Han set out with the 2 girls. This time, they departed a bit later than before. Previously, they had left in a private vehicle, concealed by tinted windows, making their exit unnoticed. This time, however, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei confidently rode in Jiang Han's newly acquired tricycle, passing by a group of villagers engaged in conversation. The 2 girls greeted them warmly. Farewell, villagers of Shajiang. Upon spotting some children, they pulled out sweets from their bags and tossed them toward the little ones. Jiang Han understood that Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei were aiding him. Their cheerful departure would prevent the villagers from speaking ill of him any longer. Upon arriving at the Holy Wang restaurant, Jiang Han weighed his buckets of lugu shrimp. After setting aside 5 pounds for Jiang Feng and keeping 5 pounds for himself, he was left with an astonishing 202 pounds. Recently, lugu shrimp had been in high demand, and Meng Fei offered a price of 73 per pound. This haul yielded a total of 14,746 yuan. Menghua handed him 14,800 yuan. Meng Fei glanced at Menghua, teasingly asking if he was aware of the rounded figure this time. Menghua simply stuck out his tongue in silence. Beep. The host sold seafood for 14,800 yuan, earning 14,800 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 16,273 points. Currently, 15,000 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 30 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. Host now possesses a scanning range of 120 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points, 273 points. Please continue to strive for success. Jiang Han, you are truly remarkable. Ma Xiaomei couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Earning thousands in a single day, what level of achievement would that represent in a bustling metropolis? Last time when they came to sell goods with Jiang Han, he managed to sell over 6,000 yuan. However, that day coincided with a high tide, and they assumed Jiang Han's success was merely due to luck. To their surprise, today he sold even more. Nowadays, even the wealthy second-generation individuals, despite their familial backing, may not earn such a substantial amount in a single day. Jiang Han's achievements are entirely self-made, which renders him even more admirable. He himself did not anticipate such a remarkable figure today. He had estimated around 10,000. Yet the total exceeded 14,000. It appears that Meng Fei's pricing is indeed quite reasonable. Ma Xiaomei, with her large, expressive eyes, gazed at Jiang Han and asked him candidly, "Tell me honestly, how much did the white sea urchin sell for last time?" There was no need for Jiang Han to conceal the truth from her. 28,000. Ma Xiaomei gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, exclaiming, "That's truly impressive." Chapter 35. There is always someone who can warm him that time. I was merely fortunate to stumble upon such a rare white sea urchin. Luck is indeed a form of strength. Ma Xiaomei gave Jiang Han a thumbs up, remarking that if Tiantian knew how adept he was at making money, she would likely be filled with regret. I have no need for her awareness. Since the bond has been severed, there exists no connection between him and her. Whether she laments or revels in her choices is of no consequence to him. Ma Xiaomei opened her mouth, genuinely believing that a woman like Tiantian was unworthy of Jiang Han. She could hardly fathom how someone as exceptional as Jiang Han could have ever been involved with someone of Tiantian's ilk. The two girls summoned a taxi and proceeded to the port. Ma Xiaomei sent Jiang Han a form detailing their couch surfing accommodations. Jiang Han meticulously filled out each section, particularly stipulating in the requirements column that pets were not permitted. It would be tolerable to have a cat or a dog, but he harbored concerns about certain eccentric pet owners bringing peculiar creatures into his modest abode. When Jiang Han lifted his gaze, he found Meng Guo observing him with an amused expression. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, he inquired, "Why do you look at me like that? It seems you are quite popular among the ladies." Jiang Han smirked, adding, "Does that include you?" Meng Guo was momentarily taken aback, claiming a customer had requested her assistance and promptly departed. Jiang Han dined at the Heilong restaurant that evening. He brought some seafood from home for them to prepare and also transferred a sum of money to Zhang Haidai. Upon seeing an additional 1,500 yuan, Zhang Haidai felt as if he were in a dream. He glanced at Meng Fei, bustling about, pondering whether this might truly lead to his marriage. Yet, considering Meng Fei's capabilities, he felt deflated. Jiang Han realized that by bringing seafood for preparation, he significantly reduced his expenses. In addition to the seafood he provided, he ordered a spicy and sour potato dish. The total for the two of them, encompassing 3 dishes and a soup, amounted to a mere 80 yuan, truly economical and satisfying. Upon finishing their meal, with no pressing engagements, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai decided to visit an internet CAF to play games. Although the CAF offered overnight accommodations, sleeping there could never compare to the comfort of one's own bed. After defeating a monster, Jiang Han casually remarked, "With someone like you coming to town every day, you might as well rent a place here." Zhang Haidai slapped his bald head, exclaiming, "Right? Now that I have money, I can afford to rent a house." Jiang Han was taken aback. Was he being serious? Reflecting on the owner, Meng Fei, he found himself speechless. Perhaps it was best not to meddle in matters of brotherhood. He glanced at the tide schedule and noted that the time for gathering sea creatures was later than the previous day, set for 7 o'clock in the evening. Thus, he and Zhang Haidai enjoyed another meal at Heilong restaurant. As they prepared to head towards the village, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Before long, the rain intensified. Well, it seems today would not be suitable for gathering sea creatures after all. Zhang Haidai was eager to return to the internet CAF for gaming. "Han Ge, why don't you stay at the CAF as well? The rain is torrential." Meng Guo appeared out of nowhere, stating, "Jiang Han, this rain is too heavy. My sister and I have rented a room on the 3rd floor for convenience. There are guest rooms available. You should stay the night." The structure here is a mix of commercial and residential spaces, with shops on the 1st and 2nd floors and residences above. Jiang Han felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm particular about my sleeping arrangements. I think I'll just head home." Meng Guo looked at him with confusion. "At your age, you still care about that? What about when you were at school?" Jiang Han felt awkward under her scrutiny. "What could I do? I just had to make do." As he spoke, he headed towards the door to ride his electric scooter. "Wait a moment," Meng Guo said as she dashed into the kitchen and emerged with a raincoat. "Wear this on your way back." Jiang Han took the raincoat, feeling a warmth in his heart. "Thank you." He had lost his parents at a young age, leaving him and his sister to rely on one another. After finally gaining admission to a prestigious university, he graduated only to find himself jobless and heartbroken after being dumped by his girlfriend. Yet, amidst the struggles, there were still people and moments that brought him warmth. On his way back, despite having the raincoat, he was still drenched due to the relentless downpour. Rainwater seeped into the collar of his raincoat, and his hat was blown off twice, leaving his hair soaked. Fortunately, he had a water heater and washing machine installed at home. After a comforting hot shower and tossing his clothes into the washing machine, he was ready to relax in bed. Unexpectedly, Lu Buohong sent him a private message. Lu Buohong, Jiang Han, how much do you earn in a month? Lu Buohong, like him, had studied financial management but lacked any familial connections. Now, he toiled daily at a large company. Jiang Han, I'm not sure. Is there something you need? He had only returned a few days ago. But out of habit, he checked his earnings from the past few days. To his surprise, it exceeded 60,000. After deducting his expenses, he was left with around 50,000. He hadn't even gone out to see that many times. This was far better than he had anticipated. Lu Buohong, I'm completely exhausted, doing the work of 3 or 4 people. I mentioned my resignation to my boss today, and he offered me an extra 500. Now I'm in a quandary. Lu Buohong, you know the others. Our social standings are different, so I can't discuss this with them. I can only ask for your opinion. Jiang Han, 500 a day? Lu Buohong, are you joking? If it were 500 a day, I would be laughing uncontrollably. It's 500 a month. Jiang Han, just an additional 500? If you truly dislike that job, feel free to resign. Lu Buohong, but 500 is still money. You, who stay at home living off your parents, wouldn't he understand? Jiang Han felt disinclined to continue the conversation with Lu Buohong. He had no parents to rely on. He had never shared his family's circumstances with his classmates. He didn't hold Lu Buohong's comments against him. If he too remained in the big city, would he also be grappling with the dilemma of a few extra hundred in a month? Jiang Han discovered a game on his phone and began to play. The next day, the rain showed no signs of abating. When Ho-Hop visited last time, she expressed her envy for the spaciousness of his garden. His yard was ample enough to scatter some scallion seeds and erect a trellis for grapes, while also leaving space for bamboo poles to cultivate loofahs and cucumbers. However, managing the great trellis, loofahs, and cucumbers was beyond Jiang Han's capabilities. Nonetheless, he could certainly scatter some scallion, chive, and vegetable seeds. He would leave them to their own devices. If they flourished, it would be a pleasant surprise, and if not, he would merely waste a few seeds. Moreover, there was land available on the mountain behind his home. He contemplated scattering some rice seeds there, allowing nature to take its course. Should they thrive, he could enjoy the fruits of his own cultivation. Chapter 36. To the district, unlike the previous occasion when he needed to select specific pliers. There are numerous online stores selling seeds. He placed an order with those that could deliver to the island. After reviewing the items he purchased last time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that they would arrive at the district by tomorrow. If the rain ceased, he intended to make a trip to the district to collect the goods and, coincidentally, check on the situation regarding the boats. Should he find no suitable vessels in the district, he would have to venture into the city instead. Suddenly, Jiang Han's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Tiantian. Jiang Han, I will return next week. Jiang Han felt perplexed. What was the purpose of her return? He chose not to reply. Reflecting on the fact that it had been raining for 2 days, he wondered if Ma Xiaomei and the others had managed to leave the island safely. Yesterday, he had been so drenched by the rain that he completely forgot to inquire. Jiang Han sent a message to Ma Xiaomei. Did you all reach the coast safely? Ma Xiaomei promptly responded. I boarded the ship as soon as I sent you the form. We were fortunate to catch the last boat. I heard they will suspend sailings afterwards. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to leave today. She followed up with a cheeky emoji. Thanks to you, our luck has improved. Relieved that the 2 young women had safely disembarked, Jiang Han felt at ease. The following day, the rain indeed subsided. He informed Zhang Haidai that they would not be going to the seashore. Instead, he drove his 3-wheeled vehicle to the port. Due to the torrential rains over the past 2 days, the first boat, which usually departs at 5:30 in the morning, had been postponed to 8:30. Jiang Han was unperturbed. He was not pressed for time. However, amidst the crowd, he spotted a figure radiating urgency, his brother-in-law. The tall, lean man turned and caught sight of Jiang Han. Jiang Han. Jiang Han approached Jiang Wenshan, inquiring if he was heading to work. He had heard from his sister that Jiang Wenshan worked in a factory in the district and only returned on weekends. Yes, Jiang Wenshan replied indifferently. A phone mentioned you were back. What brings you out this time? Jiang Han did not conceal the truth. I am going to collect my package from the port in the district. Jiang Wenshan smiled, but fell silent. His reserved nature did not imply a lack of opinions. Although Jiawa Island might be somewhat backward, it had all the essentials. Even if one could not find a desired brand, alternatives were always available. The cost of items on Jiawa Island, regardless of their price, was still more economical than taking a boat to fetch a package from the district. Jiang Wenshan instinctively glanced at the time, realizing he would undoubtedly be late. The weather at sea is notoriously unpredictable. He dared not return from Monday to Friday. Even on weekends, he would leave by Sunday evening. This time, he had returned on Friday after work, only to encounter 2 days of torrential rain, forcing him to rush back early on Monday morning. Yet, he was still late. He had already given up on the perfect attendance bonus for this month. Seeing Jiang Wenshan's expression, Jiang Han could surmise the situation. Brother-in-law, if your tardiness is due to special circumstances, you might want to mention it to your supervisor. They should be understanding. Jiang Wenshan murmured softly, refraining from unnecessary words. In his view, even if Jiang Han were to gain admission to a prestigious university, his temperament remained unstable. Even if he were to express his concerns, Jiang Han would not comprehend the difficulties he faced. Jiang Han suddenly felt a sense of awkwardness. Unsure of what topic to broach with Jiang Wenshan. Coincidentally, beside him sat an elderly lady clutching a duck. The duck stretched its neck and quacked loudly, its beak almost brushing against his face. Jiang Han felt overwhelmed. Just then, his phone vibrated. Tiantian, did you receive my message? Jiang Han assumed Tiantian was merely confirming whether his phone was functioning. Jiang Han, I did. Tiantian, if you received it, why didn't you reply? Jiang Han was truly at a loss. Her message bore no significant content worth responding to. Previously, when they were in a relationship, he indulged her whims. But now their bond had dissolved. Furthermore, he found no compelling reason to reply to her latest message. After a while, Tiantian sent another. Jiang Han, you've changed. Jiang Han found her words utterly perplexing. Out of sight, out of mind. He promptly blocked Tiantian, just as she sent an expression of grievance. She noticed the red exclamation mark beside it. Jiang Han had the audacity to block her. Enraged, Tiantian nearly smashed her phone, but refrained, recalling its considerable price. As Jiang Han disembarked, he was followed by an elderly woman with a shoulder pole. Just as the pole was about to strike him, Jiang Wenshan, having appeared beside him, swiftly intervened to push it aside. Be careful, ma'am, he cautioned. The elderly woman repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, young man. Jiang Han turned to Jiang Wenshan, expressing gratitude. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Wenshan nodded lightly and hurried off, needing to catch a bus. Jiang Han sighed. After all, his brother-in-law was not just like this with him, but treated everyone with the same reliability. Regardless, he was a dependable man, diligently earning a living to support his wife and children. Furthermore, he maintained emotional stability. According to his sister, he had never quarreled with her over the years. Originally, he could have pursued work in a larger city, yet considering their 2 children, he chose to have his sister stay home to care for them, sacrificing his prospects to work in a small factory within the district. This arrangement ensured their children did not become left-behind children like many others in the village. After all, there is a significant difference between being raised by grandparents and by parents themselves. Thus, for the sake of his sister and his 2 nieces, he decided to tolerate his brother-in-law's irritable temperament. When he used to attend school, the ferry occasionally docked at this district port, but it had been years since he last set foot on this island. In comparison to the simple and primitive fishing village life of Jiaohua Island, the industrial and commercial development in the district is quite advanced. The island boasts not only numerous factories but also a thriving commercial hub. Moreover, Panshan is renowned as a tourist destination, attracting many visitors who stroll around the area. Near the port, travel agencies display signs enticing tourists, with tickets priced at 120 yuan each. Jiang Han glanced at the sign and walked past it. Exploring alone seemed uninteresting, and he decided to wait for his sister's family to join him next time. Instead of directly collecting his package, he hailed a taxi. Where to, young man? The driver inquired. Jiang Han wished to seize the opportunity to take a look at the shipyards. He had researched the address online, yet nothing could compare to the reliability of a local living map. Jiang Han produced a piece of the already purchased Heartbroken and offered a portion to the driver. Excuse me, may I ask how many shipyards are in this area? Chapter 37. The expensive boat. The driver cast a glance at the cigarette and then at Jiang Han. Slightly taken aback, Jiang Han appeared to be a young man in his early 20s. Despite his youth, he smoked rather impressively. Out of professional courtesy, the driver refrained from smoking, instead tucking the cigarette behind his ear. Pray tell, what size of boat are you looking to purchase? For what purpose? Jiang Han pondered for a moment, responding, around 15 meters, primarily for fishing. The driver was once again astonished. Could such a young man truly afford a boat of that size? Young man, you possess quite the capability. It stands to reason, given your fine taste in cigarettes. Jiang Han chuckled. I'm merely browsing. No guarantees of a purchase. Do you have any recommendations? In Pu District, there are only 2 shipyards. I've heard that both are currently focused on producing fishing boats. Custom-built fishing vessels might be more prevalent. Which of the 2 offers better value? The driver chuckled softly. That's a tough call for me. Jiang Han handed the driver another cigarette. I'm just asking casually. Feel free to share your thoughts. The driver placed the cigarette behind his other ear, contemplating before speaking. 1 yard is rather established. I've known it since my childhood. Their experience is certainly ample, yet due to operational difficulties, their situation isn't very favorable at present. The other yard has only emerged in recent years, offering more modern designs. As for pricing, it seems the newer yard is somewhat more affordable. Jiang Han believed that he needed to assess the situation personally. Thus he declared, let us visit the closer one then. The nearer yard was indeed the newer establishment. Inside, he spotted several freshly completed fishing boats, their designs quite appealing. Upon learning of Jiang Han's intention to purchase a boat, the staff at the yard welcomed him with great enthusiasm. I don't want a fishing yacht. I'm looking for a professional fishing vessel. The salesperson's enthusiasm heightened upon hearing Jiang Han's preference for a fishing boat, as he eagerly presented brochures detailing each model. Jiang Han found the boats to be quite impressive and pointed to a model, inquiring, how much for this 12-meter fishing boat? Originally, he had intended to buy a 15-meter vessel, but upon hearing the salesperson's descriptions, he realized that the prices were far beyond his initial expectations. To outfit it completely, with all necessary facilities, it would only require $2 million. Only $2 million? No wonder the driver had reacted differently upon hearing Jiang Han's intention to buy a 15-meter offshore fishing boat. If a 12-meter vessel was priced thus, surely a 15-meter one would not be below $3 million. Boats, much like cars, vary widely in price. There are vehicles that cost a few thousand and others that reach into the millions. The disparity among boats may be even greater. The inclusion of navigation systems, emergency equipment, engines, air conditioning, railings, and restrooms alters the pricing significantly. We are not simply selling an empty shell. Not to mention, high-quality railings can cost several tens of thousands. While cheaper options exist, you may choose to forgo them. The craftsmanship involved in boat building is no less complex than that of automobile manufacturing. Aside from modern fishing equipment, even the underdeck drainage systems require considerable expertise. When the storm arises, prompt drainage is essential. Naturally, binding a few logs together can also serve as a makeshift vessel. However, the comfort and safety of different boats vary significantly. Jiang Han inhaled sharply, directing his gaze towards a fishing boat measuring 7 or 8 meters. How much for this one? He inquired. This type is primarily used for taking tourists out to sea. It's quite affordable, around 400,000 in total, came the response. Jiang Han gasped again, astonished that such a price could be considered reasonable. It was evident that boats were indeed a pastime for the affluent. In his class, most of his peers were rich second-generation individuals. In their leisure, they no longer compared cars but rather the number of yachts their families owned. After all, only those who could afford and maintain a yacht could truly be deemed wealthy. The salesperson would never imagine that a destitute soul like him, with merely 50,000 in his pocket, would dare to visit a boatyard. Jiang Han perused the entire catalog but found no trace of the old-fashioned wooden boats equipped with engines. It seemed this factory did not cater to such low-end models. The driver had mentioned that this factory was inexpensive, yet the money in his pocket wouldn't even suffice for a fraction of a fishing boat. With his current funds, he could barely afford to obtain a license. After exiting the new boatyard, he hailed a taxi to the old boatyard. Upon arrival, he observed workers constructing a metal fishing vessel. The boat was nearly complete, and he ventured into the cabin to inspect the various amenities. It was well equipped for cooking, sleeping, and even featured a luxurious restroom. He admired the craftsmanship. The quality was indeed exceptional. However, upon inquiring about the price, his heart sank. Over $6 million. The 15-meter fishing boat he had longed for would cost him more than $6 million at this yard. Do you not have any wooden boats left? He asked. Such vessels are simply outdated. Who still manufactures those? The salesperson replied. Even if wooden boats were available, the costs would be substantial once all the equipment is added. The materials and craftsmanship might very well exceed that of a metal boat. Are there any affordable metal boats? Jiang Han inquired. The salesperson gestured towards another section, where boats were priced between 7 and 800,000. After having seen the 6 million boat, the disparity in quality was glaring. It was akin to comparing vehicles. How could a car costing tens of thousands be compared to one worth millions? Even the 7 to 800,000 boats were beyond his means. Perhaps there were cheaper options elsewhere, but he lacked the energy to search further. More affordable boats would likely imply a more rudimentary setup. Jiang Han's hopes were thoroughly dashed. It seemed he was still far from purchasing a boat. Upon returning, he realized he needed to earn money from the sea diligently. Knowing that the seafood market was nearby, he made his way there once again. The market was a vibrant display of various shellfish, fish, and snails, with some species even Jiang Han could not name. After inquiring about prices, he discovered that the rates offered by the restaurant he frequented were already approaching those of the market's retail. It was no wonder that Ming Fei's business thrived. She was remarkably straightforward in her dealings. At that moment, he spotted some cultivated sea cucumbers. The appearance indicated they were farmed, and upon asking the price, he was taken aback to find they cost 200. Jiang Han initially intended to leave after inquiring about the price, but he heard the shopkeeper call out. Although these are farmed bamboo shoots, they possess significant nutritional value. They enhance beauty for young ladies and bolster immunity for children. Recalling how his sister often lamented the frail health of her 2 daughters, who frequently fell ill, he decided to purchase 2 pounds. Due to his previous reservations, he had not set aside any wild bamboo shoots for his sister. So he resolved to bring her some of the farmed ones this time. As he took out his phone, he noticed a message from Mingguo asking for his whereabouts. Jiang Han, I'm in Pu District. Mingguo, could you please stop by the commercial street and buy me an eyebrow trimmer? The one I bought in town is ineffective. The ones from Pu District are much better. Jiang Han found it somewhat peculiar for a grown man to buy an eyebrow trimmer. Jiang Han, I want to go. Mingguo sent several cute emoticons in response and ultimately followed up with a voice message. Jiang Han, you're the best. Please help me out this time. The next time you come to the restaurant, I'll treat you to a fruit platter. Her tone was softer than he usually heard. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to venture to the commercial street. It had been quite some time since he had visited his sister's home. In addition to the bamboo shoots, he wished to buy a few other items for his 2 nieces. He procured a considerable amount of school supplies and then made his way to a children's clothing store. Informing the sales associate that he was purchasing clothes for a 3rd grader and a 1st grader, the associate assisted him in selecting suitable styles. Unsure of the exact sizes, Jiang Han opted for slightly larger garments, reasoning that even if they did not fit perfectly now, they would surely be wearable by the following year. The accessory shop was located directly across from the children's clothing store. He also purchased some hair ties and clips for girls, and, while he was at it, he acquired the eyebrow trimmer for Mingguo. Chapter 38. Setting the crab traps as time slipped away. He finally returned to the port to collect his parcel from the courier service. Fearing that the contents might be damaged, he decided to open the package right there at the port to inspect it thoroughly. To his relief, everything was in good condition, and he gathered the items before boarding the boat back to Jiaohua Island. The abrupt transition from the bustling district of Puku to the simplicity of Jiaohua Island left Jiang Han momentarily disoriented. Although Jiaohua Island fell under the jurisdiction of Puku, the disparity between the two was undeniably vast. However, the economic prosperity of Puku provided substantial assistance to the villagers of Jiaohua Island. Even the elderly, who had never contributed to Social Security, received a monthly allowance of 500 yuan. For rural seniors, with minimal expenses, this sum occasionally allowed them to purchase sweets for their grandchildren. Medical expenses could also be partially reimbursed through the agricultural insurance card. Thanks to the generous welfare of Puku, the residents of Jiaohua Island, aside from enduring a stable poverty, never faced the dire circumstance of hunger. Jiang Han presented a newly purchased set of eyebrow razors to Mingguo. Upon seeing the gift, Mingguo beamed with joy and promptly prepared a fruit platter for him. Are you staying for dinner? I saved the seafood you brought last time. Shall I prepare it for you? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Mingguo, dismissing the hassle, went about his preparations. Jiang Han then called Zhang Haidai, inviting him to join for dinner. After their meal, Zhang Haidai took Jiang Han to view the apartment he had rented. Jiang Han was surprised to find that Zhang Haidai had indeed secured a place, as he had only mentioned it casually before. Fortunately, the apartment was quite decent, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen, all for a mere 450 yuan per month. Moreover, it was conveniently located near an internet CAF and the Heilei Wang restaurant. Brother Han, I've saved a room for you. Whenever you come to town and feel too lazy to return, you can stay here. For Zhang Haidai, 450 yuan had once been a substantial sum, but now it seemed trivial. Brother Han, there is only one dilapidated old guest house in this town. Those who have stayed there say that at night, flies and rats come out. Don't you think if we rented the entire building and turned it into a hotel, people would come to stay with us? Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Haidai, surprised by his newfound entrepreneurial musings. If we want to profit from a hotel, we need tourists. There are hardly any visitors here throughout the year. What money could we possibly make? Today, while taking a taxi, he had passed through Pushan. Despite it not being a holiday, the area was teeming with people, causing traffic to come to a standstill for quite some time. Zhang Haidai sighed. So it seems that idea won't work after all. Brother Han, you truly are remarkable. You can tell what is feasible just like that. After leaving Zhang Haidai's rented apartment, Jiang Han rode his electric tricycle back home. He placed his belongings in order and then took the crab traps he had purchased online to the seawall. Through the ever-rolling waves of the sea, He gazed clearly beneath the surface. Upon reaching a spot where crabs were visible, he lowered his crab traps into the water. Before doing so, he generously added a variety of bait into the traps, some purchased from the local tackle shop during his last visit, and others acquired through an online order this time. He placed these different baits in separate traps, eager to ascertain which would prove most effective. Old Jiang, leisurely strolling about with a tea mug in hand, observed Jiang Han systematically setting his traps. Curiosity piqued, he approached. How many crab traps did you bring? 6, Jiang Han replied. Old Jiang chuckled. What good will 6 do? The other day, I set 16 and caught nothing but 2 pathetic little sardines. Sardines come in many varieties, most of which are destined for canning. If sold here, they would fetch around a dozen yuan per pound. Those 2 small fish might not even weigh a pound. That's all right. I'm just doing this for fun. Jiang Han said as he finished placing the last trap and carried his bucket back home. By this time tomorrow, I shall know if there was any yield. Once at home, he organized his belongings, loading everything he had brought from Pu District onto his electric scooter. Within minutes, he arrived at his sister's doorstep. Before he could step inside, he heard Jiang Feng's furious voice. How many times must I say it? You must calculate the expressions within the parentheses first. Why can't you ever listen? And you? Scoring 28 in English, how did you manage that? As Jiang Feng's anger escalated, she began banging on the table. And in her frustration, tears started to flow. Your father and I worked so hard every day for whom? Why can't you all be a bit more diligent? Hearing her voice nearly break from sobs, Jiang Han pushed the door open. Sister, didn't you say the hairdryer at home was broken? I bought you a new one, he said, producing a brand new hairdryer. Jiang Feng paused, her expression shifting from sorrow to joy. You arrived just in time. These 2 children are impossible to teach. Your grades are good. You should help them. Without hesitation, Jiang Han approached Ling Ling and Wan's test papers. His brow furrowed. Their mistakes were indeed quite absurd. Nevertheless, he patiently explained each problem, one by one. Fortunately, the 2 girls were not dull. Topics Jiang Feng struggled with became clear to them through Jiang Han's succinct explanations. Jiang Feng continued to vent her frustrations honestly. Their brains are merely ornaments atop their necks. It seems they are intent on driving me mad. Ling Ling, sticking out her tongue in playful defiance, retorted, Mom, could it be that your explanation skills aren't as good as Uncle S? Why is it that I understand as soon as he speaks? Jiang Feng's ire flared. You little brat. If I can't express it clearly, does that mean your teacher can't either? You never seem to learn properly. Under normal circumstances, such words would have earned them a reprimand from her, perhaps even a swat with a feather duster. Yet this time, she refrained from even reaching for it. Though she spoke of lessons learned, her heart swelled with pride. Naturally, her brother was the best. It was only to be expected that the teacher's explanations paled in comparison to his clarity. Upon seeing the beautiful clothes brought by Jiang Han, she noted how perfectly they fit the 2 children. Oh, your sizing for the clothes is quite accurate, she remarked. It had been quite some time since Jiang Han had seen Ling Ling and Wan. Children grow so swiftly. And the difference in their stature was remarkable after just a brief absence. Fortunately, he had opted for larger sizes. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to purchase smaller ones. Jiang Feng carefully stored the clothing away, not feeling the need to be polite with Jiang Han. She felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Her brother was indeed becoming increasingly thoughtful. However, she couldn't help but jest. Next time, even if you wish to indulge, refrain from buying such items. It would be wiser to invest in more practice papers. Chapter 39, The Bitter and the Sweet at nearly the same moment. Ling Ling and Wan raised their heads to gaze at Jiang Han. The little girl's eyes sparkled, yet they made Jiang Han feel uneasy. Well, sister, studying requires a balance of work and rest. You see, when I was young, I didn't take my studies too seriously, yet I still achieved excellent results. Didn't I? Is that the same? Jiang Han retorted. Your mind is sharp. Can their muddled brains compare to yours? Ling Ling. Wan. Is this really their mother? Jiang Han felt somewhat embarrassed under the scrutinizing gaze of the 2 little girls. What I meant to say is that studying should be flexible. There should be both tension and release for academic performance to improve. Ling Ling and Wan are your daughters. You must have more confidence in them. Jiang Feng truly lacked confidence and had fretted endlessly over her daughter's education. Jiang Han continued, they are still in elementary school. Life is long ahead of them. Think back to our own childhoods. Did those who excelled in elementary school necessarily continue to do well in middle or high school? Many expend all their energy early on, leaving them exhausted when it comes time to catch up later. Jiang Feng pondered this and realized it was indeed the case. Those who ranked high in elementary school often struggled in middle and high school, while the seemingly inconspicuous students would rise to the top unexpectedly. As for her brother, he had consistently performed well throughout his schooling and was the kind who required no one to worry about him. Noticing Jiang Feng's wavering resolve, Jiang Han addressed Ling Ling and Wan. saying, in the future, when it's time to learn, focus on your studies. When it's time to play, enjoy yourselves. Master everything your teachers instruct you in. There is no need for extra practice papers. If there is anything you don't understand, you can always reach out to your mother's phone to contact me. I will explain it to you whenever I have time. After saying this, Jiang Han felt he may have said too much. After all, these were his sisters and brother-in-law as children. He feared his sister would not take it seriously and was apprehensive that his brother-in-law might become upset, thinking that good grades came only from excessive practice, leading him to believe Jiang Han was misguiding his children. Upon hearing this, the little girl's initially piercing gazes softened and became gentle. In unison, they nodded vigorously. Uncle, we understand. Uncle, you are so kind. Whenever their mother encountered their academic struggles, she became overwhelmed with anxiety. Starting from kindergarten, she had them learning to read and performing addition and subtraction within 100, hoping they could achieve greatness through education. Yet, for some reason, despite their earnest efforts, they found it difficult to keep up with increasing academic demands. Each time they faced such challenges, their mother grew increasingly irritable. After completing the assigned homework, there was still a mountain of practice papers awaiting them. It seemed as if continuous drilling would ensure their success. Yet, despite the multitude of exercises, their scores barely improved. Consequently, their mother's frustration mounted, and she became increasingly impatient with them. Whenever she stood behind them, watching them complete their assignments, the girls found it quite intimidating. Observing the joy on her children's faces, Jiang Feng felt a moment of disconnection. Her brother's success in academics surely could not be wrong. Could it be that she had previously employed the wrong methods? Yet, despite her urging them to strive for their studies, their results remained unchanged. If they do not exert themselves, how could their grades possibly improve? At some point, Jiang Feng's hand was enveloped by Jiang Han's. Sister, do you believe that a person's days of hardship will eventually come to an end? Once those days are over, fortune will surely follow. Jiang Feng gazed at the plethora of items Jiang Han had brought, sensing a genuine hint of retribution for her struggles. The burdens she felt regarding the two children were somewhat alleviated. At that moment, her eyes fell upon the plastic bucket brought by Jiang Han. Are these earthworms? Did you gather them from the sea? No, these are cultivated. I purchased them from the seafood market in Pu District. They are said to enhance immunity. Once prepared, you can give them to Lingling and Wanwan. Jiang Feng felt a wave of emotion, nearly brought to tears. The village where she and Jiang Han had once lived was named Xiajiang Village, while the village she married into was called Shanjiang Village. Many residents from both villages were acquainted. After her marriage, her husband, Jiang Wenshan, had never spoken ill of her. However, there were plenty of gossip within the village, claiming that Jiang Feng was foolish, solely devoted to nurturing her brother. They asserted that once her brother achieved success, he would forget her kindness. Yet, wasn't it her brother who had begun to care for her now? Surely, such generosity did not necessitate purchasing so much. Although these were cultivated, Jiang Feng was aware that the price was not trivial. Despite her thoughts, a smile could hardly be suppressed from her lips. The vendor had claimed that women would gain beauty, men would gain strength, and children would remain healthy from consuming these. If there are extras, you and your brother-in-law should partake as well. Jiang Feng's smile widened. The vendor, eager for sales, would naturally exaggerate the qualities of his goods. Jiang Han chuckled, noting that everyone recognized these earthworms as a prized delicacy, not merely the vendor's claim. Jiang Feng felt even more elated. Since you ventured to Pu District, did you visit Guanyin on Panshan? Regardless of whether you venture out in the future, you must seek sustenance from the sea now, relying on the whims of nature. A visit to Guanyin Bodhisattva is essential. This time, I lack the time, but next time, I shall accompany you. When I have the chance, I will visit the temples around here. Jiaohua Island belongs to the fishing market of Pu District. The entire fishing market is composed of a cluster of islands, containing numerous large and small isles. Jiaohua Island is one of the more remote and ordinary islands. Like many of the islands in the fishing market, Jiaohua Island is home to various temples. Those living by the sea are more inclined to believe in mysticism than those in the inland areas. If someone in the family plans to go to sea, they will surely visit numerous temples. They would go to Guanyin to pray for safety and smooth sailing, to the god of wealth for prosperity from the sea, and to the Dragon King to beseech for calm waters and safety from danger. In the past, they would even invite the boat officer Bodhisattva onto the vessel. Lingling and Wanwan rushed over, spotting two delicate fishing rods among the multitude of goods. Uncle, are these two fishing rods for us? Lingling inquired. Indeed, it is a gift for you. The two girls expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, uncle. Yet they were swiftly captivated by the nearby dolls. Jiang Han's lips twitched, seemingly displeased. It is understandable. How many girls truly enjoy fishing? Fortunately, he had purchased other gifts. Suddenly, Jiang Feng had a thought. Wanwan, Quickly check if the hot water for bathing has boiled over. Wanwan immediately dashed to the bathroom, only to find that the bathing water had indeed boiled excessively. It seemed the water had been boiling for quite some time. With swift movements, she promptly turned off the hot water, while Jiang Feng felt a pang of regret for the wasted electricity. Lingling, observing from the side, sighed. How wonderful it would be if we had a water heater at home. Chapter 40. The Conk Jiang Han gazed at the desolate bathroom, astonished at how many years had elapsed. Apart from a rudimentary toilet, there was nothing else in his sister's bathroom. Jiang Feng playfully tapped Lingling on the forehead, remarking, "Have you not heard? One must endure hardship to rise above others. Those who only seek comfort will find little success in the future." "Mom, you must have misheard." Lingling retorted, "They say that once you become accustomed to hardship, you will face an unending series of challenges." With that, fearing a reprimand from her mother, she stuck out her tongue and fled. Irritated, Jiang Feng poured half of the hot water from the bucket into a clean one, then added cold water to both buckets. Once the temperature seemed appropriate, she allowed Lingling and Wanwan to proceed to the bath. In the living room, Jiang Feng inquired of Jiang Han, "Have you eaten yet? Shall I prepare some rice noodles for you?" By this hour, she and the two children had already dined, but she was aware that her brother often dined at irregular hours and might not have eaten yet. "No need. I've already had enough," Jiang Han replied. "You continue with your tasks. I will head back now." He mounted his three-wheeled vehicle and departed, despite Jiang Feng's calls to return. Upon returning home, Jiang Han sought out the appliance store where he had previously made purchases. The establishment offered delivery to the village for a nominal fee. This time, he not only ordered a washing machine and a water heater online, but also a spacious double-door refrigerator, all addressed to his sister's home. He contemplated whether to procure a refrigerator for himself as well. Lately, he had been dining at the Healewang restaurant nearly half of the time. Many seafood delicacies were available there. A refrigerator seemed unnecessary, yet the sweltering heat of the season prompted him to reconsider. With a refrigerator, he could easily prepare chilled beverages and enjoy ice-cold beer. Even fruits like watermelon would taste significantly better after being chilled. With these thoughts in mind, he placed an order for a refrigerator, though opted for a smaller model. As a bachelor who seldom cooked at home, a compact refrigerator would suffice. Perhaps he should also invest in a standing air conditioner. While a fan could manage the heat at night, the daytime could be uncomfortably warm. He envisioned placing an air conditioner in the living room, where he could recline in a rocking chair to enjoy its coolness. During the frigid winter months, he could utilize its heating function for warmth. Thus, he ordered 2 standing air conditioners, one for himself and one for his sister's household. In a mere 15 minutes, he had spent 20,000 yuan. Initially, he had intended to save some money to purchase a boat. However, after visiting 2 boatyards, he realized that his funds were woefully insufficient. He decided to first obtain a boating license and only then consider whether to rent a boat for leisure. At the entrance of the town supermarket, there was information regarding boating license examinations. He called Zhang Haidai and requested that he send him the details when he passed by the supermarket. He also arranged for a time to go clamming the following day. Zhang Haidai had just emerged from the internet CAF, contemplating a visit to the supermarket to procure some food to stave off hunger later in the evening. Amidst a pile of promotional flyers, he discovered information regarding obtaining a boat driving license, snapped a photo, and sent it to Jiang Han. Jiang Han scanned the QR code and connected with the instructor, aware that Jiang Han was already adept at operating a boat. The instructor promptly sent a plethora of documents for him to complete, along with various theoretical materials. Navigating a boat proved far more challenging than driving a car. It required not only technical skills, but also an understanding of tides and weather phenomena. Jiang Han frowned, realizing he would need to delve into his studies once again, though he found the material manageable. The following day, at mid-tide, the coastline receded farther than it would during low tide, yet not as dramatically as during high tide. The optimal time for foraging was from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, with another opportunity in the early hours. The latter seemed unlikely, so he was determined not to miss the midday chance. Disinterested in preparing breakfast, he welcomed Zhang Haidai, who arrived promptly at 9:20, bearing buns and soy milk purchased from town. The buns were filled with shrimp and assorted shellfish, far fresher than the pork buns typically found inland. Much to Jiang Han's satisfaction. "Brother Han, where shall we go today?" Zhang Haidai inquired, placing complete trust in Jiang Han's judgment. "Let us revisit the 4 gates," Jiang Han suggested. This location marked the confluence of salt and fresh water, where he had previously discovered wild bamboo shoots and white sea urchins. The area was abundant in resources, and he had also spotted something particularly intriguing during his last visit, though he had refrained from investigating it in the dark. This time, with daylight on their side, he resolved to explore further, hoping those treasures remained. Typically, they carried only 1 shovel due to its weight, but this time, Jiang Han specifically instructed Zhang Haidai to bring both. Zhang Haidai found this curious but refrained from questioning, trusting that there was a valid reason behind Jiang Han's request. The journey to the four gates was somewhat lengthy, and Jiang Han rode an electric tricycle, with Zhang Haidai seated inside. The daylight drew many people to the shoreline for foraging. Due to the heavy rains over the past 2 days, the water appeared murky. Jiang Han halted the tricycle, opting for a different entry route this time. Although there was sand, the area was notably muddier. "Brother Han, seaweed," Zhang Haidai exclaimed. Jiang Han initially thought he had lost his senses, questioning why he would refer to himself in such a manner. However, he quickly noticed Zhang Haidai fixating on the seaweed before them. Jiang Han was at a loss for words, having already gathered a substantial bounty. Did they truly need to collect seaweed? The island's inhabitants often disregarded it. But we can enjoy it ourselves. We could take it to the Healei restaurant as a change of flavor, Zhang Haidai pointed out. Jiang Han considered this and, along with Zhang Haidai, harvested 2 pieces of seaweed to place in their bucket. To their surprise, the inclusions filled nearly half of the bucket. Finding it too cumbersome, Jiang Han discarded 1 piece of seaweed. Now with a scanning range of 120 meters, Jiang Han noticed something hidden beneath the layers of seaweed. It was a conch shell. Upon hearing about the conch, Zhang Haidai felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. The conch is not only substantial, but also quite expensive. The last time he dined at the Healei restaurant, he found himself at a loss for conversation with Ming Fei. In a moment of casual inquiry, he asked, "How much does the conch cost per pound?" If memory serves him right, Ming Fei replied with a figure of 200. Yet, as he surveyed the surroundings, there was no sign of any conch. Calmly, Jiang Han sauntered over to a vast expanse of kelp. Zhang Haidai was utterly perplexed. Hadn't Han said to refrain from gathering kelp? Why was he now venturing near it? To Zhang's astonishment, Jiang Han flipped over the patch of kelp and, with a deft motion of his sand shovel, unearthed a large conch that had nestled itself deep in the sand. Remarkably, the tide had only just receded, allowing the conch to bury itself completely. Jiang Han gestured towards a different area, instructing Zhang Haidai to search beneath the kelp over there. Chapter 41. Boundless Wealth. Jiang Han spotted several conchs beneath the seaweed, still struggling to bury themselves entirely in the sand. If Zhang Haidai searched carefully, he would surely find them. Armed with a sand shovel, Zhang Haidai approached, lifting the seaweed to reveal a conch diligently attempting to conceal itself in the sand. He continued to explore other areas and unearthed 2 more conchs. On the other hand, Jiang Han's task was considerably easier. Although many of the conchs on his side were nestled deep within the sand, his advanced scanning system enabled him to discern the conditions beneath the muddy surface with clarity. In no time, he had gathered 5 or 6 conchs, each weighing approximately half a pound. Jiang Han felt he had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove of conchs. "Jiang Han, have you found conchs?" "So many?" a voice called out, and as he turned, he saw a figure fully wrapped in layers of cloth, with only 2 eye holes visible. It was midday, and the sun blazed brightly. Those out foraging along the shore typically don such attire, including himself and Zhang Haidai. He truly could not recognize the person before him, nor could he expect the other to recognize him. "Annie Bucktooth," she exclaimed as she pulled down some of the fabric covering her face, revealing a prominent set of buck teeth. "It's me, Annie Bucktooth. Auntie Bucktooth. You're here foraging as well?" Jiang Han was taken aback. This location was quite distant from their village, and he had not anticipated encountering her here. The coastline near our village seldom yields anything. They say there are plenty of treasures here at the Four Gate, so I thought I'd come take a look. Jiang Han pondered, mentioning that there were indeed many treasures along their village's coastline as well, but since he had ventured to the Four Gate himself, he refrained from making such comments. This area had indeed provided him with a significant haul. "Jiang Han, you're here too." Another figure emerged. Jiang Han blinked, still unsure of the person's identity. Auntie Osmanthus smiled and also pulled down her face covering, revealing herself. "It's me, Auntie Osmanthus. Oh, my conchs." Upon seeing the conchs in Jiang Han's bucket, her eyes nearly bulged with excitement. "They say you're lucky, but I didn't expect your fortune to hold so well." As Auntie Osmanthus spoke, she instinctively reached for Jiang Han's clothing. However, she maintained her modesty, merely giving his fabric a light tug. Jiang Han found himself both amused and exasperated. Was this yet another attempt to share in his luck? Auntie Bucktooth, however, was less restrained, her muddy hand reaching out to rub against Jiang Han's clothing. Alarmed, he stepped back, although his own clothes were also soiled. He truly did not wish to be the subject of Auntie Bucktooth's eager hands. Having searched this area thoroughly, Jiang Han informed Auntie Bucktooth and Auntie Osmanthus, "We're heading elsewhere. You two can continue your search at your leisure." With the combination of seaweed and conchs, one of Jiang Han's buckets was already filled to the brim. Fortunately, both he and Zhang Haidai had brought along 2 buckets each. Jiang Han was brimming with excitement. Brother Han, following your lead has never led me astray. Look, we're striking it rich with conchs today. Jiang Han felt a swell of happiness. Conchs were indeed a valuable seafood item. This trip had proven to be fortuitous. Jiang Han led Jiang Han towards a muddier area. Brother Han, are we going to catch crabs? Jiang Han recalled the last time they had caught numerous large crabs in this vicinity, seizing whatever came their way. He felt that Jiang Han's observation was astute. He had indeed posed a foolish question. As they conversed and walked, Jiang Han arrived at the spot where he had previously seen the creature. To his dismay, it was no longer there. It remained uncertain whether it had relocated or had been captured by someone else. Peering into the distance, his line of sight extended to 120 meters, granting him clarity over a vast area. Just beyond the periphery of his gaze, he caught sight of the creature's tail. Hastening towards that direction, he soon discerned the entirety of the creature. Upon reaching the spot, he discovered several others nearby as well. Jiang Han retrieved the prepared shovel, urging Jiang Han to join him in the excavation. Without hesitation, Jiang Han produced his own shovel, and together they commenced digging the pit. Although he did not understand the rationale behind it, Jiang Han possessed considerable strength, enabling him to displace ample soil with each thrust of the shovel. Perhaps their excavation had become too profound, for a number of villagers had gathered nearby. These individuals had covered their exposed skin, revealing only their eyes. Were the younger folk also scavenging at the beach? It was neither the weekend nor a time for them to squander at the shore instead of diligently working at the factory. Engaging in beachcombing was one thing, but digging deep holes did not guarantee a fruitful find. Jiang Han surveyed the crowd, noting that they were unfamiliar, their voices strange to him. With a friendly smile, he addressed them, saying, "Greetings, everyone. My brother and I are merely here for leisure. The presence of any treasures is of little consequence." The villagers shook their heads disapprovingly. "You two strapping lads, could you not engage in something more respectable? Do you not realize how disheartening it is for your parents to see you idling about? The hole is nearly 2 meters deep. Do you intend to continue? With all that strength, you ought to be moving bricks to earn some money." Jiang Han remained composed. Yet Jiang Han could no longer tolerate the remarks. If he had cotton balls, he would have stuffed them in his ears. As they had dug nearly 2.5 meters, Jiang Han suddenly halted. Jiang Han mirrored his action. Having shared many beachcombing adventures, they had developed an unspoken understanding. Often, Jiang Han required no words. Just a glance or a gesture was sufficient for Jiang Han to discern the next step. He crouched down to inspect, initially finding nothing amiss. It was only when Jiang Han kicked the soil pit twice that a smooth, shiny head emerged. With swift reflexes, Jiang Han seized the creature. My word. It's a soil dragon. Good heavens, it's a soil dragon. No wonder we had to dig so deeply. So there is indeed a soil dragon here. Upon witnessing the object clutched tightly in Jiang Han's hand, the villagers could no longer maintain their composure. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the arrival of these two young men, their words still warm in the air, when suddenly, one had captured an earth dragon. The mere acquisition of such a creature could equate to nearly half a month's wages. As they pondered this, Jiang Han also extracted a long earth dragon from the pit. This specimen was even larger than the one in Jiang Han's grasp. Typically, an earth dragon den possesses 2 entrances, yet this particular hole harbored 2 earth dragons. My goodness, what unimaginable fortune is this? Presently, an earth dragon could fetch 300 to 400, and the combined weight of these two approached 6 gene. Young men, did you dig so deep into the earth with prior knowledge of the earth dragon's presence? Chapter 42, based on strength in the past. Some formidable elders by the seaside possessed the remarkable ability to discern the treasures hidden beneath the earth by observing the soil and the orientation of holes. However, these 2 youthful individuals appeared too inexperienced to possess such a skill. At that moment, they caught sight of Jiang Han, whose bucket was brimming with conchs. My goodness, so many conchs. What a bountiful catch. Nowadays, treasures found along the shore have become increasingly scarce, with substantial finds being exceptionally rare. How on earth did you manage this? Jiang Han smiled kindly at them, declaring, I have a gift for seeing through the ground. I can directly perceive what lies beneath. The villagers observing him shot him skeptical glances, dismissing his claim as mere jest. It was not a television show. How could one possess such powers? Jiang Han chuckled awkwardly, admitting, indeed, I was just joking. My elders taught me some skills in the past. I won't starve. The villagers then understood that this was a hereditary craft. They had heard tales of ancestral tomb raiders from the inland regions who could ascertain the presence of grand tombs simply by surveying the mountains and waters above. Such knowledge was certainly not imparted freely, nor could it be easily acquired. As Jiang Han and Jiang Han carried their bucket away to other locations, the villagers dispersed in small groups. rather than watch others reap large rewards. They thought it better to exert themselves and return with a few smaller catches to prepare a soup. However, 3 villagers decided against this and trailed behind Jiang Han and Jiang Han, eager to witness whether their claims of prowess were genuine. Jiang Han, with his bucket in hand, paused deliberately at a certain spot, drawing a circle in the sand. He and Jiang Han then commenced digging with their shovels. The soil here was soft, requiring little effort to unearth. Even using their hands, they could remove a considerable amount. They excavated a pit nearly 3 meters deep. Jiang Han descended into the hole and, with precision, extracted a soil dragon. The 3 onlookers were left utterly astonished. Such skill. With this ability, who would need to toil in a factory tightening screws? When Jiang Han unearthed a 4th soil dragon, the villagers erupted into applause, filled with a mix of admiration and envy. How wonderful it would be if they possessed such talents. Meanwhile, Auntie Hohat and Auntie Abalone happened to pass by. They had managed to catch a few shrimps and several bread crabs, which might fetch them around 100 yuan. Initially, they felt fortunate to be riding on Jiang Han's luck that day. Yet, upon witnessing his astonishing haul, they could only feel envy. It truly was disheartening to see someone else excel. Nonetheless, Auntie Hohat felt genuinely happy for Jiang Han, having been neighbors for many years. When his parents passed away, they must have worried greatly for the well-being of their 2 children. Now, they could finally rest in peace. However, if Jiang Han were to remain on the island, it would render his prestigious university education moot. Unbeknownst to him, as he dug another pit and unearthed yet another soil dragon, Auntie Hohat's thoughts lingered elsewhere. Aunt Hohat and Aunt Baoya, upon hearing the opinions of the surrounding villagers, finally comprehended that Jiang Han had never relied on mere luck, but rather on his prowess. In such a vast expanse, with countless places to dig, how was it that Jiang Han consistently uncovered earth dragons beneath the spots he chose? As some villagers observed Jiang Han unearthing yet another abundance of earth dragons, they rushed over, eager to have him lead them to the sea, hoping to follow in his wake and gather some treasures for themselves. However, the endeavor of digging for earth dragons demanded precision and focus. Even if they were to excavate a pit nearby, they would not unearth any earth dragons. An elderly man nudged Jiang Han and inquired, "Young lad, are there still earth dragons in this area?" Jiang Han smiled at the old man, replying, "None remain." Even if there were, he would not divulge that information. In truth, he had nearly exhausted the supply in this particular spot. He harbored a lingering unease regarding such serpentine creatures, having captured so many today that he felt a shiver run down his spine. Noticing that the time was still early, he gathered some river snails and clams. Both river snails and clams were inexpensive. This time, he intended to keep them for himself. Compared to seafood, opportunities to enjoy river delicacies were indeed rarer. While foraging for river snails, he fortuitously collected 3 large blue crabs. Jiang Han also had good fortune, finding several bread crabs and a decent number of mud snails. By the time they filled all 4 buckets to the brim, the tide was beginning to rise. The villagers watched enviously as the 2 robust men, Jiang Han and Jiang Han, struggled to carry the 4 heavy buckets away, while they themselves could easily lift their own buckets. Due to the sweltering heat and their heavy clothing, both Jiang Han and Jiang Han were drenched in sweat, having already installed a water heater. Jiang Han and Jiang Han hurriedly took showers and, without pausing for rest, hopped onto their electric tricycle and made their way to town. It was daytime, and the heat was oppressive. Given that they had caught such a substantial haul, they feared that the heat might suffocate their catch. So they aimed to sell it as swiftly as possible for insurance. Mingfei and Mingguo were astonished by the bounty Jiang Han had brought this time. Mingguo clapped Jiang Han on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Jiang Han. You always manage to snag such a large catch." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow at Mingguo, replying, "Brother, it's all about skill." Mingguo regarded Jiang Han with newfound respect, saying, "All right, I see you're quite impressive." Hearing Ming Fei urge her, Mingguo began weighing the items one by one. 5 earth dragons weighed a total of 16 pounds, priced at 500 per pound, totaling 8,000 yuan. The conchs weighed 23 pounds, at 220 yuan per pound, amounting to 5,060 yuan. The 3 blue crabs weighed 6 pounds altogether, priced at 90 yuan per pound, totaling 540 yuan. The total for all the seafood came to 13,600 yuan. After calculating the sum, Mingguo promptly transferred the money to Jiang Han, exceeding his expectations. Mingfei's pricing was consistently fair, while this sum was slightly less than last time. There had been 4 people involved then, and Ma Xiaomei had contributed significantly as well. As they departed, they left behind all the seafood. This time, he and Jiang Hai's earnings were already quite commendable. Ding! The host sold seafood for 13,600 yuan, earning 13,600 system points. Accumulating previous points, the total system points amount to 837 points. Currently, 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 25 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 145 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 337 points. Please continue to strive for excellence, dear host. Jiang Han, are you not selling the items in your bucket? Mengwa asked with her adorable little face and a soft voice. I won't sell them. I will slowly savor them here. There is so much. Your goods are nearly overflowing. Chapter 43. We are friends. Jiang Han smiled lightly. If you wish to eat, feel free. I have no intention of partaking in your offerings. Mengwa flipped through her catch, realizing there were still 2 large conch shells, which could fetch a sum of 300 yuan. Are you going to sell them? She inquired. Well, one is reserved for dinner with Hai Dai today. The other is yours. Didn't you mention you enjoy the sound of conch shells? Mengwa was taken aback. She had casually mentioned this in their previous conversation, not expecting him to remember. Then I only need the shell. I will extract the meat for you and Zhang Hai Dai. As she spoke, Mengwa joyfully carried the conch shell to the kitchen. Jiang Han had a late breakfast but skipped lunch entirely. The exertion from digging for clams had drained his energy, leaving him famished. Zhang Hai Dai was even hungrier, feeling as though his stomach was pressed against his back. Fortunately, it was not yet dinner time, and the restaurant was relatively empty, allowing for swift service. They were presented with clear broth with freshwater snails, kink meat, steamed bread crab, spicy kelp shreds, and a bowl of seafood soup. Jiang Han and Zhang Hai Dai devoured their meal ravenously. Zhang Hai Dai polished off 3 bowls of rice, while Jiang Han managed 2. Jiang Han transferred 1. 400 yuan to Zhang Hai Dai, causing the latter's lips to curl into a smile. Brother Han, I find that my money is becoming excessive. Jiang Han cast him a sidelong glance. If you find yourself with too much, why not lend some to me? Sure, Zhang Hai Dai replied without questioning Jiang Han's intentions, promptly reaching for his phone to transfer the funds. Jiang Han held him back. I was merely jesting. You took that to heart. Though he contemplated purchasing a boat, the sum Zhang Hai Dai had was merely a drop in the bucket. Having finished their meal, both felt a wave of relaxation wash over them. After spending some time gaming at an internet CAF, their enthusiasm waned, the fatigue from their adventures at sea urging them to rest. Since Zhang Hai Dai had rented a place, they headed there together. Jiang Han made himself at home, collapsing into an adjacent room and falling into a deep slumber that lasted until the next morning. As dawn broke, Jiang Han smacked his forehead, recalling, I left my crab trap over by the seawall. He had intended to check for any catches the previous evening, but had forgotten entirely. Are you coming with me? Jiang Han asked Zhang Hai Dai. Zhang Hai Dai shook his head. I shall not go. Since the trap has already been set, it simply needs to be retrieved. If I go, Brother Han might feel awkward. If he does not share the earnings, that's one thing, but what if he decides to divide them? He felt fortunate to have earned so much by accompanying Jiang Han, and he believed it would be unfair to take advantage of him further. Seeing that Zhang Hai Dai would not accompany him, Jiang Han accepted his decision and donned his shoes before stepping out. The electric tricycle was still parked outside the restaurant when he was suddenly approached by a middle-aged man. Young man, you are the one delivering goods to the Hao Lai Wang restaurant, are you not? Jiang Han regarded the man warily. May I inquire who you are? The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, sporting a beer belly and an overall plumpness. Yet, his smile radiated warmth and kindness. He pointed towards the nearby purchasing shop. Every time Jiang Han passed by, the shop was sometimes open, sometimes closed. Today, it fortuitously welcomed customers. I am the proprietor of this establishment. My surname is Qian, he introduced himself. Jiang Han, now more perplexed, inquired, is there something you need? Boss Qian offered a cigarette to Jiang Han, who politely declined. I'm sorry, I don't smoke. Undeterred, Qian retracted the cigarette, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. I heard you sold quite a number of mudfish and sea conchs yesterday. I wonder if you have any left? Jiang Han regarded Boss Qian with intrigue. Are you interested in purchasing my goods? Indeed. What do you have to offer? Jiang Han was increasingly confused. Didn't you refuse to buy from the villagers of Xiaogong? Boss Qian recalled a recent inquiry from someone asking about purchasing seafood. Upon learning the caller was a villager from Xiaogong, he directed them to Jiang Ermao. For him, the pricing remained consistent whether the villagers sold directly to him or through Jiang Ermao. His profit would not be compromised, and he was resolute that no one would receive a penny more or less than deserved. If villagers brought their goods directly to him, they might earn more, but it would jeopardize Jiang Ermao's interests, straining their relationship. Instead, it was more beneficial for all parties involved to profit together, with Jiang Ermao diligently assisting in the collection of goods. Little did he expect that this young man would forego Jiang Ermao and instead deliver his merchandise to the Hao Lai Wang restaurant. Rumor had it that recently, Jiang Han had supplied a considerable amount of exquisite items to the establishment, thus compromising Qian's interests. Still smiling, Boss Qian remarked, I assumed you were like the other villagers, bringing in a few sea clams to sell to me. I hardly have time for such trivial matters, but significant quantities are a different story. In the future, direct your goods to me, and I shall offer you an excellent price. Jiang Han returned the smile, initially intending to firmly decline. However, considering the proximity of the restaurant and the purchasing shop, he recognized the importance of maintaining harmony in business. It would be ill-advised for his actions to cause discord between the two establishments. Boss Qian, the restaurant owner's sister, is my friend. My goods will not go through the usual purchasing channels. Selling to a friend transforms the relationship beyond mere profit. At that moment, Menggua exited the restaurant, exclaiming, Jiang Han, are you in town? I didn't return home last night, Jiang Han replied, winking at Menggua. You should tell Boss Qian that we are friends. Menggua playfully punched Jiang Han on the shoulder. If we are not friends, then what are we? Her face flushed with a rosy hue. Boss Qian was momentarily taken aback, perceiving their banter as a flirtatious exchange. If they were indeed romantically involved, then it would be entirely reasonable for this young man to deliver his goods to the restaurant. Perhaps their relationship led to the items being traded at half price or offered as gifts. The thought made Boss Qian wince, feeling as though he had lost a significant sum of money. The smile on Boss Qian's face became somewhat awkward as he uttered, You all chat, before shutting the shop door and riding away on his electric bike, leaving us unaware of his errands. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to join me? Menggua inquired, her large eyes sparkling with innocence as she addressed Jiang Han. The Heile Wang restaurant does not serve breakfast, yet occasionally, when Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai wished to enjoy a morning meal there, Meng Fei would prepare a seafood noodle dish or perhaps some seafood fried rice for them. Items like steamed buns were certainly not on the menu. Jiang Han had initially intended to forego breakfast altogether, a habit he had maintained for years. It seemed indifferent whether he ate or not, as his breakfasts often came and went without significance. I haven't eaten, so let's go together. Chapter 44. Setting crab traps in the town, there exists a quaint little bun shop. In addition to offering buns, it serves pancakes, fried dough sticks, sesame balls, and fried pastries. The proprietor employs only family members, eschewing outside help. It had been quite a while since Jiang Han indulged in pancakes and fried dough sticks. Thus, he ordered a serving of pancakes and fried dough sticks, complemented by a bowl of soy milk. Meanwhile, Menggua opted for 2 seafood buns in addition to her tofu pudding. Jiang Han snapped a picture of his breakfast and shared it on his social media, captioning it, Lately, I've grown rather weary of seafood. Time for something lighter. Almost immediately, several classmates commented on his post. Hua Dongjin, I'll give you 2 minutes to delete this and repost. Lu Buhong, you can get tired of seafood? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Tiantian Wen, don't be fooled by my rich background. We hardly eat seafood more than a few times a month. Yu He, are you trying to incite jealousy? Mashame, envious. Mashame, let us indulge in seafood together sometime, embarrassed face. Jiang Han, however, had no intention of deleting the post. He merely wished to document his daily life. He relished his breakfast thoroughly. When Menggua went to pay, she discovered that Jiang Han had already taken care of her portion. Thank you, Jiang Han, she said, her smile revealing an adorable dimple on her cheek. Why be so polite? The spare change you give me could treat you to several breakfasts. As they arrived at the restaurant's entrance, Jiang Han prepared to ride his electric scooter back. The first time Menggua saw him on the scooter, she found it amusing. Yet, having witnessed it multiple times, she now thought there was a certain charm to Jiang Han riding it. As he rode away, Menggua waved her hand, calling out, Jiang Han, be careful on the road. He did not turn around, but simply raised a hand in acknowledgement, signaling that he understood. Upon arriving in the village, the townsfolk regarded Jiang Han with newfound respect. Thanks to Aunt Baya's enthusiastic promotion, everyone in the village was aware of Jiang Han's genuine abilities. The old man Zhang, with an audacious demeanor, approached him. Han, is there a trick to gathering seafood? Perhaps you could teach me? Jiang Han glanced at him and sighed. There isn't much to it. I merely have the gift of insight. My eyes allow me to see everything clearly. Old man Zhang chuckled, you rascal, trying to outsmart me. If you won't teach me, just say so instead of spinning tales. Zhang merely asked out of curiosity, never truly expecting Jiang Han to impart his knowledge. After all, this skill was how one earned a living, and sharing it could jeopardize his own livelihood. Zhang inadvertently thought of Jiang Han as parents, who were genuine souls, albeit unfortunate in their early departure. If they were still around, they would be enjoying the fruits of their children's labor. In the future, refrain from boasting about your insight. I wouldn't mind, but a more petty person might take offense, perceiving you as insincere. Jiang Han could only respond with a wry smile, acknowledging that when he told white lies, people doubted him, and when he spoke the truth, They were even less inclined to believe him. Seeing the kind-hearted old Jiang, he nodded in understanding and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Where are you headed?" Old Jiang inquired. "To the seawall, to retrieve the crab traps," came the reply. "What is the point of that? Surely, there is nothing to catch," old Jiang remarked, though his curiosity compelled him to follow Jiang Han nonetheless. The other villagers, upon learning of Jiang Han's intent to retrieve the crab traps, trailed behind him as well. In previous years, the yield from the traps had been quite substantial. However, in recent times, the changes in the environment had led to a significant decline in marine life. There had been numerous occasions when they set out over a dozen traps, yet returned without even a single crab. Jiang Han first located the site of the initial crab trap. As he peered down at the location, he was astonished to find 2 fish within. Given the small opening of the trap, the fish were not large, perhaps weighing around 1 to 2 pounds each. Their scales shimmered in shades of black and white. Indeed, they were black-headed fish. In addition to the fish, there were also 2 bread crabs, which appeared to have just entered the trap, their claws raised as if to feast on the fish. Jiang Han quickly pulled the trap up. The onlooking villagers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the fish and the sizable bread crabs. "Fish, and 2 of such a size," they exclaimed. These black-headed fish could fetch 50 to 60 yuan per pound at Jiang Ermao's place. Just these 2 could be worth 1 to 200 yuan. If Jiang Han's prowess lay in his ability to gather seafood, then surely his success with the crab traps was a matter of fortune. Indeed, Jiang Han was exceedingly lucky. Feeling fortunate to have brought along 2 buckets, he separated the fish from the crabs to prevent them from being pinched. He then proceeded to search for the second trap. The ropes of his traps were 20 meters long, which sufficed since the water level near the seawall was relatively shallow. The second trap was in even shallower water, resting at around 10 meters deep. Inside the second trap, there was only 1 crab, but it weighed 2 pounds and was a blue crab. And Ho-Hot felt a mix of envy and joy for Jiang Han. This blue crab alone could be sold for around 200 yuan. Jiang Han smiled but said nothing. Knowing the prices quoted were from Jiang Ermao, who was far less generous than Ming Fei, he placed the blue crab alongside the 2 bread crabs and continued his search for the third trap. This time, he did not lean down to look. He simply pulled up the trap. Alas, it was empty. The villagers erupted in laughter, not maliciously, but with a hint of schadenfreude. An empty trap is to be expected. They chuckled. Jiang Han moved on to the 4th trap, this time leaning down to peer through the water, only to find it was also devoid of any catch. Unfazed by the villagers' laughter, he noticed a fish swimming beside this trap. Although Jiang Han was equipped with an extreme scanning system, his vantage point only allowed him to observe the top of the fish. He could catch a glimpse of the underside. Yet his unfamiliarity with the species rendered him unable to identify it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grasped the rope attached to the crab trap and attempted to ensnare the enigmatic fish. Remarkably, the fish appeared oblivious, swimming directly into the trap without any hesitation. Jiang Han thought to himself, "Is this truly happening?" Andy Baoya interjected with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that if he intended to haul it up, he should simply do so instead of swinging the rope around unnecessarily. Nearby, Lao Luo chuckled, cautioning that the erratic movement of the rope might dislodge whatever was inside the trap. As they conversed, Jiang Han successfully pulled the trap up. To his astonishment, he realized, "My eyes do not deceive me. It is indeed a mud skipper." Chapter 45. Fortunate discoveries. The variety of grouper is extensive, with the local grouper being particularly renowned for its exquisite flavor. If sold, it could fetch several hundred yuan per pound. The onlookers from the village were left in awe, marveling at such extraordinary fortune. How could one even catch a local grouper? Jiang Han, did your crab trap receive blessings from the goddess of mercy? Indeed. Jiang Han casually remarked, it has been blessed by the master for 49 days. The villagers were astonished, realizing the truth of his words. If it had indeed received a blessing from a master, it was no wonder. The village chief's wife approached, curious, can a master truly bless a crab trap? The last time I brought a smaller trap, the master refused, saying it was sinful. Jiang Han was surprised to learn that anyone would seek such blessings for a trap. Antley inquired, Jiang Han, which master did you consult? The results are so impressive, I wish to seek blessings as well. For the bounty Jiang Han had today, she would gladly offer a red envelope containing hundreds, or even thousands. Jiang Han pointed to himself and declared, the master is none other than myself. Relying on anyone else is not as dependable as trusting my own eyes. The villagers, hearing his jest, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing Jiang Han was merely teasing them. How many traps did you set in total, Jiang Han? They asked. 6. I've already retrieved 4, replied old Jiang on Jiang Han's behalf. The villagers eagerly anticipated what treasures lay in the remaining 2 traps. Jiang Han felt somewhat exasperated. Next time, He would prefer to retrieve his traps when fewer eyes were upon him, as the crowd's gaze felt somewhat stifling. The other two traps were positioned some distance away. As Jiang Han made his way along the seawall, the villagers followed closely behind. In this grand procession, he discovered the fifth trap. The contents were less astonishing this time. Yet it contained a large blue crab and a small white pomfret, which had been severely injured by the crab's pincers. Generally, where crabs dwell, small fish tend to keep their distance. It was likely that this little pomfret ventured into the trap first, enticing the crab to follow. Jiang Han placed the blue crab into a water bucket designated for crabs and tossed the still-breathing pomfret back into the sea. The pomfret's chances of survival appeared grim. But if it possessed extraordinary vitality, perhaps a miracle awaited. Its fate rested in the hands of destiny. Finally, Jiang Han approached the last trap. To his astonishment, it contained 3 crabs, 1 large blue crab and 2 mud crabs. The large blue crab was missing a claw, rendering it less valuable, yet perfect for personal consumption. After all, the loss of a claw would not diminish its flavor. The villagers gasped in disbelief. They typically set dozens of traps, thanking their stars if even one yielded a single mud crab. Yet, Jiang Han had caught 3 mud crabs from just 6 traps, in addition to the blue crab, the local grouper, and blackhead fish. The bounty from his single outing surpassed the entire yield from their traps in the coming year. Jiang Han, blessed with such fortune, why not share a fraction of it with us? Andy Baoya's eyes gleamed with envy. Jiang Han chuckled, remarking that as villagers, if he could share his luck, he would have done so long ago. He had previously informed them that his success stemmed from his keen eyesight, yet they remained skeptical. The villagers gazed at the 2 buckets of his prized catch, their hearts filled solely with envy. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Han placed a black-headed fish into his family's pond and added a crab that had lost one of its pincers into a basin of water. Although the crab was now 1 claw short, it still possessed a formidable pinch. He feared that, together with the black-headed fish, it might perish under the crab's grip. Ultimately, he also included 2 bread crabs in the basin. Dialing Jiang Feng, he said, "Sister, I've caught some things in the crab trap and placed them in the pond at home. You can come by to collect them." Jiang Feng's spirited voice resonated from the other end. "What can a crab trap yield? You should keep it for yourself. Sister, don't underestimate me. Not only can I save some for you, but I can also sell the rest." All right, you're impressive. Just don't head out yet. Wait for me." With that, Jiang Feng hung up. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had hoped she would make the trip herself because he intended to go to town. If he weren't going, he would have delivered it to her. But now, Jiang Feng insisted he stay put. Well, a delay wouldn't hurt. He reclined comfortably in the rocking chair, listening to music on his phone while awaiting his sister's arrival. The internet downstairs was rather poor, often cutting in and out. Yet at this moment, it was functioning well. Recently, the program I Am a Singer had been quite enjoyable, especially the impressive performances by the 2 foreigners. When Jiang Feng arrived, she found Jiang Han lounging in the rocking chair like a lord. At an age when one should be striving from 9 to 5, he instead lived a lifestyle akin to that of the village's elderly. However, thinking of the items he had brought home and the gifts he had given her warmed her heart. If her brother hadn't returned, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to afford so many things. "Sister, the items are in the pond. Feel free to take them. There's no rush." Jiang Feng produced a plastic bag containing a sealed ceramic bowl. "The item you gave me, I prepared it the very next day. I've come by your place twice, but haven't seen you. It's been stored in Aunt Wang's fridge next door." Aunt Wang, Jiang Feng's neighbor, had a relatively comfortable living situation. I even provided them with a small bowl to keep this precious dish frozen. Although the dish is valuable, I don't regret giving it away. I simply want the villagers to know that my brother is considerate and capable, now that he has the means. He can also look after me, rather than being the ungrateful person they claim him to be. Jiang Han smiled. "Would it not have been simpler to call me? I meant to come over to see if you needed assistance." He then remembered that he had changed out of his dirty clothes and placed them in the washing machine before heading to town yesterday, leaving no time to hang them up. Upon returning home today, not only were the clothes dried, but they were also neatly folded and placed on his nightstand. His sister truly took advantage of every moment to help him organize his belongings. Jiang Han opened the sealed lid of a ceramic bowl, and indeed, it contained the delicacy of tuzuanzhang, a type of jelly made from a local edible plant. In his childhood, when his parents were still around, his father had also foraged for tuzuan. This jelly was lovingly prepared by his mother. After finishing it as a child, he would savor it nostalgically, licking his lips. The tuzuanzhang made by his sister appeared to be identical to that made by their mother. Upon tasting it, the flavor was remarkably similar. If these tuzuan were wild, the taste would be indistinguishable. Jiang Han felt a welling of tears in his eyes. "Sister, I haven't visited Mom and Dad's grave since I returned. Let us find a time to go together." "Ah, all right." With so many trivial matters at home, She hadn't visited the grave since Qiming. Now that his brother had returned, it was indeed time to pay their respects to their parents. Chapter 46. Perhaps merely fortunate, Jiang Feng approached the pond and was astounded by what she beheld, including the items Jiang Han intended to sell. Did you catch these using a crab trap? Jiang Feng could scarcely believe her eyes. After dropping her child off at school, she too attended to her crab traps. Initially, she managed to catch 1 or 2 items, but as time progressed, the yield dwindled. Following several fruitless attempts, she lost the motivation to even set the traps. Rather than squander her time, she thought it better to weave some fishing nets for profit. Yet, as for Jiang Han's catches, the traps he had set the day before were meant to be checked yesterday evening, but she had forgotten entirely. This morning, she finally retrieved them. Contemplating the situation, she realized that had he checked them yesterday, he likely would not have had such a bountiful catch. Therefore, he ought to inspect the traps every 2 days henceforth. It would ease his burden. Where did you set the traps? She inquired. Over by the seawall, Jiang Han replied. Jiang Feng was genuinely surprised to learn it was by the seawall, a location where she had also set traps. However, she wondered how Jiang Han had managed to catch such a haul there. At that moment, Jiang Han's phone vibrated. His classmates were tagging him in the group chat. Ever since they discovered he resided on an island, they had been eager to glimpse his daily seaside life. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, what are you up to today? Yuhi. Jiang Han, I too am curious. Tiantian, since I cannot live by the sea myself, it is delightful to observe others' coastal experiences. Jiang Han found himself at a loss with their incessant inquiries. Jiang Han, just snacking. Li Feiyue, what snacks? Jiang Han mused that they might as well install a camera on him. He snapped a photo of his snack and posted it in the group chat. The others were left bewildered. What is this? Hudanjin blinked, recognizing the delicacy. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, you aren't eating tu shundong, are you? Jiang Han, indeed. You know about tu shundong. Hudanjin, is this the authentic version? Many fakes abound nowadays. Jiang Han, this is homemade by my sister. Do you doubt its authenticity? Lu Bohong, Hudanjin, is this delicacy expensive? Hudanjin, not particularly. Her notion of not particularly was relative to her affluent upbringing. She could scarcely fathom that Jiang Han casually indulged in such a delicacy. Hudanjin proceeded to share a link to the store where she frequently purchased her tu shundong. This establishment offered genuine products, while she dared not buy from others. Lu Bohong, upon viewing Hudanjin's screenshot, felt a twinge of envy. Lu Bohong, Jiang Han, you consume something worth hundreds per pound as a snack? Lu Bohong was astounded, noting that the contents of Jiang Han's large bowl likely weighed 2 pounds. Did he truly eat it with a spoon? Jiang Han had not anticipated that tu shundong would be so pricey online. He had purchased his farmed variety for just 200 per pound. A single pound of tu shun could yield numerous servings. His substantial bowl of tu shundong contained only a few pieces. He was taken aback by their astonishment. At that moment, Lu Bohong sent him a private message. Lu Bohong, are you truly not considering returning to the city for better opportunities? Jiang Han, I possess a low tolerance for pressure. The lifestyle of a bustling metropolis does not suit me. Lu Bohong, after careful consideration, I have decided to remain with my current company. After all, they raised my salary by 500 yuan. If I were to switch companies, I doubt I would find such compensation elsewhere. Jiang Han sighed. Before graduation, Lu Bohong had been the most spirited among their classmates, eagerly discussing their future prospects with him. He never anticipated that after graduation, a mere 500 yuan would lead Lu Bohong to make such a reluctant choice. Lu Bohong, the local delicacy, the bamboo shoot, must be quite inexpensive in your area, practically free for the taking by the seaside. Jiang Han responded to Lu Bohong with an emoji, but did not continue the conversation. Lu Bohong, lacking financial backing, faced considerable challenges navigating life in a big city. It was perhaps best not to say anything that might provoke him further. When Xiang Feng noticed Jiang Han had finished his bamboo shoot jelly, she returned the ceramic bowl to the plastic bag. As she prepared to leave, she curiously inquired, "Where did you place the crab trap today?" Jiang Han was taken aback. His memory had indeed been woefully poor these past few days. After retrieving the crab trap, he had forgotten to return it. Jiang Feng, witnessing Jiang Han take out the trap, was momentarily stunned. You didn't put it back? I'll go do that now. Holding the seafood Jiang Han had left for her, she recalled that there was little left in the pond to use as bait and asked, "What will you use for bait?" Jiang Han produced a bottle of bait attractant. Noting that the effectiveness of the bait he purchased online seemed comparable to that from the local fishing supply store, thus rendering the choice inconsequential. Are you using this? Jiang Feng inquired. Last time, I used some shellfish meat. This time, it seems there's hardly anything suitable. Regretting that he had discarded that small white pomfret into the sea, which could have been chopped up for bait, Jiang Han decided to use the blackhead fish from his bucket instead. Jiang Feng watched with a pained expression. Wild blackhead fish were far from cheap, fetching around 100 yuan per pound. Each of Jiang Han's blackhead fish weighed approximately 2 pounds. 200 yuan for a fish? How can you bear to use it for bait? Stay here. I'll fetch it for you, Jiang Han replied, wishing to spare Jiang Feng the trouble. But she had already dashed out. Upon returning, she had 2 green fish in hand. These green fish had a strong flavor, making them particularly effective as bait. Based on experience, Jiang Feng was certainly more knowledgeable than Jiang Han. Sis, how much do these 2 green fish cost? I'll transfer you the money. Jiang Feng shot him a look. You want to charge me for these green fish that cost 3 or 4 yuan per pound? Should I also transfer you money for all the things you've given me? Jiang Han fell silent. Such calculations would never yield clarity. Jiang Feng sliced each green fish into 3 pieces, meticulously placing them into the bait containers of each trap. Now, even Jiang Han, whose sense of smell was not particularly keen, could detect the pungent aroma of the green fish. It seemed that using green fish as bait was indeed an excellent choice. As Jiang Han went to set the traps, Jiang Feng followed closely behind. Eager to learn from her brother, her younger brother's crab trap must possess some unique characteristics to yield such an abundant catch. Consequently, she observed Jiang Han casually tossing the crab trap into the sea. Jiang Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that all?" When Jiang Han turned around, he noticed his sister gazing at him with an expression of astonishment. "Sister, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Feng shook her head, assuring him, "I'm fine." It was perhaps best that she remained silent. Her brother might simply be fortunate. Clutching the items Jiang Han had given her, she made her way home. Contemplating the inevitable turn of fate, everyone's luck must eventually run out. If her brother's fortune were to wane, she vowed to take good care of him. For he was truly a considerate sibling. Once she arrived home, after a moment's hesitation, she decided to send Jiang Han a message. After selling the seafood and making some money, remember to save a little extra. Chapter 47. Fortuitous fortune in times of adversity. This money shall prove invaluable. Jiang Han presented her with a blackhead fish, a blue crab with a broken claw, and 2 bread crabs. Initially, he intended to offer her a swimming crab as well, but she declined, returning the swimming crab to him. During this period, Jiang Han frequently bestowed upon her various seafood. Their household was certainly not in shortage of it. She glanced once more at the items in her hands. The blue crab with its severed claw bore little market value. Thus, she decided to steam it along with the 2 bread crabs for her children. The blackhead fish was delectable and rather expensive, a luxury she seldom indulged in. After some contemplation, she ultimately chose to sell the blackhead fish to the local seafood collector before returning home. A wild blackhead fish weighing 2 pounds and 2 ounces fetched an impressive sum of 150 yuan. Jiang Feng resolved to set this money aside for Jiang Han, deeming it a modest contribution to his savings. As Jiang Han mounted his electric tricycle, he received a call from the courier. The seeds he had ordered days prior had arrived at the town's delivery point. The courier inquired whether he preferred to collect them in town or have them delivered to the village, noting that delivery would take an additional 2 days. "Excuse me, do you offer courier services there?" "Of course, we provide both delivery and collection services." "In that case, I shall come to the town to pick them up." Dismounting from his electric tricycle, Jiang Han knocked on the door of Aunt Ho Hot's house next door. "Aunt, do you have any dried goods? Mussels, dried sea cucumber, or dried squid would suffice." Typically, fishermen's households stocked such provisions. Although it was challenging to catch substantial quantities at sea these days, items like mussels and kelp were still plentiful. Any excess would be dried for preservation. Dried mussels were simply referred to as dried seafood. On their second outing to the shore, Ma Xiaomei and Ma Xiaomei had helped him gather a considerable amount of shrimp. Not one to feel indebted to others, he decided to purchase some dried goods to send to them. Upon hearing Jiang Han's intent to buy, Aunt Ho Hot was naturally delighted. She presented him with a large bag of dried mussels, a sizable bag of dried seaweed, and another of dried squid. Without mentioning a price, Jiang Han handed her 600 yuan. As he departed, Aunt Ho Hot beamed with joy, regardless of her luck in foraging at sea. As long as Jiang Han chose to buy from her, she earned more than the other elderly women in the village. During this time, she had made a considerable profit thanks to Jiang Han. She thought to herself that she ought to venture to the shoreline more often to gather kelp. Who knows when Jiang Han might inquire about purchasing again? Even if he did not, she could always keep it for her own consumption, ensuring no loss. As Jiang Han mounted his electric tricycle once more, he was taken aback to find Jiang Ermao standing before him. Jiang Han greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Ermao, out for a stroll?" Without waiting for a response, he maneuvered his tricycle around him. Jiang Ermao's irritation was palpable, his beard bristling in anger. He had intentionally positioned himself in Jiang Han's path, hoping that Jiang Han would honor their shared village ties and consider selling to him. Surely this time, he would not refuse to sell his goods to him. As a result, he greeted him and then walked past. He clearly noticed that Jiang Han's electric tricycle contained 2 barrels. There were no secrets within the village. The villagers spoke of him catching earth dragons, earth-patterned fish, along with large blue crabs and pike crabs, all of which are valuable treasures. Yet, none of these had ever found their way to him. However, he felt unable to voice his discontent. These items belonged to Jiang Han, and he had the liberty to sell them to whomever he pleased. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, it would still be Jiang Han's prerogative. In just a few days, Jiang Han had even acquired a tricycle. Was he truly not planning to return to the city? The speaker was Tiantian's mother, who had returned to her parental home for a few days. Upon her return, she saw Jiang Han riding an electric tricycle out of the village. He had purchased it several days ago. Aunt Li, who maintained a good rapport with Tiantian's mother, shared her knowledge with her. This electric tricycle was no inexpensive acquisition. Besides the tricycle, Jiang Han had also procured a water heater and a washing machine. Upon hearing this, Tiantian's mother felt even more disdain. Having bought so many things, it seemed he truly had no intention of heading to the city. A student from a prestigious university, yet he chose to remain on this desolate island. What a source of embarrassment that would be to share. Aunt Li, upon hearing Tiantian's mother's comments, felt a tinge of regret. Indeed, all those years of study seemed wasted. If he intended to become a fisherman, one need not even be literate. She cast an envious glance toward Tiantian's mother, admiring her daughter's accomplishments in securing a place in graduate school. Truly, it was a testament to their family's fortune. Tiantian's mother's smile deepened, acknowledging that their Tiantian had worked hard for her achievements. By the way, isn't it summer vacation now? Other schools have already broken for the holidays. Why hasn't Tiantian returned? Speaking of this, Tiantian's mother felt even prouder. After all, as a graduate student, her responsibilities far exceeded those of an undergraduate. They had many obligations under their advisors. Wasn't that quite taxing? They had no full holidays, but they did have some time off, albeit brief. Tiantian would be back next week. As Tiantian's mother spoke, her happiness grew. Her daughter had truly shown foresight in breaking up with someone like Jiang Han. A person like Jiang Han was indeed unworthy of her daughter. In the town, Meng was spotted Jiang Han, whose cherubic face broke into a smile, seemingly capable of warming the winter chill. Didn't you just return to the village? How could you be here again? It's not possible to gather seafood so quickly. Jiang Han replied. I set out several crab traps the day before yesterday and caught a few things. The daytime was warm, and I feared they wouldn't keep well at home. So I brought them over. Mengwa leaned over to inspect Jiang Han's water bucket and exclaimed, Oh, you have earth-patterned fish and pike crabs. How many crab traps did you set? I set 6, Jiang Han answered. Mengwa, astonished, remarked, You are quite impressive, Jiang Han. Just yesterday, someone came to our place for a meal and mentioned how increasingly difficult it is to catch anything along the coast. They said even setting a dozen crab traps yields little. Yet you, with just 6, managed to catch so much. Jiang Han smiled. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. Your luck is indeed extraordinary, Mengwa replied. Mengwa led Jiang Han to the seafood weighing area. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with activity. Unable to step away, Meng Fei instructed Mengwa to assist Jiang Han with the seafood weighing. A black-headed fish weighed 2.5 jin, priced at 300 yuan. A large blue crab weighed 2 jin, costing 180 yuan. 3 Chinese mitten crabs totaled approximately 5 jin, amounting to 990 yuan. Altogether, the total came to 470 yuan. Mengwa then transferred 500 yuan to Jiang Han. Suddenly, Jiang Han realized that placing crab traps was quite convenient. He could simply set the traps down, and the crabs would enter on their own. When the time came, he could just retrieve them and earn money. Ding! The host sold seafood for 500 yuan, gaining 500 system points. Chapter 48. The Waterhole. Accumulated system points from last time. 3,837 points. Currently, 2,500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 150-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1337. Please continue to strive, host. Jiang Han effortlessly added another 5 meters to his scanning range. Jiang Han, have you eaten? Are you dining in the restaurant? He had just finished a meal of the local delicacy, tujuandong, but being young, he had a hearty appetite. Furthermore, it was mealtime. And if he wished to eat again, he certainly could. He intended to invite Zhang Haidai to join him, but as he dialed the number, the ringing echoed from outside the door. Upon opening the door, Jiang Han found Zhang Haidai carrying a box of beverages, which he promptly placed in the storeroom. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai turned to fetch another box. Jiang Han smirked slightly, He had assumed Zhang was engrossed in gaming at the internet CAF, but it appeared he was laboring at the restaurant instead. To spare his friend any embarrassment, he stepped aside. After Zhang Haidai finished moving the items, Ming Fei handed him a towel. "Quick, wipe your face. You're all sweaty." Zhang Haidai smiled and used the towel to dab his face. "Thank you. It is I who should express gratitude. You always come to assist us. What would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you. Anything is fine. Then I'll have them make a grilled fish for you." "All right, that works." Jiang Han smiled at Menghua, saying, "I won't be dining here." He truly hadn't anticipated that Zhang Haidai would be so proactive in his absence. As he stepped out of the restaurant, Zhang Haidai called him. "Han, good. Did you call me earlier for something?" "Nothing important. Just carry on with your work." Jiang Han glanced at the restaurant, deciding against being a third wheel, hoping Zhang Haidai would soon achieve his desires. On the street, he purchased a pancake filled with an array of seafood. Occasionally indulging in such snacks was quite delightful. He had yet to visit the delivery point and inquired with passers-by. Eventually, he located the postal service station. Jiang Han paused momentarily. It seemed that small parcels delivered to the village were all handled by the postal service. Did this mean he could simply choose postal delivery for any small items he wished to purchase in the future? Upon entering, he first collected his parcel and then requested a delivery slip from the staff. A few days prior, Ma Xiaomei had sent him her detailed address. Inviting him over as a couch guest, she assured him they would provide the finest couch for his comfort. Jiang Han, however, was currently pressed for time, stating he would visit when he had the opportunity. He noted her address on the delivery slip. After sending off his item, he rode his electric scooter back to the village. Upon arriving home, he immersed himself in a pile of ebooks. He needed to prepare for his boat license and various certifications, requiring a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge. As he read, he gradually drifted off to sleep. He was awakened by Zhang Haidai's gentle nudging, though he was unaware of how long he had been asleep. "Brother Han, did you not mention going to the beach?" Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening. "If you're tired, you can rest at home. Just tell me a location, and I shall go. I merely dozed off while reading, but now I am quite awake. If we let Zhang Haidai go alone, I fear he might toil all night without earning much. Today is the day of the great tide. How about we head to the drainage pit? We could take a larger bucket to scoop water. It is unfortunate we lack a pump. Otherwise, we could have used it." Upon further thought, Jiang Han concluded it might not be necessary to complicate matters. "Let us bring the net along." The last time Jiang Han purchased a net, it had the longest handle. Yet its total length was only 1.6 meters. Had he known, he would have ordered a telescopic net online. He recalled seeing ones that extended to 2.8 meters, over a meter longer. Zhang Haidai did not grasp Jiang Han's sudden fixation on the net. Yet he trusted that Brother Han had his reasons. "What if we attach a bamboo pole to it?" Zhang Haidai proposed. Jiang Han considered this a viable suggestion, but pondered where they might find a bamboo pole at this late hour. Venturing into the mountains could be perilous. What if they encountered a cobra? Moreover, the tide was already receding, and any further delay would result in rising waters. "I could fetch one from home," he suggested. "You have one at home. My backyard is stacked with many bamboo poles." Zhang Haidai's house was not far, and it would only take 3 to 5 minutes to retrieve a pole. Jiang Han nodded. "Then go ahead." He remained in place, waiting. Upon seeing the door closed, Zhang Haidai scaled the wall. The dog at home, sensing an intruder and ready to bark, caught the scent of Zhang Haidai and began wagging its tail instead. Zhang Haidai patted the dog's head, selected 2 sturdy bamboo poles, and climbed back over the wall. 3 minutes later, he reunited with Jiang Han, carrying not only the 2 poles, but also 2 lengths of twine. Jiang Han, without further thought, saw that they had both the poles and twine, and proceeded to bind one pole to his net using the twine. Zhang Haidai mimicked Jiang Han, wrapping a pole around his own net. The net suddenly extended over 3 meters. However, the poles appeared to lack sufficient quality, likely unable to bear much weight. Jiang Han recognized this concern. Regardless, they would only know the outcome once they tried. Due to the great tide, the coastline had receded significantly. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai made their way toward the rocky shore. Upon arrival, they encountered various headlamps flashing about. Jiang Han paused momentarily, then deemed it a normal sight. Considering the day's extraordinary tide, those who typically refrained from beachcombing would seize the opportunity during such an event. After all, who would turn their back on money? Since it was nighttime, no one concealed their faces, and every countenance was clearly visible. "Jiang Han has arrived," someone called out. "You're rather late today, Jiang Han. They say you have good luck and real skill. In today's circumstances, it seems you are unable to manage, are you?" Along the rocky coastline, when the tide recedes, numerous pools of varying sizes are left behind. In those larger pools, one often finds abundant marine life. The villagers who arrive early have already chosen their pools based on their experience. At this time, it is almost a family affair, as nearly every member of the family takes up a bucket to scoop water. Once the water in the pools has completely evaporated, the sea treasures can be collected freely. Considering the impending tide, everyone has assessed their capabilities. They dare not select pools that are too deep, while those that are too shallow do not pique their interest. Almost all suitable pools have been claimed. Among these individuals, the most conspicuous is the village chief and his family. They typically do not partake in sea gathering unless there is a significant tide or a grand event. This time, they have brought along their water pump. Chapter 49. The Net Han, what shall we do now? Jiang Han pondered, his mind clouded with confusion. Is it truly possible to return empty-handed this time? An empty-handed return seemed implausible. Today's circumstances were indeed unforeseen by Jiang Han, yet he remained unfazed. He gestured towards the left, indicating the large water pit. Let us go there. Jiang Han was taken aback. That pit was the largest of all. Han, do you think we can scoop it out in time with the 2 buckets we brought? It's the very pit everyone has deemed too time-consuming to tackle, which is why it remains untouched. Even if the village had possessed a pump, he would not have chosen this one. We shall not scoop, Jiang Han asserted as he and Jiang Han made their way towards it. Along the path, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Han's parents, as well as his elder brother and sister-in-law. Typically residing elsewhere, they had returned solely due to the impending tidal surge. The Jiang family regarded Jiang Han as a stranger, failing to offer any greeting. It was Jiang Han who stepped forward to acknowledge them. His mother cast a fleeting glance at him, her expression laced with reproach. Each day, all you do is eat and contribute nothing. It seems we have raised you in vain. Jiang Han's fists instinctively clenched. In the past, feeling ill at ease dining with his family, he would wait until they finished their meal, then consume their leftovers. Afterward, he would dutifully wash the dishes, even when there were none left for him. During this period, he had been living away from home, and his parents remained oblivious to his absence, only aware that he neglected the washing of dishes. It was astonishing how one could be so thoroughly overlooked in their own home. Jiang Han's elder brother extended his bucket toward him, the implication unmistakable. He was expected to scoop. Jiang Han closed his eyes for a moment, choosing to act as if he had seen nothing and continued on his way. His sister-in-law stomped her foot in frustration, questioning his intentions. He learns nothing day by day. We provide for him without complaint, yet he harbors resentment. Jiang Han heard every word but refrained from defending himself, resolutely following Jiang Han. Jiang Han glanced back, noting the distress etched on Jiang Han's face. He placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder, recognizing that he had grown stronger than before. In the past, had his elder brother handed him a bucket, he would have accepted it without hesitation and toiled alongside them. The duo positioned themselves at the edge of the vast water pit. Han, there is an overwhelming amount of water. How do we proceed? Jiang Han remarked. Jiang Han closed his eyes momentarily before reopening them, his vision penetrating the depths of the pit with clarity. It measured approximately 10 meters in depth and was quite expansive. Pass me the net, he instructed. Jiang Han handed over the net secured to a bamboo pole. Han, you don't intend to simply scoop it up, do you? Though he placed his faith in Jiang Han, he found the plan somewhat dubious. Jiang Han smiled at him. With so many fish in this pit, we shall easily catch some. As he spoke, he plunged his net into the water, emerging with 5 shrimp in a single sweep. Each shrimp was as long as a forearm, adorned in alternating segments of brown and white, comprising several sections in total. Jiang Han gazed in astonishment. Could this be the bamboo shrimp? Aunt Alan's family was diligently scooping water from the adjacent puddle. It was widely acknowledged that Jiang Han was fortunate. Yet upon hearing of Jiang Han's intention to use a net to catch seafood, Aunt Alan speculated that perhaps Jiang Han's judgment was somewhat impaired. If it were so effortless to catch them with a net, why would they laboriously scoop water? Initially eager to witness the spectacle and mock Jiang Han, they were taken aback when he successfully retrieved a bamboo shrimp. The sight was so souring that it nearly made her teeth ache. As the surrounding villagers caught wind of the bamboo shrimp, they turned their attention toward Jiang Han. Had he truly found bamboo shrimp? How many had he caught? 5. Aunt Jinju shouted to the crowd. Upon hearing that there were only 5, the villagers lost interest. Although bamboo shrimp were indeed a delicacy, 5 was hardly a significant catch. After all, in this waterhole, provided one's luck was not too dire, various treasures could always be unearthed. Little did they know, each of Jiang Han's 5 bamboo shrimp measured a forearm's length. The 5 shrimp alone weighed over a pound. Jiang Han discovered that this puddle was quite abundant with bamboo shrimp. However, with his net, which included the length of the bamboo pole, he could only reach about 3 meters. This limitation meant he could only net the shrimp closer to the surface. Spotting bamboo shrimp swimming upward, he skillfully cast his net. After casually scooping 3 times, his bucket brimmed with 15 or 16 bamboo shrimp. Seeing Jiang Han's ease, Zhang Haidai decided to employ his own net, fashioned with a bamboo pole. Unfortunately, his first attempt yielded nothing. The second brought up only some fragmented seaweed, and the third netted yet more seaweed. Disheartened, he watched as Jiang Han continued to haul in a bounty of bamboo shrimp. "Brother Han, shall I scoop water instead?" Zhang Haidai felt utterly useless, convinced he ought to contribute in some manner. "There's no need to scoop. In this large puddle, even at high tide, you won't retrieve much." He turned to Zhang Haidai, realizing he ought to assign him a task. "How about diving? Is 10 meters a problem?" In their youth, they had all dived. Now, after so many years, he wondered if Zhang Haidai had lost his touch. "No problem, I can do it." Then dive down. There is something there. Yet, his net could not reach the depths. Hearing that he could indeed be of service filled Zhang Haidai with joy. Without hesitation, he stripped off his clothes, leaving only his shorts, took a deep breath, and leapt into the puddle. The splash drew the attention of those nearby once more. "What is going on? Jiang Han, is that really necessary? It's just a puddle. Is diving truly warranted? Besides, what lies beneath the surface is unknown. What if there is danger? Even if there is no peril, aside from the immobile creatures, nothing can be captured through diving. Even if one were to catch something each time, how much could one truly obtain?" At that moment, Zhang Haidai emerged from the water hole, grasping 3 sea cucumbers in one hand, totaling 6 in all. He placed the sea cucumbers into a bucket and called out, "Han Ge, quickly pass me a bag. There are countless sea cucumbers down there." If there were many fish below, he would have no means to catch them. However, capturing sea cucumbers proved to be effortless for him. Jiang Han chuckled and handed him a plastic bag, advising, "This should suffice. Do not overexert yourself." Repeated dives were indeed taxing, yet fortunately, it was summer, so at least he wouldn't feel cold. "Rest assured, I know my limits," Zhang Haidai replied with excitement. He was thrilled to be able to provide something for Han Ge through his own efforts. Taking a deep breath, he submerged once more with the plastic bag in hand. Jiang Han also managed to gather a considerable amount of bamboo shrimp. Logically, if this waterhole was teeming with bamboo shrimp, other locations must be as well. He craned his neck to peer into a few other waterholes. Chapter 50. The bucket has been stolen. He now possessed a scanning range of 150 meters. Within this radius, he could clearly observe several other puddles. A few of these puddles contained 1 or 2 bamboo shrimp, yet none boasted the abundance found in his own puddle. Indeed, choosing the larger puddle had proven to be an astute decision. Zhang Haidai emerged, depositing all the sea cucumbers from his bag into the bucket. Once finished, he submerged himself again. Jiang Han noted that Zhang Haidai's breath-holding capacity was quite impressive. He wondered if Zhang was merely enduring the strain. Had he not been bound to the extreme scanning system, Jiang Han would have been deeply concerned about Zhang's prolonged absence. However, at present, he could clearly see Zhang's situation at the bottom, understanding his safety better than anyone else, uncertain if it was merely an itch on Zhang Haidai's foot. Jiang Han watched as he reached down to scratch it. Jiang Han was taken aback as Zhang Haidai retrieved yet another substantial haul of sea cucumbers. Meanwhile, some of the smaller puddles had been drained by the villagers. They too managed to collect a few sea cucumbers, but their yield paled in comparison to what Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had amassed. Zhang Haidai, sifting through the depths, disregarded the smaller specimens entirely. The villagers, filled with curiosity, had never witnessed such a scene before. Rather than draining the puddles, they employed nets or even plunged into the water themselves, primarily due to the bountiful harvest. One of Jiang Han's bamboo shrimp was equivalent to 6 or 7 of theirs, and a single sea cucumber from Zhang Haidai outweighed 2 or 3 of theirs. A few villagers, weary from scooping water, mimicked Jiang Han's technique with nets, only to repeatedly come up empty-handed. Not a single shrimp, not even the most ordinary variety, graced their nets. Zhang Haidai surfaced with yet another bag full of sea cucumbers. Jiang Han observed that his complexion appeared rather pale, suggesting he might need to take a break. Zhang Haidai, though fatigued, was reluctant to worry Jiang Han and obediently climbed up to rest. "Well, so many sea cucumbers and bamboo shrimp." A woman's voice, tinged with envy, rang in his ears. He turned to find it was Zhang Haidai's sister-in-law, Sun Yuqing. Jiang Han had minimal interaction with her, yet he felt compelled to respond to her inquiry. Zhang Haidai, seemingly uninterested in conversing with Sun Yuqing, had initially been resting, but now dove back into the puddle with his bag in hand. Perhaps fate had dealt him a poor hand. Shortly after, he became entangled in kelp at the bottom of the puddle. Despite his struggles to free himself, he found no success. Sensing Zhang Haidai was in peril, Jiang Han leaped into the puddle without a second thought, his clothes and shoes left untouched. With a sand shovel in hand, he severed the kelp and managed to drag Zhang Haidai back to safety. Jiang Han coughed up several mouthfuls of water, his complexion gradually returning to normal, while he clung tenaciously to the bag containing 3 sea cucumbers. "Is a few sea cucumbers worth your life?" Jiang Han exclaimed. Unable to contain his frustration, Jiang Han initially intended to express that his life held little value. However, during his recent time spent alongside Jiang Han at the seashore, he gradually began to feel that his existence was not as insignificant as he had presumed. Accompanying Brother Han, he discovered that he too could lead a fulfilling life. He was not inferior to others. Fearing Jiang Han's reprimand, he dared not utter a word, focusing instead on placing the sea cucumbers he held into the water bucket. These 3 sea cucumbers, all of exceptional quality, each weighed half a pound. But where was the bucket? They had brought 4 buckets for carrying their catch. Yet now only 3 remained. The bucket brimming with sea cucumbers was missing. Jiang Han spat out a mouthful of seawater, having just exerted himself to save someone. Was it possible that someone had seized the opportunity to pilfer his belongings while he was occupied? Who among them could be so devoid of conscience? As Jiang Han pondered, he recalled that before he dived in to rescue Jiang Han, Sun Yuqin had been standing nearby. But now, Sun Yuqin was nowhere to be seen. He glanced towards Zhang's family, the water pit not far off, within a 150-meter line of sight, allowing him to discern the details clearly. He spotted Sun Yuqin, stealthily carrying a bucket and attempting to conceal it behind her family's bucket. Yet, the bucket was taller than theirs, exposing a significant portion. He also noted that the bucket was filled with sea cucumbers. In a few swift strides, Jiang Han approached Jiang Hai's family. Politely, he smiled at Jiang Hai's parents before addressing Sun Yuqin. "Sister Yuqin, I appreciate your assistance in carrying the bucket. It is time to return it to me. Don't you think?" Feigning ignorance, Sun Yuqin responded, "What are you talking about? What bucket?" Jiang Han chuckled softly, "I mean the large bucket behind your families." Sun Yuqin grew visibly anxious, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Jiang Hai's mother glared at Jiang Han with indignation. "Jiang Han, what do you mean by this? Since when has our bucket become yours?" "Just now, Sister Yuqin accidentally took one of my buckets. I kindly request that you return it." Jiang Han maintained his good-natured tone. The villagers, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around. They had indeed seen Sun Yuqin head towards Jiang Han's water pit. But whether she had taken his bucket was unclear to them. Notably, Sun Yuqin had been cautious, ensuring that no one was watching before she seized the bucket filled with sea cucumbers. As more people encircled them, Jiang Hai's mother wished to hasten Jiang Han's departure. "You, a university student, should be out shining in the world rather than mingling with us common folk. I have no time to entertain you. Be gone, quickly. Speak again, and I shall not hold back." Jiang Hai's mother appeared to be the epitome of a bitter middle-aged woman. "Aunt, my name is inscribed on the bottom of the bucket. A glance will confirm it." The Zhang family felt a jolt of apprehension. How cunning this person was to have written his name. Jiang Hai's mother stood with her hands on her hips, bellowing at Jiang Han. "What's so interesting? Do I not recognize my own family's water bucket? Do I need others to come and take a look?" Fortunately, the name was inscribed at the bottom of the bucket, visible only when lifted. As long as no one bothered to check, no one would ever know that the bucket belonged to Jiang Han. With a sigh, Jiang Han remarked, "I have also carved my name on the inner wall of the bucket." The Zhang family felt a momentary jolt of apprehension, but quickly reassured themselves. Thankfully, it was etched on the inner side. The bucket was currently filled with sea cucumbers, and one would need to empty it entirely to discover the name within. "Jiang Han, how far are you willing to take this? I've already allowed you to leave. If you don't go now, I shall strike you with a shovel," Jiang Hai declared, standing defiantly before Jiang Han. In truth, Brother Han had also inscribed his name on the outer wall of the bucket. Chapter 51. The great cat shark Jiang Hai was once notorious as the village ruffian. After his release from prison, he relied on brawling for his livelihood. His imposing stature allowed him to squeeze past his family without resistance. From behind the row of water buckets, he pulled out a particularly large one. His headlamp illuminated the exterior of the bucket, revealing the name Jiang Han intricately carved into the surface with a small knife. Due to the darkness and the subtlety of the carving, the name went unnoticed by Sun Yuqin. When Jiang Hai lifted the bucket higher, the name underneath became unmistakable, clearly inscribed in bold marker as Jiang Han. The villagers exchanged glances, bewildered. "Sun Yuqin, is this truly the bucket you stole?" "I did not. Do not slander me," Sun Yuqin retorted through gritted teeth. "I witnessed Jiang Han jump into the water to rescue Jiang Hai. This bucket must have been taken in the chaos of his rescue." Suddenly, the villagers regarded the Zhang family with a mixture of disbelief and disdain. How could it be that Jiang Hai, a member of the Zhang family, would allow his kin to seize a bucket from Jiang Han, who selflessly jumped in to help? Was this not the very definition of ingratitude? The bucket contained a substantial quantity of sea cucumbers, worth a considerable sum. Heavens! Is the Zhang family truly so ungrateful? Flushed with shame, The Jiang family found themselves on the receiving end of scorn. They deemed Jiang Han to be somewhat eccentric. What sane individual would inscribe their name on both the interior and exterior of a bucket? Jiang Han had thought, since he had already begun writing. Why not add a few more names for clarity? If one was unclear, the others would serve as backup. Jiang Haidai's father snatched the bucket from his hands, placing it before Jiang Han while casting a reproachful glance at his son, realizing he had raised a rogue. Jiang Han, the bucket is here. Take it and leave promptly. Do not trouble our family any further. Seeing the item returned, Jiang Han chose not to dwell on the matter. He was well aware of the Jiang family's true nature. If they possessed even a modicum of conscience, they would not have allowed Jiang Haidai to bear the blame for monetary gain. Jiang Han took the bucket and departed. Observing the villagers whispering and pointing at the Jiang family, the four members were filled with animosity towards Jiang Han. Was it merely a bucket of sea cucumbers? Did it warrant such humiliation among their fellow villagers? Brother Han, I apologize. I had no idea my sister-in-law would. This is not your concern. Instead of wallowing in self-reproach, you might as well assist me in gathering more seafood. Jiang Haidai did not quite grasp what Jiang Han meant by self-reproach. Yet he recognized the necessity of helping his brother. He intended to dive again for more sea cucumbers but was halted by Jiang Han. There is only half an hour until high tide. Let us make the most of this time to gather larger catches. You can assist from the side. Jiang Haidai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was there something valuable? However, it was not as precious as the bamboo shrimp or sea cucumbers. A hint of disappointment flickered in Jiang Haidai's gaze. Jiang Han added, it's not entirely worthless, it's just not as valuable as those two items. The primary factor is its size. This is precisely why many individuals opt for boats to fish for larger catches. Some fish may only fetch a few dozen yuan per kilogram, but what if that fish weighs over 100 kilograms? One fish could yield thousands of yuan. While certain smaller items may be expensive, gathering a full kilogram can prove challenging, resulting in minimal profit overall. Earlier, when I was scooping up shrimp, it swam by. I hesitated to catch it due to its size. His net was too long, and that creature was immense, not to mention its fierce nature and strength. He genuinely feared that if it thrashed about, his net would snap. Once the net broke, he would be unable to catch anything. Earlier, he was cautious not to scoop up too many shrimp at once. Now, considering the tide was rising, he thought it best to attempt to catch that creature. Jiang Han waited patiently, anticipating its gradual approach. With remarkable swiftness, Jiang Han deftly maneuvered the net. The creature, sensing the trap, struggled violently in a desperate attempt to escape. As Jiang Han had anticipated, it was wild and incredibly strong, bending the pole of his net. Upon seeing what Jiang Han had caught, Jiang Haidai's eyes widened in astonishment. A cat shark. Han Ge, you've caught a cat shark. The onlookers barely reacted to the news, as most had already filled their buckets. Some villagers had 1 or 2 cat sharks in their containers, unaware that Jiang Han's specimen weighed over 10 kilograms, far surpassing their meager catches of 1 or 2 kilograms. Jiang Haidai worried that Jiang Han's net might indeed break, so he quickly positioned his own net beneath Jiang Han's. Together, they exerted force to bring the cat shark ashore. Han Ge, you're incredible. You've caught such a large cat shark. Although a cat shark is a type of shark, its flesh and texture are not particularly esteemed locally, making it less desirable for consumption. Nonetheless, it commands a decent price, selling for around 100 yuan per kilogram. This particular cat shark was worth over 1,000 yuan. Indeed. As Jiang Han had remarked, it may not compare to bamboo shrimp or sea cucumbers, but it certainly held value. Jiang Han gestured for silence, causing Jiang Haidai to pause momentarily. Then, he observed Jiang Han lowering the net back into the water. Before long, another cat shark emerged in Jiang Han's net, even larger than the first. Jiang Haidai hurriedly brought his net to assist. Despite their efforts, they still heard the ominous cracking of the nets. Fortunately, in the final moments, they managed to secure the cat shark into the bucket. Han Ge, these nets are no longer usable. Although cat sharks are significantly smaller than other shark species and are not as ferocious, it was still a shark. And it was not surprising that it could break 2 nets while thrashing about. Indeed, it is what it is. He has no intention of continuing his endeavors. There are other treasures within this vast water pit. However, due to the limitations of equipment and other conditions, he cannot collect them all. Nevertheless, he feels a sense of contentment. After all, he has gathered an impressive haul of bamboo shrimp and sea cucumbers, along with 2 sizable cat sharks. The villagers, still engrossed in their tasks, were taken aback by how swiftly Jiang Han and his companions were preparing to depart. Surely you can linger for another 20 minutes. Are you leaving so soon? After all, Jiang Han and his group had arrived the latest. Jiang Han waved farewell to them, saying, "We shall take our leave now." As the two passed by the villagers, many craned their necks to catch a glimpse of their water buckets. Good heavens, How can there be such large cat sharks? And these bamboo shrimp are enormous, nearly the length of my forearm. Chapter 52. Listening to Ming will blow the conch what a sizable sea cucumber this is. This single specimen is worth several of our own. Jiang Han, you are truly destined for great fortune. Your luck seems to shine brighter each day, as if the entire bounty of the ocean is meant for you alone. They glanced at the water holes they had painstakingly scooped from. Each of these holes was chosen randomly based on their own water-gathering efforts. Some selections proved somewhat fruitful, but after their labor, their arms felt as though they might give way. The treasures within their water holes were far inferior to Jiang Han's remarkable haul. Others had chosen more poorly. Not only did their arms ache, but the meager contents of their holes scarcely held any value. At this moment, witnessing Jiang Han's unharvested bounty, they were filled with a profound sense of awe. Jiang Han, what extraordinary luck you possess. Surely, you must have developed a pair of X-ray vision. The speaker jested, fully aware that no mere human could possess such an ability. Jiang Han smiled at them. Perhaps he truly did possess such insight. The villagers wore smiles more akin to grimaces, as Jiang Han sought to lighten their spirits with humor. As Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai passed by the Zhang family, a somber atmosphere enveloped them. The four members of the Zhang family remained silent, and as Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai moved past, Zhang Haidai's father angrily flung an empty bucket aside. This unfilial child, I should never have brought him into this world. Father, do not be upset. You know my brother has always been this way. Zhang Haidai's elder brother, Zhang Yuzu, attempted to console him. Indeed, after gathering so much, he shows no regard for his parents, Sun Yuqin added, fanning the flames of discontent. Their misfortune today was palpable. Sun Yuqin had been caught red-handed while attempting to pilfer a bucket. The water hole they had chosen was not small, yet after toiling for hours, they had only discovered 2 meager bread crabs, neither of which were substantial. A jianger mouse, the 2 crabs combined might fetch 30 to 40 yuan. If they were to eat, it would not suffice for each of the 4 of them to have even one. Among the villagers gathering at the shore today, their family bore the brunt of ill fortune. During this grand tide, even the least fortunate among others had reaped at least 200 to 300 yuan. Upon returning home, Jiang Han transferred all his finds into the pool. The coolness of the evening mitigated the risk of oxygen depletion. He opened the window but, wary of any creatures that might intrude upon his seafood, promptly secured the screen. After bathing separately, he and Zhang Haidai retired for the night, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to sell their goods at the Halowang restaurant the following morning. Just as Jiang Han settled into bed, he noticed a message from Minghua sent 20 minutes earlier. Minghua, are you asleep? Jiang Han, it's 3 in the morning. Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Han took a considerable time to send these words, feeling as though his phone was sluggish. When he rescued Zhang Haidai, he had not taken out his phone but had leapt into action. This was the counterfeit phone he purchased 2 years ago for 999 yuan. And the salesperson had assured him of its waterproof capabilities. It seemed that assurance was not entirely accurate. Minghua, after taking a nap, I woke up, and now I can't fall back asleep. Jiang Han, Minghua, would you keep me company and talk for a while? Jiang Han, it's rather late. You should get some rest. You need to help your sister with her tasks tomorrow. After typing so much, it truly felt exhausting. On the other end of the screen, Minghua was slightly bewildered, noticing that Jiang Han's status indicated he was still typing. She did not expect that after such a lengthy wait, only a few words would come through. Minghua, but I really can't sleep. By the way, I've already finished working on the conch shell you gave me last time. Would you like to hear me blow it? Jiang Han found himself intrigued. Jiang Han, go ahead and blow it then. Once Jiang Han sent that message, Minghua initiated a video call. Jiang Han pressed the answer button multiple times before successfully connecting. What are you doing? Minghua, without a trace of makeup, looked adorable in her pajamas. She initially thought Jiang Han was reluctant to answer her call. No, I simply slipped my finger. Minghua gave it little thought as she picked up the conch shell. Now I shall truly blow it. Jiang Han observed the shell in Minghua's hand, which had 1 hole at the back and 4 additional holes on the side. She had crafted it quite skillfully. He watched as Minghua positioned her cherry-like lips against the hole at the back of the conch and pressed her fingers over the side holes. He expected her to simply blow casually. To his astonishment, she produced a beautifully melodious sound. The tone of the conch was distinct from other instruments, possessing a natural, ancient gravitas. Jiang Han felt as though he were transported through swirling sands to a time of tumultuous warfare. Jiang Han was unaware of when he had fallen asleep. When he awoke, the video call with Minghua had long since ended. The call duration displayed 35 minutes. Minghua had blown the conch for 35 minutes. He wondered if her lips had grown sore. Perhaps he should buy her a box of throat lozenges. Jiang Han roused Zhang Haidai, and the 2 men brushed their teeth and splashed their faces before setting off on their electric scooter. Jiang Han didn't rush to the Halowang restaurant. Upon passing a supermarket with its doors open, he decided to stop and purchase a box of throat lozenges. The Hailuang restaurant was also open, and Meng Fei was already inside. Jiang Han glanced around but did not see Meng Gua. "Where is Xiaohua?" She asked, still asleep. This girl usually rises quite early, but today she couldn't get up. "I saw her sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake her." Jiang Han smirked slightly. Suspecting it was the result of her insomnia, he wondered if she had managed to sleep after blowing the conch. Perhaps she only fell asleep at daybreak. Meng Fei looked at Jiang Han, asking if he needed to find her. If so, she could call her down since they lived just upstairs. "No need, let her sleep. I was just inquiring casually." He would keep the throat lozenges for himself. Meng Fei chuckled, not giving it much thought. She led the two men to the area for weighing vegetables. Initially, Meng Fei did not notice what Jiang Han had brought. Now, upon observing the contents of Jiang Han's bucket, she was taken aback. "Jiang Han, your prowess is truly remarkable. It is rare for an ordinary person to possess such exceptional skills in gathering from the sea. Even though yesterday witnessed a great tide, it is inconceivable that one could find such an abundance of treasures. The items Jiang Han has collected are strikingly pristine, as if he has deliberately chosen only the finest goods. It seems he has entirely disregarded the inferior finds. If others were to discover Jiang Han's extraordinary fortune, they would likely be torn between envy and indignation. Zhang Haidai has been of considerable assistance, having helped gather these sea cucumbers." Meng Fei cast another glance at Zhang Haidai, recognizing him as a steadfast and dependable individual. Zhang Haidai, feeling somewhat bashful under Meng Fei's gaze, rubbed the top of his head, which had recently sprouted short hair, resembling a closely cropped hairstyle. He placed the items from the bucket onto the scale. This time, Jiang Han had only 3 types of treasures: 1 cat shark, 1 bamboo shrimp, and 1 sea cucumber. Chapter 53. The value of bamboo shrimp. As Meng Fei weighed the catch, she meticulously recorded the details. 2 cat sharks were weighed, one at 12 pounds and the other at 15 pounds, totaling 28 pounds. Such sizable cat sharks undoubtedly commanded a price beyond the ordinary. "I'll give you 150 per pound, totaling 200 yuan for the 2. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai beamed with delight, astonished that the 2 cat sharks could yield such a profit. Although they had broken 2 nets, each costing merely 10 yuan, they were still enjoying a significant gain. Next, Meng Fei weighed the sea cucumbers, which are known for their high water absorption. A wild sea cucumber, when squeezed in one's hand, can release a substantial stream of water. Meng Fei placed them on the scale without extracting any moisture. "This wild sea cucumber is quite large. I'll value it at 200 per pound. There are a total of 35 pounds here, amounting to 7,000 yuan. Zhang Haidai was elated, as he had personally dived to catch all these sea cucumbers, which made him feel invaluable. Meng Fei then weighed the bamboo shrimp, which were impressively large and of excellent quality. Given that it was currently the closed fishing season, these bamboo shrimp could be sold for 450 per pound, totaling 38 pounds, 3 pounds more than the sea cucumbers. "For these bamboo shrimp, I'll offer you 17,100. Does that sound agreeable?" "Absolutely, that sounds perfect." Jiang Han nodded vigorously. Meng Fei's pricing was consistently fair, and even so, Jiang Han had not anticipated that the bamboo shrimp alone would fetch over 17,000 yuan. After a quick calculation, Meng Fei announced the total sum, 28,300 yuan. Without delay, she transferred the amount to Jiang Han. He felt somewhat dazed, astonished that they had earned more than 28,000 in just one evening. Meng Fei was open with Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, retaining a portion of the seafood and calling over a staff member from the restaurant. "Please take these seafood items to the dock for delivery. Given the volume of your excellent catch, we may not be able to consume it all promptly at our restaurant, and I worry it might not remain fresh for long. Particularly with the bamboo shrimp, losing even a few could represent a significant loss. My relatives run a restaurant along the coast, and I will send these goods to them." Meng Fei's transparency in her dealings impressed Jiang Han. "Since these items have been sold to your restaurant, feel free to manage them as you see fit. We have no objections." He glanced at Zhang Haidai, who eagerly affirmed, "Yes, we have no objections at all." Meng Fei smiled brightly, pleased with the quality of the goods Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had provided. Recently, her restaurant had gained considerable fame, and she enjoyed collaborating with Jiang Han. Ding! The host has sold seafood for 28,300 yuan, earning 28,300 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 29,637. Currently, 27,500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 55 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 205 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,137. Please continue to strive for excellence. Jiang Han was taken aback, not expecting his scanning range to surpass 200 meters so swiftly. A flicker of excitement coursed through his mind. After bidding farewell to Meng Fei, he turned to Zhang Haidai, handing over 2,800 yuan. Zhang Haidai let out an involuntary sigh. Jiang Han regarded him with suspicion, inquiring about the source of his exasperation. Having too much money can be a burden as well, Zhang Haidai replied. Jiang Han was left speechless, feeling an itch in his hands, tempted to strike someone. His gaze shifted to his phone, which had become increasingly unresponsive. Transferring money to Zhang Haidai had taken an eternity. Perhaps it was time to seize this opportunity to acquire a new device. This 999 yuan counterfeit phone was due for retirement. He and Zhang Haidai entered a mobile phone store, where two sales clerks were present. The one at the front barely acknowledged their entrance, displaying a disinterested demeanor. With years of sales experience under her belt, she had learned that young men like them rarely possessed substantial funds, yet they often gravitated towards high-end smartphones, only to end up purchasing the cheapest options after toying with the expensive models. Sales associate, could you show me that phone? Jiang Han gestured towards a model priced over 8,000 yuan. The sales clerk rolled her eyes, fully anticipating this outcome. She knew he would request the premium items only to walk away empty-handed. She swiftly maneuvered to the corner of the store. The clerk stationed in the corner, however, approached with enthusiasm. Is this the one you're interested in? I'll fetch it for you. She retrieved the phone Jiang Han had indicated and began to detail its features. As he held it, he found the feel quite satisfactory. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Excuse me, do you have any waterproof phones? The other sales clerk snorted dismissively. Are you looking for a counterfeit phone? Those often boast such features. Jiang Han ignored her, focusing on the attentive clerk. This model may claim to be waterproof, but it's not entirely reliable. It can withstand a splash, like a quick rinse under a faucet. But submerging it is another matter altogether. There are branded phones with true waterproof capabilities, albeit at a higher price, especially the recently released models from Fengwei. Fengwei has such a feature? Jiang Han was taken aback. The clerk confirmed, indeed, this model can endure immersion for an hour without issues. That won't be necessary. Jiang Han replied. Given his frequent excursions by the sea, he knew that even in the absence of last night's mishap, it was all too easy for a phone to tumble into a puddle. He simply needed assurance that if it fell, he could retrieve it and still have a functioning device. The clerk presented the Fengwei waterproof phone for him to inspect. Jiang Han found it even more comfortable than the previous model he had considered, with a seamless interface. How much is this? He inquired, recalling the clerk's earlier comment about its high price and feeling a twinge of concern about his budget. This mobile phone costs 7,500 yuan. The salesperson sincerely believes it to be quite expensive. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, asking, how much? Sensing that this price might have startled him, the salesperson added, it's 7,500. If you truly like it, you need not pay all at once. We offer installment payments. Credit card payments are also an option. Jiang Han appeared somewhat bewildered, recalling that the model he had just examined was priced over 8,000. The salesperson froze, realizing that the previous model indeed exceeded 8,000. She had not anticipated that he would be inclined to make a purchase. However, she noticed that he genuinely favored this waterproof phone. Jiang Han picked up the device once more to try it out. All right, I will take this one. Please provide me with a complete set of accessories. Chapter 54. Acquiring a new phone. The saleswoman felt a surge of delight within her. Was the transaction truly happening so swiftly? In her 3 days of employment, she had yet to sell a single phone. To her astonishment, the first sale turned out to be such a costly one. Overjoyed, she inquired, will you be paying in installments or with a credit card? Full payment, came the reply. It's only 7,500. The saleswoman stood in stunned silence for a moment. What did you say? I said I will pay in full. At last, the saleswoman comprehended, her smile beaming uncontrollably. Please follow me. She prepared the transaction, eagerly awaiting Jiang Han to unveil the payment code. Jiang Han's phone was on the verge of malfunctioning. He swiped several times, yet failed to reach the payment code screen. Another saleswoman could not help but scoff. Mei, I believe you've been deceived. He talks grandly yet hesitates to pay. The saleswoman named Mei possessed a remarkably good temperament, reassuring, no worries, take your time. Jiang Han felt a tad embarrassed, but after several attempts, he finally accessed the payment code. Mei scanned it, successfully receiving the 7,500. The other saleswoman remained incredulous until she confirmed repeatedly that the funds had indeed been transferred. How can this be? He really paid? Why not? This gentleman appears quite capable. Mei was genuinely taken aback. Sir, would you like me to package it for you? No need, he replied, handing over his old phone. Please assist me in transferring the SIM card to the new device. Securing a waterproof phone for 7,500 was indeed a wise purchase. A banana phone costs over 10,000. Mei happily accepted Jiang Han's old phone and efficiently changed the SIM card. This sale would yield her a generous commission. Jiang Han tested the new phone and found it truly exceptional. Zhang Haidai observed enviously, "Does this model come in different colors?" "Yes, there is a white one." Mei responded courteously to Zhang Haidai's inquiry. "Then please get me a white one," Zhang Haidai requested. Mei was momentarily taken aback. "Do you wish for the same 7,500 model?" "Indeed, I also desire a waterproof one. It's a perfect opportunity to spend a little." In the past, he rarely possessed more than 500 yuan at any one time. Now, with so much money concealed about him, an odd sense of insecurity lingered. Jiang Han was reluctant for Zhang Haidai to acquire the same model, fearing it might resemble a couple's phone. However, given that Zhang Haidai accompanied him to the shore, a waterproof phone was indeed necessary. "Very well, let us consider it a work requirement," he conceded, accepting the notion of both having identical work phones. Zhang Haidai promptly settled the payment. The other saleswoman was consumed with jealousy. Both transactions were originally hers. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai departed without even a glance in her direction, carrying their new phones. Mei waved at them from behind. "Gentlemen, I wish you a pleasant life. Han Gu, are you returning to the village? If we are not going back, let us play some games together." At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Rainy days are indeed more suited for gaming. Jiang Han took out his new phone and glanced at the weather forecast, which indicated occasional light rain for the day. "I won't be playing games. I have other matters to attend to." "What could possibly require your attention on a rainy day?" he was asked. "I bought a few packets of vegetable seeds last time, and I plan to plant them today." "Oh, planting on a rainy day?" In truth, Jiang Han was not well versed in agriculture. The soil on this small island was not as fertile as that of the inland areas. Although the villagers did engage in farming, they did not regard it as the paramount pursuit like the farmers in the mainland, particularly the youth on the island, who had been engrossed in their studies from a young age, had little exposure to the art of cultivation. Jiang Han recalled his sister mentioning that planting on rainy days was advantageous, as the damp soil would negate the need for watering. He was averse to the idea of watering, and such a gentle drizzle was inconsequential to him. Therefore, he felt it was an opportune moment to sow the vegetable seeds he had at home. "Let me assist you." As long as he could lend a hand to Han Gu, Zhang Haidai was willing to forego gaming. Before returning, the two made another stop at the fishing tackle shop. After inquiring with the owner and finding that the net they desired was unavailable, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai exited the store. Jiang Han opened his new phone and immediately searched online. The nets he found on the internet did not meet his specifications either. He contacted 2 stores that offered custom fishing gear. After explaining his requirements to the proprietors, he received no immediate response, so he decided not to wait any longer. He retrieved the electric tricycle parked in front of the Hawaii restaurant, and together with Zhang Haidai, they returned to the village. Jiang Han had purchased a considerable quantity of seeds, including rice seeds. "Han Gu, are we planting the rice seeds today as well?" "Since we are planting today, let us do it all at once." Zhang Haidai opened his mouth, perplexed. Was it truly the season for planting rice in this sweltering heat? "I'm not sure. In any case, the land at home is lying fallow. Let us scatter the seeds. If they grow, they grow. If not, so be it." Zhang Haidai gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. "Han Gu, I admire your spirit." In Shaojiang village, there were only a handful of villagers, and many years ago, plots of land had been allocated to them. Jiang Han was still aware of the location of his family's land. The two of them, wielding hoes and iron rakes, ascended the mountain. Upon reaching their destination, they were taken aback. They had assumed that they could simply scatter the seeds, but instead, they were greeted by a sea of weeds. Zhang Haidai awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. The lush growth of these weeds indicates that Han Ji's land is quite fertile. He endeavored to reassure Jiang Han. Jiang Han, however, felt utterly embarrassed. Had he known it would be in such a state, he would not have come. Yet, having carried their tools up the mountain, they were not inclined to return without accomplishing something. "What else can we do? Let us pull them out." After much toil, they realized that their breakfast had been in vain. Finally, after uprooting all the weeds, the two were left ravenous, with their stomachs growling in protest. Though wearing a dompa hat, he was completely drenched. Jiang Han tossed a bottle of mineral water to Zhang Haidai, followed by a loaf of bread purchased from a supermarket. After satisfying their hunger, they felt somewhat better. However, due to the lack of preparation, they had not donned gloves, and their palms bore red marks. Fortunately, being 2 robust men, they were not overly concerned. The subsequent tasks appeared simple yet required considerable effort. Once they had sown all the seeds, both men exhaled deeply. "Brother Han, will we need to transplant the seedlings once the rice grows?" Jiang Han pondered, feeling a bit of a headache. "No transplanting is necessary. I bought drought-resistant rice seeds. If they grow, they will do so on their own. If not, we can regard today as a futile endeavor. Jiang Han remained steadfast in this belief regarding the matter. Chapter 55. The thunderstruck with Zhang Haidai once again gave Jiang Han a thumbs up. Perhaps it was due to his inexperience with farming, but after the two men scattered the seeds into the earth, they felt a pervasive ache throughout their bodies. As they prepared to descend the mountain, Jiang Han recalled something. This season should witness the arrival of the bayberries, shouldn't it? He was uncertain. Recently, the fruit shop in the town had been selling them, but they were likely out of stock by now. Let us take a detour and check. It's not far anyway. Jiang Han's family owned a plot of land on Bayberry Mountain as well. During the land distribution, his parents had no connections to leverage, so their share was equal in size to that of Zhang Haidai's family. However, his plot contained 5 bayberry trees, while Zhang's boasted 6. They first arrived at Zhang Haidai's plot, where the 6 bayberry trees bore no fruit. Yet, on the tops of other trees, a few bayberries could still be seen. Jiang Han speculated that the bayberries from Zhang's family had merely been picked, and the season had not yet concluded. Upon locating his own bayberry trees, he was delighted to find them laden with an abundance of fruit. However, there were even more bayberries scattered on the ground, decaying. Regret washed over Jiang Han. Had he known it would be like this, he would have come to pick them sooner. Bayberries that could not be consumed could be used for brewing wine, and the resulting beverage was quite delightful. Moreover, they served medicinal purposes as well. In the summer, a few fermented bayberries could ease headaches, stomachaches, and fevers. The harvesting of bayberries occurred in stages, with a considerable gap between the earliest and the latest batches. The fruit on the trees now should belong to the final picking. Perhaps influenced by his coastal upbringing, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai instinctively grabbed 2 snakeskin bags as they ascended the mountain. These bags would prove useful now. Zhang Haidai casually picked one and popped it into his mouth. Han Ge, I must say, your bayberries are rather sweet. While the first batch was fresher, the later harvests were indeed sweeter. Let us gather more then. Meng Fei and Meng Gua have always offered fair prices. We should send them some of these bayberries. Upon hearing that the bayberries would be sent to Meng Fei, Zhang Haidai became even more enthusiastic in his picking. It seems this year's bayberries are a bit late. Otherwise, I would have missed even the last batch. Jiang Han felt fortunate. In the past, while studying away from home, he had been unable to attend to such matters. Now that he had returned, it was time to invest some effort into these things. After all, the pure, unpolluted bayberries picked from the mountains were far superior to those treated with chemicals from the fruit shop. As Jiang Han picked and sampled the fruit, he felt a mixture of fatigue and joy. The bayberries on the lower branches were soon gathered, prompting Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai to climb higher into the trees. Han Ge, the weather seems off, Zhang Haidai remarked. Jiang Han looked up. Dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, signaling an impending downpour. Indeed, the rain had intensified since earlier. Jiang Han felt deceived by the weather forecast, which had predicted only light rain throughout the day. Yet it clearly appeared to be gearing up for a heavy downpour. Let us head back, he decided. We've already filled 2 bags. As the two descended from the tree, a thunderous crash resounded, striking the very mulberry tree they had just climbed. The tree was cleaved in half by the bolt. Zhang Haidai, terrified, exclaimed, "What sin have we committed, Han Ge, for the heavens to strike at us so? Had we delayed our descent by even 2 seconds, it would have been us who bore the brunt of that lightning." Jiang Han too was startled by the ferocity of the lightning, perhaps affected by the residual shock. He felt a tingling in his fingers. The tree stood charred and blackened. Zhang Haidai reflected that it would be prudent for them to return home promptly. Jiang Han concurred. Yet in a fleeting moment, he retrieved his phone and captured an image of the struck mulberry tree. After a moment's contemplation, he recorded a brief 10-second video. Zhang Haidai stared in bemusement. Though he often shared amusing encounters on social media, he found little reason to commemorate a tree that had been struck by lightning. Han Ge, are you intending to post this on social media to inform others that we were struck by lightning? It's lightning struck wood. What wood? Isn't this a mulberry tree? Zhang Haidai was utterly perplexed. I don't quite understand the specifics. It seems it can be used for protective purposes or crafting rituals. Zhang Haidai scratched his head, realizing this was a vast gap in his knowledge. Forget it. Han Ge is a college student with much learning. I shall refrain from questioning further. In truth, Jiang Han's awareness of this matter stemmed from a Taoist enthusiast in their class, who possessed an extensive collection of ritual implements and had previously mentioned lightning-struck wood, asserting that those sold online were counterfeit, as authentic specimens were near impossible to procure. Upon returning, the thunderstorm intensified. He urged Zhang Haidai to take a shower while he retrieved his newly purchased phone. Though the device had been exposed to rain, it remained fully functional, confirming that his choice of a waterproof phone was indeed wise. He shared the photo of the lightning-struck wood in their class group chat. Jiang Han, I witnessed the lightning-struck wood firsthand. Who wants it? Jiang Han. Shenren. Shenren was the classmate who had informed him about lightning-struck wood. Typically, Shenren was rather inactive in the group chat, often absorbed in his own affairs, yet he was quick to reply to Jiang Han's post. Shenren, Jiang Han. Is this genuine? Jiang Han. I saw it struck. What do you think? Shenren's profile picture shifted, and he sent a private message to Jiang Han. Shenren, do you have any other proof? Jiang Han was taken aback by Shenren's cautiousness. Fortunately, he had recorded a video. He promptly sent the 10-second clip to Shenren. In the video, a portion of the mulberry tree was visibly charred, surrounded by a cacophony of thunder and torrential rain, with a flickering flame dancing upon the drenched tree. After viewing the video, Shenren immediately called Jiang Han. Upon answering, Jiang Han was surprised to find it was a video call. The tall, somewhat unrefined Shenren was seated in a factory workshop, sipping tea. Jiang Han was aware that Shenren's family operated a factory, and it was likely that the very factory he was in belonged to them. After all, everyone else was clad in work uniforms, diligently laboring on the assembly line, while he nonchalantly lounged in a chair, sipping tea and engaging in a video call. Jiang Han, have you truly encountered a lightning strike? Where did this happen? Where else could it be? Naturally, it was back in my hometown. Due to the strong signal in his room, Jiang Han received the call from the comfort of his own space. As he stepped outside, he left the window of his room ajar. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked past the window like a dragon, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder. Goodness. It's true. You really didn't deceive me, Shenren exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 56. Unexpectedly, it was so much. Jiang Han was rendered speechless. It turned out this lad had been testing him all along. He had specifically made a video call to ascertain the situation on Jiang Han's end. And upon witnessing the thunder and lightning in Jiang Han's vicinity, he confirmed that the wood struck by lightning was indeed genuine. Those with assets at home truly differ. Despite appearing as foolish rich heirs, they possess an inherited shrewdness. Fortunately, Jiang Han had returned to the island. Otherwise, even with 800 wits, he would not measure up to these individuals. As for the wood struck by lightning, would you want it? Of course, he wanted it. How do you intend to sell it? I'm not well versed in this. You set a price. Jiang Han had already calculated in his mind that if Shenren offered merely a few hundred, he would let him come and dig it out himself. As he had no intention of expending effort to assist, with that spare time, he would rather go beachcombing for treasures. Should Shenren propose over 1,000, he would dig it out and send it to him. After all, anything above 1,000 was reasonable. Shenren pondered for a moment and extended 2 fingers. Jiang Han blinked in confusion. What did that signify? Was it 200 or 2,000? Surely not 2,000 for such a worthless tree, which bore no fruit. Yet offering 200 seemed rather miserly. At the very least, he ought to propose 500, considering the difficulty of replanting a tree of that size. Jiang Han, I will pay you a deposit of 20,000. Once the item arrives, I will give you 180,000. Does that sound acceptable? Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. 20,000 plus 180,000 amounted to 200,000, did it not? Shenren, observing Jiang Han's wide-eyed expression, realized he had likely shocked him. Indeed, the price was somewhat low. How about I add another 50,000? 250,000 is my final offer. Jiang Han's mouth fell even wider. All right then, 280,000. My father manages my finances strictly, and this is the extent of what I can access. I have nothing more. Jiang Han finally regained his composure. After all, they were classmates, and he could hardly make it difficult for Shenren. 280,000 it was. Shenren was deeply moved and expressed his gratitude. Were it not for being Jiang Han's classmate, Jiang Han would certainly have refrained from selling the wood to him. Please send me your address, and I shall mail the item to you. Jiang Han endeavored to maintain a calm facade. All right, just be cautious. By the way, how much deposit do you require? You mentioned 20,000, so let us stick with that. Shenren was almost in tears, overwhelmed by Jiang Han's kindness. I will remember this favor. After they ended the call, both were quite satisfied. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Haidai was still in the shower, and he could hardly contain himself. As soon as Zhang Haidai emerged from the bathroom, still struggling with his clothes, Jiang Han had already shouldered a hoe and ventured outside. Hangu, where are you going? Zhang Haidai shouted towards the window, but Jiang Han had already walked far away, the sound of the rain drowning out his words. Zhang Haidai attempted to follow, but by the time he was dressed, Jiang Han had vanished without a trace. Upon reaching the Yangmei mountain, Jiang Han began to dig at the tree. What a joke. This seemingly worthless tree was now valued at 280,000. He was quite uneasy about leaving 280,000 just lying on the mountain. Fortunately, A portion of the tree had been struck by lightning, and another part had been scorched by fire. Otherwise, the immense tree would have been impossible for him to carry. When he brought the tree home, Zhang Haidai was left dumbfounded. "Hangu, why have you brought this broken tree home? This is no ordinary tree. It is a lightning-struck wood, valued at 280,000. Zhang Haidai's mind struggled to comprehend it, yet he trusted that Jiang Han's actions were undoubtedly correct. "Han, good. You should take a shower quickly. Don't catch a cold." "All right." The damp clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin. After taking a shower and drying his hair, he sneezed. A harbinger of a bad feeling. Could he really be coming down with a cold? Nevertheless, for the sake of 280,000, enduring a cold seemed worthwhile. Especially since a box of cold medicine costs less than 20 yuan. Recalling the 2 fishing nets, he opened a shopping app. The several vendors he had inquired had already responded. His request was for a net capable of holding 60 kilograms and 5 meters in length. One vendor surprisingly said they could accommodate his request. "How much?" Jiang Han asked. "Due to the custom order, it's a bit pricey, 580 yuan. Jiang Han felt it was somewhat expensive, considering his original nets cost only 10 yuan each. However, if the custom nets met his specifications, it would indeed be worth the investment. "All right, please custom make 2 for me. Additionally, I'll add 50 yuan for the courier to deliver them to the village." Having already spent over 1,000 yuan, the extra 50 seemed negligible, especially since the round trip by boat to the district cost 15 yuan. Jiang Han sneezed again, his body shivering slightly. "Hangu, it seems you caught a chill. I'll go to Aunt Hohat's for some ginger. I'll make you a bowl of ginger soup." Jiang Han was uncertain of the efficacy of ginger soup, but he retrieved 5 yuan from his drawer, mindful that Aunt Hohat was also not having an easy time. "I don't want to take her money without offering something." Zhang Haidai accepted the 5 yuan, understanding the sentiment. He moved quickly, preparing ginger soup in just a few minutes. After drinking the soup, Jiang Han felt a bit warmer, yet he still sneezed. Could it be that I didn't drink enough ginger soup? Should I make more? No need to make more. Once the rain stops, I'll head to the town to buy a pack of cold medicine. The rain showed no signs of letting up. This season often brought sudden downpours or typhoons. It should stop soon. After all, the rain has lessened significantly, and there is no more thunder or lightning. Jiang Han transferred 800 yuan to Zhang Haidai. "Please buy me a jar of high-proof liquor from the small shop." A jar of liquor shouldn't cost that much, right? Zhang Haidai had previously bought high-proof white liquor for his father, and the most expensive jar was only 680 yuan. "Just handle it as you see fit. And keep the change as pocket money. That won't do. I'll just help you buy the liquor. When you return, can you help me check the crab traps?" Jiang Han originally intended to collect every 2 days, but if he wished to do so daily, that would pose no issue. Some villagers were diligent in their collection, even gathering every few hours. "Very well, then, make sure to drink plenty of water at home," Zhang Haidai thought to himself. Realizing that if he continued to press Jiang Han regarding finances, it might lead to discontent. His genuine desire was to assist Jiang Han in any way possible. Yet Jiang Han was adamant about not allowing him to incur any losses. With an umbrella in hand, Zhang Haidai ventured out and soon returned with a large vat of potent white liquor. The mulberries they had collected were plucked directly from the trees, pristine and requiring no washing. He carefully submerged the mulberries into several jars of liquor, ensuring they were tightly sealed. The remaining mulberries were meticulously packed into baskets. Although Zhang Haidai had once lived a carefree life, he demonstrated a surprising attention to detail when it came to work. Zhang Haidai then called Jiang Feng, saying, "Sister, Haidai and I have gathered some mulberries. Please come and take some." Chapter 57. Menguo arrives. Jiang Feng did not anticipate that Jiang Han would venture to pick the bayberries. In truth, when Jiang Han returned, Jiang Feng had intended to remind him that the bayberries were ripe for the picking. However, she thought to herself that her brother was unlikely to be diligent enough to gather them, so she remained silent. "How could I possibly take your bayberries, when Shan also has a bayberry tree, and we have enough for ourselves?" After the division of Jiang Wenshan's family, there was only one bayberry tree allocated to him due to the abundance of children in the household. Fortunately, this tree bore fruit abundantly, sufficient for their family's needs. Before Jiang Han's return, Jiang Feng had already gathered some. Unaware of his impending arrival, she had preserved the surplus in wine. She had planned to pick more in the coming days to share with Jiang Han, but to her surprise, he had already gathered them himself. "Remember to steep any excess bayberries in wine. After a year, it can be made into medicine. I still have some bayberry wine from last year. Come by and take some when you have the time. It's beneficial in this hot weather, especially for heat stroke." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Han sneezed. Thankfully, his sister did not hear, or else she would have worried again. The rain had ceased quickly and was now completely gone. Zhang Haidai, having dealt with the bayberries, followed the location Jiang Han had provided to retrieve the crab traps. Indeed, 6 traps were hanging on the embankment. Jiang Han was not overly optimistic about the traps. What could possibly be caught in such small traps? Nevertheless, as Jiang Han instructed, he proceeded to collect them. To his astonishment, the first trap yielded nothing. Jiang Han retrieved the cylindrical crab trap, which, despite being collected, remained somewhat inflated due to its shape, unlike square traps that could be folded. Moving on to the second trap, he was surprised to discover 2 roughly 1-pound mud crabs inside. Jiang Han was astonished. Indeed, Jiang Han was no ordinary individual. Just these 2 crabs were worth a considerable amount. He then pulled out the remaining 4 traps, discovering several large blue crabs, 5 tiger prawns, and 2 black-headed fish. Jiang Han poured the contents into a bucket, becoming increasingly amazed. Is it truly possible to have such bountiful yields from crab traps these days? Yet, the islanders have not mentioned it. He hurried over to Jiang Han, exclaiming, "Brother Han, you are incredibly fortunate. 6 traps caught such an impressive haul. If you placed a few more traps, wouldn't you be able to earn money effortlessly?" Jiang Han, upon inspecting the items in the bucket, realized that the catch from a single day's traps was not inferior to that of 2 days' worth. He had observed the area before setting the traps, ensuring that there was ample stock before placing them. The success of the traps depended solely on fortune. The sudden thunderstorm today might have increased the yield, after all. Those by the sea often say, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. "Did you set the traps?" Jiang Han inquired of Jiang Han, recalling that he had forgotten last time. "Yes, I placed them. They were moved approximately 20 meters from your original position. As natives of the small island, they were well versed in basic knowledge. Placing the cages in the same location will only yield diminishing returns. Therefore, it is essential to constantly change locations." Jiang Han nodded in agreement. "All right. Whatever we catch will be yours." "Brother Han, please don't say that. The cage is yours. I am merely lending a hand. It is already a stroke of fortune for me to accompany you to the sea." Observing the continuous influx of money into his account, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Jiang Han sneezed again. "Very well. From today onward, whoever sets the cage shall reap the rewards. The proceeds will belong to the one who placed the cage." Jiang Han opened his mouth, somewhat at a loss for words, ultimately remaining silent. It seemed Brother Han had the final say, and he would once again benefit from Jiang Han's generosity. "Brother Han, you should rest at home. I will take these items to sell at the restaurant." Since he had rented a place in town, he would stay there after selling the goods. Jiang Han nodded. "Then I will leave the selling to you." He had complete trust in Jiang Han. On this island, aside from his sister, Jiang Han was the one he trusted the most. Jiang Han grabbed the water bucket and hopped onto Jiang Han's electric tricycle. Jiang Han reclined in his rocking chair, sneezing twice more, feeling chilly and slightly dazed. His phone vibrated. A sum of 20,000 yuan had just been credited to one of his accounts. Shinrin had already transferred the deposit to him. He had waited for quite some time, and the system had shown no response. The acquisition of the Thunderstruck would have been purely accidental. It seemed the system required income from the sea to exchange for system points and to increase the scanning range. Jiang Han was indifferent to this. After all, 28,000 was quite a sum. Regardless of whether it could enhance the scanning range, who would not relish having that amount? When he visited the district last time, the shipyard personnel had mentioned that a small leisure fishing boat, complete with a toilet, would cost around 450,000. Moreover, it could be paid in installments. With his current funds, securing a smaller fishing boat through an installment plan should not pose a problem. However, he desired a fishing vessel more than a mere fishing boat. He had a particular fondness for the fishing boat, priced around 5 million. With this thought, he decided to put aside the fishing boat for now. Perhaps he should save a bit more. His phone vibrated again. This time, it was a transfer of 2,380 yuan from Jiang Han. It appeared he had successfully delivered the goods to the Halowang restaurant. Ding. The host sold seafood for 2,300 yuan, earning 2,300 system points. Accumulated points from the previous sale, total system points, 4,437. Currently, 2,500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 210-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,937. Jiang Han felt that as long as he stayed on land, a 210-meter scanning range would suffice. However, once out at sea, the vast expanse would render that distance almost negligible. As his head grew heavier, he succumbed to drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, a rustling sound began to echo in his ears, accompanied by the rich aroma of savory meat porridge wafting through the air. Could it be that Jiang Han had returned? This fellow was becoming increasingly attentive. Jiang Han, lost in a daze, drifted off to sleep once more. When he finally roused again, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Amidst the robust scent of meat porridge, there lingered a fragrance he recognized all too well, a distinctive seasonal aroma he often encountered at the Hawang restaurant. Menghua carried this very scent as well. With a sudden realization, Jiang Han sprang up from his rocking chair. Turning to find Menghua fanning herself with a tattered palm leaf fan, her face aglow with a cheerful smile. Why you? How are you here? Jiang Han stammered, his words faltering. Chapter 58. The ex-girlfriend will certainly regret it. Menghua, somewhat miffed, pouted her lips. Do you really look so displeased upon seeing me? I heard from Zhang Haidai that you weren't feeling well, so I took your house key from him and hurried over to check on you. I even got my shoes wet while asking for directions. Usually, Menghua donned flat sneakers, but at that moment, she wore Jiang Han's flip-flops, which were several sizes too large for her petite feet. She placed a box of cold medicine on the table and huffed. I kindly brought you some medicine. If I'm not welcome, then I shall take my leave. Jiang Han quickly stopped her. I never said I didn't welcome you. He had merely been a bit anxious earlier. With the weather being warm, he sometimes roamed around his home shirtless, fearing that his bare arms might startle her. Upon noticing that he was wearing a tank top, he finally relaxed. I just felt a bit dizzy earlier. I must have been a little disoriented. Really? Let me check. Menghua tiptoed and placed her hand on Jiang Han's forehead. Oh dear, you have a fever. Is that so? Jiang Han had not considered that he might be running a fever. No wonder he felt so lightheaded. Fortunately, I brought you some fever-reducing medicine. Menghua produced a small medicine box from seemingly nowhere. After retrieving a box of fever medicine, Jiang Han noticed an array of other medications within. Where did you acquire so many medicines? Of course, I bought them. I heard you didn't even have cold medicine at home, so I thought you might be lacking in other essentials as well. I stocked up on some commonly needed medications and even got you a medicine box. Indeed. Jiang Han observed that the box contained various essential medicines, along with iodine, bandages, and cotton swabs typically used for treating wounds. He felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Thank you. Menghua's cheeks flushed slightly. No need for thanks. You often deliver goods to our restaurant. You might as well be considered our supplier. I see this as a gesture of goodwill towards our supplier. You even made me porridge, didn't you? That porridge must be quite well cooked by now, and the aroma is even more enticing than before. Menghua's face grew warmer. I wasn't sure when you'd wake up, and I was worried you might feel hungry once you did. Since you have a cold, I didn't add any seafood, just some easily digestible meat slices. Looking up at Jiang Han, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, she asked, Are you hungry now? Would you like some? Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Miss Menghua, could you please serve me a bowl? Of course. Menghua seemed elated and dashed to the kitchen to ladle out the meat porridge. Jiang Han glanced at the instructions for the fever-reducing medicine, then took a pill, swallowing it down with a sip of water. The medicine proved effective. By the time Menghua arrived, he had already sweated profusely, and his dizziness had subsided considerably. Menghua placed the porridge on the table. You should drink it while it's hot. She then produced a packet of pickled vegetables. Would you care for some? Jiang Han thought to himself that Menghua was like a worm in his stomach. He had just been contemplating how delightful a packet of pickled vegetables would be to accompany the porridge when she appeared with exactly that. Unexpectedly, Menghua placed the pickled vegetables before him. He carefully scrutinized Menghua's soft and adorable face, wondering if she could truly be anything other than a character from Doraemon. As she seemed to possess the ability to conjure anything, Menghua laughed at Jiang Han's jest, replying, If I were Doraemon, I would wish for myself. As Jiang Han savored the porridge, he observed her, noting the delightful flavor that proved appetizing even amidst discomfort. If you could truly make a wish, what would it be? He inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Menghua declared, Of course, I would wish to pass my principles of economics and English courses smoothly. Jiang Han lifted his gaze, asking, You studying hotel management have to take those exams too? Menghua pouted, Yes, and it baffles me. Why must we be tested on such things? Especially when the credits are so high. I study financial management. I wonder if I would fare well on your exams, Jiang Han casually remarked. Menghua looked at him in astonishment. Although she also attended Nanjing University, she had barely secured a spot in this major, finishing last in her entrance examination. It wasn't that she lacked intelligence, rather, her academic focus was severely imbalanced. Her excellent grades in other subjects were overshadowed by her struggles in English. She had thought that university would be easier, having chosen hotel management due to her passion for the field, only to discover that English was a requisite there as well. The principles of economics also troubled her greatly. When it came to practical application, she believed she excelled beyond others. Yet she found herself at a disadvantage against those who excelled in theoretical studies. With only a year left until graduation, she feared that her grades might prevent her from finishing her degree. I have a collection of incorrect problems on my phone. Could you help me review them? Menghua sweetly requested, already extending her phone towards him, only to reconsider and attempt to retract it. How inconsiderate of me. You're unwell? I shouldn't trouble you. She murmured. Yet, In the very moment she was about to reclaim her phone, Jiang Han grasped it. After glancing through the collection of problems, he recognized that, while they differed from what they studied, the essence remained the same, and he found the questions rather simple. He proceeded to explain a problem that had baffled Mengguo. Upon hearing his explanation, she was astounded. Jiang Han, you are truly remarkable. We aren't even in the same major, yet you can solve our problems. The problem he had just elucidated pertained to the principles of economics. Mengguo then presented an English question related to hotel management. Jiang Han, possessing a solid foundation in English, found such questions to pose no challenge. As he clarified the question, Mengguo gazed at him with increased admiration. Jiang Han, your explanations are even clearer than the professor's. Zhang Haidai said you excel in studies, and it certainly seems to be true. With your abilities, pursuing a master's degree should be no issue, right? Jiang Han momentarily fell into deep thought, recalling unpleasant memories. What is wrong with you? Mengguo's perceptiveness kicked in. I once had a girlfriend from this village. She later attended Nanjing University with me, pursuing her master's degree while I could not continue my studies. She felt I was unworthy of her and ultimately ended our relationship. Mengguo gazed at Jiang Han in astonishment. How could it be? With such remarkable academic prowess, how could he possibly not succeed? Jiang Han offered a bitter smile. If he truly desired to excel, he certainly could. Even if he were to falter this year, he would undoubtedly triumph next year. Xiaoguo, it no longer matters. I believe I am content with my current life. Mengguo seemed to grasp Jiang Han's sentiment. Reflecting on the goods he had recently delivered to restaurants, earning thousands in a single day, she pondered why he would still pursue a graduate degree. Moreover, it was evident to her that Jiang Han thrived in this lifestyle, relishing his current state of being. Your ex-girlfriend must be aware of your capabilities now. She would surely regret her past choices. Chapter 59. Is it really worth so much? Jiang Han smiled gently and shook his head. The bond between us had long since faded. Seeing Jiang Han's reluctance to discuss the matter, Mengguo swiftly changed the subject. The 2 baskets of bayberries you gifted us were delightful. My sister and I adored them. I wonder if there are any more bayberries on the mountain. Could you take me to pick some? There are none left. Even if there were, this recent rain would have caused the berries to fall from the trees. Besides, there are only 5 trees, and one of them has been struck by lightning. Jiang Han glanced at the darkening sky. It's unsafe for you to return alone. Allow me to escort you. But you're still unwell? It's nothing. The medicine has worked wonders. She had come specifically to care for him. If anything were to happen to Mengguo on her way home, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. At that moment, Mengguo noticed the charred bayberry tree. Why does this tree look so dark? How did you bring it home? I intend to sell it, he replied. He feared that Zhang Haidai might misconstrue the situation, which is why he allowed him to take it when he went to town. Now, with night fully descended, the post office would undoubtedly be closed. He would have to send it tomorrow. His electric tricycle had been taken by Zhang Haidai, while Mengguo had arrived on an electric bicycle. Jiang Han offered her a seat on the back of his bicycle, mounting it himself as they set off toward the town. As Mengguo sat behind him, she felt a profound sense of security. How could there be a woman in this world who did not appreciate someone like Jiang Han? His ex-girlfriend must have been quite blind. Jiang Han, may I ask you questions about my homework in the future? Of course, you may. Little Guo was endearing. His patience with her mirrored that he showed to his 2 nieces. Jiang Han accompanied Mengguo all the way to her home. Zhang Haidai parked the electric tricycle in front of the Heilei Wang restaurant. After sending a message to Zhang Haidai, he rode the tricycle back. As he returned under the cover of night, he felt both cold and clammy. He rummaged through the medical kit Mengguo had brought, relying on instinct to find some medication. When he awoke the next day, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. His stomach growled with hunger. Yet he felt significantly better overall. Upon entering the living room, he discovered that Mengguo had left him some bread from the night before. After eating, he felt revitalized. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he decided to send the lightning-struck bayberry tree promptly. The postal workers were astonished when they saw him attempt to send such a damaged tree. Mailing this might not be cost-effective. It's too heavy and too large. The shipping cost will far exceed the value of the item itself. That's all right. I just need to send it, he replied. The staff checked the shipping address and weighed the tree. The shipping fee alone will be 330 yuan. Very well. Spending over 300 yuan to send the item felt reasonable. Concerned about potential mishaps during transit, he inquired, may I insure this tree? The staff looked at him in disbelief. For a broken tree? Insurance isn't necessary, is it? The cost of shipping alone is already quite exorbitant. No. I wish to add insurance. Such items are better secured with insurance. Very well then. Our insurance is calculated at 0, one of the goods value, for this dilapidated tree. Do you reckon it to be worth 10 or 20 yuan? I am prepared to pay 280 yuan for insurance. The staff looked at Jiang Han as if he were a fool. Do you realize that an insurance fee of 280 yuan corresponds to a declared value of 280,000 yuan? Is this wretched tree worth 280,000? Given its grim appearance, you would be fortunate to sell it for 28 yuan. Jiang Han frowned. Is it not possible to purchase 280 yuan worth of insurance here? The staff deemed Jiang Han unreasonable, stating that they were too busy to engage in idle banter. They assumed that upon hearing the shipping costs, he would back down. However, out of sheer pride, they sought to provoke him. If you wish to send it, then proceed. If not, take your piece of wood back. It is merely a nuisance to have it here. The supervisor of the courier station approached, inquiring about the situation. Manager Fong. He is causing a disturbance. The staff relayed the issue. Jiang Han's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure. I merely wish to procure insurance. Manager Fong assessed the piece of wood and deemed it worthless, yet he exhibited greater patience than his subordinates. To dissuade Jiang Han's hopes, he took a photo of the dark tree and sent it to the insurance company. Sir, I have sent the image of this tree to the insurance company. They have dedicated evaluators. Kindly wait here for a moment. As long as the insurance company is willing to provide coverage, there will be no issue. Jiang Han frowned. Is the value of this item not determined by the buyer? Just as he was about to speak, Manager Fong's phone chimed. He stared at the screen in disbelief for several moments. Mr. Jiang, may I trouble you to fill out some information? The insurance company has agreed to insure you. All present staff were momentarily taken aback. Manager Fong, is the premium indeed 280? Yes, 280. This indicates that the item is indeed worth 280,000. The situation had turned on its head. The entire courier station staff became earnest, meticulously packaging the dark mulberry tree. Fearful that any oversight in their packing might result in mishap, this was the most valuable item they had ever sent since the establishment of their station. Manager Fong respectfully handed Jiang Han a business card. Mr. Jiang, the staff turnover here is rather high. Should you encounter any issues in the future, please feel free to contact me directly. Jiang Han expressed his gratitude and accepted the card. Their island was exceedingly remote, and with only this single courier point, having direct communication with the responsible party was advantageous. Jiang Han took the receipt, snapped a photo, and sent it to Shun Ren. On his return ride on the electric scooter, he unexpectedly encountered someone he wished to avoid. Jiang Han, is that you? Jiang Han turned his head to see Tiantian stepping down from her private vehicle. It appeared that this car was summoned from the town. For the roads in the village remained unpaved, and following yesterday's thunderstorm, they were now a quagmire of mud and water. Such vehicles were reluctant to venture into the village, opting instead to drop off passengers at the entrance before departing. Tiantian waved at Jiang Han, inquiring if this was his newly acquired tricycle and requesting a ride. Her dress and shoes were freshly purchased, and the sticky ground posed a risk of soiling them. The image of Meng Guo, barefoot and donning his slippers, involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Han's mind, her toenails adorned with a delicate pink polish, utterly charming. Chapter 60. Tiantian returns. Jiang Han cast a sidelong glance at Tiantian. While others were moving forward, why was she, with her two legs, unable to walk? Tiantian could hardly believe such words had escaped Jiang Han's lips. She intended to say more, but Jiang Han had already mounted his scooter and ridden away. Infuriated, she hoped to wait for someone else to pass by. However, the village was sparsely populated, and at this hour, even fewer villagers traversed this path. With no other recourse, Tiantian gritted her teeth and trudged through the muddy ground. Upon returning home, fatigue washed over Jiang Han. The previous day had been filled with tilling the land and picking mulberries. Coupled with the rain, the chill, and a fever, he had yet to fully recover. Now that he was back on the island, he refused to emulate the overworked urbanites of the 996 lifestyle. When ill, one ought to rest thoroughly, never to work while unwell. He sent a message to Zhang Haidai, urging him to take care of himself, and then lay down to sleep once more. At 6:30 in the evening, Jiang Feng's call pierced through the tranquility of Jiang Han's phone. Han, do you think these people are fraudsters? Jiang Han jolted upright in bed. Sister, what happened? Take your time. He put the call on speaker and began to dress. There's a large vehicle outside, loaded with numerous appliances. These people claim I purchased them and are here to deliver them to my home. I checked. And not only do they have my address, but they also have my name and contact number. How can these scammers know so much? Jiang Han smacked his forehead, bemused. He had completely forgotten to inform his sister about this situation. That was something I ordered online. I had your name and contact for the delivery. What? You bought a washing machine and a big refrigerator? How much did that cost? My goodness. There's also a large air conditioner and a water heater in there. Jiang Feng felt herself growing faint. She was aware that her brother had earned some money recently, but this was excessive. She had been deliberating over purchasing a water heater for ages, and here he was, splurging on so much at once. Did he not value money? Sister, earning money is meant for spending, isn't it? He replied. Jiang Feng stammered in disbelief, pondering how their parents would react if they learned of such extravagance. Even through the phone, Jiang Han could sense his sister's frustration. Now fully dressed, he hopped on his electric scooter and made his way to Shanjiang village. Upon seeing Jiang Han, Jiang Feng exclaimed, I don't want these things. Return them. He offered her some smaller items, which she accepted. But this latest delivery was simply too voluminous and valuable. Jiang Han grasped Jiang Feng's hand, saying, Sister, after our parents left us, we have only each other. Those years. Had it not been for your support, I might not have survived. Sister, trust me. I am not recklessly squandering money. The money I've earned recently is more than sufficient to cover these purchases. Jiang Feng scrutinized Jiang Han closely, increasingly convinced of her brother's maturity and charm. Really? She indeed feared that Jiang Han would spend excessively. This was undeniably true. Jiang Feng was so moved that she felt like crying. She embraced Jiang Han tightly, exclaiming, Han, I am truly fortunate to have you as my brother. In rural areas, it is common for sisters to unconditionally care for their brothers, often without any reciprocation. Yet her brother was exceptionally considerate, so much so that it tugged at her heartstrings. The hardships of the past were not in vain. Her brother was deserving of her sacrifices. Such a large vehicle had gathered the villagers of Shanjiang to come closer. Feng, you've struck it rich. You've bought so many big items. Is this a dowry for your 2 daughters? They laughed. But how old are your girls? Do they need a dowry prepared so early? They jested. With so many items, surely they can't all be for you? Jiang Feng wiped away her tears and smiled at the villagers. All these big items were purchased for me by Han. I told him it wasn't necessary, but my brother insisted on buying them. Just moments ago. Jiang Feng had worn a stern expression, but now her lips could not help but curl into a smile. My brother not only excels academically and is studious, but he is also incredibly filial. He is always ready to fulfill my wishes, fearing that I may not be well taken care of. Look at these items. Just the material of the cardboard boxes indicates that what's inside must be of high quality. The villagers were awestruck. Not long ago, Jiang Feng had praised Jiang Han, but they had dismissed it as mere boasting for the sake of appearances. Or perhaps they thought Jiang Han was merely trying to maintain his own image by gifting small items as a superficial gesture. However, these were substantial gifts. Even as a dowry for daughters, they were far from meager. Which brother would be so generous as to bestow such gifts upon his sister? It would be remarkable enough if he merely refrained from taking things from her. The delivery workers, wiping sweat from their brows, remarked, Young man, so these items are yours? Your sister thought we were bad people and refused to let us in. The worker chuckled after speaking. These items were supposed to be delivered yesterday, but rain had delayed them, and this morning the vehicle had broken down, leading to the current delivery. No worries, just delivering them is enough. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Feng felt a pang of embarrassment. She opened the door and prepared tea for the 2 workers. Please have a cup of tea. We may not have fine goods in our rural area, but this tea is handpicked and roasted by me. I hope you don't find it unworthy. The 2 workers, accustomed to the varying degrees of human warmth, were pleasantly surprised. As long as clients were not cold or unfriendly, they were content. They had not expected anyone to offer them tea. Thank you. We'll drink after we finish moving. Where should we place this washing machine? Let us put it in the bathroom. In the countryside, unlike bustling cities where every inch is valuable, Jiang Feng's bathroom was spacious yet rather bare. There was ample room to place the items wherever they fit best. The workers carefully positioned the washing machine in the most suitable corner. They then brought in the water heater. Upon seeing the large refrigerator, the villagers were utterly astonished. Is that a refrigerator so large? Isn't this a cabinet? Jiang Feng was somewhat perplexed. Although the material was undoubtedly that of a refrigerator, its design resembled a cabinet. Han, could there be a mistake? There is no mistake. This is the popular double-door refrigerator in the city. He opened the refrigerator door, revealing a space large enough to accommodate several people. It's so enormous. Jiang Feng felt a wave of disbelief. When she was preparing bamboo shoots, she had to borrow the refrigerator from Aunt Wang next door. Yet now, her own household possessed a refrigerator, and such a grand one at that. Aunt Wang couldn't help but exclaim, Your brother has truly grown up, purchasing such an impressive refrigerator for you. Chapter 61. The purchase of home appliances. Aunt Wang's family is relatively well off. Yet their dilapidated refrigerator pales in comparison to the newly acquired one at Jiang Feng's residence, resembling nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Her brother truly is commendable. Not only does he excel, but he also cares deeply for his sister. It is indeed a remarkable situation. At that moment, another standing air conditioner was wheeled in. Jiang Feng was astonished. Why have you bought an air conditioner as well? A fan would suffice to keep the heat at bay during the night. Isn't this a waste? Dear sister, all these items were purchased online. I opted for the basic models, devoid of any extravagant features, and they weren't expensive. Even if they aren't costly, one shouldn't acquire unnecessary items, should they? While Jiang Feng was genuinely elated, she felt a pang of regret for the expenditure. She lamented for Jiang Han, who says they are unnecessary. Lingling and Wanwan's extracurricular classes are nearly finished, aren't they? It's sweltering for them at home during the day in summer. Can't you turn on the air conditioning for them to cool off? Lingling and Wanwan, who were diligently working on their assignments, beamed at this remark. Uncle, you are so kind. During the day, they often found it too hot to concentrate on their studies. However, Jiang Feng was incensed, questioning whether they deserved such comforts given their grades. The two girls immediately lowered their heads, acutely aware of their poor academic performance. Sister, you are their mother. If you deem them unworthy, who else would consider them exceptional? When they grow up and face society, they will be burdened with insecurity. Although Jiang Feng struggled to comprehend fully, she sensed the wisdom in her brother's words. Very well, if it becomes excessively warm, I shall turn on the air conditioning for them during the day. Upon hearing this, the two girls leapt with joy, exclaiming, Long live Uncle. Jiang Han, seeing their delight, shared in their happiness. Among the onlookers from the village, several older sisters wished for brothers as considerate as Jiang Han. Reflecting on their own brothers, they resigned themselves to the fact that they could only hope their siblings would not add to their troubles, without any expectation of them being dutiful. The delivery worker hastily downed his tea and turned to Jiang Han. Young man, do you know the way to Shajiang village? Jiang Han smiled at him. Are you delivering goods to Jiang Han of Shajiang village? The worker was taken aback. How did you know? Then, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind, he exclaimed, You are that Jiang Han? Indeed, I am. Please follow me. The worker, astonished, drove his truck closely behind Jiang Han's three-wheeled vehicle. Observing Jiang Han, who appeared quite youthful, reminiscent of a recent university graduate, he pondered how he could afford so many appliances for his sister at such a young age. His own child, a recent graduate, was still jobless and living off their parents. The vehicle halted in front of Jiang Han's home. Though he did not brew tea, he offered each worker a bottle of iced red tea. You two siblings are exceedingly gracious. Such kind individuals deserve to live well. Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju, noticing the delivery truck parked outside and the door ajar, entered the house and were met with the sight of the large appliances recently placed in the hall. Ah, what is this enormous object? It is an air conditioner, Jiang Han replied. Aren't air conditioners typically mounted on the wall? Can they be this large? This one is placed on the ground, just like the one in the town supermarket, Jiang Han patiently explained. Jiang Han, you have made quite a success of yourself. To think you would purchase such an impressive air conditioner, Aunt Li exclaimed, unable to restrain herself from patting Jiang Han on the shoulder. Quickly, turn on the air conditioner so we can see how remarkable it is. Aunt Jinju was even more excited than Aunt Li. Aunt Jinju, I bought this online. The installation technician won't arrive until tomorrow. I see. Then can we come back to see it tomorrow? Of course, Jiang Han replied. Aunt Li again patted his shoulder, saying, Oh, you truly have accomplished something. Haven to you? You've broadened our horizons as well. Just then, Tiantian's mother happened to walk past Jiang Han's door. Aunt Li's smile suddenly froze on her face, and with a hint of gossip, she remarked, I heard Tiantian has returned. Have you seen her? Jiang Han frowned. Aunt Li, I have no connection with Tiantian any longer. Jiang Han had always felt this way regarding matters concerning Tiantian. His expression darkened. Yet Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju remained oblivious to his mood. Young man, is this refrigerator going to be placed here? Could you assist me in moving it a little further back? Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju were even more astonished. You bought a refrigerator as well? They pondered that if Jiang Han had purchased a large refrigerator, they could store any leftover vegetables there in the future. However, the refrigerator turned out to be even smaller than the standing air conditioner Jiang Han had bought. Jiang Han, why on earth did you buy such a small refrigerator? I seldom cook, and even if I do, there is not much that needs refrigeration. This refrigerator is just for drinks and ice pops. Aunt Jinju and Aunt Li were dumbfounded. You bought a refrigerator just for those? Do you really need to purchase a refrigerator for such items? Jiang Han chuckled. In the scorching summer, I simply wish to enjoy some chilled beverages. Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju could not fathom Jiang Han's reasoning. To them, purchasing a refrigerator solely for drinks seemed like an extravagant waste of money. Yet, Jiang Han appeared to have genuinely changed. His home now boasted not only an air conditioner and refrigerator, but also a washing machine and water heater. Previously, they had regarded Jiang Han's living conditions as poor. But with these additions, his home no longer seemed so lacking. If you could renovate your place a bit, it would be even more comfortable, Aunt Li remarked wistfully. Renovation is not an urgent matter. The doors and windows here are quite old, but I prefer a cohesive design plan. I do not wish to merely replace the old with new. After bidding farewell to the two aunts, he noticed a message from Menghua. Mangua, drink plenty of water if you have a cold and fever. Jiang Han heeded the advice and drank a large teacup of water before retiring for the night. The next morning, he received a call from the installation technician. After the technician finished installing the air conditioner, Jiang Han turned it on to test its overall performance. The results were excellent, within no time. The entire hall was pleasantly cool. Aunt Lee and Aunt Jinju seemed to have received word from an unknown source, and drawn by the scent. They arrived at his doorstep once more. As Jiang Han opened the door, his gaze fortuitously met that of Tiantian, who was passing by. Aunt Lee promptly seized Tiantian, exclaiming, "Tiantian, you two are aware that Jiang Han has installed air conditioning, and you've come to enjoy it. Haven't you?" Tiantian had not contemplated the matter of air conditioning, nor did she understand how she had found herself in this situation. Before she could utter a word, Aunt Lee had already pulled her into Jiang Han's home. The weather today was particularly sweltering, and in stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside. The coolness within Jiang Han's residence was exceedingly pleasant. Chapter 62, The Transformation of Jiang Han's Home. A radiant smile spread across Aunt Lee's face as she exclaimed, "Jiang Han, your air conditioner is simply marvelous. It surpasses even the one at the village head's house. No wonder the town supermarket opted for the same model as yours." "You are mistaken," Aunt Jinju corrected. "It is Jiang Han who uses the same air conditioner as the town supermarket." "What difference does it make?" "The meaning remains the same," Aunt Lee replied nonchalantly. Tiantian also noticed the changes in Jiang Han's home. Since they attended the same university, they had always returned together. She was well aware of the previous state of Jiang Han's household. Although the house was relatively spacious, it had been devoid of any possessions, barely comparable to her own. Now, the dilapidated rocking chairs and worn-out tables still occupied the hall, and while other items had remained unchanged, a strikingly new air conditioner and a small refrigerator had made an abrupt appearance. This type of refrigerator, she had seen at her classmates' homes in the city, was specifically designed for beverages and ice cream. Tiantian furrowed her brow, recalling that Jiang Han's mother had mentioned the purchase of an electric scooter during their phone conversation. Thus, when she spotted Jiang Han riding the scooter yesterday, she was not at all surprised. Furthermore, an electric scooter was not akin to a car. Jiang Han, covered in dust and dirt while riding, exuded an air of mediocrity. Yet, how could he afford an air conditioner and a refrigerator? Where did he acquire the funds? Especially for such a refrigerator, who would purchase it without some disposable income? After pondering, Tiantian began to suspect she had misjudged the situation. Perhaps he had bought the refrigerator not for drinks and ice cream, but simply because it was cheaper than the larger models. It could very well be filled with vegetables. The more she considered this possibility, the more convinced she became. Determined to unveil Jiang Han's facade, she provocatively stated, "Jiang Han, I am so thirsty. Do you have any water in your refrigerator?" Before Jiang Han could respond, she approached the small refrigerator and, displaying a familiar ease, opened it. To her surprise, rather than an assortment of miscellaneous seafood and vegetables, she discovered neatly arranged beverages, with 2 or 3 bottles of various flavors placed in rows. She then opened the freezer compartment, finding no frozen meat or seafood, only an array of ice creams and frozen treats. Earlier, while the air conditioner was being installed, Jiang Han had noticed the technician sweating profusely and had bought a considerable amount of ice cream to offer him. The leftovers had been stored in the freezer, along with an assortment of drinks he had purchased from the town supermarket. "Wow, so many drinks," Aunt Lee marveled. "And so much ice cream. In this scorching weather, you could sell ice cream," Aunt Jinju chimed in. Jiang Han chuckled at their remarks, saying, "I bought all of this from the small shop. If I were to sell it at a higher price than the shop, you wouldn't come to buy from me. If I sell my goods cheaper than the small shop, not only will I incur losses, but Aunt May from the shop might also come to confront me." The thought of this scenario made both Aunt Lee and Aunt Jinju chuckle. "Sweetie, isn't this air conditioning delightful? When will you buy one for your home?" Aunt Jinju remarked, feeling rejuvenated by the refreshing breeze from Jiang Han's air conditioner. "I still have to focus on my studies. Now is not the time for indulgence," Sweetie replied. Realizing her academic achievements, both Aunt Lee and Aunt Jinju responded, "Oh yes, you are already a graduate student. Once you graduate, you'll surely excel." "Of course." Tiantian proudly lifted her chin. What did it matter if Jiang Han was enjoying himself? He was merely an undergraduate who couldn't even secure a job in the bustling city. From the moment she was accepted into graduate school, she felt they had transcended different social strata. Upon visiting the restroom, Tiantian was surprised to find a washing machine and a water heater inside. The water heater was always powered on, unlike those in the village where some merely purchased appliances for show. When she caught sight of Jiang Han's faucet, she couldn't help but smile. It was even more rudimentary than those at school. Even if he owned several household appliances, what did that signify? It was merely a handful of gadgets. The cement floor was bare, with no tiles in sight. The ceiling was simply painted white without any embellishments. The other areas were even more Spartan. Exiting with a lightened heart, she noted that at least the restroom's cement floor was smooth, whereas the hall's was still in its primitive state. Her smile grew more genuine as she approached Jiang Han. Jiang Han, you're not a child anymore. You can't keep relying on your sister for money. What are you talking about? Jiang Han replied, baffled. You've spent quite a bit on these appliances, haven't you? Your sister has 2 daughters to care for. Her life is already challenging. It would be unreasonable to keep asking her for money. Upon grasping Tiantian's intent, Jiang Han found it amusing. How blind he had been to have once been enamored by such a duplicitous woman. Previously, Tiantian had coveted a phone priced over 5,000 yuan. Lacking the means to purchase it, he merely thought of working extra hours to afford it. Yet, she couldn't wait that long and continually urged him to ask his sister for money. Thankfully, although he had admired Tiantian, he had never stooped to using his sister's hard-earned money for gifts. Moreover, Tiantian's phone was perfectly fine. Her desire was merely to keep up with others and acquire the latest model. At that moment, Jiang Han's phone rang. When he pulled it out, Tiantian recognized it, but couldn't place why. Perhaps it was Jiang Feng's loud voice, or perhaps the living room was too quiet. Jiang Han did not use the speakerphone. Yet Jiang Feng's voice was clear to Tiantian and the 2 aunts. Han, the technician has finished installing the air conditioning at home. I never realized it would be so effective. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, alleviating my irritation. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and timidly inquired. This device consumes a substantial amount of electricity, does it not? The hydropower resources of Jiaohua Island are not particularly scarce, yet they cannot be deemed abundant either. Over the years, electricity costs have consistently escalated. If it proves too energy-consuming, she would hesitate to use it. Sister, if you find it too costly, I shall assist you with the electricity bill during the summer. How could I allow you to pay for the bill? I must go now. The technician has arrived to install the water heater. As Jiang Feng ended the call, Jiang Han discerned that his sister was quite pleased. During this period, he had been delivering items to her home. Her words made him realize that merely providing gifts could not resolve the fundamental issues faced by his sister's household. Chapter 63. How could so many items be purchased? These appliances could enhance the quality of life in my sister's household, yet they would also inflate their expenses. The family's income relied solely on my brother-in-law's labor at the factory. It was a struggle to make ends meet, requiring meticulous budgeting. If feasible, he should gradually increase the household income. Aunt Li and Jean Zhu were astonished as they gazed at Jiang Han. Has your sister's family also begun purchasing appliances? They inquired. Indeed, Jiang Han replied, offering no further explanation. He merely wished to lead a good life without feeling the need to justify himself to others. Zhang Haidai entered. Han, it's quite lively at home. His eyes fell upon Tiantian, surprised to find her at Han's residence. Noticing Jiang Han's unwelcoming demeanor towards her, he wisely refrained from engaging her further. Han, shall we go beachcombing? Zhang Haidai had anticipated that Jiang Han would rest for another day or 2. However, an hour earlier, Jiang Han had messaged him, revealing that he had fully recovered and was ready for the outing. Very well, let us prepare our supplies. All the necessary items for beachcombing were stored in the shed, and after a brief organization, they were ready to go. Aunt Li and Jean Zhu felt a twinge of embarrassment. You're off to beachcombing? Then we shall take our leave. They wished to caution Jiang Han that today's tide was small, and there would be little to find. Yet, recalling Jiang Han's previous successes during similar tides, they remained silent. As the 2 aunts departed, Tiantian lingered in the living room. Jiang Han frowned. He had turned off the air conditioning and strapped his belongings on his back, yet Tiantian showed no intention of leaving. Tiantian glanced at Jiang Han. Are you now resorting to unscrupulous means to earn money? If you have something to say, Tiantian, please be direct. There is no need for such circumlocution. Her gaze shifted to Zhang Haidai before returning to Jiang Han. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, I am fully aware. I only wish for your well-being and hope you conduct yourself properly. If Jiang Han had not engaged in any illicit activities, it was improbable that he could amass wealth to acquire so many items in merely half a month. She was convinced that before their breakup, she had thoroughly drained him of his resources. Jiang Han found it amusing. She assumed he and Zhang Haidai were up to no good together. It was, to some extent, a logical conclusion. Tiantian, if you believe I am guilty of a crime, I invite you to report me. Now, please leave my home. Otherwise, should anything go missing, I shall report you. Fuming, Tiantian stamped her foot. Do you think I am eager to linger in your home? She turned on her heel, storming out, but paused after a few steps to face Jiang Han once more. Jiang Han, out of respect for our shared childhood, I will not report you. She intended to watch him descend into the abyss, ultimately beyond redemption, for many lucrative ventures were indeed outlined in the criminal code. Jiang Han reaffirmed his belief that Yi Tiantian's reasoning was decidedly flawed. Has reading rendered one foolish? His phone vibrated. It was a message from Ma Xiaomei. Ma Xiaomei, thank you for sending us the essentials. My sister and I are still traveling, and the package was received by my father. He used some to make soup and said it tasted exquisite. Jiang Han, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Noticing Yi Tiantian still standing there, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai exchanged not a single glance as they passed by her. Yi Tiantian remained rigid, recalling that the phone looked familiar. Now she remembered. Was it the new model released by Feng Wei? It was priced at over 7,000 yuan each. Could Jiang Han truly be so affluent now? She took a deep breath, desperately reassuring herself that he must have acquired it through illicit means with Zhang Haidai. Perhaps he would be apprehended in a few days. She could not connect these thoughts with the tide-chasing expedition. Jiang Han had no intention of venturing too far and decided to meander towards their usual muddy shore. Passing the seawall, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai spotted the 6 crab traps. Zhang Haidai exclaimed, I want to check if there's anything in the traps. Brother Han mentioned that these traps were his, so the contents must also belong to him. He was reluctant to monopolize them, fearing he might gather too much and feel embarrassed. Jiang Han contemplated advising him to take his time, but seeing Zhang Haidai's enthusiasm, he acquiesced. Zhang Haidai lifted the first trap, only to find it empty. He felt no disappointment. After all, the last time he helped Jiang Han retrieve traps, the first one had also been void of catch. However, as he continued to lift 4 more traps, all were similarly barren. Momentarily, he hesitated to retrieve the 6th trap. Brother Han, why don't you pull up the 6th trap? Jiang Han sniffed the trap's scent. There is a notion that fishing nets and traps, when used for an extended period, emit a peculiar aroma that frightens marine life, causing them to steer clear. Hence, nets and traps require frequent cleansing and sun exposure. Since these traps had seen little use, they bore no such scent. It likely wasn't he the reason he suspected. He approached Zhang Haidai and said, all right, I shall do it. The placement of the traps, as Zhang Haidai had previously instructed, was shifted 20 meters from his original spot. This method posed no issues. Gazing through the water's surface at the seabed, Jiang Han found the trap to be utterly empty, confirming his fears of a fruitless endeavor. Zhang Haidai, puzzled by Jiang Han's stillness, did not press him. After a moment, Jiang Han finally spotted a small white pomfret weighing around a pound. Mimicking his previous method, he jostled the crab trap, ensnaring the little pomfret within. This fish was worth roughly 30 yuan per pound, yielding a meager profit of 30 to 60 yuan. Yet, with this catch, it could not be deemed a total loss. Curiously, the last time he visited, this area had been abundant with life. Upon this visit, it became evident that the seaside embankment had dwindled in offerings. Jiang Han's scanning range now extended to 210 meters, and as he gazed into the distance, he observed an increasing number of objects beyond 50 meters from the embankment. It was not that there was an absence of items, but rather that they had retreated from the shore. At that moment, Aunt Allen and Old Lai arrived, burdened with a collection of cages, several of which were the collapsible square type. They greeted Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai before setting the cages down. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Hohat appeared, accompanied by her young grandson, to deposit more cages as well. Jiang Han reminded them, I am here to collect the cages. Is there anything today? There are no goods today, he noted. He pondered that if this situation persisted, it seemed all their efforts with the cages would be in vain. Chapter 64. Not approaching the shore, Aunt Hohat maintained a positive outlook, remarking that although there were no catches today, perhaps tomorrow would bring fortune, and if not, the day after might. Living on the island meant relying on nature's whims, necessitating patience. She continued to set her traps, while Aunt Allen and Old Lai also completed their own. Jiang Han chose not to say much. Little Leopard, and Hohat's grandson, approached Jiang Han and asked, Brother Jiang, do you have any candy? Aunt Hohat promptly pulled her grandson back, admonishing, Child, why do you ask Brother Jiang for candy? I've told you many times. I don't want other people's things. Little Leopard looked up at Aunt Hohat with wide, pleading eyes. But Brother Jiang isn't just anyone. He is our neighbor and big brother. Aunt Hohat was both amused and exasperated, replying, You little rascal, always with the clever tongue. Little Leopard insisted, What I said is true. He is my big brother. Jiang Han knelt down to Little Leopard's level and gently said, I don't have any candy today. When I do, I promise to share it with you, all right? Little Leopard beamed with joy at this promise. As Jiang Han stood, he noticed a moving east wind snail. This variety was a type of flower snail, slightly cheaper than the white pomfret, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat. Jiang Han moved the crab trap to collect the east wind snail as well. Zhang Haidai had low expectations. He was pleased to see both the white pomfret and east wind snail, especially since he had personally set the traps. Brother Han, you are indeed fortunate, Zhang Haidai remarked. What do you mean by good fortune? The last time I did this, I caught a flatfish. It's not all that impressive. The 5 traps I set earlier were empty. Only this one yielded something. Jiang Han reflected on this. His success stemmed not from luck, but from his keen observation. Brother Han, let us use this fish and snail as bait, Jiang Han suggested. Jiang Han smiled and replied, are you willing to part with them? Why wouldn't I? Without this white pomfret and snail, we would have no bait at all. No rush. Let us explore other areas. This spot is becoming increasingly barren. And with so many traps set by others, they are unlikely to yield results. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to collect the traps. And Hohat looked on in surprise, asking, aren't you going to set more traps? What if something is caught? She recalled how old Luo and the others had caught plenty here just yesterday. Initially, old Luo had derided Jiang Han for setting crab traps, but now he was also enthusiastically participating, likely influenced by Jiang Han's success at the sea dike. Jiang Han had strategically placed his traps in areas abundant with catch. If old Luo and his group set their traps near Jiang Han's, they might also achieve some success. However, as the marine life became scarcer, they had learned to avoid the dike area where traps were abundant. There are too many people here. I will check other places. Jiang Han concluded, and Alan perked up her ears, inquiring, Jiang Han, where are you planning to set your traps? She had heard that following Jiang Han often led to significant catches. In the pursuit of gathering seafood, they could not rely on luck. But setting traps alongside Jiang Han seemed to bring them fortune. Though today, Jiang Han did not manage to haul in anything of worth. An occasional stroke of bad luck is hardly significant. Like the other villagers, she felt that following Jiang Han was a sound choice. Jiang Han, somewhat helpless, remarked that he had yet to devise a plan. Initially, he believed that setting traps was a rather clever idea, as the seafood would naturally enter the cages. It seemed like effortless profit. However, if others continued to place their traps near his, he would be compelled to constantly relocate, thereby diminishing his yields. It appeared that he would need to take a break from trapping for a few days. He and Zhang Haidai made their way toward the mud flat. Previously, Jiang Han had enjoyed decent fortune at the mud flat. Even with a slight retreat of the coastline, it hadn't hindered his earnings. Yet today, as he surveyed the area, he found little of value in terms of seafood. All he could see were some common conchs, like the ones he had just caught. Priced at roughly 10 yuan per pound, these minuscule creatures would require a considerable number to make up a pound. A piece of driftwood had washed ashore, covered in oysters, which caught Zhang Haidai's attention. He used a hook to pry open the oysters, consuming a couple as he worked. Hanga, would you like some? Jiang Han had tasted raw oysters before and found them pleasantly sweet, but he was no longer inclined toward eating them raw. I think I'll take some back to steam with eggs instead. While oysters were indeed palatable, they lacked significant monetary value, being far cheaper than the conchs. Much like mussels, they could be found along the shore when one was desperate for sustenance. Zhang Haidai had no intention of selling them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have merely extracted the meat. He placed all of it into a clean little jar. Hanggu, where should I look for more finds? Zhang Haidai had grown accustomed to Jiang Han marking out good spots for him. Jiang Han sighed, noting that today marked the most fruitless excursion since he began foraging. He had scoured the mudflat within a 210-meter radius and truly found nothing of worth. After such a lengthy search, he had only managed to gather 2 scallops. This morning, upon encountering Tiantian, he sensed impending misfortune, which had indeed come to pass. Meeting that woman had undoubtedly brought him bad luck. With a sense of irritation, Jiang Han tossed the 2 scallops into his bucket. Do you know any methods to dispel bad luck? Zhang Haidai scratched his head, unsure. How would I know? If it's about seeking good fortune, aren't the villagers always worshipping Guanyin, the Dragon King, or the god of wealth? Or perhaps they pay homage to their ancestors. Jiang Han suddenly recalled that his sister had mentioned visiting their parents' graves together to pay respects. Several days had passed, and they had yet to do so. He shouldered his belongings and said, let us head back. I'll visit my parents' graves. Given today's situation, there is hardly anything worthwhile to pursue along the shore. Although Zhang Haidai felt surprised, he always believed that Han Ji's words were wise. He gathered his belongings and followed behind Jiang Han. Han, good. I won't head to the town just yet. Let's have lunch at your home. I'll bring an egg to steam with the oysters. And then I'll prepare 2 servings of instant noodles. Sounds good. Just go to Aunt Ho-Hot's to get the eggs. In a few days, I'll settle the bill together. All right then. Upon returning to the village, Jiang Han attempted to call Jiang Feng twice, but there was no answer. He then sent her a message, Sister, I'm heading to see Mom and Dad first. I'll join you next time. After sending the message, Jiang Han ascended the mountain to the temple to purchase some oil and candles, along with offerings to honor his ancestors. Chapter 65. Seafood instant noodles. The graves of my parents were meticulously tidied, devoid of any weeds, with a withered bouquet placed atop. It seemed that during his absence, My sister frequently visited to pay her respects. I took the dried flowers away and placed incense and candles at the grave. One by one, I burned the joss papers I had bought for my parents. Dear parents, I have been home for some time now. I am doing quite well. I arrived late. Fearing your reprimands, I have decided against striving in the big city and will remain here on Jawa Island as a fisherman. If you have the means, please assist me in dispelling any ill fortune, allowing my days on the island to be more comfortable. After completing these acts, I returned home. Jiang Han had already steamed the oysters and prepared the instant noodles. Upon checking the class group, I noticed someone had tagged me again. Tiantian, Jiang Han. Those who choose to develop at home, like you, will likely never understand the struggles of office workers. Tiantian accompanied her message with a photo of her eating instant noodles. Jiang Han, is eating instant noodles considered hardship? I'm having some too. I sent a picture of my own instant noodles. However, the focus of the group quickly shifted to the plate of oysters. Yui, instant noodles paired with oysters. What a divine combination. Jiang Han, they are merely oysters. Tiantian, here is another chance to articulate your thoughts. I found myself at a loss for words. To me, they were simply oysters. Oysters, much like mussels, are something many coastal dwellers have grown weary of. Jiang Han glanced at the time. The small pomfret should also be ready. You made small pomfret too? I asked, surprised. Didn't you say you wouldn't use traps anymore? Without traps, they wouldn't require bait. I saw you had tea returned, so after steaming the oysters, I decided to steam the small pomfret as well. Oysters should not be steamed for too long. 3 minutes is about right. While I was still on the mountain, Jiang Han had taken the opportunity to steam the small pomfret alongside several dongfeng snails, perhaps having learned this technique from the Heilewang restaurant. He had even arranged the presentation artfully, with the small pomfret at the center, encircled by a ring of dongfeng snails. Seeing the group's comments about his extravagant instant noodle meal, he decided to share a picture of the small pomfret as well. Tiantian, Jiang Han. Is this still called instant noodles? Jiang Han. If it's not instant noodles, then what is it? Tiantian. It's a seafood instant noodle feast. Jiang Han. Tiantian. Are those surrounding the fish flower snails? Jiang Han. Yes, they are flower snails, specifically dongfeng snails. Tiantian. Just this one dish must cost over 200 yuan, right? Luohong. The last time our group leader treated us, it wasn't nearly this lavish. My phone rang. Jiang Feng had finally called. Have you visited our parents? Yes, I felt especially compelled to see them today. I didn't wait for you. That is understandable. They must be very pleased to see you. Indeed, there is a matter I wish to inquire about. Jiang Feng initially hesitated to speak. Yet after making a phone call, she could no longer contain herself. Late last night, your brother-in-law returned. He mentioned that his comrade had an old boat that was nearing the end of its service and asked if you would be interested in it. I scolded your brother-in-law at that moment, for we are not in the business of collecting junk. Why should we accept a boat on the verge of being scrapped? Jiang Han, however, discerned something different in her tone. Sister, did you truly reprimand brother-in-law? Of course, Jiang Feng replied, her voice slightly feeble. I scolded him quite loudly. Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle softly. Despite the years that had passed, he had never witnessed his sister scold her husband before. What type of boat is it? Just an old boat on the brink of being discarded. Jiang Han. Sensing Jiang Han's silence, Jiang Feng decided, all right, I will have your brother-in-law speak with you. Jiang Wenshan's cold voice resonated from the other end of the line. It is an antique wooden boat that has been passed down in my comrade's family. They wish to dispose of it as it occupies space. Your sister mentioned that you have been going to the sea since your return, so I want to take a look. It is indeed somewhat aged. If not subjected to severe storms, with another 6 months to a year of use, it could still serve its purpose. With proper maintenance, it could last 2 to 3 more years without issue. The engine was installed later and has also seen better days. If you find it unsatisfactory, you can replace it. I do not recommend taking it too far. Within 100 meters of the island should pose no problem. My comrade shares the same sentiment. Do not venture too far. Close proximity is not an issue. Jiang Han understood that shallow waters are undoubtedly safer than deep ones. Within 100 meters of the island, should any problems arise with the boat, swimming over would not be arduous. Jiang Han felt a profound sense of gratitude. His parents truly had their eyes opened and presented him with such a splendid piece of news. What price are they asking? I did not inquire about that. I merely wish to gauge your interest. If you desire it, I can ask about the price. If not, I shall refrain. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Han replied, brother-in-law, please take me to see the boat. If it piques my interest, I will negotiate the price directly with him. Certainly, when would you like to see the boat? If it is convenient for you, I can go see it right now. Jiang Wenshan glanced at his 2 daughters, who were engrossed in their studies. Very well. I will wait for you at the entrance of our village in half an hour. All right, I shall arrive at your village entrance in half an hour. The journey from Jiang Han's home to the entrance of Shanjiang village would take only a few minutes, affording him ample time to savor the seafood instant noodle feast prepared by Zhang Haidai. Half an hour later, Jiang Han arrived to find Jiang Wenshan already waiting for him at the village entrance, clad in his work attire. Jiang Han recalled that his brother-in-law always seemed to wear work clothes, with scarcely a few personal garments. Brother-in-law, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Not at all. I just arrived as well, Jiang Wenshan replied, maintaining a certain distance in his demeanor. Yet Jiang Han understood that his brother-in-law was not a bad man. Where is your comrade's home? Jiang Wenshan had served 2 years in the military and, upon his return, married Jiang Feng. He also resided on this island, albeit quite a distance away. Jiang Wenshan arrived on his electric scooter and spotted Jiang Han approaching on his electric tricycle. You may leave the tricycle over there. I shall take you on my scooter, he suggested. Had these words been uttered by Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han would have undoubtedly declined the offer. It seemed rather peculiar for 2 grown men to share a single scooter. Yet, in the presence of his brother-in-law, he felt compelled to refrain from voicing such thoughts. Very well, he acquiesced, obediently parking the scooter beneath a large tree before taking a seat behind Jiang Wenshan. The ride was slow and steady, mirroring Jiang Wenshan's temperament. Did you purchase all the appliances at home? Jiang Wenshan inquired suddenly. Jiang Han paused for a moment before nodding. They are merely a few household items. Nothing compared to the care you have shown me. Chapter 66. Viewing the boat, Jiang Han was aware that his brother-in-law, Jiang Wenshan, was a man who valued his reputation. So he deliberately mentioned the care they had provided him. Jiang Wenshan's expression noticeably softened. After all, a trip to the beach was not considered a serious matter. Play for a while, and if you can find work, then do so, he remarked. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words to explain to Jiang Wenshan and could only respond, if there is work, I will go. The two fell into an awkward silence. Jiang Han scratched his head, unsure of what to say next. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the home of Jiang Wenshan's comrade. Since his comrade lived in a narrow alley, Jiang Wenshan's electric bike proved to be more convenient than Jiang Han's electric tricycle. He knocked on the door, and a man of similar age to Jiang Wenshan opened it. Upon seeing Jiang Wenshan, the man warmly embraced him, exclaiming, You came without a phone call. There's no preparation at home at all. What phone call? We merely came to take a look at the boat, Jiang Wenshan replied. Zhang Qi then turned to Jiang Han, asking, Is this your little brother-in-law? Yes, that's right. My brother-in-law wanted to see the boat, Jiang Wenshan confirmed. Jiang Han stepped forward to shake Zhang Qi's hand, saying, Hello, I am Jiang Han. Zhang Qi scrutinized Jiang Han from head to toe, remarking, So young. Yet you want a boat? Most young people on this island have left. He himself had worked away from home and was only back for a brief holiday. I just graduated from university and cannot adapt to life in the big city. A fisherman's life suits me better, Jiang Han explained. Zhang Qi understood that everyone has their own choices. Not many young people think like you these days. It's actually quite good. Jawa Island needs fresh blood. Currently, the island is predominantly inhabited by the elderly and left-behind children. If there are no young people left, once the older generation passes, those children will eventually leave too. And Jiawa Island will become a deserted island. It's so hot outside. Come in and have some tea, Zhang Qi invited. However, Jiang Wenshan declined, saying, No need. There are still matters to attend to at home. If Jiang Wenshan did not go in, Jiang Han certainly would not either. All right then. I will take you to see the boat now, Zhang Qi said. The boat was moored at the village dock, and as they walked, Zhang Qi candidly shared. I once hide it from you. Our family hasn't used this boat in many years. I never intended to sell it, but when I returned, the village committee approached me, saying my boat was taking up space. If I didn't use it, they would help me dispose of it. Rather than that, I might as well sell it myself. Zhang Qi's openness revealed his sincerity, and such honesty typically diminishes bargaining power. This was largely due to the camaraderie between Zhang Qi and Jiang Wenshan. Had it been someone else, he would not have spoken so freely. They soon arrived at the village dock, where various boats of differing sizes were moored. As it was still low tide, the vessels lay aground. Zhang Qi guided them along the edge until they came upon a very old wooden boat. Perhaps due to years of neglect, cobwebs adorned the interior, and barnacles had proliferated on the exterior. The vessel measures an impressive 12.2 meters in length and approximately 3.5 meters in width. Zhang Qi tossed a measuring tape to Jiang Han, suggesting he could measure it himself. Jiang Han was taken aback by Zhang Qi's practicality. After taking the measurements, he confirmed that the boat was indeed 12.2 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. Zhang Qi then leaped into the cabin, lifting a wooden plank to reveal a substantial storage space beneath. He proceeded to the other end, where another wooden panel was similarly removed, exposing another expansive storage area. These two compartments could easily accommodate marine goods with a bit of water added, allowing for organization of the catch. As one must be cautious not to mix crabs with fish, Jiang Han was quite pleased with this feature. Ample storage was essential for holding a sufficient quantity of fish. If one were to know drawbacks, it would be that there was no canopy, making it rather exposed to the blazing sun in summer and vulnerable to rain. Additionally, there was no restroom, necessitating the most rudimentary methods for such needs. However, considering they would be within 100 meters of the shore, he could easily disembark if things became unbearable, unlike being stranded in the vastness of the open sea, where one might find themselves calling upon the heavens and earth in vain. How much wind can this boat withstand? Jiang Han inquired. According to my father, this vessel had no trouble handling waves up to 1.2 meters high and could cope with winds up to level 5, Zhang Qi replied, pausing before adding. But now, I'm uncertain. It has been many years since it was last used, and I cannot attest to its current sturdiness. He let out an involuntary sigh. Such boats were ideally suited for those with fish farms nearby, as they could reach their cultivation sites in no time. Yet, those who owned fish farms were not in need of such vessels. The number of individuals willing to take up fishing was dwindling, making this old boat difficult to sell. Jiang Han jumped onto the boat a couple of times. Despite its aged appearance, it felt surprisingly sturdy. Examining the wooden planks, he noted their substantial thickness. If he were to commission a new wooden boat, it was unlikely it would use such thick timber. He suspected his brother-in-law had been overly cautious in his assessment. He believed this vessel could easily serve for another 5 years without issue. What do you think, little brother-in-law? Do you like it? Zhang Qi jested, acknowledging Jiang Han as the younger brother of Jiang Shan, thus also his brother-in-law. However, he harbored little confidence in selling the boat. Considering Jiang Han's youth, young people generally look down upon such vessels. Brother Qi, what price are you considering for this boat? Zhang Qi scratched his head. 50,000? Or perhaps we could lower it to 40,000, or even 20,000. He slapped his thigh. If you're genuinely interested, propose a price. How much are you willing to offer? Jiang Han had never encountered someone so open with pricing. He hadn't even countered before Zhang Qi had already lowered the price to 20,000. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed that if he offered around 17 or 18,000, the boat would be his. Jiang Han did not respond immediately, instead inquiring, as the tide is rising. May I test this boat? He regarded the vessel. While its exterior appeared aged, he felt that its true condition could only be ascertained through trial. If it truly proves unfeasible, do not merely mention 200,000. Even a sum of 100,000 would be of no use to him if he were to purchase it. Very well, you may proceed with your endeavor. Zhang Qi gazed at the barnacles and remarked, should you indeed acquire it, remember to cleanse these barnacles. Doing so will reduce the weight of the vessel and consequently lessen its draft. Jiang Han nodded, affirming if I were to buy it, I would certainly ensure it is cleaned. Please, wait for a moment, Zhang Qi called out to the service station. Shortly after, a man in his 50s or 60s emerged from the station. What is the current price of fuel per liter? Zhang Qi inquired of the man. The man gestured and ate. Zhang Qi was taken aback by the steep price of fuel. His desire for the boat diminished even further. Please provide me with 100 liters. My friend wishes to test the boat. Chapter 67. Trial voyage. Perhaps sensing the meager amount of fuel to be added, the uncle displayed a hint of reluctance. Nevertheless, he fetched a hose. Originally, this vessel lacked an engine. It was my father who later modified it. To fill the tank completely would require 1,000 liters of fuel. Zhang Qi informed them, and Jiang Han calculated that fueling this small boat once would cost 8,000 yuan. Some ocean-going ships, however, could incur fuel expenses amounting to several million yuan per fill-up, and should the returns be unsatisfactory, even the fuel costs might not be recouped. While the refueling transpired, Jiang Han leapt from the boat to settle the fuel payment. Zhang Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment. By this time, the tide had already risen. Jiang Han hopped back onto the vessel. Zhang Qi waved goodbye, stating that he would not accompany them any further. He speculated that during the trial voyage, Jiang Han and Jiang Shan would deliberate on whether to purchase the boat. His presence might inhibit their discussion. Jiang Shan was his comrade, and he hoped that his brother-in-law's interest in the boat stemmed from genuine affection for it. Jiang Shan, possessing the requisite skills and certification, steered the boat away from the dock. Brother-in-law, your comrade seems quite commendable, he remarked. Indeed, all my comrades are quite exceptional. He had worked at his factory for several years. The bonds formed with colleagues over the years, however, could not rival the camaraderie forged in just 2 years of shared experiences. Jiang Shan had previously worked aboard a ship, but the instability, lack of insurance, and absence of fixed holidays compelled him to seek employment in the factory for the sake of his 2 children. However, in terms of experience, he surpassed Jiang Han significantly. He observed the boat's draft and surmised that the barnacles beneath must be quite abundant. With their combined weight, It seemed improbable that their presence alone could cause the vessel to sink so deeply. Accumulated over the years, the barnacles likely equal the weight of 2 Jiang Hans. If you wish to purchase this boat, you must remove those barnacles for me, he suggested. Brother-in-law, what purpose do you have for them? They are hardly edible. I noticed that the boat is painted, he continued. The paint is toxic, and those barnacles have absorbed it all. Jiang Wanshan considered expressing his thoughts about Jiang Han's youthful ignorance regarding the value of money. With newfound wealth, he squandered it heedlessly, and when funds ran dry, it would inevitably fall upon the couple to bear the burden. However, the words remained unspoken. Jiang Han was correct. The barnacles clinging to the boat's hull were indeed problematic. Brother-in-law, is the engine powerful enough? He inquired. It's adequate, Zhang Qi replied, noting the engine's considerable age. From the model and other indicators, it was evidently quite old. Yet it seemed to have been scarcely used. The quality was commendable, and after many years of neglect, it still operated as if brand new. Jiang Han also felt the power was sufficient. This was merely after adding 100 liters of fuel, should the tank be filled and the barnacles removed. The performance could improve even further. According to Zhang Qi, his father had left the island long ago to pursue business, suggesting that the boat had indeed seen little use. Left idle for years, it had become an old vessel. However, the sensation of navigating the boat was far superior to what he had anticipated. Jiang Wanshan took another look at the boat's planks. When he visited the boat that evening, the perspective was entirely different now in the daylight. He assisted Jiang Han in analyzing the vessel. Despite being in disuse for many years, it showed no signs of corrosion. This was attributed to the anti-corrosive paint applied to the hull during its construction and the exceptional quality of the wood. It was likely that a considerable sum was spent on this vessel when it was originally built. Jiang Han shared a similar viewpoint. Though his financial resources were not as ample at present, he called Shinren to inquire if the lightning struck wood had arrived. The old fellow had carelessly mixed Jiang Han's parcel with a heap of others, failing to realize that his precious wood had already been delivered. Upon unwrapping the package and confirming its authenticity, Shinren was pleasantly surprised and promptly transferred the remaining 260,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Instantly, Jiang Han's spirits lifted. Brother-in-law, shall we head back? He suggested. Already? Don't you want to stay for another meeting? No, I'm quite satisfied with the boat. Jiang Han had visited the shipyard and noted that comfortable, fully equipped 12-meter fishing vessels were priced around 2 million yuan. This particular boat was second-hand, lacking both a canopy and a restroom. Given its age, it would likely sell for only 400,000 to 500,000 yuan, certainly not exceeding 700,000 or 800,000. Zhang Qi's initial offer had been relatively market-oriented, but now, pressed to sell and facing pressure from the village committee, even if he did not buy it himself, he would struggle to find anyone willing to pay him 50,000. Much like the real estate market, when one is eager to sell, a property valued at 1 million can easily be offloaded for 500,000. Upon arriving at Zhang Qi's home, Jiang Han and Jiang Wanshan were treated to tea made from leaves cultivated by Zhang Qi's mother. Brother-in-law, what price are you willing to offer? Zhang Qi pondered a significantly lower bid from Jiang Han. After some contemplation, Jiang Han ventured, Brother Qi, would 18,000 suffice for the boat? He refrained from pressing too hard on the price, being mindful of the camaraderie shared with his sister's husband, who was a close companion. Zhang Qi, taken aback by Jiang Han's generous offer, momentarily doubted his hearing. Yes, that's certainly acceptable. If the village committee intervened, he might end up with nothing at all. Brother Qi, do you have all the necessary certificates for the boat? Yes, I do. Zhang Qi promptly produced the various documents. The price of a vessel with proper certification is markedly different from one without. In their era, obtaining such documentation was relatively straightforward. After his father completed the boat, he ensured that all the necessary certificates were processed. Even with modifications, the procedures were not overly complicated. Today, however, that would not be the case. After finalizing the contract, Jiang Han immediately transferred the 18,000 yuan to Zhang Qi, leaving him astounded. Wanshan, is your brother-in-law really that capable? 18,000, just like that? Jiang Wanshan was equally surprised to learn that Jiang Han possessed such a sum. He had heard that Jiang Han's classmates were all affluent second-generation heirs, and earlier, while on the boat, he had caught snippets of what seemed to be a call with one of his classmates. It is likely that he borrowed this money from his classmates. Jiang Han, alongside Zhang Qi, completed the remaining formalities, and this vessel now unequivocally belonged to Jiang Han. A surge of excitement coursed through him, for he had become a boat owner. Upon arriving at the dock, he promptly paid 7,950 yuan to fill the boat's tank. Observing Jiang Han's elation, Jiang Wanshan refrained from dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. The price of fuel had indeed become exorbitant. While beachcombing incurs no cost, sailing out to sea certainly does. One must be wary not to find oneself unable to recoup even the fuel expenses. By the time Jiang Winshan navigated the boat to the dock in Shajiang village, evening had already descended, and some villagers had begun their dinners. Jiang Feng also called to inquire about the situation. After hanging up, Jiang Winshan turned to Jiang Han and suggested, "It's rather late. Why don't we dine at our place?" "No. Zhang Haidai has already prepared a meal for me." In truth, Zhang Haidai had returned to town, feeling somewhat reluctant to trouble his sister. "Brother-in-law, this boat requires some attention tomorrow. Could you lend a hand? I will compensate you for your labor." Chapter 68. Purchasing a vessel. There is no need for wages. I will come by tomorrow. After Jiang Han returned, he transferred 28,000 yuan to Zhang Haidai. Zhang Haidai was taken aback and quickly called him. "Brother Han, what is going on? What is this money? Such a large sum sent to me." Jiang Han explained the sale of the lightning-struck wood for 280,000 yuan. "Brother Han, I cannot accept this money. I don't even know what lightning-struck wood is. And besides, you carried it back through the rain. I haven't contributed anything." He had merely glanced at the wood. "That is enough. We agreed that you would work with me, and I shall share a portion of the earnings with you. Just because your contribution this time was minimal does not mean you should not be compensated. We both witnessed that wood together, and who knows? The lightning may have aimed for you, but struck the tree instead." Zhang Haidai was surprised that Jiang Han could just like this. For a moment, he genuinely felt as though the lightning was meant for him. Unable to argue with Jiang Han and fearing to upset him, he accepted the money. Brother Han is truly the best in the world. I must have stumbled upon immense luck to work alongside him. I must strive even harder in the future. The following morning, Jiang Winshan arrived with 2 buckets of paint, specifically anti-corrosive paint for ships. Jiang Han knew this paint was not inexpensive. Those 2 small buckets likely cost around 1,000 yuan. "Brother-in-law, you need to bring paint," he said. "I can manage that myself." Jiang Feng followed behind Jiang Winshan with the 2 children. Jiang Han found it impossible to dissuade his sister, who, despite his ability to care for himself, always sought ways to assist him. "Sister, I can buy the paint myself. You've already purchased so many appliances for my home. What is wrong with me buying 2 buckets of paint?" Jiang Feng felt no remorse for her actions. Suddenly, Zhang Haidai appeared. "Brother Han, which boat is it?" He had come early, eager to finalize the purchase of the new boat after Jiang Han informed him the previous day. Not wanting to disturb Jiang Han, he had taken a nap at the dock, where several unfamiliar vessels were moored. Together, they worked diligently for the better part of the day, removing all the barnacles from the boat and repainting it. Even the 2 children contributed significantly. "Brother Han, will we be able to go fishing at sea in a few days?" Jiang Han nodded, surprised that his dream was materializing so swiftly. Initially, he had thought that acquiring a boat by the end of the year would be an accomplishment. "Sister, brother-in-law, thank you for coming to help today." Glancing at the time, he added, "Sister, you needn't cook. I will take you all to the town to eat." Jiang Feng felt that dining out was excessive and attempted to decline. But Lingling and Wanwan had already cheered in delight. Jiang Han happily placed the 2 children on his electric tricycle and invited Zhang Haidai to join them, ensuring the children were well taken care of. "Sister, brother-in-law, my little tricycle cannot accommodate so many people. You should head to the town on your own," Jiang Han remarked as he mounted his tricycle and rode away. Jiang Feng was momentarily speechless. She felt compelled to go now. Yet, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. She had never imagined she would be able to enjoy a meal on her brother's account. However, Jiang Winshan doused her spirits with a splash of cold reality, lamenting that he had just purchased a boat only to dine out extravagantly. Such wastefulness was perplexing, and he pondered how long it could last. Jiang Feng also regarded Jiang Han's spending as excessive, yet she harbored an inexplicable confidence in her brother. Well, indulging in a meal could hardly silence your complaints. Inside the Heilewang restaurant, Ming Fei and Ming Guo were witnessing Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai bringing guests for the first time. Upon learning that the guests were Jiang Han's sister and brother-in-law, Ming Fei instructed Ming Guo to reserve their finest private room for their use. As Jiang Feng and Jiang Winshan entered the lavishly decorated room, they found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to sit or stand. Meanwhile, the 2 children were thoroughly enjoying themselves. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Ming Guo thoughtfully presented a set of building blocks for them to play with. Jiang Winshan frowned. Had he known, he would have brought some exam papers for them to work on. The morning had already been squandered, and now they were merely playing with blocks. "Brother-in-law, Lingling and Wanan have been diligent. You should allow them some relaxation as well." Jiang Winshan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Han, feeling somewhat reticent. Although he hailed from Shajiang village, he was well informed about the happenings in Shangjiang village due to Jiang Feng. Jiang Han was in the same academic year as Yi Tiantian, and the villagers often remarked that Yi Tiantian studied late into the night. In contrast, Jiang Han seemed unfazed by the pressures of academic advancement, maintaining his routine as he pleased. Ultimately, his scores in the college entrance examination surpassed those of Tiantian by a few points. Some individuals, finding their own studies effortless, mistakenly assume that others share the same experience. Mengwa began to serve the dishes. Given Jiang Han's presence, he took the opportunity to present an array of dishes while his sister and brother-in-law were still there. Grilled conch, garlic scallops, steamed blue crab, braised eel, stir-fried kelp. Jiang Feng and Jiang Wishan were dazzled by the variety. Finally, Jiang Feng could no longer contain herself. "Stop bringing more. We won't be able to finish." Observing the copious amount of food, Jiang Han instructed Mengwa to refrain from serving any more seafood. "Please bring 2 vegetable dishes and a fruit platter instead." With children present, Jiang Han ultimately requested a sweet milk soup as well. Jiang Feng felt that the extravagance of the occasion could rival a banquet. Jiang Han understood his sister's concerns. "Sister, all this seafood has been stored here for a while. They merely assisted with the preparation. I've only paid them a processing fee." "Really?" Jiang Feng was hearing for the first time that one could store seafood in a restaurant. "Indeed, it's true." Mengwa approached again, smiling at Jiang Han as he placed the fruit platter on the table, adorned with numerous toothpicks, and thoughtfully positioned it in front of the 2 children. Jiang Feng regarded Jiang Han with suspicion. "Are you quite familiar with them?" Jiang Han contemplated the nature of his relationship with Mengwa, deeming her a friend. Beyond their business dealings, she had shown kindness by caring for him during his illness. Jiang Feng, however, could not help but notice Mengwa's striking beauty. She thought of Tiantian and mused, Han, if only you could find a girl as lovely as she, you would undoubtedly eclipse Tiantian." Jiang Han found himself in a state of bemusement, replying, "Sister, I would rather remain single than pursue someone solely to outshine Tiantian. My desire is for a genuine relationship founded on love, devoid of any trivial distractions." Jiang Feng cast a sidelong glance at her brother, recalling her previous inquiry about his search for a girlfriend, to which he had merely responded that there was no rush. She felt that her brother was being held back by Tiantian, believing that as long as he found a partner, even if she were slightly inferior to Tiantian, it would suffice. Chapter 69. After the examination, the family had feasted heartily, particularly Ling Ling and Wan Wan, who were utterly satisfied. The dishes served at the restaurant far surpassed those prepared by their mother. They nearly licked the bowl clean of the sweet milk soup. When Jiang Han went to settle the bill, Jiang Feng stood nearby, casting a glance. "The fruit platter is complimentary. The total is 230 yuan. Seeing the vast array of dishes Jiang Han had ordered, yet only paying a little over 200 yuan, Jiang Feng was genuinely astonished. It seemed her brother's words held truth. Aside from the last 2 vegetable dishes and the sweet soup, they had only charged for processing. It appeared she was truly out of touch. Day after day spent on the island, she realized that her brother was more familiar with the local affairs than she was. Glancing at the time, she remarked, "Wenshan, you should be leaving soon. If a strong wind picks up, you might not be able to depart." "Brother-in-law, wait a moment. I will escort you." Jiang Wenshan replied after a moment's contemplation. "You take the 2 children home first. Let them do their homework," Jiang Feng suggested, feeling it was the better course of action. The 2 children had played for so long today that they needed to catch up on their studies. Jiang Han found himself at a loss, feeling pity for his 2 nieces, yet he could not interfere in the parenting decisions of the couple. "I'll be right there," Jiang Han said, making his way to the back kitchen of the restaurant, where the head chef greeted him warmly. He retrieved 2 large jars of sealed pickled seafood from the refrigerator, one filled with crab paste and the other with pickled mud snails. While not particularly extravagant, these items were akin to the inland folks' desire for pickled vegetables. They were staples among the islanders as well. Presenting the jars to Jiang Wishan, he said, "Brother-in-law, these are the pickled seafood I had the kitchen prepare for me a while back. Take them to the factory." During his school days, his sister had always worried that he might not be accustomed to the food outside, insisting he bring back a significant amount of pickled seafood whenever he returned to the island. Now, it was his turn to prepare something for others. Jiang Wenshan stood momentarily astonished, reflecting on Jiang Feng's words. Brother has truly grown up. Shaking off his reverie, he accepted the jars with gratitude. He had never considered Jiang Han a bad person. He was well aware of the silent support his wife had extended to her younger brother over the years. Being a fisherman was not an easy life, and should Jiang Han incur losses, both he and Afeng would surely face hardships. After escorting Jiang Wenshan to the dock, Jiang Han was taken aback when he saw his brother-in-law preparing to bid farewell, only to notice Jiang Han boarding the same boat. "You're going to the district as well?" Jiang Wenshan inquired, surprised. "I need to take an examination, otherwise, I won't be able to operate the boat I purchased." Jiang Han replied. Jiang Wenshan had no concerns about Jiang Han's ability to pass. After all, he was quite the scholar. "Good luck then." Of course. After disembarking, Jiang Han took a bus to the factory, while Jiang Han hailed a taxi to the hotel he had reserved online. Given the unpredictable weather at sea, he feared that the ferry might run late the following day. This examination would span 2 days, and Jiang Han planned to take care of his fishing license and similar permits concurrently. He remained in the district for 3 days, allowing the paint on the boat to dry thoroughly. During his nights at the hotel, he busied himself by calling Jiang Han, saying, "We have a boat now. Could you procure some sea worms from the mudflat?" Upon hearing that Jiang Han sought his assistance, Jiang Han felt quite pleased. However, after the tide receded, he rummaged through the mudflat for quite some time without locating a single sea worm, which left him feeling rather despondent and ineffectual. Thus, he called Jiang Han and lamented, "Brother Han, I truly cannot find any. Could you perhaps delineate an area for me?" Jiang Han had grown accustomed to Jiang Han's guidance and now relied on it. Suddenly, a peculiar thought struck Jiang Han. Why not use video chat? He wished to ascertain whether he could discern anything beneath the mudflat through the screen. As it turned out, he was overestimating the technology's capabilities. The video displayed merely the mudflat, with nothing visible beneath its surface. "Brother Han, did you see clearly? Where should I search for the sea worms?" Jiang Han closed his eyes and reminisced. He had indeed spotted sea worms during his previous visits. However, these creatures, with their bristly bodies, wriggled in a manner that deterred him from capturing them at that time. But now, with a boat at their disposal, he yearned to fish, as sea worms served as an excellent bait. "Perhaps you should search in areas with grass," he suggested. He recalled that some sea worms were nestled within the mud, while others intertwined with the grass. Numerous grassy patches harbored these creatures. Jiang Han placed complete trust in Jiang Han's words and promptly unearthed a clump of grass, discovering a sea worm entangled within. "Brother Han, you are truly remarkable. You can now command operations from afar." Jiang Han felt somewhat speechless. He was not nearly as impressive as Jiang Han suggested, merely possessing a good memory. "Gather more of them and hide them well until I return." In the span of 3 days, Jiang Han had obtained all the necessary documents. Upon his return, Jiang Han greeted him with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brother Han, I followed your instructions and managed to collect a substantial number of sea worms, 2 large jars filled, roughly 1 to 200 in total." Jiang Han mused that there was a considerable difference between 100 and 200, but acknowledged that 100 would suffice. With a boat now available for their maritime endeavors, they no longer needed to consult tide schedules. "Is that the boat with the drying paint yours?" And Baoya, spotting Jiang Han from a distance, hurried over to inquire. "Indeed, I just purchased it." Aunt Baoya's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've done well for yourself, managing to buy a boat. Your parents would be overjoyed if they were still alive." Jiang Han smiled softly, responding, "This is all thanks to my parents. Though they had passed away early, he always felt as though they were watching over him and his sister from above." Aunt Li approached as well, asking, "Jiang Han, how much did you pay for that boat?" "A friend was in urgent need to sell it, so I acquired it at a bargain," he replied, omitting further details. Old Jiang felt a twinge of envy, as memories of his own youth surfaced from 30 years past, when he too had the opportunity to purchase a boat. Laughter erupted among those around him, as they remarked that an opportunity without action amounted to nothing. It was evident that Jiang Han possessed remarkable capabilities, such as the distinction of a well-educated individual who managed to acquire a vessel without uttering a word. At that moment, Tiantian approached, her gaze fixed curiously on Jiang Han. "Did you truly buy a boat?" she inquired. Jiang Han remained silent, but Aunt Li, standing nearby, interjected, "Is there any doubt? The boat is still docked, drying its paint. After all these days, the paint must surely be dry by now." Tiantian bit her lip, intrigued. "What size is your boat? May I come to see it?" Chapter 70. Setting sail. Aunt Li tugged at Tiantian, exclaiming, "Silly girl. Why would Jiang Han need to accompany you on the boat? Aren't you familiar with the village dock? You can simply walk over yourself." Aunt Baoya chimed in, "Indeed. There is only his boat up there drying the paint." Tiantian pursed her lips, understanding their point. A group of villagers, having nothing else to do, made their way to the village dock in a grand procession. Jiang Han leaned closer to Jiang Han and asked, "Brother Han, why are there so many people?" Aside from a few engrossed in a game of mahjong, it seemed nearly everyone from the village had gathered. Jiang Han was not surprised, after all. How many years had it been since anyone bought a boat in their village? The village chief owned a boat, as did the village secretary, Jiang Ermao, and old Luo, who each had a small vessel. As for any new purchases, none had been reported. The younger generation had moved away, while the elders had lost their ambition. Naturally, it had been many years since a boat was acquired. They were likely here out of curiosity, perhaps to share in their joy. Soon, they arrived at the village dock, where new boats had been moored. These must have come from elsewhere. Many passing vessels would stop at the village dock for supplies, such as refueling or purchasing daily necessities. Generally, villagers seldom bought items from the service station, as they were considerably pricier than those at Aunt Meihua's small village shop. Among the onlookers, some were seeing Jiang Han's boat for the first time, and they were astonished. "Jiang Han, your boat is quite substantial. I expected it to be no more than 7 meters, yet it appears to be over 10 meters long. If I'm not mistaken, it should be 12 meters, right?" Jiang Han appreciated Zhang Leihan's keen observation. It was indeed 12 meters. Surveying the crowd, Jiang Han noted that most of the villagers were elderly, predominantly over 60 years old. After pondering for a moment, he decided to seek out the dock workers. Though there were no young men like him, there were several robust workers in their 40s and 50s. Similar to last time, Jiang Han offered them 100 yuan each, making a total of 8 workers. With himself and Zhang Haidai included, there were 10 in total. "Could you please assist me in pushing my boat back into the sea?" he requested. He needed to lift the boat to scrape off barnacles and apply paint, which required it to be raised high and supported with stones underneath. Now, he needed the vessel to return to the water. The dock workers, accustomed to laborious tasks, were eager to help, knowing that pushing the boat would require little effort but yield a reward of 100 yuan. With everyone working in unison, they swiftly pushed the boat into the sea. As they did, Zhang Laohan and old Luo joined in to help, and Jiang Han rewarded them with an additional 100 yuan each. Just as Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai were about to board the boat, Jiang Feng rushed over with some supplies, exclaiming, "Hey, why the rush? You haven't even paid respects to the ship's guardian deity yet." Jiang Feng glared at the gathered villagers, slightly irritated. "My brother and Zhang Haidai are young and inexperienced. You, with your years of wisdom, should know better." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, thinking that the younger generation was not concerned with such traditions. Auntie Baoya spoke with a hint of grievance. "Who says it's not auspicious? They simply do not understand." Jiang Feng arranged the items she brought on the boat. This ritual could be elaborate, indeed, but given the time constraints today, she could only simplify it. In the past, she would have invited the boat officer Bodhisattva aboard for worship. Jiang Feng lit the incense and candles, fervently praying, "O boat officer Bodhisattva, please ensure the safety of my brother Jiang Han and his friend Zhang Haidai while they are at sea." After completing her prayers to the boat, she offered her respects to other deities, Guanyin, the Dragon King, and the God of Wealth. "My brother is rather thoughtless. When he returns from his voyage, he will come to pay his respects to you all. According to local customs, every newly bought boat must be honored at various temples before embarking, and those venturing into deep waters must offer prayers each time they set sail." Jiang Feng pulled Jiang Han over, urging him to pray as well. Jiang Han, unable to resist his sister, complied despite knowing he would be safe merely wandering near the island. The islanders had long revered these deities, and to ease his sister's worries, he joined her in prayer. Jiang Feng reminded him earnestly certain matters cannot be taken lightly. "Upon your return, ensure you pay respects to Guanyin, the Dragon King, and the God of Wealth, as I have just arranged." Jiang Han, both amused and exasperated, nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall visit each temple as soon as I return." Finally, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai boarded the vessel. Jiang Feng packed fruits and snacks for them to enjoy aboard as offerings to the boat officer Bodhisattva. Jiang Han waved farewell to the people at the dock, declaring, "We are off." Zhang Haidai mimicked Jiang Han, bidding farewell to the crowd. Among them, the strikingly beautiful Tiantian appeared particularly out of place. "Brother Han, why does Tiantian look so unwell? Who knows? Perhaps her studies have taken a toll on her mind." He had no time to concern himself with Tiantian's state. Jiang Han focused intently on steering the boat. Initially, he struggled a bit, but soon found his rhythm. He was a cautious person. Both Jiang Wenshan and Zhang Qi had advised him not to stray more than 100 meters from the island. And whenever he noticed the boat drifting too far, he promptly steered it back. "Where shall we fish, Brother Han? We are currently in the closed fishing season, so we cannot catch fish, but we may engage in single-pole fishing. Let us not rush. I'll practice a bit more." Jiang Han navigated the boat around Jiaohua Island. After clearing the barnacles from the vessel, he noticed that the consumption of fruits had significantly decreased. While steering, he observed the conditions beneath the waves. The water surrounding their island was considerably deeper than that of the coastal areas. Typically, a depth of 40 meters is deemed deep in coastal waters, yet he discovered some spots exceeding 100 meters. However, his scanning range extended to 210 meters, allowing him a clear view of the seabed. The sandy bottom was rich, and he could discern not only the surface but also what lay beneath the sand. As he gazed into the depths, he observed a plethora of sea cucumbers nestled among the sands, while numerous snails lay hidden beneath. Jiang Han swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of regret. The water was so deep that he not only lacked the courage to dive, but even if he did, he would be incapable of descending to such depths. Thus, he resigned himself to the fact that he would miss the opportunity to engage with these sea cucumbers and snails. Brother Han, are there any fish? Jiang Han harbored the belief that when it came to matters of the ocean, Brother Han possessed all the knowledge. Indeed, now that we are at sea, it is inconceivable that there are no fish. However, whether we can catch them remains uncertain. Jiang Han anchored the boat in an area teeming with fish. Through the crystalline water, he spotted a fish of moderate size, its species indiscernible, being consumed by a swarm of others. While this sight was somewhat brutal, it spared him the effort of baiting the area. Let us bring out the sea worms. Chapter 71. The first fish caught. Jiang Han retrieved a large jar of sea worms from his backpack. Han Ge, I only brought these today. And there's a small portion at your home. This jar contains over 150 of them. It seemed that Jiang Han had indeed gathered more than 200 sea worms in recent days. Jiang Han peered into the jar, observing the wriggling, bristly sea worms, and a wave of physiological discomfort washed over him. Nevertheless, he decided to endure it, considering the effectiveness of these worms in fishing. He had heard that they were highly nutritious and possessed anti-cancer properties. Regardless, Jiang Han was unwilling to consume such creatures. Jiang Han then took out the landing net that Jiang Han had purchased online, which Zhang had collected when Jiang was obtaining his certification in the district. This custom landing net featured intricate dragon carvings along its handle. When fully contracted, it measured 60 centimeters, while fully extended, it reached 5 meters. Jiang Han found the landing net appealing, feeling his investment of over 1,000 yuan for 2 nets was justified. Han Ge, I've noticed that many anglers use landing nets to lift larger fish from the water, said Jiang Han. Let us set it aside for now. He affixed a sea worm onto the fishing hook and cast it into the ocean. Han Ge, it's biting so quickly. Jiang Han turned to see Jiang Han's fishing rod bending prominently. Has it really hooked so soon? However, the bend lasted only a moment before Jiang Han felt the rod lighten, and it straightened. Upon lifting the rod, Jiang Han discovered that most of the sea worm had vanished, leaving only a small section clinging to the hook. Jiang Han's lips twitched, at least the hook remained intact. Jiang Han opened his mouth in disbelief. Can the hook really be bitten off? Jiang Han had not anticipated that Jiang Han would take his jest seriously. Gazing into the depths of the water, he noticed a red snapper leisurely swimming away from Jiang Han's position. When you attached the sea worm, did you expose the hook? Jiang Han pondered for a moment and finally concluded, Han Ge, I'm not sure. He had merely hung it carelessly, oblivious to whether the hook was visible. Although he was a native islander, his childhood experiences were mostly limited to beachcombing, and fishing was a rare endeavor. Even when he did fish, it was done casually. And he had never really caught anything. Earlier, he had been thrilled when he felt a bite right after casting his line. There were various circumstances that could lead to the hook being dislodged, one being the failure to expose the hook. Jiang Han stared at Jiang Han in astonishment. Han Ge, how do you know so much? He had never witnessed Jiang Han fishing before. Could it be that he had secretly practiced during his years in prison? What are you thinking? Jiang Han replied. I've read a bit about fishing in recent days. Jiang Han was left dumbfounded. One could learn fishing from books? Han Ge, you're so knowledgeable. Why didn't you pursue a graduate degree? In the pursuit of graduate studies, one must indeed carve out time for reading. However, during that period, in his endeavor to provide a better life for Tiantian, he devoted every spare moment to working, leaving no time for study. Han Ge, can't you take the exam once more? If you succeed, you will be a graduate student. It is unnecessary, he replied, feeling quite content with his current situation. Even if he were exempt from exams and granted direct admission to graduate school, he would still decline. Jiang Han ran his hand through his hair, which had grown a bit longer. It's perhaps for the best that you are not studying anymore. As you mentioned, Tiantian has become quite unhinged from her studies. We need not subject ourselves to such torment. Jiang Han looked at Jiang Han in surprise when he remarked about Tiantian's mental state due to her studies. He had merely been jesting, not expecting Jiang Han to take it seriously. Jiang Han showcased the newly hung sea worm to Jiang Han. Han Ge, am I doing this correctly? It should be like this, right? He recalled the images accompanying the electronic books he had been reading. At that moment, Jiang Han's fishing rod suddenly bent downwards. He looked down to see that his hook had caught a flounder. This particular flounder was exceptionally large, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length. Flounders are relatively easy to identify compared to other fish, as they appear to be lying on their sides. Their bodies exceedingly flat with both eyes on one side. In many places, fishing for flounders is also referred to as fishing for flatfish. Most flounders available for purchase are farmed, and there once existed a golden variety known as the golden flounder, which was sold at a premium price. However, It was later discovered that this golden flounder was raised with chemical solutions, receiving not only the yellowing agents in their feed, but also constant doses of antibiotics. Consequently, this golden flounder gradually vanished from the market. Yet, in order to enhance the survival rates, ordinary flounders are also frequently fed with medicated solutions. Wild flounders, if available on the market, command a much higher price than their farm counterparts. A flounder of this size, if brought to market, would be easily recognized as wild, as such a large specimen could not be produced in a farm setting. If Jiang Han managed to reel in this fish, it would be worth over 2,000 yuan. Excitement surged within him as he applied all he had learned from his readings, vigorously reeling in and letting out line. Zhang Haidai, anxious on the sidelines, asked Han Ge, "Is there anything I can do to assist?" Start the boat. When encountering a large fish, one fears that their strength may not match that of the fish. And if the boat could be powered, it would help to exhaust the fish's energy. But I don't know how to operate a boat. Then it's not necessary. As Jiang Han continued to struggle with the line, his limited experience was compensated by sheer determination. In the intense tug-of-war, the fishing line grew shorter, bringing the flounder closer to him. Gradually, even Zhang Haidai could discern the shadow of the fish. "Wow, what a huge fish!" Zhang Haidai exclaimed. "Quick, use the landing net." At this moment, the halibut was approximately 4 meters away from the surface of the sea, and Zhang Haidai could reach it with just a slight extension of his arm. Abruptly snapping out of his state of amusement, Zhang hastily retrieved the nearby landing net, exerting all his strength to encircle the halibut with remarkable swiftness. When Jiang Han commissioned the net from the vendor, he had stipulated that it should extend to 5 meters while still being capable of bearing a weight of 60 jin. As the net enveloped the halibut, the pole exhibited a distinct curvature under the strain. "Brother Han, it's so heavy," exclaimed Zhang Haidai. Observing that the fish could no longer escape, Jiang Han set aside his fishing rod and joined Zhang in hoisting the halibut from the water. "This fish must weigh around 100 jin, right?" He pondered aloud. "Impossible. If it truly weighed 100 jin, the net's pole would have snapped," Zhang Haidai replied. Contemplating the matter, the fact that the pole remained intact indicated that the fish's weight was indeed within 60 jin. But it is still remarkably large. Chapter 72. Someone is willing to pay a high price. The other fish, indeed, appeared to weigh over 100 pounds, yet this particular specimen was rather flat. Though it looked substantial, its weight was not as impressive. From the moment Jiang Han laid eyes on this fish, he suspected it was around 50 pounds. And upon further inspection, this estimate seemed accurate. For a flounder, achieving this weight was already commendable. Jiang Han measured it with a tape and discovered its length was an astonishing 1 meter and 62 centimeters, equivalent to the height of a southern girl. Conservatively estimating, it could fetch 2,000 yuan, certainly a lucrative sale. Jiang Han opened the storage compartment and, along with Zhang Haidai, carefully placed the flounder inside. At that moment, the compartment was filled with seawater, which was interconnected with the external ocean, thus functioning as a source of live water. Fish kept in this environment typically thrived. During tumultuous weather, for safety reasons, the seawater in the storage compartment could be drained. This feature significantly contributed to the high cost of fishing boats. In addition to the engine, fishing vessels are equipped with numerous devices for catching and storing fish. Although the fishing boat Jiang Han purchased had limited functions, the fish storage system alone was worth its weight in gold. As for the fish that could not be sustained, there was a sizable storage box on board where they could simply be placed. Just then, Zhang Haidai's line tightened once more. Jiang Han glanced over and saw it was a small fish, weighing roughly half a pound. Upon closer inspection, it was a butterfly fish, named for its stunning tail that resembled an unfurled fan. Some particularly exquisite butterfly fish can be prized as ornamental fish. Yet the one Zhang Haidai had caught was not particularly remarkable. He lifted the rod and, upon seeing the small catch, frowned momentarily before his expression softened. A smaller fish was still a fish. At least he had succeeded in catching one. This was, after all, his very first catch. Excitedly, he held the fish up for Jiang Han to see. "Han Ge, I've caught a fish." Although it paled in comparison to the earlier catch, the personal achievement felt distinctly rewarding. Jiang Han smiled back encouragingly. "Well done, keep it up." Zhang Haidai then noticed that Jiang Han's fishing rod was still bent, nearly at a 90-degree angle, much like the previous catch. "Han Ge, another big one." Jiang Han nodded, revealing yet another flounder. Many fish often appeared in schools. Flounders particularly enjoy lying on sandy bottoms, and Jiang Han spotted several more within the sand. Zhang Haidai promptly placed his butterfly fish into the storage compartment. This time, he had learned to be clever and stood ready with a landing net. As Jiang Han engaged in a tug-of-war with the fish, Zhang Haidai gradually discerned the creature's form. "Wow, Han Ge, another flounder. And such a large one. You are incredible." Flounders inhabit both coastal and deep-sea environments, Typically, villagers encounter smaller flounders while fishing along the shores, usually only the size of a few palms. Today, however, they were encountering specimens of remarkable size. Brother Han, it appears that the waters here run quite deep. Generally speaking, the deeper the water, the larger the fish. Zhang Haidai once again admired Jiang Han. Brother Han always chose the best spots. As they approached the right distance, Zhang Haidai lowered the landing net. Together, they managed to pull up a flounder. Jiang Han removed the hook and measured the fish again. It was an impressive 1.63 meters. To his delight, it was even slightly larger than the previous flounder. Jiang Han felt a surge of joy. He had never fished much before, and now he had caught such a sizable fish. The experience was remarkably enchanting, even addictive. No wonder those who love fishing often set out before dawn and return only after dark, undeterred by perilous fishing spots. It seems that fishing truly possesses a captivating allure. Jiang Han asked Zhang Haidai to take a photo of him with the fish, and after placing it carefully, he promptly shared the image on his social media. Catching such a large fish was indeed worth commemorating. Their location was quite close to Jiao Frog Island, so the signal was hardly affected. Soon, he felt his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket. Upon checking, he was astonished to find that within just 5 minutes, he had already received over 50 likes. Some of the names were unrecognizable to him. The class group chat also became lively. This time, Li Feiyue shared his photo in the class group. Li Feiyue, Jiang Han. Is that fish really that big? Hudanjin. No way, that fish is bigger than I am. Yuhi, I've lived this long and never seen a fish that large. Tiantian Wen. Who has tea? Lu Buhong, Jiang Han. That fish must be worth quite a bit, right? With so many inquiries directed at him, Jiang Han lacked the energy to respond to each one individually. So he opted for a unified reply. Jiang Han, the fish is undoubtedly real. As for its price, that depends on the buyer's offer. Shenren, would you sell that fish for 2,000 yuan? Shenren felt somewhat embarrassed by his offer, but having purchased some thunderstruck wood, he was left with little money. His bid was indeed met with laughter from his classmates. Yuhi, I'm serious. I'll offer 5,000. Jiang Han, will you sell it? Jiang Han's brow twitched. He hadn't anticipated that his wealthy classmates would show interest in his fish. Initially, he had valued the fish at around 2,000 yuan, but now he found someone willing to pay 5,000. He had another fish of similar size. If he sold both to Yuhi, could he really make 10,000 yuan? Jiang Han, Yuhi, it's not that I'm unwilling to sell it to you. It's just that transportation is quite inconvenient on my end. The fish is still alive, and if I transport it to you and it dies, not only will that be a loss, but it would likely spoil before reaching you. Yuhi pondered this, realizing that a live fish would allow him to please his clients, while a spoiled one would be unsellable and even unappetizing for himself. He glanced again at the image. Indeed, it was a magnificent fish. For those inland, such a sizable flounder is truly a rarity. It is a pity that this fish cannot be caught. Lu Buohong was nearly beside himself with frustration. Lu Buohong, what is this? What am I seeing? The price of a single fish is astonishingly higher than my monthly income. Jiang Han, well, I haven't sold it yet. Upon hearing Jiang Han's response, Lu Buohong felt a twinge of discomfort. Initially, they both started from the same point. Ever since Jiang Han returned to the fishing village while he remained in the bustling city, Lu Buohong began to feel that his starting point was superior to Jiang Han's. Yet, why could Jiang Han sell a single fish for more than his earnings? Even with that extra 500 yuan, he now only made 4,500 a month. Unperturbed, Jiang Han continued to fish. He spotted another flounder, though it was a bit deeper. He gradually lowered the fishing line, intending to place the sea worm enticingly before the flounder's mouth. Chapter 73. Encountering the big fish to his astonishment, a rapidly swimming sand eel unexpectedly seized his fishing hook. It was utterly unforeseen. This sand eel was even smaller than the previous phoenix tail fish, weighing roughly 3 or 2 ounces. Typically, sand eels are abundant near muddy shores. Yet he did not anticipate their presence here. The market value of such a fish is meager, and it hardly grows larger. He felt that the sea worms he had been using for bait were more valuable than this insignificant sand eel. With no other option, Jiang Han reluctantly brought the sand eel aboard. He removed it from the hook, but being so diminutive, he had no desire to keep it and simply tossed it back into the sea. Brother Han, what kind of fish is this? Why did you throw it back? It's a sand eel. You wasted a sea worm. Sea worms can be gathered from the mudflats, but although the sand eel isn't worth much, it does have a pleasant flavor. We could take it to the Hallowang restaurant and have Sister Fei prepare a bowl of soup for us. Zhang Haidai's comments resonated with Jiang Han. It is common for fishermen, driven by a certain sentiment, to release smaller catches back into the sea, allowing them to grow. This is considered a form of ecological preservation. However, sand eels do not grow significantly. A 3-ounce sand eel is already an adult. Moreover, Their adaptability to environmental changes is quite poor, and given the current heat, even if tossed back into the water, it would not survive for long. Having already squandered a sea worm, why not keep the sand eel? But reflecting on this was futile, as the sand eel had long since swum away. Jiang Han could only rebait his hook with another sea worm and lower it back into the water. The villagers often claimed that sand eels were gluttonous. Yet he had never witnessed this firsthand. Just as he placed the bait, the previously distant sand eel returned, its wide mouth eager to latch onto his bait. Frustrated yet reluctant to part with his sea worm, he swiftly released the line. Successfully catching a fish and merely attempting to catch one are two entirely different matters. Fortunately, sand eels are not particularly clever. When his bait sank deeper, it lost track of it. At last, Jiang Han positioned his bait in front of a flounder's mouth. To ensure the flounder could see it, he waved the bait before its eyes. Indeed, the flounder bit onto the hook. Jiang Han reacted swiftly, pulling in the line with all his might. When the flounder tugged fiercely, he had to occasionally release a bit of line. A tug-of-war ensued between man and fish. At that moment, Zhang Haidai had just caught a butterfly fish weighing around a pound. Although it would only fetch about 10 yuan, he was still immensely pleased. Turning around, he saw Jiang Han laboriously reeling in the line. "Brother Han, how are you so skilled? This makes 3 already. Other fishermen would be lucky to catch a single large fish in a day, yet you have reeled in 3 in succession." The sand eel did not count, of course. Jiang Han, having already caught 2 substantial fish, felt his arm grow weary. He handed the rod to Zhang Haidai. "Could you help me with this?" Zhang Haidai spat into his palms, feeling a wave of nervousness. He had never wrestled with such a large fish before. What if it got away? The psychological pressure was immense. What should he do? "It's all right. You can fish as you please. It's no concern if the hook comes loose." Jiang Han felt a camaraderie with Zhang Haidai, as if they were in the same boat. He could not rely solely on his own abilities. He needed to bestow upon his teammate unwavering trust. Zhang Haidai was deeply moved, feeling exceedingly fortunate to work alongside Han Ge. Nodding, he took the fishing rod, his arm noticeably sinking under the weight. The sensation of a large fish tugging at the line was indeed different. Fortunately, his daily workouts in prison had endowed him with considerable strength in his arms. Following Jiang Han's guidance, he skillfully managed the line. After several pulls, he sensed the fish drawing closer. Gradually, the shadow of the fish emerged. "Han Ge, it's another flounder," Zhang Haidai exclaimed once more. Jiang Han was well aware that it was a flounder. Within the range where he had anchored, these flounders were the largest catch. He had set out to catch precisely these fish. Observing that the distance was just right, it was now his turn to use the net to scoop the fish up. Like the previous 2, he measured this one as well. This time, it was slightly smaller, measuring 1 meter and 28 centimeters, yet it was still a sizable catch. Together, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai placed the fish into the storage compartment. Zhang Haidai also showcased his own catch, a phoenix tail fish, a sand glimmer fish, and 2 butterfly fish. Jiang Han was pleasantly surprised to discover that Zhang Haidai had managed to catch additional fish while he had been reeling in his own. The sand glimmer fish looked familiar. It seemed to be the one he had lost earlier. Glancing at the time, Jiang Han noted that 3 hours had elapsed since they left the dock, with 2.5 hours spent fishing, although fish bit shortly after he cast his line. The time spent reeling them in was excessively lengthy. Each large fish took over half an hour to pull in. Jiang Han suspected that his lack of experience might be to blame. In the realm of fishing, he was still a novice. At this point, both men were utterly exhausted. Zhang Haidai fared slightly better, but Jiang Han truly felt drained. They had to navigate the boat, fish, and endure the blazing sun. On such a sweltering day, even without exertion, the sun was relentless. Jiang Han shared some water with Zhang Haidai and distributed the tributes they had received. As Zhang Haidai enjoyed a succulent pear, he recognized the effort Jiang Han had put forth. "Han Ge, I want to obtain my boat driving license too." Presently, he felt utterly unqualified. If he could also operate the boat, at least he could relieve Han Ge when he grew weary. "Sure," Jiang Han replied, surprised by Zhang Haidai's ambition. "I spent quite a bit of money on my boat driving license, and I had no one to guide me through the practical training. If you require assistance from others, it could cost nearly 30,000. Zhang Haidai's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Does it really cost that much?" "Indeed, you need to think it through," Jiang Han cautioned, preferring to lay out the facts up front. "What's there to consider?" Zhang Haidai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I'll sign up to take the exam as soon as we return. I've been worried about having too much money and not knowing how to spend it." Jiang Han thought to himself, some things are better left unsaid. "Han, good. Shall we return?" Zhang Haidai inquired. Their vessel was ill-equipped for cooking, yet the need for sustenance persisted. "We could manage without going back. Your sister has provided us with ample provisions. A few fruits and biscuits, along with a slice of bread, would suffice to satisfy our hunger. However, I believe it would be wiser to return. The blazing summer sun on the open sea is quite unbearable, and regrettably, this boat lacks even a canopy for shade. I shall make a detour back. Jiawa Island is neither vast nor diminutive. Earlier, he navigated slowly, taking an eternity to encircle merely half of it. Now, he resolved to circle around from the rear. This portion of the island is predominantly characterized by mountains and rocks, with very few inhabitants. Nevertheless, the scenery here is exquisite. Due to the absence of a dock, vessels seldom venture this way. Moreover, having never owned a boat before, he was witnessing this side of Jiawa Island for the very first time. Han good, it is truly beautiful here. Chapter 74. The beach in the cave. Jiang Han found the scenery quite enchanting as he navigated his boat, captivated by the island's beauty. As he sailed to a certain spot, a sudden flash of light caught his eye. He frowned in confusion. How could a section of rock be translucent? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his observation. It was indeed transparent. Ever since he had bound himself to the extreme scanning system, his vision had significantly surpassed that of the average person. He was certain of what he saw. Through the rocky layers, he discerned a vast hollow in the heart of the mountain, though its complex structure made it difficult to discern clearly. Brother Han, what's wrong? Jiang Han noticed the boat's speed had noticeably decreased. Let us head over there and take a look, Jiang Han replied, steering the vessel toward the luminous direction. Even as they approached, Jiang Han failed to see anything particularly remarkable about the area. Brother Han, you're not searching for barnacles, are you? These barnacles tend to cling to sheer cliffs. The finest ones can fetch up to 10,000 yuan per pound, while even the ordinary ones sell for around 4,000 yuan. Foreigners seem to have a particular fondness for them. It's said that in some countries, several people die each year while harvesting them. Brother Han, this place is filled with trees. It's unlikely for barnacles to be here, he remarked. The rocky terrain bore a scant amount of soil, which, due to the island's temperate climate, had nurtured a lush expanse of greenery. I don't believe I possess such remarkable luck to find those. I'm merely observing the trees, Jiang Han replied. Jiang Han grew increasingly puzzled. What is so fascinating about these trees? Standing at the bow of the boat, Jiang Han parted the intertwining branches. Well, there is actually a cave here. Jiang Han exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Han, how did you discover this? With so many trees obscuring the view, I never suspected there was a cave here. Perhaps it's due to my keen eyesight, Jiang Han said casually. Jiang Han was thoroughly impressed. Brother Han, you always seem to uncover what others cannot. With so many people residing on Jiawa Island, you're likely the first to discover this cave. This type of cave, known as a sea cave, is formed through the erosive action of seawater. The entrance was small, yet the interior space appeared quite expansive. Brother Han, why is this cave so bright? Jiang Han pondered. Although the cave didn't seem long, he could clearly see the end, yet it exuded an unusual brightness. Logically, with the entrance obstructed and the back sealed, it shouldn't be so luminous. We'll find out once we go inside. At that moment, Jiang Han felt a twinge of apprehension. While he was not easily frightened, the thought of entering such a place unnerved him. Jiang Han smiled at Jiang Han. You can wait for me on the boat. I'll go take a look. Jiang Han instantly objected. Brother Han, it's just a cave, right? Since you're going in, I certainly must as well. Perhaps in an effort to showcase his bravery. Jiang Han jumped into the cave first. The entrance to the cave is situated rather low, with a small amount of water pooling at the threshold. Fortunately, it is not deep, reaching only to the calves. However, when Jiang Han jumped in, his shoes and pants were completely soaked, and the splashing water drenched half of his clothes. Jiang Han looked at Jiang Han in bemusement. He could have easily remained on the boat, or at least removed his shoes before entering. Jiang Han did not anticipate entering the cave in such a disheveled state. Having secured the boat, Jiang Han was more cautious. Learning from Jiang Han's misstep, he removed his shoes on the boat and, dressed in long sleeves and pants for sun protection, rolled up his pant legs to his thighs. He then stepped gracefully into the cave without causing any splashes or wetting his attire. Jiang Han, feeling somewhat envious, was uncomfortable in his damp clothing. While on the boat, he had refrained from removing his clothes, but here, he decided to shed them, convinced that the absence of sunlight in the cave would spare him from sunburn. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the terrain gradually elevated, allowing them to walk without stepping in seawater. With the expanding space, their view became increasingly panoramic. What initially seemed like a passage for one person now accommodated two side by side. Upon reaching the cave's end, Jiang Han thought their path had come to a halt. But Jiang Han veered to the side, revealing another opening. This new entrance was even more spacious than the previous one. Cold brother, is it possible for seawater erosion to take such a turn? Jiang Han pondered aloud. At that moment, a vast expanse unfolded before them, revealing a hidden beach nestled beneath the rocky landscape. Jiang Han glanced upward, where sunlight streamed through the crevices in the rocks. Though scant, it was sufficient to illuminate the cave's interior. In this expansive space, only a small patch of golden sand beneath their feet remained exposed, while the rest lay shrouded beneath the water. Using his system, Jiang Han scanned the underwater area, discovering an abundance of treasures concealed beneath the waves. When will the tide recede today? He inquired. Zhang Haidai checked his waterproof phone, relieved that it had sustained no damage from the earlier splashes. Cold brother. The tide will recede in half an hour. We shall wait for it. The sandy area they occupied was dappled with sunlight, while a few steps back plunged them into shadow. Jiang Han collected several twigs from the beach and instructed Zhang Haidai to drape his wet clothes over them to dry in the sun. They settled in a shaded spot, enjoying a moment of respite. The cave's breeze was remarkably strong. On this sweltering summer day, they found it surprisingly cool. Jiang Han marveled at the wonders of nature. If he were not mistaken, it was not the seawater that had turned, but rather that the two caves had somehow connected under certain conditions. As for the brightness of the first cave and the presence of a beach within the second, those mysteries remained unsolved. In such a comfortable setting, Jiang Han suddenly had an idea. He turned to Zhang Haidai and inquired, "Did you bring a lighter?" Zhang Haidai rummaged through the pockets of his sun-drenched trousers and produced a lighter. "Yes, Brother Han, it still works. In that case, shall we barbecue here while we await the tide's retreat?" The withered branches scattered around might have tumbled down from the crevice above. Regardless, there were enough twigs here for their grilling needs. Zhang Haidai, invigorated by the prospect, concurred, "Indeed. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a splendid environment for a barbecue. I happen to have caught 2 butterfly fish. They're not worth selling, so I'll bring them over to roast." Jiang Han nodded. "Go ahead and fetch them." Shortly after, Zhang Haidai returned, cradling the 2 butterfly fish. Jiang Han had already gathered a small pile of dry twigs. Utilizing his Swiss Army knife, he sharpened 2 small branches, skewered the fish, and placed them over the fire to grill. The aroma of the fish soon wafted through the air, while the sea gradually receded before them. Chapter 75, Barnacles in the Cave. Hangu. This is truly astonishing. Well, once we finish our meal, we shall gather shellfish right here. Butterfly fish are flat. Unlike flounders that swim lying down, butterfly fish, like many other species, swim upright. This type of fish is devoid of any fishy odor, making it most suitable for steaming. However, given their current circumstances, they are fortunate to have grilled fish at all. Han, good. I believe a sprinkle of salt would enhance the flavor during our next grilling session. Jiang Han concurred, thinking that a bit of salt would indeed be beneficial. He possessed an old, deformed pot at home. Though the bottom was intact and usable, its appearance was far from appealing, prompting him to purchase a new one. He planned to leave the old pot in this cave and bring along some seasonings next time. The number of branches available here is limited. Perhaps we should consider bringing some charcoal for our next visit? Zhang Haidai was the first to finish his meal. After wiping his mouth, he hurried to the boat to fetch the tools for gathering shellfish. Initially, he felt it was unnecessary to bring those items, as they had come to fish today. Little did he expect them to prove useful. He spotted a jellyfish desperately retreating into deeper waters as the tide receded. Zhang Haidai dashed over and ensnared the jellyfish with his net. Hangu, hurry. I can barely hold it. The jellyfish was substantial, appearing quite heavy. Zhang Haidai could only cover it with the net, unable to lift it entirely. Jiang Han approached with the largest bucket, and together they managed to place the jellyfish inside. As soon as it was deposited, the bucket was filled to the brim. Hangu, this is incredibly heavy, isn't it? Heavier than the fish we caught today. Jiang Han lifted the bucket for a moment and estimated it weighed around 70 pounds. You were fortunate not to attempt lifting it with a landing net, otherwise the pole would have snapped under the strain. So heavy, Zhang Haidai exclaimed. Jellyfish are indeed heavy. Some from the deep sea can weigh several hundred pounds. Hangu, what is the current market price for jellyfish? Zhang Haidai inquired. With such a hefty specimen, are we about to strike it rich? He had little understanding of seafood prices, believing that the heavier the catch, the more valuable it was. Jiang Han reflected on his visit to the seafood market, recalling that they priced jellyfish at 8 yuan per pound. This is wild caught, so we could likely double that price. Zhang Haidai struggled to calculate, but found himself perplexed. Jiang Han set the bucket aside. This area was devoid of others, alleviating any concerns of theft. This one should fetch around 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Haidai felt reassured. Indeed, the heavier the catch, the more it was worth. To net something valued at 1,000 yuan in one haul was exhilarating. Han, good. Sea cucumbers. Zhang Haidai nearly laughed aloud as the tide continued to recede, revealing more of the sandy beach. Numerous sea cucumbers lay scattered on the sand, just waiting to be collected. In other locales, if the elderly encountered such a bounty, they would rush to gather them, leaving no chance for the younger generation. However, At this moment, Jiang Han was merrily collecting items with a bucket, his 2 rows of teeth gleaming as he smiled broadly. This was the most effortless gathering of sea treasures he had ever experienced. The area was relatively vast, and at the farthest point, Jiang Han's system was unable to scan. As the tide gradually receded, Jiang Han discovered the emergence of another cave entrance at the end of the beach. Initially, he had merely hoped for a stroke of luck. If this body of water did not connect with the ocean beyond, the sands would remain concealed even at low tide. It appeared now that although the beach was surrounded by rocks, one section was indeed linked to the outside world. This particular gap could only be discerned during low tide. The appearance of this opening allowed a great deal of light to flood into the cave. As the water continued to recede, even Jiang Han noticed something clinging to the rocks nearby. "Brother Han, why are there so many barnacles on these rocks?" The vast expanse of rock was densely covered with barnacles, all of which were of the species known as sparrowbeak barnacles. Many barnacles are inedible. Just like those scraped off his boat the other day, only a small portion was fit for consumption. However, that small portion had been discarded by Jiang Han due to its contamination with paint. Yet, these sparrowbeak barnacles were entirely edible. At that moment, Jiang Han spotted a large sea turtle crawling nearby. Without hesitation, he scooped up the turtle. "Brother Han, you can't eat that. Quickly, put it down." Jiang Han chuckled. "Even you know this creature isn't for eating? Do you remember a Mao from the neighboring village? He caught a sea turtle and was reported. Fortunately, the turtle was consumed, and he was only fined 3,000 yuan. Otherwise, he would have spent more time in jail than I did." Jiang Han watched anxiously as Jiang Han held the large turtle, fearing for his friend's safety. Yet, Jiang Han, unfazed, produced a Swiss Army knife and aimed it at the turtle's head. Just as Jiang Han was about to rush in to intervene, he saw Jiang Han pry off a barnacle from the side of the turtle's head. As Jiang Han approached, he realized that the turtle was covered in barnacles. These barnacles had inflicted significant harm on the turtle, especially the one near its head, which, if left untreated, could fracture the shell over time. Unlike the sparrowbeak barnacles on the rocks, those on the turtle's body were shaped like a turtle itself. Is this a turtle barnacle? Jiang Han had heard someone mention before that barnacles resembling turtles were called turtle barnacles. I'm not certain. Such barnacles are rare, but they are certainly not beneficial. Jiang Han made several incisions on the flesh of the barnacle he had pried off to ensure its demise. He then proceeded to remove the barnacles from the turtle's back, mashing the flesh of each barnacle with his knife as he went. He continued until he had thoroughly cleaned all the barnacles from the turtle's back and belly. After washing the turtle in seawater, he returned it to the ocean. It was unclear whether the turtle understood that Jiang Han had aided it, but it turned back to look at him for quite some time. Jiang Han waved his hand, urging, "Let us depart. The tide has receded, and it is time to return home." The sea turtle seemed to comprehend, beginning its journey into the depths of the ocean. Jiang Han resumed his collection of sea cucumbers, soon filling a bucket to the brim. He then picked up another empty bucket, inquiring, "Brother Han, shall we pry off all the barnacles from the rocks? After all, these are of no value." If they were inedible, he would be disinclined to disturb them. However, since they were consumable, he was eager to pry them off, for it was both profitable and virtuous. "Brother Han, I have heard that these barnacles possess remarkable vitality. They can survive for days without water." Jiang Han's eyelids fluttered. "What did you say?" He had been preoccupied with other thoughts and failed to catch the entirety of the statement, sensing he had missed something significant. Jiang Han, somewhat perplexed, reiterated, "I mentioned that these barnacles are not of good quality." Chapter 76, ordered over 200 pounds. No, another line. These barnacles can survive for several days without water. A sudden thought flashed through Jiang Han's mind. The price of the barnacle, specifically the sparrowbeak barnacle, is approximately 20 yuan per pound in this region. However, if he could sell these creatures elsewhere, Jiang Han opened his phone and initiated a group video call. The classmates, upon seeing Jiang Han use this feature, were momentarily taken aback. "Hudanjin, Jiang Han, what are you doing?" "The corporate slave is still working." "Lu Buhong, working." "Yuhi, working." "Shunren, working." "Tiantian, working." "Tangqin, working." Jiang Han was truly speechless. Apart from Lu Buhong, the others were all engaged in their family businesses. These second-generation wealthy individuals had grown accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. Even if they started from the bottom, they would not regard their superiors with any respect. Each claimed to be working, yet they were perpetually chatting in the group. "Jiang Han, I have something wonderful to show you." As soon as this message was sent, Yui was the first to connect to the group call. He then beheld the breathtaking scenery in Jiang Han's video. Subsequently, Hudanjin, Tiantian, Tangqin, Shinren, one after another, joined the group video call. Even Lu Buhong entered. "Hudanjin, Jiang Han, where are you? It's so beautiful." Jiang Han only revealed a portion of the scenery, They were unaware that this beach was located within a cave. Jiang Han was somewhat possessive. He did not wish for this place to be discovered too quickly by others. He smiled at the screen, saying, "Of course, I'm in my hometown." He directed the camera towards the barnacles clinging to the rock wall. Tang Qin immediately screamed, "Oh my, what is that? It's so terrifying." Li Feiyue scrutinized the screen for several moments, concluding, "That must be a barnacle, right?" Jiang Han nodded, clarifying that this was a specific type of barnacle known as the sparrow-beak barnacle, which is edible and has a delightful flavor. "I cannot ship you that flounder, but I can send you these barnacles." These second-generation wealthy individuals, whose families were in the business sector, instantly grasped Jiang Han's intentions. "Yui, just tell us directly. How do you plan to sell these barnacles?" Their family owned an advertising company. It was small, yet they had many clients. A few clients had a particular fondness for pure wild seafood. "Hudanjin, I just checked online, and indeed, barnacles like this are being sold for about 30 to 40 yuan per pound." Jiang Han's lips twitched. Evidently, everyone was quite astute, recognizing the barnacle's resilience and ease of transport. It was no surprise that someone was selling them online. "Jiang Han, do you know where those online barnacles come from? Were they harvested from ships or from toxic and hazardous areas?" The group fell silent, genuinely perplexed by the origin of the barnacles. Jiang Han remarked, "The barnacles I have here are fresh and unpolluted, and quite sizable. Just look at their size. Can the barnacles available online compare to mine?" Jiang Han was confident, for these barnacles were indeed the largest he had ever encountered in his life. Once again, the group was enveloped in silence. Finally, Yui broke the quiet, inquiring, "So, how much do these barnacles cost?" He was simply curious about the price. Jiang Han replied, "I'm offering them at a flat rate of 60 yuan per kilogram, not including shipping." Although this price was higher than that found online, it was negligible for this group of affluent individuals. Yui responded, "Then give me 50 kilograms. Hudanjin interjected, "What do you need so many for?" Yui retorted, "That's none of your concern. I could buy them as gifts. Or if I can't give them away, I can always eat them myself." At approximately 3,000 yuan for 50 kilograms plus shipping, Yui felt it was a bargain. With Yui setting the precedent, others began to express their desired quantities. Jiang Han had initially thought few would be interested, yet out of the 42 classmates, an astonishing 25 placed orders for barnacles. Even Lu Buahong requested 2 kilograms to sample. In total, Jiang Han calculated that they ordered 235 kilograms. Hudanjin and Shunren each requested 20 kilograms, while many others opted for 10. Hudanjin warned Jiang Han, "If these barnacles are subpar, I want to pay." Jiang Han assured her, "No problem. All items can be paid for upon delivery. If you find them delicious, then you can settle the payment." Silence fell over the group once more. To them, Jiang Han was merely a fisherman, and they could not truly swindle a fisherman out of his money. Hudanjin then jested, "I was only teasing you, Jiang Han." She promptly left the group chat and transferred 1,300 yuan to him. "Hudanjin, the extra 100 yuan is for my shipping costs." Jiang Han, "That shouldn't require 100. I'll inform you after I ship it out." Hudanjin, "No need. Keep the extra for yourself." Shortly thereafter, the others also began to transfer their payments to Jiang Han. In less than 10 minutes, he had received a total of 100 yuan. Jiang Han did not click to accept the payments immediately. Instead, he searched through his array of fishing tools for something suitable. With so many kilograms of barnacles to pry off before the tide came in, they had to work swiftly, or they would have to wait until the next day. Jiang Han picked up a sand shovel, but after a few uses, his hands grew weary. He then switched to a spade, which made the task significantly easier. They had 4 buckets in total. 1 contained jellyfish, 2 were filled with sea cucumbers, and the last was soon brimming with barnacles. Zhang Haidai organized the buckets on the boat, and then returned the empty ones to the cave. "Come help me with the barnacles," Jiang Han said to Zhang Haidai. He was determined to fulfill his promises first. "All right," Zhang Haidai replied. Zhang Haidai, emulating Jiang Han, procured a shovel and commenced prying off the barnacles clinging to the rocks. These barnacles, encased in shells, possessed considerable weight. "Brother Han, with so many barnacles here, it's not just hundreds of pounds they could weigh. We could easily collect several tons. The abundance of barnacles in this area is truly astounding. Let us gather a bit more." Lacking a scale, they could only make rough estimations of the weight. It wouldn't do to collect too little. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Haidai. "Brother Han, with such a plethora of barnacles available, might I send some to my uncle?" Typically, Zhang Haidai refrained from making requests of Jiang Han, but the sheer quantity of barnacles compelled him. Jiang Han paused momentarily, realizing that despite their prolonged excursion along the shore, Zhang Haidai had yet to present anything to his uncle. Chapter 77. Grilled barnacles. In contrast to his parents, Zhang Haidai found his uncle to be remarkably benevolent. For him, His uncle was his only true relative, which seemed rather unfortunate. Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Haidai and remarked, "This situation is not ideal." Zhang Haidai immediately drooped his head and replied, "Brother Han, I only mentioned it casually. Please don't misunderstand. These barnacles are certainly meant for sale." Jiang Han was at a loss for words. How could his companion, who had accompanied him for so long, lack such basic understanding? "What I mean is, merely collecting these barnacles is insufficient. Sea cucumbers are highly nutritious and particularly beneficial for the elderly. You should also gather some sea cucumbers for them." Zhang Haidai was momentarily stunned. "Brother Han, are you suggesting I can gift barnacles?" Indeed, a modest assortment of both barnacles and sea cucumbers would suffice. However, let us forego the sea cucumbers for now. They are rather precious. Your uncle is aging and in poor health, and even if he desires something, he lacks the strength to venture to the sea. I'll gather some barnacles to satisfy his cravings." Jiang Han felt a sense of progress in Zhang Haidai. Previously, he would inquire his uncle for money despite knowing his poor health. At least now, he was considering giving him something. "I often share the treasures from our sea excursions with my sister. Since you regard your uncle as family, you should treat him kindly. Besides, all these sea cucumbers were gathered by your own hands. It is only fitting to present your own finds to your uncle." Unable to counter Jiang Han's reasoning, Zhang Haidai acquiesced. "All right, I will gather a bit of everything." As the two conversed, they diligently continued to shovel barnacles. Jiang Han's gaze drifted towards the beach, where he spotted numerous Pacific scallops, each larger than his own head. Initially, he intended to excavate the scallops, but he deemed it more pressing to focus on the barnacles. After filling 4 buckets, they transported their haul to the boat and returned for more empty buckets. They repeated this process several times, losing count of how many barnacles they had collected. Only when their arms ached and the tide began to rise did Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai retreat to the small stretch of sand where they had eaten grilled fish earlier. Having consumed a butterfly fish for lunch, they now felt both fatigued and famished, their arms feeling as if they belonged to someone else, sore and heavy. "Brother Han, shall we head back now?" Zhang Haidai inquired. "Let us rest a bit longer. The scenery here is delightful and tranquil. Resting here is no different from resting at home." Jiang Han replied, not in the mood to navigate the boat just yet. The two reclined in a relaxed manner, sprawled out in a shaded area, while the sea breeze wafted through the openings, enveloping them in a comforting embrace, even more soothing than air conditioning. Once they regained some strength, Jiang Han noticed a number of dry branches scattered across the beach. "Let us eat something before we return," he suggested, reigniting the fire. "What shall we have?" Zhang Haidai asked. "Let us feast on barnacles," Jiang Han replied, eager to sample their flavor. Zhang Haidai quickly sprang into action, saying, "Brother Han, there is a piece of wire mesh on the boat. I'll bring it over." This wire, approximately 50 centimeters in length, had been left on the boat from the beginning. Due to their proximity to the storage compartment, they initially overlooked the debris while cleaning the vessel. It was not until today, during the fish unloading, that it came to their attention. Jiang Han admonished against carelessly discarding waste into the ocean, prompting Zhang Haidai to refrain from tossing the iron mesh into the sea. Contemplating its disposal upon their return, they unexpectedly found a way to repurpose it. Zhang Haidai arranged some large stones by the fire and placed the iron mesh atop them. The barnacles they had pried off were positioned, mouths facing upwards, on the mesh to be roasted. Soon, the barnacles began to emit a tantalizing aroma. Jiang Han set aside the roasted barnacles to cool while placing a fresh batch onto the fire. "Brother Han, how do we eat these barnacles?" Zhang Haidai inquired. The openings of the barnacles were too small, revealing only pointed tips resembling bird beaks within. Attempting to grasp them with fingers proved futile. If they were at home, they could use tweezers to extract the meat. However, without tools at hand, did they need to resort to smashing the shells with stones? Such an approach would result in the loss of the precious broth inside. The savory juice from the barnacle was truly exquisite. Jiang Han offered his Swiss Army knife, advising, "First, pare away a bit of the shell, then use the knife to pry out the meat." Following Jiang Han's guidance, Zhang Haidai successfully extracted the meat. By this time, the shell had cooled, yet the flesh still emitted wisps of steam. Upon tasting it, Zhang Haidai was overwhelmed by the freshness, exclaiming, "Brother Han, this is absolutely delectable." He drank the broth from the shell as if it were water. The soup, infused with the essence of the ocean, encapsulated the quintessence of the barnacle, delivering an indescribable savor. "Brother Han, they say gooseneck barnacles are a delicacy, hailed as food from hell. Yet, I believe culinary preferences are subjective. I find gooseneck barnacles less enjoyable than these." Intrigued, Jiang Han asked, "Have you ever tasted gooseneck barnacles?" They were a rarity, seldom seen in markets, and when they were, the price was exorbitant. Even he had only heard of them without ever having tasted them. "I used to lead a rather aimless life. Among the group I hung out with, someone managed to procure gooseneck barnacles. They had no intention of profiting, so they shared them among a few friends. I must say, while they were fresh, the aftertaste was somewhat bitter. Jiang Han was taken aback. Is there something wrong with your palate? Such an expensive item tasted bitter? Jiang Han shrugged. I can't say for sure. It was bitter when I had it. Jiang Han was at a loss for words, having never experienced them himself. He decided to sample a barnacle, and indeed, the flavor was extraordinarily delightful. The birdbeak barnacles here surpassed any he had previously encountered. This time, he felt more confident in his merchandise. Selling them at 60 yuan per pound would surely yield a profit. Both Jiang Han and Jiang Han continued to indulge in several barnacles, despite their impressive size. The shells contained little meat, leaving the two grown men unsatisfied solely from barnacle consumption. Jiang Han then selected a few sea cucumbers to supplement their meal. He skillfully utilized a Swiss Army knife to make an incision in the abdomen of the sea cucumber, subsequently extracting its innards with precision. He then skewered 2 sea cucumbers together, crafting a total of 12 skewers, which were prepared for grilling. Once cooked, he and Jiang Han each indulged in 6 skewers, amounting to a total of 12 sea cucumbers consumed. Brother Han, do you think this will be detrimental to our health? He inquired. I've heard that sea cucumbers are highly nourishing. Many who consume them regularly only partake of one every few days. Consuming 12 at once makes me wonder if we might experience a nosebleed tonight. Surely not, as I've already selected the smallest ones. The larger ones are equivalent to 3 or 4 of the smaller ones. Chapter 78. Unloading. They treated it as if they had consumed 3 or 4 large ones. Jiang Han glanced at Jiang Han. Are you afraid? Afraid that your youthful vigor may get out of hand? How could that be possible? Jiang Han replied, his face flushed, as he bit off half of one. The taste of barnacles, followed by sea cucumbers, offered an entirely different sensation. Suddenly, Jiang Han felt an unparalleled joy in being alive, a feeling he had never experienced before. Previously, the distinction between being imprisoned or free, between life and death, held no significance for him. He merely felt like a life wasted. But now, he found himself wishing for longevity. Jiang Han's phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Buohong. Lu Buohong, Jiang Han, thank you. Jiang Han, are you expecting me to thank you? I appreciate you as my benefactor for purchasing 2 kilograms of barnacles. Lu Buohong, I am serious. You have helped me realize many things. Jiang Han sensed a disconnect with Lu Buohong. He struggled to comprehend his words. Lu Buohong, do you remember when I spoke to you about work? I stayed at my previous company for the sake of that 500 yuan. Lu Buohong, I always believed that remaining in the big city made me superior to you. Only those who fail leave the metropolis to return home. Lu Buohong, yet, today, you utterly shattered my arrogance and presumptuousness. In less than half an hour, you sold over 10,000 yuan worth of goods, all without any investment. Jiang Han, I do have costs. Refueling is quite expensive for me. Lu Buohong, I thought my choice to stay for 500 yuan was a pragmatic compromise. But your actions today made my compromise seem absurd. Lu Buohong, thank you. I have decided to resign. Life is short, and I must take responsibility for my own journey to live it splendidly. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. He felt he had said nothing significant, yet Lu Buohong was resigning. If he chose to leave, so be it. He had heard Lu complain about that job numerous times, overworked and constantly undermined. It was a job not worth keeping. Jiang Han, then I congratulate you on pursuing a brighter future. Lu Buohong, thank you. By the time Jiang Han and Jiang Han had eaten their fill, the sun had set. The sky was ablaze with hues of red, the evening glow casting a more beautiful light upon the landscape. The two of them boarded the boat and, accompanied by the twilight, made their way to the town's pier. Barnacles are unlike other marine creatures. They cannot be stored in a compartment. Furthermore, having harvested a significant quantity, they simply placed the barnacles on the deck of the boat. The dock workers, upon seeing such a bountiful catch, were left speechless. Currently, during the closed fishing season, nets could not be used, resulting in a scarcity of fishing boats at sea. The vessels that frequented the area were primarily those catering to recreational fishing. Once the ban is lifted, the fishing boats would be laden with legitimate catches. A group of dock workers, witnessing such an event for the first time, marveled at the sight. Young man, did you venture out to sea in that fishing boat? Surely, one does not require such a large vessel for a simple harvest, and can a single boat truly carry this many barnacles? Such a sizable boat must consume an excessive amount of fuel, no? They estimated the boat to be around 12 meters long, speculating that it would cost 600 to 700 yuan in fuel within an hour. However, Jiang Han had not actually spent much time navigating. He had merely circled the island repeatedly, likely expending only about 1,000 yuan in fuel. Jiang Han smiled at the dockworkers, explaining, if I hadn't taken such a large boat, I wouldn't have been able to carry so many barnacles. The workers pondered this, yet felt something was amiss. Young man, where did you find so many barnacles? This is an astonishing quantity. I stumbled upon them and simply collected them, Jiang Han replied, not entirely untruthfully. The workers ceased their inquiries. Jiang Han then called Meng Guo, asking, do you have a larger vehicle available? I have a substantial number of barnacles that need transporting. Meng Guo, bewildered, asked, how many barnacles do you have? A great many. We are already at the town dock. Confused, Meng Guo drove over in a pickup truck, her eyes widening in shock at the sheer volume of barnacles. Did you unearth the barnacles' lair? While barnacles are not rare, the quantity was unprecedented for her. You could say it's their lair, Jiang Han replied, glancing at the pickup truck Meng Guo arrived in. He had anticipated she would drive a three-wheeled vehicle, as there were few cars on the island, and even fewer young women who could drive. This was Jiang Han's first revelation that Meng Guo possessed driving skills. The pickup truck, being superior to a three-wheeler, was unexpected given her delicate demeanor. How much can your truck carry? Jiang Han inquired. It can handle 1,000 jin without issue. Realizing this capacity could accommodate his haul in one go, Jiang Han sought 2 loaders at the dock, offering them 50 yuan each. Gentlemen, could you assist us with the cargo? The loaders, pleased with their payment, replied, young man, you might need to make 2 trips with all this. Jiang Han was taken aback, insisting, my friend claims her truck can carry 1,000 jin. The loaders assessed the situation and replied, that seems unlikely. At that moment, Jiang Han recognized the discrepancy. In their minds, 200 jin of cargo was already considered substantial. Additionally, they needed to set aside some for others, estimating they would require around 300 jin. Should it exceed that, even 400 jin would be acceptable. They toiled tirelessly in the cave, shoveling and filling buckets, transferring their loads to the boat, and repeating the process. They remained unaware of the exact quantity of barnacles they had amassed. Now, gazing at the towering pile of barnacles, it was evident that they far exceeded 300 or 400 jin. One loader suggested, there is a platform scale at the dock. You place the barnacles into a sack and weighed them on the ground scale to ascertain the total. Jiang Han found this suggestion quite agreeable. Together with Zhang Haidai and the unloading workers, they filled the snake-skin bags with the barnacles. When they placed the bags on the scale, the numbers began to rise dramatically, leaving everyone astonished. They had accumulated an astounding 115 pounds. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had indeed procured over 1,000 pounds of barnacles. Meng Guo was equally speechless. It seemed they would indeed need to make 2 trips. They first loaded over 800 pounds of goods onto the vehicle. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to remain behind to supervise the remaining items, while he and Meng Guo climbed aboard the truck. Let me be clear, he stated. Our restaurant cannot accommodate such a large quantity. I doubt my relatives would accept such an abundance of barnacles either. Meng Guo had truly not anticipated that Jiang Han would acquire so many barnacles. Chapter 79. A kiss as Jiang Han spotted a packet of wet wipes in the car. He took one out to wipe his face, simultaneously drying the sweat. The quantity startled him. Fortunately, barnacles are deemed harmful marine organisms, and there are no seasonal restrictions on their harvesting. Otherwise, such a large amount would have drawn the attention of the authorities. How much can you collect? Meng Guo pondered for a moment. At most, around 200 jin. 200 jin is fine. My classmates also requested over 200 jin. That eliminates over 400 jin. He thought of gifting some to others, potentially clearing out 500 jin. Barnacles possess a robust vitality. Without water, they can survive for up to 6 days. Given a little seawater, they might even outlive themselves. Meng Guo turned to Jiang Han, exclaiming, wow, Jiang Han, I didn't expect you to find a new buyer so quickly. You won't stop supplying us, will you? Realizing he had misspoken, Jiang Han noted the young lady's sulky demeanor, reminiscent of a little hamster deprived of its acorn. Of course not. I would never withhold the goods meant for you. Didn't you like my posts on social media? I have 3 fish, all for you. Meng Guo's expression brightened. Those 3 fish aren't the ones your buyers rejected, are they? Don't be ridiculous. Those fish were always intended for you. Others have asked for them, but I refused. Moreover, those barnacles were prioritized for you. Feel free to select the best. What remains will go to others. After speaking, Jiang Han felt a twinge of guilt as he swallowed hard. He discreetly glanced at Meng Guo's expression, relieved to see that she was no longer pouting. Instead of heading to the front entrance, Meng Guo parked the car at the back door, closer to the warehouse. She instructed Jiang Han to stack the barnacles in the vacant space of the warehouse. While unloading, Jiang Han noticed Meng Guo assisting him. Dressed in a short t-shirt and shorts, her petite arms and legs strained to lift what she could manage. Just sit over there. I can handle this, he insisted. Feeling guilty for having her help, especially since they were already borrowing the restaurant's warehouse. After downing a bottle of water, Meng Guo stepped outside, soon returning with one of the restaurant's workers. Lao Xia, Please help Jiang Han unload everything from the car. Lao Xia, a kitchen hand who had seen Jiang Han a few times, was a good-natured fellow. Upon hearing of the request for assistance, he diligently got to work. Jiang Han, feeling somewhat embarrassed, slipped away to a nearby shop to buy a pack of cigarettes, handing them to Lao Xia. With the tobacco in hand, Lao Xia worked even more energetically. Jiang Han and Ming Guo returned to the dock, loading the remaining barnacles onto the vehicle. Next came the items from the storage unit. The sight of 3 enormous halibuts drew gasps from the dock workers. Did you catch these? Zhang Haidai asked proudly. Indeed, all thanks to Han Ge here. The crowd's gaze shifted toward Jiang Han, their perception altered. They had thought these 2 youngsters were merely adept at harvesting barnacles, only to discover their prowess in fishing such substantial catches. Additionally, they had 2 barrels brimming with sea cucumbers. Did you go tide pooling? At present, it is the closed fishing season, and no one would dare to cast their nets during this time. Moreover, the catch obtained through netting is fundamentally different from that gathered by beachcombing. Those at the dock can readily discern that these few fish were caught by fishing rods, while these sea cucumbers were foraged from the shore. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many sea cucumbers to be found on the beach. You must have dived to collect them, right? Zhang Haidai was about to speak, but upon seeing Jiang Han shake his head, he refrained from doing so. Diving is diving. After all, he had managed to collect quite a few sea cucumbers during his last dive. The dock workers began to marvel, noting how resilient the youth Ning was, capable of diving to gather sea cucumbers, while they could no longer manage such feats. At that moment, a staff member from the dock approached, inquiring whether their boat was staying overnight. Jiang Han had no intention of returning that evening. During the last boat trial, he had overheard his brother-in-law mention that some docks charge for overnight mooring. Surely, this staff member wouldn't he be asking him for money? How much does it cost for a boat like mine to stay for a day? Jiang Han asked. Are you from the island? We are from Shajiang village. Residents of the island receive preferential rates. For a boat like yours, it's only 100 yuan per day. Zhang Haidai was taken aback, exclaiming, 100 for a night? That is considered a discount? The mooring fee was surely not that exorbitant. The dock staff was equally astonished by Zhang Haidai's remark. For docking fees are typically higher than parking fees. How many people own boats? Vehicles are ubiquitous. You're still island residents. If you were from outside, for a boat of over 10 meters, it would cost at least 500 yuan per day. Jiang Han did not wish to argue. He too had not anticipated this. Upon reflection, it did make sense. They could dock their boat at their village's dock without charge. Yet, other boats docking at the village dock would incur fees. This was also the reason why the village committee of Zhangqi was eager to dispose of Zhangqi's boat. It occupied a spot at the dock for years, hindering others from docking and charging fees. Jiang Han paid the fee, resigning himself to spend the night there. After all, he could always choose to dock at the village dock in the future. 100 yuan could purchase many things. Upon returning to the warehouse, Meng Guo began weighing the items they had collected this time. She was surprised to find such a large jellyfish in the bucket. She instructed Jiang Han to take it out and place it on the scale, and it turned out to weigh a staggering 75 jin. Meng Guo was momentarily stunned. How could it be so heavy? No wonder Jiang Han had struggled so much while catching it. An additional 20 jin would be nearly equivalent to her own weight. Jiang Han, you must confess honestly. Did you truly gather this while beachcombing? Is it common to encounter such a large jellyfish while beachcombing? Did you perhaps use a net secretly? How could I possibly use a net? Jiang Han recognized that Meng Guo's skepticism was not entirely unfounded. Typically, beachcombing occurs in shallow waters, where encountering a jellyfish of such size is highly unlikely. Seeing that Meng Guo remained unconvinced, Jiang Han raised his hand, vowing to the heavens. If what I say is false, may before Jiang Han could finish his sentence, Meng Guo covered his mouth with her hand. He could only perceive the fragrant scent of her hand, and uncontrollably, he leaned in to steal a kiss. Meng Guo, frightened, quickly withdrew her hand. Her face flushed as she fled outside. Jiang Han stood there, momentarily stunned. What had he just done? It was merely the allure of the fragrance. How could he have crossed that boundary? Zhang Haidai, who had just tidied up the barnacles, approached with a bewildered expression. Why had Meng Guo dashed out? Was she unwell? Suddenly, Zhang Haidai exclaimed, Han Ge, why are you bleeding from your nose? Jiang Han calmly dabbed at the blood trickling from his nose with a tissue, dismissing the concern. What was all the fuss about? It was just from indulging in sea cucumbers. Zhang Haidai, looking skeptical, wondered why, despite consuming his fair share of sea cucumbers, he had not experienced the same issue. Before long, Ming Fei entered the room. Jiang Han felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, she wasn't here to hold him accountable on Meng Guo's behalf. Chapter 80. The goods have been shipped. Meng Fei cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Han, expressing her regret. I'm sorry, but Xiaogu suddenly feels unwell. Allow me to weigh these items. Is she all right? Jiang Han inquired with concern. Yes, fine, Meng Fei replied, though she was uncertain about Meng Gu's condition. Upon encountering her, Meng Gu had hurriedly covered her face and retreated into the restroom, calling out for Meng Fei to assist Jiang Han with the weighing. Meng Fei was taken aback by the sight of numerous bags of gooseneck barnacles on the ground. She opened one bag to inspect its contents and found the quality to be quite exceptional. Yet, she wondered why there were so many. I'll offer you these barnacles at 28 yuan per jean, and I'll take 200 jean from you, she stated. There is no distinction between cultivated and wild barnacles, as all of them are wild. On their island, the price for gooseneck barnacles typically reaches only 20 yuan per jean, so Meng Fei's offer was indeed generous. Thank you, Sister Fei, Zhang Haidai responded. There's no need for such formality, Meng Fei replied. Knowing that she was not adept at calculations, she pressed a few keys on her calculator. 28 multiplied by 200 amounts to 5,600 yuan. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Zhang Haidai, who had turned crimson without uttering a word. Meng Fei found herself at a loss for words. She then glanced at the already weighed jellyfish. The jellyfish we cultivate here isn't particularly expensive, but yours is large and wild. I'll give you 18 yuan per jean, totaling 1,350 yuan. Zhang Haidai's face broke into a wide grin. This jellyfish was his discovery. This time, Meng Fei regarded Zhang Haidai with admiration. It seems you possess quite a talent. His face reddened further at her praise. Meng Fei then turned her attention to a ribbonfish and a sandfish. Zhang Haidai promptly interjected, I also caught these. But they're too small. We'll keep them for our own consumption. Very well, Meng Fei responded, shifting her gaze to 3 flounders, each remarkably large. Who caught these flounders? Seeing that Jiang Han remained silent and stepped aside, Zhang Haidai spoke on his behalf. Brother Han caught them, but I assisted by netting them. Indeed, Jiang Han added. Without Haidai's help, I wouldn't have been able to land such large fish alone. The larger the fishing vessel, the more hands it requires. Many tasks cannot be accomplished by one person alone. Meng Fei's eyes twinkled with amusement as she recognized the bond between the two brothers. She then looked at Jiang Han, noting, the heaviest of your 3 fish weighs 55 jean, while the lightest is 43 jean. I'll offer you the highest price for wild fish, which is only 40 yuan per jean. On average, each fish is worth around 2,000 yuan. Meng Fei felt this price was somewhat low, especially since it was the closed fishing season, and such large wild flounders were rare. Some buyers would be willing to pay a premium. How about this? I'll try selling them for you. If someone is willing to offer a higher price, I'll take care of the sale. Jiang Han quickly expressed his gratitude to Meng Fei, acknowledging the significant help both she and Meng Gu had provided. Meng Fei smiled. You need not be so formal with me. If you have better buyers, you may contact them directly. Meng Fei conducts business with utmost transparency. Even if Jiang Han discovers superior channels in the future and refrains from selling her goods, she still acknowledges Jiang Han's character. Meng Fei went to inspect the sea cucumbers, and Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to give her the barrel filled with sea cucumbers, while keeping the less full one for himself. The barrel contained a total of 48 pounds. Today's price for sea cucumbers is 195 yuan per pound, amounting to a total of 9,360 yuan, excluding the halibut. I will provide you with a total of 16,310 yuan. Meng Fei consistently offers a little extra. This time, she added an additional 40. When Meng Fei sent someone to select the barnacles, Jiang Han also generously provided an additional 20 pounds. Ding! The host sold seafood for 16,350 yuan, earning 16,350 system points. Accumulated points from the last transaction, total system points, 18,287 points. Currently, you can consume 17,500 system points to redeem a scanning range of 35 meters. Would you like to redeem? Redemption successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 245 meters. Redemption successful. Remaining system points, 787 points. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Sister Fei, do you have any foam boxes here? Meng Fei pointed to a pile of foam boxes in the corner, saying, these are all we have left in the store. The rest have been discarded. Jiang Han glanced at the assortment of foam boxes, estimating around 30 or 40 in total. This is sufficient. Can we work here for a while? As the restaurant was about to close, Meng Fei contemplated and said, I will lock the front door, so when you finish, just exit through the back door and kindly ensure it is closed. All right, thank you. Jiang Han organized the chat records from the group into a document. Together with Zhang Haidai, he weighed the items according to the document and placed them into the foam boxes, labeling each one with the recipient's name. He retrieved the business card that Manager Fong had given him and made a phone call. Manager Fong, I need to ship over 200 pounds of goods. Can we expedite the process? We do offer expedited services. Is your cargo ready? Everything is prepared. Well, we have a large truck scheduled to depart before midnight tonight. Fortunately, someone is working overtime today. Have them prepare the paperwork, and your shipment can leave the island by midnight. Jiang Han was pleasantly surprised by the promptness. He had anticipated it would not be until the following morning. It seems keeping a manager's contact was indeed advantageous. They borrowed the restaurant's tricycle to transport the over 200 pounds of barnacles to the delivery point. After placing the order, Jiang Han took photos of each receipt and personally witnessed the goods being loaded onto the truck. He then shared the images of the receipts with the corresponding classmates. It was only at this moment that he collected their payments. Ding! The host sold seafood for 14,100 yuan, earning 14,100 system points. Accumulated points from the last transaction, total system points, 14,887 points. Currently, you can consume 12,500 system points to redeem a scanning range of 25 meters. Would you like to redeem? The exchange was successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 270 meters. The exchange was successful. The remaining system points total 2387. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Jiang Han recalled that there was still a considerable amount of goods in the hotel's warehouse. It was not a viable solution to let those items accumulate indefinitely, especially since Ming Fei and Ming Guan needed to conduct business. Early tomorrow morning. Let us first move the remaining barnacles to your rental property. If they cannot be cleared out in a timely manner, we shall have no choice but to return them to the village. Zhang Haidai had no objections. He also wished to avoid any disruptions to Ming Fei's business due to their matters. That night, Jiang Han slept in Zhang Haidai's rental property. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Ma Xiaomei had sent him a message 2 hours prior. Chapter 81. Great popularity at that moment. He was preoccupied with the matters concerning the barnacles and paid no attention whatsoever. Ma Xiaomei, I've been too busy these days and forgot to add you to the group. Now my sister and I have returned home. She insists on having that jar of crab sauce daily. She can't eat without it. Ma Xiaomei covers mouth and laughs. JPG. Ma Xiaomei, Jiang Han, are you there? Jiang Han, apologies, I just saw your message now. Ma Xiaomei, no worries. I'll add you to the group right away. Jiang Han was soon added to a large group of 500 members. The group was named Couch Surfers from All Corners of the World Group 5. Jiang Han paused momentarily, implying that there were 5 such groups. Upon seeing the group announcement stating that new members must change to their real names, Jiang Han changed his online name accordingly. Ma Xiaomei then sent Jiang Han a private message. Ma Xiaomei, we actually have 10 of these groups, and since there were vacant spots in Group 5, I added you. Jiang Han. After sending the private message, Ma Xiaomei posted in the group again. Ma Xiaomei, hello everyone. This is our new friend, Jiang Han. He resides on Jiaohua Island, which boasts incredibly delicious seafood. Ma Xiaomei then shared a photo of the seafood dried goods Jiang Han had previously sent them. Ma Xiaomei, Jiaohua Island's products are truly exquisite. Ma Xiaomei also posted the photo of Jiang Han holding a flounder from his circle of friends. Ma Xiaomei, this fish was caught by Jiang Han himself. Shi Jiwenhao, wow, what a massive fish. Tiantian, the ocean is so amazing. It has such large fish. Ruanyan, that fish is bigger than I am. Lu Xiaoming, Jiang Han, you are so impressive. Yi Tiantian, Jiang Han, that fish is so big. You can't possibly eat it all by yourself. Can you share half with me? Jiang Han was taken aback. How did Yi Tiantian end up here? Just then, a line of gray text appeared below. Yi Tiantian has been removed from the group chat by the group owner. Jiang Han then realized that the group owner was Ma Xiaomei. Ma Xiaomei sent Jiang Han another private message. Sorry, I forgot to kick her out of the group. Jiang Han's brow twitched. He couldn't shake the feeling that Ma Xiaomei had done it intentionally, waiting for the right moment to remove Yi Tiantian. However, he had no evidence to support this suspicion. Someone in the group tagged Jiang Han again. Wan Yin, Jiang Han. Could you please send me a package of the dried goods you provided the group owner? I'll pay you at market price, and I'll also cover the shipping. Lu Xiaoming. I want dried seafood too. Si Zining. Me too. Fang Dalong. 1. Shi Jiwenhao. 1. Tiantian. 1. Jiang Han had not anticipated such a channel for requests. Jiang Han. I currently don't have the dried goods in stock. However, I have some gooseneck barnacles. Does anyone want them? Jiang Han posted a photo of the gooseneck barnacles. Jiang Han. You can also find gooseneck barnacles online elsewhere, priced around 30 to 40 yuan. My price is slightly higher, at 61 per pound, excluding shipping. Lu Xiaoming. Wow, your goods are so expensive. Jiang Han remarked. Goods are indeed distinct from one another, and I possess unwavering confidence in my products. Not only are they substantial in size, but their freshness is unparalleled. For a moment, the group fell into a hush. After all, Jiang Han's pricing was double that of others, and shipping was not included. Typically, Those seeking to be couch surfers are young individuals, often with modest means, except for a few adventurous souls seeking thrills and life experiences. Individuals from well-to-do families would invariably opt for hotels when traveling, rather than staying on someone else's couch. Just as Jiang Han began to waver in his resolve, Ma Xiaomei arrived to bolster his spirits. You have such exquisite goods, yet you haven't mentioned them to me directly. I desire everything from your island. Ma Xiaomei transferred 1,200 yuan to him. Please send me 20 jin. As for the shipping fees, I can pay upon delivery. He. I can indulge in premium seafood again. My sister will surely be delighted. Ma Xiaomei's order was like a dam breaking. Si Zining timidly inquired, may I purchase 1 jin? Of course. Jiang Han replied, as long as it's 1 jin or more, including 1 jin. He found smaller quantities to be rather cumbersome, although the customer is king. He was reluctant to package half a jin. Then I shall take 1 jin, Si Zining said. I reside in the southern province. How much will the shipping cost to my location? I'm not certain. I'll inform you once I prepare the invoice, Jiang Han replied. All right, thank you. Si Zining transferred 60 yuan to Jiang Han. Tianjui's, I would like 2 jins. Tianjui's transferred 120 yuan to Jiang Han. Fang Dalong, I want 4 jins. Zhang Dalong transferred 240 yuan to Jiang Han. Lu Xiaoming, I'll take 1 jin as well. Lu Xiaoming transferred 60 yuan to Jiang Han. As Jiang Han observed the continuous influx of transfer notifications, he was momentarily taken aback. Although the quantities requested were modest, the sheer number of orders was overwhelming. The class group comprised only 42 individuals, yet this group boasted 500 members. Ma Xiaomei sent him a private message. Would you like me to help promote it in other groups? Jiang Han wiped the sweat from his brow. Perhaps not just yet. I currently have over 600 jins of surplus. Suddenly, he feared that he might not have enough to go around. As he recorded and calculated the required quantities, an unexpected individual chimed in. Gao Yangzhou, no wonder the group is so lively. It turns out you're selling the exquisite species of barnacles. I adore this product. And so do my parents, uncles, aunts, and siblings. Gao Yangzhou, Jiang Han, please give me 100 jins. Gao Yangzhou transferred 6,000 yuan to Jiang Han. In an instant, Jiang Han found himself with merely 55 jins of stock remaining. He had promised Zhang Haidai to send some to his uncle and planned to send some to his sister as well. Just as more orders began to flood in, Jiang Han hastily intervened. Dear friends, I am grateful for your generous support, but I regret to inform you that I am out of stock. When I have the goods, I will prioritize informing everyone. Zoli, how could they be sold out so quickly? I was just busy with other matters and only now noticed that you were selling barnacles. Yuan, I just saw it too. I also enjoy eating barnacles. Jiang Han, I sincerely apologize, everyone. If you still wish to have them, please let me know, and I will take your details. Should new stock arrive, I will ensure you receive it first. The group chat has ignited a wave of pre-orders. A few individuals who had just successfully placed their orders, seeing the surge in demand, decided to place additional orders for themselves. Jiang Han was taken aback. The amount of pre-orders had already exceeded 800 jin. If that cave continuously yielded barnacles, could he potentially amass wealth solely from them? Jiang Han slept soundly, now devoid of any concern for the goods. Chapter 82. A bit excessive upon awakening the following day, Yui sent him a message early in the morning. Yui, has your shipment been sent out? Jiang Han, it was dispatched last night. I even sent you a picture of the delivery slip. Above his message lay the photograph of the shipping receipt. Yui, then please send me another copy. My father praised me, saying that the clients adore such genuinely wild and authentic fresh goods. He has asked me to procure another 100 pounds. Jiang Han, there are none left. Yui, how can there be none? Jiang Han, there simply are none. Yui, but I saw plenty on the rocks the other day. Perhaps feeling that typing was inadequate to convey his frustration, Yui called directly. Jiang Han, do not jest with me. I was finally praised by my father. You cannot withhold the goods from me. If you refuse, I will not let this matter rest. Jiang Han had only encountered aggressive selling before. This was his first experience with someone determined to buy. My dear fellow, those items on the rocks must be pried loose before they can be sold. Then hurry and pry them loose. Those 100 pounds are worth 6,000 yuan. You wouldn't want to forego that, would you? Jiang Han, naturally, did not wish to relinquish any monetary gain, yet he raised his arm and felt an intense soreness. Yesterday, he had felt fine, but today the discomfort surged through him. Can it wait a couple of days? I will add an extra 500. Jiang Han's eyelids twitched. That was quite an increase. I will add another 500, totaling 1,000. Very well, I shall go and retrieve them today. After hanging up, he received Yui's transfer notification. Yui transferred 7,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Yui, accept it now. Jiang Han, I will accept it once I have shipped the goods. Yuhi, just accept it now. If he accepted it, there would be no turning back. Jiang Han. Yet he still did not accept. At this moment, not only was his arm sore, but his entire body ached significantly. The importance of eating seemed to fade away, and he set his alarm. Falling back asleep for another 2 hours. Jiang Han was also exhausted and rose later than usual. By the time they awoke, it was already past 10. Brother Han. What shall we do today? Jiang Han wiped his face, awaiting Jiang Han's instructions. We shall go to the restaurant to sort the goods and send out those items. Jiang Han was taken aback. Brother Han, you are mistaken. You already dispatched the goods yesterday. He had assisted with the shipping the day before. Yes, but additional orders have come in. Jiang Han stood frozen, recalling that both of them had been quite fatigued the previous evening. And he had collapsed into bed without a second thought. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Han had entered his room and had not emerged since. Had he quietly sold the goods? Brother Han, how many pounds did we sell this time? He recalled that Jiang Han's classmates had collectively purchased over 200 pounds. If they could sell another 200 pounds, it would be splendid. I reserved 55 pounds for us. Jiang Han was utterly stunned. What language was Brother Han speaking? A total of 115 pounds of barnacles had dwindled to merely 55 pounds? So they have sold out completely? Hurry up, there are still numerous tasks to accomplish today. It is already 10:30. The tide receded yesterday at 1 p.m, and today it will recede at 2. They had better reach that hole before 2 o'clock. Upon hearing Jiang Han's urging, Jiang Han quickly followed him out. Today's situation is considerably more troublesome than yesterday's. Each person had a substantial amount yesterday, with only about 20 individuals needing to be packed. Today, however, the number of packages required has astonishingly risen to over 150. Brother Han, we are short on foam boxes from the restaurant. Jiang Han instructed Jiang Han to continue sorting the goods while he stood up to pour himself a glass of water and took a sip. He then called Manager Fong. Jiang Han explained his situation. Don't worry, I'll have someone deliver some shipping labels to you. Just fill them out and stick them on. We also have the foam packing boxes in our warehouse, but we will have to charge you for them. What are the charges? Jiang Han had never intended to take them for free. The 3-kilogram boxes are 10 yuan each. The 20-kilogram ones are 15 yuan each. All right, I will come and pick up the foam boxes. Jiang Han checked the prices of foam boxes online, discovering that they are at least 1/3 cheaper. He decisively ordered 100 of various specifications online. Noting that he would need to pick them up from the district, he did not hesitate, as Jiang Han would be heading there to learn how to operate a boat, so he could assist with the shipping. When Menggua entered, she was astonished to see them packing boxes and affixing shipping labels. No way, did you find a new buyer so quickly? Jiang Han smiled at Menggua. Yes. Thanks to you. Menggua had initially believed that even if he found a buyer, it would not consume too much, considering the mountains of barnacles still piled high. However, when she returned after a flurry of activity, she was taken aback to see that all the barnacles had been packed, leaving just a small amount in the corner. Menggua exclaimed in surprise, "You sold them all?" Indeed. Jiang Han took 5 pounds from the remaining 55 pounds and handed it to Menggua. This 5 pounds is for you as a snack. Menggua quickly waved her hands. No need. My sister said you gave us an extra 20 pounds yesterday. Yet Jiang Han insisted on giving her the 5 pounds, feeling it was still insufficient. Menggua had assisted him immensely, and he intended to buy her a little gift as well. Jiang Han checked the time. Xiaogua, could you prepare a few dishes for us? We will drop these items off at the courier station and come over. Do you need me to drive you? No, it's lunchtime, and the restaurant is quite busy. Jiang Han replied, not wanting to trouble Menggua. Now that the barnacles were packed in foam boxes, the volume of the goods had significantly increased. Jiang Han and Jiang Han borrowed a tricycle from the restaurant and made 3 round trips to deliver all 657 pounds of goods to the courier point. They returned the tricycle to the restaurant, where their table of dishes had already been served. The sandfish had indeed been turned into soup. Jiang Han looked gloomily at the fish head, feeling he had already given it a chance. Consequently, it repeatedly sought to collide with his dining table. It is often said that the October sandlight fish soup is exquisite. The flavor of the sandlight fish is at its finest during winter. Although it is summer now and lacks the winter's taste, its freshness compensates for it. In their haste, Jiang Han and Jiang Han devoured their lunch voraciously. After finishing their meal, they returned to the village in their boat. Jiang Han made a call, instructing his sister to come collect the gooseneck barnacles and sea cucumbers. He also sent Jiang Han to deliver the fresh goods to his uncle. Meanwhile, he began to prepare at home. He gathered the pots and seasonings from his kitchen and inquired with Aunt Ho-Hot next door to purchase some charcoal. Rural folk often use wood-fired stoves to roast chestnuts and bamboo shoots. When they utilize large logs, they invariably leave behind a considerable amount of charcoal. Chapter 83. Prosperity through sea cucumbers. When Jiang Feng arrived, She found her brother Jiang Han in a state of great urgency, leading her to believe that something dire had occurred. What are you doing? Are you preparing for battle? And you've even brought charcoal? Jiang Han gestured towards the side hall, indicating the sea cucumbers and sea urchins. Help yourself, he said. Jiang Feng chose not to approach, instead placing the 2 jars of bayberry liquor she had brought on the table. Last time I asked you to take some, you didn't tea. Are you heading out to sea again today? She had never witnessed her brother so frantic before. Yes, we are setting sail. Jiang Feng observed as her brother packed a broken pot and a bent ladle into his bag. What are you doing with that? Jiang Han hesitated for a moment. Well, there is plenty of space on the boat, so I thought I might as well keep it. Who knows when it might come in handy? Jiang Feng considered that his boat was hardly convenient for cooking. However, being a student at a prestigious university, his thoughts were undoubtedly different from hers. An individual who had only completed middle school. It's sweltering out. I'm worried you might suffer from heat stroke. Give me an empty bottle, and I'll prepare some bayberry liquor for you. The islanders often consumed aged bayberry liquor or bayberries soaked in liquor to combat heat stroke. Huaxiang Jingqi water was of little use in comparison. Jiang Han handed her an empty bottle of nutritional drink, which had a wide opening. After washing it out, Jiang Feng filled it with liquor and added several bayberries. Although Jiang Han would be operating the boat and wouldn't be able to enjoy these treats, he didn't bother to explain. It was sufficient for Zhang Haidai to partake. If he did suffer from heat stroke, he could manage with just a few bayberries. Zhang Haidai arrived swiftly, aware that Jiang Han was waiting. Sister, we're leaving now. Please remember to close the door behind you. Jiang Feng felt exasperated. Were young people so busy even when returning to their hometowns these days? She returned to the side hall to inspect the items Jiang Han had left for her. In addition to the sea cucumbers, he had surprisingly gifted her an abundance of sea urchins. These were precious commodities, and given that when Sean worked tirelessly every day, he certainly deserved to consume some sea cucumbers for nourishment. She decided to keep half for Sean and sell the rest to save money for her brother. Once aboard the boat, Jiang Han glanced at the time and finally relaxed. Ding. The host has sold seafood for 10,000 yuan, earning 10,000 system points. Cumulatively, the total system points, 12,378 points. You may now consume 10,000 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 20 meters. Would you like to proceed? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 290 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,387 points. Please continue to work diligently, host. Startled by the sudden system notification, Jiang Han pulled out his phone to check his bank account, which showed a deposit of 10,000 yuan from Menghua. He was astonished to discover that his scanning range had now expanded to 290 meters, significantly enhancing his vision. Presently, while at sea, he found that he could even discern a specific feather on a seagull standing 250 meters away. The phone call from Menghua came through. Jiang Han, my sister asked me to transfer 10,000 yuan to you. Have you received it? Yes, I have. Did those 3 fish sell so quickly? A boss took a liking to them at first glance and bought all 3. It seems your luck is quite good. Jiang Han smiled, saying, thanks to you all. Without your assistance, I wouldn't have been able to sell them at such a high price. You certainly have a sweet tongue but lack concrete actions. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. What kind of concrete actions do you want? I wouldn't know. That's for you to figure out. I must go now. My sister is calling. With that, Menghua hung up the phone. Jiang Han suddenly turned to Zhang Haidai. What do you think is a good gift for a girl? Zhang Haidai was taken aback. Brother Han, why the sudden inquiry? The sisters Meng Fei and Menghua have helped us immensely. We ought to express our gratitude somehow. Zhang Haidai pondered this. He now had considerable funds and had long wished to buy a gift for Meng Fei, yet he remained uncertain about what to choose. Initially, he thought of buying her clothes and searched online. Is it appropriate to gift clothes to a girl? He was met with a plethora of diverse comments. On Valentine's Day, I bought clothes for my girlfriend, but she ended up dressing the dog in them, claiming they were too small for her. My girlfriend used the outfit I bought her as a rag, saying it was ugly and tacky. There was a girl I was close to, but after gifting her a set of clothes, she broke up with me. Clearing his throat, Zhang Haidai mused. Aside from clothing, other gifts should be fine, right? Jiang Han concurred, thinking that clothing might not be the best choice, as everyone has different tastes, and with so many options available, he had no idea what style to select. Perhaps I should do some more research online when I get home. Noticing Zhang Haidai's distracted demeanor, he asked, what else on your mind? Zhang Haidai contemplated for a moment before responding. I find my uncle quite peculiar. At first, when I brought him something, he thought I was up to no good and wanted to hit me. I assured him that it was something I had gathered from the sea. He sighed but seemed quite happy when I left. Jiang Han chose not to comment further. Zhang Haidai's family circumstances were indeed lamentable. observing Zhang Haidai's bewildered expression. He thought that sometimes living without a care could be quite pleasant. By the time they reached the cave, there was still a bit of time before the tide receded. Jiang Han decided to handle the unfinished tasks. Earlier, fearing he wouldn't have enough time, he had only taken photos of the delivery slips on his phone without sending them. Now, he meticulously sent them one by one and received their transfers in the process. Ding! The host has sold seafood for 420 yuan, earning system points of 39. 420. Total accumulated points, 41,807. You can now consume 40,000 system points to exchange for an 80-meter scanning range. Do you wish to exchange? The exchange was successful, and the host now possesses a scanning range of 370 meters. The system also confirmed the remaining points, totaling 1807. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts. At this moment, he no longer needs to calculate the total on his own, as the system has already done so for him. To his astonishment, he had sold nearly 40,000 yuan worth of barnacles this time. He could distinctly see, far beneath the sandy beach, not only the large ezo scallops, roughly the size of his face, but also the vividly colored crimson scallops. Jiang Han calculated that the barnacles he harvested yesterday had generated a total of 59,120 yuan. This revelation truly astonished him. He felt that he could indeed amass wealth by selling barnacles. Upon assessing the total earnings from yesterday's batch, he found it amounted to 79,870 yuan. Jiang Han promptly transferred 8,000 yuan to Zhang Haidai. Brother Han, how could you have so much? Zhang Haidai was increasingly convinced that money was endless. Indeed, there is that much, Jiang Han replied. However, every boat trip incurs considerable expenses, such as fuel. Have you accounted for these costs? Additionally, there is the docking fee. Just for one night yesterday, they charged us 100 yuan. Zhang Haidai sought to help Jiang Han save some money. Chapter 84. How could there be so many? Jiang Han truly did not reduce the costs. Take this. Just accept it. The commission he offered was already modest. Jiang Han then informed everyone of the courier fees they each needed to pay. Soon, he had gathered all the shipping fees. Jiang Han felt that engaging in such trivial tasks was quite a waste of time. He wondered if his sister would be willing to take on such work. If she were, he would be more than happy to compensate her. Yet he feared she might refuse to accept any money. At that moment, the tide began to recede slowly. Having experimented with several tools yesterday, he ultimately found that using a shovel was the most efficient. There was a section of the rock wall that did not receive any sunlight. Since there were no onlookers, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai decided to strip off their shirts and work bare-chested. After yesterday's labor, their arms were already quite sore, and at this point, they were truly gritting their teeth to endure. They worked for about an hour, took a sip of water, rested briefly, and then continued their efforts. Yu Hushing, fearing Jiang Han would neglect his request for barnacle prying, called to urge him on. Jiang Han's temper flared. Be quiet. If you keep bothering me, I'll ship to everyone else and leave you out. Yu Hushing immediately hung up, no longer daring to disturb Jiang Han. Once they finished their tasks, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai lay exhausted on the beach. Brother Han, the tide is rising. Jiang Han felt too weary to move. Gazing at the densely clustered barnacles on the rock wall, both he and Zhang Haidai were somewhat bewildered. They believed they had pried off a sufficient amount. Yet in comparison to the total, it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Just how many barnacles were there? Last time, he estimated there were a few tons. Yet it still seemed inadequate. Perhaps there were over 10 tons, or even more. Brother Han, if this place remains undiscovered, can we continuously profit from these barnacles? It seemed their immediate future would not be too bleak. The two of them rested for over an hour. During the last ebb, Jiang Han had not had time to gather the scallops hiding beneath the sand. Fortunately, Zhang Haidai hurriedly returned with 6 sea urchins. Jiang Han had packed instant noodles. Now both were hungry, so they decided to use their battered pot to boil 2 packets of noodles. While the noodles cooked, they donned gloves and cut open the sea urchins. Among the 6, 2 were purple sea urchins and 4 were green sea urchins. Jiang Han had brought salt and vinegar, but had forgotten the mustard. He simply poured the yellow roe from the purple sea urchin into the cooked noodles. Zhang Haidai imitated him, adding the roe from his own purple sea urchin. Though the flavor of the purple sea urchin was reminiscent of crab roe, it had a slight fishiness. The last time they had collected sea urchins near the 4 gates, they were primarily purple sea urchins. The strong flavor of the instant noodles nicely balanced the fishiness of the purple sea urchin. The green sea urchins, on the other hand, were delectable and much more expensive than the purple variety, and they could be enjoyed raw. Jiang Han forgot to bring chopsticks and spoons, but there were still a few dry twigs nearby, sufficient to fashion 2 pairs of chopsticks. Both Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai each took 2 twigs as chopsticks to enjoy instant noodles with sea urchin. Such sizable sea urchins, if sold at retail, would likely fetch around 100 yuan each. Their meal of seafood instant noodles amounted to over 200 yuan per person. While the flavor of purple sea urchin may not rival that of the prized black sea urchin, mixed into the noodles, it imparted a unique savor. A few bites of noodles followed by a taste of black sea urchin brought immense satisfaction. Brother Han, I heard there are many black sea urchins over in Little Days. Though they are pricier than here. I wonder how they taste, Jiang Han mused. Jiang Han leisurely savored the urchin's roe, noting that the high price of goods in Little Days stemmed from their imported nature. Some individuals merely preferred everything imported, yet he believed that the local flavors were superior. Just consider the expensive imported fruits. Their taste was often comparable to the inexpensive varieties found domestically. Jiang Han pondered this, realizing that high price does not equate to superior quality. He took another bite of the delectable black sea urchin, convinced that the offerings from Little Days could not surpass what they were enjoying. As they returned, their boat was laden with many barnacles. Jiang Han decided to mention the barnacle matter to Jiang Feng. Sister, could you head to town? I'm truly overwhelmed with tasks. Please help me with the registration, collecting payments, and sorting. I can give you a 10% commission. Are you really that busy? Wait for me. I'll go to town now. You needn't worry about the payment. Jiang Feng, recalling her brother's urgent demeanor earlier that day, genuinely believed he was swamped. If you're not taking payment, I won't need your help. I can pay someone 100 yuan an hour to assist me. Jiang Feng was startled by his suggestion, thinking it wasteful. All right, 10% it is. I'll accept your payment. Jiang Han sighed in relief, asking, is Lingling and Woman all right? They're fine. Yet one next door is available. I can ask her to keep an eye on them. Hearing this reassured Jiang Han. He created a new group and shared the QR code from his old group, Tiantian High Bay Couch Surfers Group. After all, it wasn't appropriate for him to constantly sell seafood in a group meant for travelers. He named his new group, Seafood Freedom Shopping Group, and included his sister Jiang Feng. Jiang Han, for those who have pre-ordered barnacles, please move to the Seafood Freedom Shopping Group. In no time, over 200 individuals joined the group, including some who had not previously placed orders. Jiang Feng was taken aback as the previously small group suddenly swelled with hundreds of members. Each new member triggered a system notification, causing her phone to vibrate incessantly. Once the influx slowed, Jiang Han shared a photograph of the barnacles in the group. Jiang Han, today's freshly harvested barnacles are ready for orders. I see several friends who did not place orders yesterday are here now. The quantity remains limited today. Those who have made reservations are encouraged to place their orders first, with any excess subsequently allocated to others. The group chat has once again come alive. Jiang Han's phone vibrates incessantly. Members are reporting their weights in increments of 2, 4, and 5 G. Some discrepancies have arisen compared to the initial reservations, so the current amounts will prevail. Jiang Han instructed Jiang Feng to compile the statistics, and upon completion, Jiang Feng was left dumbfounded. The total demand for barnacles reached an astonishing 920 G. After the members reported their weights, they proceeded to transfer the payments within the group. Jiang Feng calculated that her brother was selling the barnacles at an impressive price of 60 yuan per G. Remarkably, their family had consumed 10 G just yesterday. Goodness, they spent 600 yuan for a single meal. Furthermore, the total price for 920 G amounts to a staggering 200 yuan. Her brother mentioned he would share 10% of the earnings with her. 10% of 200 yuan is 520 yuan. Jiang Feng was utterly astounded. How could there be such an amount? Chapter 85. The sound of coins clinking was quite soothing, and Jiang Feng had a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. Yet she refrained from disturbing Jiang Han. She hastened her pace towards the town. After waiting for a while at the dock, she spotted Jiang Han navigating the boat towards her. Upon seeing the mountain of barnacles piled on the vessel, a sense of relief washed over her. Initially, she had been concerned whether her brother could manage such a substantial quantity, but it was evident that every action he took was meticulously planned. You deliberately brought me money, didn't you? Jiang Feng's expression was taut, betraying no hint of her emotions. Sis, I genuinely need more hands. It is said that one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. If I do not let this bounty flow to you, where else should it go? The tension in Jiang Feng's face finally broke, and a smile crept onto her lips. You may be well-read and articulate, but this time, Jiang Han did not summon Menghua. He had already coordinated with Manager Feng, and once Zhang Haidai disembarked, he would retrieve the phone boxes and the lists. He also enlisted 2 workers to pack the barnacles into burlap sacks and weigh them on the scales. This time, the haul exceeded the last, amounting to 220 pounds. Jiang Han discreetly handed a pack of cigarettes to the dock management staff to borrow a small section of the yard. When Zhang Haidai returned, Jiang Feng and he set about packing and labeling the goods. The task of processing the orders and sending the courier slips to clients was also delegated to Jiang Feng, which greatly alleviated Jiang Han's workload. His group had ordered 920 pounds, and with the additional 100 pounds requested by Yuhi, the total reached 1,020 pounds. This left an excess of 200 pounds. Jiang Han then shouted in his group chat, "Jiang Han, there are still 200 pounds available. Who else wants some?" Swiftly, those who had not signed up last time began to express their interest. Perhaps the limited supply had sparked their enthusiasm. This time, the quantities requested were substantial, averaging over 10 pounds each. Only 9 individuals made requests, and in no time, 198 pounds were claimed. Jiang Han quickly called for a halt. "Jiang Han, only 2 pounds remain. Who wants them?" Those final 2 pounds were immediately reserved. Had there been more available, one individual would have requested additional quantities. This time, Jiang Han and his team left nothing for themselves. With their newfound proficiency in handling the business, the process was significantly swifter than the first time. Moreover, with Jiang Feng's assistance, everything progressed even more efficiently. Though Jiang Feng had only a middle school education, she was meticulous and quick-witted, ensuring that tasks were completed both rapidly and accurately. By the time they finished, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The dock staff approached them again, inquiring about the handling of their boat. Docking at the town pier was free for the first hour, but they had long surpassed that limit. For boats from outside the island, the charge was 50 yuan for every hour over. For those from within, it was 10 yuan. Jiang Han's boat had been docked for over 3 hours. He paid the 50 yuan. "I'll leave after I finish my meal." "Hanga, aren't you staying in town?" "Yes, but I prefer to sleep at home. A golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own grass nest. I find it more comfortable to sleep in my own home." At this hour, the Healei restaurant remained open. Jiang Han called manager Fong from the delivery station, inviting him to join them for a late-night meal. Jiang Feng glanced at the time. Ling Ling and Wan Wan were still at home, so she decided to head back first. When Jiang Feng had arrived, the sky was still bright, but now it had turned dark. Concerned, Jiang Han hailed a cab and generously offered the driver an additional 10 yuan, insisting he ensure they reached the doorstep. The island's taxis often dropped passengers at the village entrance and departed. A ride typically cost about 30 to 40 yuan, and the driver, pleased with the extra fare, was more than willing to deliver them home. Jiang Feng waved goodbye to Jiang Han, advising him not to stay out too late and to get some rest. "Understood, sister," he replied. At Healei restaurant, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai indulged in the seafood offered at the establishment. While they were unfazed, manager Fong relished the feast. Despite being a manager, his monthly salary was fixed, and he usually settled for modest seafood. He rarely splurged on items like hairy crabs or sea cucumbers. Yet here he was, surrounded by an abundance of exquisite seafood. "Jiang Han, I've decided you're a friend for life. Feel free to reach out whenever you need anything," Fong declared. Jiang Han smiled subtly. "Oh, it's not that I need anything. We're simply friends." Yes, just friends," Fong agreed. Mingguo sent the other staff members home, while Ming Fei also retired for the night. She prepared a fruit platter for Jiang Han and his companions and handed him the restaurant keys. "Jiang Han, after you finish, just leave the dishes on the table. I'll come by to clean up in the morning. Please remember to lock up." Manager Fong was taken aback by how well Jiang Han knew the staff at Healei restaurant, which was renowned in the area. Whenever significant events occurred in families, they would often host gatherings at this restaurant. During festive seasons, securing a table could be a challenge. Fong immediately regarded Jiang Han with renewed admiration. In Shajiang village, Tiantian felt hungry after rummaging through her home. Ultimately, she ventured to the village shop and roused Aunt May from her slumber to purchase a pack of instant noodles. "Aunt May, we're from the same village. It's unfair," she protested. "In big cities, a pack of instant noodles costs only 3 yuan and 50 cents. Yet you charge 5 yuan and 50 cents, 2 yuan more." Aunt May, slightly irked at being awakened, replied, "Sweet Tian, how am I being unfair? You know the prices on the island are steep. These goods are transported from the mainland. Doesn't the shipping cost matter? If you don't want them, return the noodles to me." As Aunt May reached for the pack, Tian quickly embraced it. "I'll take this pack." After she scanned the payment, she stared at the pack of ham sausages for a moment before ultimately turning to leave. Aunt May grumbled as she returned to bed. It was said that Sweet Tian was a graduate student, and that Jiang Han was unworthy of her. Yet, in her small-mindedness, she seemed less genuine than Jiang Han. After their late-night meal, Jiang Han secured the restaurant's door. He sent a message to Mingguo and discovered she was still awake. So he hurried upstairs to return her keys. Mingguo was adorned in a delicate white lace nightgown. Perhaps she was washing her face, as she wore a rabbit-eared headband to keep her hair in place. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Mingwa blinked her misty eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. You should get to bed early." It was the first time he had seen her like this. He had sailed from the town dock back to the village dock. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Remembering he had yet to collect his earnings, Jiang Han picked up his phone and began to accept payments one by one. To be honest, the soothing sound of coins continuously entering his account was quite relieving. The weariness of the day seemed to dissipate significantly. Ding! The host sold seafood for 74,200 yuan, earning 74,200 system points. Chapter 86. Order Design Blueprint. Accumulated points from previous entries. Total system points. 76,007. You may now consume 75,000 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 150 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 520 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points. 1,007. Please continue to strive for excellence. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. He now possessed a scanning range of 520 meters. Although this seemed considerable, it was trivial when set against the vastness of the ocean. His vision was unaffected by the transition from day to night. He opened the window and discerned a school of black-headed fish swimming in the sea, estimating their distance to be approximately 500 meters. Beyond that, the details eluded him. The ocean was boundless, and he realized he needed to exert greater effort. Only when his scanning range exceeded 1,000 or 2,000 meters could he more effectively locate optimal resources. Glancing at his earnings for the day, he noted a total of 74,200 yuan, which included 100 pounds ordered through Yuhe and an additional 1,000 yuan he had overpaid. The order he submitted to his sister was from a shopping group, which collectively generated an income of 67,200 yuan. Jiang Han transferred 6,800 yuan to his sister and 7,500 yuan to Zhang Haidai. Reflecting on this, he added everyone in his class who had purchased barnacles from him to his shopping group. Jiang Han, I will post all information related to seafood here in the future. Feel free to voice any inquiries. Lu Xiaoming, group leader, may I invite my friends to join the group? They also enjoy seafood. Jiang Han, certainly. In no time, Lu Xiaoming invited 6 friends into the group. Others followed suit, and soon his group boasted over 300 members. Jiang Han had once perceived business as a distant endeavor, yet he found himself engaging in it with remarkable ease. Reclining on his bed, after accounting for his recent expenditures, he estimated he had approximately 300,000 yuan remaining. He pondered whether this sum would suffice to renovate his old house. After all, rural residences typically featured substantial upper and lower floors. Completing the renovations and sprucing up the yard would undoubtedly require a significant financial outlay. Jiang Han conducted some research online and ultimately discovered an interior design company. Jiang Han, could you assist me in creating a design blueprint? Mingwei Design Company, of course. What type of house would you like to design? Jiang Han sent over photographs of his old residence. Mingwei Design Company. This resembles a small villa. A design blueprint of this nature costs 3,000 yuan each. Mingwei Design Company. Should you opt for a full package or a partial package through our company? The design blueprint would be complimentary. After inquiring about the prices, the company provided him with a detailed price list for both full and partial packages, each divided into several tiers. The costs varied according to the quality of materials. Upon reviewing the prices, Jiang Han noted that even the most economical partial package would amount to 500,000 yuan, with the full package being even more extravagant. Jiang Han, I only require the design drawings. The other party continued to vigorously promote his partial and full package services. Jiang Han, perhaps I should explore other options. Mingwei Design Company, please reconsider. Our designers are renowned nationwide, and our efficiency is remarkable. Place your order today, and we will deliver the design drawings the day after tomorrow. Jiang Han, very well. He made the payment and awaited the design drawings. During this time, he was not idly languishing at home. Although most people had ventured out, there remained those on the island who preferred to stay behind. Many, after earning money elsewhere, took delight in returning home to build houses. Consequently, a cohort of laborers aged between 40 and 50 chose to remain in their hometowns to assist in construction. Hiring local workers was undoubtedly more economical than employing outsiders. Even if the costs were identical, adhering to the principle of keeping resources within the community, he would opt for local labor. Moreover, the construction conditions on the island differed somewhat from those in inland regions. The houses required considerable consideration for wind resistance. Even renovations, such as window designs, needed to align with local conditions. The local workers possessed evident experience. Jiang Han enjoyed a restful slumber and awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. He felt somewhat revitalized, Yet the aches in his body were more pronounced. He had merely endured the previous day's exertions, and today, the pain was exacerbated. Jiang Han called. Brother Han, are we going out to sea today? Jiang Han felt the aches intensify. Do you still have the strength to go out? Jiang Han also experienced discomfort. But for the sake of Brother Han, he could endure anything. As long as you let me go, I will. Let's discuss it in the evening. We should rest well during the day. The sun is too scorching, unbearable in its brightness. If we have energy tonight, we can go fishing. If not, it can wait. Jiang Han casually prepared a pot of sea cucumber porridge in the rice cooker and accompanied it with a dish of mud snails as a side. Thus, he simply managed breakfast. After breakfast, as the temperature gradually rose, Jiang Han switched on the standing air conditioner and reclined in the rocking chair in the living room, browsing his phone while enjoying ice cream. Reflecting on Jiang Han's desire to obtain a boat driving license, he shared the information he had gathered with him. Uncertain of how long he had been lounging in the rocking chair, Jiang Han felt his legs growing numb. He opened the door, deciding to take a stroll. Just outside, he was intercepted by Aunt Li. We haven't seen you these past few days. Did you go out to sea? How was the catch? Aunt Jinju approached. Oh, don't ask him that. She attempted to pull Aunt Li away. Aunt Li looked puzzled. What is wrong with you? This Jiang Han, Aunt Jinju continued, hasn't brought a single thing back from the boat. What do you think his catch was? Certainly, nothing at all. Luck, it seems, is merely fleeting. Jiang Han could only watch as Aunt Jinju led Aunt Li away, bemused. It was not that he lacked goods. He had simply unloaded everything at the town dock. Once the goods were packed at the dock, they were dispatched to various regions across the nation. However, Jiang Han felt no obligation to share this information with the villagers. Whether his earnings were substantial or modest, he deemed it unnecessary to announce them to others. His sole concern was to live his life well. At noon, Jiang Han was disinclined to prepare a meal, and the seafood in his pond had also been depleted. Most of his seafood was stored at the Highly Wong restaurant. The sea cucumber he had was left over from the last time he had offered some to his sister, who found it excessive and left him with the remainder. Contemplating the existence of a pizza shop in town that provided delivery services, Jiang Han opted for a change from seafood and ordered a 399 yuan beef supreme pizza set. Chapter 87. Not giving in. Jiang Han took a leisurely stroll before returning home. As Jiang Ermao watched him step through the door, a deep sigh escaped his lips. While others remained oblivious to Jiang Han's circumstances, he was acutely aware. In order to facilitate transactions, Jiang Ermao had Jiang Han's WeChat. And he had glimpsed the latter's moments. A magnificent fish. That fish had likely gone unnoticed by the villagers and was probably sold directly in town. How fortunate it would have been had that fish been sold to him. He could have given Jiang Han 1,000, pocketing another 1,000 for himself. Now, all of that was lost. Aunt Allen had brought a bucket of clams for him to sell, and after hastily calculating the figures, he settled the payment. Eager to send her on her way, Jiang Ermao, your payments are growing ever smaller. Last time, for the same weight, you paid 5 more. Enough, I'm tired of this. Here, take another 5 and be gone. How can you treat people like this? We're from the same village. I misspoke. I apologize. Is that sufficient? After dismissing her, Jiang Ermao sighed once more. As Jiang Han received his takeout, he was spotted by Tiantian. When Tiantian dashed over in her high heels, she nearly stumbled over a stone on the ground. Jiang Han, why did you order takeout? Tiantian was familiar with the pizza shop, located in town, where the prices were not modest. The limited population on their island meant there was no systematic delivery service. This establishment offered delivery solely because its staff ran the errands themselves. However, an additional fee of 15 yuan was required for delivery. Jiang Han found Tiantian's curiosity rather tedious. He ordered takeout at his own discretion. Was there really any need for justification? As he opened the door intending to enter, Tiantian stopped him. Jiang Han, didn't you say you have a small appetite for this kind of food? That pizza is enormous. You won't be able to finish it. Why not share half with me? He recalled their school days, when both were financially constrained, relying primarily on his earnings from part-time jobs. Tiantian had a particular fondness for pizza and always desired the best. Although she proposed they share, Jiang Han, keen on saving money, would only purchase single servings. During meals, he would take a token bite, feigning an inability to consume such fare, lest Tiantian feel burdened. In truth, she devoured the entire pizza herself. Casting a glance at Tiantian, he resolutely declined. With a decisive bang, he shut the door. As the door opened, Tiantian felt a refreshing gust of cool air wafting from within. Now, with the door closed, the warmth enveloped her once more. Agitated, she thought, if he wants his share, so be it. I shall see how long he can flaunt his indifference. Turning on her heel, she departed. But the yard had yet to be tidied. As she stood, her slender heel became wedged between 2 stones. After a struggle, she finally freed herself. returning home in a state of disarray. Her mother had yet to return from playing mahjong, and she still needed to prepare dinner for when her mother came home. Upon examining the kitchen, it became evident that my mother was preoccupied with her daily mahjong games and had neglected to procure any fresh ingredients from the sea. The kitchen was utterly devoid of anything suitable for cooking. Jiang Han spent the afternoon reclining in a rocking chair, devouring an entire pizza by himself. The sensation of satiating oneself with a whole pizza is undeniably delightful. Zhang Haidai called again, inquiring if Jiang Han intended to venture out to sea. Jiang Han, still feeling the lingering aches in his body, decided against going out today. After all, even the most diligent of workers enjoy 2 days of rest each week. Thus, they would luxuriate in a well-deserved respite. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haidai ended the call and contentedly made his way to an internet CAF to indulge in gaming. That night, as Jiang Han drifted into slumber, he dreamt of a deity with the body of a dragon and the visage of a man. The imposing figure was reminiscent of the Dragon King. Instinctively, Jiang Han knelt before the Dragon King. To his surprise, the Dragon King admonished him, stating, "Jiang Han, you are not trustworthy." Startled, Jiang Han awoke abruptly. He recalled that he had promised his sister to visit various temples upon his return. How could he have forgotten such an obligation? He dialed Zhang Haidai, inquiring if he wished to accompany him to the temple. Zhang Haidai affirmed his interest, prompting Jiang Han to request that he bring along some fruits and snacks as offerings. He then called his sister, asking, "Sister, are you going to the temple?" She had previously indicated her desire to join him. "I will go, just wait for me." An hour later, the group first visited the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Jiang Han knelt upon the mat, beseeching, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, please grant me a lifetime of safety and smooth sailing." Jiang Feng knelt beside him, praying, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless my brother with peace and prosperity." Zhang Haidai also knelt, adding, "Guanyin Bodhisattva, please ensure that Han Gu enjoys a life of tranquility and success." Jiang Han looked at the two with exasperation, questioning why they were not seeking blessings for themselves. "I came here primarily for your sake. I can attend to my own matters another time," Jiang Feng asserted confidently. "Han Gu, my well-being is contingent upon yours. If you are well, I shall be too." Zhang Haidai insisted with equal conviction. Jiang Han was left speechless, though their reasoning did possess a semblance of validity. The trio then proceeded to the Dragon King's temple, and to his astonishment, the Dragon King bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in his dream, albeit the dream version had been animated and spoke. Jiang Han was cautious and earnest, even more so than before Guanyin. "Dragon King, as long as you grant me smooth sailing during my voyages, I shall frequently bring you fruits as offerings." After uttering this, he felt uneasy, perceiving it as a potential threat to the Dragon King. "Dragon King, I will visit you often with gifts, and I hope you will bestow your blessings upon me." Once again, Jiang Feng and Zhang Haidai bowed before the Dragon King, declaring, "Dragon King, please bless my brother. Dragon King, please bless Han Gu." After concluding their prayers, they visited the god of wealth. Such was the custom of the people on their island, who busily sought the favor of the deities. In truth, it is not only ordinary individuals who exhibit such behavior. Even emperors in ancient times were known to do so. I recall a particular garden within the old summer palace, dedicated to the veneration of various deities. There exists a saying, all celestial beings and Buddhas offer their protection. Regardless of their origin, any deity that grants blessings is deemed a worthy one. They departed from the Dragon King temple and proceeded to the God of Wealth temple, where the incense offerings were particularly abundant. The purpose of seeking the God of Wealth was quite straightforward, the aspiration for prosperity. Jiang Han offered a high incense stick, beseeching the God of Wealth for abundant fortune. After completing the circuit, Zhang Haidai returned to the town. Initially, Jiang Han believed Zhang Haidai lingered in the town solely for the sake of gaming. Now, he comprehends that Zhang Haidai had irreparably severed ties with his family. Jiang Han said nothing further and accompanied his sister to their parents' graves. They had long intended to visit together, yet this plan had been postponed until now. Jiang Feng, who had been well, suddenly broke down in tears at their parents' resting place. Chapter 88. Relaxing with two young girls. "Father, mother, my younger brother has truly succeeded. He is now able to earn a living and take care of me. You may rest in peace." Jiang Feng's tears flowed uncontrollably, her sorrow deepening with each moment. Jiang Han, unaccustomed to the sight of a woman in tears, found himself at a loss for words. He settled on a rock, patiently awaiting his sister's emotional respite. After the passing of their parents, he recognized the burdens his sister bore. She was still a child herself, yet she had taken on the responsibility of caring for him. To ensure his smooth passage to university, she had endured countless hardships. Perhaps it was in this very moment that she finally perceived his ability to provide, allowing her long-held anxieties to dissipate. Jiang Feng, unsure of how long she had been crying, suddenly lifted her gaze and looked behind him. "Is that summer bamboo?" "What?" Jiang Han was taken aback, the swift shift in her demeanor leaving him momentarily speechless. Summer bamboo? Is that not what I see? Following Jiang Feng's pointing finger, Jiang Han indeed spotted the summer bamboo. His vision, far superior to hers, revealed a dense thicket filled with it. Jiang Feng pushed aside the underbrush, exclaiming, "Oh, it truly is summer bamboo. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and fetch a bag. There is so much here, we can take it home to cook with mate. And the surplus can be dried into bamboo shoots." Perhaps finding Jiang Han's reaction sluggish, Jiang Feng rushed over, grabbed a bag, and plunged into the thicket. With no choice but to assist her, Jiang Han picked up a bag as well. "Sister, let me help you." As he entered the undergrowth, he noticed that Jiang Feng had already uprooted several shoots. "When you were younger, you grew tired of eating clams. With our parents gone, I could not procure anything else. That summer when you fell ill and lost your appetite, I ventured into the mountains to gather summer bamboo. I soaked it overnight in a brine solution and prepared it as salted bamboo. I used it to make congee for you, and at last, you could enjoy a full bowl." Jiang Han reminisced about those childhood days. After their parents' departure, it was indeed this mountain and sea that had sustained the two of them. As a child nurtured by nature, Jiang Han felt a profound reverence for the environment that sheltered them. "Sister, the days of hardship have finally come to an end. We shall thrive from here on out. Yes, indeed. I now have a husband to support me and a younger brother to care for. Our lives will surely improve." Jiang Han sighed inwardly. At this moment, his sister seemed the most perplexing person in the world to him. Given the abundance of summer bamboo, they gathered an impressive amount in a short span of time. Knowing the bamboo was quite heavy, Jiang Han assisted Jiang Feng in carrying it home. Once inside, Jiang Feng searched for Jiang Wenshan but found only the two children. "Where is your father?" she inquired. "Father went fishing by the sea," Ling Ling replied. "Isn't he supposed to be working today? Just a couple of days ago was the weekend. He swapped shifts with someone. He intended to return last night, but he couldn't secure a boat ticket, so he came back early this morning." Now it all made sense. No wonder he had asked his sister for assistance the other day, and she had entrusted the children to their neighbor, Aunt Wang. "It appears that my brother-in-law has not yet returned. Mother, I have been diligently working on my homework for quite some time. I wish to go and watch father fish," Wan said while clinging to Jiang Feng's leg. Noticing the frown on Jiang Feng's face, Jiang Han quickly interjected, "I shall take a look at how my two nieces are faring with their assignments." He took the papers and could not help but remark on how the difficulty of first and third grade work had significantly increased compared to his own time. The volume of homework had also multiplied. Back then, he could complete his assignments in just half an hour, after which he would indulge in unrestrained play. During summer vacation, he would finish all his homework within the first couple of days, leaving the remainder of the break for sheer fun. Upon seeing the numerous mistakes on Lingling and Wan's papers, Jiang Han's brows involuntarily knitted together, and the corners of his mouth twitched several times. Stealing a glance at his sister, who was busy peeling bamboo shoots, he chuckled to himself, "Lingling and Wan are truly remarkable. They have indeed made progress this time." He swiftly marked the erroneous questions on their papers and gestured for them to correct their mistakes. The two little girls, quick-witted as they were, immediately understood Jiang Han's intent. Under his guidance, they diligently corrected each question. "Sister, Lingling and Wan have performed admirably on their homework, having only made 1 or 2 mistakes, which they have now rectified. May I take them to the seaside to find brother-in-law?" Upon hearing that the children had only erred slightly, Jiang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Go ahead, but do not play for too long. Their father is in the district these days and has purchased a set of practice papers for each of them." Upon hearing this, Lingling and Wan began to tremble as if they had just heard a terrifying ghost story. Jiang Han was relieved that he had not been a poor student in the past. Otherwise, he could only imagine the torment his sister would have inflicted upon him. It seemed that his previous advice regarding balancing work and play had fallen on deaf ears. His sister was diligent, but his brother-in-law was even more so. Just as his sister had finally loosened her grip on academic pressure, his brother-in-law's influence had caused her to tighten it once more. Holding one of the little girls by each hand, he said, "Sister, it is not too late to do the papers tomorrow. If they exhaust all their energy during summer vacation, they will have none left when it is time to study." Jiang Feng paused her peeling. "Really? Sister, please allow them some time to play each day." Jiang Feng hesitated. "Then shall you take them to play for a while now?" "Absolutely." Jiang Han turned to Lingling and Wan. "Shall I take you fishing as well?" "That would be wonderful. Long live uncle." The two little girls leaped with joy. The last time he had bought a multitude of items for them, they had only played with everything else and paid no attention to the 2 fishing rods. Now, with the rare opportunity to go out, even if it was to fish, they were overjoyed. Jiang Feng handed them the 2 children's fishing rods that Jiang Han had purchased that day, and even prepared a can of minced bait fish for them. Throughout the entirety of Reef Island, there are 2 lighthouses, with Shanzhong Village occupying one of them. The lighthouse stands on a rocky outcrop 700 meters from the main village, connected by a man-made embankment leading to its location. Jiang Han, accompanied by two little girls, strolled over and indeed spotted Jiang Han sitting on the embankment, engaged in fishing. "Daddy! Daddy!" the two little girls exclaimed joyfully upon seeing their father. Jiang Han noticed them as well, and as they approached, his first question was, "Have you completed your exam papers?" The girls' elation instantly diminished. "Brother-in-law, we have finished," one of them replied. "I even reviewed them. I did quite well. Only missing one or two questions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenxuan's expression softened considerably. "Brother-in-law, they have grown weary from studying and have been rubbing their eyes. I brought them here to fish and gaze into the distance, to relax a bit." Chapter 89. A successful catch. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Jiang Wenxuan chose to remain silent. Indeed, the teacher had remarked that Lingling's eyesight was teetering on the brink of myopia. "Exactly, brother-in-law. They should occasionally be allowed to indulge in some leisure," he continued. "It's not ideal for young girls to start wearing glasses at such a tender age." Jiang Wenxuan found this reasoning sound. "From now on, after completing a worksheet, you shall take a brief respite." Just as the two children were about to beam with joy, he added, 10 minutes. Their expressions immediately soured once more. "Brother-in-law, if they perform well on their worksheets today, let us reward them with some extra playtime," Jiang Han suggested. Jiang Wenxuan nodded, opting for silence thereafter. Glancing towards Jiang Wenxuan's fishing spot, Jiang Han remarked, "Brother-in-law, there are no fish here." Jiang Wenxuan shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Han. "Fishing requires patience. You are too young to comprehend this." He then turned to his daughters. "You must also cultivate patience in your endeavors. Do you understand? With patience, you shall eventually obtain what you desire." "Understood," the two little girls chimed in with bright voices. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. While others might wait for a hare by a stump, he was merely waiting with a rod for fish. In this barren stretch, how could he possibly expect a catch? Fish were hardly foolish enough to wander onto his hook voluntarily. Currently, Jiang Han's scanning range extended to 520 meters. He settled with the two girls over 200 meters away from Jiang Wenxuan, cautioning them against removing their hats to protect their fair skin from the sun. He handed fishing rods to the two little girls. From 200 meters away, Jiang Wenxuan's voice of reproach echoed, "You spoil them. How could they ever learn to fish?" "Brother-in-law, fishing is akin to solving problems. Practice makes perfect. Moreover, how can one know without trying?" Encouraged by Jiang Han, the two girls affixed pieces of fish to their hooks, as instructed. Lingling was the first to lower her line, and when Jiang Han deemed the depth sufficient, he instructed her to cease. Wanwans, 2 years younger than Lingling, struggled with certain aspects, prompting Jiang Han to patiently guide her through each step. In their vicinity, there were many yellow-footed fish, also known as yellowfin snapper. While not particularly vibrant in hue, their fins and tails shimmered with hints of golden yellow. Priced around 20 to 30 yuan per kilogram, they were a common dish for coastal dwellers. Jiang Han observed a yellow-footed fish circling Lingling's hook. Instead of biting, it was frantically sucking in water, attempting to draw the fish piece into its mouth through this method. For reasons unknown, it ceased halfway through. Jiang Han felt a pang of regret. This yellow-footed fish was rather sizable for the area. He instructed Lingling to reel in her line a little more. Jiang Wenxuan watched them, noting that they had barely settled and were already adjusting their lines. Surely, this trip would yield no results. He wondered if the two little girls would return home in tears. "Wow, a fish!" Lingling exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. With Jiang Han's assistance, she successfully lifted a yellow-footed fish weighing half a kilogram. "Father, look, a yellow-footed fish. Don't you adore yellow-footed fish? The ones Mom fries are the most delicious. Let us take this one home for her to cook for you." Jiang Wenxuan's eyelid twitched slightly. Grateful for our Lingling's fortune. It is often said that beginners enjoy good luck, and it appears to be true. Lingling, remember, a moment of good fortune should not lead to arrogance. "All right, Dad." "Wow, I've caught a fish too," Wanwan exclaimed, when Jiang Han assisted Wanwan in lifting the rod. She too had a yellow-footed fish hooked. This fish was slightly smaller than the previous one but still weighed about 3 taels. Jiang Han skillfully baited the hooks again for both of them. Lingling and Wanwan were truly remarkable. "Let us catch more fish, shall we?" "Yes." The two little girls chimed in unison, their voices as crisp and melodious as oriole birds. Jiang Wenxuan found their innocence endearing. After all, how could one person be so fortunate as to catch fish at will? He had sat there for 2 hours without a single bite. However, children love to play. Since the two girls had the rare opportunity to unwind, he decided to indulge them. With Jiang Han's help, the children adeptly cast their lines once more. This time, they both lifted their rods nearly simultaneously. Lingling, displaying her keen intuition, managed to raise her rod without Jiang Han's assistance. Each of their hooks bore a yellow-footed fish once again. The two fish were light, weighing between 3 to 5 taels. Even so, Jiang Wishan felt a pang of envy. The two girls placed their catch into a bucket. Daddy, we have 4 fish now. Mom can fry 4 yellow-footed fish. Aren't we amazing, Dad? How many fish have you caught? Jiang Wishan replied. You both are wonderful, if only your studies were as impressive. At this moment, the mention of studies dampened the girls' spirits. Jiang Han sensed something odd. Was his brother-in-law feeling envious? Envious of his own daughters? Because the fish only bit their hooks and not his? He had never perceived his brother-in-law as a petty person. Brother-in-law, why don't you try fishing over here? There are plenty of fish. No, I'm quite content where I am. I'm sure a big fish will come along shortly. Jiang Han didn't believe there would be a big fish. He hadn't seen any in his line of sight. Meanwhile, a school of small greenish male fish swam by Jiang Wishan's side, but they were too tiny, weighing only about 20 grams each, making them unworthy of catching. Once again, it was a yellow-footed fish. This time, Lingling reeled in a 7 or 8-tail yellow-footed fish. Sister, the fish you caught is enormous. As soon as she spoke, Wanwan's hook was also bitten. With Jiang Han's assistance, Wanwan pulled in a yellow-footed fish weighing nearly a pound. Well, this fish is even bigger than my sister's. Daddy, you said you wanted to catch a big fish. Do you mean one larger than mine? Jiang Wishan, at a loss for words, simply sighed. Indeed, father aims to catch a fish of great magnitude. With patience, one is certain to reel in a substantial catch. At that moment, the wind picked up, and they were quite distant from one another, causing Wanwan to struggle to hear Jiang Wishan's words clearly. Father, what did you say? Could you please repeat that? Jiang Wishan replied. I said I will certainly catch a big fish. Wanwan responded, what? Jiang Wishan reiterated. I will certainly catch a big fish. Wanwan remarked, then, Father, you must catch a big fish, otherwise it would be utterly embarrassing for you to be outdone by a mere child. Jiang Wishan thought to himself, I wish I could cover her mouth. What should I do? He then tossed several pieces of fish bait into the water before him. Chapter 90. The yellow-footed snapper Lingling gazed curiously at her father. Daddy, why do you throw the fish chunks into the sea? Why not attach them to the fishing hook? Her father replied, I'm baiting the area. Isn't that a bit wasteful? We didn't bait at all. Why is it that after you baited, we still can't catch any fish? Jiang Wishan found himself at his wit's end. The chilly wind seeped through his thin jacket. Please stop talking. You're scaring all the fish away. No sooner had Jiang Wishan uttered these words than, with Jiang Han's assistance, Wanwan reeled in a half-kilogram yellow-footed snapper. Moments later, Lingling also caught a 1-kilogram yellow-footed snapper. Daddy, you were wrong. The fish weren't scared away by us. Instead, they swam right into our hooks. Jiang Wishan could only sigh in silence. Daddy, these fish are so foolish. They risk their lives for a morsel of food. They are far too easy to catch. Jiang Wishan glanced at his empty bucket and then at the two girls who were continuously reeling in fish. He felt as though those two children had come to collect a debt. Not only were they poor students, but they were also quite bothersome while fishing. Watching the two little girls catch more fish, he felt a twinge of envy. Could it really be that there were no fish where he was sitting? But he had just said that fishing required patience. It wouldn't be appropriate to move to their side now, would it? Yet, Jiang Han had invited him earlier. It would seem impolite to ignore his brother-in-law's invitation. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Wishan decided to gather his things and join them. Just as he settled down, Jiang Han suggested, It looks like the fish here have been caught out. Let us move to another spot. All right, we will follow your lead, Jiang Wishan replied. Jiang Han led the two little girls to a new position. Brother-in-law, why did you sit over there? There probably aren't any fish left. You should change your spot. One of the girls remarked. Jiang Wishan shifted slightly but remained seated. Had he just settled in, only to be told there were no fish? He refused to believe it. Jiang Han didn't press the matter further, instead helping the two girls cast their lines again. One must admit, there were indeed plenty of yellow-footed snappers in the vicinity today. In this new spot, the two little girls had barely settled when they began catching yellow-footed snappers once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Wishan waited and waited, but despite Lingling and Wanwan's continuous success, he caught not a single fish. Jiang Han stole a glance at Jiang Wishan and asked, Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Are you constipated? You look rather pale. Noting the time, he realized they had been out for over an hour, and their bucket was already filled with nearly 20 fish of various sizes. Lingling, Wanwan, let's head back. We can fish another day. The two little girls felt they hadn't yet had their fill. This was their first time realizing how enjoyable fishing could be, with such a rapid catch rate. How could it not be fun? Nevertheless, as Jiang Han instructed them to pack up, they immediately began to tidy their things without protest. Jiang Han thought his two nieces were incredibly well-behaved. So what if their grades were lacking? Despite his mediocre grades, he is indeed a wonderful nephew. Father, we have caught a full bucket of fish. Let us return, and you too must keep your spirits high. Jiang Wishan, Jiang Feng. Upon seeing the bucket brimming with yellow-footed fish, was unable to suppress her delight. My two little treasures have truly excelled. They have managed to catch fish. Jiang Han had never anticipated that the children could actually succeed in fishing, particularly as the bucket she had given them was rather small. Yet, at this moment, it had overflowed. After removing the water, the fish weighed no less than 12 or 13 pounds in total. Shan adored yellow-footed fish, which are best when pan-fried. Han, do stay and dine with us. Jiang Han recalled the sizable flounders her brother had once caught, and it was evident that her brother had aided the two girls in their endeavor. No, I had made arrangements with Haidai. I will dine in town tonight. Jiang Han, upon hearing her brother's response, did not press the matter further. How strange, why hasn't Shan returned yet? I shall give him a call. Jiang Han picked up her phone and dialed Jiang Shan. Shan, you can come back now. Ling Ling and Wan have caught an abundance of fish. It is enough for our meal. As Jiang Han stepped into the courtyard, Jiang Han called out to him from the window. Next time you come, do inform me in advance. I will prepare your favorite dishes. All right, let us discuss it then. In truth, Jiang Han had not made any plans with Zhang Haidai. He merely wished to avoid burdening his sister. However, her words did ignite his desire for fried yellow-footed fish. He decided to visit the Halai Wang restaurant and have the chef prepare a dish for him. Jiang Han, the seafood you have here does not include yellow-footed fish. Mingguo was well aware of Jiang Han's stock. No matter, just procure one from your side for me. I am craving it now. Mingguo was puzzled as to why Jiang Han, with his own supply, still desired something that he did not possess. Very well, indulge in what you desire. By the way, your stock is dwindling. You must replenish it soon. Agreed. I shall ensure to bring back more next time. Before long, the pan-fried yellow-footed fish was served at the table. This time, he did not invite Zhang Haidai, as he wished for solitude. The chef's rendition of pan-fried yellow-footed fish was delectable, yet it lacked the unique flavor of his sister's cooking. Some memories, even if forgotten by his sister, remained etched in his mind. Those years, his sister endured numerous hardships to raise him. One year, when he climbed a tree and broke his leg, requiring surgery, the family was impoverished. His sister went door to door, borrowing money from neighbors. For each household, she wrote promissory notes. It took her many years to repay those debts. Without her, his leg would have been irreparably damaged. After finishing dinner, Jiang Han wandered around the town. A new cold drink shop had opened, offering reasonably priced treats. Frozen mung bean porridge was 5 yuan per bowl, frozen white fungus was 7 yuan, and frozen pumpkin soup was 5 yuan. Jiang Han ordered a bowl of frozen white fungus, and noticing a nearby barbecue shop, he also ordered 2 grilled scallops. He had only eaten to 60% fullness at dinner, and now a little more would be just perfect. Although the restaurant was equipped with air conditioning, many patrons still preferred to sit at the simple tables placed outside by the owner. Jiang Han also enjoyed dining al fresco. The breeze was pleasant, the heat was bearable, and the air was fresh. His field of vision had expanded, allowing him to clearly see a shrimp oil cake shop 300 meters ahead. The proprietor of this establishment had also set up several small square tables outside. A few elderly gentlemen were seated at these tables, relishing their oil cakes while engaging in lively banter. A carefree young man, unsteady on his feet and of similar age to Jiang Han, ambled past the elderly patrons. Jiang Han observed him discreetly attempting to pilfer a wallet from the pocket of an elderly gentleman. Without hesitation, Jiang Han sprang to his feet and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Chapter 91. Preparing to set sail with a fierce roar, Jiang Han caught the attention of a ruffian, who glared menacingly in his direction. The ruffian, picking up a wallet, charged toward Jiang Han. "Hey, that is my wallet." An elderly man attempted to pursue the ruffian, but his age hindered his speed. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. Logically, the ruffian should have fled with the wallet, yet he was approaching instead. "Mind your own business," the ruffian shouted, picking up a brick to strike Jiang Han. However, Jiang Han was not one to be easily intimidated and swiftly dodged the attack. Just as the ruffian prepared to strike again, a hefty package flew through the air, slamming into his head. The once menacing ruffian collapsed to the ground, dropping the knife he had been wielding. Zhang Haidai plopped down on the ruffian, delivering a series of blows to his head. "Brother Haidai, it's me. I'm A Mao from the neighboring Huangji village. We fought and drank together. You remember me, don't you?" Upon hearing the name A Mao, Jiang Han recalled that this was indeed the same individual Zhang Haidai had mentioned, caught with a sea turtle and fined 3,000. "I don't care who you are. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my brother Han will face my wrath, even if the emperor himself intervenes." Seeing that further violence could lead to dire consequences, Jiang Han urged Zhang Haidai to cease his assault, advising him not to jeopardize himself over such a person. "Just take him to the police station." A Mao immediately knelt before Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, pleading, "You can hit me, but please don't take me to the police station. I truly don't want to go to jail. My parents would break my legs before I even set foot inside. Do not let me catch you committing misdeeds again, or I will ensure you spend a decade behind bars, Jiang Han warned, his demeanor quietly intimidating despite his calm appearance. Mao, trembling, repeatedly bowed, thanking Jiang Han profusely. Perhaps fearing a change of heart from Jiang Han, he hurriedly turned and fled. The elderly man retrieved his wallet from the ground, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Han. Thank you, young man. Without your intervention, my wallet would have been lost. Jiang Han felt somewhat at a loss. His keen eyesight had simply prompted a reflexive shout. Typically, a thief would flee upon hearing a commotion, yet this one had approached him instead. Sir, did you lose much money? The elderly man, still shaken, replied. The money is of little concern. The most important thing is the photograph of my late spouse that was in the wallet. I have cherished that photo since their passing years ago. As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes. Jiang Han was reminded of his own parents. Such was the bond between deeply affectionate couples. When one passes, the other is left in perpetual longing. His mother's health had deteriorated after his father's death, and within 6 months, she too had departed. Noticing the elderly man's emotional distress, Jiang Han purchased a bowl of sweet red bean soup from a nearby cold drink shop and offered it to him. Unaccustomed to being thanked so profusely, he found an excuse to leave with Zhang Haidai. Jiang Han gazed at the parcel cradled in Zhang Haidai's hands. What is this? Just moments ago, Zhang Haidai had used this very object to strike a Mao, and it appeared rather hefty. This is a yangmei tree that I purchased, a young sapling directly acquired. The trunk is already quite robust. The seller informed me that it will bear fruit by next year. So it is a tree. No wonder it could render a Mao unconscious. Brother Han, isn't there a yangmei tree missing from your place? I'll plant this one. Perhaps next year it will be struck by lightning again. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. That was merely a coincidence. If it were that easy to be struck, the mountains would be littered with lightning-struck timber, and such wood would lose its value. Nonetheless, it's of little concern. At least we will have yangmei to relish. The seller claimed this sapling is of the sweetest variety. If it turns out to be unsatisfactory, we can always use it to brew wine. Jiang Han reflected on this and decided that it should indeed be planted. Their yangmei trees were already scarce, and losing one only made matters worse. It was certainly wise to plant it. All right, I shall plant it first thing in the morning, Zhang Haidai replied. He had come down to collect his parcel and intended to buy a pack of cigarettes on the way back upstairs. Little did he expect to witness such a scene. Brother Han, I used to associate with Mao and his gang. Were it not for your return and guidance, I might still be on the same path as Mao. In the past, he considered his actions particularly reprehensible. However, seeing the elderly man cherishing a photograph of his beloved companion made him truly reflect on the many wrongs he had committed. That's enough. There are not so many hypothetical scenarios in this world. We should simply focus on being our best selves. Zhang Haidai scratched his head, acknowledging that many of Brother Han's words eluded his understanding, yet he felt an inherent wisdom in them. Upon returning home, Jiang Han discovered an additional bowl of fried yellow-footed prawns and a bowl of summer bamboo shoots stewed with bones on the dining table. Beneath the plate of prawns lay a note, for your late-night snack. The handwriting, resembling that of a child, was unmistakably his sister's. Today, her husband was present, yet she still sent him food, showing no regard for his presence. Jiang Han played a mobile game for a while, then dozed off in the rocking chair before indulging in the 2 bowls of dishes. Typically, bamboo shoots are harvested in spring, known as spring bamboo shoots. Some regions experience bamboo shoots in summer, but those tend to have a bitter flavor. In their area, both spring and summer bamboo shoots are available. Particularly, summer bamboo shoots are not only devoid of bitterness but possess a delightful sweetness. They are tender and delectable. Prepared as salted bamboo shoots, they are equally delightful. Had there been rice, Jiang Han would have relished a bowl to accompany his meal. Satisfied and well-fed, Jiang Han turned off the air conditioning and retired to his room for slumber. He opened the window, allowing the sea breeze to waft in, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Devoid of heat, he lit some mosquito coils and peacefully slept through the night. The following day, Zhang Haidai arrived after planting the yangmei tree. Jiang Han had informed him of their planned outing to sea, prompting him to come early. Brother Han, are we circling the island today? What other choice do we have? Brother-in-law mentioned that the boat should remain within 100 meters of the island. They could sail while fishing simultaneously. In that cave, there were still plenty of scallops to be harvested. As for the barnacles, let us postpone that for now. Those in the group who wish to purchase them have mostly already done so. It would be prudent to wait until they have received their goods and enjoyed them before discussing further. The mere thought of barnacles has reignited the ache in my arms. In any case, he certainly will not be harvesting barnacles today. Just as they were preparing their belongings to venture out, a call from Jiang Phone came through. Han, are you going out to sea today? Indeed, we are. Is there something you need? Could you bring Ling Ling and Wan Wan along? Of course. Jiang Han was merely taken aback. His sister typically occupied herself with the two little girls when she had the time. Today, however, she was actively inviting them to accompany him on the sea excursion. Chapter 92. Fishing at sea. Once more the two children became utterly enamored with fishing yesterday. After dinner, they clamored to accompany you on your maritime excursion the following day. To your astonishment, Jiang Han found it hard to believe you had agreed. How could you? He exclaimed, when Shan mentioned that if they completed 2 worksheets that night, they would be permitted to join the next day. Remarkably, they did finish the assignments. Jiang Han observed. They completed their worksheets late into the night, yet they awoke even earlier than I did, once again insisting on accompanying you to sea. Sister, you and brother-in-law must uphold your promise. If you agree, you must follow through. Otherwise, they will lose motivation for their studies in the future. Jiang Feng concurred with this sentiment. Then please wait for us. We shall be there shortly. In a matter of 5 to 6 minutes. Sister and brother-in-law arrived on electric scooters, each accompanied by a child. Jiang Feng guided the 2 little girls over and suggested when Shan accompany them. Once aboard the vessel, you busied yourselves while when Shan took care of the children. She understood that her brother and Zhang Haidai were out to earn a living, and it would be unfortunate if the children hindered their efforts. Having her brother along made it all the more reassuring. Sister A Feng, are you not joining us? Zhang Haidai inquired. As for me, I shall refrain from going, she replied. In earlier years, it was believed that women aboard fishing boats brought misfortune, adversely affecting both wealth and safety at sea. While it was acceptable for the children to board, Jiang Feng herself felt too apprehensive. Despite the changing times, she was still hesitant. She accompanied them to the dock, gazing at the boat, pondering whether it would be wise to forego inviting the boat deity aboard. In the past, it was customary to have a shrine or an image of the boat deity on the vessel. Sister, did you not invite the boat deity last time? That is different. I feel more secure with a tangible presence. I think my boat can do without it. Having a deity aboard feels akin to having a proctor constantly overseeing whether one is adhering to the rules. Moreover, my boat lacks a canopy. We cannot have the deity exposed to the sun, can we? Jiang Feng considered this, realizing that if the deity were subjected to the elements, it might indeed become displeased. As Jiang Wenshan lifted Ling Ling onto the boat, Jiang Feng followed suit with Wan Wan. Sister, it is a rare occasion for everyone to be together. You should join us. If you come, brother-in-law can also fish, Jiang Wenshan remarked, aligning his opinion with Jiang Han's. Han is right, since everyone is here. You should partake in the fun. Seeing the warm reception from all, Jiang Feng began to waver. Jiang Han extended his hand, pulling her aboard. As her feet touched the deck, an inexplicable sense of unease vanished. The 2 little girls erupted in joyous cheers. Wonderful. Mommy is coming with us. With Jiang Wenshan present, Jiang Han entrusted him with the responsibility of steering the boat, while she comfortably settled in to enjoy the sea breeze with everyone. Today is a cloudy day, with little wind upon the sea, yet the movement of the boat allows one to feel the breeze. In comparison to sun-drenched days, today is remarkably pleasant. Even the 2 little girls find it enjoyable. Upon boarding the vessel, Jiang Feng begins distributing fruits to everyone. In that moment, she notices various items on the boat, a pot, a wire mesh, and forks for barbecuing. She recalls having seen a pot last time. But this time there are even more supplies, including a considerable amount of cutlery and charcoal. Jiang Feng gazes at Jiang Han in surprise, questioning what they usually do. Jiang Wenshan also observes the items but refrains from speaking, continuing to steer the boat. He has always perceived Jiang Han as unreliable, and this only confirms his suspicions. If one is to make a living from the sea, they ought to do so earnestly. Jiang Han's demeanor hardly reflects that of a serious fisherman, clearing his throat uncomfortably. Jiang Han responds, Sister, didn't I mention last time? I keep these on board just in case they are needed. Jiang Feng concedes the point and refrains from further comment. As they drift further from the village dock, the scenery transforms. The 2 little girls grow increasingly excited. Han, where have you been fishing these past few days? Brother-in-law, we haven't been counting. We fish wherever the boat takes us. Throughout the journey, Jiang Han has been observing the waters. Although fish are present, they are not concentrated. Typically, fish schools or larger fish carcasses attract a denser population. After some time, Jiang Han spots a more concentrated area. Brother-in-law, let us stop here. He has spotted a sunfish. A school of fish is nibbling at it. This sunfish weighs over 100 pounds and has already been partially consumed, yet it continues to swim, blinking its eyes. Sunfish are peculiar creatures. They are remarkably foolish, failing to flee even when attacked. Due to their unique anatomy, they can survive despite being half-eaten. Although they have numerous predators, their reproductive capacity is robust. Moreover, their meat is largely unpalatable to humans, allowing these silly fish to persist in significant numbers. Brother-in-law, let us fish here. It is said that the death of a whale nourishes many creatures. While this sunfish may not compare to a whale, it is still sizable, with many fish surrounding it. Jiang Han has discovered a natural fishing spot. Though Jiang Wenshan deems the location subpar, the boat belongs to Jiang Han, and he feels it inappropriate to voice his concerns. Moreover, his primary aim for this outing is simply to enjoy some leisure time with his two daughters. Jiang Han and Jiang Haidai have already retrieved their fishing rods. And with Jiang Feng's assistance, the two little girls have also brought out their rods. Jiang Wenshan joins in with his own fishing rod. Thus, 4 adults and 2 children embark on their fishing endeavor aboard the wooden vessel. Jiang Han observes that the predominant catch in this area consists of mullet, followed by sea bass. The sea bass here are quite sizable, while the mullet hardly grow any larger. A 3-pound mullet is already considered a substantial catch. This is advantageous, as it suits the fishing endeavors of 2 young girls. Having gained experience from yesterday, the 2 girls have become quite adept in various aspects of fishing today. Moreover, fortune seems to favor them, as they each cast their lines and immediately felt the tug of fish on their hooks. Jiang Wenshan's brow involuntarily twitched as memories of the previous day's harrowing scene flooded back to him. Upon returning home yesterday, he had failed to catch a single fish. He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Jiang Han. Regardless of her serious demeanor, her fishing skills must be commendable, otherwise, how could his 2 daughters have managed to reel in so many yellow-footed mullet? Jiang Feng possesses some basic fishing skills as well. Noticing her daughter's line was snagged, she readily assisted in reeling in the rod. With ease, Jiang Feng brought up a 1-pound mullet. Chapter 93, Sashimi on the ship in just 5 minutes. The 2 young girls had already made their catches. After another 2 minutes, Jiang Haidai also reeled in a mullet. Jiang Wenshan, who had been feeling anxious, was relieved. He couldn't bear the thought of going home empty-handed again. Suddenly, he noticed his fishing rod dipping, and his heart finally eased. After 2 long days, he had finally caught his first fish. Although it was merely a small mullet, he felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had intended to bait the area, but witnessing his daughter's success with just a cast made him hesitate. To his surprise, he managed to catch a fish without baiting the area. Now, everyone had caught fish, with Lingling having caught 2, while only Jiang Han remained empty-handed. Jiang Wenshan felt a small sense of satisfaction. It appeared that even his brother-in-law had his share of bad luck. During this period, he had learned from Jiang Feng that Jiang Han had found plenty of treasures while beachcombing, yet one cannot always be fortunate. At that moment, Jiang Wenshan's rod was stirring again, and he pulled up another mullet weighing around a pound. His brows danced with delight. Typically, he was not a verbose individual, yet he found himself bursting with pride. Han, patience is key in fishing. Your luck may turn around soon, he advised. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. Realizing his brother-in-law was right, he was currently entangled with a cunning sea bass that had brushed against the bait but refused to take the hook. Just as Jiang Han contemplated giving up, the fish suddenly bit. Quickly, he reeled in the line. Jiang Wenshan's heart raced as he observed the rod bending. This fish was evidently much larger than those he had caught. Loosen the line a bit, Jiang Wenshan instructed based on his experience. Jiang Han complied, and compared to his previous struggle with the flounder, this one was significantly easier. He let out some line and managed to pull in quite a bit. Soon, a hefty sea bass weighing over 10 pounds was surfacing. Jiang Haidai, in perfect synchrony, produced the landing net and trapped the fish. Wow, what a big fish! The 2 young girls exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Wenshan was equally astonished. Indeed, sea bass could grow quite large, typically ranging from 3 to 5 pounds. However, this one was clearly over 10 pounds, nearing a meter in length. Jiang Wenshan hefted the sea bass, estimating its weight to be around 14 or 15 pounds, making it a substantial catch among sea bass. Jiang Han did not place the sea bass into the water-filled storage compartment. Unlike freshwater bass, which could survive, the sea bass would perish almost immediately once brought ashore, with little chance of survival. He instead placed it directly in the storage compartment on the boat. It seemed he would need to stock some ice packs for future outings, as the summer heat could spoil fresh catches over time. When Jiang Han looked up, he noticed Jiang Wenshan's complexion had turned pale. "What's wrong, brother-in-law? Are you feeling unwell?" he asked. "No," came the reply. Jiang Wenshan's tone was rather subdued, his mood seemingly dampened. In terms of price, wild mullet was somewhat more expensive than wild sea bass. However, a single fish he caught weighed only a pound, while Jiang Han's fish could weigh over 10 pounds. Catching just one of Jiang Han's fish equated to several of his own. Why was he unable to reel in larger fish? Lingling and Waman approached Jiang Han, exclaiming, "Uncle, you are amazing. How did you catch such a big fish? You're the best." Jiang Feng looked at her brother with pride, saying, "You have no idea. Uncle has caught even larger fish before." "Wow, Uncle, you are truly incredible." Jiang Wishan suddenly broke into a fit of coughs. Concerned, Jiang Feng glanced his way, asking, Winshan, are you all right? I'm fine. Just choked on my own saliva, he replied. Jiang Feng quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her belongings and handed it to him, urging, drink some water to soothe your throat. After taking a sip, Jiang Winshan appeared much better. Winshan, how could you choke on your own saliva? Well, perhaps the boat was a bit rocky today. Dad, the boat isn't rocky at all, Jiang Winshan remarked. The little cotton-padded jacket is rather drafty. The group resumed their fishing, returning to their spots. There were indeed plenty of mullet in the area, and they were quite greedy. Almost every time the line was cast, a fish would bite. Jiang Winshan thought to himself that his brother-in-law certainly had a knack for finding great fishing spots. He had never encountered such a prime location in all his years. As before, everyone managed to catch several fish, yet Jiang Han's luck did not match theirs. Whenever Jiang Han's rod bent, Jiang Winshan's brow would instinctively twitch. Goodness, why do the big fish always seem to end up on his line? Zhang Haidai handed his fishing rod to Jiang Feng, saying, Sister Feng, could you help me out for a moment? He grabbed the landing net and positioned himself beside Jiang Han. With Han Ji's skills, how could he possibly fail? And indeed, another seed base, about 1 meter long, was caught. Uncle is incredible. The big fish only bite on his hook. Uncle, you're so much better than Dad. Jiang Wishan thought to himself, is my face not worthy of recognition? After bringing the sea base aboard, Jiang Han placed it in the storage box. Just then, Jiang Feng called out. She had only intended to fish briefly for Zhang Haidai, but unexpectedly hooked a fish herself. She felt more anxious catching a fish for herself than when helping the children. Jiang Winshan dropped his rod and rushed over. With his assistance, a half-pound black sea bream was successfully landed without coming off the hook. Wow, a black bream. Mom, you're amazing for catching that. This fish was the most valuable catch of the day. Ling Ling and Wan Wan gazed at the black bream with longing. Mom, I really want to eat black bream. Me too. I want to have black bream sashimi right now. Jiang Feng hesitated, and her sister suggested, Sister, since the kids want it, why not prepare it for them? You were previously puzzled as to why I had placed those items aboard the vessel. Now, however, their utility has become apparent. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to retrieve a cutting board and a small knife from the assortment of belongings. Jiang Feng gazed at these items in silent amazement, realizing that they possessed an impressive variety. Under the eager gazes of the two children, Jiang Feng promptly dispatched the black sea bream, slicing it into delectable pieces of sashimi. Typically, sea bream is suitable for consumption in its raw form, and the Japanese particularly relish making sashimi from it. Jiang Han also squeezed out some wasabi. The group, no longer interested in fishing, savored the half-kilogram black sea bream, dipping it in wasabi as they consumed it with delight. It is no wonder that the two little girls salivated at the sight of the black sea bream. Its flavor is indeed exquisite. The black sea bream possesses a uniquely refreshing taste, and without the accompaniment of wasabi, one can discern the inherent sweetness characteristic of fresh seafood. Chapter 94. Catching the fish used for bait. This fish was freshly caught from the sea and immediately prepared as sashimi. Its vitality surpassed that of fish that had been raised for a period before processing. The crowd was still somewhat reluctant to part with the experience. The half-kilogram black sea bream was quickly divided into 2 pieces for each person on the boat. Fortunately, after savoring the taste, the 2 little girls ceased their clamoring and obediently resumed their fishing with their tiny rods. The others continued to catch mullet. Seeing the 2 girls relish the black sea bream, Jiang Han was inclined to catch one himself. However, he found no sign of black sea bream in that area. Just then, Jiang Wenshan's fishing rod bent sharply downward. Jiang Wenshan was instantly filled with excitement. This time, it was truly his turn to reel in a big catch. Jiang Han, curious, glanced over at Jiang Wenshan, and his face turned a deep shade of purple. What was this? Had he caught the very fish intended for bait? Brother-in-law, don't fish anymore, he nearly blurted out. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself, observing his brother-in-law's elation at hooking a large fish. Jiang Han feared that any negativity on his part might alter their marital dynamics. At that moment, the triggerfish had already lost half its body, and 2 smaller fish hung from it. The triggerfish's skin is thick, making it difficult for smaller fish to bite. It was likely that a larger fish had taken a bite and, having satisfied its hunger, swam away, leaving the smaller fish to nibble at the remnants. As the triggerfish was gradually pulled up, Jiang Wenshan's excitement intensified. The other passengers on the boat watched with curiosity, eager to see what he would catch. Even the 2 little girls were fixated, their eyes wide and unblinking. Jiang Han set down his fishing rod and hurried over to the 2 girls, covering their eyes with his hands. Jiang Feng was puzzled by Jiang Han's actions just as Jiang Wenshan's catch drew nearer to the surface. Gradually, they could discern the battered fish. What on earth? Jiang Wenshan cursed inwardly, dismayed that it was this type of fish. Jiang Feng was equally surprised. This fish was so unpalatable that even if one encountered it on the shore, no one would want it. It was simply too distasteful. Whether it could sell elsewhere was uncertain, but on their island, it was unsellable. Not even at a price of 1 yuan per pound would anyone take it. Moreover, the fish was in such a disfigured state, it appeared utterly repulsive. Resolute, Jiang Wenshan severed the fishing line. The triggerfish, along with the 2 smaller fish, plummeted back into the sea. It was no wonder this area was teeming with fish. It turned out that the triggerfish had inadvertently created its own bait. Typically, a triggerfish that has lost half its body still has a chance of survival. However, given the severity of its injuries, Jiang Wenshan believed the likelihood of survival was quite low. After all, he had caught the very fish meant for bait. The commotion had startled many of the fish in the vicinity. Meanwhile, the sun began to emerge from behind the clouds. The sun cast its warm rays upon them. And as midday approached, the 2 young girls began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Sister, if we head over there, it will only take about 10 minutes to reach the town dock. Perhaps you should return first. The 2 sea bass I have in the storage box won't stay fresh for long. Could you please take them to the Heile Wang restaurant to sell? Jiang Feng glanced at her daughters. All right, we shall return. I will accompany you, Jiang Wenshan said. Jiang Feng shook her head. It's rare for you to go fishing. Continue your endeavor. You can return with Han and the others later. There were unspoken sentiments that Jiang Wenshan held back. Yet Jiang Feng was aware of his recent discontent. She could speculate on some of the reasons. Jiang Wenshan was not fond of forging social connections, and recently he had felt ostracized at the factory. It seemed the leadership enjoyed making things difficult for him. Lingling and Wanwan chimed in, Daddy, why don't you fish a little longer? We will wait at home for your delicious catch. Hearing his daughter's encouragement, Jiang Wenshan nodded. All right. I will bring back the goods tonight. While on the boat, Jiang Han called Menggua. I have caught some exquisite sea bass. Please come to the dock to pick them up. Remember to drive over. Mengua's sweet voice came through the phone. Why must I come to retrieve them? Can't you bring them yourself? I am trying to source more quality goods for you, Jiang Han explained. If I leave these sea bass here much longer, they will spoil. I lack any refrigeration facilities. If they go bad, I won't be able to provide you with the finest fish. After considering, Menggua agreed. All right. I will drive to the dock. When Jiang Han's boat arrived at the dock, Mengua's van was already there. Jiang Han noted that there were quite a few vehicles from their restaurant. In addition to a pickup truck, there was also a van. Jiang Han, where's the cargo? Jiang Han handed the 2 sea bass, encased in a snakeskin bag, to Menggua. Here they are. Menggua opened the bag and took a glance. Indeed, they were exquisite sea bass. With the fishing ban in place, it's rare to find such large sea bass. I have introduced you to my sister and my 2 nieces. They are heading back to the village, so please drop them off at the town supermarket. They will arrange their own transport home. Jiang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. The town supermarket is not far. We can walk there. Menggua finally understood that Jiang Han's call was primarily to request she take his sister and 2 nieces to the supermarket, with the sea bass merely a secondary matter. She bore no resentment. Sister Feng, I am headed that way anyway. I am just passing through. Although the distance is not great, in this sweltering heat, it would be exhausting to walk. You may manage, but the children cannot. Jiang Feng hesitated, but Menggua had already ushered the 2 little girls into the vehicle. Lingling and Wanwan were quite fond of Menggua. Sister, you are so beautiful, more stunning than the stars on television. If you were to act in a show, you would surely be a unique sensation. Menggua laughed heartily at the compliments from the 2 little girls. Sister, your smile is even more enchanting. Menggua seems as if she might float up to the heavens. In her vehicle, there lay a foam box filled with numerous ice packs. Menggua placed 2 sea bass into the foam box with the ice packs, accomplishing a simple preservation method. Jiang Feng had no choice but to enter the car as well. Menggua, haven't you already been to the supermarket? Indeed. Aren't you all returning to the village? I recall Jiang Han mentioning you were heading to Shanjiang village. This is indeed the road to Shanjiang village. Jiang Feng was taken aback. You, Feng, please don't misunderstand. I happen to have some matters to attend to in Shanjiang village. The 2 young girls erupted in cheers once more. Wow, we can go back directly. Sister, you're truly wonderful. Chapter 95, The Uninhabited Island. Menggua drove the vehicle to the doorstep of Jiang Feng's residence. Jiang Feng, accompanied by 2 young girls, alighted from the car. Goodbye, sister. Ling Ling and Wanwan waved at Menggua. Farewell, little treasures, Menggua replied, watching them as they entered the courtyard before driving away. This was her first visit to Jiang village, and she had no particular business to attend to here. However, she feigned a sense of purpose solely to reassure Jiang Feng. Humming a tune, she resumed her journey along the main road. On board the vessel, Jiang Han and the others quenched their thirst, and nibbled on some fruit and bread to stave off hunger. The navigation of the boat was entrusted to Jiang Han. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Han sensed that the ship was drifting further away from the island. "Brother-in-law, where are you headed?" Jiang Han felt that Jiang Han had a specific destination in mind. "The tide must be receding soon. Let us explore the nearby islet." Jiang Han stared at Jiang Han in astonishment. "Didn't you say this boat cannot stray more than 100 meters from the island?" "Indeed. 100 meters is merely a symbolic figure, intended to prevent you from wandering too far," Jiang Han replied. "But you mentioned that this vessel is quite old, and we should prioritize safety. At present, the ship appears quite secure. Moreover, we are in an archipelago. It won't take long to reach another island. If this vessel were to break apart, we could swim to the nearest land." Jiang Han was taken aback. He had never envisioned his brother-in-law in such a light. After knowing him for so many years, this side of him was utterly unexpected. Earlier in the day, when his sister and the 2 children were aboard, the boat had moved at a slow and steady pace, meticulously circling around Jiawa Island, as if fearing any mishap. Now, without his sister and the children, the ship sped along, its stability compromised. It was evident that they had long surpassed the 100-meter limit. It seemed that the lives of these few men were deemed inconsequential. "Fear not," Jiang Han reassured. "I have assessed the situation. Should this boat disassemble, even if we cannot swim to shore, the planks of the vessel are quite reliable. At that point, each of us can cling to a piece of wood. There are plenty of passing ships in this vicinity. Within 2 hours, we shall be rescued." Seeing Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai gazing at him in disbelief, he elaborated, "Rest easy. As long as we remain within the archipelago's bounds and do not venture into the open sea, we shall be fine." Jiang Han took a sip of water, opting for silence. Zhang Haidai imitated Jiang Han, drinking water without uttering a word. As the group sat in silence, they spotted a vessel of similar size to theirs. Yet the other boat boasted a 2-level operational living area. Not only was it equipped with air conditioning, but it also featured a kitchen, a bathroom, and a lounge, allowing for movement between floors. With keen eyesight, Jiang Han peered through the window and noticed a crew member leisurely preparing coffee. "Oh my," he exclaimed, glancing up at the sun overhead. Their own vessel lacked even a canopy, let alone air conditioning. The sun bore down upon them, and they relied solely on their robust physiques to endure the heat. At that moment, he yearned for a comfortable boat. Just then, Jiang Han realized that the crew member making coffee had also spotted them. He gazed at their futile struggle against the relentless sun, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. Jiang Han felt an overwhelming surge of frustration and defiantly raised his middle finger at the crew member. Amidst Jiang Han's myriad reflections, he and Zhang Haidai were escorted by Jiang Han to a small island not far from Jiawa Island. This island once boasted 2 natural villages. But as the population dwindled, the remaining residents were systematically relocated to the town. Jiang Han had heard whispers of such occurrences before, with the relentless march of urbanization. Many remote areas have seen their inhabitants vanish, leading to the complete disappearance of some once thriving villages. In terms of jurisdiction, this island fell under the governance of Jiawa Island. The island's unique environment necessitated the evacuation of its sparse population during typhoons, as any unforeseen calamity could pose significant challenges for local authorities. Consequently, funding was allocated to secure their resettlement in the town. Jiang Han glanced at the time. 20 minutes remained until low tide. They meandered about the island, which still bore several vacant structures and basic infrastructure. Unlike other regions undergoing demolition, the buildings here remained untouched. Jiang Han cast his eyes upon the sea, aware that it harbored numerous treasures, though the quantity left behind after the tide receded remained uncertain. Jiang Han noticed a plastic bag drifting across the water. He retrieved it and placed it into his own bag. The current state of the marine environment had deteriorated. During their childhood, each seaside excursion yielded plentiful catches, yet now, the bounty waned year by year. Even their island mirrored this decline, let alone the coastal areas. Jiang Han, however, was not as despondent. The government had invested substantial resources into marine conservation. And with the rising awareness among the populace, the overall oceanic environment had improved compared to previous years. The future held promise for further enhancement. Jiang Han chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Jiang Han refrained from pursuing the conversation. The chasm between individuals can sometimes be more profound than that between humans and animals. The 3 men sat in silence, waiting for the tide to ebb. Zhang Haidai managed to indulge in a few puffs of his cigarette, while Jiang Han and Jiang Han sat like statues upon the beach, aside from inhaling secondhand smoke. At last, the waters receded. Jiang Han quickly spotted 2 cat-sized shells that had not yet settled into the sand. He hurriedly placed them into his bucket. Jiang Han took a few steps before halting. By his feet lay a black porgy, a favored catch among the local children. However, the fish was rather diminutive, merely the size of half his palm. Likely stranded as it failed to swim away in time during the retreating tide, skillfully avoiding the spines on its back. Jiang Han gently lifted the small fish and tossed it back into the sea. Jiang Han collected several more wind shells, feeling fortunate to have ventured to this island. Perhaps due to its uninhabited status, the resources here proved to be far superior to those in their own locality. At that moment, he spotted an abundance of sea clams, densely clustered together, thriving in their natural habitat. There were quite a few clods of mud attached to these clams. Given the abundance of clams, it was improbable for him to pick them one by one. He fashioned a net bag with finer mesh and swept the clams along with the underlying soil into the bag. Subsequently, he carried this bag to a location where the seawater was more abundant. Grasping the sides of the net, he vigorously agitated the clams in the water, allowing the mud to wash away. What once filled the bag to the brim now amounted to only about 1/5 after the sand and silt had been removed. Jiang Han placed this 1/5 of clean clams into a bucket and repeated the process of scraping more muddy clams. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai doing nothing, merely watching him with an air of curiosity. Chapter 96. The Great Battle with the Octopus. Jiang Han unconsciously sighed. His brother-in-law remained as impractical as ever. The tide was already retreating, yet he showed no urgency to gather sea creatures. Zhang Haidai had grown accustomed to seeking Jiang Han's counsel. "Brother Han, where shall we go?" Jiang Han pointed in another direction. "Let us proceed that way." Upon hearing Jiang Han's suggestion to head in a different direction, Zhang Haidai's spirits lifted. Together with Brother Han, they would always share laughter and light-hearted banter. When had they ever felt so stifled? In Zhang Haidai's memory, Brother Han was an exceedingly carefree individual. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed that Jiang Han appeared rather reserved in front of his brother-in-law, akin to a misbehaving student fearful of erring before a teacher. Whenever Brother Han grew tense, Zhang Haidai inevitably followed suit, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. As they ventured partway, they encountered an artificial stone trough, the purpose of which was unclear. The side facing the sea was particularly elevated. During low tide, several large crabs found themselves ensnared within. Zhang Haidai stared at the crabs, astonished. Gathering sea creatures had never been this effortless. He seized a claw and promptly placed the crabs into his bucket, his grin nearly stretching to his ears. Although the sea clams on Jiang Han's side were plentiful, they held little value. The crabs he had captured were worth far more than a multitude of clams. Jiang Han guided Zhang Haidai to the rocky shore. Through the crevices of the rocks, he glimpsed hidden treasures, since Zhang Haidai could not see what lay beneath. Jiang Han refrained from allowing him to explore that area. Instead, he pointed towards a distant cluster of rocks, approximately 500 meters away, well within Jiang Han's scanning range. "Go check over there. There might be something in the crevices." Without a hint of doubt, Zhang Haidai made his way towards the indicated spot. Upon discovering the treasures, his joy was palpable. The distance and the ocean breeze compelled him to call Jiang Han. "Brother Han, you are incredible. There are Buddha's hand shells in the crevices. Even those of inferior quality can fetch 100 or so per pound, right? The quality of these shells here is undoubtedly superior. As for how high the prices might go, that will be determined by the restaurants." Digging through his backpack, Zhang Haidai retrieved a suitable claw and began to extract the Buddha's hand shells one by one. He found the act of pulling them to be quite relieving. It became somewhat addictive. These shells bore a resemblance to gooseneck barnacles, yet were less expensive. Many online streamers indulging in tasting gooseneck barnacles were, in fact, sampling these Buddha's hand shells. At times, Zhang Haidai couldn't be bothered to point out the deception. Before long, he had harvested a nest of shells and noticed a dense cluster, teeming with Buddha's hand shells. He spat into his palm, lit a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. With determination, he continued to pull and pull at the shells. Meanwhile, Jiang Han engaged in a showdown with the octopus. During his last visit to Jiawa Island, he encountered an octopus and engaged in a lengthy struggle with it. However, due to the presence of his twin, he ultimately failed to capture the creature. Subsequently, he took the initiative to order a pair of specially designed non-slip tongs online. Little did he expect that today, those tongs would finally prove their worth, for there were countless octopuses in the vicinity. Those who have traversed the sea are well aware that, compared to other creatures, octopuses are rather elusive. Their agility allows them to squeeze through even the tiniest of crevices, while the suction power of their tentacles makes it exceedingly difficult to dislodge them from rocky surfaces. At times, they can even ensnare one's hand, rendering the task quite troublesome. Fortunately, the art of capturing such creatures lies in practice. Initially, Jiang Han found himself engaged in a battle of wits and strength with the octopuses, sweating profusely in the process. Ultimately, he gleaned a crucial insight. No matter how exceptional the tongs, nothing surpasses the efficacy of his own hands. If the tongs failed to secure a catch, he resorted to using his bare hands. with an abundance of octopuses surrounding him. It wasn't long before he had captured around 10, ranging from 3 to 5 pounds, with the largest weighing approximately 7 or 8 pounds. He placed the octopuses into a bucket, cautious not to overfill it lest they escape with a mere flick of their limbs. After filling one bucket, he switched to another. Once both buckets were brimming, he transferred the octopuses into the fish hold. Beneath the rocks, he discovered a considerable number of large blue crabs, each weighing about a pound. In a moment of carelessness, he managed to catch a sizable bucket full of them. After securing the crabs, he returned to his pursuit of octopuses. Thanks to his enhanced scanning abilities, his efficiency skyrocketed, with nearly every attempt resulting in a successful capture. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Menghua had transferred him 1,000 yuan. Jiang Han, your luck is truly remarkable. Those 2 fish of yours were snatched up by a buyer. If sold by weight, the sea base wouldn't fetch such a price. She messaged. Jiang Han bit down on his glove to remove it before sending Menghua a grateful emoji. Menghua subsequently sent him a voice message. I safely delivered your sister and your 2 nieces home, right to their doorstep. The final word was tinged with a playful lilt, evoking a tingling sensation. Jiang Han replied with a voice message. My sister texted me. After pondering for a moment, he sent Menghua a red envelope. In return, she responded with an irritated emoji. What do you take me for? Your nieces are delightful. I genuinely enjoy their company. She replied, refusing to accept any money. Jiang Han stood in place, momentarily dazed. The last time he made a gesture, it was met with a specific response from her. Now that he had reciprocated, she was upset. The complexities of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Ding. The host has sold seafood for 1,000 yuan, earning 1,000 system points. Cumulative points from the last transaction. Total system points, 2,007 points. System points have not reached the redemption standard. The host still possesses a scanning range of 520 meters. The system encourages the host to continue striving. Jiang Han is grateful that the system's exchange is inherently delayed. Otherwise, each time he collected a red envelope in the group chat, the system would announce it in his ear, which would be quite overwhelming. Jiang Han donned his gloves and captured an octopus that had attempted to flee. The sun gradually descended towards the west. Zhang Haidai approached, carrying a bucket filled with Buddha's hand shellfish. Brother Han. Wei struck it rich with so many Buddha's hand shellfish. He then noticed the catch Jiang Han had made. Brother Han, are there truly so many octopuses and large crabs here? Indeed, I did not expect it either. Different locations yield different rewards. They watched as the tide gradually rose. At that moment, Jiang Wenshan's call came through. The tide is coming in. Let us head back. I will wait for you at the initial beach. Chapter 97. Selling goods together very well. Let us proceed. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai each carried 2 buckets as they hurried back to their original destination. Although Zhang Haidai was unaware of what Jiang Wenshan had procured, he held an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Han. Brother Han, how much does your brother-in-law earn at the factory each month? I'm not quite sure. Given the current circumstances in the general district, along with various bonuses, it's likely around 7,000 to 8,000 a month. I cannot say for certain about the year-end bonus. Is it really that much? I had thought it was only 3,000 or 4,000. After leaving such an environment, Zhang Haidai had considered seeking employment at the factory. But the HR department dismissed him upon reviewing his experience. My brother-in-law is a blue-collar worker, not a freshly graduated office worker. Moreover, they receive overtime pay. Those assembling screws in the factory often earn as much as those in offices. Even so, it is still a tight squeeze at home. My sister does not work, and they have 2 children to raise. Jiang Han may not have known much, but he was acutely aware of one thing. The couple lived frugally. Yet they were quite willing to invest in their children's upbringing. During the summer vacation, they sent both children to training classes in town. While their brother-in-law preferred that the children not pursue singing or dancing, they were enrolled in Go classes instead, at a specialized institution for teaching children the game. The children had also attended elocution classes in their younger years. Although their progress was not remarkable, a considerable amount of money had indeed been spent. Zhang Haidai pondered. It was often said that children were voracious consumers. Jiang Wenshan's salary might suffice for a single man, but for one with a wife and children, it was decidedly insufficient. Brother Han, is it just you and your sister at home? Rather than working so hard in the factory, twisting screws and commuting by boat every week, wouldn't it be better for him to follow your lead? Jiang Han halted in his tracks. You must not voice such sentiments in front of my brother-in-law, he cautioned. Why not? Zhang Haidai was perplexed. I cannot articulate it precisely. Just remember that individuals differ from one another. Someone like my brother-in-law, were it not for his connection to my sister, would never associate with someone like me. He is lofty, proud, possesses a strong sense of self-respect, is rather rigid, and lacks adaptability, a plethora of unsavory traits. Yet, he is genuinely good to my sister. For her sake, I endure all his shortcomings. As they approached the sandy beach, Jiang Han signaled to Zhang Haidai with a glance. Immediately, Zhang Haidai ceased the previous topic, heeding Brother Han's unspoken command. The two noticed a pile of straw along the road, likely left behind by villagers before their departure. Jiang Han promptly gathered the straw. Upon seeing Jiang Han clutching such a substantial bundle under his arm, Jiang Wenshan was momentarily taken aback. Then, his gaze fell upon the bucket brimming with large blue crabs that Jiang Han had collected. The corners of Jiang Wenshan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He believed that capturing 5 large blue crabs was quite sufficient. He had not anticipated that Jiang Han would fill an entire bucket. Moreover, Jiang Han had also managed to catch a significant number of octopuses. Observing Zhang Haidai, he gasped in astonishment. Zhang Haidai unexpectedly managed to catch an impressive 1.5 buckets of Buddha's hand snails, in addition to 5 large blue crabs. Jiang Wenshan, initially pleased, felt a pang of dissatisfaction upon comparison. Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai also took note of the items Jiang Wenshan had gathered. The 5 blue crabs were nestled in a water bucket, while the other treasures were distributed among 2 modest-sized snakeskin bags. One bag brimmed with sea sunflower seeds, while the other, not quite full, contained a hodgepodge of various shellfish, including east wind snails, cat's eye snails, and clams. The most valuable find was a conch, though it regrettably paled in size compared to the one they had discovered previously. Jiang Wenshan, being a few years their senior, composed himself with deliberate calmness. "Let us return. Dinner awaits," he suggested. "All right," the trio agreed, making their way to the boat. Jiang Han separated the octopus from the crabs, placing them in the fish hold. Jiang Wenshan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed there were still more creatures within the hold, more octopuses and crabs. Observing Jiang Wenshan's astonishment, Jiang Han explained. "There were quite a few octopuses and crabs over there, and my bucket filled multiple times. When it overflowed, I stored them in the fish hold." Initially, Jiang Wenshan had not found the sun particularly oppressive, but at that moment, he felt the onset of heat exhaustion. "Brother-in-law, are you all right?" Jiang Han noticed the pallor of Jiang Wenshan's face. "I am fine, perhaps just a bit overheated," he replied. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm glow across the sky, which transformed into a breathtaking canvas of crimson hues, reminiscent of a stunning oil painting. Fortunately, the sun was setting. Jiang Han rummaged through a storage box and unearthed a bottle of bayberry wine that Jiang Feng had prepared for him. He poured 5 bayberries into a disposable cup, adding a splash of wine. "Brother-in-law, have some," he offered. "I will steer the boat." Jiang Wenshan accepted the gesture, settling onto the cabin floor to savor the bayberries and sip the wine, feeling a semblance of comfort return. Restlessness was his nature. Observing Jiang Han piloting the vessel, he began to extract the reeds Jiang Han had brought, meticulously binding the crabs. Zhang Haidai, noting Jiang Wenshan's serious demeanor, felt compelled to remain industrious and joined in the task of binding crabs with the reeds. The boat soon docked at the town pier, coinciding with the dinner rush at the Heilei Wang restaurant, the busiest time of day. Ming Fei undoubtedly had no time to attend to them. Minggu's role at the restaurant was akin to a brick, moving wherever needed. She hurried over and escorted them to the storeroom. This time, they had rented a tricycle to transport their catch. Minghua, upon seeing the bounty, expressed admiration for Jiang Han. "Impressive. The tides can be unpredictable, yet you consistently fare well." For Jiang Han, it was a matter of good and better. "Much of this haul belongs to my brother-in-law. Please account it to him first." "Certainly," Minghua replied, turning to Jiang Wenshan. "Jiang de Gu, are these items yours?" "Indeed," he confirmed, handing over the 5 bound blue crabs. The price of seafood fluctuated daily, and today it stood at 90 yuan per pound. "Brother Jiang, these 5 blue crabs weigh a total of 6.5 pounds, amounting to 585 yuan. She then instructed Jiang Wenshan to place the sea clams on the scale. There were quite a few sea clams. "Brother Jiang, you are indeed fortunate. Today the price for sea clams is 20 yuan per pound. You have 43 pounds, which totals 860 yuan. Jiang Wenshan's mood suddenly brightened. He had not anticipated such a quantity. Typically, on weekends, he would gather seafood to sell, and the purchasing station in their village offered relatively high prices compared to others. He was pleasantly surprised by the generous offer from this restaurant in town. He also had another bag filled with various items. After some selection, he placed it on the scale. The east wind snails weighed exactly 10 pounds, currently priced at 15 yuan per pound, totaling 150 yuan. Chapter 98. Satisfactory yet modest. The cat's eye conch was rather scarce, weighing merely 8 jin, priced at 18 yuan per jin, culminating in a total of 144 yuan. Within Jiang Wenshan's bag, aside from the conch, There were also fragrant snails and other assorted items. The prices for these two types were reasonable, yet Jiang Han refrained from selling them. The quantities were too minimal and the assortment too varied. Furthermore, he felt that he had already sold enough for the day, opting instead to take the remaining catch home for his wife and children. Upon observing Jiang Han stow his bag away, Mengwa began to tally the prices. Wait a moment, I have some fish as well. Jiang Han brought over a bucket filled with fish, the fruits of their family's morning fishing expedition. The two children had caught just as many fish as he had. Mengwa was taken aback by the quantity of mullet. Using a large net, she scooped the mullet from the bucket. There were over 30 fish in total. Yet mullet are light, amounting to only 14 jin altogether. Given the abundance of farmed mullet, which are priced at merely a dozen yuan per jin, the better quality ones could fetch up to 20 yuan. However, since these were wild-caught, Mengwa offered 35 yuan per jin, totaling 490 yuan. Once it was confirmed that Jiang Han had nothing further to sell, the counting machine began to chirp and clatter as it calculated the totals. The final figure announced was 2,229 yuan. Jiang Han preferred cash, and Mengwa handed him 2,250 yuan. As he held the money, a slight tremor overcame him. Last month, he had missed out on his attendance bonus due to tardiness, which had left him in a foul mood for 2 days. Little did he expect that the earnings from today's coastal venture would far exceed that bonus. It was often said that Jiang Han had a stroke of good fortune, and indeed, today's endeavor had proven worthwhile. Jiang Han was not one to revel in the hustle and bustle, yet with his brother-in-law still present, he lingered, curious about how much Jiang Han's haul would yield. The large blue crabs Jiang Han had caught were of impressive size. Mengwa did not count them individually, but first weighed the ones that Zhang Haidai had bound. She then placed the unbound crabs into another bucket for weighing, which included the 5 crabs Zhang Haidai had initially caught in the stone trough. In total, the crabs weighed 70 jin, indicating that Jiang Han alone had captured over 60 jin of blue crabs. Jiang Han, your crabs alone have already netted 6,300 yuan. Mengwa proceeded to weigh the octopuses, which were all of substantial size and excellent quality. Priced at 55 yuan per jin, the total weight was 82 jin, amounting to 4,510 yuan. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. Had these items alone already exceeded 10,000 yuan? The climax of the day was yet to come. Zhang Haidai had set aside a plate of Buddha's hand snails, and Mengwa weighed the remaining snails. For today's Buddha's hand snails, I can offer a price of 200 yuan. You have 45 jin here, totaling 10,800 yuan. The total for all their goods amounted to 21,610 yuan. Mengwa transferred 21,700 yuan directly into Jiang Han's account. Jiang Han was truly astounded. A single outing to the sea had yielded over 20,000. Yet, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai remained remarkably composed. They had witnessed grander spectacles before. In comparison to their past achievements, today's haul could only be described as satisfactory. Zhang Haidai caught several mullet, but he chose not to sell them, opting instead to leave them at the restaurant for leisurely consumption later. Initially, Jiang Han also presented a few large crabs and some modestly sized octopuses, all of which were stored at the restaurant. Jiang Han instructed Mengwa to prepare the plate of Buddha's hand snails he had set aside. Freshly harvested that very day, they promised to be delightful. Mengwa expressed her astonishment, noting how challenging it was to gather such snails, especially given their light individual weight. It was remarkable that they had managed to collect so many. Zhang Haidai, shaking his slightly sore wrist, remarked that the entire area had been thoroughly picked clean. Fortunately, the Buddha's hand snails from that location were marginally easier to extract than those from other regions. Jiang Han secured the money and approached Jiang Han, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. He had always thought it rather imprudent for Jiang Han, a graduate from a prestigious university, to forsake a career in a bustling city to return to their small island as a fisherman. However, witnessing his current state, he began to reconsider. If Jiang Han could maintain this lifestyle, staying in their hometown might indeed hold promise. If only he could be a touch more pragmatic. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Brother-in-law, why not stay and have a meal with us? No, your sister is waiting for me. After Jiang Han departed, Zhang Haidai felt an unexpected lightness. He had feared that Jiang Han would insist on joining them for dinner. Suddenly, Jiang Han turned his gaze towards Zhang Haidai, startling him and causing him to think that his secret thoughts had been uncovered. Han, what is the matter? Have you ever considered going solo? The day's earnings, if split, would provide him with just over 2,000. He pondered whether he would have earned even more had he worked independently. The usually fearless Zhang Haidai appeared momentarily lost, as if his spirit had been drained. Han, are you trying to dismiss me? Jiang Han could hardly endure his antics any longer, merely jesting with him. Zhang Haidai quickly regained his composure. You scared me. Such jokes are not to be taken lightly. What could someone like me accomplish alone? I might very well starve within a week. Jiang Han, at a loss for words, settled into a window-side seat in the restaurant as Meng Guo began to serve the dishes. Xiaoguo, have you eaten? Join us. Jiang Han noticed Meng Guo perspiring from her busyness. I've already eaten. In the catering business, we either dine early or late, so our schedules don't quite align with yours. Upon hearing her name called, Meng Guo hurried off again. Zhang Haidai suddenly recalled something. Han. It seems that girls generally dislike the smell of smoke. That varies from person to person, Jiang Han replied, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Haidai, sensing his ulterior motives. They say smoking is detrimental to health. I genuinely wish to quit. Do you have any effective methods? Even if it's just to reduce my intake. Jiang Han took a bite of the Buddha's hand snail. It was fresh and possessed a delightful chewiness. While I find it impossible to completely quit, I can certainly manage to reduce the frequency. All you need to do is follow my guidance. Zhang Haidai immediately perked up, eager to listen. Brother Han, please elaborate. This is quite simple. Refrain from smoking during your usual hours. If you must indulge, ensure you have a meal first. Only after dining should you allow yourself a cigarette. Zhang Haidai found Jiang Han's reasoning compelling. All right, I shall commence this practice starting tomorrow. No, right now. At that moment, Zhang Haidai was blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly stepped into a deep pit. Chapter 99. The Seafood Business. Ding. The host has sold seafood worth 21,700, earning 21,700 system points. Accumulating from the previous points, the total system points now amount to 23,707. Currently, 22,500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 45 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 565 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 207. Please continue to strive for progress. With an additional 45 meters added to his scanning range, he is now closer to his modest target of 1,000 meters. Today, that island, if his memory serves him right, is called Bailong Island. There should be other treasures on that island, but today he merely took a cursory glance. Now that he possesses a boat, he can return at any time. Jiang Han reflected on the day's events. The Buddha's hand snail, though stationary on the rocks, is labor-intensive to extract, and one must be cautious not to break it. Zhang Haidai's ability to gather so many in such a short time is commendable. Meanwhile, he squandered considerable time attempting to catch octopuses. Although the price per octopus is quite decent, capturing them proves exceedingly laborious. He recalled the most challenging octopus he caught, which took him over 20 minutes. In the future, he would assess the situation. If the octopus's hiding place appeared too intricate, it would be wiser to forego the attempt. Jiang Han transferred 400 yuan to Zhang Haidai. Having filled their bellies, the two proceeded to the back kitchen of the restaurant, where their freshly caught blue crabs awaited. Sisters Meng Guo and Meng Fei had been immensely helpful, always offering the best prices for their seafood and often adding a little extra to the tally. Noticing the sisters bustling about, Jiang Han was reminded of the crabs that still needed to be bound. He and Zhang Haidai settled down to tie the crabs together. Whether steamed or boiled, this method would greatly facilitate the cooking process and minimize the risk of being pinched. Most importantly, crabs handled in this manner are less likely to have their legs broken, as a broken leg diminishes their value significantly. Seeing the two assisting in the restaurant, Meng Guo poured each of them a glass of watermelon juice. Unbeknownst to them, they had become familiar faces at the establishment. Without exchanging greetings, they immersed themselves in their tasks, and the other staff members did not find their presence peculiar. After returning home, Jiang Han fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon waking the next day, he discovered that his sister had transferred him 500 yuan. Jiang Han? Jiang Feng, your boat took our family out for a day yesterday. We ought to contribute for the fuel. Jiang Han accepted the money without hesitation. Glad to assist his sister, yet mindful that help must have its limits. If accepting this fuel fee brought her comfort, then it was worth it. Opening his shopping application, he found that Mingwei Design Company had sent him the design plans. Upon review, he deemed the design satisfactory. If he were to change to another design company, it would likely be the same. He called Zhang Haidai, asking him to reach out to those involved in construction. Although Zhang Haidai lacked connections, he would undoubtedly handle the matter well, as per Han's request. At that moment, Ma Xiaomei sent a message. Ma Xiaomei, Jiang Han. Have you been home these past few days? Jiang Han. Yes. What is up? Ma Xiaomei, there's a girl named Nan Nan who wishes to visit your island. According to the customs of our circle, if you're at home, you must offer your sofa to Nan Nan. Jiang Han. Sure, no problem. Initially, his understanding of this circle came solely from the twins. Since joining their group, he began to grasp the nature of this community. Most members were young individuals with a passion for travel, but modest means. Accommodation and dining expenses constituted a significant portion of travel costs, particularly lodging. Nowadays, even a basic hotel room could cost over 100 yuan per night. And that's for subpar conditions. During holidays, even the less desirable accommodations charged exorbitant rates. Staying in someone else's home could save a considerable amount. If the host is willing, one could even prepare meals or share meals with the host, further reducing dining expenses. Ma Xiaomei mentioned that there are 10 such groups, with members scattered across the country. Almost anywhere one travels, local couch surfers can be found to alleviate lodging costs. It is a community of mutual assistance by helping others. You can receive help during your travels. This circle offers opportunities for young travelers with limited funds. Soon, the girl named Nan Nan added Jiang Han on WeChat through the business card Ma Xiaomei provided. Nan Nan, hello, I'm Nan Nan. I'm on my way and should arrive this afternoon, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Han, great, just contact me when you arrive. At that moment, inquiries about goods were surfacing in Jiang Han's shopping group again. Realizing his brother-in-law had likely gone to work, Jiang Han decided to visit his sister. The two young girls were frowning as they struggled with their exercises. Not wanting to disturb them, Jiang Han called for Jiang Feng to the side room. Sister, did you see that someone in the group is asking for information about goods? Jiang Feng, just finishing washing some items, wiped her hands on her apron. Yes. Why didn't you sell them anything? Sister, you know me, I'm not interested in that. The dried goods business essentially boils down to two approaches. One involves sourcing a large quantity of fresh goods, drying them, and selling them. The other involves collecting fresh goods from others to sell. The former clearly has a higher profit margin, but it is quite labor-intensive. Drying requires frequent monitoring. And in case of rain, one must promptly gather the produce. Jiang Han felt he lacked the patience for such endeavors. As for the latter, it necessitates building relationships door-to-door in the village, which Jiang Han found quite bothersome. The last time he sent dried goods to the sisters, they were obtained from Aunt Ho-Hat's home. He could also enlist Aunt Ho-Hat to handle this matter. However, regardless of her capabilities, she remains an outsider. It would be preferable to delegate this task to his sister. He frequently purchases vegetables and eggs from Aunt Ho-Hat, accumulating quite a bit. Jiang Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. Apart from occasionally selling seafood at the collection station, she had never engaged in such business ventures. Previously, she had dried some mussels, with approximately 30 pounds remaining at home. Then why not inquire in the group? Jiang Han encouraged her with a reassuring glance. Jiang Feng sent a message to the group. Jiang Feng, Wang Jingqing, hello, I am Jiang Han's sister. I have some mussels at home. Would you be interested? Chapter 100. Lufa Fibers. Wang Jingqing inquired, what exactly is a dancai? Jiang Feng was bewildered. Dankai was simply dankai. How could she not know what it was? Jiang Han clarified. Dankai refers to green mussels, known in some regions as haihong. When green mussels are cooked and then dried, they transform into dankai. Jiang Han also shared an image of green mussels sourced from the internet. Many in the group were from inland areas, some having never tasted green mussels, let alone understanding the connection between green mussels and dankai. Everyone felt enlightened. Wang Jingqing's home was relatively close to Jiang Han compared to others. She had already received the barnacles she purchased last time and had cooked and enjoyed them. The taste was truly delightful, and her family also praised the dish. Unfortunately, she had only bought 3 kilograms, and now there were none left at home. Upon hearing from Ma Xiaomei that the dried seafood from Jiang Han was quite delicious, she approached Jiang Han with a tentative inquiry, especially since Jiang Han had mentioned being out of stock last time. Seeing Jiang Han personally respond, along with her sister's earnestness, she decided to make a purchase. How much is this? Wang Jingqing asked. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Han, who gestured with her hand. 50 yuan, Jiang Feng replied. That's the price per kilogram. Just moments ago, Jiang Han had checked online, discovering that the prices for dankai varied based on their size. The dankai from her sister's side was notably large, and the price of 50 yuan per kilogram was comparable to the online rates. However, they did not offer free shipping, rendering the overall cost more expensive than online purchases. Jiang Han explained the situation to everyone in the group. Nonetheless, after Wang Jingqing bought 3 kilograms, the remaining dankai were quickly snatched up. Jiang Feng's mouth fell open in astonishment. Was it truly this easy? Watching as one after another sent money through, she realized that if she accepted all the transactions, she would have amassed 1,500 yuan. Han, did I see that correctly? I've made 1,500 yuan all at once. Sister, what are you thinking? Earning money is not that simple. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned. Was she to understand that they would retract their payments? How could that be possible? I mean, acquiring these dankai requires going to the seaside to gather them, shelling them, cooking, and even sun-drying them. Earning this 1,500 yuan certainly demands considerable time and effort. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Jiang Feng's heart finally settled. She had been utterly shocked, within just a few minutes. Her emotions had surged like a roller coaster. All right. 1,500 yuan. Since giving birth, Jiang Feng had not returned to work. She genuinely wished to work. But there was no elder to care for the child at home. If she went to work, who would look after the baby? It had been so many years. If she could earn money this way, she suddenly felt the sensation of being employed again. Then, an idea struck her. The loofah plants at home were abundant. Yet loofahs tended to mature rapidly after the beginning of autumn. This year, they aged particularly swiftly. Almost as soon as autumn began, they transformed into loofah fibers. Han, may I sell loofah fibers in the group? Jiang Han was filled with questions, wondering what the purpose of selling loofah fibers was. Are you selling them as dishcloths? Don't we all use loofah fibers for that purpose? Surely city dwellers do not forego dishcloths. At times, Jiang Han found himself admiring his sister. For her unconventional ideas were truly remarkable. City folks have their own dishcloths, yet it is worth a try, considering the rarity of this item. Urban residents typically use dishwashing liquid, but loofah fibers are entirely natural and possess inherent grease-removing properties. Utilizing loofah fibers for washing dishes eliminates the need for chemical detergents, promoting a healthier option. Sister, if you believe in the merits of this product, why not give it a go? After all, inquiring costs nothing. Jiang Feng concurred with this reasoning and began promoting loofah fibers in the group chat. Curiosity piqued among many. She patiently explained the origins of loofah fibers and the advantages of using them for dishwashing. As her initial nervousness subsided, Jiang Han realized his sister was indeed quite exceptional. Sincerity and enthusiasm are essential weapons in sales, and she possessed both qualities in abundance. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Feng swiftly sold several batches of loofah fibers, with some individuals purchasing 2 or 3 at a time. Jiang Han noticed that nearly all the buyers had just ordered dried goods. It occurred to him that these items did not come with free shipping, given that loofah fibers were unlikely to command a high price. Jiang Feng priced them at merely 2 yuan each. Even if someone bought multiple batches, the total would still be under 10 yuan. If one were to purchase loofah fibers separately, the shipping cost would exceed that amount. Sister, we could broaden our horizons a bit. If someone places a large order, we could include a few loofah fibers as a gift. Jiang Feng agreed, realizing that loofah fibers held little value. Offering a few as a complimentary gesture for larger orders seemed reasonable. Yet upon further reflection, she found that it was no longer feasible. What happened? We've nearly sold out, and the remaining stock is only enough for my own use. Jiang Han was taken aback. Initially, Jiang Feng had deemed the surplus of loofah fibers excessive, but now she lamented having sown too few. Sister, if we run out of loofah fibers, we could offer other items, like beautiful shells. Jiang Feng paused, contemplating this idea. But aren't shells worth even less? Sister, from this moment onward, adjust your perspective. The individuals in our group are generally young people with limited savings. Yet their purchasing power rivals that of wealthier seniors. They are drawn to novelty and enjoy fun items. What we perceive as mundane may very well captivate them. Jiang Feng pondered Jiang Han's words, striving to grasp the underlying meaning. I believe I am beginning to understand. Those shells, which I once discarded in abundance, will be preserved moving forward, especially the colorful and uniquely shaped ones. I shall save them to gift to those who place orders. There is no need to place a substantial order. For items like shells, I can deliver as long as an order is placed. Jiang Han felt that his sister had finally grasped the situation. As he was leaving, Jiang Feng handed him a bag of salted bamboo shoots. The previous harvest of summer bamboo shoots had yielded in abundance, and since they had not been consumed, she had prepared them as salted bamboo shoots. Knowing that Jiang Han relished this delicacy, she had saved a package specifically for him. Thank you, sister. In the morning, if you were to cook congee, he could savor 2 large bowls by soaking the salted bamboo shoots, drizzling them with sesame oil and vinegar. Just as he stepped out of his sister's house, Zhang Haidai called. Han, I've clarified the situation. There are indeed specialized roles within the teams on the island. The group responsible for constructing houses is different from those who handle renovations. The latter has been occupied with work recently and will likely be available in about a week. If you require assistance, I can arrange it for you. Chapter 101. The mind is a precious asset. Without hesitation, Jiang Han replied. Then let us proceed with the arrangements. After all, renovations are inevitable. Brother Han, when are we setting sail today? I'll contact you later. It should be in the evening. This dreadful weather is unbearably hot, and the afternoon is expected to be even warmer. My brother-in-law suffered from heat stroke yesterday, and according to the weather forecast, today is predicted to be hotter than yesterday. He certainly wishes to avoid any mishaps. When he returned to his village, the local broadcast was discussing the weather conditions. Our island has been enduring a heat wave exceeding 40 degrees Celsius for 2 consecutive days. The highest temperature today is forecasted to reach 41 degrees, with tomorrow expected to peak at 42 degrees. It is unnecessary to engage in outdoor labor. If we venture out to sea, we must take proper precautions against the heat. Jiang Han deemed it wise to refrain from going out in the afternoon. As the sun sets, the temperature in their area tends to drop significantly, at least much lower than that of the city. Old Jiang had just returned from town riding his electric tricycle. The tricycle was laden with items. He called out to his wife, who promptly emerged from the house. Lifting the thick cloth covering the top, they revealed a large foam box. Together, they managed to hoist the box back home. At that moment, old Luo also returned from town with a substantial foam box. Jiang Han understood their purpose. Many residents on the island were engaged in the seafood trade, and keeping seafood fresh necessitated ice. The town boasted specialized ice-making establishments. Numerous households in the village lacked air conditioning. During unbearable heat, they would purchase large ice blocks from the ice shop in town. Such ice blocks were quite affordable. Having ice at home significantly alleviated the heat. Days of extreme heat on the island were infrequent, but when it became intolerable, residents would rely on these large ice blocks for relief. Suddenly, Tiantian appeared before Jiang Han. Jiang Han, lend me your tricycle. Accompany me to the town to purchase some ice. Those ice blocks are too heavy for me to lift alone. Noticing Jiang Han standing still, Tiantian shot him an annoyed glare. What is wrong with you? Are you really that stingy? You won't even help with this small task? Jiang Han thought to himself that Tiantian had truly lost her sense of judgment. Given their current relationship, why should he assist her? With long strides, Jiang Han entered his yard. By the time Tiantian, in her high heels, followed him into the yard, he had already closed the door, leaving her to ponder her predicament at the door. Jiang Han, I was truly blind before. I never realized you were this kind of person. The air conditioning unit outside hummed to life, expelling warm air into the yard. Tiantian, aware that Jiang Han had turned on the air conditioning, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. The thought of him comfortably lounging in an air-conditioned room made her heart ache. In the past, Jiang Han would have begged her to come over to enjoy the cool air. Just then, the door swung open. Tiantian's spirits lifted once more. Jiang Han, I knew you couldn't bear to see me suffer in this heat. Jiang Han was utterly speechless. Tiantian, the mind is a precious asset. If lost, do seek it out. What did you say? Tiantian had never anticipated that Jiang Han would utter such caustic words to her. Mr. Jiang, here's your cheese and pasta. Jiang Han accepted the takeaway, grateful for the reprieve from cooking on this sweltering day. The only pizzeria in town offered delivery, and fortunately, it had a diverse menu beyond just pizza. After closing the door once more, Tiantian realized she had made a significant blunder. Jiang Han had opened the door merely to collect the takeaway, not to invite her in. Jiang Han relished his meal, particularly the pasta, which he paired with pickled bamboo shoots, creating an exquisite fusion of flavors. He adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable 22 degrees, banishing the heat from his home. Just as he was settling into his rocking chair for a midday nap, a knock echoed through the house. Peering through the window, he spotted a tall, slender girl with a short bob and bangs. Perhaps due to his delay in answering the door, his WeChat chimed with a call. Hello, I am Lu Nanan. I have arrived at your doorstep. So, this was the girl named Lu Nanan. Jiang Han opened the door to behold her face, a delicate visage framed by her slender figure. Hello, Lu Nanan greeted politely. Jiang Han welcomed her inside, gesturing toward the downstairs area. Feel free to use the space here, but please refrain from going upstairs. He had installed the best wireless internet last week, ensuring connectivity throughout the house, dispelling any concerns about poor reception downstairs. Thank you, she replied. According to the customs of their social circle, offering a sofa was merely a formality. In smaller residences, the least one could do was to provide the living room couch. If the host was gracious and had ample space, offering a guest room was certainly permissible. When Ma Xiaomei traveled to Europe, she had interacted with couch surfers and even stayed in castles. Lu Nanan noticed Jiang Han lounging in the living room's rocking chair, engrossed in his phone. She decided to set up her tent in the adjacent room, which, while not as cool as the living room, still enjoyed a gentle breeze from the air conditioning. Compared to the twins, Lu Nanan appeared significantly more reserved. Observing Jiang Han's lack of attention towards her, she gradually relaxed. The kitchen is equipped with an electric cooker. If you haven't eaten yet, feel free to prepare something. However, I only have rice, no vegetables. You might consider purchasing some homegrown produce from the neighbor. No need. I have something to eat, Lu Nanan replied, producing an apple from her bag and taking a bite. That was her lunch for the day. Jiang Han couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was no wonder she was so slender. He chose not to concern himself with her dietary choices. Having already extended his hospitality, draping a blanket over his abdomen, he reclined comfortably in the rocking chair, allowing the cool air to lull him into a nap. If they were to set sail in the evening, it was indeed prudent to rest well. Uncertain of how long he had slept, his phone rang. Han, good. I won't be joining you for the fishing trip today. Is everything all right? Jiang Han is well acquainted with Zhang Haidai. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly not refrain from visiting. Sister Fei is unwell, and I am accompanying her at the town hospital. Sister Fei, what seems to be the matter? The blood test results have yet to arrive, and the doctor speculated it might be acute gastroenteritis coupled with heat stroke, likely due to Sister Fei's recent excessive exertion. You should stay with Sister Fei for her treatment. Please keep me updated on her condition. If the town hospital proves inadequate, we shall transfer her to the district or city hospital. All right, I will remain vigilant on my end. Once the call ended, Jiang Han felt a lingering worry. His relationship with Meng Fei could be considered collaborative, as she handles all his goods. Now that she is ill, it is only natural for him to pay her a visit. Chapter 102. Assisting at the restaurant, however, Zhang Haidai has already been admitted to the hospital, and his presence would only complicate matters. If the situation is not too dire, perhaps he should defer his visit until tomorrow. Yet, he wonders if Meng Guo will manage alone at the restaurant. He dialed her number, and the chaotic sounds of her busyness resonated through the line. I can't chat right now. I'm swamped. I'll hang up. Hello, Jiang Han remarked, glancing at his phone just as Meng Guo ended the call. Noticing the time, he realized it was mealtime. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to don his sun protection gear. Although the sun was nearing its descent, its lingering rays were still quite intense. He turned to Lunan and said, I'm stepping out and 1TB back for a while. If you head out, you might need to wait outside when you return. Extending his hospitality did not necessitate handing her the keys. Lunan nodded while nibbling on an apple. I'm quite tired from my journey today. I want to be going out. Hearing this, Jiang Han refrained from saying anything further. He hopped onto his electric scooter and made his way to the Healewang restaurant. Upon seeing Jiang Han, Meng Guo appeared momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Is help needed? I've come to assist. Just serve the food. Meng Guo, who was originally overwhelmed with work, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes, we are indeed short-staffed. I was supposed to accompany my sister, but if I went, there would be no one to manage the restaurant. She handed the menu to Jiang Han. If customers arrive, please attend to them. If they prefer to place their orders through the app, let them do so. Despite being the best restaurant in town, Healewang could not compete with the larger establishments in the city. The kitchen was adequately staffed, but with one of the 3 original waitstaff resigning due to personal matters, it had become challenging to find competent replacements. Much of the waitstaff's responsibilities had fallen onto Meng Guo. She managed the billing herself. Jiang Han glanced at the menu. Next month, you'll be returning to school. What will happen here when you leave? We're actively trying to hire, Meng Guo replied, visibly troubled. While there was a surplus of idle labor on the island, finding someone reliable and sharp-witted proved to be a daunting task. They hoped to recruit young female waitstaff, but that was even more challenging. Jiang Han ceased his inquiries and took the menu to greet the customers. To Meng Guo's surprise, Jiang Han adapted seamlessly to the role. Some female patrons, captivated by his handsome appearance, sought to engage him in conversation. Meng Guo found this amusing. When she was attending to customers, they had not behaved in such a manner. One young woman, seemingly of a similar age, had cast several glances in Jiang Han's direction. Handsome, may I add you on WeChat? Meng Guo swiftly interjected, linking her arm with Jiang Han's. I'm sorry, but he already has a girlfriend. She then redirected Jiang Han to attend to the elderly customers. As the restaurant prepared to close, both individuals collapsed wearily into their seats. Fortunately, the kitchen had set aside some food for them, which they merely needed to retrieve and enjoy. It was already 9:30 in the evening, and only now could they attend to their dinner. Meng Guo glanced at Jiang Han and asked, You don't hold it against me for today, do you? What do you mean? Jiang Han replied, puzzled. I mean those female patrons. Did I ruin your chance for romance? How could that be? I should actually thank you for helping me out of a tight spot. Really? Of course. I don't know those people. Why would I want to add them on WeChat and invite them to harass me? Meng Guo covered her mouth and laughed. Is that truly how you feel? Do I have any reason to deceive you? After finishing his meal, Jiang Han did not linger. Tomorrow morning, I will visit your sister. Is there anything you'd like me to convey to her? Just then, a call from Zhang Haidai interrupted. Meng Fei's blood test results had come in, and there were no significant issues. She was diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis and heat stroke, consistent with the doctor's initial assessment. Tell them not to worry. Meng Fei also spoke with me and said to just keep the shop running. There is no need for you to visit her. She should be discharged in a couple of days. Just remind her to take care of herself. Meng Guo felt helpless regarding her sister, who, like a steel magnolia, worked tirelessly without rest. All right, understood. The next day, Jiang Han brought some fruit to visit Meng Fei. He found that Jiang Han was taking excellent care of her. So after a brief visit, he left. Upon arriving at the Heilei restaurant, he noticed that the morning business was not particularly busy. Let us prepare some things in the morning. The lunchtime crowd should be manageable, but it will likely be busier in the evening. The kitchen staff were busy with meal preparations, and Mingguo only needed to oversee things slightly at that moment. Seeing this, Jiang Han returned to the village. Lunan, who had been unaware of the previous night's activities, was just now waking up. She carried a heavy digital SLR camera on her back and held a tripod in her hand. Jiang Han was taken aback. She looked quite professional. Jiang Han, which area has the best scenery? Are you referring to our village? The Jinsha Beach area is certainly more picturesque. If it's around dusk or just after sunrise. With the sky painted in hues of red, the view of the sea merging with the sky will be even more stunning. Lunan understood immediately. Having previously photographed the ocean, the beauty of the sky would reflect upon the water, and the more magnificent the skies, the more breathtaking the sea would appear in photographs. She promptly removed her camera, saying, "Then I'll wait until the evening to go." Jiang Han thought to remind her about the risk of heat stroke in the current weather. But it seemed unnecessary now. Watching her bite into an apple only left him more speechless. The difference between people was indeed vast. If he were to travel somewhere, he certainly wouldn't stay in someone else's home for 2 consecutive days without venturing outside. Jiang Han originally planned to head to town in the evening. But at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Mingguo called to inform him that they had temporarily hired another server, so he need not come after all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han felt a slight sense of relief. He hoped that the newly hired waiter would prove capable. Otherwise, with Meng Fei still unwell, Mingguo might succumb to illness as well. Glancing at the Tides app, he noted that the tide would begin to recede at 5:30 this afternoon. However, it was summer, and the sun would still be setting at that hour. Today, Jiang Han would be attending to Meng Fei, and he was reluctant to venture out alone to fish. If he were to catch a particularly large fish, it would be inconvenient without assistance. After some consideration, he concluded that it would be wiser to take a short trip to the nearby shore. He planned to depart at 6:30 and return by 7:30. Uncertain of the bounty he might reap in that hour. As he stepped outside, he noticed Lunan and also setting out with her DSLR camera. Upon spotting him, she inquired about directions, asking, which way to the Golden Sands beach? Jiang Han pointed in the direction, indicating that it was over there. Chapter 103. The Conch of Wonders. Upon observing Lunan's direction, Jiang Han instinctively furrowed his brow. An unsettling sensation lingered within him. Regardless, since they were both heading to the shore, he decided to venture to Tiantian Beach. At that moment, the evening glow adorned the sky, casting a breathtaking hue over the horizon, the sea and sand merging into one magnificent vista. With the tide receding, the expanse of Tiantian Beach had significantly increased. "How beautiful!" Lunan exclaimed, captivated by the scene. It is often said that photography is the art of light. Seizing the perfect moment, she quickly captured several stunning shots. Observing her innocent enthusiasm for photography, Jiang Han dismissed his earlier concerns, concluding that she was merely an ardent photography enthusiast. He chose to ignore her, focusing instead on his exploration of the beach. His field of vision now extended to 565 meters, a considerable improvement from his previous visit. Gazing across the shoreline, he noted that the villagers had already scavenged most of the visible treasures. Beneath the sand lay an array of shellfish, predominantly cat's eye and fragrant snails, alongside numerous sharp conchs resembling nails, commonly known as screw snails. These marine screw snails differ from the freshwater snails that serve as hosts for schistosomiasis in inland regions. Although these sea snails are edible, Jiang Han found no inclination to bend down and collect them. Even if he did, he would only acquire their shells, or perhaps a hermit crab residing within. The screw snails available in the market are typically harvested from specific coastal areas using nets. Thus, finding live specimens during low tide is exceedingly rare. Arriving late, Jiang Han could only gather what he could before the tide returned. The cat's eye and fragrant snails had already settled into the sand, which he diligently unearthed one by one. As he excavated them, a significant portion of their bodies emerged, and upon squeezing them, he expelled much of the water, causing the snail flesh to retract into their shells. He focused on the larger specimens and, in passing, collected a few moon shells. Before long, his bucket felt notably heavier, and he realized how far he had wandered from his original position. When he lifted his gaze again, he caught sight of a vividly colored conch at the edge of his vision. What could that be? Jiang Han paused, taking a couple of steps toward it. As he shifted his focus, the entire form of the conch became evident. To his astonishment, it was a magnificent large conch of wonders. Beside it lay another conch of similar size. He was incredulous to have stumbled upon 2 such grand specimens at once. With the tide approaching, Jiang Han hurriedly made his way toward the 2 conchs. Zhang, an elderly man, was bewildered. Jiang Han, Why are you rushing to the shore? He inquired. Before he could finish his question, he witnessed Jiang Han excavating a beautifully ornate conch from the sand. Zhang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. And before he could fully process the first revelation, Jiang Han unearthed another conch of comparable beauty. With age, Zhang's vision had begun to falter, rubbing his eyes. He approached for a closer look. Goodness, a conch of wonders. Two of such magnificent size. He exclaimed, utterly captivated. The flesh of the precious conch must be gone. Yet this does not hinder its sale. What is truly valued is the shell itself. This specimen likely washed ashore with the tide, and remarkably, two have been found. Jiang Han, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. Even old Zhang is at a loss for words regarding Jiang Han's luck. One by one, others began to gather around, including the two young children, Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaya. What a beautiful shell! Exclaimed Wang Xiaobao. Brother Jiang Han, could you give me this conch? I want one too. However, Wang Xiaobao's grandmother swiftly tapped him on the head. Do not be deceived by its mere appearance. A conch shell of this size can fetch 100 or so yuan if sold. It is hardly appropriate to give it away to a child like you. The onlookers regarded Jiang Han with envy. The profit from just these two shells amounted to 200 yuan, equivalent to the daily wage of many. Initially, Jiang Han felt quite exhilarated. He was aware of the precious conch's reputation, yet its precise value eluded him. He knew it was among the 4 renowned conch species, alongside the turban shell, the scallop shell, and the nautilus, all of which have been designated as national marine protected species. The precious conch remains the only one among them that has not been classified as a protected species. And even a mere thought of its worth sent shivers down Jiang Han's spine. However, he was now informed that it was valued at only 100 yuan. Once more, he gazed at the conch, and indeed, it was truly exquisite. His family was considering renovations, and if the selling price were merely 100 yuan, he would rather keep it as a decorative piece in his home. As he looked through the crowd surrounding him, he raised his gaze toward the distance and was taken aback. The tide was rising, yet Lu Nan'an was not returning. Instead, she was moving towards the sea. Jiang Han hurriedly dropped his bucket and rushed towards Lu Nan'an. What are you doing? He grasped her arm, pulling her back. The tide is coming in. Are you out of your mind? Lu Nan'an was slender and light, easily pulled back by Jiang Han. The villagers witnessed this perilous scene and gathered around once more. Young lady, this is far too dangerous, they cautioned. Yet, Lu Nan'an merely smiled at them, saying, I just thought the scenery was beautiful and wanted to take some lovely photos. I was so captivated that I inadvertently took a few steps forward. Jiang Han eyed Lu Nan'an suspiciously. Taking photos? Where's your camera? Lu Nan'an tapped her forehead. Oh, my memory. When I was resting on the big pebbles, I left my camera there. She then located the pebble and hung the camera around her neck once more. Jiang Han felt something was amiss, though Lu Nan'an's radiant smile did not suggest deceit. The villagers continued to implore her, Young lady, we live on an island. The waters here are much deeper than those along the coastal areas. The beaches there are generally very gentle, but if you venture further here, it could cost you your life. An old saying goes, clear water signifies shallowness, green water indicates depth, and black water suggests an abyss. You are but a step away from the emerald waters. Jiang Han cast another glance at Lu Nan'an and inquired, will you continue to take photographs? Lu Nan'an shook her head, no more. There are only a few precious minutes when the light is at its finest each day. I have captured the best shots. Jiang Han had previously heard of photographers who would endure the chill of the night, clutching their blankets atop mountains, all for the sake of seizing those fleeting moments of exquisite light during sunrise. This was beyond Jiang Han's comprehension. Lu Nan'an then turned her gaze towards Jiang Han's bucket. The 2 conch shells you found are truly beautiful. Jiang Han found Lu Nan'an increasingly perplexing. You even know about conch shells? I possess a wealth of knowledge, she replied. The price of conch shells has risen considerably over the past 2 years. Jiang Han regarded Lu Nan'an with skepticism. How much could they possibly increase? They claim these shells are merely 100 yuan each. Chapter 104. The blood conch. Lu Nan'an chuckled softly. Do you believe everything they say? Jiang Han remained silent. The villagers were seasoned fishermen, and their words generally held some truth. It was peculiar that Lu Nan'an, who appeared to be somewhat strange, chose not to trust her own villagers. Did she expect him to? As the tide rose, he retrieved the bucket he had carelessly left behind and made his way home. Although many villagers eyed his precious conch with envy, no one had taken the bucket during his absence. Even Wang Xiaobao and Li Xiaya merely observed and touched it without making an attempt to take the shell. This suggested that, barring a few exceptions, the villagers were quite reliable. Lu Nan'an ceased taking photographs and followed Jiang Han closely. He found her presence rather perplexing. Had she come to the island for leisure? It had only been an hour, and now she was leaving? Lu Nan'an glanced at his bucket and inquired, May I take a look at your conch? Jiang Han regarded her warily but eventually showed her one of the shells. To his surprise, the way she examined it was reminiscent of the antique experts seen on television. She scrutinized it from various angles, particularly lingering around the edges for an extended period, even holding it up to the sunlight. "Well, have you discerned anything?" he asked, noting she had been observing it for over 10 minutes. Seeing the caution in Jiang Han's expression, Lu Nan returned the conch. "Didn't you say this is only worth 100? Why are you so anxious over something that costs merely 100? Jiang Han was rendered speechless. "Are you familiar with the blood conch?" Lu Nan queried. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. He had only heard of the conch, and now it was a protected species, prohibited from trade or consumption. "Ah, so you didn't know," she continued. "The value of the conch skyrockets to 40 times its original price as a blood conch." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I counterfeit?" Jiang Han found himself questioning her integrity. Lu Nan was momentarily perplexed. How is that counterfeiting? She then produced an apple, which served as her dinner for the evening. Initially, she thought she had brought too many, yet here she was, consuming this one. "You should reconsider selling that conch as a blood conch. If I were you, I wouldn't part with it for less than 5,000. Jiang Han scrutinized Lu Nan closely. "Who exactly are you to possess such knowledge about conchs?" With a mouthful of apple, Lu Nan struggled to speak, finally managing to swallow. "I'm merely a photographer. I haven't studied much. I've traveled far and wide since childhood, so my knowledge is rather eclectic." Jiang Han refrained from further inquiries, finding her increasingly enigmatic. As the clock approached 8, he realized he had yet to dine. He decided against selling the shells from his bucket, opting instead to boil them in water and enjoy them with mustard for dinner. The remaining ones were kept in the pond, and those that perished by tomorrow would be discarded, while the living ones could serve as breakfast. After his meal, he ascended to the upper floor. He perused information regarding the Wanfang snail and the blood clam on his mobile device, discovering that there indeed existed such matters. The blood clam originally referred to the hinge section of the clam. Now that the clam is protected, the Wanfang snail has become the substitute. Remarkably, this is not considered fraudulent. It is widely recognized as a legitimate alternative. Selling the Wanfang snail as it is may yield a mere couple of hundred yuan. Yet if one grinds the lip of the Wanfang snail into beads and sells it as blood clam, the price escalates by several dozen times. Jiang Han was genuinely enlightened by this revelation. Such a scheme truly existed. However, Lu Nan remarked that due to his size, selling his blood clam was not cost-effective. Jiang Han measured, finding one snail to be 22 centimeters and the other precisely 20 centimeters. According to online sources, a 20-centimeter Wanfang snail is quite rare. Scarcity elevates value. Even without transforming them into beads, these two could fetch a high price. If Lu Nan's valuation was accurate, one Wanfang snail could be worth 5,000 yuan, and two would amount to 10,000. The disparity from 100 to 5,000 seemed outrageous. Moreover, from Lu Nan's implication, this price could potentially rise further. After some contemplation, he deemed it necessary to gauge the interest of his affluent classmates. After all, his class was filled with exceptional talents, each with unique backgrounds. Jiang Han shared a photograph in the class group chat. "Hu Danjin, wow, what is this? So beautiful." "Hu Danjin, Jiang Han, did you find this sea snail?" "Hu Danjin, I absolutely adore this sea snail." "Jiang Han, would you consider gifting it to me? I'll cover the postage." "Tang Qin, this is a Wanfang snail, and you're asking him to give it away?" "Jiang Han is merely a fisherman. Do you have no shame?" "Tang Qin, Jiang Han, how large are these two Wanfang snails?" "Jiang Han, one is 20 centimeters, and the other is 22 centimeters. Tang Qin remained silent for a considerable time, while others chatted incessantly. "Hu Danjin, 20 centimeters doesn't seem that large. If it were a meter tall, it would look magnificent in my yard." "Yuhi, what are you thinking? Can a Wanfang snail be a meter tall? If you could really find a meter-tall Wanfang snail, would it be genuine?" "Hu Danjin, I was just making a comparison. This thing is so beautiful. If it were a meter tall, it would be perfect." Jiang Han gazed at his phone screen, awaiting the genuine bidder. After an indeterminate time, Tang Qin spoke once more. "Tang Qin, Jiang Han, this Wanfang snail is indeed quite attractive. If you were to sell it elsewhere, you'd receive at most 200 or 300 yuan. Tang Qin, how about this, considering our camaraderie as classmates and my affinity for these two snails? I'll offer you 3,000 yuan for both. How does that sound?" Goodness. It is often claimed that the children of the wealthy are idle and lack real skills. Yet, each of them is astute in their own right. Observing Tang Qin, it was evident she possessed considerable knowledge in this field. Had it not been for his awareness of the existence of the blood clam, Tang Qin would have felt immensely grateful for acquiring 2 shells from him for 3,000 yuan. "Jiang Han, I shall not part with these 2 shells. My home is undergoing renovations, and I intend to use them as decor." "Tang Qin, what a waste to use them as decor. How about this? I will offer you 3,500 yuan for them. Hu Dongjin, Tang Qin, are you out of your mind? Jiang Han intends to keep them as decoration. How is that a waste? But if they were at your place, it would be fine. Hu Dongjin, Jiang Han. Pay no heed to him. I, too, feel a connection with these two shells. I will offer you 5,000 yuan for them. Tang Qin, Hu Dongjin. Stop causing trouble. Hu Dongjin, how am I causing trouble? Is it only permissible for you to feel a connection, while I cannot? Hu Dongjin, so? Is it only you who is allowed to purchase these items? Chapter 105. Intentional price inflation. Hu Dongjin, Jiang Han. I'll add 1,000 more. Selling it to me for 6,000 yuan. Tang Qin, Hu Dongjin, do not go too far. Hu Dongjin, where have I gone too far? Jiang Han. I will add another 1,000. These two conchs are mine for 7,000 yuan. The two girls were embroiled in a quarrel. While the others chose not to intervene, Jiang Han felt somewhat exasperated. He recalled that Hu Dongjin and Tang Qin had never been on amicable terms back in their school days. Tang Qin, Jiang Han, do not listen to Hu Dongjin's nonsense. She is merely inflating the price now and will not pay later. Tang Qin, Jiang Han, I truly adore these two conchs. Here is the deal. I will offer 10,000 yuan. No more than that. Hu Dongjin, I'll give 12,000. Hu Dongjin, who says I want to-pay? Hu Dongjin transferred 12,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Tang Qin, I'll bid 13,000. Hu Dongjin, I'll bid 14,000. Tang Qin, I'll bid 15,000. Hu Dongjin, Tang Qin, fine, they're yours. Tang Qin, Hu Dongjin, why are you so surprised? Hu Dongjin, congratulations to Tang Qin for acquiring two beautiful wanshou conchs at the price of 15,000 yuan. Hu Dongjin, what is the matter? Are you not going to pay? Hu Dongjin, Jiang Han, my earlier offer of 12,000 still stands. If Tang Qin doesn't want them, I'll take them for 12,000. Tang Qin transferred 15,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Jiang Han typically received payment after shipping, but this time he accepted the money first. Jiang Han, thank you, Tang Qin, for your appreciation of my two wanshou conchs. Please send me your address privately, and I will dispatch the conchs to you tomorrow. Tang Qin gazed at the received 15,000 yuan, feeling as though she had just awoken from a dream. She had initially intended to acquire the two conchs at a lower price. How had it escalated to 15,000? With no choice left, she sent her address to Jiang Han. At that moment, Hu Dongjin also sent Jiang Han a private message. Hu Dongjin, how will you thank me for raising the price so high? Jiang Han recognized her intentions. Jiang Han, have you tasted the barnacles I sent last time? Hu Dongjin, yes, they were delicious. Do you have more? My mother said I bought too few. Jiang Han, not at the moment. When I go to get some, I will send you 20 kilograms. Hu Dongjin, great. It's a deal. If they're S-stock, I want 50 kilograms. Adding the 20 kilograms you're sending me, that will make 70 kilograms. Jiang Han, sounds good. Jiang Han noticed that more classmates were inquiring about the barnacles in the group chat. By now, most had received their barnacles and tasted them. Tiantian, I only found out when mine arrived that my dad also bought barnacles online. Tiantian, we've tried both kinds of barnacles at home. Tiantian, the barnacles bought online were also fresh, but in comparison to those sent by Jiang Han, they were decidedly inferior. Tiantian remarked to Jiang Han that he had ordered too little last time, stating that despite the weight of the barnacles, the meat inside was merely a morsel. He confidently claimed that he could consume 10 pounds in a single sitting. This time, he demanded 100 pounds, eager for his less experienced cousins to savor the delicacy. Shenren inquired about the cause of his irritation towards his cousins, to which Tiantian retorted dismissively. Shenren then announced his own order of 50 pounds. While Yu insisted on a staggering 300 pounds, without elaborating on the reason, merely stating that his clients adored them. Lu Buahong joined in with a request for 5 pounds, lamenting that the 2 pounds he had previously tasted had vanished too quickly. He noted, however, that the broth within the shells was exceptionally fresh. As Jiang Han observed the flurry of orders in the class group, he shared the QR code for his shopping group once more, subsequently welcoming several classmates into the group. This shopping circle was primarily populated by couch surfers and their friends and relatives. These individuals either had yet to place an order or had already done so and relished the product. Jiang Han mentioned the reservations he was facilitating. Curious about the demand this time, his group had now swelled to 352 members, and the requests for orders poured in fervently. Indifferent to the calculations, he entrusted the task to his sister. At that moment, Jiang Feng transferred 160 yuan to him, leaving Jiang Han puzzled about the purpose of the funds. Jiang Feng explained that she had sold the dried goods and loofah fibers through his platform and had already dispatched them, collecting payment in the process. She proposed that for handling the shipping, he could keep 10%, just as she would share a portion for utilizing his platform for sales. Understanding her intent, Jiang Han willingly accepted the money, pleased to see his sister content. He also reflected on the remarkable transformation of the two precious conch shells, appreciating their value surge from 200 to 15,000 yuan. Deciding against a trip to town late at night, he realized that even if he ventured to the courier point, it might not be open. Recalling Lu Nanan's peculiar gaze, he hesitated before securing the two conchs in his cabinet, wary of potential threats. In the middle of the night, unable to sleep, Jiang Han contemplated a trip to the restroom, as the upstairs facilities were still unfinished. Suddenly, he heard a muffled thud from downstairs, prompting him to investigate. As he passed through the hall, he was taken aback to see Lu Nanan had tied a rope from the beam in his home. At that moment, her neck was ensnared by the rope, her legs thrashing in a desperate struggle. The earlier noise had been the sound of her kicking away the stool she had stood upon. Jiang Han was both furious and anxious, and without hesitation, he scooped Lu Nanan into his arms. Lu Nanan was exceedingly slender, her bones pressing uncomfortably against him. After several coughs, she finally regained her composure. Upon glancing at Jiang Han, she noticed his face was shrouded in a dark scowl. Earlier that day, he had sensed something amiss. He had claimed to be taking photos. Yet he had carelessly placed the camera on the pebbles while he himself wandered towards the sea as the tide rose. He had pulled her back then. To his astonishment, that night, she had contemplated hanging herself in his home. Had he not taken that walk, he would have discovered a corpse the following day. Lu Nanan offered an awkward smile, insisting, "It's not what you think. I was engaging in extreme sports. I will come down by myself shortly." Jiang Han's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Do you truly believe that?" Lu Nanan replied, "I do." Jiang Han remained silent. Chapter 106. Finally dispatched the menaced Jiang Han. "I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish to harm me so?" Lu Nanan was bewildered. How could this be considered harm? Was it not so? Jiang Han's gaze grew colder than before. "As a guest on our island, you come here to vacation and take photographs. Should you perish, the police would first seek me out, even if they ascertain that your death bears no connection to me. The village is rife with gossip, and the locals would inevitably tarnish my name. I would find it impossible to remain in this village. Moreover, you now contemplate dying in my home. Even if I withstand the pressure and continue to reside here, each time I step into this house, I would be haunted by shadows. Even if I wished to sell this house, your incident would render it unsellable." Lu Nanan lowered her head in shame. Overwhelmed by the multitude of complications she had never considered, she merely sought a picturesque locale to conclude her life. Now that all the apples had been consumed, it was time for her to depart from this world. Jiang Han was at a loss as to whether this woman was foolish or malevolent. "I will inform Ma Xiaomei of your situation. At daybreak, you must leave this island. Your demise elsewhere is of no concern to me, but you cannot perish here." "Jiang Han, do not call my name. Are we so familiar?" Jiang Han believed he had been quite patient, but encountering such a situation today had provoked his ire. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to remain awake until dawn to ensure this woman's departure from the island. "I apologize, Jiang Han. I never intended to trouble you. Since parting ways with my boyfriend, I have been beset by severe depression." Jiang Han raised his eyelids and cast a glance at Lu Nanan. "You? Depressed?" He truly could not discern it. "I suffer from what is known as sunny depression. On the surface, I appear cheerful, but within, I am engulfed by despair." Perhaps yearning for a confidant, Lu Nanan recounted the tale of her acquaintance, affection, and subsequent breakup with her boyfriend. When she glanced at Jiang Han, he was already yawning, on the verge of slumber. Jiang Han found Lu Nanan's monologue more effective than any sleeping pill. Were it not for the necessity of watching her, he would have succumbed to sleep. He had initially assumed that her depression stemmed from a callous ex-boyfriend, yet their separation had been entirely normal, and she had made a melodrama out of it. After concluding her tale, Lu Nanan trembled slightly. "Jiang Han, could you hold me?" She desperately craved an embrace. Yet, Jiang Han remained seated, motionless. As Lu Nanan awaited the embrace that never came, she erupted into tears. Jiang Han glanced at the time, fervently wishing for dawn to arrive swiftly so he could expel this calamity from his life. What he did not anticipate was that her weeping would endure for 2.5 hours. Once her tears subsided, she lifted her head and bestowed upon Jiang Han a smile. "Jiang Han, thank you. Jiang Han, what have I done to merit your gratitude? Thank you for your unwillingness to embrace me." Jiang Han. Strange, exceedingly strange. After the breakup, I was undeniably despondent. Yet, I did not shed a single tear. Your refusal to embrace me only intensified my anguish, compelling me to release all my recent sorrows. Jiang Han, I am completely healed now. My depression has dissipated. Jiang Han believed that depression is indeed a form of mental affliction. He had heard that some individuals suffering from mental illness possess remarkable intelligence, often surpassing that of the average person. They might even fabricate illusions to achieve their ends. He suspected that Lu Nanan was merely an illusion. Perhaps she intended to lull him into a false sense of security before meeting her demise in his home. If you are prepared to die, why then do you wish to take photographs? I am, after all, a photographer. Capturing breathtaking images before passing away would provide a fitting conclusion to my career. Thus, on the beach, she walked towards the magnificent sea, leaving her camera, which held the promise of stunning photographs, upon the pebbles. Jiang Han cast another glance at Lu Nan and, finding her behavior profoundly unsettling. Could this be the contemplation of a rational mind? Jiang Han endured until dawn, but hunger gnawed at him. He required sustenance. He inspected the pond and discovered that a small portion of the creatures he had nurtured there had perished. Jiang Han disposed of the deceased, and although the remaining ones were plentiful, he prepared them all in a single pot. Lu Nan swallowed hard at the sight of the seafood. Jiang Han, may I have some to eat? I am willing to pay. Jiang Han shot her a glance, recalling her preference for apples. I have finished my apples. Last night was merely the last one. She had thought that after yesterday, she would no longer need to consume apples. Little did she expect to witness the sunrise again. Jiang Han declined her money and shared some seafood with her. You eat apples to lose weight, do you not? Have you ever considered whether your body consents to this self-inflicted torment? Even in death, you still contemplate weight loss. Lu Nan was taken aback. Did she truly need her body's approval for such matters? As she savored the seafood before her, she realized it had been ages since she had consumed anything beyond apples. The taste of the seafood was simply exquisite. Perhaps living like this is rather pleasant. An hour later, Jiang Han finally saw Lu Nan onto the boat departing Jiao Island. As he watched the vessel recede into the distance, a weight lifted from his heart. Her fate, whether life or death, was no longer his concern. Jiang Han visited the courier service to see Manager Fang, sending off the two conchs. He also insured these two conchs. Passing by the Wallawang restaurant, he noted that Meng Fei had yet to return. Indeed, there was a new staff member at the restaurant. Meng Guo rushed over upon seeing Jiang Han. Jiang Han, why does your complexion appear so poor? Jiang Han, recalling the events of the previous night, chose not to elaborate. Observing Meng Guo in good spirits, he exchanged a few words of concern before taking his leave. Upon returning home, he took a shower and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered a message from Lu Nan. Lu Nan, Jiang Han, thank you. I have truly recovered. Lu Nan, the photos taken at Jinsha Beach, I intend to submit them to the Yaoping photography exhibition. Jiang Han was unfamiliar with this Yaoping photography exhibition, yet it sounded quite prestigious. However, it no longer concerned him. Their contractual relationship had concluded. As a member of the couchsurfing community, he had fulfilled his obligations. Without a moment's hesitation, he deleted Lu Nan from his contacts. Jiang Feng noticed that there were no further reservations. She proceeded to tally the weight of the reservations made from last night until now. Jiang Feng, Han. The total weight requested by these individuals amounts to 3,850 jin. Jiang Feng, with such a substantial quantity, can you manage it? Jiang Han, sister, rest assured. Since I have inquired, I will certainly be able to fulfill it. Chapter 107. Zhang Haidai has gained weight. The barnacle known as the sparrowbeak was abundantly present in that cave. However, with the limited time during low tide, it was quite arduous for him to gather them alone. He called Zhang Haidai. Han Ge, Fei Jie will be discharged from the hospital tonight. I'll be able to join you for beachcombing tomorrow. Great. Jiang Han glanced at the weather forecast. Tomorrow's temperature was set to drop below 40 degrees Celsius. The low tide would occur later in the day, and the cave remained cool. As long as they did not linger too long on the boat, they should avoid heat stroke. Jiang Han sent another message to Zhang Haidai, requesting him to procure some herbal cooling remedies like Huaxiang Zhengqi water and Rendan from the pharmacy in town. Since Zhang Haidai had Yamei wine to enjoy, it was essential for him, as the captain, to abstain from alcohol. These items were primarily for his own preparation. After a moment's thought, he asked Zhang Haidai to also buy some mosquito-repellent patches, wristbands, and floral sprays. With the rising temperatures, the mosquitoes became increasingly bothersome during the day and even more rampant at night. Despite their long sleeves and pants, the mosquitoes could pierce through fabric and bite into their skin. By the time they returned home, they would be covered in red welts. Thus, their mosquito prevention efforts needed to be strengthened. The following day, Zhang Haidai returned to the village laden with numerous items. Upon seeing Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han felt something was amiss. In just a few days, it seemed that Zhang Haidai had gained a noticeable amount of weight. Haidai, why do I perceive that you have developed a double chin? It's only been a few days. Zhang Haidai appeared quite cheerful, replying, Han, good. Your method is surprisingly effective. What method? Jiang Han pondered, trying to recall what he had advised Zhang Haidai. The method to quit smoking. You mentioned that if I felt the urge to smoke, I should eat a meal first. Jiang Han felt a twinge of guilt, recalling that he had overheard Ling Ling listening to a children's play, where a child suggested such an idea to his father. When Zhang Haidai inquired about it, He had simply mentioned it offhandedly. Surely, he did not take it seriously, did he? Han, this method does work, albeit it makes one quite full, Jiang Han said, following it with a hearty belch. Sometimes it's hard to resist the urge to smoke, and I end up just eating instead. Previously, I had 3 meals a day, plus a late-night snack, totaling 4. Now, I've reduced the portion size at each meal, but increased the frequency. I'm now eating 10 times a day. I used to smoke a pack daily, but I've already have that amount. Jiang Han belched again. He had woken up around 5 in the morning, had a bowl of rice porridge, and smoked a cigarette. By 7, he had 2 buns and smoked again. Before returning to the village, he had a seafood meat pie and smoked once more. Jiang Han was utterly astonished. You've already had 3 meals by this morning? Hide, if you find it unbearable. Han, I will definitely persevere. You once told me that to succeed at anything, one must remain steadfast. I am no longer the loafer I once was. I will diligently quit smoking. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words, apprehensive that Jiang Han had yet to successfully quit smoking and had instead become quite rotund. The sun still shone brightly outside, and with ample time ahead of them, Jiang Han instructed Jiang Han to purchase a deck of playing cards from a nearby shop. The two of them settled in, engaging in a game of landlord beneath the comfort of the air conditioning. As responsible youths of the new era, they refrained from gambling excessively. However, the absence of stakes rendered the game rather dull, prompting them to wager modest sums, approximately 200 yuan over the course of the afternoon. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host has sold collectible shells for 15,000 yuan, earning 15,000 system points. Upon tallying the previous points, the total reached 16,207 points. You may now expend 15,000 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 30 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? The transaction was confirmed, expanding the host's scanning range to 595 meters, leaving a remaining balance of 1,207 points. Please continue to strive diligently. Jiang Han paused momentarily, recalling that he had already received the payment for the collectible shells 2 nights prior, yet the system had only just finalized the scanning function's exchange. He was aware of the system's delays, but the duration surprised him. Did it imply that his system required rest, awakening after 2 days to resume its duties? The figure of 595 meters rolled off the tongue pleasantly. After playing cards for most of the morning, as noon approached, Jiang Han had lost 210 yuan, while Jiang Han had gained the same amount. Jiang Han expressed his desire to prepare lunch, and Jiang Han acquiesced. Having cooked an abundance of seafood that morning, there were leftovers to utilize. Jiang Han skillfully transformed the surplus into a braised dish with the addition of miso. He also procured some vegetables, chicken eggs, and sea duck eggs from the villagers. The sea duck eggs, weighing a full 5 jin, had been purchased from Aunt Li, as Aunt Hohot did not raise sea ducks. What do you intend to do with those sea duck eggs? They have quite a pungent aroma, Jiang Han remarked, noting that he had never bought them himself due to their strong scent, despite being a local islander. He preferred the more palatable land chicken eggs. I plan to make salted duck eggs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought so many, Jiang Han replied. Nowadays, most sea duck eggs sold in the market were already salted. While raw sea duck eggs might be odorous, their flavor improved significantly once pickled, making them quite delectable. Jiang Han also enjoyed the salted duck eggs, yet found the preparation too tedious for his liking. At that moment, Jiang Han had already commenced the process. Since joining Jiang Han on his coastal excursions, Jiang Han had transformed remarkably, exhibiting a finesse in cooking that far surpassed his previous self. His culinary creations bore a striking resemblance to the dishes served at high-end restaurants. After finishing their meal, they took a brief respite before resuming their card game. Brother Han, Jiang Han began, while I was out buying eggs. I happened to see you Tiantian. In the sweltering midday heat, she was lurking suspiciously near your home. Jiang Han's expression shifted. What was she up to? Nothing much. Just peering around furtively. When she saw me, she even asked why I was the one coming out. Han, does she truly wish to encounter you once more? It seems implausible. Jiang Han immediately dismissed such a possibility. If Tiantian genuinely harbored such intentions, she would not have ended their relationship in the first place. To be honest, he is quite grateful for her decision to part ways. During their time together, Tiantian consistently engaged in psychological manipulation, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. His entire demeanor had become rather subservient. However, now he is gradually rediscovering his true self. He realizes that he is indeed quite admirable, contrary to Tiantian's assertions. He does not owe her anything. Rather, she has been draining his vitality. Han, you are correct. Her excessive focus on her studies has led to an unbalanced state of mind. Chapter 108. Utterly adorable. Jiang Han nodded, yet there lingered a certain discomfort within him. One must always remain vigilant. Without hesitation, he ordered a surveillance camera that could be delivered to the village. Recalling the phone boxes he had purchased previously, he checked the logistics information, which indicated that they had already reached the district. Initially, he contemplated asking Jiang Han to assist with the logistics if he went to the district to learn boating. However, due to Ming Fei's illness over the past few days, the boating lessons had been postponed. Noticing a logistics phone number, Jiang Han decided to make a call. The response he received indicated that for an additional 50 yuan, they could deliver his items to the town. They would be on a boat in the afternoon and would arrive by nightfall. Naturally, Jiang Han agreed. Besides, he did not require the phone boxes to be sent to the village, as the items were meant to be processed in the town. He then called Meng Guo to explain the situation and instructed the logistics team to send the items to the Healewang restaurant in town. Brother Han, I've been focusing on theoretical studies these past few days. I will do my utmost to pass the certification exam soon, Meng Guo assured him. Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to comment further. Such matters were not his concern. If Jiang Han proved himself worthy, Jiang Han could gain a reliable partner in addition to a good friend. So far, Jiang Han had shown himself to be quite dependable. After their meal, they took a brief rest. To avoid hunger while harvesting, Jiang Han prepared a light snack. He also took the opportunity to enjoy a cigarette while they savored their treat. Estimating the time, they made their way out. Jiang Feng had calculated the pre-sold weight to be 3,850 jin. Based on previous experiences, the actual weight required always exceeded the pre-ordered amount. Thus, Jiang Han resolved to excavate over 4,000 jin. He chose not to impose excessive pressure on the two of them. He planned to distribute this endeavor over 3 days. Jiang Han had no objections to Jiang Han's decision. Drawing from their earlier experiences, he realized that extracting over 4,000 jin in 3 days would still be quite laborious. Determined, Jiang Han rolled up his sleeves and prepared to work hard. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Han was momentarily bewildered by the peculiar tool that Jiang Han had produced. It was T-shaped, resembling both a hammer on one side and a spade on the other, with an odd configuration. What is this? Jiang Han inquired, scratching his head. This is a bug hammer, a tool crafted by the locals from Xiangqing, Jiang Han explained. A few days prior, while assisting at the Healewang restaurant, Meng Guo had given him this item. In Xiangqing, the locals referred to barnacles as bug tribe. They enjoyed both striking and shoveling the bug tribe. The method Jiang Han and Jiang Han employed, which involved digging out the entire shell, was referred to as shoveling the bug tribe in their region. The tool used for this purpose was the bug hammer, which is not commercially available and is primarily made by fishermen themselves. It is the most specialized tool for excavating barnacles. How did Meng Guo come to possess this? Jiang Han pondered. She had many customers, including regulars from Xiangqing. When she inquired, one of the customers sold her these 2 tools. I spent another 100 yuan to acquire these from Meng Guo, Jiang Han added. Jiang Han was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It must be said that to undertake professional endeavors, one must employ professional tools. With the insectoid hammer in hand, the duo found their task of harvesting barnacles considerably eased. When the tide rose, they managed to extract a total of 500 pounds. Jiang Han also collected a dozen sea urchins, specifically the horse-dung variety. This time, instead of grilling, they opted to consume a few raw. The remaining urchins were destined for storage at the Healewang restaurant, to be savored gradually over time. The flavor of the horse-dung sea urchin was delightful, leaving both men invigorated after their meal. Jiang Han even seized the opportunity to indulge in a cigarette. As Jiang Han piloted the boat to the town dock, Jiang Feng arrived as well. Upon seeing the boat brimming with barnacles, she could hardly contain her joy. Her brother was earning money, and so was she. What a splendid affair. It was likely that Aunt Wang next door was equally pleased. Jiang Feng had always felt indebted to Aunt Wang for watching her 2 children free of charge, and thus she proposed to compensate her with 50 yuan for each occasion. The townsfolk, witnessing Jiang Han's bountiful haul of barnacles, were left astonished. They recognized the wooden vessel, recalling it from previous trips laden with similar barnacles. For those who made their living by the sea, the price per unit was one consideration, but the sheer quantity was another. As long as the quantity was substantial, a slight dip in price would still yield significant profits. Observing the vast number of barnacles, they estimated it to exceed 1,000 pounds. Currently, during the closed fishing season, supplies were scarce. Yet these 2 young men consistently managed to procure such a considerable amount. Is the shipment also over 1,000 pounds? One wondered. Jiang Han chose not to satisfy their curiosity, as the goods had not been weighed on land. For one, weighing at the dock incurred a fee, and for another, it was unnecessary. He had intentionally gathered these items in several batches. If there was an excess, he would send more, and if less, he would send accordingly. Jiang Han specifically instructed Jiang Feng regarding Hu Danjin's order. Hu Danjin had requested 50 pounds of barnacles, but Jiang Han advised Jiang Feng to pack 70 pounds. He particularly insisted that the additional 20 pounds be separated and packaged distinctly. Jiang Feng did not inquire about the reasons. She simply followed Jiang Han's instructions. He directed her to process the orders in the sequence they were received, confirming each customer's requested weight prior to packaging. As anticipated, aside from a few individuals who received slightly less than initially ordered, the majority received a bit more. Jiang Han also rented an additional space at the dock and sent Zhang Haidai to the Haluang restaurant to collect foam boxes for packaging. These boxes, while lightweight, occupied considerable space. Utilizing a tricycle would require multiple trips. How go? Mengguo mentioned she has set aside some packaging boxes for you to use, she said. The restaurant required a substantial supply of seafood, meat, and vegetables daily. Particularly for seafood and meat, deliveries were packaged in foam boxes. Previously, when there were surplus boxes, Mengguo would discard them, but now she preserved them for Jiang Han. Please convey my gratitude to Xiaoguo. On second thought, I shall express it myself. As Jiang Han picked up his phone, he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he settled for a simple expression of thanks, accompanied by an adorable raccoon emoji. Perhaps it is a universal truth that girls are enamored by such charming creatures. Mengguo was certainly delighted by it. Mengguo, what an adorable little raccoon. Do you have a complete set? Jiang Han, of course, did not possess a full collection. He had merely typed the word thank you, which prompted a selection of emojis to appear. However, upon hearing Mengguo's inquiry, he decided to search for that particular emoji. To his surprise, he discovered that it required a paid download. If payment is required, so be it, he thought, and proceeded to download an entire set, sending each emoji to Mengguo for her to save. Mengguo received them with great joy. Mengguo, thanks Jiang Han. They are absolutely adorable. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Was she implying that he was cute? Chapter 109. In Emperor's Delight, Mengguo remarked about the expression pack of the little raccoon. Jiang Han felt an indescribable sensation. The term adorable seemed ill-suited for him. Yet, to declare him unattractive left a lingering discomfort in his heart. The three had busied themselves until the late hours of the night. Zhang Haidai, residing in the town, chose not to return home. Brother Han, I shall embark on the earliest boat to the district tomorrow morning to learn about the vessels. I will rendezvous with you in the village when it's time for the tide. Jiang Han was taken aback by Zhang Haidai's sudden ambition. Perhaps his years of lethargy were merely the prelude to a more industrious latter half of his life. This path was certainly preferable to one of initial diligence followed by eventual complacency. According to Mengguo, there was only one person in town who had successfully entered a prestigious university, graduated smoothly, and had since relied on his family. After exchanging a few words of encouragement with Zhang Haidai, Jiang Han personally escorted Jiang Feng back home. The two children were already asleep. Jiang Feng quietly opened the door and stealthily entered the house. Before long, Aunt Wang from next door emerged quietly. Upon seeing Jiang Han, she felt a wave of nostalgia. She too had a brother, for whom she still occasionally provided support. Yet, her brother had never reciprocated. She was aware that Jiang Feng was working to support her brother's family, and she mused that Jiang Feng was indeed fortunate to have such a sibling. Returning to his own home, Jiang Han slept soundly until midday. When he awoke, the enticing aroma of food wafted up from downstairs. He donned a tank top and descended the stairs. The house was empty, and the rice cooker beeped softly, indicating that the rice was ready. On the table lay a plate of braised shrimp, another of braised fish, and a generous serving of boiled peanuts. Beside them sat a glass jar filled with fragrant roasted peanuts. Jiang Han called Jiang Feng, "Sister, you must have prepared this meal, right? There is no one else capable of such culinary feats." He recalled that his sister had gone to bed quite late the previous night. He wondered what time she had risen. In the morning, your brother-in-law's relatives from Shaoqing Xinxian came by, bringing a sack of peanuts. I sorted through them, boiling the tender ones and roasting the older ones in sand. I heard that the peanuts from there are referred to as small Beijing peanuts, a tribute from the Ming and Qing dynasties, destined for the emperor's table. I saved some for you to taste. Jiang Han found himself at a loss against his sister's generosity. She always thought of him when it came to good things. Very well, I shall sample them. Jiang Feng also calculated the total weight from the previous day. They had shipped out a total of 520 jin of barnacles. And with the additional 30 jin stored at the Haluang restaurant, the total amounted to 550 jin. Their harvest from the previous day had proven quite fruitful. Jiang Feng sent the list of shipped goods to the group for verification and individually sent the tracking numbers to each person who had placed an order. The task of collecting payments had also been entrusted to Jiang Feng, totaling 200 yuan. After consolidating the funds, she transferred the amount to Jiang Han. Upon the successful sale of seafood for 91,200 yuan, the host acquired an equivalent of 91,200 system points. Cumulatively, the total system points now stand at 92,407. The host is now able to expend 90,000 system points to enhance the scanning range by 180 meters. Upon confirmation, the exchange is successful, granting the host a scanning range of 775 meters, with a remaining balance of 2,407 points. The system encourages the host to continue striving for further achievements. Upon learning of the expanded scanning range, Jiang Han felt that the goal of reaching 1,000 meters was within imminent grasp. Recalling his previous visit to Jinsha Beach, he realized that without spotting the vibrant corner of the wancho shell, he would have missed the opportunity to collect 2 of them. Thus, an increased scanning range is undeniably advantageous. Jiang Han generously transferred 9,200 yuan each to Zhang Haidai and Jiang Feng. Zhang Haidai, having become accustomed to such financial surprises, now simply wishes for Han Guo's longevity, enabling him to continue accompanying Jiang Han on his ventures. Jiang Feng, however, was genuinely bewildered by the prospect of earning over 9,000 in a single day. Was this reality or mere fantasy? After enjoying a meal prepared by his sister, Jiang Han reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, relishing the cool air conditioning. Nearby, a stool held a plate of peanuts and a bottle of chilled cola. As he savored the peanuts and sipped the cola, he mused that the fare afforded to an emperor is indeed distinct. He felt no envy towards those who traverse back to ancient times, struggling for power and profit, even if they ascended to the throne. Their comfort could not compare to his present state. The LCD television he purchased a few days prior had arrived, yet he had little interest in current broadcasts, opting instead to project Western films from his phone onto the screen. The experience was nothing short of delightful. The time for gathering sea creatures was set for 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., ensuring they would be shielded from the sun's rays. At 8:30 p.m., Zhang Haidai arrived after enjoying his first late-night snack, riding over on a newly acquired electric bike, a cigarette dangling from his lips. As he finished his smoke, he reflected on his day spent learning about boating. Steering the vessel proved easy, but the theoretical knowledge remained a challenge. He found himself increasingly admiring Han Ji's intellect. How could he retain such information after a single review? After organizing their equipment, the two boarded the boat. Following yesterday's successful trials with various mosquito repellent measures, Jiang Han prepared in the same manner today. He affixed mosquito patches to his clothing, donned a mosquito bracelet, and liberally applied repellent spray from head to toe. Observing Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai followed suit, confident that emulating Han Ji's actions would yield favorable results. During this period, Jiang Han also began to engage in regular physical exercise. Despite the fatigue of the previous day, he found himself energized and ready to work. Zhang Haidai's physical resilience had similarly improved. Upon reaching the cave, the two set to work diligently, gradually adapting their strategies based on prior experiences. In addition to enhancing their tools, they also refined their methods of operation. They brought with them 4 large barrels, initially filled to the brim, which they loaded onto the boat before returning to the cave. Now, in a bid to save time, they have piled all the goods in a location safe from the rising tide. After all, this cave is solely occupied by the two of them, and there is no one to pilfer their belongings. This method significantly reduces the time spent transporting the goods. With each iteration of refinement, the barnacles they harvested grew increasingly abundant. Jiang Han estimated that this time they collected around 1,000 pounds. Once the tide came in, they would collectively load all the barnacles from the beach onto the boat. By the time they set sail for town, it was already midnight. Jiang Feng stood waiting at the designated spot for their return. Strangely enough, despite the late hour, Jiang Han felt that there were more spectators this time around. The younger generation is indeed impressive. Where did they procure such an abundance of barnacles? They are bound to strike it rich. Jiang Han casually responded to the inquiries. While the Heilei Wang restaurant had long since closed its doors, and Minghua handed them the key to the warehouse. Chapter 110. Exceeding 1,000 meters, Zhang Haidai began his rounds of transporting foam boxes once more. The courier service did not have overtime today, but fortunately, Manager Fang had left them with an ample supply of shipping labels. After tearing off the labels, he handwrote the necessary details and affixed them to the boxes, thus completing each parcel. Overall, the workload was quite substantial. Once all the packages were packed and labeled, Jiang Han glanced at the clock. It was already around 4 in the morning. Jiang Feng had also calculated the total weight of the barnacles, which amounted to 2,020 pounds. They had packaged 2,000 pounds, leaving in excess of 20 pounds, which Jiang Han instructed Jiang Feng to take home. In total, they had harvested 3,570 pounds of barnacles over the past 2 days. selling 3,520 pounds. In light of their goal of 4,000 pounds, they were still short by 480 pounds. However, given the actual orders, 480 pounds was far from sufficient. During their third barnacle harvesting session, they would need to operate as they had in the previous two instances. Aware that his sister was worried about her two children. Given the difficulty of securing transportation at this hour, Jiang Han first saw her home. Zhang Haidai remained in town to wait for the courier service to open. Adjacent to the courier point was a late-night snack shop. Zhang Haidai shouted, and the owner set up a table for him beside the courier service. After finishing his late-night meal, he lit a cigarette. The courier service would not open until 8:30 in the morning, so Zhang Haidai inquired about the owner's hours. Learning that the shop closed at 6:30, he felt he could enjoy another meal before the owner shut down for the night, followed by another smoke. 2 hours later, Jiang Feng transferred 120,000 yuan to Jiang Han. Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, Jiang Han realized that Zhang Haidai had successfully delivered the goods to the courier station. Ding! The host sold seafood for 120,000 yuan, earning 120,000 system points. Accumulated from previous points, total system points, 122,407 points. Currently, 120,000 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 240 meters. Will you proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 1,015 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,407 points. Please continue to strive for further achievements. Hooray! He had finally surpassed 1,000 meters. Jiang Han encouraged himself, determined to strive for the next milestone. He called Zhang Haidai to inquire if there were any warehouses or similar spaces available for rent near the courier service. The reasons were twofold: the dock, the restaurant storing the phone boxes, and the courier service were not located in the same area, making transportation cumbersome. Moreover, renting space at the dock incurred expenses. It would be far more practical to secure a more convenient location for rental, thereby providing a designated area for the phone boxes and alleviating the burden on Meng Fei and Meng Guo. Zhang Haidai was remarkably efficient, and by midday, he responded to Jiang Han. Brother Han, I found a garage. It's an old-style garage located beneath a traditional residential building. Despite being a garage, the spaces here are quite spacious, sufficient for parking a car. Some individuals even rent them for living purposes. Jiang Han found the proposition feasible. How much is it per month? The carport is not for rent. The landlord purchased that second-hand house, and this carport is one of his properties. He usually drives his car. But the entrance to the carport cannot be modified. Although the dimensions are adequate, the door is too small for his vehicle to enter. Furthermore, parking is readily available in the vicinity of the apartment complex. He typically has no clutter to store in the carport and intends to sell it instead. Jiang Han was surprised by such an opportunity. Is the property title clear? Can this carport be sold independently? If he were to buy it, he would certainly avoid any property with ambiguous ownership. This point was emphasized by the agent. The ownership is indeed clear. When the old house was documented, a separate title was issued for the carport. This means that their carport can be bought and sold independently. Jiang Han was evidently intrigued. How much is it? 30,000. If payment is made, the title transfer can be completed on the same day. I sense the landlord is quite anxious. Perhaps he has urgent needs for the money. Typically, 30,000 for a carport seems rather steep. After all, the price of a carport differs from that of a primary residence, especially in older properties where carports are often included as a bonus when purchasing the main house. Additionally, property prices in their town have consistently remained low. However, upon discovering that the carport spans over 20 square meters, he found the price to be reasonable. Averaging less than 1,500 per square meter is quite acceptable. The carport's drawback lies in the entrance. If it could be modified, transforming the carport into a garage, the price would be drastically different. Upon arriving in town, Jiang Han first inspected the carport. As Zhang Haidai described, it is located in an older community. To be precise, this used to be a resettlement area, akin to a low-cost property management situation. Moreover, since there is no precedent for paying property management fees for carports in this complex, it means that after purchasing the carport, he would not need to pay any management fees. The carport is square-shaped and significantly larger than typical ones. There is also a small window beside the door that allows for ventilation. Even with the door closed, working inside would not be stifling. He observed other carports, which were also quite spacious. Some even appeared to be inhabited, likely rented. Jiang Han was very satisfied with the carport. Together with the landlord, he proceeded to the relevant authorities to finalize the paperwork. He had never contemplated purchasing property in town, yet unexpectedly, he had secured a carport there. Jiang Han, along with Zhang Haidai, placed the phone boxes from the Halowang restaurant into the carport. This carport is merely a few steps away from the courier station. In the future, if they have goods to handle, they can directly transport them here. If they no longer require the property, it wouldn't be a loss to keep it here. Should they decide against it, they can always sell it. Due to their need to fish, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai's schedules align with the tides. Now, they are both heading back to rest. Upon arriving in the village, Jiang Han noticed 3 unfamiliar faces. He paid them little mind, assuming they might be relatives of someone. The village is like that. Familiar faces abound. When strangers appear, it is certain they hail from outside the village. Jiang Han had just finished a refreshing bath and was now nestled in bed, enveloped in a deep slumber. As he drifted into dreams, a pang of hunger stirred within him. Prior to his slumber, he had meticulously prepared the rice and set the timer on the rice cooker. Furthermore, he had placed some scallops to steam alongside a delicate egg custard. These scallops had been left behind by his sister during her last visit. Now awakened, he was ready to indulge in a meal, recalling that he had yet to savor the fried peanuts from his previous feast. Jiang Han contemplated the delightful pairing of a chilled beer to accompany the peanuts. He distinctly remembered placing the fried peanuts on the table in the main hall, yet they seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention, sending a jolt of unease through him. Could it be a mouse? Grasping a net, he stealthily made his way towards the source of the sound, treading lightly as he approached. Chapter 111. Misfortune. The air was filled with the sound of rustling. Tiantian sat in a corner of the parlor, casually shelling peanuts. Jiang Han's mind buzzed with confusion. Tiantian, what brings you here? Was it possible that she had entered while he was sleepwalking? But he had never exhibited such behavior. Moreover, she had taken it upon herself to consume his offerings. Had she truly begun to see herself as a queen? With a smirk, Tiantian remarked, Jiang Han, don't you remember? You taught me to climb over walls when we were children. Jiang Han's expression darkened. Back then, Tiantian often forgot her house keys, leading him to teach her how to scale the wall of her own home. Little did he expect that she would end up at his residence. Tiantian, after years of education, you surely understand what trespassing means, do you not? He brandished his phone threateningly. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities. Tiantian, still tempted by the unseasoned peanuts, found them to possess a natural, sweet aroma that was quite enticing. However, just as she reached for another peanut, Jiang Han snatched the jar from her grasp. Are you leaving or not? Tiantian doubted Jiang Han would genuinely report her. That was until she witnessed him pressing 2 digits on his phone. All right, I'll go. Really now, what a petty man you are. It's only because of my kind heart that I've endured this lengthy courtship with you. I wonder who else would be willing to stay by your side in the future. Fearing that he might actually call the police, Tiantian decided to leave, having initially come merely to enjoy the air conditioning. Yet, Jiang Han's abode had become increasingly comfortable, now even equipped with a television. Confident in her own abilities, Tiantian reassured herself that having been accepted into graduate school meant she could achieve any lifestyle she desired, while Jiang Han would forever look up to her. Upon her departure, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. In truth, he could have locked his doors. However, in their sparsely populated village, it was common for neighbors to come and go without much regard for such things. He had closed the gate to the yard, but left the house doors open. Who could have anticipated that Tiantian would enter uninvited? Not only had she taken advantage of his air conditioning, but she had also consumed nearly half a jar of peanuts. Jiang Han was genuinely annoyed, not so much by Tiantian's presence, but rather at the loss of his peanuts. Fortunately, this incident did not dampen his appetite for dinner. That evening, the time for harvesting the sea was from 10 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. They were to set out to the cave, leaving 40 minutes early. To Jiang Han's surprise, the 3 unfamiliar individuals he had encountered earlier in the day were also present. In fact, they had likely arrived at the dock even earlier than he and Zhang Haidai. Jiang Han paid them little mind as he boarded the boat with Zhang Haidai. As the vessel departed the dock, Zhang Haidai muttered, Who are those 3? They don't belong to our village, do they? Why are they going out to sea at this hour? It was currently the closed season for fishing, aside from the allowance for single-rod angling. Nets and cages were prohibited. Thus, for the duration of this period, boats typically remained at their respective village docks, seldom venturing out. Few, like Jiang Han and his companions, venture out to the sea for harvesting. Compared to net fishing, the efficiency of sea gathering is exceedingly low, potentially not even covering fuel costs. A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Han as he mentally revisited those 3 men. Although he possessed the ability to scan and perceive due to the system he had bound, he lacked eyes at the back of his head. He chose not to turn around but instead fixed his gaze ahead, instructing Zhang Haidai to keep an eye on them and ascertain if they were following. Brother Han, are you suspicious? Zhang Haidai queried. It's too early to tell. The boat has just left the dock, and it's not unusual for both vessels to head in the same direction. Typically, Jiang Han would navigate around the island. However, this time he steered towards the open sea. Zhang Haidai, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Han, didn't you say this boat could only venture 100 meters from the island? We've already exceeded that. Wasn't it my brother-in-law who mentioned it first? But he changed his tune last time, stating it was fine to roam within the archipelago of our city. He also claimed the boat was sturdy enough. In case of mishap, we could cling to the boat's board until help arrived." Upon hearing such words from his brother-in-law, Jiang Han realized he had been deceived. His brother-in-law, typically honest, had led him to believe in the opinions of his comrades without a hint of doubt. Had Zhang Haidai made such claims, he would have pondered their validity. Perhaps even his brother-in-law as comrades had been misled. After all, it was difficult to predict what might happen with such an old vessel. Yet, it appeared quite robust at present. While venturing into the deep sea was not feasible, roaming within the city's archipelago was certainly permissible. As for the notion of the boat disintegrating, leading to survival by clutching onto its boards, such a scenario was unlikely unless faced with particularly tumultuous weather. Brother Han, they seem to be coming this way as well. Is that so? Jiang Han shifted course. Zhang Haidai let out a sigh of relief. They had not followed but maintained their original direction. Wait, they've turned as well, he exclaimed, spitting over the side of the boat. They were just stringing me along. They are indeed following us. Jiang Han comprehended the situation and identified the source of these individuals. Ever since acquiring the boat, he had been unloading goods at the town dock and handling transactions directly in town. It was likely that these men hailed from there. When they arrived at the dock the previous night, it was already late, yet many eyes lingered on their cargo. Those individuals were undoubtedly unaware that their barnacles could fetch 60 yuan per pound. Even at 20 yuan, seasoned observers could estimate their cargo at approximately 2,000 pounds. Multiplying that by 20 would yield a profit of 40,000 yuan. In a closed fishing period, earning such a sum in a single day, with the potential for continued profits, would make anyone envious. These three men likely scouted the dock the night before. Apart from them, there might be even more individuals eyeing their haul. After all, the sea belongs to everyone. While one can gather from it, so too can others. Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. It was no surprise that encountering Tiantian during the day had led to nothing good. It seemed that after reaching shore, he would need to pay his respects at his parents' graves. Brother Han, what should we do now? Will our cave be discovered? The location, apart from being adorned with an abundance of barnacles, boasted a picturesque landscape. Sitting on that sandy beach for a barbecue, it felt as if that stretch of sand belonged solely to them. There was no need to rush. Jiang Han had already formulated a plan. Although those individuals in the group had placed their orders, he had not committed to a specific delivery time. Most importantly, he had not yet received their payments. He would only collect payment after the goods were dispatched. Therefore, there was no issue of credibility on his part. As for the boat accompanying him, he could afford the fuel. Whether others could sustain the costs, he was uncertain. Chapter 112. The cannonball fish on the sea. Jiang Han meandered while observing his surroundings. The route he navigated was crooked and winding, and the vessel following him mirrored this erratic course. Brother Han, are we heading to Bailong Island? Zhang Haidai conjectured. Believing this direction led to their destination. Jiang Han realized this too, questioning, what purpose do we have there? He had no intention of going. He adjusted the steering wheel to chart a different course. His brother-in-law was not a fortunate man. However, on that particular day, Jiang Wishan did manage to procure some items on Bailong Island. Those who dared to follow his ship should not fear a loss. Crew member Lao Zhu sensed something amiss. Captain, it seems they have noticed us. He removed his hat and scratched his head, appearing slightly flustered. What is there to fear? Wherever they go, we shall follow. Those two young lads need money. If they shadow us for a week, we shall accompany them for a week. I refuse to believe they can go without earning. Lao Zhu smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Brilliant, Captain. Once they can no longer endure, that will be our moment to prosper. The two young men could gather 2,000 pounds of barnacles in half a night. The three experienced fishermen certainly could not yield less than the youth. They were confident in their endurance compared to Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai. Jiang Han continued steering the boat, making no stops, while they followed suit, venturing nowhere else. Suddenly, Jiang Han's vessel came to an abrupt halt in the sea. Lao Zhu was bewildered. Their ship had stopped. If the captain is not in a hurry, then neither shall we be, he reasoned. After all, they would mimic Jiang Han's actions. Jiang Han recalled the profits he had yet to share with Zhang Haidai and his sister. Seizing the moment, he transferred the earnings to them. Zhang Haidai stared at the newly received 12,000 yuan, feeling somewhat dazed. He initially thought Brother Han was about to unveil a grand scheme, only to discover he had sent a money transfer instead. Brother Han, there's no rush with the transfer, he remarked. They've all copied our move to halt. Surely, We must devise some strategy. Jiang Han smiled nonchalantly, gazing at the stars above, which appeared quite enchanting. During his studies at Nanjing University, the stars were scarcely visible. The air here was evidently clearer, allowing for a splendid view of the night sky. Zhang Haidai, however, was not in the mood to admire the stars. Brother Han, their ship isn't far off. Just give the word, and I'll swim over and teach them a lesson. Jiang Han retorted, why resort to violence? If you injure them, you'll be liable for medical expenses. And should they report you to the police, you might find yourself in a cell. Zhang Haidai conceded, realizing Brother Han's foresight. So what shall we do now? Are we truly to sit idly? If you wish to remain idle, that is your choice. If you cannot, then fish. Zhang Haidai smacked his forehead, realizing, of course, we can go fishing. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to retrieve the sea worms, which they had freshly dug up. The sea worms that were left and used last time have found their way to a restaurant. Though they appear rather unappealing, there are some who find delight in such delicacies. After all, these creatures are not only rich in nutritional value, but also possess considerable medicinal properties. Jiang Han baited a fishhook with the sea worm and began his fishing endeavor. Zhang Haidai, emulating Jiang Han, lowered his own line into the water. The crew aboard the vessel trailing them was taken aback. Captain, why have they begun fishing? Their captain observed Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai with a mix of disbelief and amusement, thinking these young men were engaging in sheer folly. They had barnacles to scrape off yet chose to fish instead. Fishing requires both skill and luck, and over the years, resources in these coastal waters have dwindled significantly. Even with nets, one might return empty-handed, let alone with mere rods. However, as seasoned fishermen who had toiled at sea for years, they certainly possessed fishing rods. If the young men wished to fish, they would oblige, skeptical that two inexperienced youths could surpass their expertise. They produced 3 rods, distributing one to each of them. Jiang Han had keen eyesight. Within a range of 1,015 meters, he could discern even the most minute details. His fishing rod was the most basic model purchased online, while the rods wielded by the 3 men were clearly of superior quality. His hook was adorned with a sea worm, whereas the 3 men had opted for artificial bait. Jiang Han watched in astonishment as they cast the fake bait into the sea. Was such a thing truly effective? The bait resembled a small fish, albeit a counterfeit one. Could fish actually be deceived by this? Just as he pondered further, his line was suddenly tugged. Quickly, he reeled in his catch. Having previously caught a fish measuring 1.6 meters, this smaller 10-kilogram fish was easily within his grasp. He had chosen this spot because he had spotted a school of bullet tuna swimming nearby, aimlessly circling the area. Although bullet tuna fetched only a meager price of 10-something per kilogram, the sheer quantity made them worthwhile. A 10-kilogram bullet tuna could still yield over 100 yuan, especially given that this area was teeming with them. Han, it's a bullet tuna. Be cautious. They can be quite fierce. Jiang Han was well aware of their ferocity, even their teeth were notably large. It was said that they could bite through a soda can with ease, and a finger caught in their jaws would likely be rendered useless. Shall we bleed it? Yes. Bullet tuna are known for their wild nature in the ocean, thrashing about vigorously during the fight, leading to a buildup of lactic acid in their flesh, which can render the meat sour. Bleeding the fish quickly ensures its death, preserving the quality of the meat. Professional tools are typically required for this process. But lacking such implements, they had to resort to using scissors as a substitute. Zhang Haidai, after severing a portion of the fish's gills with scissors, made a swift incision at the tail to hasten the bleeding of the pufferfish. Were there ice present, they would have chilled the pufferfish, however. Their purpose today was to scrape barnacles, leaving them unprepared. Han, the heat is unbearable. If we place the fish down now, they will likely lose their freshness. Indeed. We shall fish for an hour and then return. Given the insatiable appetite of these pufferfish, an hour will suffice. Jiang Han resumed casting his line and soon felt a tug from another pufferfish. Observing the efficiency of Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai decided to forego fishing. The strength and wildness of these fish made it quite laborious to bleed them without being bitten. Thus, he dedicated his efforts solely to the task of exsanguinating the fish. In no time, they had processed 3 fish. The crew of another boat looked on in astonishment. Boss, even with a net, we cannot match their efficiency. Chapter 113. Feeling quite satisfactory, transitioning from casting nets to hauling them in requires considerable effort. Yet, this Jiang Han seems to catch a fish with every cast, while they have yet to land a single one. The individual responsible for bleeding the fish cannot even match his pace, despite 3 of them fishing together. Their efforts have yielded nothing thus far. Boss, is something amiss? The captain of their vessel, Brother Lin, pondered deeply. It appeared they were not doing anything incorrectly. Perhaps time was simply insufficient. Fishing demands patience. How long had they been at it? Many anglers spend an entire day only to return empty-handed. Old Zhu, however, remained unconvinced. Boss, We have little time, yet they seem to be catching fish continuously. Why is that? Brother Lin shared his frustration. Their two boats were not far apart. It was illogical for one to be successful while the other remained barren. He glanced at his fishing rod. They were employing the lure fishing technique. Was it possible that there were no appropriate fish beneath? Yet, the bomb fish were indeed suitable for this method. Why then had they not caught a single one? Although bomb fish held little value, during the closed fishing season, even one could fetch over 100, if they returned with nothing else. At least recouping some fuel costs would be beneficial. Yet, they had nothing, while that rickety wooden boat continued to reel them in. Boss. It seems we truly cannot catch anything. Oldly, enviously observing Jiang Han's bountiful catch, spoke up. Silence. Fishing for a living, luck often trumps skill. Speaking disheartening words aboard the vessel is considered very unlucky. Oldly, being an experienced crew member, quickly silenced himself. Their boat's luck had been consistently poor. Even during netting opportunities, their yield had been less than that of other vessels. Now, during the closed season, they were left with nothing. They needed money. Hence their fixation on the two young men's barnacles. On Jiang Han's side, he managed to catch a fish approximately every 2 to 3 minutes, or rather. He was bitten the moment he cast his line. The remainder of his time was spent reeling in the fish. Excitement surged within him as he fished for over an hour and 20 minutes. Had it not been for Zhang Haidai's reminder, he might have continued indefinitely. Upon inspection, he realized he had caught 30 fish. Han Ge, we have enough for fuel. Indeed, we do. Witnessing Zhang Haidai arrange the 30 bomb fish on the deck was quite a sight. Jiang Han took a moment to snap a photograph and shared it on social media. Let us head back. If we linger any longer, these fish will lose their freshness. Jiang Han set the boat in motion, and Brother Lin and his crew followed suit. Brother Lin, they must now be searching for barnacles, one crew member suggested. Brother Lin checked the time, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. As expected, they trailed Jiang Han's boat straight to the town dock, unwittingly led back. Zhang Haidai, disembarking alongside Jiang Han, remarked, their boat is even larger than ours, consuming more fuel. No doubt. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. They had recouped their fuel costs, while the others had not. As he boarded the vessel, he glanced at the time. It was 9:25. He navigated the boat for over 2 hours and spent nearly an additional hour fishing. By the time he arrived in town, it was already past 1 in the morning. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to deliver the cargo to the restaurant's entrance. He called Mengguo, who, rubbing her eyes, descended the stairs, clearly still groggy. Weren't you supposed to be harvesting barnacles? How did it turn into a fishing trip? An unexpected incident occurred. If it were possible to delay these matters, Jiang Han would never have disturbed Mengguo at this hour. Fortunately, she bore no anger. She merely yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. The vegetable deliveries often arrived early, sometimes waking people as early as 3 or 4 o'clock. Jiang Han was unaware of this, pondering why they could not wait a little longer. They frequently disturb people's slumber at this hour. Do they not allow for any rest? We ordered from an organic farm, which is quite substantial. They have business not only on the island but also in the district. The workers begin harvesting vegetables in the dead of night for deliveries to various locations. Mengguo yawned again, adding, oh, and the tofu delivery is also quite early. No sooner had she spoken than the tofu vendor entered the establishment. Well, what a coincidence to see you today. You've saved me a phone call. The tofu vendor delivered his goods, settled the bill, and departed, eager to complete all deliveries before 5 in the morning. Jiang Han recalled a comic he had once read, which had a film adaptation as well, featuring a character known as the God of Cars from Akina Mountain, who often rose at midnight to deliver tofu to his father. It seemed that those in the food industry endured considerable hardship. Are you studying hotel management with aspirations to enter this field? Mengguo asked, still half asleep. If I were capable of running a larger establishment, I certainly would not involve myself in every detail, he replied. As for her sister, Mengguo did not complete her thought, suggesting her sister must have her own convictions. Jiang Han had caught a total of 30 bullet fish, weighing in at 300 jin, almost enough. Mengguo rounded it up to 300 jin for him. When bullet fish are inexpensive, they can cost merely a few yuan per jin, but due to the seasonal closure, they would settle at 15 yuan per jin. Altogether, these fish amounted to 4,500 yuan. Mengguo immediately transferred the amount to Jiang Han. How good? You don't need to give me a share today. Our journey was merely to cover fuel costs. Nevertheless, Jiang Han transferred 450 yuan to Zhang Haidai, honoring their initial agreement. They had agreed that he would receive 10% of the profits, and a minor haul did not justify withholding it. Having spent over 2 hours on the boat, plus the time returning to town, he had been out for nearly 3 hours. After deducting fuel expenses, he estimated a net income of slightly over 2,000. Less than 3,000. Jiang Han felt satisfied. Although the venture was not particularly lucrative, it was not a loss either. After all, their counterparts had fared worse. Notification: the host has sold seafood for 4,500 yuan, earning 4,500 system points. Accumulating the previous points, the total system points amount to 6,907. Currently 5,000 system points can be expended to exchange for a scanning range of 10 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? The exchange was successful, and the host now possesses a scanning range of 1,025 meters. Following the exchange, the remaining system points total 1,907. Please continue to strive diligently, dear host. Upon hearing that an additional 10 meters of scanning range had been exchanged, Jiang Han felt quite pleased. Xiaogua, you're awake. Come join us for some sashimi. The fish he had kept was the last one he had caught, and indeed the freshest. The torpedo fish, when prepared as sashimi, should not be chilled after bleeding and acidification, as the flavor would change if frozen. Mengua froze the weighed torpedo fish. All right, then I shall indulge in some sashimi, she replied, feeling somewhat hungry. Chapter 114. Seeking parental assistance, the chef remained asleep at home, leaving the task of preparing fish for sashimi to Jiang Han. It must be said that Jiang Han, dining daily at the Heowang restaurant, had indeed honed his skills. Even when it came to preparing the formidable pufferfish, he managed to execute the task with considerable finesse. The scales of the pufferfish are notoriously thick, reputedly impervious even to the bites of sharks. Jiang Han commenced his work from the back of the fish. Mengua, observing from the side, expressed her sentiments about how this fish, once so adorable in its youth, had grown into such an unseemly creature. Jiang Han recalled that these fish are sometimes kept as ornamental pets, particularly when small, costing only a few coins each. Mengua had reserved a private room for their gathering. In previous seafood feasts, she had enjoyed pairing the dishes with some light fruit wine. However, after an incident the previous day where a customer suffered a gout attack from seafood and was rushed to the hospital by friends, Mengua felt hesitant to indulge in alcohol today. Instead, she opened a bottle of orange juice and another of grapefruit juice, insisting that Jiang Han and Jiang Han abstain from drinking as well. Jiang Han and Jiang Han felt somewhat resigned. Enjoying seafood without wine seemed to lack a certain essence. Surely, as long as they avoided beer, they would be fine. After all, their genetic makeup, inherited from their ancestors, had long equipped them to handle the combination of seafood and alcohol. It is curious, however, that those living on islands or by the sea who consume seafood daily should have high uric acid levels. Yet, test results do not necessarily indicate that coastal dwellers suffer from elevated uric acid. This anomaly could only be explained by the genetic modifications made by their ancestors. Regardless of the type of wine, such pairings seemed destined for trouble. Jiang Han remained silent, quietly pouring the grapefruit juice into his glass. Waking someone in the middle of the night felt somewhat inappropriate, and he had no desire to provoke her anger, especially since her intentions were good. Although the price of pufferfish was modest, the flesh suitable for sashimi was of commendable quality. Jiang Han transformed the fish's belly into sashimi and lightly seared the back meat before simmering it into a broth, 2 dishes from one fish, utilizing every part to its fullest. Jiang Han thought Jiang Han was becoming increasingly skilled. If he had not accompanied him to the sea, he could have easily pursued a career as a chef. The trio raised their glasses of beverages in lieu of wine and toasted together. To our wonderful lives. To our wonderful lives. To our wonderful lives. Suddenly, Jiang Han mused. Hango, do you think the ancient soft-shelled armor was made from this fish skin? He had cut off a piece of the fish skin, noting its incredible hardness, rendering it nearly impossible to bite through. Jiang Han doubted that soft-shelled armor could have been fashioned from pufferfish skin, but the fact that even sharks could not penetrate it suggested that it was indeed impervious to blades. This led him to ponder that, in the era of cold weapons, such fish skin could have served as a form of protective gear. After their feast, the three returned to their respective abodes. Upon waking, Jiang Han discovered that numerous messages in the class group chat were directed at him. Hudanjin, Jiang Han, did you catch all these fish? Tang Qin, Jiang Han. How can a fish be so ugly yet still somewhat cute? Yui, Jiang Han, why are all these fish dead? Can't they be kept alive? If it were possible to freeze the fish, could they be sent via express delivery? Jiang Han found himself confronted with numerous inquiries, unsure of which to address first. He responded to the simpler questions, yet the feasibility of frozen express delivery had not crossed his mind. After all, it was currently the closed fishing season, and the few fish he had caught were hardly plentiful. Aside from barnacles, which are abundant, the general quantity was manageable for the Heowang restaurant. Jiang Han communicated. Yuhi, this fish can indeed serve as an ornamental species. It is certainly viable for cultivation, to preserve the exquisite quality of the meat. I bled and aged it immediately upon boarding. He added, let us postpone the discussion of frozen express delivery for another time. Afterward, Jiang Han visited his parents' graves. He lit incense and candles, then began to burn paper offerings and joss money. He had procured an ample supply, treating it almost as if it were of no cost as he burned it at their gravesite. Father, mother, you lacked wealth during your lifetimes. Now that you have departed, whatever you desire, I shall provide. In light of my filial piety, I implore you, could you assist in ensuring that Tiantian does not appear before me so frequently? To clarify, it's not fear that grips me. Rather, every encounter with her seems to incite misfortune. Father, do you remember when the television aired Jean Lao Yeezy's Laughing in the Wind? Wasn't Ling Huchong saying that one would always lose in gambling upon meeting a nun? I feel akin to Ling Huchong every time I cross paths with you, Tiantian. Calamity ensues. If you truly care for me, please lend a hand. Jiang Han spoke at length, uncertain whether his parents were listening, if they were unable to intervene. At the very least, grant me solace that my encounters with you, Tiantian, may not be so ill-fated. While he was engaged in his ritual, he remained vigilant about forest fire safety. Only after the incense and candles had burned out did he depart. Upon returning, he recalled the fishing bait he had seen the previous evening. Intrigued, he conducted an online search regarding artificial bait. To his surprise, he discovered substantial information. This type of artificial bait, known as minnow, is part of a fishing technique that has gained popularity among anglers, the lure fishing method. It mimics the movements of small fish in the water to attract predatory species. Jiang Han was enlightened to learn of such innovations. He promptly opened a shopping application, only to be taken aback by the price variance of fishing rods. The disparity was astonishing. Some sets cost tens of thousands, while others were available for just a few dozen. He found himself at a loss for choice. Ultimately, he purchased 2 sets, each around 1,000. Viewing the vendor's video, he noted how the artificial bait moved in the water, remarkably resembling a small fish. He wondered if these 2 fishing rods would yield delightful surprises. Even if they did not, if the artificial bait proved effective, they could forego the tedious task of digging for sea worms in the future. Reflecting on the dwindling stock of foam boxes, he placed an order for another batch. He recalled his electric tricycle and concluded that it would be wiser to leave it in the town's shed. Now that he possessed a boat, he could handle his goods directly in town without the need to transport them from the village. In fact, the tricycle was more necessary within the town itself. Jiang Han rode his tricycle into town, where he also enjoyed a dinner. Just as he was about to depart, Ming was suddenly called out to him. Jiang Han, if I had the means to open a hotel, would you assist me? Jiang Han was about to respond when Mingguo laughed and said, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Opening a hotel is no simple task. Hearing Ming Fei call for her, she hurried away. Having already rested sufficiently during the day, Jiang Han found it impossible to sleep again now. He called Zhang Haidai, and together they ventured to an internet CAF to play games. Zhang Haidai paused midway for 2 late-night snacks and indulged in a couple of cigarettes. Chapter 115. Encountering an old classmate as Zhang Haidai prepared to indulge in his 3rd late-night snack, he hesitated momentarily. Brother Han, should I bring you something? Jiang Han glanced at the clock. It was already 9:30 in the evening. Brother Han, are we going out to sea tonight? Of course, why wouldn't we? Just like the relentless grind of a 996 work schedule, one must adhere to their duties, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. They too were expected to fulfill their responsibilities punctually each day. Observing Jiang Han's industriousness, Zhang Haidai felt a surge of admiration, even experiencing a twinge of guilt for having indulged in games for so long. Thus, as he ventured out for a late-night snack, he simultaneously delved into a book on obtaining a boat operator's license. Jiang Han was taken aback. Even Zhang Haidai had become so diligent? Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai. Is that you? Upon lifting their heads, they spotted their elementary school classmate, Suja. Zhang Haidai instinctively clenched his fists, while Jiang Han appeared far more relaxed. It's been ages since I've seen you. Where are you making your fortune these days? Suja chuckled lightly. I wouldn't dare claim to be wealthy. I'm merely passing the days. He looked down upon Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai. What are you having? Grilled leeks and enoki mushrooms? You should indulge more. Take your time. This meal is on me. Zhang Haidai, I heard you've been inside. Can you still find work after being released? Suja took a seat at their table. Uncle Yo. I'll have a serving of grilled scallops with extra garlic, please. Coming right up. Uncle Yao responded, placing Suja's scallops on the grill. He then brought over the sea cucumber and abalone skewers Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai had ordered, 10 skewers in total. Suja's expression soured. Jiang Han placed 2 skewers of sea cucumber and abalone in front of Suja. Thank you for treating us. Yes, I'm treating. Suja's countenance darkened. Enjoy yourselves. Uncle Yao, please prepare a portion of fried bananas for my friends as well. Suja winced at the thought of the bill. Jiang Han chuckled. Uncle Yao, let us add a grilled sea base to our order. Suja's hands trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks. That's a lot. We can't possibly finish it all. 3 grown men. How could we not? Jiang Han replied. You can't just add things because I'm treating. But you encouraged us to indulge. How could we not order a bit more for enjoyment? Suja fell silent. Jiang Han then ordered a few portions of mantis shrimp. Suja felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes to offer Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, only to discover it was empty. Zhang Haidai glanced at Jiang Han, who nodded, prompting him to produce a cigarette from his own pack and offer it to Suja. Here, take one of mine. Suja accepted the cigarette awkwardly. Zhang Haidai, you're doing quite well for yourself. What are you up to these days? Zhang Haidai's expression grew somber. Not much, just hanging out with Brother Han. Suja turned his attention back to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, it's been so many years. What are you doing now? Jiang Han smiled. Oh, nothing much. Just collecting some small seafood by the sea. Oh, so you're tide hunting? Suja replied. Upon hearing that Jiang Han had returned home to become a fisherman, Suja felt a profound sense of relief. It was also rumored that he had been accepted into a prestigious university. It appeared that graduates from such esteemed institutions were not particularly distinguished after all. The livelihood of gathering seafood was dependent on the whims of nature. A feast one moment and famine the next, it was hardly a sustainable occupation. Suja expressed his thoughts with gusto. Just then, Manager Fong spotted them. Ah, Jiang Han. I see you are enjoying a barbecue here, he remarked, noticing the sumptuous spread before them. Jiang Han immediately invited him over. Manager Fong, come join us. No, I have other matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal. We shall arrange another time, he replied. Very well, another day then. Manager Fong was impeccably dressed, adorned in high-end brands, presenting himself with an air of sophistication. Compared to the ordinary townsfolk, he seemed like a person of considerable stature. Suja was taken aback by the familiarity between such an influential figure and Jiang Han. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Jiang Han, who is this? Before Jiang Han could respond, Uncle Yao from the barbecue shop interjected. He is Manager Fong from the courier station. I've heard their deliveries span all corners of the country. Our local courier station falls under his jurisdiction. Uncle Yao's tone suggested that Manager Fong was indeed a formidable presence. Suja instinctively scrutinized Jiang Han anew. Jiang Han. You seem to know quite a few people. With a nonchalant expression, Jiang Han replied, It's just how it is. As the dishes piled up on the table, Suja began to waver. I have a busy day ahead. I must take my leave, he declared, rising to depart. Hey, didn't you say you were treating us? Zhang Haidai glared at Suja's retreating figure, almost wishing to puncture a hole in his back with his gaze. It was surprising that after all these years, Suja still managed to be so insufferable. Jiang Han continued to enjoy his skewers, savoring the atmosphere of the late-night barbecue. The seafood here was of rather inferior quality. Even the abalone and sea cucumbers were the smallest available, incomparable to those served at high-end restaurants. Years had passed, yet this was the reality. After all, he could no longer wield any influence over them. Jiang Han remained remarkably composed. Indeed, who would have thought we would run into them here? Didn't they buy a house in the district? The owner, noticing the absence of other customers, approached their table to chat. So, Suja is your classmate, he remarked. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow at the owner. Uncle Yao, do you know Suja? He had noticed that the two did not seem particularly close. I know his father slightly. I'm somewhat acquainted with their family background. His father was likely the first person on the island to drive a taxi in the district. Back then, taxi drivers had an air of arrogance, yet they earned more than the average person. Suja, Jiang Han, and Zhang Haidai all attended the central primary school in town. Suja had been rather brash, often boasting about his father, and he was generous enough to share snacks, which made several boys in the class gravitate towards him. In contrast, Jiang Han's parents had passed away early, and he had little inclination to ingratiate himself with others, which led to Suja harboring some resentment towards him. A few male classmates in the joint class bullied Jiang Han, a situation that can be described in contemporary terms as bullying. Jiang Han, however, is a tough character, even when several of them ganged up to assault him. He did not utter a sound. Fortunately, Zhang Haidai witnessed the incident, and together they managed to overpower the 7 or 8 classmates involved. This matter was swiftly downplayed due to Suja's family background and Jiang Han's academic prowess, resulting in the teachers trivializing the incident. Both parties received a reprimand, and the issue was considered resolved. However, from that moment on, neither side could tolerate the other. Suja seized every opportunity to flaunt his family's latest acquisitions or recount his parents' trips to various destinations in front of Jiang Han. Even though Jiang Han consistently ranked first in the class, Suja always found a way to boast before him. Chapter 116. Let them spend some fuel. Jiang Han. Is your academic prowess truly remarkable? My father is a taxi driver. He has said that it does not matter if my studies are lacking in the future. I shall inherit his vehicle. One cannot deny that, in those days, driving a taxi was indeed a commendable profession. During an era when average incomes were modest, a skilled taxi driver could earn upwards of 10 to 20,000 a month, truly a high salary by any standard. The operating license for a taxi could fetch a substantial sum. Uncle Yao sighed as he accepted the cigarette handed to him by Jiang Han, pondering the dramatic changes of the times. Unexpectedly, a plethora of ride-hailing services had emerged. While taxis continued to operate, the situation was far from what it used to be. Later on, Suja's father fell ill and, due to his declining health, entrusted his vehicle to his son. However, within a year, Suja was involved in an accident that incurred significant costs. The hard-earned family savings were nearly depleted as a consequence. Upon returning, Jiang Han was uncertain of his purpose. He held little interest in Suja's predicament. After finishing their meal, he and Jiang Han settled the bill and decided to visit a nearby shop to purchase a case of mineral water. To their surprise, they found Suja haggling over a lighter. I already buy cigarettes from you. Can't you just give me a lighter as a courtesy? As soon as he uttered those words, he spotted Jiang Han and Jiang Han, quickly adding to the shopkeeper, I'm merely jesting. Am I really going to extort a lighter from you? Our family owns property in the district. Do you have any idea how expensive real estate is here? Forget it. You wouldn't understand. He then turned to Jiang Han and Jiang Han, exclaiming, Oh, you two are here to shop as well. Jiang Han nodded, indicating he was there for water. Feeling it prudent to make the most of the opportunity, he decided to purchase a variety of beverages along with an assortment of snacks. When fatigue set in, he could enjoy these treats while relaxing on the boat. Suja observed, You still reside in the village, right? That makes sense. There's little to be found there. It is only reasonable for you to stock up, considering who knows when you might return to town. Due to their frequent visits to the shop, the proprietor had grown quite familiar with Jiang Han and Jiang Han. Before Jiang Han could speak, the shopkeeper interjected. Do they not come to town frequently enough? While others might visit once a month, they come several times a day. Suja was taken aback. What could they possibly be doing in town so often? The shopkeeper chuckled. Not only do they visit often, but they also dine out multiple times a day. Suja recalled their earlier meal, questioning whether these two indulged in such a lifestyle daily. It seemed improbable. They likely simply gathered seafood by the seaside. Such a life was beyond belief. Surely, the shopkeeper was exaggerating. Given the abundance of their purchases, Jiang Han instructed Jiang Han to retrieve the electric tricycle from the shed. It was not far from their location, and Jiang Han soon arrived riding the electric vehicle. Suja stared in astonishment. Have you been parking your vehicle in town all this time? Han Gu had purchased a carport in the town, Jiang Han explained. Suja sighed in relief. Grateful it was merely a carport. Perhaps they could not afford a house in the town, hence the carport? Are you planning to take your belongings home? Suja felt his question was rather pointless. Where else would they put their things if not at home? No, we're taking them to the boat, Jiang Han replied, finding Suja somewhat verbose. A boat? Yes, Han Gu has bought a boat. As Jiang Han and Jiang Han walked away, Suja felt a bit disoriented. Since he was a child, his father had always mentioned passing down his car to him, suggesting that he could earn a living through it. But when compared to a boat, a car truly seemed insignificant. A boat could indeed be passed down through generations, and possessing one equated to a stable source of income. The taxi industry was currently in turmoil. Ride-sharing services had claimed a substantial portion of the market, and now there were even discussions of driverless cars. The taxi drivers were left uncertain about their survival. But a boat? Although coastal resources were no longer as bountiful as before, the fishing grounds in the boat market remained the largest in all of Huaxia. Currently, it was the closed fishing season, but once it opened, as long as one had a boat, making a living would surely be manageable. Suja felt disheartened, as though he were being trampled by those he held in contempt. Han Gu, it seems Suja is not faring very well, one remarked. Indeed, the vigor he once possessed has faded. In my opinion, we should take advantage of the fact that he is alone and give him a good beating, another suggested. No need to exert that effort, Han Gu replied. Jiang Han was somewhat perplexed. Suja had once been quite ruthless. They had suffered greatly due to their smaller numbers. Have you forgotten what I told you? Do not risk yourself for the sake of some worthless individuals. Moreover, even if we do not intervene, this cruel society will surely deal him a harsh blow. Jiang Han touched his head. His hair had grown as long as that of an ordinary person. You're right, Han Gu. A beating would merely inflict a momentary pain on Suja. Yet, the expression he had earlier, one that was shaped by the harsh realities of society, is something that a simple beating cannot replicate. Jiang Han instructed Jiang Han to ride the tricycle to transport their belongings to the town dock, asking him to wait there. He himself rode the newly purchased electric bike back to the village dock, where his boat was still moored. As anticipated, the trio led by Lin Gu was already waiting for him at the village dock. Upon being spotted by Jiang Han, they showed no signs of embarrassment. Their intentions were clear. They intended to follow him. Jiang Han, nonchalantly smiling at them, inquired, "How much do you charge for docking your boat in our village?" Lin Gu was taken aback, wondering why he would ask such a question. 660, he replied. Jiang Han was surprised by this price. It seemed docking at the village was indeed cheaper than in town, where he was charged 100. Why not suggest to the village chief that it may be time for a price increase? Jiang Han leaped onto his boat and called out to them, "Hey, what is your hourly fuel cost?" Lin and his companions offered no reply, and Jiang Han did not expect one. His intention was merely to provoke them. Upon reaching the town dock, he brought along Zhang Haidai and a plethora of provisions. Lin and his friends were left in stunned silence. In the early hours, they received word that Jiang Han had navigated his vessel to the village dock. They followed suit, steering their boat to the village dock, awaiting Jiang Han's departure to collect barnacles. Indeed, Jiang Han's boat did set sail from the village dock, yet why would he return to the town dock? Observing the assortment of beverages being loaded onto the boat by Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, they found themselves at a loss for words. Could these drinks not have been purchased from the village shop? Why take such a detour, incurring unnecessary fuel expenses? Was it merely to compel them to squander fuel as well? Chapter 117. The Three-Blade Fish Boss. I believe that Jiang Han is rather lacking in intelligence. Lao Zhu began to express his opinion. How so? Lin Gu inquired. His actions are akin to injuring the enemy by 1,000 while harming himself by 800. We waste fuel. Does he not waste fuel as well? He could easily pry open the barnacles, and we could all profit together. Why must we inflict harm upon one another? Lin Gu found himself in complete agreement with Lao Zhu's assertion. Lao Li scratched his head. Boss, we are indeed wasting fuel. But it seems they can recoup their expenses. He added, last time, with so many cannonball fish, they likely made a profit even after deducting the fuel costs. Noticing the unfriendly glances from Lin Gu and Lao Zhu, Lao Li sheepishly fell silent. Zhang Haidai sat on the boat, savoring a sausage. He pondered whether consuming a single sausage could be considered a proper meal. If so, could he indulge in another cigarette? He contemplated asking Han Gu, yet felt that such a trivial question might make him appear foolish. Thus, he kept his mouth shut, resisting the urge for another smoke. Han Gu, these fellows are quite bothersome. How long will they continue to follow us? Let them follow if they wish. Evading them is not a solution. Even if we manage to elude these three, what of the others? To deter the rest from following, we must spread word of their notorious reputation. No matter what, these three must experience some hardship. Constantly retreating will only lead others to believe they are easy targets. Jiang Han continued to meander with these individuals in tow. Upon encountering a small island, he refrained from docking, as foraging there would not deplete much fuel and might yield some valuable finds. When he stumbled upon a massive school of fish, he did not linger. Such an abundance meant that if he could catch them, others could as well. He would not grant them an advantage. He sought the smaller schools of fish that had been active in his vicinity the previous day, avoiding the rest. Lao Zhu spat in disdain. This kid isn't planning to skip the barnacle harvesting today, is he? Lao Li wanted to voice his belief that Jiang Han would indeed avoid barnacle gathering today, but fearing criticism from Lin Gu and Lao Zhu, he opted for silence. Jiang Han's boat sailed on for over 2 hours. Lao Lin's heart ached. He watched his fuel expenses dissipate, like currency being counted away. Suddenly, Jiang Han's eyes brightened. Look! He had spotted a small school of three-blade fish. This is it. We're going to strike it rich. The three-blade fish were not particularly large, yet their market value was high. A single small three-blade fish was worth far more than a large cannonball fish. He signaled to Zhang Haidai, who promptly affixed the sea worms and cast his line. Fortune favored Zhang Haidai this time, as he found himself hooked first. However, the bend of the fishing rod left him somewhat disheartened. Han Gu, I've hooked something, but it's not a big fish. Jiang Han had already spotted the beautiful three-blade fish and urged, reel it in. All right. Zhang Haidai followed Jiang Han's instructions. The fish was surprisingly light, seemingly weighing less than a pound. With a swift tug, Zhang Haidai successfully brought it aboard. At the moment the fish broke the surface of the sea, Zhang Haidai exclaimed in astonishment. It's a knife fish. Han Gu, it's a knife fish. He had joined Han Gu on several fishing trips recently, but this was his first time reeling in such a valuable catch. The 3 men on the other boat also witnessed this event. Old Zhu set down his infrared binoculars, cursing, damn it, they actually caught a knife fish. Although it weighed less than a pound, this little fish was worth far more than a 10-pound tuna. Old Li clicked his tongue. What luck they have. Just a minute into fishing, and they've hooked another. He seemed to recall the previous night when Jiang Han had been catching fish non-stop while the 3 of them had come up empty-handed. Old Lin and Old Zhu gazed hungrily at the knife fish, before they could fully comprehend the significance of the catch. They saw Jiang Han haul in another fish, an even larger knife fish, known as the king of fish in Port City. Such a specimen could fetch over 1,000 yuan there, although they couldn't sell it for that price here. Wild knife fish typically sold for several hundred yuan per pound. As old Lin hesitated, Jiang Han caught yet another knife fish. Within less than a minute, Jiang Han pulled up his second knife fish. Grinding his teeth, old Lin decided to take action and said, "Let's bait the area." Under his command, old Zhu and old Li tossed the small bait fish they had prepared into the sea. As they did so, Jiang Han and Jiang Han caught several more knife fish. Gradually, Jiang Han began to sense something amiss. He noticed that the fish on his side were swimming away, following their path. He spotted the men on the other boat preparing bait. They were chopping small bait fish and tossing them into the water, gradually drawing some fish away. Jiang Han found it peculiar. Aren't they using lures? The lure technique doesn't require baiting. You can fish directly with just a rod and a lure. But these three men were indeed baiting. It was until he saw them pull out ordinary fishing rods that Jiang Han realized they had altered their fishing method. His mind was filled with questions. Why change a perfectly good technique? Meanwhile, Lin Gu was equally frustrated. Having heard that the lure technique was sophisticated and high-end, he had experienced nothing but failure. Observing Jiang Han's successful catches with traditional methods the previous day had led him to doubt the reliability of lure fishing. Anticipating that Jiang Han might want to continue fishing today, he had bought a basket of small bait fish in advance. Han Gu, they've started baiting. Will the fish on our side be attracted to them? Let them attract them, Jiang Han replied calmly, patiently waiting for them to exhaust their supply of small fish. The fish on his side had their own time to swim over, and many were quite wary. Jiang Han continued to catch a few more fish. Once he observed that the fish were about to bite their hooks, he set down his rod and took the helm. Before old Lin and the others could settle in, they saw Jiang Han's boat pull away. Old Zhu could only curse under his breath, having encountered many dogs, yet never one as despicable as this. "Boss, shall we pursue?" Old Li clicked his tongue, lamenting, "All the fish we baited have been cast into the sea. Shouldn't we try to catch a couple before we leave? Just because we baited doesn't guarantee a catch. If we wait until we reel in a couple, the others may have vanished into thin air. Perhaps they truly have gone to pry off barnacles." Old Zhu was in a frenzy. But are we to let the fish we baited go to waste? Although the small fish fetch a meager price, they are still money. How long has it been since we last saw a profit? Old Li sighed. Brother Lin, unable to contain himself, spat in disdain. Having weathered countless storms over the years while fishing, he never imagined he would be outmaneuvered by a mere youth today. Yet, what could he do when it was clear the young ones were having their fun? This vessel was theirs to follow. Gritting his teeth, Brother Lin decided to follow suit. Chapter 118. Another round. The small fish, though seemingly inconsequential, were a waste nonetheless. While the three-blade fish held considerable value, for anglers, simply baiting did not guarantee a catch. Some fish, even if they swam right before one's eyes, might still refuse to bite. The immediate priority was to follow Jiang Han's boat and compel them to pry off the barnacles. That was the matter at hand. As their vessel set sail, the previously gathered school of three-blade fish dispersed once more. Jiang Han continued to navigate the waters, his movements deliberate. Lin Gu felt a genuine pang of concern for the fuel expenditure. Not operating the boat would merely mean a lack of profit, but sailing it implied a financial loss. After meandering for approximately half an hour, just as they anticipated Jiang Han would come to a halt, he veered in another direction. Lin Gu felt fatigued. He desired a conversation with Jiang Han. Thus, he revved up the engine and pursued him. "Han Gu, they are closing in. It seems their captain wishes to speak with you," Jiang Han alerted Jiang Han. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Was it so simple to converse? He had nothing to discuss with them. Consequently, he increased his speed, believing this would further deplete his fuel reserves. "Boss, that fellow is even faster than you," Old Zhu remarked. Lin Gu was at a loss for words. This was the first time he encountered someone like Jiang Han. He had inquired around the village and discovered that Jiang Han was a graduate of a prestigious university. How could a graduate from such an esteemed institution behave so shamelessly? "Boss, let us catch up to them. Our boat is larger and more powerful." Lin Gu gritted his teeth and accelerated. He felt the need to engage with this brazen university student. They managed to close the distance, yet Jiang Han showed no signs of slowing down. The swift pace of the boat and the roaring wind rendered conversation impossible. Lin Gu seethed with frustration, as they were once again outmaneuvered by Jiang Han for another half hour. Suddenly, Jiang Han changed course again, and after another half hour, they arrived at the village dock. Upon realizing they had reached the dock at Shaojiang village, Lin Gu and his companions were momentarily taken aback. What was this rascal up to? Why was it not the town dock? Old Zhu's face flushed with anger. With no alternative, Lin Gu had to dock at the village. Jiang Han had considered this. He could keep the three-blade fish alive until the next day at his home. Given this, he decided not to disturb Menghua. He was indifferent to the circumstances of those delivering tofu and vegetables. At least he had no special reason to wake Menghua from his slumber. It was already early morning when Jiang Han insisted on returning to the town, and Jiang Han acquiesced. "Hangu, should I take the fish with me? This way. They can be sold to the restaurants first thing in the morning." "No need. Your apartment is rather stifling. My self-built home is evidently more ventilated. Keeping the fish in the pond will alleviate any potential oxygen deficiency. Should I ride over on my scooter in the morning?" "No. I will take the electric bike over first thing." Together, they had caught a total of 23 three-blade fish, weighing merely around 20 pounds. Several of the fish were so small they weighed less than half a pound, likely around 4 ounces. Certainly, there are larger ones, approximately around 1.5 Jing. In any case, he took a water bucket with him. After Jiang Han left, Jiang Han took a shower and prepared for bed. Suddenly, there was a knock on his door. Earlier that day, the camera he had purchased arrived, and he promptly installed it. The equipment was still quite new to him. Jiang Han opened the app on his phone connected to the camera and saw Brother Lin and 2 others standing at his doorstep. Unlike in the past, this era was not rife with thieves. However, there were 3 of them, and he was alone. He deemed it wise to exercise caution. Brother Lin continued to knock, and Jiang Han grew somewhat annoyed. He spoke through the camera. "What do you want?" Brother Lin was taken aback, looking up to realize it was merely a camera. "My surname is Lin, and I have matters to discuss with you. Could you please open the door?" Jiang Han replied, "Let's discuss it here." Given the time and the numerical advantage of the visitors, he felt it prudent not to let them in. Brother Lin and his companions were at a loss for words. It was their first experience negotiating through a camera. "I know your name is Jiang Han. You have an elder sister and 2 nieces, correct?" Jiang Han's brow furrowed. "What do you intend to do?" "I must inform you that our conversation can be recorded. If anything happens to my sister, I will not spare you." Brother Lin was momentarily stunned. He had heard that educated individuals were often timid, and he had initially intended to intimidate Jiang Han. However, given the clarity of the situation, he could only try to frighten him. To his surprise, Jiang Han was unperturbed and had retained evidence. "You misunderstood. I have no intentions towards your sister. I wish to discuss a partnership with you." Jiang Han remained silent, doubting that any collaboration was feasible. Without a response from Jiang Han, Brother Lin continued, "Jiang Han, the world is quite pragmatic. You have repeatedly brought numerous sea cucumbers to the dock. Do you think I am the only one keeping an eye on you? They have not acted yet because they want someone to gauge the situation. If we collaborate, you can inform me of the location of the sea cucumbers, and I can help you deal with them. What do you say?" "Okay," Jiang Han finally spoke. "You agree?" Brother Lin's eyes lit up. He had anticipated Jiang Han's acquiescence. "I find your proposal quite appealing." Brother Lin added, "As for the others, I will handle them myself. You need only take care of yourself." He did not believe that someone like Brother Lin possessed the capability to assist him in dealing with those individuals. Ultimately, Brother Lin would take his share. And so would the others, leaving Jiang Han at a loss. This situation served as a reminder that while he could conceal the cave for a time, he could not keep it hidden indefinitely. Thus, he resolved to retrieve as much as he could from within while it remained undiscovered by others. Jiang Han went to bed without a care. Meanwhile, Brother Lin and his companions faced a grim reality, as it appeared they would once again be sleeping on their boat that night. In this weather, resting in bed is certainly not cold. However, the swarms of mosquitoes are unbearable. Even the incense meant to repel them proves ineffective. The mosquitoes swarm relentlessly, making it impossible for anyone to enjoy a restful slumber. "My dear friend, shall we continue our journey with Jiang Han's vessel?" Lin, too, has begun to doubt his initial decision. Over the past couple of days, they have not only yielded no results, but also squandered a considerable amount of fuel expenses. Meanwhile, Jiang Han has suffered no losses, having merely accompanied them on their excursions. Aside from the fuel costs, it seems he has even profited somewhat. Today, their fishing time was rather limited, yet they managed to catch solely 3-knife fish. Although these fish are not large, their market price is quite appealing, especially for the wild variety, which commands an even higher price. Chapter 119. A bucket full of 3-knife fish. Jiang Han did not rise particularly early. Recently, he had purchased an oxygenation device online. It was not expensive and, once plugged in, would continuously release bubbles. He awoke around midday, and the 3-knife fish remained lively and spirited. Utilizing a simple net, he scooped the fish from the pond into a bucket. Then he mounted his electric bike to head to town. At that moment, Aunt Li and Aunt Jinju had just returned from washing clothes. "Jiang Han, are you going out?" Aunt Li inquired. "Yes," Jiang Han replied. As his electric bike passed by, both aunts instinctively glanced at the bucket of water. Aunt Li rubbed her eyes, and Aunt Jinju followed suit. "Did I not see correctly? There are so many fish in that bucket," Aunt Li exclaimed, feeling as if she were imagining things. I saw a lot of fish too, and they are quite flat. Aunt Jinju added, equally incredulous. Do they have orange-red stripes? Aunt Li asked. Aunt Jinju nodded. Yes, there are several stripes. The two aunts exchanged astonished glances and exclaimed in unison. Goodness, they're truly three knife fish. A bucket full of three knife fish. Upon arriving at the Hollywood Wong restaurant, Mengguo was quite taken with the three knife fish. In her aesthetic opinion, they were far more appealing than the bullet fish. However, aesthetics aside, consumption was paramount. Due to the smaller size of the fish, Jiang Han retained 2 for himself, while the remaining 21 were weighed. These 21 fish totaled 18 pounds, priced at 300 per pound, amounting to a total of 5,400 yuan. Mengguo promptly transferred the money to Jiang Han. Jiang Han, impressive. Most people catch only a few fish. Your fishing seems akin to restocking inventory. With your prowess, you could even consider live streaming. The viewership would undoubtedly be substantial. Jiang Han thought of the handsome and beautiful individuals online seeking gifts and donations, and frowned slightly. Never mind, I cannot become an internet celebrity. It was not that he held disdain for internet influencers. He simply did not wish to place himself under such glaring scrutiny. Moreover, he could not bring himself to solicit donations. Mengguo chuckled, covering her mouth. You cannot think that way. Society is advancing rapidly. One must keep pace or risk being left behind. Jiang Han pondered the rise of AI in broadcasting. Indeed, AI could easily replace humans across various professions. If competing with machines led to inevitable failure, he preferred to go with the flow and embrace comfort in life. Mengguo paused, uncertain of how to counter his perspective. Perhaps, by that time, everyone will find their own unique paths. Jiang Han instructed Mengguo to take the fish to the kitchen, one for steaming and the other for sashimi. As Mengguo was busy, he called upon Zhang Haidai, and the two of them enjoyed the fish together. Brother Han, do you recall our encounter with Suja yesterday? Why bring him up now? I saw Suja while organizing foam boxes in the shed today, though he did not notice me. Jiang Han found it peculiar. How was he there? It truly was a stroke of luck. His family's old house in town is located in the very neighborhood where you purchased the garage. Jiang Han paused momentarily. Could it really be such a coincidence? There was an even greater twist. Zhang Haidai took a bite of sashimi, remarking on the exquisite flavor of the 3-slice fish. After Suja left, I inquired about it. Their garage is right next to the one you bought. He returned this time specifically to sell the old house. Jiang Han nearly choked on the fish. This was indeed a coincidence of staggering proportions. Brother Han, what do you think about me purchasing that house? Jiang Han turned to Zhang Haidai, asking if the house was particularly affordable or if it had any merits. Merits are hard to define. I haven't seen that particular house, but there is another one in the same complex that is currently being renovated. I've been inside. The layout is quite standard. As for the price, I have yet to investigate. Jiang Han looked at Zhang Haidai with skepticism. Then why consider buying it? I was thinking about how the two garages would be adjacent. If I were to acquire that house, the garage would also belong to me. We could then connect the two garages, significantly enlarging our storage space. Jiang Han had anticipated Zhang Haidai's line of thought. The property prices in our town are naturally lower than those in the district, but a house remains a house, even if it's inexpensive. It won't be a mere pittance. If you genuinely believe it's a good deal, then by all means, purchase it. But do not entertain the notion of transforming the garage into a warehouse. Jiang Han expressed a multitude of thoughts, genuinely considering Zhang Haidai as a brother. Although Zhang Haidai had some money now, buying a house was a significant matter. One cannot simply buy a property based on the connection of garages. Zhang Haidai nodded, acknowledging. Understood, Brother Han. He felt a twinge of emotion, a hint of moisture in his eyes. What was this sensation? He, a man of little regard for his own life, would have perished long ago without Brother Han. After their meal, the two brothers continued their evening, with Zhang Haidai returning to his studies. Jiang Han took a moment to rest in Zhang Haidai's rented room, yet his thoughts wandered to Suja's decision to sell his house. He recalled hearing that Suja's family had sold their boat to acquire a taxi license. At the time, it seemed a wise choice. Driving a taxi was indeed lucrative and prestigious back then. Yet, many years later, that vehicle has lost its value. In the current taxi industry, even if he wished to sell it at a bargain, finding a buyer would be a challenge. Conversely, had that boat remained, it could have still provided a modest living for the family. He pondered whether Suja's father regretted that choice. What he grasped was a fundamental truth, the unpredictability of life. Many decisions that once appeared wise may, with the passage of time, reveal themselves as folly. Since no one can accurately predict the future, it is perhaps wiser to follow one's heart and pursue what one truly desires. Ding, the host sold seafood for 400 yuan, earning 400 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 307 points. You can now spend 000 system points to exchange for a 10-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? The exchange was successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 1,035 meters. The exchange was also successful, leaving 307 points in the system. The host is encouraged to continue striving for progress. Jiang Han blinked, experiencing a distinct sensation as his scanning range exceeded 1,000 meters. A feeling markedly different from when it did not. With his broadened perspective, he felt his mindset expand as well. He transferred the portion of money belonging to Jiang Haidai to him. Observing Jiang Haidai, who was engrossed in reading and scratching his head in concentration, Jiang Han decided to take a solitary stroll. Initially intending to bring Jiang Haidai some fruit, he reconsidered. Reflecting on how Jiang Haidai had transformed his 3 daily meals into 10, all for the sake of smoking. The excess weight had begun to accumulate in an unflattering manner. After some thought, he ultimately chose not to bring any food for Jiang Haidai. Chapter 120. Departing after a good rest. The town's area is relatively small. As Jiang Han strolled, he soon found himself at the residential complex where he had purchased a carport. Su Jie and a middle-aged man had just exited the complex. Jiang Han veered slightly to the side, ensuring the two did not notice him. "Ah, Zhaogu, you must think of a way to sell my house," Su Jie lamented. "My 98-square-meter apartment has plummeted to 500,000, roughly 5,000 per square meter. I've already slashed the price to this extent, yet why are people still hesitant to buy?" Zhaogu, equally troubled, responded, "As a real estate agent, I made quite a profit in previous years. If this had been a few years ago, your apartment would have sold immediately. However, the economy has been sluggish across various sectors. When property prices soared, everyone was eager to buy. Now that prices have dropped, no one seems willing to purchase. What can we do then? My family is in a tight spot, and we are counting on this money to ease our situation. In order to sell, you must lower the price further. Otherwise, it will truly remain unsold." Su Jie was taken aback. "Are you suggesting I reduce it by another 100,000? That would put it at 400,000. It's unavoidable. You are eager to sell, aren't you? Besides, the current real estate market is indeed bleak. If you lower it by 100,000 now, in 2 or 3 years, it might need to drop by 200,000. Su Jie felt his heart racing, clutching his chest as if suffocating. Although they hadn't spent much to acquire the apartment, the value of money back then was significantly greater. This property had once been valued at 700,000. Now, to reduce it to 500,000 and then further by 100,000, he offered Zhaogu a cigarette. "Please. I implore you. Even if I can bear this price, my father cannot." With a sigh, Zhaogu replied, "Just wait for now. As soon as someone expresses interest, I shall take them to view the property." Jiang Han pondered whether Su Jie would indeed sell the apartment for 400,000. If that were the case, it might truly be a worthwhile deal. He wondered what Jiang Haidai truly desired in a home. If he sought a reasonable property, this one could indeed be considered. As for whether prices would continue to drop in 2 or 3 years, that was beyond the realm of his contemplation. Life is unpredictable, since one cannot foresee everything. It is wise not to overcalculate. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Jiang Han relayed this information to Jiang Haidai. "Do you genuinely intend to purchase a home? If so, besides that apartment, keep an eye on other properties as well. Renting is not a long-term solution. You can move at any time. Acquiring a home is a significant commitment." Jiang Haidai looked around his rental space. While it was decent, it was still merely a lease. A rented apartment invariably lacks the essence of a true home. He had never experienced the warmth of a family in his parents' house. Now, he yearned to possess his own home and nurture it properly. "I understand, Han Ge. I will keep an eye on it." Jiang Haidai felt as if he were in a dream. Just a month or 2 ago, he was struggling to make ends meet. And now, unexpectedly, he dared to fantasize about owning his own home. Upon seeing Jiang Haidai's expression, Jiang Han recognized his genuine desire to purchase a house. He sensed that Jiang Haidai had become increasingly grounded during this period and believed that his wish to settle down was a positive development. They returned to the village after dinner. Since Jiang Han mentioned that the timing of their departure was uncertain, Jiang Haidai chose to accompany him back to the village. After returning, Jiang Haidai stayed at Jiang Han's home. The two opted to rest during the first half of the night to conserve their energy. Jiang Han decided against leaving early, as his intuition suggested that Lin Gu and his companions would likely follow their boat. Departing too soon would not be advantageous. He prioritized a comfortable sleep before anything else. This time, he awoke at 3 in the morning. He and Jiang Haidai organized their belongings and packed a box of ice, which they had prepared before leaving the town. If they needed to keep anything cold, they could use the ice. The box they had constructed was highly insulated. A large block of ice placed inside could last until the following morning. Even if it went unused, it was of little consequence, as ice was not particularly expensive. Both Jiang Han and Jiang Han found themselves quite comfortable, while the three men on the boat endured greater hardships. The tide was scheduled to recede around midnight. Based on previous experiences, Jiang Han typically departed ahead of time. Thus, they set their alarms and sat on the boat by 11 o'clock, waiting. Mosquitoes buzzed incessantly around them, and they scratched their legs until the skin broke, yet the itch persisted. They forced themselves to remain awake. Consequently, they waited from 11 until midnight without Jiang Han's arrival. They continued waiting from midnight to 1 in the morning, and still, he did not appear. From 1 to 2 in the morning, there was no sign of him. Their heads began to nod as sleep threatened to overtake them. Could it be that he won't show up? Old Zhu complained. Perhaps he is afraid we'll follow him and is refraining from going out to sea. Old Li concurred. Let us wait a bit longer. If the tide recedes, and he still hasn't shown up, we won't wait any longer. Thus, the three men continued to wait. And just past 3 in the morning, as they prepared to succumb to sleep, Jiang Han finally arrived. Lin Gu and his companions were tempted to curse Jiang Han's ancestors for generations. This man was truly inconsiderate. Why did he choose to appear at such a critical moment? He could have arrived earlier or later, but instead, he showed up just when they were about to doze off. Could Jiang Han be any more infuriating? Once Jiang Han and Jiang Han boarded the boat, they began to circle around as they had done in previous outings. This circling continued until the tide had receded. Boss, the tide has already receded. Should we still follow them? Jiang Han inquired. We've been circling for an hour. As long as they follow, we will continue to circle. Jiang Han replied, showing no inclination to return. The boat of Lin and his companions trailed closely behind, seemingly locked in a contest with Jiang Han's vessel. After 2 hours of this relentless pursuit, Lin's heart ached with frustration. He was gritting his teeth in exasperation. Their funds were dwindling, and the daily expenditure on fuel was becoming burdensome. Just then, Jiang Han's boat came to a halt in the middle of the sea. Here it comes, thought Old Li. Barely able to contain his excitement, it seemed they were about to start earning fuel money again. Lin shot Old Li a disapproving glance, but Old Li, oblivious to Lin's ire, continued, Boss, what shall we do? We won't be able to earn any fuel money. Lin was tempted to find a needle, and so Old Li's mouth shut. The older he grew, the more he talked, and his words were increasingly unwelcome. As expected, Jiang Han and Jiang Han produced fishing rods and sea worms, ready to fish. Chapter 121. The greenish fish. Jiang Han found himself remarkably fortunate. Although he had spent 3 hours searching, his persistent efforts bore fruit as he discovered a small school of greenish fish. However, Jiang Han was uncertain whether they were genuine or faux greenish fish. In the marketplace, counterfeit greenish fish are typically parrotfish, which are also referred to as greenish fish. Their price is approximately half that of the authentic variety. To distinguish between genuine and faux greenish fish, Jiang Han examined the teeth. Despite possessing the ability to scan and see through objects, the fish's teeth were obscured by its head, rendering them invisible to him. It was only when one of the greenish fish exposed its teeth in an attempt to bite his bait that Jiang Han caught a glimpse of its unsightly, uneven teeth, reminiscent of a pig's. His excitement surged as he recognized it was indeed a genuine greenish fish, also known as the Shushi pig-toothed fish. The ugly, pig-like teeth confirmed its authenticity. While the price of genuine greenish fish does not rival that of three-knife fish, the school he had encountered was relatively sizable, with individuals weighing between 3 to 5 pounds. Given that it was the closed fishing season, wild greenish fish were likely to fetch over 100 per pound. Those exceeding 20 pounds could potentially sell for over 150. In terms of individual value, a wild greenish fish was even more precious than a wild three-knife fish. Jiang Han's spirits lifted as he successfully reeled in his first greenish fish, weighing 5 pounds. Although it paled in comparison to the halibut he had caught previously, it still required more time than the three-knife fish he had landed the day before. Old Li, unable to catch any fish himself, kept a close watch on Jiang Han. Armed with an infrared telescope that allowed him to see clearly even at night, he observed Jiang Han reeling in a fish weighing around 5 pounds. Upon witnessing the fish's appearance, particularly as Jiang Han extracted the hook, Old Li felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Boss, it's a greenish fish. I saw its teeth. It's the real deal. Lin Gu spat overboard, his temper flaring to the point of near hypertension. Why does all the good fortune fall upon this kid? Not only did he stumble upon an old barnacle haven, but he also possesses such fishing prowess. Others have more misses than catches, yet he reels them in effortlessly and swiftly. Especially these last 2 catches, neither being three-knife fish nor greenish fish, which are rarely seen. He manages to catch a whole bunch. And this is during the closed season. With such luck, when the season reopens and nets can be used, he'll be rolling in riches. Boss, that kid has hooked a second greenish fish. Old Li exclaimed again. Shut up. I have a telescope too. I can see it. As Jiang Han reeled in the greenish fish, he stored it in the aquatic storage chamber beneath the boat, ensuring it would remain alive for the time being. The ice blocks he had brought along were now unnecessary. Jiang Han decided to open the storage box containing the ice. He and Jiang Han sat beside the ice blocks, with the sea breeze enveloping them, making it pleasantly cool even in the height of summer. Old Li noticed the box of ice as well. Boss, those two are actually using ice to cool down on the boat, Lin Gu remarked, equally astonished. He was angry, profoundly so. Why were they so disheveled while those two youngsters could leisurely relish life? He noticed them placing several bottles of beverages into a cooler filled with ice. This way, they could enjoy chilled drinks even while aboard the boat. Suddenly, Lin felt that the drink in his hand had lost its allure. Although the beverage had not been heated, it simply lacked the refreshing chill he craved. Truly, the comparison between people could drive one to despair. Lin scratched at himself until a blood blister formed. He was nearly at his wits' end with the itch. Why were those two youngsters not scratching at themselves in a frenzy? Did even the mosquitoes choose to spare them? At his age, Lin had never felt so vexed, even more so than when his son scored a myriad in mathematics. Jiang Han and Jiang Han were leisurely fishing while clinking their drinks together in a toast. Brother Han, I used to fight every day. After getting out, I relied on brawling to earn a bit of money for cigarettes. Back then, I thought someone like me might as well die. After all, death wouldn't be worse than living. But now, I truly do not wish to die. Life is simply too comfortable, more so than that of celestial beings. Jiang Han chuckled, and you know what kind of life celestial beings lead. It's just singing and dancing on television. If they offered to switch places with me, I would decline. Moreover, he had found attachments in this world. The fragrant image of a graceful figure adorned with cherry blossoms filled his mind. Jiang Han inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the sea. This period felt dreamlike to him. Upon realizing the futility of the profession he had pursued, he understood he had strayed from his path in life. Yet, he remained undeterred. With hands and feet intact, he believed he could establish himself in the metropolis. In a way, his breakup with Tiantian was a blessing, prompting him to clarify many thoughts. What would it matter to remain in the big city, entangled with so many others? He had shed his burdens and returned to his hometown. Initially planning to search for a way forward, he unexpectedly awakened a system instead. Jiang Han gazed into the sea, where numerous corals lay beneath the surface, and beautiful fish darted among them. The scenery above the water was stunning, but the underwater vista was even more enchanting. Were it not for the illegality of coral extraction, he would have eagerly harvested the vibrant corals. Having enjoyed sufficient rest, Jiang Han and Jiang Han fished for an extended period this time. Meanwhile, the three others on another boat yawned incessantly, unable to sleep while keeping watch on Jiang Han. Since they had nothing better to do, they pulled out their fishing rods as well. Learning from their previous experience, this time they abandoned traditional fishing methods. After all, wasting a basket of small fish was tantamount to squandering money. As the three sat side by side like zombies, Lin's fishing rod twitched. With excitement, Lin lifted the rod only to find a tiny sardine dangling from the hook. This sardine was indeed minuscule. Conventionally, the larger the lure used in lure fishing, the bigger the catch should be. He had employed a substantial bait, yet the catch turned out to be a mere diminutive sardine. If only the sardine were slightly larger, it might have been acceptable. But at such a trivial size, one could hardly ascertain whether it was worth 3 or 5 yuan, even if he were to sell it. With such a solitary fish, there would be no market to accommodate it. Cooking it for himself seemed wasteful in terms of gas. Brother Lin felt a surge of frustration and cast the sardine back into the water, convinced that the fish was mocking him. Reeling in such a minuscule sardine felt more disheartening than returning empty-handed. As dawn gradually broke and the sun ascended higher, Jiang Han began to feel the heat. Their vessel lacked even a canopy. In such circumstances, fishing was decidedly less comfortable than it would be aboard other boats. Jiang Han was determined not to let this situation persist. Thus, he steered the boat towards the town dock. Chapter 122. A delightful aroma. He and Jiang Han diligently scooped the bluefish from the live well into water buckets. The bluefish were substantial, with each bucket accommodating only a few. In their endeavor, they filled 4 buckets to the brim. For the particularly large specimens, they even procured a box for storage. That day, they had parked their electric tricycle at the main dock and had not driven it back. Now, it was serendipitously of great use. They loaded their haul onto the tricycle. This delay inadvertently allowed Lin Gu and his companions to advance ahead. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared at the dock, pushing a bicycle and rapping on a wooden box, peddling popsicles and ice cream. Popsicles. Popsicles. In this era, such vendors were a rarity, and this one seemed a newcomer to the area. Old Zhu, having endured a frustrating night, watched as Jiang Han and Jiang Han enjoyed chilled beverages, stirring his desire for something refreshing. He urged the vendor to open the wooden box, revealing popsicles and ice cream meticulously wrapped in towels. As the vendor unraveled the layers, old Zhu rummaged through and selected an appealing ice cream. "How much is this?" he inquired. 58, came the prompt reply. Old Zhu was momentarily taken aback. "Excuse me? How much?" 58 yuan, the vendor stated without hesitation. Old Zhu's temper flared. After a night of vexation on the boat, he now found himself exasperated by the ice cream vendor. "Are you out of your mind? 58 for a single ice cream? You might as well rob someone. Even the fanciest ice cream wouldn't cost that much." The vendor, now equally indignant, retorted, "Can your fancy ice cream compare to mine? I make all my ice cream myself, using only the finest ingredients. Besides, I'm not forcing you to buy it." Frustrated, old Zhu inquired about 2 more varieties. But the exorbitant prices left him disinclined to ask about a 4th. "With prices like yours, even if all your ice cream melted, you wouldn't sell a single one." Lin Gu and old Li were equally astonished. Who would dare sell such pricey ice cream at this dock, frequented by hard-working laborers? It seemed that the vendor's ice cream was destined to melt away unsold. At that moment, Jiang Han, riding the electric tricycle, spotted the ice cream. He casually pointed to one and asked, "How much for this one?" Perhaps stung by old Zhu's harsh words, the vendor hesitated before responding. "This one is 78. All my ice creams are homemade, crafted from the best ingredients. The flavors are unlike those found in shops. If you were to order 2 scoops at a Western restaurant, it would easily exceed 100. After articulating his pitch, the vendor braced for another round of scorn. To his surprise, Jiang Han exclaimed with joy, "Han Go, can you believe there's ice cream priced at 78? Such a rarity. We absolutely must buy some to try." Jiang Han found merit in this. He was curious about the flavor of an ice cream that cost 78. "Get a few more, so Xiaoguo and the others can taste it as well." Jiang Han found the reasoning quite profound. An ice cream priced at 78, he wondered if Sister Fei had ever tasted it. With her discerning palate, he certainly could not offer her anything of inferior quality. He hoped she would enjoy this exquisite ice cream. "Boss, I would like to purchase 10 of these ice creams." The proprietor was taken aback, and even Lin Gu and his companions, who had not strayed far, were astonished. Was he truly serious? To buy 10 of such an expensive ice cream was quite absurd. Finally, the owner regained his composure. I only have 2 of the 78 ice creams." Jiang Han was momentarily perplexed. How can there only be 2? There are so many ice creams here. The prices vary. I only produce 2 or 3 of each type. Are the other ice creams delicious as well? Delicious, indeed. I also have popsicles, the cheapest of which are just 36 each. They are all quite delightful. Jiang Han observed that the ice creams were indeed quite substantial. Altogether, there might be over 40 varieties comprising both ice creams and popsicles. The most expensive ice cream was the one he initially inquired about, priced at 78 each. Jiang Han requested a discount, and the proprietor quoted him a price of 2,000. He felt that was considerably reasonable. Just as he was about to make the payment, Jiang Han beat him to it by scanning the payment code. "Brother Han, why did you pay? Next time, it's on you." This time, several fine mackerels had been caught by Jiang Han. Yet, according to their agreement, he would only receive 10% of the earnings. The proprietor cheerfully accepted the payment and departed, while Jiang Han bore no resentment. Lin Gu and his companions stood in disbelief. Were these two lacking in common sense, or simply naive, to spend 2,000 on a box of popsicles? Watching Jiang Han and Jiang Han leave, Lin Gu and his friends felt a sense of discontent. They toiled arduously yet could not lead a prosperous life. These 2 young men spent lavishly, seemingly living life to the fullest as fishermen. If all fishermen could live as they did, what reason would the island's youth have to leave? At the Halowang restaurant, the establishment had opened its doors but was devoid of patrons, as preparations were underway. Meng savored the newly purchased ice cream, thoroughly satisfied with its delightful flavor. "This ice cream is truly delicious. My sister will surely be pleased." Jiang Han turned to look for Jiang Han, who had already taken several ice creams and wandered off. Jiang Han retained a few selections, distributing the rest in the kitchen. The kitchen staff were quite considerate towards him, especially the head chef, who would often marinate some seafood for him during his free time, never once asking for payment. Meng cradled the ice cream, savoring it in small bites, while Jiang Han leaned beside her, enjoying his ice cream as well. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, creating a sense of comfort. "Xiaoguo, what is that scent emanating from you?" Meng Fei's fragrance was unmistakably that of cherry blossoms, but after much contemplation, Jiang Han could not discern the scent surrounding Meng Guo. It vaguely reminded him of the essence of all seasons. "Are you referring to the aroma of Shaoxi Xiang?" "Shaoxi Xiang?" Meng Guo retrieved a fragrant sachet from her person, a creation she had crafted herself following an online tutorial. It was composed of dried and powdered elements, orange peels, lychee skins, sugarcane residue, and pear skins. She discovered that the fragrances from ancient Chinese traditions were far more effective than those from abroad. Menghua took great pride in her sachet. Those in the culinary profession often carry a distinct aroma, one that Menghua found less than appealing. Thus, she adorned herself with her fragrant sachets. Even the scents used in the restaurant were of her own making. Jiang Han was taken aback by Menghua's hidden talent. The fragrances she concocted were truly delightful. Should she choose not to open a hotel in the future, selling her fragrances could sustain her. After finishing their ice cream, Menghua weighed the chingy fish that Jiang Han had brought. Chapter 123, Fried Scales. This time, there were a total of 36 bluefin fish. Jiang Han kept one weighing 7 jin and another weighing 8 jin, while the rest were weighed. Among those under 10 jin, there were 30 fish, totaling 120 jin, priced at 100 yuan per jin, amounting to 12,000 yuan. For the 3 fish over 10 jin, they weighed 35 jin in total, priced at 130 yuan per jin, totaling 4,550 yuan. There was 1 fish over 20 jin, weighing 22 jin, priced at 160 yuan per jin, amounting to 3,520 yuan. In total, all the bluefin fish amounted to 20,070 yuan. Menghua found it hard to believe. Such a quantity of bluefin fish would surely cause quite a stir in the market if presented together. Jiang Han had caught all these fish with just a fishing rod. He hadn't even utilized a net yet. Once he did, who knows what fortune he might amass. Jiang Han, you are truly destined for wealth. Your method of earning money surpasses that of our restaurant, she remarked. Despite their restaurant's substantial daily gross profit, after deducting various costs, the actual earnings were not as impressive. Nowadays, every industry faced greater challenges than before. Even after costs, they could manage a pure profit of 20,000 a day, which would make any dreamer wake up smiling. Jiang Han smiled. Isn't this all thanks to you? If it weren't for your and your sister's support, I'd still be getting undercut by others. Menghua felt a sense of relief upon hearing Jiang Han's sincerity. She transferred 20,100 yuan to him. And Jiang Han promptly sent Zhang Haidai his share of the money. Notification. Host sold seafood for 20,100 yuan. Earning system points of 20,100. Accumulated points. Total system points, 22,407. You may now consume 20,000 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 40 meters. Would you like to proceed? Exchange successful. Host now possesses a scanning range of 1,075 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,407. Please continue to strive for success. With an additional 40 meters of scanning range, Jiang Han was elated. He instructed the head chef to prepare the 1 bluefin fish he had set aside. Having not yet eaten breakfast, he decided that this fish would serve as his brunch. He called Zhang Haidai. Brother Han, I've already eaten. Jiang Han was taken aback. What did you have? Fei Jia had some small cakes, so I'm full. Suddenly, Jiang Han understood. After hanging up, he felt a tinge of loneliness. A 7-jin bluefin fish was too much for him to consume alone. He glanced at Menghua, who was busy once more. Before he could even pick up his chopsticks, Menghua returned with a plate of fried scales. The scales of the bluefin fish were quite hard, but once fried, they transformed entirely. Not only were they edible, but they were also remarkably crispy. These scales of bluefin fish are truly fragrant, Menghua exclaimed. I can't finish this. You can have the scales, Jiang Han offered, pushing the plate towards her. Menghua did not refuse, as she could enjoy these as a snack when she had free time. Yet she did not take it all, she divided it, leaving a third for Jiang Han. At that moment, Jiang phone called. Han, I transferred the money to you. Why haven't you accepted it? Jiang Han suddenly recalled that he indeed received a transfer notification early that morning. Just as a fish had taken the bait, he had forgotten to click on it. Upon checking, he found that his sister had sent him 220 yuan. She had also sold 200 yuan worth of goods in the group. This was a 10% profit she had graciously given him. Jiang Han accepted it with joy, feeling delighted for his sister. Earning money was a testament to one's capabilities. He believed that his sister would only continue to flourish. She was no longer merely a housewife confined to household chores. Suddenly, Ling Ling's voice came through the phone. Uncle, Mom isn't taking us out to play. Please take us out. We want to go to the district. Then, Jiang Han heard his sister reprimanding the children. You're always thinking about playing. Why are you so eager to play but not as enthusiastic about your homework? Mom, school starts next month. You haven't taken us anywhere this summer. Wan's voice chimed in. Yes, 2 months of summer vacation. Both my sister and I have been forced to study without having any fun. Who says you haven't had any fun? Didn't your uncle take you fishing on a boat last time? That doesn't count, protested the 2 children. Why doesn't it count? Fishing is a form of play, isn't it? You didn't even leave the island, and you only played for half a day. The 3 of them continued to bicker. Sister, Ling Ling and Wan Wan are right. School starts next month. You should take them out for some enjoyment. Didn't Tia mention the importance of balancing work and rest? Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. I've been giving them 15 minutes of mobile phone time each day. Jiang Han was surprised to discover that for his sister, 15 minutes of phone time was considered quite generous. Adults often lose track of time, scrolling through their phones for 1 or 2 hours. Sister, have they finished their summer homework? Before Jiang Feng could respond, Ling Ling interjected, we completed our summer homework within the first half of the break. Now, we're only working on assignments given to us by mom and dad. Jiang Han was taken aback. His sister was gentle and considerate with him. Yet she adopted a strict, tiger mom approach with the 2 children. Sister, do you understand the concept of moderation? Jiang Feng blinked, bewildered. What does that mean? It means that with homework, moderation is key. Excess can lead to diminishing returns in learning. This was the first time Jiang Feng had heard such reasoning. She thought quantity naturally leads to quality. Sister, Ling Ling and Wan Wan are children. Just like in a workplace, if a boss overwhelms employees with excessive tasks, the strain will eventually break them. Though Jiang Feng struggled to grasp this, she had unwavering confidence in her brother's words. He would not be wrong. So what should we do now? Are you all at home? Yes. Prepare a change of clothes, for a vehicle will arrive shortly. You simply need to get in. The 2 children have already begun to cheer with delight. Jiang Feng remained somewhat bewildered. Her younger brother seemed to have asked her to prepare a change of clothing. So she diligently gathered outfits for everyone. Just as she completed her preparations, a private car pulled up to the entrance. Is this Jiang Feng's residence? Your brother sent me to fetch you. Had it not been for Jiang Han's prior notification, Jiang Feng might have genuinely believed this individual to be dubious. She, along with the 2 children, entered the vehicle, which then transported them to the splendid Hollywood Wong restaurant in town. Mingguo was elated to see the 2 children and had prepared some snacks and toys for them. Thank you, sister. Sister, you look even more beautiful. Mingguo beamed with joy, her smile widening. The compliments from these 2 children were simply delightful. Chapter 124. The power of thought. Upon observing the transparent bag in Jiang Feng's possession, which contained 2 sets of examination papers, Mingguo found herself both amused and exasperated. Sister Jiang Feng, with Ling Ling and Wan Wan being so articulate, there is no need for your anxiety. In Mingguo's view, with such eloquent children, they would undoubtedly carve out a niche for themselves in society in the future. Jiang Han also noticed the 2 sets of papers. His sister had never doubted his words. Yet how much of his advice she truly absorbed remained uncertain. Sister, just leave the papers and stationery here. We are going out to have fun. Carrying these items would be exhausting. The 2 children gazed eagerly at their mother, convinced of their uncle's exceptional kindness. Without him, they would likely have had no respite during this summer. Mingguo added her encouragement. Sister Feng, rest assured that I will keep your belongings safe. I promise not to misplace them. Jiang Feng recognized her own overcautiousness. It seemed rather inappropriate to bring examination papers along for a day of enjoyment. Well then, if you insist. The children's eyes sparkled with delight, though they restrained their exuberance. Although Jiang Han had yet to taste his share of the fish, Jiang Feng and the children had already enjoyed breakfast. Nevertheless, Jiang Han insisted they have a little more. The children had barely touched the fish meat, but they relished the fish scales immensely. Concerned that the children might not have enough to eat after having taken some of the scales herself, Mingguo inquired in the kitchen. Indeed, a guest had ordered a freshly caught chingy fish to be prepared as a scallion-infused steamed dish. A recipe that typically involved removing the scales and skin, using only the flesh for steaming. It was rare for guests to specifically request fried scales. As the head chef was occupied, Mingguo instructed a new kitchen assistant to fry the fish scales. After finishing their share of Jiang Han scales, the children were still craving more, pleasantly surprised when Mingguo presented another plate. Sister, you are the most beautiful sister I have ever seen. Wan Wan exclaimed, realizing her sentiment had been expressed by her sister, and began to enthusiastically praise her, declaring her more beautiful than any celestial being. Mingguo, feeling a touch bashful from the compliments, rewarded them with a handful of candies. Jiang Feng, meanwhile, found herself at a loss for words. When it was time for the children to study, they would often doze off, yet now, with treats and praise, they were full of energy. Upon hearing that Jiang Han had caught a significant number of chingy fish, Jiang Feng expressed her astonishment. Brother, you are truly remarkable. To catch so many chingy fish in one go. Sister, I have saved an 8-pound fish for you. I initially planned to deliver it after this meal, but since we're going out to play, I will keep it here for a few days and take it back when we return. He had intended to gift her some fish when he had the barracuda and 3-knife fish, yet he considered her feelings. He understood his sister well, deep down. She was a fiercely independent person who disliked being dependent on others like a parasitic vine. For the sake of the children, She had chosen to remain at home as a housewife. He encouraged her to sell dried goods in their group for extra income. He places greater emphasis on his sister's ability to attain happiness. As for the seafood, if he were to deliver it daily, it would only make her uncomfortable. Thus, he chooses to present it based on the circumstances. Jiang Feng felt a wave of gratitude, realizing her brother had truly not been a burden. Recalling the time she had sold a portion of the seafood Jiang Han had given her to the local seafood collectors, she now deemed her actions rather foolish. Observing her brother's current demeanor, it was evident that such measures were unnecessary. Her brother was indeed a person of considerable capability. After satisfying their appetites, the group set out. Although Jiang Wenshan worked within the district, Jiang Feng seldom had the opportunity to bring her children there for leisure. The last time she visited the district was several years ago. Upon disembarking, she was taken aback by the vibrancy of the area. It had transformed significantly in her absence. No wonder the island's youth sought opportunities beyond its shores. The allure of the colorful world outside was undeniable. Who among the young would not be captivated by it? The commotion on the island was merely a fraction of the bustling atmosphere in the district. The children's eyes darted around, captivated by the sights, seemingly overwhelmed. At the dock, numerous travel agents waved signs, enticing tourists with promises of excursions to Pishun Island. Jiang Han exchanged a few words in the local dialect, causing the agents to disperse. Jiawa Island also belonged to this district, and locals would hardly seek a guide for a casual stroll through the area. As the sun shone brightly, Jiang Han noticed a vendor selling sun hats nearby. He purchased a hat for each of them. Noticing one's gaze fixed on a lady holding a helium balloon, he bought a balloon for each child. You might as well indulge them, Jiang Feng remarked, feigning annoyance, yet a smile graced her face. With only these two precious nieces, who else should I spoil? In this region, temples were commonplace. The locals were accustomed to paying their respects upon encountering one, seeking peace and safety. At the children's insistence, they first visited a temple to pray to Guanyin. The two children knelt on the mat, their devotion palpable. Ling Ling prayed, Guanyin, may I be spared from excessive homework in the future. Wan added, Guanyin, may the school close early. Jiang Han, Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng offered a prayer as well, merely seeking the family's well-being and wishing for Jiang Han's prosperous fortune. Sister, your requests seem rather ambitious this time. Guanyin may be overwhelmed. How could she not express all her desires after finally arriving at the district? No worries, watch me. Jiang Han knelt on the mat, praying, Guanyin, may our family's wishes come true. Jiang Feng, graduating from a prestigious university truly makes a difference. Ling Ling, graduating from a prestigious university truly makes a difference. Wan, graduating from a prestigious university truly makes a difference. Having arrived late, they were unaware that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Feng suddenly exclaimed, I forgot to ask what time the temple cafeteria opens for meals. Jiang Han truly finds himself at a loss when it comes to his sister. Sister, we need not resort to this any longer. When our parents were still with us, they visited the district several times. Due to financial constraints, they often dined on vegetarian meals at the temple's cafeteria. The prices were exceedingly modest. I recall that a meal cost merely 3 yuan. Now, it is likely around 10 yuan per meal. The cafeteria serves a limited supply of meals each day, and if one arrives late, they may find nothing left. Sister, let us reserve the cafeteria's meals for those in greater need, Jiang Feng mused. She, too, reflected on how her life seemed to have taken a turn for the better recently, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed to the change. They eventually dined at a mall, where the amusement area featured a children's seaside experience. Chapter 125, The Beach in the Mall. Jiang Han was truly astonished. He could not fathom how the urbanites thought. In the mall, they had created a section filled with water, adorned with sand, and populated with small turtles and goldfish. Jiang Feng blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, Oh my goodness! There's a beach right here. How could they set this up in a mall? Moreover, there were numerous children enjoying themselves. Jiang Han turned to Ling Ling and Wan, asking, Would you like to play? Knowing his daughters well, Jiang Feng anticipated they would not be interested. As a genuine beach was merely a few steps from their home, why would they play in such an artificial setting? To her surprise, both girls nodded eagerly, exclaiming, We want to play. It looks like so much fun. Jiang Feng was taken aback. She could not fathom what was entertaining about it. Nevertheless, she decided to let them indulge. Jiang Han promptly purchased 2 tickets for entrance, each costing 68 yuan. Jiang Feng felt a pang of regret. For their village's beach was far superior and free of charge. It was astonishing that such a contrived place could charge 68 yuan for entry. The 2 children, however, were overjoyed. Upon entering, the staff handed each a small net. Armed with their nets, they set off to catch goldfish and turtles. Jiang Han and Jiang Feng had no chance to enter, so they watched from outside. observing the girls effortlessly catching one goldfish after another. Jiang Feng thought the task was exceedingly simple, devoid of any challenge. "Can we take what we catch?" she inquired of the staff. With a rehearsed smile, the attendant replied, "Of course. You can take home 3 goldfish and 1 turtle for free. For any additional, there will be a charge." Jiang Feng sighed, realizing that for 68 yuan, they could only take home 3 goldfish and 1 turtle, which likely cost no more than 10 yuan in bulk. It was sheer profiteering for tourists from inland areas. The novelty was engaging enough to occupy them for a while. After all, at a genuine beach, the treasures were few while the crowds were plentiful. For inexperienced children, a day spent at the shore might yield nothing at all. A beachcombing streamer once remarked that along coastal beaches, if a sea cucumber appeared, at least 100 people would rush to seize it. While that might have been an exaggeration, many returned empty-handed after hours of searching. Here, however, was a different story. Just a few steps away, one could scoop up an adorable goldfish and a little turtle with ease. The air conditioning made it pleasantly cool, and if thirsty, they could simply ask the staff for refreshments. It was an exceptionally comfortable experience. Some children left with buckets brimming with goldfish and turtles, reluctant to return them. Parents had no choice but to fork out additional money to purchase these little creatures. Jiang Feng mused to herself, indeed. The city folk are far more adept at making money than us country folks. Ling Ling and Wan Wan, having grown up on the island, soon tired of their play. Although they managed to fill a bucket with little goldfish and a small turtle, they were not insistent on taking them home. According to the free offer, each child could take away 3 goldfish and 1 turtle. Suddenly, a group of children gathered around a table near the front desk, where a staff member held a long tray containing 10 small mounds of sand. "Dear children," the staff member announced, "within these 10 mounds, one conceals a small shell. If you can uncover it, you may choose any toy behind me." Soon, a line of eager children formed before her. Jiang Han noticed that Ling Ling and Wan Wan also appeared keen to participate. He glanced up at the toys, which included My Little Pony, Peppa Pig, and several pups from Paw Patrol. "Do you like them?" Jiang Han inquired. The 2 girls nodded, their little eyes fixed on My Little Pony. Understanding their desire, Jiang Han asked about the price. Each attempt cost 10 yuan. He promptly paid 20 yuan, allowing the 2 girls to join the line. Jiang Feng felt that entering the mall was akin to burning money. 10 yuan per attempt seemed exorbitant, with only one chance to guess among the 10 mounds. The odds were slim. After all, one could buy a toy for just 10 yuan outside. The more she pondered, the less value it seemed. "Sister, these are all authentic toys, and quite large too. If you were to buy them, they wouldn't be cheap. Getting one for 10 yuan is quite a bargain." Jiang Han reassured her. "The problem is, 10 yuan might not yield anything at all," Jiang Feng retorted, doubting her daughter's luck. At that moment, the child at the front of the line selected a mound. The staff encouraged the child to knock it over, revealing nothing inside. Nearby parents expressed their dissatisfaction, questioning whether this was a scam, suggesting that perhaps none of the mounds contained a shell. The staff member maintained a cheerful demeanor, responding, "Each tray of sand is used only once. If you have doubts, sir, you may check the other mounds to see if any contain the shell." Without hesitation, the father began to push over the mounds. The first yielded nothing. The second, likewise. The third and fourth offered no surprises. He reached the 8th mound. Still empty. His face grew increasingly grim. "I told you this was a scam." The expressions of the other onlookers mirrored his discontent. They had merely intended to take their children out for a bit of fun, only to encounter what seemed like deception. They wished to shield their children from the harsh realities of the world for as long as possible. "Sir, please don't be upset. There is still 1 mound left," the staff member encouraged. The father shot a sharp glare at the staff. "My child picked one and found nothing. I've pushed 8 without success. Do you really expect this last one to yield anything?" He struggled to believe that both he and his child could be so unfortunate. Nevertheless, he approached the last mound and pushed it aside, revealing a beautiful white shell within. The father's countenance darkened further. It seemed that both he and his child were indeed afflicted by ill fortune. "Sir, with such a large establishment, it is inconceivable that we could be frauds." The father fell silent, taking his child away. Meanwhile, the hesitant parents felt reassured, and more children joined the game. Jiang Feng remarked in astonishment that there were indeed shells, suggesting they were not deceivers after all. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, affirming that there was no need for them to resort to deceit. Each child had only a 1 in 10 chance of selecting a shell, while the probability of failing to do so stood at 9 in 10. This venture was inherently profitable for them, and there was no reason to gamble with their credibility. The staff presented yet another tray, featuring 10 small mounds of sand. Chapter 126. The sand pile before me stood a young girl, her gaze fixed upon the My Little Pony doll. After a moment of hesitation, she chose the central sand pile. With determination, she pushed the pile aside, only to discover it was empty. Perhaps to ensure transparency in the game, the staff proceeded to unveil the remaining 9 sand piles. As expected, one of them contained shells. The staff then replaced the plate. Suddenly, 7 or 8 children took their turns pushing the sand piles, yet none uncovered the one with the shells. The parent standing in front of Jiang Han realized the improbability of the situation. Even if they were not deceitful, the odds were exceedingly low. What difference did it make? Addressing the staff, he inquired, "Are you still playing? If not, it's our turn." Jiang Han, positioned behind him, offered a gentle reminder. The staff responded, "Sir, if you have concerns about our game, perhaps you could allow the children behind you to play first?" After a moment's hesitation, the father decisively pulled his child to the side. The child, somewhat dissatisfied, protested, "Daddy, I want to play. This is a scam. What are you hoping to achieve? Do you truly believe that the ones behind us will have better luck?" The young boy blinked with wide, bewildered eyes, pondering, will they really not succeed? His heart was set on the Ultraman figurine, one he had coveted for quite some time. Surely they won T-win. You can see for yourself. The first to play was Lingling, who found herself torn among the sand piles, uncertain of her choice. The staff, exhibiting remarkable patience, did not rush her. Sensing the delay, they gently reminded her, "Little friend, if you find it difficult to decide, perhaps you could consult your older companion." Lingling glanced at her mother, and upon receiving a warm smile, turned to her uncle, asking, "Uncle, could you help me choose one?" Jiang Feng was taken aback. What had she done wrong to warrant her child's lack of faith in her? Yet, in comparison to her brother, she acknowledged that he seemed more reliable. It appeared her daughter possessed a keen sense for finding support. Meanwhile, the father continued to reassure his son, "Don't worry, we're about to choose. And it will be just like the children before us." Jiang Han smiled at Lingling, saying, "Thank you for trusting your uncle. If Lingling wishes to choose on her own, I want to intervene. At worst, it would be a waste of tin yuan. If she desires to play again, I shall grant her another opportunity." However, since Lingling sought his assistance, he was determined to present the My Little Pony doll to her. At this moment, Jiang Han's scanning range had extended to 1075 meters. Such small sand piles were trivial for him. His finger traced a circle over the 10 piles. As the onlookers held their breath in anticipation, Jiang Han confidently pointed to the leftmost sand pile. The staff, ever considerate, reminded him, "Are you certain? Once you decide, it cannot be changed." The staff were uncertain about which pile of sand contained the shells. She was merely following protocol. Jiang Han nodded, affirming his decision, "This one." He quickly discerned the presence of shells within that particular mound. "Shall you push the sand pile, or shall the child?" The staff inquired patiently. Jiang Han turned to Lingling, "Would you like to give it a try?" Lingling nodded, eager to push the sand pile. Armed with the tool provided by the staff, she began to gently topple the mound of sand. Behind her, Wan was nervously covering her eyes with her hands, though her fingers parted just enough for her to sneak a peek. Cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Even Jiang Feng and Ling were momentarily taken aback. Wan lowered her hands and began to shake Ling excitedly. "Sister, you've been chosen." Ling was momentarily stunned. Had she truly been selected? The staff beamed. "Dear child, which toy do you desire?" Without hesitation, Ling pointed to a My Little Pony. "I want this one." The staff placed the My Little Pony into Ling's arms, and she remained slightly dazed. A girl in her class had purchased the authentic My Little Pony toy and had boasted about it for quite some time, evoking envy among her classmates. However, such toys were not available in their town, and given their high price, her mother would never indulge her. To her surprise, she had managed to uncover one by pushing the sand. She hugged Jiang Han tightly, exclaiming, "Uncle, thank you. You're truly amazing." Had she chosen for herself, she surely would not have succeeded. The staff smiled broadly. "We certainly are not deceiving you. Look, a child has indeed been chosen." Nearby, a little boy, who had been pulled away by his father, felt utterly dejected at that moment. "Daddy, you lied. You said they wouldn't be chosen. But they have." The father was somewhat embarrassed, perplexed as to how this had happened. Only one child had been selected. Surely, those who followed would not be as fortunate. The little boy continued to fuss, and the father felt the heat of humiliation. If more children were chosen, he would take the boy to queue again. Upon hearing this, the little boy ceased his complaints. It was now Wan's turn. Without any hesitation, she looked to Jiang Han. "Uncle, you are the best. Please help me choose." Jiang Feng was at a loss for words. She understood the close bond between the two sisters, yet they often competed for toys. Now that Ling had a toy, she wondered how Wan would react if she ended up empty-handed. Jiang Feng decided to prepare Wan, saying, "If your uncle doesn't select a toy for you, you must not be upset with him, nor should you act out, understood?" Wan nodded. "Don't worry, Mama. I won't blame Uncle." Turning back to Jiang Han, she said, "Uncle, you can choose freely. Whatever you select, I will accept." Jiang Han was struck by how well-behaved his niece was. Rest assured, if I do not choose well, I shall buy you one. Wanwan's immediately sprang up with joy, exclaiming, Uncle, you are simply marvelous. She felt like a cherished little princess. Jiang Han cast a glance at the mounds of sand and quickly noticed the shells nestled within. I choose this one, he declared, selecting the one in the middle. The staff retrieved the tools for pushing the sand again. Have you made your selection? If so, let us remove this mound, they prompted. Wanwan took the tool with a sense of trepidation and began to push the sand. She turned her head away, too anxious to gaze at the mound. It wasn't until she encountered something solid that she turned back to look. It was a small gray shell. Well, I found one too, Wanwan exclaimed, embracing Jiang Han as though she were clinging to the deity of fortune. Uncle, thank you. You are incredible. Chapter 127. Dining at the bar. Wanwan was acutely aware that if given the choice, she and her sister would, much like the little children before them, struggle to make a selection. The expressions of the staff were quite entertaining. It was not unusual for someone to be chosen occasionally, but the consecutive selections were indeed remarkable. To add to the wonder, it was the two sisters who were chosen. She glanced at Jiang Han, realizing that it was this man who had assisted them in both instances. It appeared that his luck was truly extraordinary. Little one, which doll would you like? Like my sister, I want the My Little Pony, Wanwan replied eagerly. The staff placed the My Little Pony before her, exclaiming, Congratulations, little one. This is your My Little Pony. Wanwan joyfully embraced her new toy. Her sister chose a pink Pinkie Pie, while she opted for a purple Twilight Sparkle. Both had successfully acquired their desired dolls, and as they looked towards Jiang Han, their admiration for him deepened significantly. Uncle is simply marvelous. Those around them also acknowledged Jiang Han's remarkable luck. To be chosen even once was fortunate, but to be selected consecutively was nothing short of miraculous. Behind them, a mother feigned casualness as she subtly brushed her hand against Jiang Han's sleeve, hoping to share in his extraordinary fortune. Nearby, a little boy began to protest, Daddy, you're lying. You're the biggest liar. You said they wouldn't be chosen, yet they got 2 in a row. The father's expression soured, and the boy continued to whine. You promised me. We need to queue up again. With no other option, the father reluctantly took his son's hand and joined the end of the line. Having previously been next in line, Lingling and Wanwan, having received their desired toys, gleefully exited the seaside amusement park. The mall contained numerous boutiques selling clothing, and girls of any age have an innate love for beauty. Lingling and Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Han guided the 2 children to select outfits, but Jiang Feng felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the prices. A bit exorbitant, isn't it? We could easily find something similar online at a much lower price. She reasoned that online options might not offer suitable fabric for children, believing that quality mattered most. Jiang Feng felt justified. She had earned a fair amount recently. What was the harm in buying a few outfits for the children? Yet, she still hesitated to purchase anything too pricey, settling for discounted items, though the quality remained superb. She did not ask Jiang Han to pay. Providing nice clothes for her children was a mother's love. She also treated herself to 2 new outfits. Her sister, indeed, was naturally beautiful, looking splendid in whatever she wore. Jiang Feng's cheeks flushed with warmth, and her smile was impossible to suppress. Flattery will get you nowhere. You make me sound like a fairy, Jiang Han chuckled. A fairy pales in comparison to your understanding nature, a virtuous wife and mother. The 2 little girls chimed in enthusiastically. Uncle is right. Mommy truly is stunning. Mother looks even more beautiful when she smiles, far surpassing any fairy. Jiang Feng playfully tapped the heads of her 2 children, finally realizing who they resembled. She was an honest woman, somewhat at a loss for words. Their father, even more straightforward, was not one to flatter anyone. It seems this talent for praise was inherited from their uncle. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, questioning, Is it not good to resemble me? Very well, Jiang Feng replied. Resembling your uncle is splendid. You 2 should aim to attend prestigious universities. Jiang Feng was quite pleased with this notion. Ling remarked, Attending a prestigious university requires a great deal of studying, right? I do not want that. Wanwan added. Getting into a prestigious university means doing many test papers, correct? I do not want that either. Thus, they decided they preferred not to emulate their uncle after all. Unaware of what the 2 little girls were pondering, Jiang Han, along with them, left the mall with numerous bags in hand. He hailed a cab, and upon reaching their destination, he found a hotel near Jiang Wenshan's dormitory. He booked a room, allowing his sister and the children to drop off their belongings and rest for a while. Jiang Wenshan was on the evening shift and would not finish until 8 o'clock. As the time drew near, to surprise Jiang Wenshan, they waited downstairs by his dormitory. When Jiang Wenshan spotted Jiang Feng, he momentarily froze. Dressed in his work uniform and looking rather disheveled, he usually returned home spotless, not wanting his wife and children to see him in such a state. Jiang Feng stepped forward and took his hand, but feeling her brother's presence, she awkwardly released it, her gaze lingering with unspoken affection. Jiang Han felt somewhat embarrassed, reaffirming that their love was genuine. After all these years, he found himself inadvertently subjected to their displays of affection. Ling Ling and Wan Wan also understood that their parents were true lovers, while they themselves were a delightful surprise. Since the family had reunited, Jiang Han decided to withdraw from the scene. As he turned to leave, Jiang Wenshan called out to him, Han, why not join us for a late-night snack? Jiang Han hesitated but ultimately declined. No, I cannot. Haidai is waiting for me. He spoke the truth. Zhang Haidai was indeed coming over to learn to sail. He had just messaged Jiang Han, confirming his return to the hotel after finishing his lessons. Upon hearing Jiang Han mention his appointment with Zhang Haidai, Jiang Wenshan refrained from further comments. The more Jiang Feng observed her younger brother, the more she believed he was destined for greatness, and she would not hinder him. Initially, she had worried that her brother would be led astray by Zhang Haidai, but now it seemed her concerns were unfounded. From their interactions, it was clear that her brother was the one in control, and under his influence, Zhang Haidai had improved remarkably. Who could have imagined that just a month or two ago, a former labor camp inmate would evolve into such a person? If you are not going out to sea, do not stay out too late. Though you are young, your health is important, Jiang Feng advised gently. Jiang Han nodded, reassuring her, do not worry, sister. I will certainly go to bed early tonight. Jiang Han hailed a car and proceeded to the hotel where Zhang Haidai was staying. Zhang Haidai reclined on the hotel sofa, rubbing his belly, clearly overindulged. Hangu, I've been feeling a bit unwell from all the eating lately. Perhaps I should skip 2 meals today. He increasingly regarded Hangu as an extraordinary individual. Initially, he smoked a pack of cigarettes a day, then reduced it to 10 sticks, and now, due to his inability to consume food, it had dwindled to 8 cigarettes daily. This method of quitting smoking was indeed a stroke of genius only Hangu could conceive. Hangu, I'm managing. I noticed some elderly folks dancing in the nearby square. Should we join them for a bit of dancing to aid digestion? Jiang Han found it hard to picture himself dancing in the square. Let's south forego the square dancing. There's a bar nearby, isn't there? We could dance there instead. I believe young people should associate with their peers. Chapter 128. Square dancing suits them better, although Zhang Haidai is somewhat of a ne'er-do-well. He has never set foot in a bar. It is not that he lacks the desire, but rather that there are simply no bars on their island. In truth, Jiang Han has never visited a bar either, as he was preoccupied with work during his studies. Upon graduation, he returned directly to the island. Their understanding of bars is confined to what they have seen on television. With a sense of curiosity, they decided to venture into one. Initially, they intended to dance and unwind, inspired by the lively scenes of men and women dancing exuberantly in bars on TV. However, they found themselves in a whiskey bar instead. The patrons there were engrossed in the music, consuming whiskey glass after glass, with no one rising to dance. Zhang Haidai felt uncomfortably full and could not drink another drop. Jiang Han, too, had no desire for alcohol. Within 5 minutes of sitting there, they made their way to the nearby square. As the melody of a song filled the air, they found themselves unconsciously swaying alongside the elderly dancers. Zhang Haidai felt a wave of relief wash over his stomach. It seemed the company of the elderly suited them far better. At the Jiangsuan dock, Lin Gu and his companions were still aboard their boat, enduring the wait. Old Zhu fanned himself while swatting at mosquitoes. Boss, are we still following Jiang Han's boat today? Of course, why wouldn't we? We've followed for so many days. Giving up now would render our previous efforts futile, replied Lin Gu. Old Li harbored doubts, expressing concern that if they continued to follow, they would only incur more losses. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Gu and Old Zhu shot him an exasperated glance. Realizing he should remain silent, Old Li bowed his head. Today, the tide was set to recede at 1 o'clock in the morning. Old Lin had set the alarm, and the 3 of them were roused at 12:10 a.m. They sat at the edge of the boat, waiting and waiting. Boss, do you think this kid will pull another stunt like last time, and only emerge when the tide is nearly out? Lin Gu felt a surge of frustration. The sensation of waiting indefinitely was quite distressing. They continued to wait until 5 o'clock in the morning. In the east, the sky began to brighten, heralding the dawn of a summer day, and the village roosters began to crow. Yet, Jiang Han was still nowhere to be seen. They longed for sleep. But as the sun rose, the heat became unbearable, and they could hardly manage a couple of hours of rest without succumbing to the warmth. With each passing moment, Lin Gu's irritation grew, prompting him to storm towards Jiang Han's doorstep. Old Li sensed the impending trouble and quickly intervened. Boss, it was one thing to negotiate last time, but your demeanor now hardly suggests a diplomatic approach. We shouldn't engage in other matters. How can a pursuer confront the pursued so brazenly? Lin Gu, in his fury, was beyond reason. He began to pound on Jiang Han's door, shouting, "Jiang Han, come out. Are you deliberately toying with us? We waited for you all night. Why didn't you show? Are you hiding like a turtle in your shell?" Even old Zhu could no longer endure the situation. It was their own choice to board Jiang Han's vessel. Whenever Jiang Han decided to set sail or not was entirely his prerogative. They had no right to question him. "Boss, let it go. We should just head back." Old Zhu finally came to his senses. Old Li was right. Not only had these past few days been exhausting, but they were also incurring losses. Why bother with this futility? Head back? Absolutely not. Today, I must ascertain whether he thinks us easy to bully and is deliberately toying with us. At that moment, the door of Aunt Ho-Hot's house swung open. Two boisterous dogs burst forth, barking furiously at the three men. These dogs stood as tall as a person, startling Lin Ge and his companions. And Ho-Hot emerged from the inner room, wearing slippers and fanning herself. "What is all this noise about? It's not even 6 o'clock yet. You lot aren't sleeping, but my grandson still needs his rest. Now that you've woken him, how do you intend to make amends?" Despite her age, and Ho-Hot showed no sign of intimidation with her two dogs. If those dogs proved insufficient, her backyard housed 3 geese, known for their sharp beaks and aggressive demeanor. Lin Ge thought of his wife. Arguing with women is often futile. The fierce Lin Ge suddenly underwent a complete transformation in demeanor. "Auntie, I merely wish to speak with Jiang Han. Why is he keeping his door shut?" "You're looking for Jiang Han?" And Ho-Hot asked, her face a picture of confusion. "Indeed, I am seeking him." "He has tea returned," Lin Ge responded, flabbergasted. "Is there no one home? He went to town yesterday and hasn't come back since." The two families were neighbors, their walls adjoining. Previously, the houses had poor sound insulation. Any commotion from Jiang Han's side was audible on theirs. However, yesterday had been unusually quiet. Jiang Han was a graduate of a prestigious university, adept at both fishing and foraging. Just the other day, he had caught a multitude of 3-pronged fish. Did you see the 3-pronged fish he caught? And Ho-Hot, however, had not seen them. She had merely heard about it from Ansli and Jinjiu. Even from mere hearsay, she perceived Jiang Han's prowess. She assumed these individuals were friends of his, but upon mentioning the 3-pronged fish, she noticed their expressions darkening. They had not only witnessed him catching 3-pronged fish, but also an abundance of bomb fish and green fish. Particularly, the quantity of green fish he had caught could fetch a sum between 10 to 20,000. They were struggling to even cover their fuel costs, while Jiang Han was earning significantly more. Truly, comparisons could be infuriating. Just then, the village had approached. "Hey, are you the ones who docked at the village pier?" Lin Ge nodded, affirming their identity. "You haven't paid the docking fees for these last 2 days, have you? It's a total of 200 yuan. Lin Ge gaped in astonishment. "Why is it 200? Shouldn't it be 120 for 2 days at 60 each? The village head cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ge, bemused by his incessant inquiries. "Our village has aligned its prices with the town. Rates have now increased. 100 a day, hurry and pay up." "Hey, why that look in your eyes? We're completely legitimate. If you need an invoice, I can certainly provide one." Brother Lin was truly exasperated. What did he need an invoice for? There was no place for reimbursement. He scanned the code and paid, feeling utterly unlucky. Old Li quietly inquired in his ear, "Since Jiang Han isn't home, should we still follow along?" Brother Lin took a couple of deep breaths, unsure if it was the sun or his anger causing his face to flush a deep red. "Follow what? If this continues, my father might rise from his grave to give me a beating. Day after day, burning fuel without making a profit. Who could endure such a fate?" The crucial issue was that the dock fees had increased. Eventually, Brother Lin and his companions could no longer tolerate it and decided to return. He was a native of the town, after all. His boat was docked at the town's pier without any fees. Why subject themselves to humiliation at the dock in Shajiang village? Chapter 129. Purchasing solid goods. Jiang Han was oblivious to the happenings in the village. Zhang Haidai had booked a standard room, so he refrained from securing another. He took a brief respite in the very room Zhang had reserved. Zhang Haidai was indeed industrious. Before Jiang Han had even awakened, he had procured breakfast and placed it on the table, subsequently heading off to learn about boats. The breakfast comprised tea, eggs, and milk, which could be consumed even when cold. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han realized he was once again alone, feeling a sense of boredom. He contemplated reaching out to Mengwu for a conversation but hesitated, fearing he might disturb her work. It was already late, and the restaurant was likely bustling. Just as he was about to casually scroll through some videos to pass the time, Mengwu's call arrived. "Jiang Han, I'm running low on my shampoo. Could you please buy me some of the XX brand? It's unavailable in the town." Once Mengwu became accustomed to a particular brand, she would stick with it, finding it difficult to adjust to alternatives. "Of course, I have nothing pressing at the moment. If you need anything else, just send me the list." It's the same effort to buy one item as it is to buy several. Menghua, without reservation, sent him a detailed list. As Jiang Han shopped for Menghua, he also indulged himself with numerous items. The local store boasted a limited selection, and many counterfeit goods circulated. Products from small workshops that dared not venture into the big city supermarkets were often funneled to the town. Thus, shopping for Jiang Han felt akin to restocking inventory. He would purchase a considerable amount in one go. At noon, Jiang Han and Jiang Haidai dined together. "Brother Han, have you bought too much?" Jiang remarked. "I often travel to the district. Just let me know what you need, and I can bring it for you." Jiang Han replied, "Since I'm already here, I might as well choose for myself. By the way, after lunch, I plan to select some gold items. Would you like to join me?" Jiang Haidai looked puzzled, unsure of the purpose behind selecting gold. "I'm buying gifts for Menghua and Sister Fei," Jiang Han explained, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang, encouraging him to deduce the underlying sentiment. Previously, Menghua had urged him to make a tangible gesture, a promise he had postponed until now. Their restaurant had consistently been receiving his goods, and not to mention that solitary white sea urchin had netted him over 20,000 yuan. Without the assistance of the two sisters, he would have had to sell it as an ordinary sea urchin. Presenting them with gifts could be seen as a professional courtesy. Considering Jiang Haidai's relationship with Meng Fei, Jiang Han felt it necessary to offer a gentle reminder. Jiang Haidai suddenly snapped to attention, finally grasping the situation. He had long desired to present a gift to Meng Fei but had been uncertain about what to choose. He had scoured the internet for ideas, but nothing seemed reliable. "Brother Han, is gifting gold truly a good idea?" Jiang Han pondered while nibbling on a vegetable. Gold, he mused, retains its value. He had also researched extensively online, where many claimed it solves all problems, yet not every woman has an affinity for bags. At the very least, Menghua had always carried a sturdy takeout bag. Clearly, she was not someone who could not afford a nice handbag. Rather, she simply appeared indifferent to them. Just as diamonds are eternal and perpetually cherished, the notion that they can cure all ailments may merely serve as a clever marketing slogan. Once worth tens of thousands, diamonds have now depreciated to mere thousands or even hundreds. What a farce. In contrast, gold has steadfastly maintained its value through generations. Although Jiang Haidai may not grasp this, Han Gu asserts that investing in gold is undoubtedly wise. The two of them confidently made their way to the jewelry section of the mall, where diamond counters beckoned with enticing offers, encouraging them to purchase diamonds as gifts for their girlfriends. Jiang Han chuckled. For the common folk understand the principle of buying high rather than low. They too are part of the masses. Thus, they opted for the ever-increasing and absurdly priced gold. On the first floor of the mall, several counters were dedicated to gold sales. They approached the most renowned gold brand, where they coincidentally encountered an elderly woman purchasing gold items for her prospective daughter-in-law. "Ahua, with so many styles, which one do you prefer?" she inquired. The daughter-in-law pondered briefly and replied, "The design is not important. I want something large and solid." The grandmother beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. Let's buy the large, solid one." In that moment, Jiang Han and Jiang Haidai experienced a revelation. Yet, Jiang Han felt he could not entirely disregard the design. Ultimately, he chose two auspicious cap pendants. While they were indeed small, they were solid in substance. He deliberately refrained from purchasing chains, reasoning that the pendants could be cherished without being worn around the neck. He also selected a bracelet for Menghua. When he spotted a robust necklace, he felt it would complement his sister perfectly. After some contemplation, he decided against it. During his sister's marriage, due to her husband's modest means, he had not been able to provide much. Over the years, although the brother-in-law had not earned substantial wealth, he consistently made efforts to compensate his sister with gold necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, gradually fulfilling his promises. Though the necklace around his sister's neck was not bulky, it would be inappropriate for her to remove the one gifted by her husband in favor of the one he intended to give. After deliberation, he ultimately selected a solid gold gourd pendant, appreciating its weight, which he surmised would be safely stored by his sister. This choice would not interfere with her wearing the pendant from her husband in the future. He genuinely concerned himself with the harmony of their marital relationship. After completing their purchases, Jiang Han suddenly felt a noticeable reduction in the digits of his account balance. Jiang Haidai, having made his own acquisitions, approached him. "Han Gu, are we going out to see tonight?" "Indeed," Jiang Han replied. "Having spent so much, it is only natural to earn it back." Moreover, his sister had messaged him, informing him that her husband would take them to Prishan Island for a pilgrimage. With them off enjoying themselves, he saw no point in remaining behind. Upon returning to the island, if Lin Gu and the others were still accompanying them, he would continue to earn some fuel money. If not, he would resort to prying off barnacles. When Jiang Haidai heard Jiang Han's plans to go out to sea that evening, he retired early to prepare. If he did not hurry to the tide, he would risk being late. By the time Jiang Haidai arrived at the dock, Jiang Han was already waiting for him. They dined in the town, and Jiang Han presented 2 identical lucky cat pendants to Menghua. "This is for you and your sister. Please pass her portion along." Menghua caressed the lucky cat, unable to part with it. "I merely asked you to bring something. You needn't go to such expense. It's the least I could do. You have assisted me greatly." Menghua, feeling playful, took the lucky cat out of its box. "If I am to help you more privately, should you not offer me something of greater value in return?" She spoke those words lightly, yet for some reason, once uttered, a flicker of anticipation arose within her. Jiang Han placed a delicate bracelet before Menghua. "This is for you." The bracelet was exquisite, albeit slender, and its value paled in comparison to that of the solid lucky cat. Instantly, Menghua beamed as she accepted the bracelet. "Is this bracelet unique to me?" Her delight surpassed that of receiving the solid lucky cat. Chapter 130. The sunken ship indeed, it is solely for you. Menghua tucked away the beckoning cat and adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Its size complemented her wrist perfectly, as if it were tailor-made. "Truly, is it beautiful?" Menghua's smile was sweet, her voice melodious and enchanting. "Yes, it is beautiful." Menghua, with her striking beauty, could make anything look exquisite. Her joy intensified, and she recognized the true value of the beckoning cat. Yet, some treasures are not measured by monetary worth. She cherished this bracelet more, for it represented her unique affection. As Jiang Han emerged from the restaurant, Zhang Haidai did so as well. Zhang Haidai wore a beaming smile, seemingly lost in thought, occasionally bursting into a silly grin. Sensing Jiang Han's gaze upon him, Zhang Haidai scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Han, you were absolutely right. It was indeed the right choice to gift gold jewelry." Sister Fei was overjoyed upon receiving the gold he gifted. Initially, he had feared that his choice of style might not be to her liking. However, witnessing her expression, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Sister Fei was remarkable. Upon receiving the item, she could instantly tell it was solid gold. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. How could one not discern the weight of solid gold? Nowadays, gold shops, eager for business, excel in crafting designs that appear grand and beautiful, yet are often hollow. By hollowing out the piece further, its weight diminishes. In the grand scheme, it requires little expenditure. Solid gold, however, signifies sincerity. Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Haidai. During their time in the gold shop, they had each made their own purchases, and he had no knowledge of what Zhang Haidai had chosen. He refrained from inquiring, confident that with Zhang Haidai's affection for Meng Fei, he would not settle for anything inferior. It was not disdain for his brother. Rather, Meng Fei possessed commendable qualities. From his observations, it was clear that Meng Fei was indeed single. Yet, if his brother lacked sincerity, even a cooked duck could take flight. After taking a shower, Jiang Han lay down in Zhang Haidai's rental room. In the dead of night, they returned to the village. At the dock, Lin Ji's boat was no longer visible. Ultimately, Lin Gu could not withstand their persistence. Jiang Han leaped onto the boat, recalling that Zhang Haidai had been learning to operate it for several days. He allowed Zhang Haidai to take the helm while he observed closely, ready to offer guidance if needed. Hearing that he could indeed steer the boat brought Zhang Haidai immense joy. He took to it swiftly, maneuvering the vessel with remarkable steadiness. Jiang Han was impressed by Zhang Haidai's practical skills. With just a few more days of practice, he would be ready to take the certification exam. Zhang Haidai rubbed his newly grown hair. "Brother Han, I'm not ashamed to admit my fears. I'm confident in the practical side, but I dread those chaotic written exams. I fear I won't pass." In this regard, Jiang Han could offer no assistance. He had always excelled academically from a young age. Yet, if anyone were to ask him for study techniques, he would be at a loss. He simply understood concepts effortlessly and learned swiftly. Those things that require rote memorization, he can grasp after just a couple of readings. He truly cannot comprehend why others, despite numerous repetitions, still struggle to retain the information. Upon observing Jiang Han's silence, Zhang Haidai felt a heaviness in his heart. It seemed there were still many areas where he needed to exert more effort. After distancing themselves from the dock, Zhang Haidai's driving became increasingly unsteady. Yet Jiang Han paid him no mind. As long as there was no danger, he could drive freely. Presently, Jiang Han's scanning range extended to 1,075 meters, enabling him to see farther and deeper. Time passed, and suddenly he spotted something peculiar. Reverse and head slightly westward. Zhang Haidai was taken aback, unsure why Hangu insisted on such a course of action. However, his hands acted faster than his mind. At that moment, Jiang Han clearly discerned the object. "Here. Stop for a moment." Zhang Haidai, utterly perplexed, was about to inquire further when he noticed the tide had begun to recede. As the water withdrew, he glimpsed a corner of a sunken ship. The water level here was shallow, merely a dozen meters. As the tide receded, the upper section of the wreck became visible. Zhang Haidai's interest was piqued immediately. "Hangu, it's a sunken ship. I've seen it on television. Sunken ships often contain antiques. Are we about to strike it rich? Jiang Han felt somewhat speechless. This was merely a tin boat. Right, I can see it's a tin boat now. Zhang Haidai had yet to fully comprehend. Do you really think a modern tin boat would harbor any antiques? Jiang Han could clearly see the submerged part of the vessel. It was simply a fishing boat. Zhang Haidai paused momentarily, finally awakening to the reality. When people inquire about the era of antiques, they typically ask whether it belongs to the Western Zhou or Eastern Zhou. So, does this mean it's from last week? Last week seems far-fetched, but it wouldn't be too long ago. It likely dates back to just before the fishing ban. Jiang Han removed his shoes and clothing on the boat, placing his phone on the deck. Hanggu, you aren't actually thinking of boarding that ship, are you? It's probably just a fishing boat, devoid of anything of value. No, there is something. Jiang Han was certain, for he had already spotted it. Zhang Haidai was taken aback. What could possibly be inside? You just mentioned it's a fishing boat. Naturally, it would contain seafood. Zhang Haidai widened his eyes at the dilapidated vessel. How long had it been here? Even if there were seafood inside, it must have perished by now. Not necessarily. Bring me 2 buckets, and let us go down together. Zhang Haidai felt a flutter of anxiety. He had initially accompanied Hanggu for a simple outing to gather seafood, yet it now felt akin to an expedition. Was this channel even appropriate? Why are you still dawdling? Zhang Haidai finally snapped back to reality. All right, I'll fetch the buckets. At that moment, the tide receded further, revealing more of the ship's hull. This vessel was approximately 17 to 18 meters long, and from its structure, it seemed quite old. The reason for its sinking here remained a mystery. Fortunately, there appeared to be no casualties on board, suggesting that anyone aboard had likely been rescued. Subsequent considerations, perhaps regarding salvage fees, might explain why no one had come to recover the sunken ship, ultimately benefiting him. Zhang Haidai imitated Jiang Han, setting aside his phone, shedding his shoes and garments, and swimming atop the sunken vessel. Brother Han, there is nothing here either. Surely, there is nothing on this side. If there were, countless boats would have passed by, and those aboard would have long since taken it. Let us investigate the live water chamber, Jiang Han suggested. Zhang Haidai was taken aback. Are you referring to the fishing chamber of this derelict ship? Jiang Han, invigorated by his scan of the interior, replied, if you're frightened, you may wait for me above. No, Brother Han. How could I possibly be afraid? Zhang Haidai asserted, stepping ahead of Jiang Han. His greatest fear was that Brother Han would deem him useless. Thus, even if danger lurked beneath, he felt compelled to protect him. Yet, as he descended the iron ladder, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, as if some malevolent entity were poised to strike from behind. Chapter 131. A return to Long Island. Zhang Haidai's calves trembled. The confined space rendered him quite uncomfortable. Hanggu, please refrain from descending just yet. Allow me to explore the depths first. As he ventured further down, the darkness enveloped him, obscuring all visibility. The water rose to nearly half his body. Recalling that Hanggu had provided him with a headlamp, he donned it and switched it on. To his delight, he beheld numerous large blue crabs scuttling about. Hanggu, you were right. There is indeed a treasure here. Large blue crabs, and in substantial quantities. Jiang Han also descended, having previously detected the presence of these crabs through scanning. Now, witnessing the living creatures firsthand, he felt a surge of excitement. It seemed the vessel had returned after a bountiful catch, only to succumb to the depths. Hanggu, this defies logic. This ship has languished here for so long, how are these crabs still alive? Only a fraction has survived, many have perished, he noted. Observing the multitude of lifeless crabs littering the seabed, the survivors thrived due to the water's circulation with the outside, even though they remained trapped within. As long as the water remained vibrant, they could endure for a considerable time. Moreover, when the ship sank, a breach had formed between their compartment and the adjacent fish hold, allowing smaller fish, both alive and deceased, to serve as sustenance for the crabs. It was unlikely the captain of this vessel had anticipated that so many crabs would still be alive after all this time. Surely, he must have assumed that, even if he financed the salvage, the seafood aboard would be largely dead. Jiang Han instructed Zhang Haidai to use a bucket to collect the large blue crabs, while he systematically transferred the crabs from the bucket onto his own vessel. Let us hasten our efforts. Although the water in the hold is connected to the outside, given the numerous dead crabs below, I cannot shake the feeling that the water here is less pristine than that outside. Zhang Haidai complied, quickening his pace. With so many crabs available for collection, a little dirtiness was inconsequential. They could always wash them later. Nevertheless, he adhered to Hanggu's urgency. Hanggu, this ship resembles ours. It should have 2 compartments. Shall we check the other one as well? No need. The other compartment is filled with fish, all of which are dead. Moreover, the fish I saw were not particularly valuable. The true treasures are these crabs. Otherwise, the crew would surely have come to investigate. What about the freezer? This vessel appears to possess a freezer. This ship has sunk. What purpose could a freezer serve now? As Jiang Han scanned the area, he noticed the fish had lost their vibrant colors. Jiang Haidai, trusting Jiang Han's judgment, felt reassured, knowing there was no necessity to explore the other compartment. Jiang Han traversed back and forth several times. Upon descending into the fishing cabin once more, Jiang Haidai had caught another bucket of crabs. I should have gathered all the live crabs, he remarked. There are still 2 behind you. Jiang Haidai paused, following Jiang Han's indication, and indeed discovered 2 living blue crabs concealed among the pile of dead ones. It seemed that the earlier commotion had frightened them into hiding. Brother Han, your eyesight is truly remarkable. How did you spot those? Jiang Haidai exclaimed. I merely happened to notice them, Jiang Han replied. Now, there are genuinely no other crabs left. Leaving the sunken vessel, Jiang Han and Jiang Haidai arranged their belongings before plunging into the clear seawater for a brief wash. It was midnight, devoid of sunlight. Yet the temperature remained uncomfortably warm. They dried off quickly. By the time they donned their clothes, they had distanced themselves significantly from the wreck. As Jiang Haidai steered the boat towards the sea-eroded cave, Jiang Han pondered for a moment before suggesting, let us visit Bailong Island. What? Jiang Haidai thought he had misheard. Were they not supposed to explore the cave for barnacles? Forget that. We are going to Bailong Island. Although puzzled by this sudden change of plan, Jiang Haidai trusted Jiang Han's judgment and adjusted the course accordingly. When they reached their destination, Jiang Haidai was drenched in cold sweat. Piloting the boat was indeed exhausting. However, the prospect of sharing the burden with Jiang Han in the future brought him joy. Brother Han, are we foraging here? Yes, just like before. We shall forage as we always do. Today, he felt content with the bounty of blue crabs they had already amassed. He instructed Jiang Haidai to navigate the boat around Bailong Island, awaiting the tide to return. Perhaps he was overly cautious, but he believed it prudent not to disclose that they had salvaged crabs from the wreck. The ownership of the sunken vessel was unknown, and its contents were evidently abandoned. If others were to learn that they had retrieved so many live blue crabs, it was uncertain whether trouble would follow. However, if the crabs had been gathered during their foraging, the situation would be different. Jiang Haidai also felt that their fortune in finding the blue crabs was a divine blessing from the Dragon King. One should not be overly greedy. He surveyed the surroundings. Bailong Island remained as eerily silent as ever. Although there were structures on the island, it was devoid of inhabitants. Verdant vines had overtaken the walls. A shiver ran down Jiang Haidai's spine. He thought it would be an excellent setting for a horror film. He averted his gaze from the buildings and became excited upon spotting the oysters on the rocks. Brother Han, I'm going to pry some oysters. Jiang Han did not deter him. Oysters were not meant for sale, and enjoying them occasionally was quite pleasant. His vision extended clearly over a distance of more than 1,000 meters. He noticed some small sea hares, along with a few spider conchs and large conchs on the rocky beach. However, the quantities of spider conchs and large conchs were disappointingly low, while the spiciest conchs were abundant. Mengui had informed him that in the past week, the price of spicy conchs had surged, and their popularity had grown significantly. If he encounters spicy snails while foraging by the sea, let him take some to sell. Jiang Han glanced at Jiang Haidai. The rock wall was teeming with oysters, densely clustered together. However, they were quite difficult to extract. Jiang Han observed him prying with a screwdriver, and his efficiency was commendable. After seeing him gather about 10 oysters, he called out, would you like to collect some spicy snails? Jiang Haidai was taken aback. Spicy snails were far more valuable than oysters. Brother Han, are there spicy snails? I'm coming to collect. Jiang Haidai moved towards the direction Jiang Han indicated, where the spicy snails were abundant, clustered in heaps. Wearing gloves, he casually rubbed his hands, and it resulted in a substantial handful. Collecting spicy snails was significantly easier than harvesting oysters. Brother Han, the resources here are far superior to those on our island. Indeed, our island has quite a few people, and when they forage by the sea, they inevitably take something with them. By the time it's our turn, there is not much left. Chapter 132. Spicy little sea hares. These spicy snails were so visible on the surface that one could easily spot them upon approaching. If they were on their island, they would have long been collected by others. Jiang Haidai gathered them with great delight, quickly filling his bucket to a considerable weight. Jiang Han set his sights on the sea hares. During this period, their market price was not as high as that of the spicy snails. However, the culinary delights of well-prepared sea hares were quite exquisite and flavorful, offering a delightful chewiness, particularly the fragrant and spicy varieties. The mere thought of the spicy little sea hares made Jiang Han's mouth water. He fashioned a small net to catch the little sea hares, his keen eyesight allowing him to spot them clearly within a 1,000-meter range. In no time, he had collected a fair number of them, not neglecting the few spider snails and large sea snails that crossed his path. Due to the significant time spent on the boat, The two soon found themselves at high tide, their buckets brimming with their catches. Jiang Han felt elated, exclaiming, "Brother Han, these spicy snails are heavy with their shells. I can fetch a good price for this bucket." Upon noticing the contents of Jiang Han's bucket, he added, "Brother Han, you have collected sea hares. The spicy little sea hares are absolutely delicious. Don't we have tools on the boat? Let us cook breakfast right here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han beamed, "Brother Han, you are reading my mind. I too wish to cook breakfast here." Although the chef at the Healei restaurant is skilled, they do not serve breakfast. Moreover, dining in a restaurant feels entirely different from eating on a deserted island. As they were positioned to the east, the sunrise was particularly early. Jiang Han and Jiang Han sought a dry spot and constructed a makeshift stove using some dry stones. When they finally looked up, the sun was gently rising, painting the sky in hues of red, which reflected beautifully upon the sea. The harmony of water and sky was truly breathtaking. "Brother Han, the morning glow and the evening glow seem similar yet distinct," Jiang Han remarked, feeling the same, yet unable to articulate the difference. Why ponder over such details? It is beautiful, and that suffices. For two who frequently rose at dawn to gather seafood, such picturesque scenes were often witnessed. "Brother Han, shall we forego the charcoal today? The island is unlike the sea-eroded caves. There are plenty of branches and twigs to gather," Jiang Han suggested. "Indeed, we can manage without charcoal." He collected a generous amount of twigs and tossed them into their newly constructed stove. "You should gather some leaves. They ignite easily," he advised. Jiang Han casually picked up a bundle of leaves. Using these materials, the initial flames produced a fair amount of smoke. As Jiang Han began to kindle the fire, Jiang Han went to the boat to fetch a pot, rinsing it with seawater, along with some spices, eager for the spicy little sea hares. Jiang Han sought Jiang Han's approval. After receiving it, he heated oil and briefly fried the Sichuan peppercorns and chilies before adding the carefully prepared, adorable little sea hares into the pot. "Brother Han, it smells divine," Jiang Han exclaimed, feeling his culinary skills were increasingly refined. As Jiang Han inhaled the delightful aroma, he began to salivate. It was indeed enticing. "If only we could sprinkle some scallions, it would be even more fragrant," Jiang Han remarked. A thought flickered in Jiang Han's mind as he gazed at the dilapidated houses. Before one of the structures, he spotted a flourishing patch of scallions. He plucked a handful and presented them to Jiang Han. Jiang was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Han, you are truly remarkable. You even managed to find scallions." "I simply happened to notice them. Primarily, my eyesight is keen. I can see far and clearly," Jiang Han replied. "This island once housed inhabitants, and it was likely that scallions were cultivated there previously. As the scallions aged, they produced seeds, which fell to the ground and sprouted anew, perpetuating an endless cycle of growth." Jiang Han chopped the scallions into small pieces and tossed them into the pot. The little sea hares became even more fragrant. Jiang then began preparing spicy conch. Jiang Han provided him with a bottle of mineral water, as there was no other fresh water available. Jiang poured the mineral water into the pot. While he was busy with the spicy conch, Jiang Han roasted oysters nearby. In the end, they also steamed 2 large blue crabs and grilled several sizable sea snails. Despite not having a single grain of rice, both men felt thoroughly satisfied after their breakfast. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han lit a cigarette, feeling as blissful as an immortal. To grant Jiang more opportunities for exercise, he took the helm of the boat on their return journey. As they approached the shore, the townspeople noticed their vessel. "Brother Lin, it's those people again," someone remarked. Brother Lin spotted the boat but wished to turn away, only to be intercepted by the captain of another boat. "I heard you went out with their crew. Did you bring anything back?" Brother Lin, reluctant to engage, replied, "We had a great haul. My brothers are all feasting on meat now. Isn't that significant?" Before the obstructing Zhao could respond, Xiao walked away. Xiao was suspicious by nature. Had Brother Lin expressed various grievances, Xiao might have followed Jiang Han's boat as well. Yet, Brother Lin insisted they had a substantial catch. The onlookers at the dock were aware that their boats often returned empty. What could they possibly have garnered? Xiao suspected that Brother Lin was deliberately trying to ensnare him, thus he remained cautious. Jiang Han and Jiang Han jumped off the boat, having brought an electric tricycle. One tricycle was insufficient, so they rented another. The dock workers craned their necks to observe. Had there been barnacles, the entire vessel would have been brimming with them. However, nothing of the sort was visible on the deck. What they did bring back were a bucket of sea hares and a bucket of spicy conch. Wow, so many sea hares and spicy conch. While the dock workers marveled at Jiang Han and Jiang Han's bounty, they did not feel excessive envy. If they had a boat, they could venture to a deserted island. With the right location, they could surely find something. However, if the yield was meager, the cost of fuel rendered the trip unnecessary. Thus, aside from taking their families for leisure, they seldom ventured out to the deserted islands for fishing. However, the 2 barrels of goods that Jiang Han brought today aside from the transportation costs, undoubtedly yielded a profit. He instructed Jiang Han to carefully place the barrels on the tricycle. Jiang Han then prepared several foam boxes, extracting the large blue crabs from the cargo hold and placing them into the boxes. He swiftly arranged multiple foam containers, omitting water, knowing that for such a brief period, the crabs would survive without it. The dock workers were astounded. How could there be so many large blue crabs? As they gazed at the meticulously packed boxes of crabs, their eyes widened in disbelief. Based on their years of experience, they estimated this batch contained at least 300 to 400 crabs, if not more. What immense fortune this would bring. The expressions of the two young men seemed rather nonchalant, with Jiang Han merely remarking that it was all fine. Fine? One dock worker exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. If it were the season for fishing, such a bounty of large blue crabs would not be surprising. But now, during the closed fishing season, who could possibly catch so many crabs? Chapter 133, Unexpected Abundance Even on a Bountiful Deserted Island. It is improbable for just two individuals to procure such a multitude of large crabs. Perhaps fortune smiled upon us. Jiang Han was not deceiving. Their encounter with the sunken ship was indeed a stroke of luck. Upon seeing that all the crabs had been collected, Jiang Han and Jiang Han rode a three-wheeled vehicle to the Wallawang restaurant. Mengguo was taken aback by the sheer quantity of large crabs. How could there be so many? Instinctively glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he led them to the storage area. Noticing Mengguo's evident anxiety, Jiang Han inquired if something was amiss. Mengguo cast a quick look at the crabs and replied, "Nothing, just hurry and weigh them." His demeanor suggested a hint of secrecy. Jiang Han retained a few large crabs at the restaurant for safekeeping, while Mengguo weighed the remainder in batches due to the overwhelming quantity. After tallying the total weight, he was astounded. "Do you realize how many pounds your shipment weighs?" Jiang Han pondered for a moment and estimated that there should be around 300 to 400 crabs. Could it be 500 pounds? Mengguo shook his head. "It is 820 pounds. Jiang Han was equally astonished. He had anticipated a significant amount, yet this exceeded his expectations. These crabs are notably large. Several exceed 2 pounds each. The count likely surpasses 400. Recalling their journey, Jiang Han remembered how their foam boxes had been stacked high, several layers deep. While collecting barnacles, they had not utilized the foam boxes, leaving the crabs haphazardly placed. Viewed from this perspective, their crab harvest was indeed substantial. Given the size of these crabs, while others might price theirs at 95 per pound, yours will be valued at 100. Mengguo faced a dilemma. Crabs are highly sought after. If they had only 200 or 300 pounds, the restaurant could manage. But with over 800 pounds, she needed to consult her sister, who had alternative sales channels. She called Ming Fei, who, after a moment's hesitation, acknowledged the crab's quality and advised Mengguo to accept the entire lot. Crabs are widely consumed, and even if the restaurant cannot utilize them all, they would be easy to sell elsewhere. Fortunately, it was only 800 pounds. If it were any more, she would be at a loss. Jiang Han exhaled a sigh of relief. If the restaurant declined the shipment, he would have to resort to selling them in his shopping group. He had heard that crabs could survive transport for several days. Yet he lacked experience in this area and was uncertain about the necessary preparations. If the crabs perished en route, he would be liable for compensation. And if the crabs he had already sent died as well, he would be responsible for that too, likely incurring shipping costs as well. Reluctant to engage in such unknown risks without necessity, Jiang Han expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, and please extend my thanks to your sister." "No need for thanks. We are mutually beneficial." Mengguo wore a gold bracelet, raising her arm occasionally to showcase it, eager for others to notice her newfound adornment. Mengguo glanced at the contents of the 2 barrels. "Are you planning to sell these?" Jiang Han scooped out some spicy snails and sea hares. They had already consumed most of the large sea snails, leaving only a few behind. He did not intend to sell the spider snails, so he took out all 6 of them along with the remaining oysters. "Please weigh these for me." Mengguo's gaze fixated on the spider snails. "How do you plan to consume these? If you intend to grill them, I shall say no more. It matters not. Any method is acceptable." Jiang Han had no particular preference for the spider snails. "Shall I have the chef extract the snail meat for you?" Jiang Han realized that Mengguo was likely enamored with the shells. The spider snail shells were indeed distinctive and quite beautiful. Yet they could not be compared to those of the Wanfeng snails. It seemed that spider snail shells were available for purchase online, albeit at a modest price. Mengguo, feeling a bit shy, remarked, "I would like to use them for decoration." "Very well, if you desire them, they are yours." Mengguo's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Jiang Han." She first placed the spicy snails on the scale. They were quite hefty, weighing in at 80 jin. The current price for spicy snails was 25 yuan per jin, totaling 2,000 yuan. Next, she weighed the small sea hares, which were priced at 20 yuan per jin, amounting to 1,200 yuan for 60 jin. The earlier batch of large blue crabs came to a total of 82,000 yuan. In total, you have earned 85,200 yuan from this transaction, Mengguo announced, surprised by the sum. Such a substantial amount. The bulk of the barnacles had been processed by Jiang Han, leaving Mengguo unaware of his earnings. This transaction might well be the most lucrative they had conducted with Jiang Han thus far. If everyone could earn as much as Jiang Han by fishing in their hometown, who would venture elsewhere? Mengguo promptly transferred the funds to Jiang Han. Ding. The host sold seafood for 85,200 yuan, earning 85,200 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 87,607 points, currently available to expend 87,500 system points for a scanning range of 175 meters. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 250 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 107 points. Please continue to strive for progress. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement, astonished that he could expand his scanning range by 175 meters in one go. He felt more confident about his future endeavors. Jiang Han transferred Zhang Haidai's share to him. Zhang Haidai was equally surprised by the substantial earnings. It appeared that foraging for seafood from the sunken ship was indeed quite profitable. Although they had exerted considerable effort in prying off barnacles, the task was laborious. These crabs could be gathered effortlessly, allowing them time to explore other coastal areas. Brother Han, shall we explore more often in the future? Who knows, we might stumble upon another sunken ship. Jiang Han felt somewhat speechless. Encountering such an incident was akin to witnessing smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Did one really wish to encounter numerous similar occurrences? Zhang Haidai appeared somewhat embarrassed, and rightly so. If such vessels were to frequently sink, the dangers of venturing out to sea would indeed be extraordinarily high. It was likely that no one would choose to be a fisherman anymore. Noticing that Mengguo had gone off to attend to other matters, and after having had a hearty breakfast, Jiang Han was not feeling hungry. He began to tie up the large blue crabs they had caught in the kitchen. Suddenly, 3 individuals clad in uniforms burst in. They positioned themselves directly before Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai. Are you Jiang Han? Inquired the lead figure, a man wearing a hat. Jiang Han was taken aback. He rose to his feet, wiped his hands, and replied, Yes, I am Jiang Han. Are you looking for me? Chapter 134. To the Hat Bureau. Uncle Hat gazed at the large blue crabs before him, stating, We have some inquiries to make. Please accompany us to take a statement. He signaled to another colleague to escort the crabs away. Zhang Haidai immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, These crabs belong to us. He nearly lunged forward to shield the crabs. However, Jiang Han shot him a glance, prompting Zhang Haidai to quiet down instantly. Thus, the two were taken to the Hat Bureau. As they exited, Jiang Han noticed that Mengguo was also being let out. He cast her a reassuring look, encouraging her not to be afraid. Mengguo nodded, her expression visibly relaxing. Fearless, Jiang Han followed Uncle Hat, standing tall and confident. Even if trouble awaited him, he felt no trepidation. Inside the Hat Bureau, an officer inquired sternly, You have been reported. During the closed season, you allegedly used a net to capture these blue crabs. Do you acknowledge this? Jiang Han replied firmly, I do not. Uncle Hat was taken aback by Jiang Han's denial. Then explain where these crabs came from, he pressed. Jiang Han raised his chin defiantly, responding, I gathered them from the sea. He had indeed foraged at a sunken ship, which could be classified as gathering from the sea. Regardless, he had not employed a net. Uncle Hat grew more serious. Who do you think you're fooling? It's impossible to gather so many crabs in one trip. Just then, another officer approached and whispered something into Uncle Hat's ear. The latter slammed his hand on the table, declaring, Miss Ming from the Heile Wang restaurant has confirmed that these crabs weigh a total of 820 pounds. Who could possibly gather such a quantity in a single outing? Even if one were to raid a crab den, it would be unlikely to yield that much. You must have used a net multiple times to collect this amount. Though Uncle Hat's gaze toward Jiang Han was far from friendly, Jiang Han remained undeterred. Just because others could not gather crabs did not imply he could not. You may inquire in our village. My skills in foraging are unparalleled, he asserted. You need not instruct us on such matters. We shall naturally conduct our inquiries. Your current task is to truthfully confess your actions. Jiang Han maintained a calm demeanor, addressing Officer Han. I speak the truth. Even if you believe I used a net, you must provide evidence. It cannot merely be your word against mine. Officer Han scrutinized Jiang Han's facial expressions. Having spent years in his profession without being able to detect any signs of deceit on Jiang Han's face, it appeared he was facing a formidable opponent. Now, he could only await feedback from his colleagues. Officer Han rose to gather further information while Jiang Han sat composed, not allowing his gaze to wander. To claim he was dishonest would be absurd. He was, in fact, exceedingly forthright. Yet, asserting he was honest seemed equally unfounded, as he remained unflinching despite numerous inquiries. After a brief interlude, Officer Han returned, fixing his gaze on Jiang Han for a considerable time. "Do you have anything else to say?" he asked. Jiang Han replied, "Thank you, Officer Han, for inviting me to the Hat Bureau to enjoy the air conditioning." Officer Han's hand slammed onto the table once more, exclaiming, "Who allowed you to jest in such a manner?" Jiang Han felt unjustly accused. He was neither frivolous nor smiling, but rather earnest in his words. "Officer Han, I have nothing more to say." For reasons unknown, Officer Han still perceived Jiang Han as jesting, yet this time, he refrained from losing his temper. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "You may leave for now. I will call you when necessary." Jiang Han rose, suddenly recalling something of great importance. "Officer Han, what will happen to my crabs?" Officer Han glared at him with a disapproving expression. "Please do not misunderstand. I know you would not take my crabs home to eat." Under the increasingly darkening gaze of Officer Han, Jiang Han maintained his composure, stating, "Crabs are unlike other possessions. They are quite delicate. If I am cleared of any wrongdoing, yet my crabs perish, what then?" The Hat Bureau, where Officer Han worked, was merely a local police station. Over the years, he had encountered all manner of individuals on the island. Yet this was the first time he had encountered someone so obstinate. "If you truly have no issues, I will personally compensate you for your crabs if they die. Would that suffice?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. That sounds perfectly reasonable. As Jiang Han exited the Hat Bureau, Zhang Haidai and Mingguo followed suit. They exchanged glances and only began speaking once they reached the private room at the Halawang restaurant. "Brother Han, you scared me to death. Who could be so malicious as to report us?" Zhang Haidai, with a criminal record, was not treated with the same courtesy as Jiang Han and Mingguo. "Did you say anything?" Jiang Han inquired of Zhang Haidai. Zhang Haidai recounted everything he had said at the Hat Bureau. Although not particularly bright, he was obedient to Brother Han's instructions. He would never divulge information about the sunken ship, even under duress. Moreover, he was not entirely foolish. When Brother Han took him to Bailong Island for shellfish gathering, he merely mentioned that they had gone to Bailong Island for that purpose. He had told no lies. He simply omitted certain details. Jiang Han then turned to Mingguo, who also recounted her conversation with Officer Han. Unaware of the sunken ship, she spoke only of the weight of the crabs and the money they had spent. After connecting all the statements, Jiang Han found no discrepancies. However, Mingguo's eyes were slightly red. "Jiang Han, while making money is important, I hope you refrain from taking risks in the future." She genuinely feared for his safety. Jiang Han paused, finally understanding her concern. "Do you suspect that I used a net?" Mingguo's eyes reddened further. "Is there any need for suspicion? It is evident you used a net." Jiang Han found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. It was no wonder someone had reported him. If even Mingguo believed he had employed a net, others would certainly think the same. If such a scenario were to unfold for anyone else, he too would assume they had used a net. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Mingguo asked, "You didn't actually use a net, did you?" Jiang Han winked at Mingguo. "Do I seem like someone who would lie?" Mingguo truly felt that Jiang Han did not possess the demeanor of a liar. However, this was utterly absurd. The sheer quantity of large blue crabs he had managed to catch was staggering. Yet, recalling Jiang Han's past achievements, she pondered that perhaps it was not entirely impossible. Jiang Han was indeed formidable, a level of prowess that few could rival. "Brother Han, who on earth has lodged a complaint?" Zhang Haidai remained troubled by the matter. If he were to discover the identity of the informant, he would undoubtedly confront them with great force. Regardless of who it was best to refrain from pursuing the matter further. Why? Because we are undeniably suspicious. The use of nets during the closed fishing season does inflict significant harm on the marine ecosystem. If he were faced with a similar situation, he too would feel compelled to report it. Regardless of the informant's motivations, he had no intention of pursuing this issue. Chapter 135, Reuniting with Sister. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Zhang Haidai dismissed his earlier thoughts. "Brother Han, are we going out to sea tonight?" he inquired. "What sea? Our boat has been confiscated," Jiang Han replied. "What? Why did they seize our boat?" Zhang Haidai asked, his confusion evident. Despite having been imprisoned for many years, a naive clarity still resided in his eyes, leaving him bewildered by many matters. "They claim it's for an investigation. If they wish to seize it, can I truly prevent them?" Jiang Han stated. "Do as you please today," he encouraged Zhang Haidai. In truth, even without the boat, they could still forage along the shores of their island. However, Jiang Han lacked the motivation today. Though it was a trivial matter, he simply felt disinclined to move. After some contemplation, Zhang Haidai resolved to dedicate his time to studying, aiming to pass his certification exam. A visit to the Hat Bureau had unexpectedly brought them to midday. Mengwa presented them with a large bottle of cola and a bowl of sea stone flowers each, claiming it was to soothe their nerves. Jiang Han felt no fright, yet he appreciated Mengwa's offerings. It seemed she was the one most affected by fear, yet she was intent on comforting them. Jiang Han took a bite of the sea stone flower, savoring its taste, reminiscent of his childhood. Sea stone flowers are a type of shallow water algae, transformed into a delightfully chilled treat by those living by the sea. It resembled jelly and was particularly refreshing in summer. It was said to possess medicinal value as well. Shortly thereafter, Mengwa brought out spider conch. She had a fondness for the shells, leading her to scoop out the conch meat, slice it, and prepare it as stir-fried meat. Typically, Jiang Han preferred them boiled or steamed, but he found the stir-fried version quite delightful. Jiang Han called his sister, Jiang Feng, who informed him that they would be returning by boat the following afternoon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han ended the call. Over the past few days, Jiang Feng and her family had explored numerous places, and all four of them had enjoyed themselves immensely. When Jiang Feng and Jiang Weishan had just married, their family finances were rather tight, leaving no extra funds for travel. Even with a little spare cash, Jiang Feng would find ways to support Jiang Han. As time passed, and their circumstances improved slightly with the birth of Lingling, family expenses surged. When Jiang Weishan's income increased further with the arrival of Wan Wan, their family of 3 became a family of 4, leading to even greater expenses. Coupled with Jiang Feng's enduring inclination to support her brother, their family had remained in a state of financial struggle for years. They hesitated to travel or purchase expensive items. This was their first realization that they could indulge in such expenditures. Aware of Jiang Weishan's limited income, Jiang Feng discreetly covered many costs during their trip. Though she had only sold dried goods twice, numerous reservations had already been made in their group. She believed that, eventually, she would become a small fortune holder. Upon returning to the Puxi Hotel, Jiang Weishan intended to escort his wife and children back home. Jiang Feng, however, declined, saying, "All right, you have to work tomorrow. It's exhausting to rush back and forth like this. I'm grown, and I can manage 2 children." Jiang Weishan remained unconvinced, expressing concern over the substantial amount of items purchased and the responsibilities of taking care of the 2 children. "How will you manage all that?" Lingling struck a pose reminiscent of Popeye and declared, "Dad, don't worry. I've grown up. I can help Mom carry things." Wan joined in, "I've grown too. I can help as well." At that moment, Jiang Weishan felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Despite their poor academic performance, he felt pride in his 2 daughters. At that instant, Jiang Han's call came through to Jiang Feng's phone. "Sister, I'm at the dock in Pu District. Are you still at the same hotel?" Jiang Feng was taken aback. "How did you get here?" "I had nothing to do, so I came over. Besides, I can't go out to sea right now." After returning home yesterday, he had encountered Tiantian while wandering the village, which left him feeling unsettled. Seeing Zhang Haidai taking a boat to Pu District for lessons prompted him to join. Jiang Feng relayed the news of Jiang Han's arrival to Jiang Weishan, who also hadn't anticipated his brother's visit. "All right, I will take you all to the dock." With Jiang Han accompanying the 3 women back, Jiang Weishan felt a sense of relief. Upon their arrival at the dock, Jiang Han was already waiting for them. As soon as he spotted his 2 nieces, he scooped them up, twirling them around in his arms. Lingling and Wan clung to him, calling out "Uncle" incessantly. Jiang Han then took all the items from Jiang Feng's hands, stating, "Sister, these are heavy. Let me help you." Jiang Weishan observed Jiang Han in a daze. For a long time, Jiang Han had remained in his memory as the snot-nosed, dirt-covered child. Yet now, he appeared to have matured significantly. "Brother-in-law, you can rest assured to entrust my sister and the 2 children to me. I will ensure they return home safely, not a single hair out of place." Jiang Weishan remained silent, but finally patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, murmuring, "Thank you." The boy he once overlooked had finally grown into a reliable young man. Jiang Han led Jiang Feng and her 2 daughters to the Heilei restaurant. After glancing at the time, he noted that dinner would soon be served. "Sister, it's too tiring to go back and prepare dinner now. Let us eat here instead. I've saved some treats for you to try." Jiang Feng considered this option and agreed, realizing that returning home to cook would delay their meal even further. "Very well, let us dine here." Before the dishes arrived, Mengwa brought out toys for the children to play with. Seeing her daughters happy filled Jiang Feng with joy. They had been playing for days, and tomorrow they would need to buckle down and do their homework. The children, who had been giggling, fell silent upon hearing this. Jiang Han personally brewed a large pot of lemonade and poured a glass for his sister. "Sister, you must be thirsty. Have some water." This time, it was just Lingling and Wan who wanted to silence their sister. He felt the same urge. It is indeed true that learning awaits us tomorrow, however. Must we forfeit the joy of the evening for the 2 children? Is it necessary to administer a precautionary dose? Jiang Feng sipped her water, sensing an odd atmosphere. Han, do you think I have perhaps overstepped in some aspects? Jiang Han believed that her sister's self-reflection was a positive sign. Sister, do not overthink. You are capable of earning your own income now, are you not? Starting tomorrow, focus on your work diligently. Invest more energy in yourself and less in the children. By enhancing your own life, the children shall find greater happiness. Jiang Feng contemplated her work, filled with confidence. Rest assured, I am currently gathering dry goods in the village. I refuse to accept those of inferior quality, only the finest will suffice. The villagers expressed their gratitude, acknowledging that I provide them with opportunities to prosper. Chapter 136. The case is closed if given the choice. Jiang Feng would prefer to venture out to the sea to gather seafood on her own. However, she must attend to the children, and the timing of low tide is unpredictable. Typically, she can only seize the opportunity to go when her schedule permits. Relying solely on her own efforts to gather seafood yields insufficient quantities. As long as you have a plan, Jiang Han expressed his confidence in his sister. Though she had limited formal education due to various circumstances, he knew she was far from foolish. She would undoubtedly manage to handle matters adeptly on her own. The two children were overjoyed at the sight of the small sea hare on the table. Those sea hares are not expensive. Encountering them while foraging on their island is quite rare. Moreover, Jiang Feng seldom spends money on seafood, making it even less likely for the children to have the opportunity to enjoy such a delicacy. Meng Guo had specifically inquired about the children's taste preferences, learning that they enjoyed spicy food, and thus instructed the chef to prepare the sea hare with a spicy kick, while also requesting a slight reduction in the heat level. The children savored the spicy sea hare alongside refreshing fruit juice, instantly delighted by the meal. After dining, just as Jiang Han was about to escort his sister and the two children back, he received a call from the Hat Bureau, requesting his immediate presence. Sister, I need to step out for a moment, he informed Zhang Haidai, if I am not back in half an hour. Please see to it that you take my sister and the children home. Don't worry, Han Ge, Zhang Haidai replied, though he secretly wished to accompany Jiang Han. Nonetheless, with the task assigned to him, he felt compelled to fulfill his duty. Jiang Feng sensed something amiss but refrained from probing further. Her brother was a person of significance, and not everything could be disclosed to her. The Hat Bureau was not far from the restaurant. Jiang Han arrived in mere minutes, where he found Officer Han seemingly waiting for him. Officer Han, how has my matter progressed? He inquired. Officer Han cast him a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat perturbed. Your issue has been resolved. You may take your goods and leave. Common sense suggested that it was implausible for just the two of them to gather such a large quantity of crabs. Yet, they found themselves unable to produce evidence to substantiate their suspicions. They could not convict someone solely based on an unreasonable premise. They had thoroughly searched the boat, which had no means of using a trawl net. In fact, there were no fishing nets or crab traps aboard. Furthermore, harbor personnel attested that the two had departed without any nets, despite the apparent abundance of crabs they had taken with them. Surely, if Jiang Han had captured the crabs using nets, there ought to be some tools of the trade, they thought, yet they could find no such implements. Jiang Han felt a surge of relief at Officer Han's words, while the officer himself remained discontented, sensing that someone had evaded legal repercussions. By the way, where are my crabs? Jiang Han inquired. Officer Han shot him an annoyed glance. Follow me, I will show you. Officer Han led him to a room where the crabs were housed in a large tank. To preserve their vitality, oxygen had been pumped into the water. It was unclear whether this tank had been pre-existing or if Officer Han had arranged it specifically for the crabs. Regardless, it was evident that Officer Han had put thought into the matter. Nevertheless, there remained a multitude of crabs that could not be placed into the tank, as there were simply too many. Some crabs had to remain in the foam boxes. Upon opening those boxes, Jiang Han discovered that indeed, several crabs had perished. He extracted the dead crabs one by one, and to his dismay, there were 12 in total, all rather sizable, each weighing over 2 pounds. Jiang Han estimated that collectively, they weighed at least 25 pounds. Meng Guo had quoted him a price of 100 yuan per pound, meaning that these few crabs would cost Officer Han a sum of 2,500 yuan. Officer Han was a rather serious individual. He fetched an electronic scale to weigh them. The scale indicated that the crabs totaled 28 pounds. According to Ms. Meng's records, the price she offered for the crabs was 100 yuan per pound. Thus I owe you 2,800 yuan. Officer Han felt a pang of discomfort. Please provide me with your payment code, and I shall scan it. There is no need to add each other as friends. He preferred to avoid such connections with individuals like Jiang Han. Jiang Han chuckled softly, refraining from pulling out his phone. Officer Han, I was merely jesting. How could I genuinely demand your money? However, Officer Han was quite obstinate, insisting, no, I have stated that I shall pay you. Jiang Han still did not produce the payment code, remarking that in the seafood business, it was normal for a few crabs to die. Even if sold to a restaurant, it was likely that a few would perish overnight. This constituted a standard loss. As he spoke, he proceeded to pack the remaining blue crabs. Officer Han hesitated for a moment but ultimately lent a hand. Although he suspected Jiang Han had ulterior motives, he felt a twinge of guilt over the dead crabs. Jiang Han returned to the Healei restaurant with the remaining large blue crabs, unharmed. His sister and the 2 children had not yet departed. Jiang Haidai intended to inquire about Jiang Han, but before he could speak, Jiang Han gave him a knowing glance. And Jiang Haidai instantly understood that the matter had been resolved. This was a testament to their long-standing tacit understanding. Out of respect, Jiang Haidai refrained from asking about the specifics in front of Jiang Feng. As Jiang Feng prepared to leave, she mentioned the test papers she had left behind. Mingguo found it somewhat amusing. Sister Feng, I have kept them safe for you. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have returned them. Jiang Feng's face flushed slightly, as it seemed she had indeed been holding the 2 children too tightly. Jiang Han called for a vehicle, placing all the bags into the trunk. He also found a bucket for the blue fish he had left behind during his last visit. Noticing that the 2 children enjoyed small sea hares, he brought some of those along as well. Jiang Han escorted his sister and the 2 children back to their home. Jiang Feng brewed a cup of tea for him, stating, I have plenty of tea leaves here. You didn't take any last time, so be sure to take some this time. Very well. Jiang Han was not much of a tea drinker, usually preferring beverages. Well, iced black tea counts as tea, right? Perhaps it was due to the passage of time, but he suddenly felt inclined to brew some tea under the air conditioning. He retrieved a small jewelry box from his pocket, leaving Jiang Feng perplexed. What is this? Just open it and see. Jiang Feng noticed the box was not large, yet it felt weighty in her hand. She opened it and discovered a golden gourd pendant. Wow, how exquisite! Jiang Feng exclaimed as she held it in her hand. Weighing it, and realized it was solid. Jiang Feng was somewhat astonished. The gourd appeared quite sizable, and she had not anticipated such a large pendant to be solid all the way through. Even without much experience, she understood that this item must be quite valuable. Is this for me? She asked. Jiang Han smiled. You are my sister. Who else would I give it to? Sister, let me put it on for you. All right. Jiang Feng replied enthusiastically, her spirits soaring. As her necklace lacked a pendant, Jiang Han swiftly attached the pendant to it. Once Jiang Feng donned it, she admired her reflection in the mirror. Her brother had excellent taste. The item was both valuable and beautiful. If their parents were still alive, they would surely enjoy the fortune brought by their son as well. Chapter 137. Tiantian's intent to marry a fool. Jiang Feng had worn the pendant for a while before deciding to remove it. Sister, what's the matter? A smile could scarcely be concealed on Jiang Feng's face as she twisted her neck, feeling a slight strain. Such a precious item should be kept hidden. Jiang Han chuckled in agreement. Indeed, it ought to be safeguarded. Only then could her brother-in-law present her with a pendant. Jiang Feng playfully nudged Jiang Han. Look at what you're saying. As if I'm eagerly yearning for his pendant. In truth, Jiang Han was correct. Jiang Wenshan had long been contemplating the pendant. He had even inquired about Jiang Feng's preferred style. Jiang Feng felt immensely fortunate, with a loving husband and a caring younger brother. If only her children could achieve better grades, it would be utterly perfect. After spending a while at her sister's house, Jiang Han took his leave with a bag of tea leaves. The family primarily consumed green tea, which required no elaborate preparation. Simply plucking the leaves and drying them sufficed. Many households had only a few tea trees, and they would harvest and roast the leaves for their own consumption. The rural folk were not particularly finicky and lacked specialized tea utensils. Jiang Han grabbed a mug inscribed with "Long live the chairman," tossed in a handful of tea leaves, and poured boiling water over them, completing the task in a straightforward manner. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Generally, high-quality tea is characterized by a delicate fragrance. Overly strong flavors are considered less desirable. Yet, he was a simple man who relished robust tastes. He preferred to wait for the tea to cool before drinking. Reflecting on the deceased crabs, Jiang Han transferred 2,800 yuan to Mingguo. He did not accept payment from Officer Han. Had he withheld the money from Mingguo, the loss would not have been borne by him, but rather by the Healei restaurant. He explained the situation to Mingguo, who accepted the funds and sent Jiang Han an adorable emoji. It was one he had previously sent to Mingguo, which she had saved. Gazing at the infuriating emoji, Jiang Han felt a sudden urge to retaliate. He rubbed his hands together, attempting to calm his emotions. He had already devised a plan regarding the large crabs. Thus, after catching the crabs, he detoured to Bailong Island to scavenge the shore. When the police approached him, he had contemplated the worst-case scenario, that they would discover the crabs were retrieved from a sunken ship. If the owner of the sunken vessel received the news, he might reclaim the crabs. Regardless, he had committed no crime. At worst, he would have to write off the effort as a loss. Now, having lost only 2,800 yuan, it was evidently the best possible outcome. Due to the air conditioning, the tea cooled rapidly. Taking a sip, the bitterness of the leaves invigorated him. Perhaps he could add some rock sugar next time? Just then, he heard someone knocking loudly at the door in the courtyard. Although everyone had already dined, the summer sun had yet to set. He felt disinclined to answer and opted instead to open the app connected to the camera. To his surprise, he saw Tiantian persistently knocking on his door, capturing only the door in silence. She seemed to have gained some self-awareness. Realizing that if she made a sound that revealed her identity, he would undoubtedly refuse to open the door. After an indeterminate period of knocking, Tiantian could no longer contain her impatience. Jiang Han, open the door quickly. I know you are home. If you don't let me in, I shall climb through the window. With a hint of determination, she added, Jiang Han, I mean what I say, do not push me. Just as she was about to scale the wall, the surveillance camera suddenly spoke. If you intend to climb, then do so. I shall record it as evidence, leaving you with no way to deny it later. Startled, Tiantian looked up to see the camera looming above her. Jiang Han, you have installed a camera? Jiang Han was quite pleased with this setup, believing it a brilliant move. If your purpose was merely to let me see you, then you have succeeded. I have seen you. Now, you may turn around and walk away. Turning around and walking away simply meant returning, did it not? Tiantian felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses. In her relationship with Jiang Han, she had always held the upper hand. Even the slightest furrow of her brow could cause him to fret for an entire day. This sudden shift was disconcerting for her, yet she managed to suppress her anger. Jiang Han, my mother has lost a considerable amount of money playing mahjong recently. Could you lend me some? Her mother had a penchant for playing, but her luck was appalling. Even in small games, continuous losses took their toll. Over this period, she had lost more than 20,000 yuan. This debt loomed ominously. Today, if her mother failed to repay, those creditors threatened to seize their possessions. They would even create a ruckus at her school. Having just gained admission to graduate school, how could she endure such a scandal? Moreover, Jiang Han, if my mother cannot repay the debt, they will force me to marry the foolish son of the local deadbeat. Wasn't that the son of Lai Zhuang? Tiantian village was not far from theirs. Interestingly, the deadbeat's family had some distant kinship with hers. While not particularly close, they could still be considered relatives. When her parents passed away, those closest relatives sought to take advantage of the siblings' vulnerability, some even contemplating the most unscrupulous actions to claim their parents' home as their own. Later, when her brother broke his leg, none of those so-called relatives offered assistance. It was this distant Uncle Lai, however, who, seeing the plight of the siblings, contributed a modest sum to help bury their parents and lent a significant hand. Much of the money for her brother's leg treatment was borrowed from Uncle Lai. It was said that he was among the first to sell carbonless paper. Although carbonless paper may hold little value today, in those early days, when prices were not openly marked, the initial sellers profited handsomely. However, that fortune only lasted a couple of years. Uncle Lai returned home after making his money and later turned to stock trading, earning another windfall. No one truly knows the extent of Uncle Lai's wealth. The only regret in Uncle Lai's life is that he has a son with Down syndrome. Lai Zhuang is 2 years older than Jiang Han and lacks cunning. Often, his words are incomprehensible to others. Nevertheless, he possesses a commendable degree of self-sufficiency. It is said that he occasionally assists with physical labor at home. Over the years, Uncle Lai has been preoccupied with finding a bride for his son. Hoping to secure a future for the Lai family, Uncle Lai has boldly declared that he will ensure an ample dowry for his son's marriage. Oh, you must be referring to brother Lai Zhuang. You might be aiming too high. Jiang Han is aware that Uncle Lai would never coerce anyone if the prospective bride was truly unwilling. Those individuals likely intend to intimidate the mother and daughter, hoping to expedite the repayment of their debts. Chapter 138. Will points be deducted? However, this remark infuriated Tiantian. Jiang Han, what do you mean? Are you implying that I am marrying a fool and that I am the one who is fortunate? Indeed, the Lai family is well off and Lai Zhuang is kind-hearted. I fear you might bully him after marrying into the family. Tiantian was on the brink of explosion. I merely asked to borrow some money. I shall write an IOU and pay you interest. Are you willing or not? Not willing. Perhaps Jiang Han spoke too hastily, for Tiantian did not catch his words clearly. What did you say? I said I cannot pay off your mother's gambling debts. If you were seeking a gullible fool, you have come to the wrong person. After uttering these words, Jiang Han ignored Tiantian completely. The sun was setting fiercely, and Tiantian could not vent her anger even at the camera. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and left. Upon returning home, she discovered her mother was once again absent. Her first thought was the small shop behind the village, where the mahjong parlor was located. Amidst the swirling smoke, she indeed found her mother. Mom, Why are you out playing mahjong again? Tiantian's mother remained unfazed. Of course, I am here to win back the money. Would I really just stand by and watch you marry the foolish son of a deadbeat? The players around her egged her on. Exactly. Our Tiantian wouldn't even look at a university student like Jiang Han. How could she possibly settle for the foolish son of a deadbeat? Another player chimed in. Jiang Han is just like that. He may be from a prestigious university, but isn't our Tiantian also from a prestigious university? She is a graduate student from a renowned institution. Oh, you all know nothing. Jiang Han has made it big now, even if he doesn't pursue further studies. He earns tens of thousands a day. Tiantian's mother was the first to scoff. Keep dreaming. Earning tens of thousands a day? If he can earn that much in a month, we should be grateful. One bystander, observing the game, remarked, Jiang Han was indeed doing well when he first started fishing. But since he got the boat, we haven't seen him bring back anything substantial. What do you mean nothing? Last time he brought back a bucket of 3-knife fish. Etley, who was there to watch the game, occasionally played as well, winning some and losing others. Unlike Tiantian's mother, who was always losing. What can one bucket of 3-knife fish do? It's been so many days, and despite his comings and goings, we've only seen that one bucket of fish. Does he not need fuel for his boat? Just as everyone began to see the logic in her words, the player who had initially spoken rolled her eyes at them. What do you know? Jiang Han doesn't sell his cash to Jiang Ermao. When he was fishing before, he sold his goods in town. Now that he has a boat, he sells directly in town and then returns. The crowd pondered this, realizing it made sense. But why didn't he just sell the 3-knife fish in town that day? Perhaps it was just a coincidence. I have relatives who work as laborers at the town dock, and they say Jiang Han's barnacles are transported to town by the boatload. Don't be ridiculous. Although barnacles are not in short supply, can two individuals, he and Zhang Haidai, truly collect enough barnacles to fill an entire boat? That seems like an international joke. Initially, some believed that Jiang Han might genuinely have been selling quality goods in town. However, upon hearing the notion of selling an entire boat of barnacles, their skepticism grew. Unless there were vast expanses of barnacles for them to harvest freely. But they had spent more time on this island than Jiang Han and were well aware of its conditions. Where could there be such an extensive area for barnacle collection? Tiantian's mother sighed with relief. Jiang Han was someone her daughter, Tiantian, did not desire. If there was anyone she wished ill upon, it was Jiang Han. The thought of someone unwanted becoming a treasure was distressing. Tiantian herself did not believe that Jiang Han could earn tens of thousands in a single day. The villagers loved to relay stories, which often became exaggerated in the telling. Mom, if you don't want to ruin my future, come back with me, Tiantian implored. Her mother paused, taken aback by her words. Noticing the resolute look in her daughter's eyes, she ultimately conceded, Fine, I will return with you after this game. Upon their return, Tiantian insisted her mother write a guarantee. If her mother continued to play mahjong, she would sever their mother-daughter relationship. She was determined not to let her mother's debts jeopardize her future. After some grumbling, her mother eventually signed the document. Tiantian tucked the guarantee away and began calling her classmates. 20,000 yuan was a significant sum for a family like theirs, but for her classmates, it was merely the cost of a trip. Even if Jiang Han did not assist her, with contributions from various friends, they could gather the necessary funds. Recognizing this, her spirits lifted. She was now a graduate student at a prestigious university, and upon her graduation, she was certain she could surpass Jiang Han. Jiang Han, unaware of the events unfolding with Tiantian, took a nap at home in preparation for their outing at sea. He had arranged to meet Zhang Haidai at the dock at 3:30 in the morning. When he arrived, Zhang Haidai was already waiting. Having just finished a cigarette and belching contentedly, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort at the sight of Zhang Haidai's increasingly protruding belly. He considered offering a word of advice, but Zhang Haidai interrupted him. Han, I think today I can cut my meals from 8 to 7. No, from 7 cigarettes. Jiang Han swallowed his words. Perhaps this approach could indeed yield results. After all, in some respects, Zhang Haidai's efforts to quit smoking were proving effective. Once he succeeded in quitting, he might not eat as much. They located the docking spot, and indeed, the boat was ready to set sail. However, the dock staff insisted on payment for docking fees without hesitation. After Jiang Han settled the bill, he and Zhang Haidai hopped onto the boat. This time, they were genuinely set to harvest barnacles. At present, Zhang Haidai is at the helm of the vessel, allowing Jiang Han to comfortably recline aboard, sipping a drink while engrossed in his mobile phone. However, the sea sways violently. Even in the absence of wind, such a small craft navigates the waters with considerable turbulence. After a while, gazing at his phone induces a sense of dizziness. He stows away his device and lies back, contemplating the night sky. The heavens are adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, and as he beholds this resplendent spectacle, his heart finds a serene tranquility. A sudden thought crosses his mind. During his last transaction, he utilized 87,500 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 175 meters. These system points are equivalent to the revenue generated from selling seafood. As the seafood is sold, the system points accrue correspondingly. However, due to the crabs encountering an unfortunate incident involving the Hat Bureau, he incurred a loss of 2,800 yuan. Under normal circumstances, would this not necessitate a deduction of 2,800 system points? Given that his remaining system points are insufficient, will there be an offset against his scanning range? Chapter 139. A classmate contacts him. The events unfolded after dinner, and now it is already the following day. The system has yet to notify him of any deduction of points. Does this imply that the system possesses a degree of humanity? It does not account for every trivial detail with meticulous precision. Han, we have arrived, Jiang Han reminded Jiang Han, bringing him back to reality. He had been so engrossed in thought that he had failed to notice they had reached their destination. Let us proceed. The two of them pushed aside the branches and entered the cave. A sudden chill coursed through Jiang Han. Wait a moment. Han, what is the matter? Jiang Han, perplexed, was unaware of the issue until his headlamp illuminated a cluster of eggs. Startled, he exclaimed, Han, are those snake eggs? In truth, Jiang Han had noticed them earlier, but had not given them much thought, initially assuming they were laid by other animals. However, upon closer inspection, these small, elongated eggs, clinging together, unmistakably resembled snake eggs. Han, what kind of snake do you think this is? I have no idea. Many snakes lay eggs that adhere to one another, especially the eggs of the king cobra. Jiang Han swallowed hard, finding the sight rather alarming. He wondered if the mother snake was lurking nearby. Jiang Han glanced around. With a scanning range of 1250 meters, he was able to see quite far. At least within this range, there were no snakes in sight. Let us move on. There should be no issues in this vicinity. Jiang Han had complete faith in Jiang Han. If he said it was safe, it certainly was. The two continued towards the cave with the sandy shore. Upon arrival, the tide began to recede. Jiang Han took another look at the surroundings, still not spotting any snakes. Only then did he retrieve his tools and begin working alongside Jiang Han. Jiang Han felt that although he earned more than the other fishermen, he was also risking his life to gather seafood. Han, there shouldn't be too much to collect today, right? If the quantity is low, we can focus on other things. At this, Jiang Han sighed. How could that be possible? We should aim for a haul of 2,000 pounds. Jiang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Is there really that much left? Many had increased their orders, and some who had previously bought had returned for more. Yesterday, Jiang Feng had recounted the figures, revealing that the required amount had become 1,980 pounds. Given this quantity, they needed to extract barnacles before the tide came in. Jiang Han was quite pleased. Although he had enough money for himself, he took joy in Han's ability to earn. Once we finish extracting this batch of barnacles, let us give that area a rest. This unlimited supply isn't beneficial. It makes these barnacles seem cheap. Very well. Whatever Han decides is fine by me. As they worked until the tide rose, a heap of barnacles accumulated on the sandy shore. Following the usual procedure, they should have transferred these barnacles onto the boat using buckets, but Jiang Han stopped Jiang Han. What is it, Han? Let us hold off for now. He spotted the snake, coiled near the eggs. It was a king cobra. Jiang Han inhaled sharply. He was unafraid of confrontation. Yet the sight of the king cobra instilled dread within him. However, continuously evading it was not a viable solution. Hangu, shall I pick up a stone and crush it? Fearful as he was, such perilous tasks inevitably fell upon him. If he embraced the danger, Hangu would remain unscathed. Jiang Han cast a sidelong glance at him. Let us go. Oh. Jiang Han set down the 2 buckets he was holding and picked up the largest stone he could find. Jiang Han, intrigued, asked, What are you doing? I'm going to kill the king cobra, Jiang Han replied. Jiang Han was truly astonished. He had just witnessed the tremor in Jiang's legs. Such a blend of cowardice and audacity was remarkable. Yet, the snake had already slithered away. Jiang Han appeared dazed. Although he held absolute trust in Hangu, he pondered whether Han was akin to a dog, as the snake could sense their presence. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had already moved ahead with the 2 buckets in hand. Jiang Han felt compelled to follow suit, carrying his own buckets closely behind. After several trips back and forth, they successfully transported all the barnacles onto the boat. And the king cobra did not reappear. Perhaps, once the snake eggs hatched, this place would be devoid of snakes. By the time they reached the town dock, it was already past 9 in the morning. Jiang Feng awaited them at the dock, as he had on previous occasions. They unloaded all the cargo into the shed in one go, and Jiang Feng commenced the meticulous task of packaging each item. Jiang Han surmised that the quantity this time should suffice, possibly even exceeding expectations. At that moment, his phone vibrated several times, displaying an unfamiliar number. Given the prevalence of scam calls, he hesitated, pondering the potential consequences of a momentary lapse in judgment leading him to northern Myanmar. Thus, he decisively terminated the call. To his surprise, the same number called again. Jiang Han mused on the tenacity of modern scammers. He could not afford to contribute to their persistence simply out of courtesy. Hence, he hung up once more. He then noticed a request to add him on WeChat, initiated through their class group. Tiantian? Although they were classmates, they were not particularly well acquainted, evident from their lack of mutual friends. Jiang Han clicked accept, and the other party promptly called him via WeChat. Jiang Han, why did you keep hanging up on me? Tiantian inquired. Jiang Han was taken aback. Those calls had been from him? I thought they were scammers, he replied. Tiantian was at a loss for words. You're overly cautious. Generally, those with some common sense wouldn't fall for scams. Jiang Han disagreed. You're mistaken. The more one believes they are immune to scams, the more susceptible they become. Conversely, those who fear being deceived remain vigilant. Tiantian realized he could not out-argue Jiang Han. However, he had not come to engage in a debate. You ventured into the seafood business without even notifying me. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. I have been sharing pictures of seafood in our class group every few days, which should have served as a notification for everyone in class. Tiantian felt a bit embarrassed. After all, I had muted the group to avoid the incessant chatter. It turned out that I had indeed done so. Jiang Han thought this was quite normal, as he had muted several groups himself. You've only just graduated. And you've already muted the class group? Finding it normal is one thing, but saying it is another. Tiantian's embarrassment deepened. You wouldn't understand. Those rich second-generation students in our class are truly affluent. Families like mine can only be considered somewhat better off. I feel out of place among them. Jiang Han found it difficult to comment. If he were to argue that conditions were poor, he and Lu Hongbo undoubtedly had it worse. Yet, the two of them continued to engage in the group, never perceiving themselves as outsiders. Conversely, some individuals, despite having relatively decent backgrounds, succumbed to feelings of inferiority. It appears that confidence is not entirely contingent upon one's familial circumstances. What brings you to me today? Jiang Han doubted that Tiantian had gone to such lengths to contact him merely for casual conversation. Chapter 140. Hunger Marketing. I have always been in contact with you. He showed me the fish you caught. Do you still have those fish? Jiang Han was taken aback. Which fish are you referring to? Those flounders, the ones of this size, do you still have any? I sold those flounders long ago. That was quite some time ago. Tiantian appeared somewhat disappointed. Then what fine goods do you have? If you must ask, Jiang Han shared pictures of the mackerel, swordfish, and greenbacked fish he had caught recently. Tiantian's eyes sparkled with interest. Do you still have these? No, they've all been sold. Tiantian. Jiang Han. What do you currently possess? I mean, what remains unsold? Jiang Han sent Tiantian a video of the pack of gooseneck barnacles he prepared with his sister in Shanghai, and Tiantian's eyes lit up once more. How much stock do you have? Let me have 200 pounds. Jiang Han was clearly taken aback. Why do you need so much? He recalled that he also wanted a considerable quantity, which was intended as gifts. You don't have clients to gift as well, do you? Our family lacks certain skills, but we've successfully affiliated with a reputable chain restaurant. Although it may not yield significant profits, our lives are relatively stable. This commodity is quite rare in our area. We cannot consume it all ourselves, so we can serve it to our customers. It will not go to waste. Jiang Han was surprised to learn that Tiantian's family had invested in a restaurant. He was not familiar with her. It seems somewhat akin to the McDonald's model. Does it not? The McDonald's brand already exists, and anyone interested can establish a franchise. Your family must have simply adopted someone else's brand. The raw materials for the franchise are supplied by the main store, correct? Can you procure ingredients independently as well? Some materials are supplied by the main store, while others we source ourselves. Our brand emphasizes an eco-friendly approach. If everything were supplied by the main store, it would merely be pre-prepared food. Jiang Han considered this and agreed, noting that many large brand restaurants and shopping malls utilize pre-prepared dishes. Moreover, the prices are exorbitantly high, unbeknownst to the patrons. Jiang Han. I am serious. Please arrange for 200 pounds of barnacles for me. As they are in the catering business, Tiantian has some expertise regarding certain ingredients. These gooseneck barnacles are exceptionally delectable. Truly fine gooseneck barnacles taste no less exquisite than goose barnacles. Moreover, prior to our call, he had inquired with He, who praised the seafood from Jiang Han to the skies, claiming that clients were thoroughly satisfied with the seafood he provided. He even mentioned a comparison between the barnacles purchased online and those sold by Jiang Han, noting a significant difference in flavor. Regardless of the truth, 200 pounds of barnacles is not excessive. Even if it turns out to be a loss, it would not be substantial. I am uncertain if I have 200 pounds. I must first ensure the quality of my stock before I can confirm the remainder for you. Jiang Han replied in a neutral tone. Kai Qingyan. Kai Qingyan felt helpless. Very well, we shall see what remains. Kai Qingyan merely hopes that the remaining quantity could be a tad more. Jiang Han and his companions, having packed all the goods, were already drenched in sweat. It seems an air conditioner is necessary for the shed as well. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Who installs air conditioning in a shed? Such extravagance. Sister, we are in the business of making money. The longer we work here, the more we earn. A small portion of our earnings can easily buy an air conditioner. Jiang Feng pondered this and conceded. All right, if you wish to install it, go ahead. Since my brother is working hard to earn, he shouldn't have to endure the heat. It's not just summer, during the cold winter months. The air conditioner could also provide warmth. On particularly frigid days, without it, one's fingers would become numb, making work nearly impossible. In light of this, it seems the air conditioner is indeed a necessity. With just a few words, Jiang Han managed to shift Jiang Feng's perspective. He smiled indeed. I will place the order right now. Jiang Han chose the same store as before, having made numerous purchases there. The delighted owner even gifted him a pair of impressive speakers. Jiang Han thought these speakers would be perfect for watching I Am a Singer, as their sound was absolutely stunning. They had recently acquired an electronic scale for the shed, and Jiang Feng placed the remaining sea cucumbers on it for weighing. It required multiple attempts, but ultimately, Han, there are still 350 pounds of sea cucumbers left. You managed to gather 330 pounds on this trip. Jiang Feng was genuinely surprised at such a substantial quantity. Jiang Han shook his slightly sore arms. The effort he and Zhang Haidai exerted was not in vain. Isn't your classmate in need of 200 pounds? We have 350 pounds here, which is more than sufficient for him. Sister, the Haili Wang restaurant also requires sea cucumbers. Jiang Feng slapped her forehead. Look at my memory. I completely forgot about Xiaobo and the others. They need about 250 pounds, right? After deducting that, we only have 100 pounds left. That's still short by 100 pounds. Not only the Haili Wang restaurant, but Zhang Haidai and I also want some sea cucumbers. Jiang Feng looked at her brother with a puzzled expression. Jiang Han nodded. Every time we bring in seafood, I always reserve some for myself. You can take some home when you return. Jiang Feng could hardly believe it. The business opportunity was right in front of them. Yet her brother was prioritizing his own consumption. Sister, do you know what is meant by hunger marketing? What kind of marketing? Jiang Feng asked innocently. Hunger marketing means not to satiate customers all at once. Jiang Feng remained perplexed. Sister, I simply don't want to alter my original decision for the sake of others. I initially planned to satisfy the restaurant and myself first. Any surplus can then be given to others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately understood. You're right. While making money is important, one shouldn't compromise their own needs for others. Jiang Feng's thought shifted once more, influenced by Jiang Han's few words. Therefore, from this batch of goods, excluding the 1,980 pounds, the remaining 350 pounds were allocated as follows. 250 pounds were given to the Haili Wang restaurant. 60 pounds were reserved by Jiang Han for personal consumption, and the remaining 30 pounds were entrusted to Jiang Feng to take home. Ultimately, only 10 pounds could be sent to Kai Qingyan. Jiang Han messaged Kai Qingyan, requesting him to send his address. Kai Qingyan was overjoyed. Kai Qingyan, that's wonderful. Are you sending me some goods? Jiang Han, yes. Kai Qingyan, how much? Jiang Han, 10 pounds. Kai Qingyan thought he must have misread the message. He rubbed his eyes. Yet the screen still displayed 10 pounds. Kai Qingyan, isn't that rather little? Jiang Han, don't you want it? Kai Qingyan, of course I want it. He promptly sent over his address. Jiang Feng then dispatched Kai Qingyan's package along with the others. Thus, the total weight of the parcels sent this time amounted to 1,990 pounds. Jiang Han also included Kai Qingyan in the shopping group chat. Chapter 141. The Rising Sea Fish. Whenever a newcomer joins the group, an automatic message appears. Dear, welcome to our warm family. Please read the group announcement before participating. Kai Qingyan genuinely clicked on the group announcement. Seafood sold by the group leader will be announced here first. For purchasing seafood, please contact Jiang Feng. For payment, please reach out to Jiang Feng. For inquiries, please contact Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng privately sent each member who purchased barnacles a copy of the delivery slip. Kai Qingyan also received one. Soon, he observed members of the group beginning to transfer money to Jiang Feng. Lu Xiaoming transferred 1,200 yuan to Jiang Feng. Wang Yin transferred 2,400 yuan to Jiang Feng. Tian Drais transferred 1,800 yuan to Jiang Feng. After some contemplation, Kai Qingyan transferred 600 yuan to the group. Kai Qingyan transferred 600 yuan to Jiang Feng. The meager sum of 600 yuan left Kai Qingyan feeling rather embarrassed. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Feng sent him a screenshot privately. Jiang Feng, this is the delivery fee for your package. Please settle it. Kai Ching-yin glanced at it. 35 yuan. Without hesitation. He paid the delivery fee and sent a private message to Jiang Feng. Kai Ching-yin, may I ask if you were Jiang Han's sister? He had heard from Yu He that a significant portion of Jiang Han's later business was managed by his sister. Jiang Feng, I am Jiang Han's sister. You must be Jiang Han's classmate, right? Is there something you need? Kai Ching-yin noticed that Jiang Han's sister spoke very courteously, and he felt that Jiang Feng was likely much easier to deal with than Jiang Han. Kai Ching-yin, Sister Jiang Han, considering that I am a classmate of Jiang Han, could you please reserve a portion of seafood for me in the future? Jiang Feng, I'm afraid not. I cannot violate the rules. We must adhere to the established procedures. Kai Ching-yin understood then that the siblings were quite alike. Neither was particularly easy to negotiate with. He sent another message to Jiang Han. Kai Ching-yin, how about you send me some items tomorrow? Jiang Han recalled Yu He, who had given him an extra 1,000 yuan last time. In pursuit of that 1,000 yuan, he had made a special trip to the cave to gather barnacles. Kai Ching-yin mentioned that he was in contact with Yu He, likely indicating that Yu He had also discussed this matter with him. Through these experiences, Jiang Han's perspective broadened considerably. He certainly wouldn't be swayed by 1,000 yuan now. Jiang Han, I won't be going to the sea tomorrow. Kai Ching-yin, I can offer you an additional 2,000 yuan. Would you consider going again? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. 2,000 yuan was rather substantial. What to do? He felt tempted nonetheless. Jiang Han, I'm truly sorry, but I really can't go. A typhoon is approaching. Kai Ching-yin, a typhoon? Jiang Han, yes, there is a typhoon approaching our area. When a typhoon hits, we cannot work. According to the typhoon's path, it would pass by Jiawa Island in the afternoon. Kai Ching-yin had not anticipated this. He checked the weather forecast and indeed confirmed that a typhoon was on its way. Although their area would experience some effects from the typhoon, it would be considerably less severe compared to Jiang Han's location. After all, even during typhoon days, they continue their activities as usual, with rarely any work or school suspensions. However, for Jiang Han, venturing to the seaside during a typhoon is genuinely perilous. Kai Ching-yin pondered for a moment. It would be unreasonable to risk someone else's life for a mere 2,000 yuan. Kai Ching-yin, once the typhoon passes, please remember to help me acquire some items. Jiang Han, sure, we can discuss it afterwards. This typhoon evidently poses a greater threat than the previous one. The impact of a typhoon on a region is not solely determined by its intensity, but also by its trajectory. The last one merely grazed the outskirts, yet this time, fortune may not favor them. Jiang Feng urged them to expedite the delivery of 250 pounds of goods to the Healei restaurant. The weather remained calm, but the impending change loomed unpredictably. The meteorological forecast indicated that the storm would arrive in the afternoon, yet one could never be certain of an earlier onset. Jiang Han nodded. The islanders held typhoons in high regard, as their lives were at stake. Brother Han, I can deliver these goods to the restaurant since I reside in town. It won't hinder my work. You and Sister Feng should head home early. All right. I entrust these goods to you. Jiang Han secured the shed door. Initially, there were only 2 keys for the lock, but a few days ago, he had Zhang Haidai craft an additional one. He handed the new key to Jiang Feng, ensuring that each of them now possessed a key to the shed. What do I need this key for? Jiang Feng inquired. You are now our esteemed customer service representative. This shed serves as our warehouse. Should any issues arise with the goods, you can come here to inspect them at your convenience. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Jiang Feng smiled and accepted the key. Regardless of its utility, it symbolized her brother's trust in her. Taking advantage of the calm before the storm, Jiang Han brought Jiang Feng to the town dock. He needed to return the boat. Otherwise, it would only be accessible after the typhoon had passed. At the dock, he locked eyes with Brother Lin, who, upon recalling something dreadful, promptly turned away. Jiang Han nonchalantly glanced at Lin's hasty retreat and boarded the boat with his sister. The town dock was not far from the village dock. After a brief journey, Jiang Han halted the vessel. What's wrong? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. Just wait a moment. Jiang Han replied, retrieving a custom-made dip net from the boat. The net was retractable, and he extended it to approximately 3 meters in length. Jiang Feng watched in astonishment as he lowered the net into the sea. When he pulled it back up, it contained 5 or 6 white pomfret fish. Jiang Feng could scarcely believe her eyes. How could such fish be caught with a net of that length? Typically, white pomfret dwell in the mid to lower depths of the water. How could Jiang Han manage to catch them? Isn't this a typhoon? She pondered aloud. And then it dawned on her. During a typhoon, many fish tend to rise to the surface. Although she was unaware of the reasons, this phenomenon persisted. Large deep-sea fish would even venture into shallow waters. The few white pomfret fish he had just caught were still alive, yet their lifespan was limited. Jiang Han unceremoniously tossed them into the bucket. After casting his net twice more, he decided against further fishing. It was impractical to return and sell these white pomfret to a restaurant, nor did he wish to sell them to Jiang Ermao. He only caught enough for himself and his sister's meals over the next couple of days. Hastening, he navigated the boat to the village dock. Animals are remarkably sensitive. The fish had risen to the surface, suggesting that a typhoon could not be far off. After securing the boat, he disembarked with his sister. Concerned for her safety, he offered her a ride on his electric bike back home. Jiang Han retained 2 white pomfret for himself, giving the rest to his sister, as their household lacked a dedicated freezer for preserving fish, while her home had 2 greedy little nieces. Chapter 142. Typhoon Day due to Jiang Han's barnacles. Zhang Haidai remained at the hotel. Jiang Feng took half of her 30 pounds of barnacles and gave them to Jiang Han. You need to eat at home these next few days, so take this. She also handed him a bag of clams and a jar of pickled mud snails. Jiang Han did not refuse, and Jiang Feng spoke little more. A typhoon could arrive at any moment. It was best to reach home early for safety. Jiang Han thanked his sister and rode his electric bike home. When he had accompanied his sister earlier, he had felt little, but now the handlebars of the bike felt noticeably heavier. If a girl with less strength were riding in this wind, she might very well be blown over. Fortunately, the wind came in gusts, and after a while, it eased considerably. Upon arriving home, Jiang Han noticed a man in his 40s standing at his doorstep. The man seemed to have knocked and found no one to answer. Jiang Han was puzzled. The man did not appear to be from their village. Excuse me, are you looking for me? The man scrutinized Jiang Han and said, You must be Jiang Han. I'm Lao Zhou, a contractor. Jiang Han then recalled that he had asked Zhang Haidai to contact a renovation worker last week. Hello, Uncle Zhou. With the typhoon approaching, it's impossible to work. Let us discuss this over the phone. All right. I came to inform you that we will commence work as soon as the typhoon passes. Uncle Zhou left his number and rode off on his motorcycle. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be the leader of the crew. Jiang Han felt a rush of joy at the thought that his surroundings would soon transform dramatically. The dreams he had cherished in his childhood seemed to be unfolding one by one. Once home, he moved all the potted plants indoors and checked the doors and windows to ensure they were securely closed. The radio repeatedly broadcast the same message. We urge all villagers to prepare for the typhoon. Please check that your doors and windows are secure and close them promptly. Bring in potted plants and any clothing left hanging outdoors. Although a typhoon is a natural disaster, the islanders had long since acquired experience in storm preparations. When the wind began to rise, everyone hurried home, unafraid of the approaching typhoon. It was all a familiar routine. Gradually, light rain began to fall outside. Despite the temperature dropping several degrees, Jiang Han turned on the air conditioning. Knowing the typhoon was imminent, they had not eaten breakfast in town that morning. Instead, they returned home directly after completing their errands. Jiang Han rinsed the rice, and while the situation was still manageable, he ran over to Aunt Hohat's to purchase some eggs and vegetables. It seemed he would be cooking for himself during this period of the typhoon. Though the freshly caught white pomfret was dead, it remained remarkably fresh. He added some scallions and ginger, placing the 2 fish in the steaming tray atop the rice cooker. He also prepared some barnacles to steam in the electric pot. The barnacles were the first to be steamed, and Jiang Han eagerly indulged in them. Eating the barnacles he had prepared himself at home offered a uniquely gratifying experience. After finishing the barnacles, Jiang Han felt less hungry. By the time the rice and white pomfret were ready, he considered this meal of rice and fish as his brunch. The leftover white pomfret could be saved for dinner. The flesh of the white pomfret was exceptionally fresh and tender. With only half a fish, he savored a bowl of rice. He also opened a jar to relish a few mud snails. These yellow mud snails were substantial, well preserved by his sister, and devoid of any fishy taste, which was a flavor he greatly enjoyed. Once he finished his meal, he listened to music while reclining in a rocking chair, resting. He lost track of time until he heard the howling wind outside. Peering through the window, he noticed that a rain canopy from a neighbor's house had been swept away, striking a small tree, which had consequently broken. Perhaps the air pressure outside had dropped, rendering the air conditioning ineffective. He decided to turn off the air conditioning and retreated to his own room. Despite having closed the windows, the old frames of his house creaked and thudded in the typhoon. His room offered a view of the sea, where he observed the waves tumultuously rolling, one after another, growing ever higher. The sky was dark and oppressive, as if it threatened to engulf the entire land. Some villagers remarked that working as a crew member on a ship bore no relation to swimming skills. They might have been referring to days like this during a typhoon. If one were unfortunate enough to fall into the sea, a single wave could drag them to the depths, rendering any swimming prowess irrelevant. He recalled the snake eggs he had seen in the cave, pondering the perilous nature of subsisting by the sea. This could be one of the reasons many young people were reluctant to become fishermen. Ding! The host sold seafood for 5,000 yuan, earning 5,000 system points. Accumulated points, total system points, 107. You can now consume 5,000 system points to redeem a scanning range of 10 meters. Do you wish to redeem? Redemption successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 260 meters. Redemption successful. Remaining system points, 107. Please continue to make efforts. Jiang Han checked his phone and realized that while he was sleeping, Zhang Haidai had already transferred the money to him. For 250 pounds of barnacles supplied to the Heilewang restaurant, he received the local market price of 20 yuan per pound, totaling 5,000 yuan. Jiang Han transferred 500 yuan to Zhang Haidai and received a bill from his sister, who had efficiently organized all the details in the meantime. Jiang Han acknowledged that his sister was indeed juggling multiple roles, packaging, customer service, and managing their finances. Jiang Feng, 990 pounds of barnacles, total earnings 119, for 100 yuan. I have collected all the money. Soon after, Jiang Han received a transfer of 119, 400 yuan from his sister. He sent 12,000 yuan to both Zhang Haidai and Jiang Feng. Although such astonishment had occurred several times before, Jiang Feng remained in a daze for quite a while. She had earned a staggering 12,000 yuan a day. Was she truly that adept at making money? Indeed, she owed her fortune to her younger brother. Ding. The host sold seafood for 119, 400 yuan, earning 119, 400 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 119, 507. Currently, 117. 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 235 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 495 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 2,007. The host is encouraged to continue striving diligently. Jiang Han's scanning range had now extended by 235 meters. He gazed out the window, observing that his field of vision was now much broader than before. In the farthest reaches of his sight, the towering waves were far more menacing than those near the island. Chapter 143. Seeking tobacco oil, Jiang Han cast a fleeting glance and chose not to look again. He casually dined on his evening meal before disconnecting all the plugs he could find. After a refreshing shower, he reclined on his bed and succumbed to a deep slumber, impervious to any disturbance, even if the emperor himself were to arrive. Upon awakening the following day, he found that the wind had ceased and the rain had abated. Yet the sky remained ominously overcast. This tranquility was but a temporary respite. Sensing the lull, many villagers ventured out for a stroll to catch their breath. Jiang Han seized the opportunity to replenish his stock of instant noodles in various flavors, as well as ice creams and other snacks from a small shop. As he exited the store, he chanced upon Tiantian once more. This time, she refrained from speaking, merely casting a glance at the items in his hands. Perhaps it was the benevolence of his parents manifesting, for Jiang Han noted that his encounters with Tiantian had become less unfortunate. He dismissed the thought and turned away. Tiantian lingered in the shop for a considerable time, ultimately purchasing the most inexpensive bag of noodles. Reflecting on the items Jiang Han held, she felt a pang of resentment. This serene interlude lasted for a little over 2 hours. Soon enough, the winds and rains returned with fervor. The typhoon persisted for 2.5 days before moving on from Jiaohua Island to other locales. Old Zhou, ever punctual, arrived promptly once the storm had passed, accompanied by a crew. After a discussion with Jiang Han, they both agreed that a phased approach to the renovations, coupled with incremental payments, would be most prudent. Since Jiang Han intended to reside there, he requested that they begin with the lower floors, allowing him to occupy the upper levels during the renovations. Old Zhou, he added, please assist me in procuring the necessary materials. Old Zhou, delighted by the request, inquired, what quality of materials do you wish to purchase? Opt for the best, eco-friendly options. Jiang Han replied, aware that allowing them to handle the procurement would afford them greater profit. However, given that they were all residents of the island, he trusted they would not exploit the situation excessively. Engaging an external renovation team would undoubtedly incur higher costs. He preferred to avoid the hassle. Managing the materials himself would indeed save some money, but it would be exhausting. He thought it wiser to focus on harvesting barnacles instead. Jiang Han instructed Old Zhou to present the payment code and transferred 30,000 yuan to him for the materials. Remember to bring back the receipts after your purchases. And let me know if you need more funds. Receiving the initial payment on his first day of work, Old Zhou was undoubtedly pleased. The number of debtors on the island had been increasing, and while they were not unwilling to pay, they often claimed financial strain, requesting leniency for a few days. One family had been given grace for 2 to 3 years without repayment. Now that Jiang Han was willing to pay incrementally, it suited Old Zhou perfectly. All right, I understand. I will ensure to procure the finest materials, Old Zhou assured him with a pat on his chest. Having reviewed the design plans provided by Jiang Han, Old Zhou recognized the alterations to the layout on the first floor and instructed his crew to retain the load-bearing walls while dismantling the others. While his subordinates were occupied with work, Lao Zhou ventured to the local building materials store to select tiles and flooring. The noise from the demolition was quite disruptive. Jiang Han, after resting for a while in his room, found himself overwhelmed by the racket emanating from downstairs. He sent a message to Kai Qingyan. "How many pounds of barnacles do you still need?" Kai Qingyan had been anticipating Jiang Han's response after 2 days of silence. He was beginning to feel anxious. Just as he contemplated reaching out to Jiang Han, a message arrived. Feeling that a phone call would be more effective, he dialed, only to be met with a cacophony of sounds on the other end, including the whirring of a drill. "My house is being renovated. Please don't call again." Jiang Han shouted into the phone before hanging up. Kai Qingyan quickly replied with the text, "Let me think for a moment." Jiang Han found this to be a rather pointless remark, yet he patiently awaited Kai Qingyan's deliberation. After all, the tide was still far from receding, even if he went. He wouldn't be able to pry barnacles. Initially, Kai Qingyan had considered stating that 200 pounds would suffice. However, sensing that Jiang Han had made a special trip for him, he hesitated, wondering if saying only 200 pounds would seem inadequate. "Let us go with 500 pounds. He eventually decided. Jiang Han was taken aback. "Do you really need that much?" He recalled that Kai Qingyan had previously mentioned only needing 200 pounds. "Yes, I need 500 pounds, Kai Qingyan insisted. Since 500 pounds would only cost around 30,000 yuan, he didn't want to be looked down upon by his peers. Jiang Han, seeing Kai Qingyan's certainty, acquiesced. He remembered that Kai Qingyan tended to opt for the best of everything, suggesting he might be quite affluent. Though he couldn't fathom why he felt so insecure. "When you go tide pooling, do you encounter other things as well?" Kai Qingyan inquired. This time, Jiang Han indeed planned to gather some additional items, so apart from Kai Qingyan, he hadn't consulted anyone else. Otherwise, he would be limited to just barnacles again. "You can indeed find other things," Jiang Han replied. "Could you sell me some of those other items?" Kai Qingyan asked. "It's not that I don't want to sell, but I worry that the items might not be fresh by the time they reach you," Jiang Han explained, having noted Kai Qingyan's address. Kai Qingyan was from Hunan province, and they were separated by more than just the sea. "No problem. Try shipping them. If they're not fresh, it's on me," Kai Qingyan reassured. The images Jiang Han sent him left Kai Qingyan itching with anticipation. Barracuda, knife fish, and greenish fish. He wanted to sample them all. Jiang Han hadn't expected someone to eagerly step forward as a willing customer. "All right then, I'll send you a small batch to see how it goes. But if they're not fresh, you can't hold me accountable," he stipulated. "No worries, I won't blame you," Kai Qingyan assured him. Jiang Han put his phone away and recalled the snake eggs. What if he encountered that king cobra again during this trip? The noise at home was unbearable, and staying indoors was becoming tedious. He locked the upstairs rooms and stepped outside. After wandering around the village, he finally entered Lao Luo's home. Old Luo was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Jiang Han. "What brings you to my home?" he inquired. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he sensed that Jiang Han's entire demeanor had transformed. On the very day Jiang Han returned to the village, Old Luo had encountered him. At that time, Jiang Han appeared quite dispirited. Conversely, the present Jiang Han seemed to radiate vitality. "You've recently come into quite a bit of fortune, haven't you?" Old Luo remarked. Before purchasing a boat, Jiang Han consistently returned from his seaside endeavors with bountiful catches. However, after acquiring the vessel, there seemed to be a notable decline in his fortunes. Many villagers speculated that Jiang Han's streak of good luck had come to an end, yet Old Luo harbored the belief that Jiang Han might have amassed even greater wealth. "Uncle Luo, weren't you smoking a pipe? I would like to borrow some tobacco," Jiang Han requested. Old Luo was surprised that Jiang Han sought him out for this purpose. In these times, most people favored cigarettes, and Old Luo himself indulged in a few now and then, yet he still preferred his pipe tobacco above all. Chapter 144. Shrimp powder. The oil extracted from the smoking pipe, known as tobacco oil, is regarded by the rural folk as a form of folk remedy. Occasionally, villagers would seek out Old Luo to procure a small amount of this oil for ailments such as skin rashes and itching. A mere application of tobacco oil would provide relief. "I spent my days scurrying about the shore, and with the heat of the season, I harbored fears of encountering snakes." Old Luo immediately understood. This tobacco oil, aside from its efficacy in treating skin conditions, also served as a potent snake repellent, surpassing even the effectiveness of realgar. Indeed, with the warm weather, snakes and insects abound, but come winter, they would hibernate. While speaking, Old Luo set about retrieving the tobacco oil, mindful not to discard any during the cleaning of his pipe, well aware of its value. He generously bestowed upon Jiang Han a considerable amount of the oil. Aware that old Luo would not accept payment, Jiang Han refrained from mentioning money. In the countryside, it is customary that when one is in need, asking a neighbor for assistance rarely involves a financial transaction. Finding his home too noisy, Jiang Han rode his electric bicycle into town. Although Kai Qingyan had assured him that he would take responsibility for any damaged items, Jiang Han felt compelled to do his utmost in fulfilling his promise to send them. His first stop was the courier station. Manager Fong greeted him with delight. Jiang Han, what brings you here? Are you looking to send something? Thanks to Jiang Han, their station had seen a notable increase in business lately. Manager Fong, may I inquire how long it takes for a parcel to reach Xiang Province from here? Is it destined for the urban area or the countryside of Xiang Province? There is a distinction. Some remote villages require significantly more time for delivery. It's for the city. In that case, 4 days should suffice. It takes a day for the cargo to reach the port of Ningxing from our island, followed by 3 days to Xiang Province. Jiang Han was taken aback. 4 days seemed excessive. Typically, seafood that is not processed within such a time frame would spoil. Manager Fong, do you know of any methods to preserve freshness? What are you planning to ship? Seafood. It could be fish or something else. Manager Fong pondered for a moment. Recalling that online shopping had gained immense popularity, some vendors specialized in fresh produce, indicating that the online market for perishables was viable. As for specific preservation techniques, I am not well versed. However, there is an ice shop in our town. Perhaps Boss Yu there might have some insights. Thank you. Jiang Han subsequently visited the ice shop. Boss Qian was busy handling ice. His purchasing shop was adjacent to Hei Lei Wang restaurant, where Jiang Han had frequently seen him while transporting goods. What fine treasures do you have these days, Jiang Boss? Boss Qian greeted him with a wide smile, his familiarity startling Jiang Han, who might have thought they were long-time friends. Fine treasures? Just some seafood, making ends meet. Modesty suits you, Jiang Boss. The distinction between seafood is far from trivial. Having heard that your recent supplies have surged, it seems the Hei Lei Wang restaurant may soon find itself overwhelmed. Jiang Han scrutinized Boss Qian, perplexed by his intentions. With a chuckle, Boss Qian remarked, you and Xiao Guo are friends, and I certainly wish for your well-being. What I mean is, should their restaurant be unable to accommodate such a volume, perhaps Jiang Boss could sell the surplus to me. Jiang Han, wishing to avoid offending anyone, recognized that Boss Qian was no ordinary individual, capable of monopolizing the seafood procurement on the entire island. You may simply call me Jiang Han. Once I have a considerable surplus, I shall certainly sell to you. That is, of course, contingent upon having an actual surplus. Satisfied at last, Boss Qian gathered his ice and departed with a grin. It was only then that Jiang Han entered the ice shop, where Boss Yu had just finished attending to a customer. Boss Yu, do you have ice suitable for preserving seafood during delivery? The ice shop owner appeared somewhat bewildered. It seems no one on our island engages in such business. The ice we provide is primarily for market vendors. If you require ice, I have it available at all times, but whether it would serve your purpose for delivery, I cannot say. Deliveries typically take several days, and without a specialized refrigerated vehicle, the ice would likely melt. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han realized that Boss Yu was equally uninformed. As Jiang Han turned to leave, Boss Yu called out to him. Jiang Han glanced back, puzzled. Is there something else? After a moment of hesitation, Boss Yu continued, for seafood preservation, in addition to ice, one often employs some preservatives. Jiang Han's interest peaked immediately. What preservatives? There are quite a few. Are you familiar with shrimp powder? This time, it was Jiang Han who was taken aback. Wasn't shrimp powder merely a seasoning? His sister never used MSG. Instead, they would consume the shrimp meat and grind the heads and shells into powder, which served as a substitute for MSG in their cooking, imparting flavor just as well. I am referring to shrimp powder as a preservative. It has a name that includes sodium, though I cannot recall it precisely. We simply call it shrimp powder. For shrimp, many merchants use this in addition to ice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han understood. It was likely akin to a preservative. This shrimp powder was entirely different from what his sister utilized. Is this substance permissible? Jiang Han, having never encountered such matters before, truly did not comprehend. As long as it falls within the usage standards, it is not considered a violation. However, it does produce sulfur dioxide. Jiang Han was increasingly convinced that this was indeed an additive. Many food products employ additives and preservatives, yet as long as they remain within permissible limits, they are not deemed illegal. If he were to utilize such additives during seafood transportation, it would likely enhance preservation. However, this would contradict his original intentions. Thank you. Boss Yu, Jiang Han replied. It was kind of him to share this information, but he had no intention of resorting to additives. Upon arriving at Zhang Haidai's rental apartment, he noted that the temperature had risen significantly after the recent storm. Yet, Zhang Haidai seemed quite adept at enjoying life, as the weather warmed. He set the air conditioning to a delightfully low setting. However, The air conditioning unit in his rented room was rather antiquated, emitting a persistent and heavy buzzing sound. Although the typhoon had passed over their island, the ferry routes to the mainland remained suspended. Jiang Han could only retreat to his dormitory, immersed in theoretical studies. To him, these abstract concepts felt as inscrutable as ancient scriptures. Despite his earnest attempts to memorize them, comprehension eluded him. The more he struggled, the stronger his urge to indulge in a cigarette became, yet the necessity of having a meal beforehand restrained him. Observing Jiang Han's intense focus, Jiang Han chose not to intrude. Jiang had recently purchased a case of beverages, and he opened a bottle to sip, though the flavor was not to his liking. It was tolerable. Suddenly, Jiang Han was startled by a series of loud banging noises emanating from Jiang Han's room. Chapter 145. Dry ice. As Jiang Han pushed open the door to Jiang Han's room, he was met with the sight of Jiang Han repeatedly banging his head against the wall. "Hey, what are you doing? Brother Han, I truly feel so foolish. I can't seem to memorize even this little bit," Jiang Han lamented. Jiang Han had never previously acknowledged the existence of talent. He believed that his academic success stemmed solely from his diligence. However, witnessing Jiang Han's earnest efforts, yet struggling to retain the information, made him ponder the possibility that talent might indeed be a reality. He glanced at the material Jiang Han was attempting to memorize. "Is it difficult?" he inquired. "Very," Jiang Han replied. Jiang Han was taken aback. He genuinely thought that with just a few lines, one could easily memorize them after reading once or twice. "There's no need to rush. If it proves too challenging, we can forego the exam." "How can that be?" Jiang Han exclaimed. His greatest desire was to assist Brother Han. If he couldn't even obtain a boating license, how could he aid Jiang Han in more significant endeavors? "Why don't we seek a solution?" Seeing Jiang Han's determination, Jiang Han could only encourage him. He began to annotate the lines and offered a thorough explanation. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. After Jiang Han's elucidation, the material suddenly felt far more manageable. "Brother Han, you truly are remarkable. Had you been my teacher during my studies, my grades would surely not have been so dismal." Jiang Han remained speechless. If he were indeed an exceptional teacher, he could not only aid Jiang Han, but also impart knowledge to others. Compared to his peers, Jiang Han's performance still languished at the bottom. Observing Jiang Han's renewed seriousness, Jiang Han decided to leave his room and ventured into another space. Jiang Han opened his phone and searched online for fresh food delivery services. After perusing several establishments, he finally stumbled upon an answer in the comments section of a particular store. A customer had posted several pictures documenting the entire process of receiving and unboxing their delivery. From the images, Jiang Han noted that upon opening the foam packaging, the outermost layer was a bag of dry ice. Inside, there was an additional layer of insulated packaging, comprising a layer of pearl cotton encased in silver aluminum foil. He recalled that when he purchased ice cream at a local supermarket, the staff had handed him a similar bag. Within this insulated layer, there were 2 ice packs. The fresh produce was nestled alongside these ordinary ice packs. From the ice packs to the insulated bag, then to the dry ice, and finally encased in the outer foam box, there were a total of 4 layers of protection. Further investigation revealed that the rise of cold chain logistics in recent years had been significantly aided by the use of dry ice. With its exceptionally low temperature, dry ice must not come into direct contact with seafood. Hence, the insulated bag served 2 critical functions. It prevented the temperature of the ice packs from dissipating too quickly and shielded the seafood from the extreme cold of the dry ice. Jiang Han continued to read other reviews and discovered that many customers reported receiving empty dry ice bags, yet the ice packs within the insulated layers remained solid. This indicated that the dry ice transportation method was indeed effective. The solid dry ice absorbed heat and transformed into gas, all the while preserving the freezing conditions for the fresh produce within the insulated bag. Instantly, Jiang Han knew exactly what to do. Recalling that Boss Yu from the ice shop had left him a business card, he called Boss Yu again, inquiring, "Do you have dry ice on your side?" "Dry ice? I can provide it, but it will be slightly more expensive. Undoubtedly pricier than regular ice. Most of the dry ice here is purchased by seafood restaurants. The Haolai Wang restaurant frequently comes here to buy dry ice. Generally, it is used when preparing sashimi, which is why a mystical white mist always envelopes the dining area when enjoying sashimi. That mist is the result of dry ice transitioning into gas." Jiang Han inquired about the price and found it within his acceptable range. If he sold his seafood in this manner, the selling price would certainly exceed the local market rate, ensuring no losses for him. For high-end seafood, the cost of such packaging is almost negligible. As for the feasibility of this method, only practical experience would reveal the truth. He searched online and discovered that insulated bags could indeed be purchased. He placed an order for a batch of thermal bags, but it would take several days for them to arrive. Thus, he went downstairs to the town's supermarket and asked, "Could you sell me a few insulated bags?" The clerk looked perplexed. "We do not sell insulated bags here." Consequently, Jiang Han bought a dozen ice pops, requesting the clerk to wrap them in a thermal bag. Upon arriving at Hao Lai Wang restaurant, he distributed the ice pops while keeping one insulated bag for himself. He scrutinized the bag, noting it appeared to possess more than 2 layers. The material in the middle was inconsequential. All he required was effective insulation. It is said that using this type of bag can maintain freezing effects for several hours. Meng Guo brought Jiang Han a glass of watermelon juice, asking, "What are you staring at a bag for?" Jiang Han took a sip of the freshly squeezed watermelon juice, savoring its exquisite flavor. "I was merely reflecting on how technological advancements have indeed brought about considerable convenience. In the past, the fresh produce delivery sector would not have flourished at all." Meng Guo observed Jiang Han's expression closely, questioning, "Have you found a new channel?" Recently, due to the exceptional quality of Jiang Han's seafood, an increasing number of customers had flocked to his shop. Jiang Han hesitated to deceive her, as he was still in the experimental phase. Turning, he noticed Meng Guo's disappointed face. He couldn't resist playfully flicking her forehead, saying, "What are you thinking? I merely might have an additional channel. It doesn't mean I won't collaborate with you." Meng Guo's face instantly flushed, feeling somewhat reassured by Jiang Han's words. The last time she witnessed Jiang Han successfully selling barnacles via delivery, she perceived him as an extraordinary individual, one whom this small island could not contain. However, she hadn't paid much heed at the time, considering barnacles are rather resilient seafood. Observing Jiang Han's current demeanor, it seemed he was genuinely intent on venturing into the fresh produce market. "Do you still want this bag?" Meng Guo promptly composed herself, reverting to her cheerful self. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. "How many do you have?" "3. Jiang Han replied. "I kept it when I bought the goods. I didn't discard it." Jiang Han neatly stowed away his bag. "Well, I suppose you may hand them over to me." Meng Guo was taken aback by Jiang Han's earnestness. She retrieved 3 bags and presented them to him. Jiang Han soon realized that these 3 bags were larger and somewhat thicker than the one he had purchased. Did the increased thickness imply superior insulation? This detail had eluded him when he placed his order online. He promptly returned to the store from which he had ordered, seeking clarification from customer service. The representative, Tao, informed him, "Indeed, thicker bags offer slightly better performance, and the price escalates with the thickness. You ordered the standard version. The thicker variant is available through a different link. Should you require a larger quantity, we can also customize according to your specifications." Chapter 146. The arrival of the fishing rod. Jiang Han was taken aback by the intricacies involved. He was uncertain about the optimal thickness for the custom order. Nevertheless, he proceeded to place an order for a batch of thicker models. Should he successfully develop this venture, he would utilize thinner insulation bags for nearby locations and thicker ones for those farther away. The specifics, however, would require practical experimentation. After dining with Zhang Haidai at the Haowang restaurant, Jiang Han returned to the village. Upon leaving, he took with him a portion of the gooseneck barnacles stored at the restaurant. His first stop was at Old Luo's home, where he gifted him 5 pounds of barnacles. Old Luo felt somewhat embarrassed, having only given Jiang Han a small amount of tobacco oil in return for such a generous gift. Before he could express his gratitude, Old Luo's wife peeked out and eagerly accepted the barnacles. "Oh my, Jiang Han is truly thriving. Such generosity, what a fine young man." Jiang Han, flattered by the praise, exchanged a few pleasantries before departing. Next, he knocked on Aunt Ho-Hot's door and presented her with the remaining 10 pounds of barnacles. "Auntie, my family is undergoing renovations and it may be quite noisy. I hope you can bear with us. Even I find the racket intolerable, given their proximity." The sound insulation between their homes left much to be desired, and Aunt Ho-Hot likely endured considerable disturbance. Initially, Aunt Ho-Hot felt a tinge of displeasure, but recognizing that Jiang Han's family was merely renovating and not engaging in any troublesome activities, her irritation quickly dissipated upon seeing the barnacles he brought. "Your renovations are indeed a positive development. If your parents were alive, they would be overjoyed to see you thriving. I have no other concerns. It's just that my little grandson struggles to nap in the afternoon. His rest has been quite disturbed." Jiang Han had not anticipated this. "At what time does your grandson usually sleep?" "After lunch at 12, he sleeps until 2, and Ho-Hot replied. Jiang Han was taken aback. This was indeed the afternoon rest period, and Ho-Hot, feeling a bit sheepish, added, "You only take a break at 12:30 and resume work by 1:30. Jiang Han understood now that the laborers, led by old Zhou, were working too hard in such heat. He worried about the potential for heat-related illnesses, as he would bear some responsibility should anything go awry. By the time Jiang Han returned home, it was already 6 in the evening. Yet old Zhou and the others were still toiling away. Jiang Han approached old Zhou. "Have you all eaten yet?" Old Zhou shook his head. We're waiting to finish this before we eat. Given the overwhelming noise inside, Jiang Han called Old Zhou outside and shared his schedule with him. It's too hot to work during the noon hours. Let us resume after 2. Old Zhou felt that this would shorten their working hours considerably. As they were not compensated by the day, but rather by the amount of work completed, he voiced his concern about the limited time. We still have to finish this house before moving on to the next. I had previously mentioned I would cover your lunch, right? Jiang Han confirmed. Indeed. I shall share with you 2 meals, both lunch and dinner. If you find the time insufficient, you may return after dinner for an additional 2 hours. He inquired earlier. And the grandson of Aunt Ho-Ha will not sleep until 9 o'clock in the evening. Although others in the village retire early, they will not slumber before 9. Upon hearing this, Old Zhou felt quite pleased. Working in the evening would be more comfortable, and it also provided an extra meal subsidy when they worked for others. Meals were directly provided. Jiang Han does not offer meals, but compensates them with money, which they find far more gratifying. Moreover, Jiang Han is quite generous, providing a meal subsidy of 25 yuan. Consequently, their meal allowances total 50 yuan for the day. Once Jiang Han saw that Old Zhou and the others had finally departed, he let out a long sigh of relief. The additional meal compensation was far more economical than paying for medical expenses. Before Jiang Han had even reached the 2nd floor, several ants had meandered over to him. Jiang Han, are you really renovating here? How much will that cost? Enli called out. Jiang Han was taken aback, realizing that Old Zhou and the others had left the courtyard gate ajar. I'm making some modifications and paying incrementally. The specific costs are still uncertain, he replied. Aunt Baoya remarked, Jiang Han, you've truly changed. You've begun renovating your home, which suggests you're genuinely making money. Recently, many had claimed that after Jiang Han acquired a boat, his fortunes had been adversely affected by that old vessel. However, it now appeared that such notions were entirely unfounded. If Jiang Han's luck had truly waned, where would he have procured the funds for renovations? Due to the ongoing renovations, Jiang Han's home was in disarray, leaving little room for the ants to settle. They merely came to observe the extent of the renovations. Upon seeing the walls being torn down, they realized that Jiang Han was undertaking significant changes. The expenses involved would surely be considerable. Jiang Han was indeed becoming increasingly formidable. Although Tiantian is a graduate student now, could she find another boyfriend who would earn as much as Jiang Han? How long had it been since Jiang Han returned to the village? Not only did he purchase an electric tricycle, battery-powered vehicles, and various household appliances, but now he was also embarking on renovations. The ants dared not speculate how much money Jiang Han had earned during this time. After returning, the ants spread the news of Jiang Han's grand renovations throughout the village. While washing dishes, Tiantian was so infuriated she almost smashed a plate. However, recalling the expense of purchasing a new set of dishes, she restrained her anger. Due to the sweltering weather, Jiang Han had avoided going to the sea during the day. If he did not set out by 8 o'clock this evening, he would have to wait until 9 the following morning. In such weather, being on the water at 9 in the morning could be perilous. Therefore, he and Zhang Haidai had arranged to meet at the village dock at 7:30 in the evening. As Jiang Han stepped outside, the delivery person happened to arrive at his doorstep. Recognizing the shape of the package, Jiang Han knew its contents. He did not take the items home, but instead carried them to the dock. Brother Han, what is this? Zhang Haidai was already waiting at the dock. The newly acquired lure fishing rod remains unfamiliar to me, yet I shall endeavor to test its capabilities in due course. Upon boarding the vessel, it is once again Zhang Haidai at the helm, while Jiang Han busies himself with unboxing deliveries. The fishing rod, although lacking in discernible brand, appears to be of commendable quality. The artificial baits, fashioned in the likeness of both fish and shrimp, are remarkably lifelike, each one a convincing replica. Jiang Han is tempted to cast a line, yet the impending low tide compels him to abandon the thought. After all, the rod has arrived, and the opportunity to fish will present itself again. As they approach the cave's entrance, Jiang Han takes a moment to survey the surroundings. The serpent is absent, yet the snake eggs remain undisturbed. He shares a portion of the snake oil with Zhang Haidai, offering it as a precaution. Upon seeing the oil, Zhang Haidai's face brightens with amusement. Han, I never imagined you would procure such a remedy. They say it is more potent than realgar. The mere scent sends snakes into a frenzy. If one were to feed a lump of this to a serpent, it would surely meet its demise. Chapter 147. Ezo Scallop. Though such was the discourse, Jiang Han still cautioned Zhang Haidai to exercise prudence, for they were dealing with the formidable king cobra. While the smoke bag oil might prove effective against ordinary serpents, its efficacy against such a majestic creature remained uncertain. Zhang Haidai pondered this, recognizing that the village's lore might diverge from reality. The elders had long proclaimed the potency of realgar, yet experiments had shown that snakes were scarcely deterred by it. Thus, It was wise to remain vigilant in all matters. With the smoke bag oil in hand, Jiang Han found himself less anxious upon glimpsing the snake eggs once more. Brother Han, the incubation of these king cobra eggs will take at least a month or two. Must we remain in trepidation throughout this duration? He scratched his head and proposed, perhaps I should remove these eggs, preventing the mother snake from locating them. As he reached out toward the eggs, Jiang Han swiftly intervened, slapping his hand away. What troubles you, Brother Han? Jiang Han queried, convinced of his own rationale. These eggs are undisturbed. Why meddle with them? Perhaps this is merely a den for the snakes, and we have intruded upon their domain. My concern lies with the possibility of the mother snake returning at any moment. Jiang Han replied, as it stands, she poses no immediate threat to us. Historically, serpents have been regarded as creatures of considerable spirit. They thrive by the sea and possess a deep reverence for nature. Should we inadvertently provoke the mother snake's wrath, we might find ourselves beset by unforeseen misfortunes. With no recourse for resolution, we shall attend to our own tasks while she hatches her eggs. Let us not disturb one another. Observing Jiang Han move to another cavern, Jiang Han promptly followed. He felt a measure of discontent with his brother's assertion. After all, snakes were not human and lacked comprehension of their discourse. Yet, he could not help but perceive a certain wisdom in Jiang Han's words. You are indeed right, Brother Han. Let us refrain from disturbing one another. At that moment, the tide had receded significantly, gradually unveiling the entrance that had been submerged. The air within the cave became notably more refreshing. Aside from the headlamps atop their heads, Jiang Han had also positioned 2 camping lanterns purchased online upon the ground. The lanterns illuminated the cavern, enhancing its serene and mysterious ambience. The sea breeze, filtering through the now exposed entrance, whistled softly, as if whispering secrets of the ocean accumulated over millennia. Both Jiang Han and Jiang Han were capable of harvesting over 2,000 pounds of gooseneck barnacles in a single effort. Thus, the mere 500 pounds was a trivial task for them. After a brief stint of labor, they ceased their work. Jiang Han glanced at the barnacles strewn across the ground. These should weigh around 500 pounds, if not more. Indeed, I would estimate it to be around 600 or 700 pounds, Jiang Han concurred. They both took a sip of water, finally presented with an opportunity to engage in other endeavors. Although many mollusks and shellfish had already burrowed into the sand, numerous others lay unceremoniously atop the beach. Jiang Han discovered that his perceptive abilities were of little use in this instance, as he observed Jiang Han, unencumbered by gloves, stooping to collect sea cucumbers with his bare hands. Various shells were continuously collected into the bucket. Jiang Han yearned to gather some unique specimens, and the only items he picked were the large exoscallops, each as big as a face. When Jiang Han arrived, he was taken aback. In such a brief span, Jiang Han's bucket was already brimming with exoscallops. Brother Han, these exoscallops are rather enormous, aren't they? Indeed, exoscallops are naturally large, but the ones Jiang Han collected were significantly larger than any he had encountered before. If they were any bigger, the bucket would scarcely accommodate them. The larger, the better, Jiang Han mused. He had long desired to collect these scallops. In previous excursions, he had been preoccupied with prying off barnacles, leaving him little time to gather. Today, however, he could indulge to his heart's content. As the tide rose, both Jiang Han and Jiang Han found themselves utterly exhausted. They often remarked that while the task remained the same, the toll it took on their bodies varied. The relentless gathering was indeed tiring. Brother Han, shall we enjoy a late-night snack here? Since we need to prepare something to eat upon our return, we might as well have our supper here. They chose not to stow their collection on the boat. Instead, they dug a large pit in the sand and piled their treasures within. Jiang Han went back to the boat to fetch cooking utensils, bringing along a grill and charcoal, as well as a gas stove and pot. 2 bread crabs were tossed directly into the pot to boil, while the scallops and sea cucumbers were reserved for grilling. Today, Jiang Han focused solely on gathering exoscallops. Whereas Jiang Han's collection was quite eclectic, Jiang Han even spotted an oyster, adorned with a strand of kelp. Noticing Jiang Han's puzzled expression, Jiang Han quickly clarified, Brother Han, I assure you I did not collect everything. I discarded many of the smaller items. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. You acted wisely. We do indeed have no need for the minuscule ones, regardless of the scarcity of resources. Those who gather at the seaside often have a practice of returning the smaller catches to the sea. He had heard that in Europe, foraging along the shore entailed strict regulations, where one would be provided with a ruler, and every item must meet specific standards to be retained. For scallops, for instance, they must reach a minimum size of 13 centimeters to be deemed acceptable. Anything smaller must remain on the beach to grow. In contrast, there were no such stringent standards in Huaxia. Certain practices were left to individual conscience. Jiang Han skillfully snipped the kelp and tossed the oyster into the pot as well. Let us concoct a kelp soup. We can sip the broth while enjoying the barbecue, he suggested. Jiang Han found this idea delightful. Very well, let us prepare kelp soup. With each grilling session, Jiang Hai's expertise grew. He had even brought dried scallions. In such a challenging environment for fresh scallions, he had dried them and cut them into small segments, storing them in a spice box. As he grilled the scallops, he sprinkled these dried scallions atop the succulent meat. He had also brought garlic, which he ground into a paste on-site. The items on the grill soon emitted an enticing aroma. Jiang Han assisted by tending to the fire, occasionally flipping the sea cucumbers and similar items to prevent them from burning, but the primary chef remained Jiang Haidai. He had also prepared some thorn snails, which he placed on the grill as well. In truth, Jiang Han harbored a deep yearning for a sumptuous feast of seafood paired with beer. However, on that day, Mengguo regaled him and Jiang Haidai with an array of terrifying tales concerning the combination of seafood and beer. Consequently, when he was placing beverages onto the boat, he inadvertently overlooked the beer entirely. Now, yearning for a refreshing sip, he found there was none to be had. Jiang Haidai had brought an ample supply of pomelo juice from the boat, prompting Jiang Han to uncork a bottle of the delightful nectar. To his delight, Jiang Haidai had indeed prepared a savory kelp soup, and upon tasting it, Jiang Han found it remarkably fresh. The scallops were also exquisitely seasoned. Given the impressive size of the Ezo scallops, the ones he selected were notably plump, with the adductor muscles inside being exceptionally large. The adductor, the essence of the scallop, boasted a delectable flavor that was truly delightful. Chapter 148. A seafood feast. Whenever Jiang Han savored the sweet scallops, he always took the time to chew them thoroughly. Having tasted the exquisite Ezo scallops, the ordinary varieties seemed rather unimpressive. Thus, they chose not to roast the latter, opting instead to sell them directly. Glancing at his phone, Jiang Han noted it was already past 11 o'clock. Yet, the night owls in the class group chat remained quite lively. Shenren, just finished a night shift at my dad's factory. I'm ready to unleash some societal retribution. Hudanjin, hey, don't do anything rash. Tiantian, Shenren, if Uncle Mao catches you, don't say we're from the same class. We can't afford to lose face. Tangqin, 1. We can't afford to lose face. Lu Buhong, 1. We can't afford to lose face. Yuhi, 1. We can't afford to lose face. Jiang Han observed that this group of wealthy offspring could sometimes be rather foolish. What on earth were they up to each day? Reflecting on the recent request from Kai Qingyan, he checked the chat again and noted that, despite the raucous atmosphere, she had yet to utter a single word. Shenren, ding ding ding. My societal retribution has commenced. Shenren shared a picture, revealing 3 plates of crayfish accompanied by a dozen bottles of Yakult. Shenren, spicy, garlic, and fragrant spicy flavors. All 3 are here. I intend to indulge thoroughly today, paired with my beloved Yakult. Lu Buohong, this ISNT societal retribution. It's a vendetta against us, ISNT it? Hudanjin, I concur, it feels like you're taking revenge on us. Yuhi, strongly agree. Tangqin, Jiang Han, what are you up to? Did you just post an emoji and disappear? She was quite pleased with the wealth she purchased from Jiang Han. The actual product was even more beautiful than the photographs. Although she felt she had spent a bit too much, she believed it wise to maintain a good relationship with Jiang Han. What if he had more exquisite items in the future that he decided not to sell her? Jiang Han, I'm also enjoying a late-night snack. Hudanjin, what late-night snack? You need to share pictures of your late-night snacks. Thus, Jiang Han began to upload images of his own nocturnal feast. Jiang Han, grilled sea cucumber. JPG, Jiang Han, grilled scallops. JPG, Jiang Han, grilled thorny snails. JPG, Jiang Han, crab and oyster medley. JPG, Jiang Han, seaweed soup. JPG, Jiang Han, stir-fried sea snail with Jiang Haidai in progress. JPG. Instantly, Shinren's 3 plates of crayfish paled in comparison. Hudanjin, Shinren. This is hardly societal retribution. Just look at Jiang Han. Yuhi, Shinren. Take a look at Jiang Han. Lu Buhong, Shinren. Check out Jiang Han. Li Fei Yue, Shinren. Observe Jiang Han. Shinren. Hey, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. Hudanjin, we've changed our stance now. If you have the guts, come over and confront us. She felt fearless behind the screen. Shinren was thoroughly vexed. Shinren, Jiang Han, if you hadn't shown up, I would have been the star of the evening. Jiang Han, apologies, but I have already made my entrance. Jiang Haidai retrieved a large lobster from the pit they had surrounded. Hanggu, there's only 1 lobster. Should we prepare it for a feast? Then let us indulge, he replied. Jiang Haidai began to cook the lobster, and Jiang Han, ever the provocateur, shared a photo of it in their group chat. Instantly, the chat erupted with excitement. Lobster versus lobster, they exclaimed, comparing the sizes, 1 large and 1 small, a clear distinction. You simply do not understand the allure of small lobsters, I have a penchant for them, he remarked. Hudanjin shared an image of a deceased duck, captioning it, the only thing hard about it is its beak. Shinran realized he could no longer boast about his culinary experiences. How could he possibly outshine Jiang Han? Jiang Han's casual seafood feasts were unparalleled. Even his instant noodles were enhanced with a plethora of seafood. Yet, Jiang Han's seafood offerings were indeed quite remarkable. Aside from the barnacles, do you have anything else to offer us? Shinran inquired, a question that piqued the interest of others. Though barnacles were delightful, the novelty had worn off after numerous indulgences. The members of their class group were among the initial purchasers of barnacles, many having bought them multiple times in bulk. Now, they were eager to sample other culinary delights. We shall see. If possible, I will offer you other delicacies in due time, Jiang Han assured. The group buzzed with anticipation at the prospect of tasting different seafood. Jiang Han put away his phone and continued to savor the lobster and sea snails, suddenly realizing that despite the busyness of his life, it was fulfilling and delightful. Hange, are we sleeping here tonight? Sleep here? Jiang Han mused, contemplating the idea. I fear that while you slumber, the king cobra might slither onto you. Fear not, we have a tent. Jiang Han was taken aback. When did we acquire a tent? I purchased it online. Recently, it has been Hangu acquiring supplies. I too wish to procure useful items. Jiang Han recalled that day when Zhang Haidai had placed a large bag on the boat without explanation. Could it possibly be the tent? The seller assured that once the tent was erected, no snakes, insects, or rodents could intrude. Well then, that seems adequate. Upon hearing Jiang Han's agreement, Zhang Haidai's face lit up with joy. The items he had procured would finally serve a purpose. Zhang Haidai retrieved the tent from the boat. Both tents were quite spacious. The two of them set one up each. Zhang Haidai, having watched tutorials, was confident he could assemble it quickly and efficiently. Hange, I've seen the setup tutorial. It's rather intricate. If you struggle, I'll assist you once I finish. Sounds good. However, the quick setup Zhang Haidai anticipated did not occur. He realized he should re-watch the video. Hange, wait a moment. Once I grasp it, I will come to assist you. Zhang Haidai grabbed his phone. But when he looked up, he was astonished to see that Jiang Han had already completed the tent setup. Han good. How did you manage to set it up so swiftly? Han has never perused the tutorial for setting up a tent. Indeed, it is quite straightforward. Zhang Haidai remarked. It turns out he is simply foolish. Jiang Han discovered that the tent purchased by Zhang Haidai was rather splendid. Each side of the tent could have a piece of fabric torn away, revealing a mesh window intertwined with the tent structure. This design allowed the fresh air from outside to flow seamlessly into the tent, while keeping serpents, insects, and other pests at bay. Moreover, through these mesh windows, he could clearly observe the tranquil space illuminated by the camping lights outside. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Haidai only chose the more expensive options. Yet, there are merits to higher prices. Jiang Han reclined within the tent, gazing at the enchanting scenery beyond. The view was so exquisite that he captured a photograph. Although this time he chose not to share it on his social media. The earlier images of food he had taken were close-ups, with the background blurred. In contrast, this photograph was a distant shot. He preferred to keep the existence of this cave a secret for the time being. Chapter 149. Fishing for catfish with lures. Suddenly, Jiang Han's phone vibrated. It was a private message from Kai Qingyan. You mentioned you would send me seafood. It seemed that Kai Qingyan had indeed seen the messages in the group chat, though she refrained from commenting there. Jiang Han replied, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. With Jiang Han's definitive response, Kai Qingyan felt relieved. All right, I won't disturb you any longer, she replied. After indulging in a game for a while, Jiang Han began to feel drowsy. This was his first experience camping outdoors despite having been mischievous in his youth. He had never envisioned sleeping in the wilderness. Now that he had done it once, the experience was rather pleasant. If he found himself out late in the future, he resolved to sleep on that island with his tent. Although sleeping on the boat was an option, the constant rocking made it far less comfortable than sleeping on solid ground. The next day, Jiang Han was roused from his slumber by a call from old Zhou. He was ready to work, but the door was closed. Jiang Han called his sister to assist in opening the door. Emerging from the tent, he found the seafood in the puddle was alive and well, showing no signs of suffocation. It was a far better situation than keeping them at home. Zhang Haidai was still asleep, so Jiang Han chose not to disturb him and instead searched the boat for a lure rod. With nothing much to do, he thought he might try casting a few lines. The water level at the beach by the cave was too shallow for fishing, so he decided it would be better to fish from the boat, where the water was sufficiently deep. He peered into the water below and noticed that while there were no valuable fish, a considerable number of catfish swam beneath. This type of fish, also known as sandlight fish, was the same that Zhang Haidai had disdainfully rejected when he used sea worms to catch them. To his surprise, there was a school of sandlight fish beneath. since the lure fishing method employed artificial bait. Jiang Han felt that the bait could be used repeatedly without concern for waste. However, he was uncertain how to catch these sandlight fish. Having never used this type of rod before, he was at a loss. He recalled the fishing tackle shop where he had purchased the rod. "Boss, how do you catch sandlight fish with this rod?" Jiang Han inquired. Expecting to wait for a response, he was surprised when the shop owner replied almost immediately. "The sandlight fish aren't large, just don't use a hook that's too big," the owner advised. "What size hook should I use?" Jiang Han asked. Feeling like a novice and needing clarity. "About a 5-gram jig head hook should suffice," the owner responded. Jiang Han had bought a complete set, which included the rod, fishing line, hooks, and bait. The shopkeeper had also gifted him several additional hooks and bait. Jiang Han rummaged through the supplies and found the 5-gram jig head hook. "What kind of bait should I use?" he queried. "The bait should be smaller and of a softer type. However, the teeth of sandlight fish are quite sharp. So the bait you purchased last time may not be durable enough," the shop owner replied, demonstrating his business acumen by sending a link for more suitable bait. The proprietor of the fishing tackle shop remarked, "This bait is remarkably durable. You can use it repeatedly, and even when confronted with fish possessing sharp teeth, it remains largely unscathed." It turns out that even artificial bait can be susceptible to damage. Jiang Han had purchased a comprehensive array of items, albeit lacking in finesse. The bait recommended by the shopkeeper appeared to be more exquisite, albeit at a higher price. Jiang Han decisively placed his order. Reflecting on the lengthy conversation with the shopkeeper, who had imparted considerable knowledge, he sent an 8 yuan red envelope as a gesture of gratitude. The shopkeeper was taken aback. After selling online for so long and encountering a myriad of peculiar customers, this was the first time he had received a red envelope from a patron. Although the amount was modest, it represented the customer's sincere appreciation, lifting the shopkeeper's spirits for the remainder of the day. Following the shopkeeper's instructions, Jiang Han adeptly rigged the fishing hook and bait. The soft bait seemed to be a gift from the shopkeeper. He cast his line near the habitat of the sandfish, which are known for their gluttony. This was precisely why Jiang Han chose to practice with sandfish. If he could not catch even one, the prospects for other species would be bleak. True to his expectations, the sandfish proved to be quite voracious, biting as soon as the bait hit the water. Given their small size, Jiang Han swiftly reeled in the catch. After placing the sandfish into his bucket, he noticed a notification on his phone. Upon opening the screen, he discovered a message from the fishing tackle shop owner. "I forgot to remind you, sandfish are not particularly valuable. If you catch one and get snagged on the bottom, it would not be worth the trouble." Perhaps this was the influence of the 8 yuan red envelope. The shopkeeper had taken the time to send him a reminder. Getting snagged refers to the hook becoming entangled with underwater obstacles such as aquatic plants or rocks. Often, once snagged, the hook becomes unusable, which is why the shopkeeper cautioned against it. However, Jiang Han was unperturbed by the prospect of snagging, as his system provided him with an unparalleled view of the underwater landscape. Unless something unforeseen occurred, he did not anticipate encountering such issues. He continued to catch several more sandfish, confirming their insatiable appetite. After roughly half an hour, a call came from Jiang Han. "Han, where are you?" Upon awakening, Jiang Han had not found Jiang Han in the tent and momentarily feared that his friend might have been carried off by a tiger in this remote wilderness. "I'm fishing on the boat." Jiang Han let out a sigh of relief upon arriving and seeing that Jiang Han had already filled half a bucket with fish. "Isn't that a sandfish?" he inquired, recalling that Jiang Han had previously dismissed these fish as mere practice targets. Jiang Han had purchased 2 fishing rods and tossed the other one to Jiang Han. "Give it a try. If you can't catch even these greedy sandfish, you might as well forget about the others." It was still early, with the sun not yet scorching, and the location Jiang Han had chosen was shaded from direct sunlight by the mountains behind them, making their fishing experience quite pleasant. Jiang Han pondered over the fishing rod and bait for quite some time, questioning the efficacy of this artificial lure. He mused that some fish were rather astute and might not fall for such tricks. Just as he finished his thoughts, Jiang Han successfully reeled in a sandfish. Astonished, Jiang Han realized the naivety of these fish. Jiang Han shared once more the techniques imparted by the fishing tackle shop owner, demonstrating for Jiang Han's benefit. Emulating Jiang Han's method, Jiang Han affixed the bait to his line. Before long, he too caught a sandfish, exhilaration surging through him as he exclaimed, "Han go! I've caught one too. I managed to hook it with the artificial bait." It seemed this artificial lure could indeed be reused. If such a lure could yield results, who would bother with genuine bait? Yet, Jiang Han's perspective shifted swiftly as he observed Jiang Han's bait being nibbled away. Soon, his own bait suffered the same fate. Chapter 150, Refrigerated Shipment. Han, this is not cost-effective. Next time, let us utilize the marine worms instead. I can catch them myself without any expense. Jiang Han cast a glance at Zhang Haidai, perplexed by his train of thought. Recently, Zhang Haidai had been inclined towards purchasing the more expensive items, as if fearful that his funds would never run out. Yet now, he was being frugal over bait. It was a curious contradiction, and Jiang Han found himself bewildered by his reasoning. This bait was a complimentary gift with my fishing rod purchase. I have also acquired bait that is less prone to being torn. It hardly costs anything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haidai immediately reconsidered, thinking that using artificial bait would be more advantageous. It would save both time and effort and be economical as well. In a short span, a bucket was filled to the brim. Jiang Han tossed several smaller sandfish into the sea, keeping the larger ones for himself. Consequently, only half a bucket of sandfish remained. Zhang Haidai smacked his lips. He was in the mood for fish. These sandfish fetched a meager price, thus keeping some for themselves was quite appropriate. After they had tidied up their belongings, they transferred the seafood stored in the cave's water pit onto their boat. Upon their arrival at the town dock, they found Zhang Feng already waiting there. She was taken aback to discover that today's cargo consisted solely of one person's goods. With just one person's cargo. Why did you call me here? Are you truly just giving me money? Sister, we aspire to expand and strengthen our business. It is essential to have clear divisions of labor. You are our finance officer, customer service representative, and warehouse packager. Every aspect requires your involvement. Your presence is indispensable. Jiang Feng chuckled at Jiang Han's playful banter. Your way of speaking is so polished, I find it difficult to counter you. Although today's shipment was solely from Tiantian, the volume of 500 pounds was still quite cumbersome to manage, necessitating several packages for proper containment. Jiang Han selected a few large scallops, leaving Jiang Feng in a quandary regarding their packaging. How should we pack these? This segment is still under experimentation. Sister, why don't you attend to other matters? I will go to Boss US for some ice. The town of Jiaohua Island was quite small, and it did not take long for Jiang Han to reach the ice shop. Ah, Jiang Han has arrived. Are you here for ice? With familiarity now established, the ice shop owner could easily recognize Jiang Han. Give me some ice bags and dry ice. Should the dry ice also be bagged? Yes. The owner had dry ice readily available in bags. Jiang Han requested 2 packages. Due to the extremely low temperature of dry ice, it could not be handled directly with bare hands, so the owner packed it in another bag for him. While retrieving some regular ice bags, the owner inquired, do you want water-absorbing ice bags or non-water-absorbing ones? This question plunged Jiang Han into a knowledge gap. What is the difference between water-absorbing and non-water-absorbing ice bags? Is there a distinction? There is indeed a difference. Non-water-absorbing ice bags are the standard kind. When they melt, they produce water, not because the bag is broken, but because melting inherently results in water. The other type, even when melted, does not release water. I will take the water-absorbing variety then. Jiang Han believed that those engaged in the fresh produce business utilized such ice bags. Otherwise, if the items were delivered drenched in water, customer dissatisfaction would ensue. Mister, you proceeded to retrieve the absorbent ice bags from the cold storage. You used a small quantity this time. I have some in my ice house. Next time, you'll need to freeze them yourself. Jiang Han was perplexed. Did he really have to freeze them himself? Mr. Yu handed Jiang Han an unabsorbed self-absorbing ice bag, explaining, this ice bag functions as follows. When submerged in water, it absorbs liquid on its own. Once saturated, simply place it in the freezer, and it transforms into an effective ice bag. Furthermore, this item is reusable. However, the notion of reusability did not cross Jiang Han's mind. He had already dispatched the ice bags and wondered how they could be reused. I only have a refrigerator for beverages at home. I have not purchased a freezer. Moreover, living in the village makes frequent trips inconvenient. How about this, Mr. Yu? If I need these ice bags again, I will call you in advance. You can freeze them for me, and I would be willing to pay extra. Mr. Yu contemplated, realizing that if the quantity was substantial, he would profit as well, and assisting Jiang Han would not be a loss. You need not worry about the extra payment. It is indeed inconvenient living in the village. Just call me when you need the goods next time. Upon hearing Mr. Yu's response, Jiang Han felt a surge of joy. It appeared that the issue of ice bags was essentially resolved. When he returned to the shed, Jiang Feng had already packed 500 jin of kelp for Kai Qingyan. Jiang Feng and Zhang Haidai weighed the remaining kelp, totaling 120 jin. This time, they had harvested a total of 620 jin of kelp. Jiang Feng pointed to the scallops, asking, how many pounds does your classmate require? Such large scallops cannot fit many in a single box. Jiang Han believed that the box was sufficient, primarily because the bags were too small. The bags provided by the supermarket could hold only 2 of the large ezo scallops, and adding an ice bag filled the bag completely. Mengua's bags were larger, accommodating 3 ezo scallops and an ice bag without issue. Jiang Han securely sealed these ezo scallops in a refrigerated insulated bag before placing them in a foam box. He then added 2 bags of dry ice outside the insulated bag. Sister, please document today's packing method and take a photo. I will inquire about my classmates' experience upon receipt. If there are any issues, we can make improvements. All right, I took photos while packing just now. Jiang Feng felt uncertain. She had heard that these items would take 4 days to reach Xiang province and questioned whether this packing method would suffice. Eager to avoid wasting time, they promptly delivered the items to the courier station, which was conveniently nearby. Upon hearing Manager Fong say that a large truck was scheduled to arrive at the dock that afternoon, they felt a sense of relief. Manager Fong, is there truly no way to expedite this further? This is the fastest we can manage. We currently lack quicker services on our island, with no alternatives available. Jiang Han could only hope that this arrangement would be viable. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng sent the shipping documents to Kai Qingyan. On this occasion, he possessed several delivery slips all by himself. Kai Qingyan promptly settled the shipping fees and immediately dialed Jiang Han's number. Have you sent me any other seafood? Jiang Han was perplexed by Kai Qingyan's anxiety, having been asked this question countless times before. Yes, I sent it. What did you send? Ezo scallops. Kai Qingyan was somewhat unclear about what that entailed, yet he recognized the essence of scallops. Presumably, it was one of the varieties of scallops. How many did you send? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Han replied, 11. How many? 11. Jiang Han could not fathom what was troubling Kai Qingyan. Was it possible that at such a young age, his hearing had already begun to fail? Chapter 151. The inheritance of restaurant management. Why is there only this little bit? This is far too scant. Can 11 scallops possibly weigh 2 pounds? My dear friend, I am uncertain if these items can even be utilized by you. How could I possibly send them in bulk? Although you would bear the responsibility for any spoilage, I cannot deceive you, given our shared camaraderie. Kai Qingyan was immediately touched. Jiang Han, you truly are a trustworthy classmate. What he was unaware of was that the cold storage bag in Jiang Han's possession could only accommodate such a limited amount. Han, how much does your classmate charge per pound for the scallops? Jiang Feng had only sent Kai Qingyan the cost of shipping, without inquiring about the specific price of the goods. Jiang Han was equally oblivious to the precise market value of the ezo scallops. The prices of seafood fluctuate over time, and the size of ezo scallops can lead to significant price variations. The ezo scallops in his possession weighed approximately 1 pound each, and the 11 he sent to Kai Qingyan totaled around 12 pounds. Let us not rush. First, let us go to the Halowang restaurant and sell the goods we have. We can inquire about Mengua's pricing afterward. Jiang Feng found this reasoning sound, and, along with Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai, proceeded to deliver the remaining seafood to the restaurant. Mengua, feeling dizzy from the air conditioning within the restaurant, stepped outside for some fresh air. It was then that he spotted Jiang Han and his companions approaching with a cart laden with seafood. Wow, there are so many varieties this time, Mengua exclaimed, particularly taken aback by the numerous large ezo scallops. Indeed, the assortment is rather eclectic this time. Jiang Han parked the cart and wiped the sweat from his brow. He and Jiang Haidai did not allow Mengua and Jiang Feng to assist. Instead, they transported the goods to the storage area themselves. This time, there were not many sea urchins, and since they had not consumed any the previous night, Jiang Han had no intention of selling them today. He decided to keep all the sea urchins and the sandfish while selecting a slightly larger quantity of thorn snails. He could not be bothered to sort through the miscellaneous snails, opting to keep them all for personal consumption. The remaining seafood was weighed by Mengua. Sea cucumber, 180 yuan per pound, totaling 25 pounds, which amounts to 500 yuan. Barnacles, 20 yuan per pound, totaling 100 pounds, equaling 2,000 yuan. Thorn snails, 12 yuan per pound, totaling 30 pounds, totaling 360 yuan. Mengua then weighed the remaining ezo scallops, which astonishingly weighed 320 pounds. You two are simply remarkable. Last time, you collected over 800 pounds of crabs, and now over 300 pounds of ezo scallops. Such quantities are hard to believe, even if I were to recount them to others. The ocean's resources have dwindled significantly over the years. Yet, this prevailing circumstance appears to have no adverse effect on Jiang Han. It seems that every outing yields a bountiful harvest for him. What is the current price for ezo scallops? Each one weighs at least a pound and is so plump. Given that they are wild-caught, I'll offer you 100 yuan per pound. Jiang Han was taken aback by Mengua's willingness to purchase at the price of 100 yuan per jin. However, he had previously promised Kai Qingyan that he would demand 180 yuan per jin from him. Just as Jiang Han was about to rejoice, Mengua added, there are not many people here who consume the scallops, so our restaurant can only take 100 jin. Jiang Han paused. He had 320 jin to sell. And after removing the 100, he still had 220 jin left. The feasibility of online fresh produce transportation was uncertain, and he could not recklessly sell to others. There were alternative channels available, such as selling to Jiang Ermao or the neighboring Tiantian. Yet, they would undoubtedly drive the price down. It was questionable whether he could get even 80 yuan per gene from them for these scallops. After some contemplation, Mengguo decided to call Meng Fei. After a brief conversation with her sister, Mengguo relayed to Jiang Han that her elder sister mentioned the scallops sold exceptionally well at their aunt's place. Jiang Han recalled that Mengguo had mentioned a maternal aunt who owned a restaurant. Yes, my aunt runs a restaurant on the coast, while my other aunt operates a farmhouse, selling food to others. Jiang Han understood now. It seemed that most of their family members were in the restaurant business. Given Meng was major in hotel management, she might open a hotel in the future. This appeared to be a family legacy of sorts. Mengguo confirmed with her aunt again, and her aunt was delighted to hear that she had over 200 gene of scallops. Feel free to send them over. I will take them all. Jiang Han was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were progressing. Although there were minor hurdles, the Meng sisters had come to his aid. Let me first settle the payment for the seafood I have received here. I will give you 10,000 yuan for the 100 gene of scallops. The total for all the seafood amounts to 16,860 yuan. Mengguo promptly transferred 16,900 yuan to Jiang Han. Initially, Jiang Han wished to invite his sister to dine at the restaurant, but the two children were waiting for her at home. Thus, he let her take some seafood back. Sister, the price for the barnacles at Kai Qingyan's remains the same. For the scallops, just ask him for 180 yuan per gene. Jiang Feng opened her mouth in surprise. 180 yuan per gene is rather exorbitant, isn't it? However, recalling Jiang Han's barnacles, which were significantly above the market price, 180 yuan for the scallops did not seem unreasonable. All right, I understand. Jiang Feng did not perceive Jiang Han as unscrupulous. After all, rarity commands value, and such large wild scallops are indeed a rarity, even on their island. They were likely even scarcer in the inland regions. Friends in the group were willing to pay a premium for Jiang Han's seafood precisely because it was of exceptional quality. Shortly after Jiang Feng left, she transferred 160 yuan to Jiang Han, of which 30,000 yuan was from selling barnacles, and 160 yuan was from the scallops. Ding! The host sold seafood for 160 yuan, earning 160 system points. Accumulated from the last transaction, total system points, 167 points. Currently, 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 65 meters. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? The exchange was successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 1,560 meters. The exchange was successful. The remaining system points are 1667. The system encourages the host to continue striving for excellence. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had not yet accounted for the seafood he provided to the restaurant. Why had the points for Kai Qingyan been calculated first? Was it possible that the system overlooked this, or would not credit him for that portion? Just as he was internally lamenting the system's oversight, it responded again. Ding! The host has sold seafood for 16,900 yuan, earning 16,900 system points. Accumulating with previous points, the total system points amount to 18,567. The host can now expend 17,500 system points to exchange for an additional 35 meters of scanning range. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? The exchange was successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 1,595 meters. The exchange was successful. The remaining system points are now 1,067. The system encourages the host to continue striving for excellence. Chapter 152. Pear Blossom Island. Jiang Han was speechless. He never anticipated that the process could be adjusted like this. Collectively, he had expanded his scanning range by an impressive 100 meters today. Jiang Han felt that at his current pace, he would soon surpass a scanning range of 2 kilometers. After some calculations, he realized that he had earned a total of 49,060 yuan today. Fearing he might forget, he promptly transferred his earnings from both occasions to his sister and Zhang Haidai. Jiang Feng noticed an additional amount of over 4,900 yuan in her account. Previously, she had never realized that earning money could be so effortless. Upon returning home, she typed out a message on her phone. Come back. I will take care of you. After a moment's reflection, she ultimately deleted that message. The final message sent to Jiang Washan read, Everything at home is well. You need not worry. After lunch, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai lingered in the restaurant for a while. Zhang Haidai returned after stepping outside for a smoke, and it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The restaurant was nearly empty. Jiang Han gazed out the window and saw Mengguo straining to load a bucket of scallops into a tricycle. Jiang Han hurried downstairs. Where are you going? He inquired. Mengguo smiled brightly upon seeing him. To my aunt's place. Otherwise, Who will sell your scallops? Wasn't it you who helped deliver my goods before? She continued. There have been several instances when her supplies were too large for their restaurant to accommodate, and the excess was sold through the restaurant's connections. Not exactly. My aunt lives by the coast, where there are many visitors. We can simply ask acquaintances to help. It's less frequented where my aunt lives. Plus, I want to visit her, so I'll deliver the goods myself. Even if I don't go today, I intend to see her before the school year begins. Jiang Han understood. Minghua missed her aunt and was helping deliver goods as a favor. I have nothing planned during the day. I'll accompany you. Minghua's eyes brightened. Really? Of course. This batch of goods is rightfully yours. It makes perfect sense for you to be more involved. Having you with me is wonderful. At least the journey won't be boring. Jiang Han smiled and, upon lifting his gaze, noticed Zhang Haidai watching him from the window. He waved at Zhang Haidai, who then saw Jiang Han loading the buckets of scallops onto the tricycle before riding off with Minghua. Zhang Haidai was left in confusion, pondering. Where's Hanji going? Setting aside his curiosity, he focused on his studies, determined to pass his certification exams promptly. Noticing that Meng Fei was absent, he obediently returned to his rented room to study. Jiang Han and Minghua arrived at the dock, and initially, Jiang Han contemplated sailing over himself. However, upon hearing that Menghua's aunt resided on Pear Blossom Island, he abandoned that idea. The journey from their island to Pear Blossom Island would take 2 to 3 hours. Even if he didn't mind the fuel costs, the blazing sun would be unbearable for both him and Minghua. It would be far more prudent to take the ferry, allowing them to relax in the air conditioning without the burden of navigating the boat themselves. They purchased ferry tickets. These ferries could accommodate a certain amount of cargo, and once they arranged their goods, they found a seat to sit down. The sensation of being aboard a large vessel is distinctly different from that of a small one. The former offers a sense of stability that the latter lacks. Unlike a small boat, which sways even in the absence of wind, Jiang Han found himself blissfully lulled into slumber during his conversation with Minghua, unbeknownst to him until Minghua roused him from his repose. Pear Blossom Island, part of the same archipelago, is relatively distant from their location, and with no relatives residing there, it was Jiang Han's inaugural visit to this island. Pear Blossom Island has made significant strides in tourism development, boasting superior infrastructure compared to Jiaowa Island. The island is populated with numerous young individuals, radiating vitality and enthusiasm. However, despite the abundance of youth, none are indigenous. Much like their own locality, the island's youngsters have primarily ventured elsewhere. Ironically, it is the youth from outside who flock to the island in pursuit of fishing, wellness, and witnessing the enchanting sunrises and sunsets. Menghua's remark struck Jiang Han as rather surreal. It echoed the sentiment found in Fortress Besieged, where those within the city yearn to escape while those outside long to enter. Minghua hailed a vehicle, communicated their destination to the driver, who promptly transported them to their location. Upon arrival, Jiang Han observed a plump woman in an apron, vociferously hawking her wares, insisting, "Cash only, do you understand? No scanning here." A young man, initially reaching for his phone, began to rummage through his bag for cash. "Ah, it appears I'm short by 12 yuan, he lamented. As he attempted to reclaim some of his money, the robust woman swiftly seized it, declaring, "Short or not, it's a discount for you." With a merry disposition, she tucked the money into her drawer, proclaiming, "I'm just a courteous person. A 1 or 2 yuan discount is trivial, but a 10 or 20 yuan discount brings me joy." Another young man found himself in a precarious position, exclaiming, "Auntie, I truly have no cash on me." The stout woman looked at him with disdain, incredulous. "Really? You venture out to travel without any cash?" He shook his head, explaining that in this day and age, one can pay with a phone almost anywhere, and he genuinely had no cash on hand. He had not anticipated encountering a place devoid of mobile payment options. The woman, visibly displeased, glared at him. "Just wait a moment." After rummaging through her drawer, she unearthed a hidden QR code, stating, "Scan this." The young man, taken aback, replied, "Didn't you just say you couldn't accept QR codes? How come you have one now? Why are you so full of questions? Are you going to scan it or not? Could you perhaps give me a discount?" He inquired, noting that the previous customer had received a 12 yuan reduction. Yet his expenditure was considerably greater. Surely he deserved at least a 20 yuan discount. "Discount? You've already scanned the QR code. What more do you want? Pay the full price, not a cent less." Left with no alternative, the young man acquiesced and paid the full amount. Jiang Han and Minghua had been observing the exchange for a while, with Jiang Han utterly perplexed. "Is this woman your aunt?" he inquired. Minghua cleared his throat awkwardly and whispered to Jiang Han, "My aunt doesn't use smart devices, so that QR code belongs to my cousin. The cash she receives is her own. A few coins more or less do not concern her. All the money collected through QR codes goes directly to my cousin." Upon this explanation from Minghua, Jiang Han suddenly understood. Doesn't your cousin give the money to your aunt? He inquired. My cousin has just completed her first year of university and insists on staying away during the summer. She told my aunt not to provide her with living expenses, as the earnings from the shop should suffice for her upkeep. Jiang Han found Mingguo's cousin rather impressive. Had she truly seized control over the economic lifeblood of the entire establishment? Mingguo chuckled softly, remarking that there is a saying, as the road of virtue rises, so does the path of mischief. After all, my cousin is still my aunt's daughter. Noticing Jiang Han's confusion, Mingguo snapped her fingers, assuring him that he would soon grasp the situation. She then dashed towards her aunt, exclaiming, Auntie, I've come to see you. Chapter 153. The Art of Calculation. Wu Xinghua beamed with delight, her face etched with laughter lines as she wiped her hands on her apron. Xiaoguo has arrived. It's quite warm outside. Come in, she beckoned. Though her stall lacked air conditioning, it was equipped with an outdoor cooling fan, providing a respite for both herself and her patrons. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the tall and imposing Jiang Han. Auntie, this is my friend. The scallops I brought you this time were sourced by Jiang Han, Xiaoguo introduced. Wu Xinghua's eyes widened as she noticed the numerous buckets filled to the brim. Each bucket contained ezo scallops, each weighing an astonishing pound. She picked one up, weighing it in her hands. Not only were the scallops substantial, but they also appeared plump, indicating the quality of the adductor muscle within. Oh, these are indeed impressive, though the quantity seems a tad insufficient. Wu Xinghua surveyed the buckets with a critical eye. Jiang Han, momentarily taken aback, explained, the Haluang restaurant thought there were too many to consume. Yet here, it seems they are deemed few. He stepped forward, Auntie, if you require more, I can certainly procure additional stock. Wu Xinghua scrutinized Jiang Han, noting his striking appearance. Do you think the ocean is your personal reservoir? Do you believe you can summon as much as you desire? Mingguo chuckled, Auntie, you shouldn't underestimate Jiang Han. When he says he can deliver, he truly can. Wu Xinghua remained skeptical, aware that it was currently the closed season and that these were all wild caught. How could it be so easy? Nevertheless, she was quite pleased with the batch of ezo scallops she had received. Since Xiaoguo facilitated this connection for you, what will you offer her in return? Jiang Han recognized that business people are often wary of kickbacks, concerned about how it might affect her relationship with Xiaoguo. He intended to clarify that he had given nothing to Xiaoguo. She had simply brought him here because she appreciated his goods. However, before he could voice this, Mingguo chimed in, Auntie, Jiang Han has indeed given me something valuable. She flaunted a golden bracelet before her aunt. Look, this was gifted to me by Jiang Han, along with a solid fortune cap pendant. Wu Xinghua swatted Mingguo's hand away, incredulous. Is it truly that simple to win you over with just a chain? You can't possibly. Wu Xinghua stumbled over her words, unable to articulate her thoughts. Forget it. I'm too old to argue with you too. Jiang Han suddenly grasped Wu Xinghua's implication. Auntie, it's not merely this trifle. This is a token of gratitude for Xiaoguo's assistance in establishing this connection. From now on, for every shipment I make here, Xiaoguo will receive a 10% commission. Mingguo wished to refuse, but Wu Xinghua shot her a stern look. With Mingguo silent, Wu Xinghua cheerfully proceeded to weigh the buckets of ezo scallops, a total of 220 pounds. For such fine quality, I'll charge you 110 yuan per pound. Jiang Han was taken aback by the quantity. This was 10 yuan more than what the Haluang restaurant had offered him. Just wait, Wu Xinghua said, pulling out her old mobile phone. He dialed the number, and as soon as the call connected, she shouted in a loud voice. You transfer 200 yuan to Xiaoguo right now, do you hear me? Zhou Tingting expressed her discontent, questioning why she should pay such a large sum. Of course. Since that amount has gone to you, who else would pay it? If you refuse to settle the payment, I won't open the shop anymore. Don't even think about future earnings. All right, I relent, I'll pay. Mingguo's phone chimed, signaling the receipt of 200 yuan from Zhou Tingting. Jiang Han finally comprehended the adage that with greater skill comes greater cunning. Even if the customer paid using Xiaoguo's cousin's QR code, it mattered little. With just a few words, Wu Xinghua could compel her to part with the money, just as Mingguo intended to transfer the funds to Jiang Han. Wu Xinghua shot her a stern look, reminding her to retain the 10% profit. She feared that if her daughter directly transferred the money to Jiang Han, he might abscond with Xiaoguo's earnings. With the money in Xiaoguo's hands, it was unlikely that she would suffer a loss. Mingguo found herself at a loss against Wu Xinghua, who could outmaneuver her in matters of finance. Mingguo kept 400 yuan for herself and transferred the remaining amount to Jiang Han. Ding, the host sold seafood for 800 yuan, earning 800 system points. Accumulated from previous points, total system points, 867 points. Currently, 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 45 meters. Would you like to redeem? Redemption successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 640 meters. Redemption successful. Remaining system points, 367 points. Please continue to work hard. Jiang Han did not anticipate selling the scallops so effortlessly, and furthermore, he had increased his scanning range by 45 meters. Wu Xinghua, feeling a mix of frustration and exasperation, tapped Meng Guo on the head, exclaiming, "I can't fathom how your mind works. You even gave away your share. 20 yuan is enough for a cup of milk tea." Meng Guo, torn between laughter and tears, replied, "Auntie, these goods originally belonged to Jiang Han. I merely facilitated the connection." Jiang Han promptly interjected, "Auntie, I noticed a milk tea shop nearby. Let me treat you and Shabua to some." Wu Xinghua glanced at Jiang Han and replied, "I'll pass. Just treat Shabua." Jiang Han dashed to the milk tea shop and returned with 3 cups, distributing one to each person, including Wu Xinghua. Seeing Jiang Han's expression brighten, Wu Xinghua conceded, "You've shown a bit of wit. Auntie, with such a high price, is this product really marketable?" He mused. If these goods were sold to Jiang Ermao, they might not even fetch 80 yuan per jane. Each scallop weighed about a jane, which would equate to approximately 110 yuan each. Wu Xinghua's family ran a guest house, and she had merely set up a stall selling barbecue in front of it. Could such expensive items really find buyers? At that moment, a young couple strolled by. The young woman exclaimed, "What enormous scallops! They're as big as my face. With such a large scallop, just one is enough to fill you up." A young man gently inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" "Yes, I would," she responded. He pointed to a large scallop and asked Wu Xinghua, "How much is this?" 260 each, she replied. The young man gasped in surprise, his mouth agape. "Isn't that rather expensive?" Jiang Han was equally astonished. The price had effectively doubled in Wu Xinghua's hands. Could these young people truly purchase scallops at 260 each? The young man then gestured toward a smaller scallop, asking, "What about this one? Is the price the same?" "This one is a bit smaller. I'll let you have it for 200. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to buy the medium-sized one for 220. Meng Guo explained to Jiang Han, "This area is close to the film city. In tourist spots, as long as something is sufficiently unique and captivating, a higher price is acceptable." Chapter 154, Prices Exceeding Market Value. Jiang Han realized that despite the higher prices, the items would indeed sell. Meng Guo's aunt, appreciating the connection forged by Meng Guo, offered him a rather favorable price, likely exceeding the market rate. It appeared he was once again benefiting from Meng Guo's influence. The young man ordered 2 scallops priced at 220 each, and Wu Xinghua promptly opened them. One side of the scallop served as a vessel, filled with finely chopped scallop meat and vermicelli, which was then placed over the fire to roast. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the scallops wafted through the air. Initially, the young man felt a pang of regret for spending so much on the scallops, but upon tasting them, he realized it was all worth it. During his trip to Thailand, he had paid 200 yuan just to take a picture with a ladyboy. At least these scallops were a delightful meal for himself. After serving the couple, Wu Xinghua called out to Jiang Han and Meng Guo, asking what they would like to eat. "Aunt, you carry on with your work. We're hungry." "We can manage ourselves," Meng Guo replied. "All right then, take care of it yourselves," Wu Xinghua said. Meng Guo treated Wu Xinghua's place as her own home. Feeling quite at ease in the surroundings, she took it upon herself to prepare whatever she desired. Jiang Han suddenly pondered aloud, 20,000 yuan is no small sum. Has your cousin any left after such an expenditure? Meng Guo couldn't help but chuckle, revealing her sweet dimples. That's precisely my aunt's cleverness. She's been in business since childhood and is quite adept at managing finances. My cousin once told me that although money often appears in her account, the amount she retains each month is roughly the same as the allowance her aunt used to provide her. Roughly? Jiang Han inquired. Yes, but it tends to be 200 or 300 more, Meng Guo continued. My cousin is reluctant to give up this arrangement, so it will likely persist, with her gaining an extra 200 or 300 each month. Jiang Han understood. Wu Xinghua viewed her daughter as a living ATM, allowing her to manage her finances while providing funds whenever needed. Meng Guo led Jiang Han into the guest house, which appeared unassuming from the outside, yet boasted exquisite interior decor. The courtyard featured a foam mountain and a small bridge, with a pond housing goldfish and turtles, alongside numerous swings. In a corner of the wall, several fishing rods were displayed, some with bait, others for lure fishing. Those wishing to fish could rent rods and various coastal tools from Meng Guo's aunt, who seemed adept at earning profit no matter the circumstance. Jiang Han found Meng Guo's aunt to possess quite the business acumen. Meng Guo showed him around, revealing a spacious platform upstairs, equipped with swings and tables. If many guests arrived, they could barbecue and play cards on the platform, which also offered a view of the sea, making it a scenic spot. The guest house contained a small kitchen for Wu Xinghua's personal use. Meng Guo rummaged through the refrigerator, selecting some flour, opting not for the expensive seafood but instead choosing a bowl of small shrimp for a seafood noodle dish. When they finally emerged, it was already late. After spending 2 or 3 hours on the boat, it seemed that mealtime was upon them. Menghua had just finished cooking the noodles when a family arrived to check in. Noticing that her aunt was still busy, Menghua took them to view the family room and assisted them with the check-in process. It appeared that Menghua had frequently lent a hand here in the past. As Jiang Han and Menghua savored their seafood noodles, the family that had just checked in descended the stairs. "This guest house seems a bit pricey," the middle-aged woman muttered. "Mom, instead of constantly complaining about the cost, why not comment on the quality of the room? Besides, staying here includes 2 simple meals," her son replied. "Though they are simple, they offer delightful fresh seafood." The woman continued to grumble. "And how would you know? This is your first visit as well." "True. But I've done my research. The online reviews for this place are quite favorable. If you wish to order anything extra, rest assured the seafood here is undeniably fresh and of excellent quality." Faced with her son's reasoning, the woman fell silent. As Jiang Han and Menghua exited after finishing their meal, they spotted a couple who had been enjoying scallops and shrimp, looking quite satisfied as they left. Jiang Han noticed Wu Xinghua, who had adamantly claimed she could not operate a smartphone, engrossed in watching short dramas on her device, occasionally bursting into laughter. Jiang Han was taken aback. Menghua couldn't help but chuckle, contemplating that her aunt might simply be trying to instill a sense of financial responsibility in her cousin. Which was indeed a well-intentioned effort. Jiang Han pondered that Wu Xinghua perhaps wished for her daughter to become aware of the perils of human nature and the dangers of society. "Aunt, where's the key to your electric scooter? We want to explore the island for a while." Upon hearing Menghua's voice, Wu Xinghua quickly concealed her smartphone and retrieved the scooter key, tossing it to Menghua. "Be careful, it's getting dark, and I've heard there are snakes around." Understood. It was not uncommon to encounter snakes on the island during summer, so Menghua paid it little mind. Wu Xinghua watched as Jiang Han and Menghua departed, unconsciously sighing. Such a beautiful girl, and yet she cannot be a bit more reserved. Jiang Han followed Menghua's lead, riding the electric scooter along the coastal path. The scenery was familiar to both of them, having grown up on the island, yet neither wished to visit the film set. They simply desired to bask in the refreshing sea breeze. "I've always believed that the views outside the tourist area are far superior," Menghua mused. Jiang Han's gaze inadvertently drifted to the rocky beach below the road. The ebbing tides varied in each sea area, and as the sun began to set, Jiang Han noticed that the waters around Pear Blossom Island were receding. "Menghua, shall we go tide pooling?" Menghua responded with a sound of agreement, glancing at the rocky shore and recognizing that the tide was indeed retreating. "Absolutely. Let us gather some treasures to sell to Aunt, then we can return." Ferries to Jiaohua Island were infrequent, and with no boats available until around 9:30 p.m. It was preferable to collect some seafood rather than wait idly on the island. Unlike the area around Jiaohua Island, this place is teeming with youthful visitors who gather at the rocky shore to indulge in the pleasures of the sea. On their electric vehicle, there were 2 snakeskin bags. Menghua handed one to Jiang Han while he retained the other, and together they made their way to the rocky beach. Upon arrival, Menghua noticed 2 young girls intently peering at the ground with their water buckets in hand. With the tide just receding, it seemed they had recently arrived to hunt for sea treasures. Their buckets were conspicuously empty, devoid of any catch. At that moment, one of the girls spotted a hermit crab, prompting an exuberant embrace between the 2, their excitement palpable. Menghua, however, saw little of interest around them. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Han, who consistently returned from these excursions with an impressive bounty. Curiosity piqued, Menghua wondered how Jiang Han managed to procure such an abundance of seafood. With a scanning range now exceeding 1,600 meters, Jiang Han surveyed the surroundings, pointed in a specific direction, and suggested, "Let us venture that way." "All right," Menghua nodded in agreement. Chapter 155, Jade Abalone. She had no idea where to find seafood, so it was better to accompany Jiang Han to the shore. Along the way, they stumbled upon a large slotted spoon with a bent handle, likely discarded by some tourists after a barbecue. Lacking any tools for gathering, Jiang Han picked it up. When he spotted a sizable piece of metal, he didn't hesitate to collect it as well. To an onlooker, he might have appeared to be scavenging. When Jiang Han finally halted, Menghua was taken aback. Before them lay numerous glass cows. She quickly observed that this area was devoid of tourists. Seizing the opportunity, she took out the slotted spoon and began scooping the glass cows into a sack, aware that she needed to gather them before anyone else could notice their presence. The spoon proved remarkably efficient at filtering out the water. "Jiang Han, you are incredible. To find so much seafood so effortlessly is nothing short of divine fortune." Jiang Han turned his attention to the abalone clinging to the rock face. With the piece of metal he had found, he deftly pried off a single abalone in just a few swift motions. Had he possessed more suitable tools, his pace would have been even swifter. Observing Jiang Han's bounty, Menguo leaned in for a closer look, involuntarily exclaiming in awe at the shell's vibrant green hue. With a white frill, this was indeed jade abalone. Jiang Han paused momentarily, pondering the term jade abalone. He recognized that this abalone was distinct from the ordinary kind, though he had grown up on the island. There were peculiarities he could not identify. Jade abalone were more common abroad, yet rarely seen domestically. Jiang Han, your luck is extraordinary. You've encountered jade abalone. The only drawback is its size. If it were larger, it could fetch a high price. Menguo, whose family was in the culinary business, possessed considerable insight in this area. Jiang Han tossed the jade abalone into his sack and resumed prying off other abalones. He noticed that all the abalones in this area had remarkably beautiful green shells. It was no surprise that these abalones were small, with so many tourists around. Had there been larger specimens, they would have been discovered long ago. The small size of these abalones remained concealed not only due to their diminutive stature but also because the rocks themselves had a greenish tint, and the shells were covered with debris. Without careful inspection, one would hardly notice the abalone on the rocks. While Jiang Han contemplated, he managed to pry off 2 more abalones. Suddenly, an irresistibly catchy tune filled the air. Banana, banana. Both Jiang Han and Menguo turned to see 2 men and 2 women approaching, all equipped with gathering tools. They appeared to be 2 couples. Menguo hastened her movements, and by the time the couples drew near, she had already scooped up a considerable number of glass cows. What is this? The tallest of the young men inquired, seemingly from inland. Oh, this? It's called a glass cow. Menguo enthusiastically explained, her hands moving deftly without a moment's pause. Can this be eaten? It looks a bit strange, inquired a petite girl. Of course it can be eaten, otherwise. Why would I have gone through the trouble of preparing it? Menguo replied, already placing all the visible glass cows into a snakeskin bag. The 2 pairs of young people paused, as if realizing their chances were slipping away. They turned their gaze towards Jiang Han. What are you doing? One of the boys asked. Jiang Han glanced at him and replied coolly, extracting abalone. His tone was indifferent. Yet the mention of jade abalone caused the eyes of the youngsters to gleam. In their minds, abalone represented a delicacy. Moreover, the tools in their hands were far superior to the worn iron piece Jiang Han wielded. Concerned that the jade abalone Jiang Han had discovered might be claimed by others, Menguo climbed onto the rock to assist him. Although using a broken ladle to pry out the jade abalone proved somewhat arduous, it was certainly better than having no tools at all. The 4 young people exchanged glances and also ascended the large rock, believing they could easily spot the abalone. However, upon reaching the summit, they felt disoriented. Where's the abalone? They wondered, as Jiang Han's prize was nearly indistinguishable from the rock itself. They soon realized that they had to look very closely to discern its presence. Just as the tall boy spotted an abalone ahead, Menguo swiftly pried it out before he could approach. With no alternative, he was left to seek out another one. Yet, all the more apparent abalones had already been extracted by Jiang Han. Now, not only were they at a loss, but even Menguo could not identify any remaining abalones to pry. In stark contrast, Jiang Han continued to extract one after another from the crevices and grooves of the rock. You are truly remarkable to have found this, exclaimed the petite girl in admiration. Menguo increasingly admired Jiang Han. While they all stood in the same spot, he alone was able to uncover the abalone that eluded the others. As Menguo turned her head, she noticed the girl with the braided hair had flushed a deep red. In her heart, Menguo thought, indeed. Jiang Han is quite handsome, but your boyfriend is right beside you. Why the blush? Menguo smiled at the group, stating, we are native fishermen from this region. Our experience in gathering from the sea certainly surpasses yours. It's entirely normal for you to struggle at first. The tall boy's realization dawned upon him. You are the indigenous people of Pear Blossom Island? He asked. Not exactly from this island, but close enough, she replied. The 4 of them comprehended that their inability to find anything was truly due to their lack of experience. How could they possibly compete with the islanders? Watching Jiang Han continue to place abalone into the snakeskin bag, they felt genuine envy. How delightful it would be if they could gather from the sea like him. At that moment, the boy in the white shirt's eyes brightened. Look, I found something, he exclaimed, bending down to pick up an object. The girl with the braided hair immediately gasped and embraced her boyfriend, exclaiming, Darling, you are simply amazing. The young man in the white shirt, upon hearing his girlfriend's compliment, proudly lifted his chin and cast a glance at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, taken aback by the gaze, wondered what the fuss was about. At that moment, he also noticed the object in the young man's hand, a sea cucumber, and not just any sea cucumber, but a pink one. Another couple gathered around, captivated by its beauty. The pink sea cucumber was indeed a rarity. One seldom encounters such a specimen in the market, and its scarcity suggested it must be quite valuable. Why don't we share it? Suggested the petite girl. However, the girl with the braided hair immediately disagreed, asserting, "This is my boyfriend's find. Why should we share it? Such a precious item, of course, ought to be sold." Chapter 156. The suspicious sea cucumber. Upon hearing his girlfriend's words, the young man in the white shirt felt a swell of pride within him. He unconsciously glanced at Jiang Han and Menghua. Thinking that it wasn't only the locals who could find treasures, their luck had favored them, and what they discovered was even more remarkable. Menghua opened her mouth, initially reluctant to speak, but the provocation was too blatant to ignore. Moreover, she was taken aback by the way his girlfriend looked at Jiang Han. "Handsome, do you even know what you found?" "Of course, it's a sea cucumber, a pink one at that, which appears rather precious," he replied. Menghua couldn't help but laugh. "Don't you find that pink color a bit odd? Doesn't it remind you of the color of apple snail eggs?" The inland dwellers may not be familiar with the coastal treasures, but they certainly knew about apple snails. Upon closer inspection, the hue of this creature indeed resembled that of apple snail eggs. The short girl, who had initially felt envious, began to feel a wave of nausea wash over her. Instinctively taking a step back, apple snails were hardly something to be admired, and the thought of their eggs sent chills down her spine. The young man in the white shirt glared at Menghua in frustration. "This is clearly a sea cucumber. What does it have to do with apple snails?" Menghua smiled brightly, her radiant expression eclipsing the other girls around her. "Indeed, it has no relation to apple snails. It possesses its own name, suspicious sea cucumber. This creature holds no market value." "What kind of name is that?" the girl with braided hair asked, utterly baffled. The young man in the white shirt retained his composure, tugging at the braided girl's arm. "Don't listen to her nonsense. What a ridiculous name, suspicious sea cucumber. If she had mentioned a proper name, I wouldn't be doubting it." The very peculiarity of the name sparked his skepticism, sounding like mere fabrication. The girl with the braids shared his sentiment and exchanged glances with another couple before they departed together. After all, they had no luck finding abalone here. It would be more prudent to inquire about the sale price of this peculiar creature. On their way, they encountered someone who bought marine goods. They estimated that this pink sea cucumber might bring them a fortune. As Menghua observed the four of them leaving with expressions of disbelief, she felt somewhat speechless. Why would she deceive them? This creature was indeed a suspicious sea cucumber, worthless and utterly unpalatable, unlike some small seafood that, despite lacking market value, could be quite delicious. Its only redeeming quality was that it was non-toxic. Even if one were to force it down, it wouldn't be lethal. Having nearly exhausted the area of abalone, Jiang Han led Menghua to another location. Perhaps due to the influx of tourists, the coastal resources here were scarcer than on their island. After a brief exploration, Jiang Han discovered a spot near the mudflats teeming with bullseye clams. Concealed beneath the silt, Menghua had no idea where these clams were hidden. Yet Jiang Han effortlessly extracted them, leaving her and the other beachcombers in awe. Some individuals, frustrated by their fruitless search for treasures, opted to watch Jiang Han as he skillfully sifted through the sands. Although the bullseye clams held little monetary value, the sight of others effortlessly extracting them from the mud brought sheer delight to onlookers. As the crowd comprised primarily of youthful adventurers, some had already taken out their phones to capture the moment. Such an impressive display of coastal foraging surely warranted a commemorative photograph or a post online to share their extraordinary encounter. "Could you impart your coastal foraging techniques?" one inquired. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have presumed these treasures were buried in advance. Jiang Han recalled similar inquiries from villagers back home, to which he had candidly responded about possessing a form of X-ray vision, a claim that had been met with skepticism. Now, faced with another question, he pondered briefly before replying. There are no special techniques, merely familiarity with the task. The crowd buzzed with admiration, now perceiving Jiang Han as even more remarkable. To possess such prowess merely through practice, was he not the very embodiment of a coastal foraging prodigy? As they watched him effortlessly unearth a significant haul of bullseye clams, applause erupted from the crowd, with others joining in. Jiang Han was left speechless. They believed him simply because he mentioned familiarity? "Brother, you must be a local," one ventured. "Not quite a local. I reside on another island." "Ah, so he hailed from an island," which explained his impressive skills. The inland visitors felt utterly outmatched. The throng around Jiang Han grew denser, causing Menghua to find herself pushed to the side. She attempted to weave her way through, but was met with a glare from a tall, sturdy girl who asserted, "What are you pushing for? I arrived first." Menghua considered explaining that she was allied with Jiang Han, yet the girl's starry-eyed admiration made her instinctively retreat a couple of steps. One or two admirers were manageable, but a whole group was far too formidable. She decided it best to avoid drawing any animosity. Gradually, the tide began to rise, prompting Jiang Han to stand. Having hunched over for so long, it was indeed tiring. Upon lifting his snakeskin bag once more, He realized it was entirely full, heavy, and brimming with clams. He intended to call Mingwa back, but for a moment, could not spot her. Just then, a sweet-faced girl approached him. "Excuse me. Could you sell me some of those bullseye clams?" Jiang Han contemplated declining. Selling them by the pound seemed too tedious. It would be far easier to deliver them directly to Mingwa's aunt. "I'll offer you 50 yuan for 2 pounds. Jiang Han was taken aback. "Do you know the price of bullseye clams?" The girl nodded. "Before coming here, I purchased them at a supermarket for 5 yuan per pound. You're willing to pay 50 yuan for 2 pounds of clams that are usually 5 yuan each? That seems rather peculiar," Jiang Han mused, sensing a potential ulterior motive. "I've never tasted seafood this fresh in my entire life. I have watched you emerge from the mire, one by one. Nothing is fresher than you. Even seafood freshly disembarked from a vessel pales in comparison to your freshness." Jiang Han considered this a valid point. Some ships remain at sea for several days, implying that certain seafood has been on board for quite some time. Indeed, there is nothing fresher than he. "While I could sell you, I lack a scale." "No worries, I possess a portable electronic scale." Jiang Han. The girl chuckled as she produced a remarkably compact portable electronic scale from her bag. She also retrieved a plastic bag, placed the items in the plastic bag, then hang the bag on the hook of the electronic scale. A simple lift will reveal the weight. Chapter 157, Suspension of Service. Jiang Han diligently followed the instructions, swiftly weighing out 2 pounds of bullseye clams for the girl before him. Soon, a greater number of individuals approached Jiang Han, requesting purchases. "Could you sell me 2 pounds as well? I'll pay you 50 yuan. I want 2 pounds too. Me as well. I want some." The requests flooded in, leaving Jiang Han utterly bewildered. What was happening? Although the crowd had thinned somewhat, it was foolish to forego profit when there was money to be made. He turned to the girl who had just bought the clams and asked, "Could I borrow your handheld electronic scale for a moment?" "Sure. But I can only lend it to you for half an hour. I need to head somewhere else after that." "All right, half an hour is sufficient." Grateful for her willingness to lend the scale, Jiang Han took the opportunity to gather a generous handful of bullseye clams for her. The girl beamed with delight. The prospect of acquiring a substantial amount of fresh, large clams simply for the temporary use of a scale was an incredible bargain. As a result, more people gathered around Jiang Han, eager to make purchases. Not only were the clams fresh, but the scale belonged to a visiting girl, assuring its reliability. Tourists often encountered deceitful scales, some owned by seemingly trustworthy elderly folks who offered scales that barely registered 7 taels. Jiang Han's 2-pound bag appeared honest and straightforward. He weighed the clams for the eager customers, who even provided their own bags. Jiang Han had nothing to offer otherwise. Despite this, he managed to sell nearly all the bullseye clams. After a while, he found that the remaining clams amounted to less than a pound. "All right, this will do," he concluded, returning the handheld scale to the girl after barely 20 minutes had passed. Most of the time had been consumed by weighing and collecting payments. Once the clams were weighed, he had to pull out his phone to display the payment code for them to scan. Some customers struggled with slower phones, requiring him to wait. If he had a payment code hanging around his neck, his efficiency would undoubtedly increase. Earlier, someone had inquired about the price of jade abalone, but Jiang Han was uncertain. Fearing he might underprice them, he blurted out a figure of 500 yuan per pound, effectively scaring the inquirer away. He recalled that Mingwa's aunt had quoted a high price as well, so he didn't dwell on it. Selling goods this way was one-off. Each instance was unique. He could not rely on this method indefinitely. Moreover, the atmosphere had just reached a peak, with spectators witnessing him unearthing the clams from the muddy depths. Next time, if he merely brought a bucket of seafood to sell, it was possible that no one would show interest. At that moment, Mingwa approached him. "Oh, you've sold everything. You really are impressive. You can do business like this. Where have you been?" he inquired. "I was just nearby," Mingwa replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. Jiang Han dismissed any suspicion, attributing it to a fleeting lapse in clarity on his part. After all, there was a distinction between keen eyesight and good vision. Searching for someone within a crowd was no different than others doing so. "Let us go to your aunt's place. Once the goods are sold, they can depart. Delay any longer, and they will have to wait until tomorrow." As Wu Xinghua found a moment of respite, she beamed with delight upon seeing the jade abalone brought by Jiang Han. How wonderful it was to discover that jade abalone truly existed on their island. A revelation that surprised her after years of residence. Although the specimen was slightly smaller than expected, she offered 200 per pound, a price that undoubtedly surpassed the market's retail rate. Wu Xinghua demonstrated remarkable generosity in this regard. Jiang Han's haul of jade abalone weighed a total of 25 pounds, yielding a profit of 5,000 yuan. On this occasion, Wu Xinghua did not require her daughter to pay. Instead, she personally counted out the cash for Jiang Han. She calculated the amounts meticulously, ensuring that her daughter neither profited excessively nor incurred losses. Upon checking her phone, Jiang Han noted that the earlier sales of the Kauai clams had totaled 1,850 yuan. Thus, the combined earnings from the jade abalone and Kauai clams reached 6,850 yuan. Jiang Han still had less than a pound of Kauai clams left, which she found cumbersome to carry, so she handed them all over to Wu Xinghua. Menghua then produced a sack filled with glass cows, having collected 30 pounds from the beach in a remarkably short time using a broken scoop. Upon learning that these were Menghua's findings, Wu Xinghua was even more elated than with the jade abalone. Despite their ordinary nature, she offered 50 per pound for the glass cows. Jiang Han was taken aback for a moment. Even the less impressive small abalone fetched the same price. When had glass cows become valued equally to abalone? Wu Xinghua promptly rewarded Menghua with 1,500 yuan notes. Menghua gratefully accepted the money, thanking her aunt. Wu Xinghua chuckled, insisting that no thanks were necessary. As the time drew near, Jiang Han gently urged Menghua to hurry. Menghua made her farewells, waving as she departed, while Wu Xinghua called after her to remember to visit often. Rest assured, I will come frequently. They hailed a taxi to the pier, during which Menghua insisted on giving Jiang Han some money. Jiang Han was reluctant to accept, arguing that Menghua had discovered the glass cows, and she had merely assisted in scooping them up. Thus, the funds rightfully belonged to Menghua. However, seeing Menghua's insistence, Jiang Han took 6 of the 100 yuan notes from the 15 offered. If priced according to market value, the glass cows might not even sell for 20 per pound, making 600 yuan a fair distribution at 20 per pound. Upon reaching the pier, Jiang Han went to purchase tickets. Unfortunately, due to the strong winds, evening tickets were no longer available. Both Jiang Han and Menghua were taken aback. While the shores of Pear Blossom Island remained calm, the sea was tumultuous. The unpredictability of maritime conditions left them uncertain. When will tickets be available again? When the winds died down, came the reply. It seems unlikely for tomorrow. Perhaps you should return the day after. With no alternative, Jiang Han and Menghua had no choice but to return to Wu Xinghua's guest house. Wu Xinghua was quite delighted to see Menghua return. So what if there are no tickets? She could simply stay comfortably at her aunt's place. Over the years, Menghua had only come for brief visits. How long had it been since she last stayed at her aunt's? Menghua affectionately wrapped her arms around Wu Xinghua, saying, Aunt, I've just been overwhelmed with matters. Otherwise, I would surely stay with you every day. Wu Xinghua, charmed, broke into a broad smile. This house, situated near the film and television city, boasts an excellent location. It is Wu Xinghua's ancestral home, now transformed into a guest house. She often resides here herself. A special room has been reserved for the Meng sisters. Even during holidays like May Day and National Day, Wu Xinghua would not allow anyone else to occupy the sisters' room. It is evident that Wu Xinghua holds the Meng sisters in very high regard. Chapter 158. The Invisible Tycoon. As Jiang Han contemplated his stay on Pear Blossom Island, he decided to lodge at Wu Xinghua's homestay. After all, he was willing to pay. However, before he could voice his intentions, Wu Xinghua interrupted him, stating, I'm fully booked. You must seek accommodation elsewhere. Jiang Han was taken aback, recalling that during his visit with Menghua, there had been 3 or 4 vacant rooms. Had they filled up so swiftly? I said I'm fully booked, she reiterated. Do you doubt my word? How could I possibly doubt you, auntie? I shall find a room at a nearby inn, Jiang Han replied, having little to carry with him. He ventured to the nearest homestay, where a young girl manned the front desk. Presenting his identification for registration, she inquired, Are you Jiang Han? Jiang Han found the question peculiar, responding, Yes. That is indeed me. After completing the registration, the girl handed him the room key, leaving him momentarily stunned. You haven't asked for payment, he noted. You're Jiang Han, correct? She reconfirmed. Indeed, I am Jiang Han. The ID has already been registered. How could there be an error? Since you are Jiang Han, there is no need for payment. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had heard tales of celebrities enjoying complimentary services simply for being recognized, but was he now experiencing such a privilege? Upon reflection, he realized it was not merely his visage, but rather his name that granted him this favor. Why is it that being Jiang Han exempts me from payment? The young girl blinked in confusion. Aren't you a guest of Auntie Wu? Seeing Jiang Han's bewildered expression, she began to doubt her own assumptions. Are you referring to Auntie Wu from the adjacent homestay? He clarified. Precisely, that is her, she affirmed. Then I suppose I am her guest, if she acknowledges it. Exactly. Auntie Wu mentioned that if Jiang Han came to stay, he would receive complimentary accommodation because you were her guest. Jiang Han suddenly felt quite appreciative of Auntie Wu. She was exceedingly gracious. This is unnecessary. I shall cover my own expenses. If Annie has instructed the inn to waive my fee, she will undoubtedly compensate the owner later. It would be simpler for me to pay directly. Now it was the front desk girl who appeared perplexed. But this homestay belongs to Auntie Wu. Why would you need to pay? Jiang Han was momentarily stunned before realization dawned on him. Are you implying that this entire homestay is also Andy's? Not just this one. The one over there and the one beyond it also belong to Andy Wu. Jiang Han was still reeling from the revelation. The girl continued. In fact, approximately 70% of the homestays on our island are owned by Andy Wu. Beyond our island, even half of the homestays on East Island belong to her. Jiang Han was utterly astonished. During his university days, a classmate had boasted that half the shops on their street were owned by their family, which had astounded him at the time. Now, having graduated, he found himself equally astonished by the revelations of someone from outside his academic circle. On Pear Blossom Island, it is not surprising that 70% of the accommodations are homestays, but astonishingly, half of the establishments on East Island are also homestays. In recent years, East Island has gained popularity due to a film, attracting numerous young travelers. If Wu Xinghua were to open a homestay there, her business would undoubtedly flourish. It appears that Wu Xinghua is indeed an inconspicuous tycoon. No wonder she finds 200 pounds of Ezo scallops insufficient, with so many homestays. If she were to distribute even a fraction to each one, it would hardly suffice. That quantity would likely only serve her own establishment. Imagining Wu Xinghua in her apron, disheveled and casual, Jiang Han truly cannot equate her with a wealthy magnate. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. If you have any requests, please feel free to let me know. Since you are a guest of Aunt Wu, I will certainly accommodate you, the young lady at the front desk offered, displaying her phone to Jiang Han. He then saw a message from Wu Xinghua. If someone named Jiang Han comes to stay, please waive the fee. This message was posted in a homestay group, with a flurry of identical replies from the homestay managers below, received. It seems that all the homestays in this group belong to Wu Xinghua alone. No wonder she did not inquire about which homestay Jiang Han intended to choose when he left. It turns out all around him were her establishments. Jiang Han felt a pang of unease. Recently, due to his work at the beach, he had purchased appliances for his sister, bought a boat for himself, and begun renovations at home. He thought he had achieved something, but now, witnessing someone else's accomplishments, he felt utterly insignificant. At the homestay Aunt Wu manages, the payments through the QR code are overseen by her daughter. Does it work the same way here? That seemed impossible. Her daughter only managed the homestay Wu Auntie personally operated. Wu Auntie remarked that this was her only amusement now. Jiang Han understood that competing with her daughter was indeed a source of endless enjoyment. The world of the affluent was, as he suspected, beyond his comprehension. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. I told you we should return this morning, but you insisted on staying until tonight. Look, now we cannot leave. We have to stay here for another night, which will cost several $100. Are you putting the blame on me? I asked you. And you said you wanted to play until evening. Now that there is no boat, it's all my fault? What kind of tone is that? Why are you speaking to me like this? If you had been more diligent, we wouldn't have to worry about this money. Look at what you brought back. What a suspicious sea cucumber. Not only can it not be sold, but it also made me sick after tasting it. The four individuals entered the homestay, grumbling and complaining. They were the same four Jiang Han had encountered while gathering shellfish in the evening. It seemed they had not only attempted to sell the pink sea cucumbers but had also tasted them. They recognized Jiang Han and the young man in the white shirt. His expression darkening further, declared, I'm not staying here anymore. Whoever wants to stay can do so. Hey, what do you mean by that? The girl with the braided hair retorted, chasing after him. The petite girl also became infuriated. Everyone had come out to enjoy themselves, yet it had turned out this way. In a huff, she stormed off, and the tall boy hastily pursued her. The young lady at the front desk displayed little emotion, since she was not residing there. She intended to find accommodation elsewhere. Ultimately, regardless of where one stayed, all the money would eventually end up with Aunt Wu. Jiang Han took a moment to compose himself before returning to his room with the key in hand. Having forgotten to bring any clothing, he purchased a pair of shorts at the front desk. After taking a shower, he ambled about the room clad only in those shorts, while his soiled garments were placed in the dryer. Given the lightweight nature of summer attire, it did not take long for the clothes to dry. Realizing he could not fall asleep, he donned the freshly laundered clothes and made his way downstairs. A row of fishing rods was arranged beside the front desk, much like those found near Wu Xinghua's area, showcasing a variety of fishing gear. Chapter 159. The tigerhead fish. How do I rent this fishing rod? Jiang Han inquired at the front desk. Our policy here involves a deposit plus rental fee. You simply need to sign, and you may take it for your use. The receptionist replied, presenting a notebook for Jiang Han to sign. Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Han realized this was the first time he had received such special treatment while away from home. After signing, he acquired a lure rod. The bait here must be purchased, so he opted for a box of assorted artificial lures, knowing they could also be used later, thus avoiding waste. With his belongings in hand, Jiang Han initially intended to head to the beach but unconsciously passed by the guest house owned by Wu Xinghua. Two backpackers hurriedly approached the establishment. Will there still be rooms available if we go now? Not to worry. I checked online, and there are rooms. However, it seems the owner only accepts cash and does not allow online reservations. Jiang Han mused, so there truly are rooms available. It appears they were anticipating my arrival. At that moment, a window on the second floor swung open. Meng Guo, clad in a lace nightgown, waved down at Jiang Han. He felt an unsettling comparison to the characters Shimin Qing and Pan Jinlian. How could he liken himself to Shimin Qing and Meng Guo to Pan Jinlian? Before long, Meng Guo descended the stairs, now adorned in a pastel blue short skirt. It appeared she had not brought any clothing with her, likely leaving behind some items for her stay. Are you still going fishing at this late hour? Since I can't sleep, I might as well fish for a while. What about your aunt? Jiang Han thought Wu Xinghua had sent him away to avoid any misunderstandings should she see them together at such an hour. My aunt rises early and sleeps early as well. She has hired a young lady to help out in the evening and has already gone to bed. Jiang Han reflected on this. As the owner of such a large establishment, it was only logical for her to prioritize her well-being after a day of diligent work. After all, what value is there in earning so much if she were to awaken repeatedly for guests checking in? Jiang Han, since I can't sleep either, I'll accompany you to fish. What if your aunt wakes up and looks for you? My aunt is fast asleep. Even if she does wake, she will call me. Jiang Han realized he and Meng Guo were on entirely different wavelengths. Just then, Meng Guo's phone rang. Aunt? Oh, how did you suddenly develop a sore back? I'll come check on you. After hanging up, Meng Guo gazed wistfully at Jiang Han. My aunt is uncomfortable. I need to see her. Go ahead, Jiang Han replied as he ultimately took the fishing rod to the shore alone. The night was devoid of stars and the moon. Despite being a modern island, it exuded an ancient tranquility that had lingered for millennia. Jiang Han inhaled the salty sea breeze and glanced back at the guesthouse aglow in the distance. He felt as if he had returned to that fateful night when he lost his parents. His father had told him that boys should not cry. When his father departed, he did not shed a tear, nor did he weep when his mother left this world. On the day his mother passed away, he merely stood there, dazed, neither speaking nor eating. His sister called his name repeatedly until, in a moment of desperation, she embraced him, her scalding tears cascading onto him. It was then that he truly grasped the profound meaning of eternal separation. Throughout this period, he had regarded Meng Guo as a carefree young girl. Was there also a barrier between him and Meng Guo? Jiang Han did not dwell on this thought. He gazed at the tumultuous sea beneath him and chose a spot where fish were plentiful and the water was deep to cast his line. Ding! The host sold seafood for 150 yuan, earning 450 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 817 points. Currently, 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a 15-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 655 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 317 points. Please continue to strive for progress, host. Jiang Han found his system to be quite capricious. When it was punctual, it was remarkably so, yet when it was tardy, it operated according to its own whims, exchanging rewards at its leisure. Fortunately, it was not a source of deceit, even crediting him with the 600 yuan he had withdrawn from Meng Guo. At that moment, a tiger fish bit the hook. Jiang Han pulled the rather endearing tiger fish out of the water and tossed it into his bucket. This fish was also known as the Stone 9, but due to its fierce appearance, Jiang Han preferred to call it the tiger fish. He had observed that this area was abundant with tiger fish. They were quite gluttonous and relatively easy to catch. Jiang Han believed that, as a novice, it was wiser to fish for such easily caught specimens. Before long, he had reeled in 3 tiger fish. Wow, 3 tiger fish already. How impressive, Jiang Han. Hearing that familiar voice, he looked up to see Meng Guo blinking at him. Aren't you supposed to be giving your aunt a back massage? Yes, my skills are exceptional. I barely massaged her twice before she started snoring. Jiang Han. I also want to fish, Meng Guo declared as she retrieved the fishing rod she had brought along. Your aunt cares for you deeply. It was evident that Meng Guo's aunt held her in high regard. Of course, she is my beloved aunt, so she naturally treats me well. When Meng Guo smiled, her sweet dimples emerged. She cast her line just like Jiang Han and awaited a bite. Jiang Han soon caught 2 more fish, while Meng Guo's rod remained motionless. Meng Guo, somewhat incredulous, wondered aloud, why do they only bite your hook? Perhaps I consistently place the bait right in front of their mouths, he suggested. Meng Guo burst into laughter. Once or twice, that might be plausible. But how could it happen every time? Noticing her skepticism, Jiang Han refrained from further explanation. Perhaps it is simply a matter of your technique, he remarked. Meng Guo. All right, I admit my technique is lacking. Yet I fail to perceive the merit of your skills. She observed carefully. Jiang Han, like herself, would cast his line and then remain indifferent, merely awaiting a bite. I possess good fortune, do you? Menghua. Noticing that Menghua was on the verge of exasperation, Jiang Han recognized that his tone today was rather ungracious. I have watched videos of others fishing. They often lift their rods after a while. Why not give it a try? Menghua pondered and found merit in his suggestion. The bait used in lure fishing is artificial, crafted to resemble the real thing. Thus, it is crucial for the faux fish to mimic the movements of genuine fish in the water. This way, the likelihood of attracting fish increases. It must be said that Menghua possesses considerable insight. After trying it, she indeed managed to catch a tiger fish. Chapter 160. The Emperor's Star. Ah, I have truly succeeded, Menghua exclaimed with delight, only to see Jiang Han effortlessly pull up another fish. Menghua remarked, indeed, some people are just infuriatingly more skilled than others. The two of them spent an hour and a half fishing. Both felt a slight thirst. Menghua handed Jiang Han a bottle of drink she had prepared earlier. Here, this is for you. Thank you, Jiang Han replied. Look, are those stars shining? Menghua pointed towards the sky. Jiang Han gazed upward. The once starless and moonless night had transformed, revealing a few twinkling stars. They shone brightly. With these stars embellishing the night, the vast expanse above seemed less desolate. Jiang Han, your two nieces are truly adorable. I observed them studying earnestly. Is your sister being too demanding? Jiang Han sighed, acknowledging that such pressures were unavoidable. Menghua watched him, sensing something unique about Jiang Han that night. Is there a story behind this? She inquired curiously. Jiang Han fixed his gaze on the sea, uncertain whether to share his thoughts with Menghua. Suddenly, he spotted a figure clad in a diving suit struggling in the water not far away. The individual appeared utterly drained, as if on the verge of sinking to the depths, never to resurface. Jiang Han noted that the water was shallow and the sea calm. Anyone with even a modicum of swimming ability should not be floundering so. He pondered what could have befallen this person, suspecting a sudden ailment. Jiang Han, why are you silent? Menghua asked. Just a moment, Jiang Han replied as he began to remove his clothing. Observing Jiang Han's physique, which appeared lean when clothed yet more robust when bare, Menghua found herself unsure whether to avert her gaze. As Menghua was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Han leaped into the water. Startled, she rose to her feet, scanning the tranquil sea for any sign of him. Soon, Jiang Han located the sinking individual. He hesitated to intervene but could not bear to stand idly by while someone perished. He grasped the person and swam back to the surface. When Menghua saw Jiang Han's head break through the water, she finally exhaled in relief. Upon realizing Jiang Han was rescuing someone, her initial concerns faded. As Jiang Han approached the shore, Menghua joined him in dragging the man onto the sand. Jiang Han removed the diver's mask, revealing the face of a man in his 30s. Jiang Han gently patted the man's face. Hey, are you all right? The man, who had been swimming while submerged, seemed to relax upon realizing his rescue and promptly lost consciousness. Just as Jiang Han and Menghua debated whether to call for an ambulance, the man began to stir back to consciousness. No need for an ambulance. I will survive, he gasped, gradually regaining some color in his pallid face. He struggled to remove his wetsuit and glanced at Jiang Han. Do you have a cigarette? I need something to calm both my body and mind. Jiang Han shook his head. I don't smoke. Menghua had a bottle of drink that remained unopened, which she handed to him. Would you care for a sip of this? The man accepted the drink and gulped down nearly half the bottle in one go. I encountered an electric ray. Had it not been for the distance, I might have been electrocuted. Electric rays can be aggressive, and the further one is from them when they discharge, the more the electricity dissipates. Nevertheless, the man still received a shock. He struggled to escape, but as he neared the shore, the electric shock rendered him unable to swim any longer. He turned to Jiang Han and introduced himself. I am Xian Gaoang. Jiang Han replied, New lamb? Indeed. My life was saved by you, and from now on, my life belongs to you. Jiang Han was slightly taken aback. I do not require your life. Feeling that his words might have caused Jiang Han some discomfort, Xian Gaoang attempted to establish camaraderie. I am from Ning City, and you hail from Pear Blossom Island, correct? I am from Jiawa Island, which is also part of Zhou City. Ning City and Zhou City are like family. I am a member of the Diving Association. I have no particular hobbies except for my love of diving. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. His mix of dialects left Jiang Han somewhat bewildered. Xian Gaoang then produced a well-sealed phone from his belongings. He wished to add Jiang Han on WeChat, and she did not refuse. It was merely a matter of adding a contact. Xian Gaoang was elated at successfully adding Jiang Han and even designated her with the special note benefactor. During his escape, his spear had fallen into the sea, but the net remained entangled around him. As he removed his diving suit, he also took off the net, revealing a single fish within it. Although there was only one, it was a prized red emperor fish, worth a considerable sum. Benefactor, Xin Gaoang started to say but noticed a slight distortion on Jiang Han's face. He quickly corrected himself. Jiang Han, thank you for saving me. Come, let me treat you to some fish. Xin Gaoang picked up the red emperor fish, then noticed Mingguo beside them. Is this your sister-in-law? Let us all go eat fish together. Mingguo's face flushed slightly. Jiang Han quickly interjected, she is my friend. All right. I understand she is a friend, Xin Gaoang replied with a knowing smile. Girlfriend, I see. He then took Jiang Han by the arm and led her toward the barbecue area. Due to the development of tourism, Pear Blossom Island maintained a high standard of regulations. Barbecuing was prohibited along the beach, but designated cooking areas existed. Jiang Han and Mingguo had eaten dinner early, and now they felt a bit hungry again. They also carried 2 buckets of fish with them. Upon seeing the buckets, Xin Gaoang began to praise, Jiang Han, did you catch all these fish? You are truly impressive. These are marvelous catches that most people could not manage. Jiang Han felt a sense of embarrassment, perceiving that Xin Gaoyang's compliments were somewhat exaggerated. If the tiger head fish were to be sold in the market, they might fetch 50 to 60 yuan per pound, or even 70 to 80 for larger specimens. Yet, such prices paled in comparison to the value of the red emperor fish. Furthermore, tiger head fish were known for their insatiable appetite and ease of capture. Even Mingguo had managed to catch half a bucket. How could others possibly fail to catch them? Although it was quite late, 5 or 6 groups of young people were still gathered around the barbecue area, grilling various delicacies. The staff even replenished their charcoal supply. Xin Gaoyang hurriedly rented a spot suitable for both grilling and cooking. As their ingredients were rather monotonous, he procured some small seafood from the barbecue area. He also brought over a case of beer and a case of soft drinks. Mingguo glanced at Jiang Han, cautioning him against drinking beer, as seafood paired with beer was a notorious combination for gout. Xin Gaoang chuckled, seemingly unfazed, and remarked that he was now taking charge. Mingguo's face flushed crimson. Upon sensing Jiang Han's icy gaze, Xin Gaoang fell silent. I will go and gut the fish now. Grilling the Emperor's star grouper seems rather wasteful. The finest ingredients often require the simplest culinary methods. Chapter 161. The fishing boat Xin Gaoang prepared a soup using the Emperor's grouper. While several tiger fish were grilled alongside an assortment of shellfish, it must be said that the Emperor's grouper was indeed exquisite. Mingguo, despite the peril of weight gain, fervently consumed 2 bowls of soup and then, again battling the threat of indulgence, devoured a whole tiger fish. Well, one must be well fed to muster the strength for dieting. Jiang Han abstained from beer, opting instead for a soft drink. Beer could be enjoyed when seafood was not on the table, but should he truly suffer from gout, the experience would be unbearable. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Han and Mingguo prepared to depart, but Xin Gaoang called out to them, "Why are you leaving so soon?" Jiang Han looked at him in confusion. "You were the one who offered to treat us." Xin Gaoyang, flustered, replied, "That is not what I meant. It's still early. I invite you to KTV. Jiang Han retorted, "I don't sing." Xin Gaoyang insisted, "Then I'll treat you to a foot massage." Jiang Han replied, "I've already had a foot wash." He had, after all, washed during his shower and had also soaked in the sea for a while, which could count as a second wash. Xin Gaoyang found it challenging to engage with his benefactor, who appeared significantly younger yet lacked any sense of leisure. As he pondered how to guide his benefactor towards earthly delights, Jiang Han had already taken Mingguo and departed. They had plenty of tiger fish left, and Jiang Han instructed Mingguo to carry some to Wuxinghua. The following morning, while Jiang Han was still asleep, he received a transfer of 340 yuan from Mingguo. Mingguo texted and said these tiger fish are priced at 65 yuan per kilogram, and we had nearly 40 kilograms left. I've taken my share, and this is for you. Jiang Han was surprised to see Mingguo awake so early. He sent her a sticker and went downstairs. Upon seeing him, the front desk inquired, "What would you like for breakfast? We have prepared something for you." "No need," he replied. As he looked outside, he noticed someone selling jianbing guozi. While traveling, he preferred to eat something simple. He ordered a jianbing with shrimp and a soy milk. Before he could finish his breakfast, he received a message from Xin Gaoang. Xin Gaoang wrote, "Jiang Han, with your fishing prowess, why not target the electric rays?" Jiang Han was speechless. He wasn't ill. So why would he fish for electric rays? Besides, electric rays could deliver electric shocks. What if he were electrocuted while trying to unhook one? Xin Gaoang continued. The electric rays here have already attacked several tourists. Fortunately, there have been no casualties, but it has raised concerns. He added, the Fishing Association on Pear Blossom Island has announced a reward of 100,000 yuan for anyone who can catch an electric ray. Jiang Han was taken aback, nearly choking on his soy milk. That seemed rather excessive. He responded, "Can anyone participate?" Surprised by Jiang Han's reply, Xin Gaoang excitedly called him. Though organized by the Fishing Association, it was clearly stated that all could join. As long as one caught an electric ray near Pear Blossom Island before 6 a.m. the next morning, they would receive the 100,000 yuan reward. One must register at the dock before 10 a.m. Once successfully registered, one can embark on a fishing expedition. Jiang Han glanced at the clock. It was only 9 o'clock a.m., leaving ample time. He then heard Xian Gaoyang continue. If you intend to register, it would be prudent to act swiftly. The number of fishing boats available at the dock is limited, and once they are rented, there will be none left. Jiang Han immediately perked up. He hurried to the dock, where indeed, individuals were signing up. The area for renting fishing boats was bustling with activity. Although the route to Jiaohua Island faced strong winds, the breeze near Lihua Island was more favorable. As long as the boat remained close to Lihua Island, there was no danger. Jiang Han produced his identification, registered his name, and rushed to rent a fishing boat. To his dismay, all the boats had been rented out, leaving only options for shared rentals. How much is it to share a boat? Jiang Han inquired. We accommodate 6 persons per boat. We set sail once all 6 spots are filled. Typically, it's 398 per person for 2 hours, or 698 for 5 hours. However, this boat is booked until 6 a.m. tomorrow at a flat rate of 1,800 per person. Noticing Jiang Han's hesitation, the individual added, 1,800 is quite reasonable. If you catch an electric ray, there's a reward of 100,000 yuan, although you must give a 10% cut to the captain. Jiang Han was taken aback. Why must we pay the captain? At 1,800 per person, haven't you already covered the fishing spot? The captain navigates the waters. If he helps you catch the electric ray, do you not think he deserves a share? Jiang Han was at a loss for words. If the electric ray was indeed caught, it could be attributed to luck rather than any one individual's efforts. Are you going to share or not? I choose not to. The expressions of the others soured immediately. You want to share for 1,800 yuan. If you can't afford this, what business do you have fishing? Jiang Han could not be bothered to argue with them. If he could charter a boat, even at a higher price, he would not mind. The complications of sharing with 6 individuals were simply too numerous. He decided to remain on the shore, hoping for a stroke of luck in discovering an electric ray near the coast. At that moment, Mengwa called. Jiang Han, where are you? Jiang Han recounted the situation regarding the electric ray. Why didn't you ask me if you needed a boat? Jiang Han's eyes brightened. Do you have a boat? I don't, but my aunt does. Jiang Han realized this made sense. Wu Xinghua was a native of the island and had established numerous goose houses there. It was unlikely she lacked a boat. Upon hearing that Jiang Han needed a boat, Wu Xinghua did not express much concern, as if boats were of little significance to her. Our old boat is only used occasionally when Ting Ting returns. Otherwise, it remains unused. I'm unsure if there's any fuel left. If not, you can refuel it yourself and take it out. Thank you, auntie. Silly girl. There's no need for thanks. Wu Xinghua shot Jiang Han a glare. If you plan to fish tonight, make sure to return Xiaogua. No taking her out on the sea overnight. Jiang Han understood her underlying worry. Wu Xinghua was concerned he might engage in reckless behavior. Mengwa's small face was flushed with excitement. Aunt, don't worry. If I haven't caught any fish by nightfall, I'll return Mengwa first. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Wu Xinghua finally felt reassured. She led Jiang Han and Mengwa to the dock. When Jiang Han caught sight of the fishing boat, his heart soared with exhilaration. This vessel could be deemed luxurious. Despite its age, it was surely worth over $1 million. Wu Xinghua surprisingly referred to it as a dilapidated boat. Jiang Han helped Mengwa aboard and set off to refuel. Although the tank was still quite full, he nonetheless spent over 2,000 to fill it completely. Mengwa was thrilled, not expecting that their trip to Pear Blossom Island would include a fishing expedition. However, she was slightly concerned that her sister might be overwhelmed with tasks. Chapter 162. Red Snapper Mengwa made a phone call to Meng Fei. All right, you all have fun. I've recruited another person. Sister, why have you recruited someone again? Didn't you just hire someone not long ago? In Mengwa's eyes, this behavior was quite uncharacteristic of her sister. The restaurant had always been short-staffed, and with her return to school approaching, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. After all, finding suitable personnel here was indeed a challenge. Reflecting on this, Mengwa realized that thanks to Jiang Han Seafood, the reputation of the Haloang restaurant had grown significantly, and with business thriving, it was only natural to hire more staff. After her conversation with Meng Fei, Mengwa felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had previously worried that her sister might still be trapped in the shadows of the past, but it seemed that Meng Fei's condition was gradually improving. Although the weather was sweltering, the fishing boat was equipped with air conditioning, making it quite comfortable for Jiang Han as he navigated. As he steered the vessel, he kept a watchful eye on the vast ocean. The sheer expanse of the sea made the search for a stingray particularly daunting. At that moment, Jiang Han received a message from Xian Gaoyang, detailing the exact location where he had encountered the stingray the previous day. Without hesitation, Jiang Han directed the boat toward that location, hoping the stingray had not ventured too far. Ding! The host sold seafood for 340 yuan, earning 340 system points. Accumulated from the last points. Total system points, 657 points. Currently, 500 system points can be consumed to exchange for a 5-meter scanning range. Would you like to exchange? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a 660-meter scanning range. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 157 points. Please continue to strive for further progress. These points stem from the sale of tiger head fish earlier in the morning. A scanning range of 660 meters was adequate for coastal fishing. Yet under the current circumstances, even this range felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. The ocean was indeed vast. It appeared that more effort would be required in the future. After circling the area indicated by Xian Gaoyang, Jiang Han still failed to catch sight of the stingray. To gain a better view, he even stepped out onto the deck, braving the sun. At that moment, a small fishing boat passed nearby, and the individuals on board were taken aback. Isn't that the person who inquired about prices this morning? One of them exclaimed. Did he charter another boat? His fishing boat looked splendid, far superior to ours. Those who had previously looked down upon Jiang Han, believing he couldn't even afford 800 yuan, now felt a tinge of envy. Had he really rented such an impressive fishing boat all by himself? It must have cost a fortune. Indeed. One should never judge a book by its cover. Just then, Mengguo emerged from the cabin, offering Jiang Han a bottle of drink. The fragile egos of the onlookers took yet another blow. Was this not a real-life rendition of Fishing with a Beauty? It turned out that the true jesters were themselves. They chose to share a boat rather than charter one, which in itself reflects their modest circumstances. How could they dare to mock those who were truly affluent? Jiang Han remained oblivious to their thoughts, his attention focused on the school of mackerel. If he had a net, he might have caught a haul. But with just a fishing rod, he deemed it futile. After all, the price of mackerel was merely a few dollars per pound, hardly significant. It's quite hot here. Jiang Han, someone remarked. Let us head to the cabin. The cabin was air-conditioned, providing a welcome reprieve from the heat. On another boat, the occupants looked enviously at Jiang Han and Mengguo, longing for a taste of the cool air. Although their fishing vessel had a canopy, it was open and ineffective against the heat. It was still before noon, and the afternoon heat would be even more unbearable. How about we take a shower break for lunch? Suggested a man in a red t-shirt. They had all brought self-heating pots, originally planning to endure on the boat until the next morning. However, the relentless sun was proving too much to bear. They had spent considerable time fishing, managing to catch several mackerel, yet had seen not a single shadow of an electric ray. At this rate, they might succumb to heatstroke before they even found the rays. The burly man in a blue t-shirt shot a glare at the man in red. It's just one day. How could you possibly suffer heatstroke so soon? We've only just begun. Stop whining. Don't hinder my chance to make money. What did you say? I said you're whining. Say that again if you dare. Go ahead and say it. The two were on the verge of a brawl, and the other's attempts to mediate were futile. Ultimately, the captain's sharp reprimand restored order. 6 individuals had boarded the same vessel for their own interests, and now, their discord threatened to capsize their shared venture. Jiang Han. Are you having instant noodles or using the self-heating pot for lunch? Their yacht was equipped for cooking, but due to the hurried nature of their outing, Mengguo had only brought along a few boxes of instant noodles and a self-heating pot from their lodging. Jiang Han was surprised that Mengguo managed to bring these items aboard in such a short time. Indeed, women often possess a keen attention to detail. Let us have something fresh instead, he suggested. Oh? Jiang Han pointed to the fishing rods they had brought. I'll go catch some fish. Once again, braving the sun. He returned to the deck, though he still had not encountered any sizable fish. However, he did spot a few red snapper congregating nearby. Snapper could generally be eaten raw, and catching some would mean they could enjoy sashimi. In a brief spell, Jiang Han successfully caught 2 red snapper. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. But he soon encountered the occupants of the other boat. They had just reached a consensus. As long as no one succumbed to heatstroke, they would continue fishing. Their intention was clear. Even if they failed to catch an electric ray, they still aimed to bring back some fish. Yet, after so much time, they had only managed to haul up mackerel. They have changed several locations yet continue to fish for mackerel incessantly, as if these mackerel are pursuing their boat. Presently, Jiang Han has caught 2 red snapper, each weighing around 5 pounds. Together, these fish weigh over 10 pounds, inciting envy and admiration among the others. The collective catch of mackerel by the group pales in comparison to the worth of Jiang Han's 2 red snapper. Within mere minutes on the deck, he has managed to secure his catch before retreating to the cabin to enjoy the air conditioning. not having encountered any electric rays. He considers these 2 fish sufficient for lunch. Should he wish to catch more fish to sell, he would not choose to do so at this hour. It is prudent to wait until after sunset to return to the deck. Mengwa truly did not anticipate that Jiang Han would indeed be able to catch fish. The freshness of the catch is remarkable. Mengwa expertly filleted both fish into delicate slices of sashimi, while it is customary for chefs to prepare meals in restaurants. Mengwa's family possesses a culinary heritage, and he is quite adept in the kitchen. Furthermore, his knife skills are exceptional. In no time, the 2 red snapper were transformed into thin, exquisite pieces of fish flesh by Mengwa. Chapter 163, The Comfortable Boat in the Storage Compartment of the Cabin. Jiang Han rummaged through and discovered an assortment of seasonings, including mustard sauce. Upon checking the expiration date, he found that they were still fresh. These were likely left behind by his cousin, who occasionally took friends out on the fishing boat for leisure. The vessel featured a cozy lounge and comfortable sleeping arrangements, making it feasible to spend the night aboard. Frankly, this was the kind of boat Jiang Han had always envisioned, a sanctuary for relaxation when he wished to escape responsibilities. However, as it was merely a fishing boat, it lacked the capability for actual fishing. What he truly desired was a genuinely comfortable fishing vessel. Even if he drifted at sea for days, he would not be perturbed by discomfort. Suddenly, Jiang Han's phone rang. It was Ling Ling calling. "Uncle, I have a few problems I can't solve. Can I send them to you for some explanations?" "Of course," he replied, to facilitate her understanding. Jiang Han activated the speakerphone and patiently elucidated each problem for Ling Ling intermittently. The voice of Jiang Feng, who was tutoring Wan, echoed from the phone, her exasperated hand slapping the table, suggesting she was on the verge of losing her composure. After explaining the problems, Ling Ling finally grasped some concepts. "Ling Ling, could you pass the phone to your mother?" "Sure." Jiang Feng, surprised that Jiang Han had something to discuss, inquired, "What is it, a Han?" "Sister, I'm having renovations done at my place. If you have some free time in the next few days, could you keep an eye on the old house for me?" Realizing the logic in his request, Jiang Feng agreed. "You're right. I will watch over it. We can't let them cut corners." After hanging up, she shot a stern glance at the 2 children. "I'm heading to your uncle's. You 2 behave and complete your homework." Once Jiang Feng departed on her electric bike, Ling Ling and Wan let out a collective sigh of relief. Ling Ling sprawled across the sofa while Wan inquired, "Sister, shall we watch some television?" With a sense of despondency, Ling Ling replied, "What's the point of watching TV? I just want to lie here." Wan suddenly lost interest in television as well, realizing that if their mother returned and found them watching, she would likely explode with anger. "Sister, when do you think we will grow old?" Ling Ling stared vacantly at the ceiling, pondering, why are we thinking about growing old? When we do, we won't have to do anything. We can simply wait to eat at the senior dining hall every day. The village's welfare was gradually improving. A cultural hall had been established, featuring a dining facility for the elderly. Upon reaching a certain age, one could enjoy a balanced meal for just 3 yuan per meal. Many seniors preferred not to cook and awaited their meals at the cultural hall. Ling Ling considered this, thinking how wonderful it would be if they could grow old now. The village's elderly spent their days leisurely walking their dogs and chatting, a life that seemed utterly delightful. This truly represented their ideal existence. Jiang Han and Mengwa had already indulged in red snapper sashimi, enhanced by the piquancy of wasabi, which invariably heightened the freshness of the fish. "You deliberately sent your sister away, didn't you?" Mengwa inquired, having overheard the conversation between Jiang Han and Jiang Feng. She firmly believed that Jiang Han's actions were intentional. Jiang Han did not refute her assertion. There were certain matters beyond his control, and he could only temporarily divert his sister, allowing his 2 nieces a moment of respite. Mengwa recalled the unfinished conversation from the previous night, questioning, "Is your sister overly anxious regarding the children's education?" Jiang Han nodded. "You noticed that as well?" He gazed at Mengwa, acknowledging that some insights were best realized by his sister herself. After finishing the sashimi, Jiang Han resumed steering the boat while observing the seabed. Memories from many years ago flooded his mind. After years of support from his sister, the villagers began to approach her with marriage proposals, one of which was from the son of the village chief in Shangjiang village. However, at that time, Jiang Feng was already fond of someone else from the same village, Jiang Wanshan, her current husband. Unfortunately, Jiang Wanshan's family, like theirs, was impoverished. Seeing his sister's indecision, the matchmaker offered a tempting proposition. If she agreed to marry, they would finance her brother's education entirely. Jiang Feng was swayed by this offer and sought his opinion. Jiang Han vividly remembered lifting his chin and earnestly stating, "Do you wish for us to become estranged?" His words startled her. "I do all this for you," she exclaimed. When one person cannot bear the weight of another's guilt, the essence of their relationship alters. "Your kindness is etched in my memory. When I am capable, I shall repay you. However, If you marry someone you do not cherish for my sake, even if I gain the means to change things later, the guilt will engulf me. Jiang Feng stared at Jiang Han in shock. She had never contemplated such complexities. After their parents passed away, she believed that aiding her brother's success was paramount. Sister, if I cannot afford an education, then so be it. Let not this guilt ruin us both. That night, Jiang Feng remained awake, and by dawn, she firmly declined the marriage proposal. Although she did not fully grasp Jiang Han's words, she understood that she could not burden him with such immense guilt. What appeared to be benevolent actions for her brother might ultimately lead to his ruin. 6 months later, Jiang Feng wed Jiang Wenshan. Though he was not particularly talkative, Jiang Wenshan was well aware of everything, even after their marriage. Villagers would occasionally remark that had Jiang Feng married the village chief's son, her life would have been significantly more comfortable, affording their children the opportunity to attend superior schools. Yet, an unspoken understanding developed between Jiang Wenshan and Jiang Feng, leaving them both uncertain of how to navigate the whispers of their community. They are fervently striving to demonstrate that their children can excel even if they are unable to attend school in the city. It is quite perplexing how they manage to mold their child in such a manner. Menghua glanced at Jiang Han, and I sensed that the couple shared a profound affection for one another. Indeed, Jiang Han nodded in agreement. Not only did his sister and brother-in-law exhibit a deep love, but even his late parents had shared a similar bond. Growing up in a nurturing environment, he retained his belief in love. Even when faced with a woman like Tiantian, Jiang Han turned to look at Menghua, and in that moment, she was so close that their breaths intertwined. Yet, Jiang Han did not act upon it. Instead, he continued to gaze out at the sea. Throughout the entire day, he had not spotted that electric ray. As dusk approached, he steered the boat towards the dock. He had promised Wu Xinghua that he would not allow Menghua to spend the night on the boat. Chapter 164. The diamond-finned squid. Menghua was somewhat reluctant to descend. Xiaogua. Nothing. I wish you sweet dreams. Menghua smiled, revealing her adorable dimples. I hope you catch that electric ray tonight. All right, I shall certainly catch it. Jiang Han, however, did not ponder too deeply. After a lengthy day of observation, he had come to realize that locating the elusive electric ray would require more than merely his scanning abilities. Ultimately, luck would play a pivotal role. He had no intention of staying awake through the night, for sleeplessness would not guarantee the discovery of the electric ray. Thus, he resolved to enjoy a restful slumber aboard the vessel during the first half of the night. The sleeping quarters on the fishing boat were exceedingly comfortable, and he fell asleep almost immediately upon lying down. Upon awakening, it was already the latter part of the night. He glanced at his phone. After signing up, he had been added to a temporary group consisting solely of participants in the event. Should anyone locate the electric ray, they would announce it within the group. The absence of any notifications indicated that the electric ray had yet to be found. Jiang Han then resumed navigating the boat, eventually stopping at a designated spot. Upon exiting the cabin, he found the external warmth somewhat stifling compared to the air-conditioned interior, yet it was bearable. He switched on the boat's powerful lights, adjusting their angle to cast a brilliant beam into the ocean. His intentions mirrored those of the other participants that day. Regardless of whether the electric ray was found, he would not return empty-handed. Thus, he prepared to fish, albeit with the ambition of catching large squid. During daylight, squid typically concealed themselves in the depths of the sea or amongst rocky crevices, emerging only at night. Consequently, the nighttime proved optimal for squid fishing. Furthermore, squid possess a strong photoactic response drawn toward light. Jiang Han had observed a considerable number of squid in this underwater vicinity during the day. As his lights illuminated the water, both squid and smaller fish began to gravitate toward the source of illumination. Jiang Han cast his baited hook adorned with wooden shrimp into the depths, and almost instantly, he felt a tug. Perhaps it was the light's allure, combined with his scanning and penetrating vision, that made squid fishing remarkably straightforward. He could haul in a catch with each cast, each weighing over a pound. At that moment, he encountered the crew from the fishing boat he had seen earlier in the day. Upon observing Jiang Han's equipment, they could not help but express their envy. If I had known squid were so easy to catch, I would have brought a large light, murmured the man in the white t-shirt. There is no chance now. It's too late to procure one, he continued, weariness evident in his voice after a long night of fishing, primarily for mackerel. What is the current price for mackerel per pound? Inquired the man in the red t-shirt. Not sure, perhaps $3 or $4. And squid? Post-ban. It should be relatively inexpensive, maybe $8 or $9 a pound. But right now, it could still fetch $20 per pound. Silence enveloped the boat once more. Even when fishing for mackerel, they could not match Jiang Han's remarkable pace. Jiang Han's fishing rod bent sharply, one catch after another. The squid were impressively large. One even seemed to weigh around 2 pounds. In a mere short while, they witnessed Jiang Han haul up over 10 squid. At this extraordinary pace, It was evident he could easily catch 300 to 400 throughout the night. The onlookers, however, felt increasingly disheartened and decided to leave. Just as they prepared to depart, Jiang Han's rod suddenly arched dramatically. Being seasoned fishermen themselves, they quickly realized something significant was occurring. A 1-pound squid could never bend a rod in such a manner. Jiang Han began to wrestle with a considerable creature beneath the waves. The crew aboard the boat marveled at the spectacle, speculating on what it might be, hoping it was a large mackerel. Others shared this sentiment. A mackerel could grow substantial, and even a 20-pound catch would barely fetch $100. As they wished for Jiang Han to avoid catching anything remarkable, the creature gradually surfaced. To their astonishment, it was a diamondback squid. Such a sizable specimen could easily be worth 5,000 yuan. The sight of the abundant mackerel they had caught today shattered their spirits once more. The competition was infuriating. Jiang Han not only possessed superior equipment, but also boasted extraordinary luck. Just moments earlier, he was reeling in ordinary 1-pound squid, and now he had landed a diamondback squid. They could no longer bear to watch, urging the boat captain to set sail. The captain promptly complied, navigating the boat away. As the vessel distanced itself, the crew felt a modicum of relief, though their eyes remained fixed on Jiang Han's direction. Just when they thought they were free from the sight of him, they witnessed him catch yet another diamondback squid. It seemed as though all the fortune of the ocean had conspired to favor that one individual. Earlier in the day, he had snagged 2 red snapper within minutes, and now, in such a short span, he had reeled in 2 diamondback squids. With such luck, was there even a need to pursue that electric ray? The group simmered with frustration, forcing themselves to divert their thoughts. After catching 2 diamondback squids, Jiang Han observed a lull in further catches. He had heard that these creatures were particularly sought after for sashimi, renowned for their exquisite flavor. Just as he pondered whether to continue fishing for squid, his phone chimed. Kai-Ching-in, do you really have nothing else of value? If so, could you send some my way? 11 scallops are simply too few. Jiang Han, have you received the shipment? That seemed unlikely, even though it was past midnight. It was only the 3rd day. Manager Fong had mentioned it would take 4 days for delivery. Kai-Ching-in, no? Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, he had thought to inquire if Jiang Han had any good items to share. He hadn't anticipated a reply from Jiang Han at such an hour. Kai-Ching-in, if you have something good, send it over. Jiang Han began to suspect that Kai-Ching-in had installed surveillance equipment on him. He had just caught 2 splendid diamond squids, which certainly could be considered treasures. Noticing Kai-Ching-in's insistence, Jiang Han was suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse. He snapped a photo of the wriggling diamond squids on the deck and sent it to Kai-Ching-in. Upon seeing the image, Kai-Ching-in found himself even less inclined to sleep. Kai-Ching-in, what beautiful squids! Adhering to the principle that beauty is justice, Kai-Ching-in was convinced this must be something exceptional. Kai-Ching-in, you must send this to me quickly. Jiang Han, I'm afraid I won't be sending this one. Let's wait until we confirm that last batch of scallops is fine before discussing it further. Kai-Ching-in, but I truly desire it. Jiang Han, don't rush. Once we ascertain that transportation is secure, I will have plenty of exquisite items for you in the future. Perhaps these words provided some comfort to Kai-Ching-in as he finally settled down to sleep. Suddenly, Jiang Han spotted a dark shadow gliding beneath the sea. Chapter 165, The Emergence of the Electric Ray. A figure clad in a wetsuit glided through the water, drawing Jiang Han's attention as it slowly swam to the opposite side of the boat. Initially, he paid little mind, but suddenly, with a splash, the individual surfaced and began to climb aboard, playfully wiggling their hips. Once on the deck, they struck a peace sign, yet upon witnessing Jiang Han's grim expression, Xian Gaoyang quickly removed his mask, exclaiming, "It's me." Jiang Han's countenance darkened further. The late hour and the frightful appearance were unnerving. With such a foolish demeanor, who could believe he was already in his 30s? Xian Gaoyang, sensing the tension, insisted, "How could I possibly scare you? I saw you fishing and thought it looked dull, so I sought to bring you some amusement. Do I need you to entertain me?" Jiang Han mused inwardly. Xian Gaoyang, undeterred, cheerfully replied, "No need to thank me. I'm just that kind-hearted." When he noticed the 2 diamond-shaped squids on the deck, he gasped, "Wow, you've caught quite a haul. You needn't even fish for that electric ray anymore. The electric ray is still worth pursuing, considering the hefty reward of 100,000. Jiang Han remarked, glancing at the net bag hanging from Xian Gaoyang's waist. "That colorful lobster of yours must be worth a pretty penny as well." With a chuckle, Xian Gaoyang responded, "Talking about money is so mundane. I brought you a late-night snack." He strolled into the cabin without a hint of reservation. "This boat is quite nice. So, what do you prefer, steamed, in soup, or sashimi? Just don't dirty it. It's not yours," Jiang Han retorted. "Understood, so that means soup," Xian Gaoyang declared. Jiang Han watched as Xian Gaoang enthusiastically began to prepare the meal, surprisingly adept at the task. As Xian Gaoang set to work on the late-night feast, Jiang Han tossed him 2 large squids from the catch. Xian Gaoang grinned upon receiving them, exclaiming, "These will be delightful stir-fried with some spice. Just avoid creating too much smoke. Boiling them and mixing with sauce will suffice," Jiang Han advised. Slightly deflated, Xian Gaoang muttered about how squid was best when stir-fried. Yet he refrained from contradicting Jiang Han and obediently boiled the squid for sauce. The freshness of the ingredients significantly influenced the final flavor, and with such fresh squid, a simple boil and sauce mix would indeed be delectable. "Do you dive every day?" Jiang Han inquired, observing Xian Gaoang relish his meal without any semblance of decorum. "Indeed, I adore diving and make a living from it. Is it merely fishing at the bottom of the sea?" "Not quite. I use a spear gun to catch fish. Ordinary fish are elusive, unlike lobsters. Occasionally, I take on other tasks, like salvaging sunken ships. As long as it pays, I'm game." Jiang Han recognized the allure of such a lifestyle. Beyond the confines of corporate work, there existed a plethora of liberating professions. "Do you think someone could actually catch an electric ray before 6 in the morning?" Xian Gaoyang queried. "Who knows?" Jiang Han replied, his gaze fixed upon the shimmering sea as he savored his meal. Now he truly feels that his scanning range is insufficient. After finishing his late-night snack, Xian Gaoang took the initiative to wash the dishes. He was unaware of what Jiang Han was intently observing on the sea's surface. Yet he sensed that Jiang Han was undoubtedly engaged in something significant. "Where are you headed?" "Allow me to take the helm." Jiang Han was somewhat taken aback. "You can operate a boat?" "Indeed, what is so difficult about it?" "I possess licenses for various types of vessels," Xian Gaoyang replied, confidently steering the boat with remarkable skill. "You still haven't informed me of your destination," he added. "Anywhere will suffice. Shall we try another spot for squid fishing?" Although the previous location still held plenty of squid, Jiang Han was unable to forget their current mission. He needed to keep an eye out for the electric ray's presence intermittently. "All right. Then we shall relocate to fish for squid." Having dived in the ocean daily, Xian Gaoang was well acquainted with the underwater terrain. He navigated the boat to an area abundant with coral and sand. "In fact, I've encountered that electric ray more than once. Several times, I've spotted it in coral-rich, sandy locales. Today, let us see if fortune favors us." Jiang Han was surprised to find Xian Gaoang reliable at times. He gazed beneath the waves, where indeed an abundance of coral thrived. Numerous colorful fish darted among the corals. It was said that electric rays emerged at night to forage, and these small fish were among their favored prey. Additionally, several squid made their habitat among the coral reefs. Jiang Han illuminated the depths with the boat's spotlight, causing the squid to swim toward the light, drawn by its glow. However, these squid were smaller than those encountered earlier, each weighing roughly half a pound, a common size in the market. Without further contemplation, Jiang Han seized his fishing rod and began to fish. Noticing other rods aboard the fishing boat, Xian Gaoyang grabbed one as well. "These squid are easy to catch. By dawn, I could reel in 100, he boasted. Jiang Han retorted, "Catching 100 squid is hardly as valuable as catching one fish from the depths." Xian Gaoyang chuckled, "But that's different. Fishing has its own joys." Jiang Han chose to ignore him, focusing on his own squid fishing. Just as he felt drowsy from the repetitive motions, he caught sight of a flattened creature swirling atop a sand mound. After completing its rotation, it swam toward a cluster of small shrimp, which soon lost their vitality. The shrimp sank into the sandy bottom. The flattened creature then approached the sandy area, aligning its mouth beneath one of the small shrimp, and deftly consumed it in a circular motion. A small fish swimming nearby was also incapacitated by its electric shock. It swam over to feast on the small fish. Jiang Han immediately became invigorated. He turned off the spotlight. The plethora of squid nearby would only distract him. He swiftly changed his hook and bait, casting the new bait into the sea. Xian Gaoyang, having been engrossed in squid fishing, was momentarily bewildered by Jiang Han's sudden extinguishing of the light. "What is going on?" he inquired. "Be quiet." Upon witnessing Jiang Han's stern demeanor, Xian Gaoyang immediately fell silent. Perhaps the fish Jiang Han had previously caught were particularly gluttonous, consistently falling for his bait with unwavering precision. However, this electric ray was far more astute than the fish he had encountered before. Despite trying numerous artificial lures, the electric ray remained unfooled. Fortunately, the fishing boat was equipped with an abundance of fishing rods. In addition to the rod he initially brought, there were various other rods readily available. He selected a different rod, knowing that the electric ray favored small fish. Jiang Han then procured a long-handled landing net and skillfully scooped several small fish from the sea. Xian Gaoyang watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Jiang Han, you are truly remarkable. It's pitch dark, and I can't see a thing, yet you managed to catch several small fish effortlessly." Chapter 166. Catching the electric ray. Jiang Han had no time to engage in idle chatter with Xian Gaoang. He swiftly attached the small fish to the hook and cast his line once more, aiming to catch the electric ray. The artificial bait was imbued with scents reminiscent of fish or shrimp, serving as an attractant for aggressive fish species. However, the synthetic aroma differed from the natural essence of the wild. Many assert that those who fish with lures are often left empty-handed, underscoring the disparity between artificial and genuine bait. It is said that the electric ray possesses poor eyesight, relying instead on its acute sense of smell. Jiang Han believed that this electric ray could discern between real and imitation bait. As soon as Jiang Han suspended the small fish, it began to twitch. He positioned it near the electric ray and held his breath. Could it be that the electric ray had discharged electricity, incapacitating the small fish completely? Did this indicate that the electric ray was about to take the bait? Indeed, the electric ray glided closer, opening its mouth to seize the small fish. It was hooked. Seeing the electric ray attempt to escape, Jiang Han quickly reeled in the line and raised the rod. Xian Gaoyang, unaware of what Jiang Han had caught, sensed the urgency and speculated that it must be something substantial. He hurriedly went to the storage compartment of the boat to fetch insulated gloves. Insulated gloves? You're not going to get shocked by the electric ray, are you? Yes, that's it. Xian Gaoyang was skeptical. It's so dark. How can you be sure it's an electric ray? You might just be lucky and have encountered a frilled shark instead. If we catch it, I'll take a 10% share since I brought us here. What would I want with your money? Xian Gaoyang wanted to insist that it wasn't necessarily an electric ray, primarily to avoid disappointing Jiang Han. However, upon seeing Jiang Han's grim expression, he dashed into the cabin to retrieve the insulated gloves, bringing back 2 pairs. Jiang Han, don't say I'm not being considerate. We still don't know what it is. He handed over the extra pair. As Jiang Han and the electric ray continued their tug-of-war, the creature was gradually being pulled to the surface. Although the fishing boat's main lights were off, other lights remained illuminated, allowing Xian Gaoyang to discern the unmistakable shape of the ray. He noticed the small fish that had been electrocuted, floating nearby. Xian Gaoyang was now 100% certain that it was indeed an electric ray. Jiang Han, your luck is extraordinary. This is truly an electric ray. Wearing the insulated gloves, Xian Gaoyang swiftly scooped the electric ray out of the water with a net. In a flash, he deftly removed the hook from its mouth and placed the electric ray into the water tank. At this critical moment, Xian Gaoyang proved to be remarkably efficient. This entire scene was observed by individuals aboard another vessel. A man in blue clothing spat in annoyance, wondering how they kept running into Jiang Han. In their attempt to avoid him, they had circled around only to find themselves face to face with him once more. After feeling envy and resentment on 2 prior occasions, this time their emotions had escalated beyond mere envy. They witnessed Jiang Han struggle to catch the electric ray, which signified the utter failure of their endeavor. Bah, from now on, I'll steer clear of him, he muttered. Xian Gaoyang urged Jiang Han, quickly share the photos in the group, so they can confirm you've found the electric ray. Those wishing to wrap up can also do so. The ocean teems with electric rays, a significant number residing in the depths, while others can be found in coastal and nearshore waters. However, these creatures rarely attack humans without provocation. This particular electric ray had assaulted people on multiple occasions without cause. Xian Gaoyang recognized it. It was the same one that had discharged electricity at him last time. Jiang Han felt it was indeed prudent to share the photos in the group. As soon as he uploaded the picture, the group leader called him. Where are you? I'm planning to return to the dock now. All right, we'll head to the dock as well. After hanging up, Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the morning, with dawn not far off at 6. Upon arriving at the dock, a crowd had gathered, waiting eagerly. As Jiang Han disembarked, the people around him burst into applause. It was his first experience of such a reception, leaving him somewhat uneasy. In contrast, Xian Gaoyang appeared much more at ease, waving at the crowd. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached and inquired, "Which one of you is Comrade Jiang Han?" Jiang Han stepped forward. "That would be me. Greetings, Comrade Jiang Han. I am the vice president of the Lihua Island Fishing Association. This electric ray has adversely affected the tourism on Lihua Island. Many children, upon learning of its presence, have become afraid to enter the water." Xian Gaoyang brought forth the box containing the electric ray, and several experts stepped forward to examine it. "Indeed, this is the electric ray. Comrade Jiang Han, we truly thank you. Now, the children visiting Lihua Island will finally be able to swim." Jiang Han shook hands several more times. The vice president then presented him with a ticket. Jiang Han felt a bit dazed. Was this a check for 100,000 yuan? "Comrade Jiang Han, this is a lifetime free admission ticket for our Lihua Island scenic area. Not only can you enter for free, but you can also bring 2 guests along. This is our way of showing gratitude." A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Han. Surely they did not intend to offset the 100,000 yuan reward with this measly ticket? Such practices did occur in some places, where promised monetary rewards were ultimately exchanged for items. A lifetime free ticket may seem worthless at first glance. Yet if one were to enter the scenic area countless times daily, it could indeed hold significant value. The vice president chuckled. Comrade Jiang Han, please provide your bank account number. Our staff will transfer the funds to your account within 48 hours. Jiang Han let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't been swindled. This ticket would likely be considered an additional reward. Since it bore no personal information, it should be transferable. He had no interest in visiting the scenic area himself, but he could pass the ticket on to his sister and others. At that moment, a tourist approached. Heavens, is that not the legendary sea-catching Long Out Yin? Indeed, it is the very same Long Out Yin from the video I have seen. Those bullseye clams, he captures them effortlessly. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Han could not help but frown. Goodness, not only is he the sea-catching Long Out Yin, but he is also the fishing Long Out Yin, having even hooked the formidable electric ray that plagued Pear Blossom Island. A throng of tourists rushed forward, eager to take a photograph with Jiang Han, as if they intended to devour him. However, they were thwarted by Xian Gao Yanquan, who stood protectively in front of Jiang Han, striking a pose he deemed quite dashing. I am with him. If you wish to take a picture with Jiang Han, you must first take one with me. The tourist recoiled in disdain at this proclamation. Is it such a hardship to take a photo with me? The vice president chuckled heartily, shaking Jiang Han's hand once more. The photographer he brought along snapped several more pictures. Chapter 167. Masters among the people. A group of individuals struggled for over half an hour before finally dispersing. Jiang Han registered his bank card. Beside him, people occasionally snapped photos discreetly. Jiang Han paid them no mind, albeit feeling a touch of embarrassment. He had always considered the figure of Long Out Yin to be somewhat awkward, never anticipating that one day he would also be referred to as Long Out Yin. The electric ray had been taken away by members of the fishing association. His boat still held numerous squids. Squids are not particularly easy to keep alive. He needed to freeze and preserve them promptly. If he were aboard a fishing vessel equipped with a freezer, these creatures would have been immediately stored upon boarding. However, the fishing boat lacked such facilities, so they had to be temporarily housed in a live well. Additionally, the two diamondback squids required attention. When Mingguo arrived, Xian Gaoang was assisting in unloading a box of squids from the boat. Jiang Han, I just heard them say on the way here that someone has caught an electric ray. Jiang Han smiled and replied, thanks to your good wishes, I truly caught one. Really? Jiang Han, you're amazing. Mingguo exclaimed, leaping with joy and embracing Jiang Han tightly. Jiang Han felt warmth in his chest, and by the time he regained his composure, Mingguo had already released him. Whereas the electric ray? Mingguo's eyes sparkled as she began searching for the creature. The electric ray had been acquired by the fishing association, which had naturally taken it away. Before Jiang Han could respond, Xian Gaoang spoke on his behalf. Mingguo's expression fell in disappointment. I wanted to see the electric ray. At the Hailong restaurant, they encounter a variety of seafood, but they had never handled something like an electric ray before. Mingguo was eager to witness the marvel of the creature, as such fish are typically kept as pets. Jiang Han was surprised by Mingguo's interest in the electric ray. I took a few pictures. Would you like me to send them to you? Yes. Mingguo responded immediately, her excitement palpable. Regardless of how mundane her daily life might be, her social circle must remain vibrant. Jiang Han sent her the photos of the electric ray, and she promptly shared them on her social media. My friend caught this. Isn't it impressive? Her tone brimmed with pride. Seeing Mingguo's enthusiasm, Jiang Han couldn't resist sharing the same photos on his own social media. The class group chat erupted once more. Lu Buohong, what on earth is this? Hu Donjin, it looks quite adorable when it eats. Is this a devil fish? Jiang Han had captured a photo of the electric ray while it was feeding on small fish. Jiang Han, this is an electric ray. It belongs to the class of cartilaginous fish, resembling a devil fish, but they are not the same species. After posting this, Jiang Han ceased to monitor the group's messages. With Mingguo's assistance, the three of them managed to transport the squids to Wu Xinghua's guest house. When Wu Xinghua beheld the diamondback squids, she was utterly astonished. You actually managed to procure such a thing? When Jiang Han had brought in the scallops, Wu Xinghua had not shown any particular interest. Now that Jiang Han has procured the diamondback squid, Wu Xinghua begins to realize that she may have underestimated him initially. For the diamondback squid, Wu Xinghua refrains from taking matters into her own hands and instead makes a phone call. Within 5 minutes, a refined middle-aged man approaches. Uncle Zhang. Mingguo crisply calls out. Ah, little Guo has arrived? Uncle Zhang, upon seeing the diamondback squid, immediately understands his task. He dons a chef's hat and attire. places one squid on ice, and sets another on the cutting board, pushing it outside. Unfazed by the presence of tourists, he begins to prepare sashimi before their very eyes. With a swift stroke of his knife, the squid, initially tinged with red, transforms to a pristine white. Among the onlookers, some discerning patrons recognize it as diamondback squid, a delicacy favored for sashimi, renowned for its exquisite flavor. At this moment, Uncle Jiang has sliced off a portion of the squid's flesh. His knife skills are exceptional, and he quickly reduces the meat to delicate, thin slices. Jiang Han can discern that he is a master of sashimi preparation, likely summoned by Wu Xinghua whenever she encounters precious seafood. Wu Xinghua also prepares some of the squid Jiang Han brought, and Uncle Jiang artfully arranges the sliced rings on a plate, garnishing them with crushed ice around the edges. He adds 6 or 7 slices of diamondback squid atop the ice. To Jiang Han's astonishment, these few slender slices command a staggering price of 288 yuan. She writes on the small blackboard, promoting today's highlight, diamondback squid, clearly indicating the price per plate. Jiang Han initially believes no one would purchase it, considering the plate contains merely 7 or 8 small slices, with the rest being mere decoration. However, once presented, a queue forms among the tourists. In no time, the small tables outside the inn are filled with eager patrons. The lengthy slice of squid that was just cut is soon sold out, yielding over 20 servings. Remarkably, a single diamondback squid can yield multiple such portions. When he has a moment, Uncle Jiang generously offers Jiang Han and her companions each a plate. While Jiang Han and Mingui have yet to indulge, Xian Gaoang, brimming with excitement, has already begun to eat. This delicacy is quite rare in our region. I never expected you to catch two today. What luck to have a taste. However, before he can fully savor it, the few slices are gone. Isn't this a bit too little? Xian Gaoang ultimately resorts to chewing on the squid rings, reminiscing about the flavor of the diamondback squid. Jiang Han takes a bite. And indeed, the quality justifies its price. The taste of the diamondback squid far surpasses that of ordinary squid. He savors it slowly. But just as he begins to relish the flavor, it vanishes. Mingui smacks her lips, having finished her portion, and looks longingly at Wu Xinghua. Aunt, could you ask Uncle Jiang for another serving? Wu Xinghua smiled broadly, her joy evident. You silly girl, isn't it merely a matter of asking for more food? Why gaze at her with such a pitiful expression, as if she had wronged you? Uncle Jiang prepared another serving for them. Xian Gaoang, in truth, yearned for an additional portion. The meager serving hardly sufficed to satisfy his hunger. Fortunately, he knew to restrain himself and did not shout in front of Wu Xinghua. Soon, a new wave of tourists arrived, and Jiang Han watched as his 2 diamond-shaped squid were sold off in portions. Each patron who had tasted them proclaimed them delicious. Indeed, true talent lies among the people. Individuals like Wu Xinghua do not need to attend business schools. She is already a quintessential entrepreneur. Wu Xinghua, her face adorned with wrinkles from smiling, counted the cash in her hand, her spirits lifted. Jiang Han, I've weighed your squid. It totals 158 pounds. And I'll give you 25 yuan per pound, amounting to 3,950. Let me round it up for you, making it 4,000 yuan. Chapter 168 trending on social media. I will give you 7,000 for each of those 2 diamond-shaped squids. That amounts to 14,000 for both, which totals 18,000. Wu Xinghua stated as she transferred the funds to Mingui. Upon receiving the transfer, Mingui paused momentarily, still unaccustomed to this transaction method. She decided to retain 1,800 for herself, transferring the remaining 90%, a total of 16,200, entirely to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was aware that the price offered by Wu Xinghua was significantly above the market rate. However, reflecting on her approach to selling goods, he recognized that she possessed the confidence to justify such a high price. Wu Xinghua looked at Jiang Han with a playful grin. The price I offered is quite generous, isn't it? You need not voice your thoughts, just keep it in mind. In the future, if you come across quality items, feel free to send them my way. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and don't forget about Xiao Fei's restaurant. If you decide not to supply them because you think my offer is too high, I won't accept your goods either. Jiang Han understood that family-run businesses often revolve around personal relationships. It was imperative for him to maintain a balance in the supply among family members. Such nuances were not taught in school. The theoretical knowledge imparted was often cold and impractical in real life. Rest assured, Auntie, this line is still being managed by Xiaoguo. Furthermore, you always transfer the funds to her. Both our families are quite clear on how much I supply. Besides, I am not an ungrateful person. Sister Fei and Xiaoguo have assisted me greatly. I will ensure that the supply to Haili Wang restaurant remains consistent. Jiang Han expressed sincerely, as he valued loyalty. Very well, Wu Xinghua replied, clearly pleased. Now, when she looked at Jiang Han, he appeared more agreeable. Auntie, I will go park your fishing boat. As Jiang Han disembarked from the dock, He casually parked his boat in a random spot, considering the many people waiting. Now that space was available, he intended to return the boat to its designated position. All right, go ahead, Wu Xinghua encouraged. Upon reaching the dock, Jiang Han filled the fishing boat's tank. While others treated him courteously, he reciprocated the kindness. After all, chartering a boat would cost far more than this modest fuel expense. Beep. The host has sold seafood for 16,200 yuan, earning 16,200 system points. Accumulating previous points, total system points, 16,357. The host can now consume 15,000 system points to exchange for a 30-meter scanning range. Would you like to proceed? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 1,690 meters. Exchange successful. Remaining system points, 1,357. Please continue to strive for further achievements. Jiang Han found the system quite intriguing. In the past, he would always allocate 10% of his sales to Shanghai Dai, yet the system had never deducted that portion from him. Now, as Mengguo retained her share and passed on the remaining 90% to him, the system only accounted for that 90%. Was it possible that the system calculated solely based on the amount received? Jiang Han docked his fishing boat and returned to the guest house where he was staying. After spending the latter part of the night searching for electric rays, he longed for a brief respite. Even though the ferry service to Jiawa Island had resumed today, the next boat wouldn't depart until evening, allowing him the luxury of a peaceful nap. Once he entered his room and took a refreshing shower, Jiang Han tossed his clothes into the dryer. Upon unlocking his phone, he noticed a private message from Lu Buohong. Lu Buohong, you've been doing quite well for yourself lately. Care to share some business opportunities? Jiang Han, aren't you busy climbing Tai Mountain or Huashan? He recalled Lu Buohong mentioning that he was making a living by accompanying others on hikes, charging 200 yuan per trip. If he had to carry children, the fee doubled to 400 yuan. It seemed he could earn a decent amount in a day's work. Lu Buohong, I can't keep climbing forever. A few days ago, I felt dizzy and nearly fell off the mountain. Hearing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel concerned for Lu Buohong's safety. Jiang Han, I'm still in the exploratory phase myself, so I don't have any business to share with you. Lu Buohong's disappointment was palpable upon reading Jiang Han's response. Lu Buohong, remember, when fortune smiles upon you, don't forget your old friends. Lu Buohong, if you strike it rich, you must take care of your classmates. Jiang Han, let's talk about that when I actually succeed. Jiang Han felt far from prosperous, even if he were to achieve success as a fisherman. He doubted he would have any business to offer Lu Buohong. His last words were merely a consolation. Lu Buohong seemed comforted by the sentiment, sending Jiang Han a grateful emoji in response. Jiang Han then noticed a message from Xian Gaoang. Xian Gaoang, let's chat for a bit. He placed his phone aside, prioritizing rest over conversation. Lu Buohong was busy earning money from hiking, while he had no time to chat with Xian Gaoang. Sleep was far more appealing. In a state of drowsiness, Jiang Han heard his phone buzz again, but he ignored it, focusing on slumber. When he finally awoke, he discovered it was a transfer notification from his sister, who had sent him 350 yuan. It seemed she had successfully sold another 500 yuan worth of goods. A call from Mengguo soon followed, inviting him to dinner. Glancing at the clock, Jiang Han realized it was indeed mealtime. As he stepped outside, several people approached him, snapping photos before scurrying away. Two girls nearby giggled at him, whispering about the sea dragon, exclaiming how handsome he was. They had heard he was an excellent fisherman, having caught the electric ray. Indeed, good looks seemed to be a universal truth, handsome and capable. Jiang Han, should we ask him for his WeChat? Isn't that a bit forward? What if he declines? One girl replied, don't worry, we'll ask together. If we sound gentle and a bit pitiful, he'll surely share his WeChat with us. Jiang Han. Just as the two girls were about to make their move, Mengguo unexpectedly appeared, exclaiming, ah, so you are here wandering about. The child is still waiting for you to change the diaper. With that, Mengguo pulled Jiang Han away. Oh, so you already have a child? I thought, marveling at how handsome and capable he was, pondering which fortunate woman had claimed him. I have always believed that good men are already taken. When encountering one must seize the opportunity. Once Mengguo brought Jiang Han to the guest house, he finally sighed in relief. Jiang Han chuckled. When did I ever have a child? If I hadn't said anything, you would have likely been devoured by those women. Mengguo then pulled out his phone. Did you know you're trending? Jiang Han glanced at the screen and realized he had indeed made it to the trending list. Someone had edited together his video of catching the bullseye to the moment he shook hands with the vice president of the Fishing Association, accompanied by footage of his spirited descent from the fishing boat. Chapter 169. A touch of ambiguity. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that in the brief interlude of his slumber, a particular video had surged in popularity online. Upon glancing at the comments, He was met with a multitude of female users exclaiming hubby, expressing their desire to bear his children. Meanwhile, a throng of male users dubbed him master, eager to glean insights from his expertise. Quite impressive, Jiang Han. You have captured the admiration of both genders. It appeared that not only the aesthetically inclined women were enamored with him, but even fishermen and men who enjoyed coastal foraging were drawn to his charm. Jiang Han could only chuckle, bewildered by the turn of events. Menghua had prepared a modest meal of small shrimp and fish, with his aunt having already dined. It was just the two of them. The coastal foragers kept irregular hours, while those in the catering business had their own peculiar dining schedules. At this moment, Wu Xinghua was already busy with her tasks. Taking a sip of water to steady his emotions, Jiang Han sat down to eat. The small shrimp and fish appeared unremarkable. Yet Menghua had crafted them into a delightful dish. He found himself unconsciously reaching for a second bowl of rice. Shall we venture out to forage? Menghua inquired. Let us not, he replied, disinclined to leave the house given the current situation. Menghua, noticing his demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't take it too seriously. The fervor will fade swiftly. Even stars are forgotten if they go half a year without filming. Jiang Han felt a sense of relief at Menghua's words. He was not fond of being the center of attention, as if under constant scrutiny. Yet, he pondered what to do in the coming days. Menghua was surprised to see Jiang Han display such apprehension. This side of him was rather endearing. In an era rife with internet celebrities, others sought ways to bask in the spotlight, yet he seemed to shun the very heat that was offered to him. If he were inclined, he could live stream his foraging adventures and sell merchandise. It was not that he looked down upon internet influencers, rather, he simply detested the sensation of being observed under the lens of a camera. It felt as though every word and action was laid bare for public judgment, where even the slightest misstep could be magnified and lead to severe online backlash. Menghua, with a smile, produced 2 items. Jiang Han's eyes lit up at their sight. When did you prepare these? I purchased them the moment I saw the trending topic, she replied, placing a cap upon his head and adorning him with sunglasses. Her heart raced a couple of beats faster. My goodness, this version of Jiang Han is even more dashing. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Jiang Han noticed the flush creeping up her ears. No, not at all. Perhaps it's just the heat. Shall we take a stroll and see if anyone recognizes you? Jiang Han was curious to gauge the effect, before the public forgot about him. He couldn't remain confined indoors. Then let us take a walk. These past few days, he had been preoccupied with coastal foraging and fishing, and he had yet to explore the island properly. They chose not to venture into the tourist areas, but instead meandered through several untouched locales. They took a photograph before the stone tablet of Pear Blossom Island. After Menghua finished taking her own picture, she approached a passing young girl and asked, Could you please help us take a photo? Menghua handed her phone to the girl and pulled Jiang Han closer. Menghua effortlessly struck a pose, while Jiang Han seemed uncertain about where to place his limbs. The young girl, however, was quite earnest, advising, Sir, relax your muscles a bit. Don't be so tense. She leaned slightly towards him, affirming, Yes, that's perfect. Jiang Han also shifted closer to her. Excellent, she encouraged. As the shutter clicked, the moment was captured. Menghua gazed at the photo, momentarily lost in thought, but when Jiang Han requested to see it, she quickly tucked it away. Xiaogua, this isn't right. We took this photo together. You must send me a copy, Jiang Han insisted. Menghua felt a twinge of guilt for hiding it away. It was merely a reflex. The sight of the photo made her cheeks flush, and she instinctively wished to keep it private. All right, I'll send it to you, she conceded, her face still warm. She sent the photo to Jiang Han, who, upon viewing it, involuntarily cleared his throat and instinctively put his phone away. This feels rather intimate, he thought. By this time, night had fallen. Jiang Han, it's about time. Let's head to the dock, Menghua suggested. Oh, all right, let's go to the dock. Menghua's preparations proved effective. As no one recognized Jiang Han during their journey, they successfully purchased tickets that day. By the time they returned to Jiaohua Island, it was well past midnight. Jiang Han, would you like me to prepare a late-night snack? Menghua asked, knowing the restaurant's freezer was stocked with various ingredients, making it convenient for her to whip something up. No, you should get some rest, he replied. Although Menghua had come to visit her aunt, she had still helped him a great deal. On the boat, he noticed her yawning frequently, a clear indication of her fatigue. He couldn't bear the thought of her struggling against her drowsiness to prepare a meal. He refrained from disturbing Zhang Haidai, and with his own boat still at the dock, he settled his mooring fees for the past few days and returned to the village. After all, there's no place like home. It must be said that Uncle Zhou and his crew were remarkably efficient. In just a few days of his absence, all the walls that needed to be altered had been torn down and rebuilt. Even the ceilings had been modified in several spots. If not for the strict regulations currently in place, he would have surely elevated the second floor to a third and expanded the building's area further. For now, he could only undertake significant renovations on the old house. The dust generated during renovations was substantial, and as Jiang Han walked through, he stirred up quite a bit. Fortunately, he had closed the doors and windows upstairs before leaving. Otherwise, his bed would have been coated in dust. The next morning, Jiang Han was awakened by the clattering sounds emanating from downstairs. He realized that old Zhou had brought his crew over to continue the renovations. Ding! The host has received a fishing reward of 100,000 yuan and 100,000 system points. Accumulating the previous points, the total system points amount to 101,357. Currently, 100,000 system points can be consumed to exchange for a scanning range of 200 meters. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? The exchange was successful, granting the host a scanning range of 1,890 meters. The exchange was successful, leaving a remaining balance of 1,357 system points. Please continue to strive diligently, host. Jiang Han glanced at his phone and confirmed that the 100,000 yuan had indeed been transferred to his bank account. He had never considered that this sum could be exchanged for a scanning range, as it was quite different from his usual earnings from selling seafood. With the sudden increase of 200 meters, he was on the verge of achieving a scanning range exceeding 2,000 meters. After this experience, he truly believed that a greater scanning range was increasingly advantageous. Contemplating for a moment, Jiang Han decided to transfer 10,000 yuan to Xian Gaoyang, as that location was one he had been taken to by him, and he did not wish to owe anyone a favor. However, Xian Gaoyang promptly returned the money to him. Chapter 170. The homestead. He called. Jiang Han, are you at the guest house? How about I take you diving? Oh, I've returned home. What? You went home without telling me? Oh, I forgot in my haste to catch the boat. Jiang Han found himself still unaccustomed to Xian Gaoyang's familiar demeanor. After ending the call, he began to scroll through short dramas. As for the 10,000 yuan, if he chose not to accept it, there was no way to compel him otherwise. You all arrived so early. You must have worked hard. Please ensure my brother's house is in good shape. Isn't that the voice of my sister? The tea in this kettle is brewed from our own tea leaves. Feel free to drink if you're thirsty. Indeed, it was his sister's voice. Jiang Han rubbed his face, realizing he had asked her to keep a closer watch. Who would have thought she would arrive so early and be so devoted? Jiang Han donned a tank top and went downstairs, where Jiang Feng spotted her brother immediately. Han, you're back? Yes, I returned last night. Jiang Han pulled his sister aside. You need not brew tea. I have already given them money for tea and meals. They can manage on their own. Even if you come, just a glance will suffice. He merely wished for his sister to refrain from overly focusing on Ling Ling and Wan Wan, not to come over to toil. All right, I won't brew it next time. Now that you're back, I shall take my leave. Those two children will slack off if I don't keep an eye on them. Jiang Han. Before he could say anything more, Jiang Feng had already left on her electric bike. Jiang Han felt speechless. His sister truly could not rest for a moment. Uncle Zhou approached. Jiang Han, you need to renovate the second floor as well, right? The overall framework on the first floor has been established. I intend to work on the second floor and then refine everything uniformly. Let us finish the first floor first. Jiang Han did not agree immediately. Old Zhou sensed Jiang Han's reluctance regarding the second floor. You'll have to work on it eventually. Let me think it over, Jiang Han replied. He returned to the second floor room, where the sounds of construction persisted downstairs. In truth, old Zhou was correct. A comprehensive renovation would indeed be more advantageous. Moreover, he had a place to stay. He possessed a key to Zhang Haidai's residence and could lodge there anytime. Yet, there were certain sentiments he could not quite release. He retrieved the blueprints from the drawer, having prepared 2 sets for the second floor-S design. One maintained the existing spatial structure with only modest renovations. The other mirrored the first floor, involving the dismantling of some walls and a complete reconfiguration of the space. Rationally, he favored the latter style of renovation. However, doing so would mean erasing his parents' room entirely. Within the drawer lay a small box, containing a key he had not touched in ages. He took out the key and unlocked his parents' room. The furnishings within remained as they were during his parents' lifetime. The quilt had long vanished from the bed, leaving only the bare wooden slats. He lay sprawled upon the bed frame, contemplating the renovations on the second floor, a matter he had previously discussed with Jiang Feng. She had simply replied, I have already married and this home is now yours. Whatever you decide, I shall support you. I believe our parents would support you as well. Although Jiang Han was not tired, his mind wandered, and he unwittingly succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, he found himself transported back to his childhood. After school, he rushed home, parched, and drank greedily from the faucet. His mother, wielding a bamboo broom, chased after him, exclaiming, You little rascal, why are you so late? Did you play after school? She raised the broom as if to strike him. His sister emerged, shielding him. Mom, he is not a child anymore. Please don't hit him. Their father sat at the octagonal table, merely observing with a smile, offering no assistance as they squabbled. In an instant, he had grown older. His mother was now leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds, while his father sipped tea from a large cup. Jiang Han, though aware he was dreaming, felt an overwhelming sense of reality emanating from his parents. He pondered aloud, Mom, Dad, the house has begun renovations. Should I remove your room? His mother continued to munch on the sunflower seeds, responding slowly, Do you think it would be better to remove it or not? From a purely renovation standpoint, removing it would indeed be preferable. Yet, he yearned for their presence. If their rooms were gone, he would have one less place to remember them. His father remained silent, while his mother glared at him. You rascal, after all these years, how have you only grown taller but not wiser? Jiang Han replied. Both of you are gone. What is there left to reminisce about? Finally, his father spoke. Han, it is the living who matter most. As the dream faded, Jiang Han awoke, his mind still buzzing. He felt as if the bed was somewhat unstable. Had his parents always slept in such a manner? He rose to inspect the bed's legs, discovering that one had been propped up with paper, perhaps due to its unevenness. However, now it felt as if the paper had been elevated. Curious, he pulled out the stack of small square papers, noticing they bore writing. As he unfolded the yellowed pages, he realized it was a handwritten land use approval. The homeowner's name was unmistakably that of his father, accompanied by the signature of the previous village chief. Jiang Han stood frozen, stunned. Was this the inheritance left to him by his parents? Such significant news had never been mentioned by them. Had he been too young to recall? Determined to seek clarity, he rode his electric bike to his sister's house. Jiang Feng gazed at the aged document in confusion. Sister, please ponder this carefully. Do you truly have no recollection at all? Jiang Feng is several years older than Jiang Han. If she is oblivious to this, one cannot help but wonder how this document came into existence. Jiang Feng strives to recollect her past. After the departure of her parents, she forced herself to refrain from dwelling on bygone days, resolutely directing her gaze toward the future. She believed she had forgotten everything. Yet now, scenes from the past emerged vividly in her mind, astonishingly clear. It seems there was indeed something to it. At that time, when her uncle was constructing a house, her father mentioned that once her uncle's house was completed, their family would also undertake a similar endeavor. Subsequently, her father suffered an injury and passed away, and her mother never broached the subject again. Later still, her mother fell ill and departed this world as well. Jiang Han glanced at the date the land was granted, which was a mere 2 months before their father's passing. Chapter 171. Some trouble had my father not passed away. Our family of 4 would likely have been residing in the newly constructed house. Given the severity of his injuries at the time, he would have been unable to undertake the building project. Following his death, my mother lacked the energy to pursue such endeavors. Perhaps she had already foreseen that if she too were to depart, our uncle would undoubtedly cast a covetous eye upon our home. It was certain that they would seize the land. At that time, we were still young and feared that my sibling and I would be unable to protect it. Thus, my mother, without informing us, discreetly tucked the approval documents beneath the foot of the bed, waiting for us to discover them once we matured. Jiang Han glanced at the documents, astonished to find that the land area was a substantial 300 square meters. Such an expanse was more than sufficient. However, obtaining approval for construction now seemed implausible. Jiang Han felt a surge of excitement. Possessing this land would be far preferable to renovating the old house. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart, as if the situation were more complex than it appeared. Upon returning from Shangjiang village, Jiang Han's mind was consumed by these thoughts. Tiantian, noticing him, called out his name, but he was preoccupied and failed to acknowledge her, walking past her without a glance. This infuriated Tiantian. The villagers, even when engrossed in their phones, typically scrolled through content unrelated to Jiang Han. Yet, she unexpectedly came across a video featuring him. In the clip, Jiang Han descended from a luxurious fishing boat, exuding confidence and radiance. He was seen shaking hands with the vice president of the Pear Blossom Island Fishing Association, with the video announcing that he had caught a stingray, a catch that could earn him a reward of 100,000 yuan. The thought of such a sum was staggering. Tiantian pondered that Jiang Han's other methods of earning money were often entangled with legal ramifications. Yet, this 100,000 yuan was entirely legitimate. How wonderful it would be if he could share even half of that with her. However, Jiang Han strode into the village store without a backward glance, purchasing a pack of cigarettes before heading to the village committee office. He distributed the cigarettes among the group and presented the approval documents to the village head. Zhang Laolu donned his glasses to scrutinize the papers, genuinely surprised to encounter such a document. Jiang Han, does this mean I can construct a house on this land? he inquired, as the blueprints were indeed sketched out on the paper. The location, elevated in terrain, remained an expanse of wilderness. Jiang Han, this document is quite old. I find it challenging to ascertain its validity. What do you mean? Jiang Han pressed. The former village head signed it, and it bears the stamp of the relevant department. Zhang Laolu was at a loss for words. This matter dated back over a decade. Ordinarily, even if land approval were granted, it should not have been handwritten. Furthermore, our village committee held only the authority to review, not to approve. Yet, the official stamp was undeniably affixed to the document. The former village head had passed away 2 years prior, leaving no avenue to investigate the peculiarities of this document. Jiang Han furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting this document is worthless? That cannot be right. If this item were without value, my mother would not have concealed it in such a manner. At that time, it undoubtedly held the potential to facilitate the construction of a house. It was certainly not without merit. During the approval process, a multitude of documents was required. If we could locate the original materials from that time, it might indeed be feasible. Zhang Laolu gazed at the 300 square meters indicated on the approval document, his eyelids twitching. In that era, the approval of such matters was remarkably lenient. If this were to occur in the present day, a family of 3 would only be entitled to a little over 100 square meters in the absence of an existing house. Now, Jiang Han, all alone, seeks to acquire 300 square meters for construction. With this rather unclear approval document, he scarcely dares to proceed. Surely, the archives should contain the application materials from that time. It would be a task for Uncle Zhang to investigate. Zhang Laolu cleared his throat. Well, 3 years ago, there was a flood in the archives, and everything was lost in the fire. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nearly leaped up, and Zhang Laolu hastily added, do not be overly anxious. If the procedures were correctly followed, there should be several backup copies of the documents. Perhaps the district archives still retain some records. Let me know what materials you need, and I will look for them. I am not entirely sure what documents were available back then, since rural homesteads are considered collective land. You need to approach the town to consult the official in charge of managing collective land. Jiang Han felt somewhat dizzy from the confusion. It was perplexing how Zhang Laolu managed to become the village head with such a lack of knowledge. Jiang Han, do not sigh. Nowadays, undertaking any task is fraught with complications, requiring myriad documents. Moreover, you are dealing with such a substantial piece of homestead. Jiang Han realized that he could not glean any useful information from Zhang Laolu and decided to visit the relevant department in town himself. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. The individual responsible for collective land was away on recuperation and would not return for 3 days. Jiang Han was rendered speechless. By now, it was already midday. He folded the approval document into a square and tucked it into his pocket. This was a remnant left to him by his parents during their most trying times. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would strive to secure that 300 square meter homestead. He walked under the sun, feeling no discomfort from the heat. Jiang Han. Turning at the sound, he discovered it was Ming Guo calling him. In such a small town, one could easily encounter acquaintances while wandering about. Jiang Han. What is the matter? I called your name so many times, yet you did not respond. I am fine, Jiang Han replied, pressing his hand against his pocket. I'm going to find Zhang Haidai. I will join you for lunch at the restaurant shortly. What would you like to eat? Ming Guo sensed a certain distraction in Jiang Han. Just boil some snails, and please prepare a bowl of sea cucumber porridge for me. He was not particularly hungry today. He craved something light like porridge. As a child, when he was unwell and lacked an appetite, his mother would make him porridge. All right, I will get that ready for you. You can simply come down and eat when it's done. Xiaoguo. Yes, thank you. Ming Guo smiled radiantly, asking, why are you being so polite with me? Make sure to come down early later. She then dashed towards the restaurant. When the place was empty, she secretly took out her phone and grinned foolishly at the photo of herself and Jiang Han. Upon arriving at Zhang Haidai's rental apartment, Jiang Han noticed Zhang Haidai still engrossed in his book and chose not to disturb him. He walked into the room that Zhang had reserved for him and placed the land approval document into the drawer. He felt that this place was safer than his own home. He then called Jiang Feng, saying, Sister, please refrain from mentioning this matter to anyone until I have completely resolved it. Though Jiang Feng did not fully comprehend Jiang Han's reasoning, she trusted her brother implicitly. All right. I won't even mention it to those in Washan. Chapter 172. 2 more groups. Jiang Han hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. The approval document was in his father's name, which typically meant others would find it useless. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. He could not forget how, after his parents' passing, certain relatives pressured him and his sister. If they discovered the matter concerning the homestead, what chaos might ensue. Even if they had no claim to any land, their meddling could still jeopardize everything. Though Jiang Han was not entirely versed in such matters, he possessed a rudimentary understanding. Issues of this nature, steeped in historical complexities, ultimately hinged upon the rigidity or leniency of policy. A slight relaxation could facilitate progress, while increased strictness could thwart it. Should any trouble arise, the situation would undoubtedly tighten. While it was merely a rural homestead, it represented an area of 300 square meters. The document did not specify how many stories could be constructed. If he were to build 3 stories, that would amount to a 900 square meter edifice. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Tiantian. Jiang Han. Those Ezo scallops were absolutely delectable, Kai exclaimed. When you mentioned sending me 11 scallops, I envisioned a small box. To my surprise, each scallop was the size of my face. I had the chef prepare them with vermicelli, and the flavor surpassed any scallop I had ever tasted. The barnacles were also exquisite. I had previously sampled barnacles, but the ones you sent were exceptionally delicious. The first batch of 10 kilograms was taken before I could even savor them, but this time, I made sure to enjoy my share before letting anyone else take some. I'm glad you enjoyed them, Jiang Han replied. Since you found them so delightful, it suggests that shipping them to Xiang province is feasible. Don't hang up yet. Is there anything else? Jiang Han inquired. When the package arrived, the dry ice had dissipated, leaving only an empty bag, but the ice packs remained solid. Jiang Han. This preservation method is effective. When will you send a larger shipment? Reclining on his bed and gazing at the ceiling, Jiang Han felt his previously troubled mood lift. Unexpectedly soothed by Kai Qingyan's words. Recently, he had been anxious about the increasing quantity of his goods and the inability of the Healewang restaurant to consume them all. In just a few days, the situation had transformed to one where others were now awaiting his goods. He was still unsure of the capacity Kai Qingyan could handle. However, he knew that Wu Xinghua could accept a considerable amount. Based on his observations, Wu Xinghua primarily dealt in mid to high-end seafood. The 2 diamond-shaped squids had been sold separately. Despite her exorbitant prices, the limited supply made them affordable for buyers. Yet not all seafood was suitable for individual sales. Jiang Han noticed that seafood products priced under 300 yuan per portion sold particularly well at Wu Xinghua's establishment. He pondered whether, in the event he encountered a substantial shipment, Wu Xinghua would be able to accommodate it. After all, her market positioning is aimed at those leisurely tourists. Regardless, the current situation is already quite satisfactory. At least for now, as long as he possesses quality goods, he can swiftly sell them at prices exceeding market value. I will head to the shore tonight. I will inform you of what I find in. Within that sea cave, the most abundant are barnacles, followed by Ezo scallops. The quantities of sea urchins and sea cucumbers are decent, yet they do not yield in large quantities. It is uncertain when that cave will be discovered by others. But Jiang Han believes that before it is found, he should harvest as many barnacles as possible. Jiang Han called Jiang Feng, sister. Has anyone in the group expressed interest in purchasing barnacles lately? Jiang Feng sent him a chart detailing the inquiries about barnacles, with the names followed by the desired quantities. Perhaps due to a few recent large shipments, the number of inquiries for barnacles has noticeably decreased in recent days. The total amount adds up to around 200 pounds. Jiang Han anticipated this scenario. He often sells the same items to the same individuals, and once the novelty wears off, sales inevitably decline. He then messaged Ma Xiaomei, "Do you have several such groups?" Ma Xiaomei promptly replied, "Yes. What do you need, young Master Jiang?" Jiang Han felt a shiver at the title. "Please don't address me that way. I merely wish for your assistance. Could you inquire in other groups if anyone is interested in purchasing barnacles?" Ma Xiaomei responded with a playful emoji. "Am I to understand that such a significant favor warrants a personal commitment?" Jiang Han replied, "Forget it. I want to be selling myself." Ma Xiaomei sent a laughing emoji. "I'm just joking. I'll ask now." The effect of Ma Xiaomei's inquiries was remarkable. Jiang Han established 2 new groups. One was a full group of 500 members, while the other was nearly full with 498 members. If someone brings their friends along, he could create yet another group. Jiang Feng was somewhat bewildered by the sudden emergence of 2 new groups. What was happening? Are places for business so easily conjured? Jiang Han privately messaged Jiang Feng to clarify the situation. The newly formed groups would also be under Jiang Feng's management. Upon learning that Jiang Han was still intent on selling barnacles, Jiang Feng explained the purchasing prices and conditions in the new group. As with the first group, enthusiasm surged among the members, each eager to express their desired quantities for purchase. However, due to their unfamiliarity with Jiang Han and his associates, the requested amounts were relatively modest. Jiang Feng made a rough calculation. Within such a short time frame, the total requested weight of barnacles had already exceeded 3,000 pounds. It was anticipated that by evening, this figure would increase further. Jiang Feng, Han, you have already made several large shipments. Are you certain you can meet such a demand again? Jiang Han, I can. Upon hearing Jiang Han's resolute response, Jiang Feng felt a sense of reassurance. His younger brother was indeed remarkable. This barnacle resembled an inexhaustible mine of barnacles, seemingly impossible to deplete. Jiang Han glanced at the recent tide schedules. One began at 1 p.m., while the other commenced at 1 a.m. Given the sweltering heat of the afternoon, he decisively opted for the latter. As Jiang Han stepped out of his room, Zhang Haidai emerged just then. The latter appeared to be in a rather poor state. In just 2 days, Jiang Han noted a noticeable increase in his waistline. "How much have you been eating these past few days?" Jiang Han inquired. Zhang Haidai shook his head despondently. "Don't mention it. I've been constipated lately. I had 3 meals yesterday, yet I still feel quite bloated." Jiang Han scrutinized Zhang Haidai, pondering if his friend's recent struggles with smoking cessation had led to a hormonal imbalance. Chapter 173, Establishing a New Groupon. "What are you pondering?" "It's nothing. Why worry about constipation? Just call the restaurant and ask them to prepare a plate of spicy snails for you." Zhang Haidai, upon hearing Jiang Han's suggestion, recalled that each time he indulged in spicy snails, he found himself needing to visit the restroom. Could it be that these spicy snails serve as a laxative? Without hesitation, he dialed Meng Fei. "Sister Fei, could you have them stir-fry a plate of spicy snails for me?" When Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai arrived at the restaurant, aside from the last dish of spicy snails, all the other dishes were already prepared. Meng Fei, having rare free time, noticed Zhang Haidai's pallor. "What is wrong with you?" Zhang Haidai shook his head. He simply couldn't bring himself to confess to Meng Fei about his constipation and digestive troubles. Meng Fei chose not to press further and instead handed each of them a cup of yogurt. Once Meng Fei departed, Zhang Haidai, looking puzzled, asked Jiang Han, "What is the yogurt for?" "You mentioned your digestive issues, and yogurt promotes intestinal movement," Jiang Han replied. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Zhang Haidai's face. After days of constipation, he lacked appetite for the dishes on the table, yet he found the yogurt appealing. He opened it and began to consume it eagerly. "Han, I feel like I've changed." "Changed how?" "I used to lick the lid of the yogurt, but now I don't bother." Jiang Han, mid-sip of his drink, nearly choked. "Don't be ridiculous, just enjoy your meal." His life was just beginning, and it would be unfortunate if he were to be choked by his own teammate. Finally, the spicy snails arrived. The snails they had previously gathered from the shore had been consumed, and this batch was sourced from elsewhere by the restaurant. Jiang Han tasted one and found it lacking the flavor of their own catch. He realized that in future excursions, he should fixate solely on one type of catch or the expensive ones. He ought to gather a variety of items, even if they weren't for sale. Having a diverse selection for personal consumption would enrich the experience. Zhang Haidai, without touching anything else, devoured the entire plate of spicy snails. Jiang Han sampled one but refrained from eating more. Under the combined influence of the spicy snails and yogurt, Zhang Haidai gradually cradled his stomach. "Han, I need to step out for a moment." When he returned, he was visibly rejuvenated. "Han, you're quite clever. This method truly works, as long as it's effective," Jiang Han replied. Yet, Zhang Haidai suddenly clutched his stomach again. "Wait, I need to go again." Zhang Haidai made several trips to the restroom, and only when his complexion turned pale did he finally feel better. The two lingered in the restaurant for a while, seated by the window. Suddenly, they spotted Suja walking by outside. Suja hesitated at the entrance of the Heilei Wang restaurant before ultimately entering a small noodle shop diagonally across the street. "Why is Suja here again?" Zhang Haidai complained. Not long ago, Suja had returned home. Jiang Han recalled Zhang Haidai's earlier remarks. "Didn't you say you wanted to buy his house? He is likely here to deal with the house again." Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Haidai and inquired about his current thoughts. "If he truly lowers the price of the house to 400,000, I might just muster the courage to buy it. Yet, this fellow refuses to reduce the price." Zhang Haidai, however, has adopted a rather relaxed attitude. "After all, his house isn't particularly impressive. I'm not in a hurry. If he can sell it for 500,000, then so be it. If I wait a while longer to purchase, I may even find a better property." Currently, he is so frugal that he doesn't even lick the lid when enjoying yogurt, as long as he diligently follows Han Good. There will be ample, splendid houses for him to choose from in the future. Just look at Suja's dilapidated house, stubbornly clinging to the 500,000 price tag. He feels embarrassed to even show it to Sister Fei. Jiang Han smiled, affirming, "You are right. Let us wait a while and buy a better house." Seeing Zhang Haidai brimming with confidence in life invigorated Jiang Han's own optimism as well. Nowadays, he spends his nights fishing and hesitates over whether to obtain a driver's license during the day. Most of his classmates graduated from high school and acquired their licenses during the summer break. Even those who didn't manage it then got their licenses while in college. Back then, he had neither the money nor the time, He was preoccupied with working to support both himself and Tiantian. However, obtaining this driver's license seems somewhat futile. In such a confined space as the island, he believes an electric bike is far more practical than a car. Even if he needs to transport something, he still has his three-wheeler. Typically, he just uses a boat when going out to sea. It appears that a car isn't really necessary. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Han chose not to return home. Given the current state of affairs there, he would only be met with incessant annoyance. Instead, he decided to rest at Zhang Haidai's place. He noticed that there were always people wishing to join his newly established shopping group, prompting him to create another group. Jiang Han sent the QR code for the new group to Ma Xiaomei. Before long, the number of members in the third new group exceeded 100. Jiang Feng was taken aback. The speed was astonishing. She reiterated the same information in the third new group. By the time dinner rolled around, Jiang Feng calculated that they would need 5,000 pounds of barnacles. Jiang Han realized he would be quite busy in the coming days. In the dead of night, Jiang Hai and Zhang Haidai rode an electric bike to the village dock together. Zhang Haidai had become more adept at handling the boat. Jiang Han could confidently vouch for Zhang Haidai's capabilities. There would be no issue with his maneuvering. Upon reaching the cave, the snake eggs remained in their usual spot. Zhang Haidai scratched his head and asked, Han Ge, why do you think their parents never come to see them? Apart from the first instance when Han Ge mentioned the mother snake's appearance, she had not returned since. It seemed like their tobacco pouch oil had been rendered futile. Jiang Han nodded, indicating that the snake might never reappear. Zhang Haidai was puzzled. Why not? To protect their offspring, Jiang Han explained. Zhang Haidai found it even more perplexing. I've been a bit bored these past few days and did some research. Snakes are known to consume their own young. The king cobra, to avoid devouring its offspring, leaves after laying the eggs. Upon their reunion, they became adversaries. Did they grow independently? They do not merely grow on their own. What does this imply? Although instances of immediate fusion upon hatching are rare, they do occur. Zhang Haidai fell silent. It appears that within the entirety of the natural world, formidable characters exist beyond one's own progenitors and siblings. The two of them commenced their tasks upon entering the cave. At present, Jiang Han's scanning range has extended to 890 meters. Areas that were once unclear to him are now vividly discernible. For Jiang Han, the sights he beheld during his initial visit differ vastly from those of his current exploration. At that moment, he spotted peculiar shells in the distance. Han Ge, what are you observing? You're busy prying off barnacles here. I shall procure something else. Very well, Han Ge, you go ahead. Now, he was left alone to pry off barnacles, and he understood the necessity of exerting greater effort. Jiang Han walked steadily toward the distant sea, pausing when he reached a particular spot. Chapter 174. The long-nosed snail. He crouched down cautiously, gently removing the sand layer by layer. Soon, two long-nosed snails appeared in Jiang Han's hand. This type of snail was rather scarce in their region, and encounters with it were infrequent. In his recollection, although these snails could not compare to the renowned WNB Olu, they nonetheless possessed ornamental value. Upon surveying the area beneath him, he noted an abundance of these snails. Though he pondered their market value, he thought of Tiantian, who had previously purchased WNB Olu from him, and tagged her in the group chat. Jiang Han, Tiantian, would you be interested in these snails? Tiantian, yes. To his surprise, she responded swiftly in the dead of night. His classmates were indeed night owls. Jiang Han, how much will you offer? Tiantian, considering our friendship, I'll give you 30 each. Hu Dongjin interjected. Tiantian, 30 each? How can you even say that? You claim it's out of friendship, yet 30 each is hardly a fair price. Should I sell you my goodwill instead? Tiantian felt exasperated. It was Hu Dongjin's meddling that had previously cost her dearly. Tiantian, fine, I'll concede this time. I apologize for the past, just stop causing trouble. During their university days, Hu had often mocked Tang's appearance, likening her to a pig, which had led to constant disputes between them. Yet, Tiantian couldn't shake the feeling that she did resemble a pig. Hu Dongjin, what do you mean by that? Are you implying I hold grudges? I am merely stating the facts. Such beautiful snails, and you offer only 30 each? Yin Xiaoxia, please weigh in. If it were you, would you only offer 30? Tiantian was at a loss for words. Yin Xiaoxia was her close friend, and her sentiments mirrored Tang's own. Yin Xiaoxia, you are absolutely right. How could one dare to utter 30? At the very least, it should be 100. Tiantian rolled her eyes. No way could long-nosed snails fetch a price of 100 each. Frustrated, she decided to message Jiang Han privately. Tiantian, Jiang Han, would you accept 50 each? I would purchase both for 100. Tiantian, you can check online. The prices for long-nosed snails typically range from a few to several dozen yuan. And I'm already offering a generous price at 30. What she refrained from mentioning was that many listings online were fraudulent. Observing Tiantian's demeanor, Jiang Han discerned that 50 each was her final offer. Jiang Han, how many of these long-nosed snails do you desire? Tiantian was puzzled. Why did his question feel foreign? Tiantian, do you have many of these snails? Jiang Han, acquiring 100 genes should not pose a challenge. Gazing at the plethora of long-nosed snails beneath the sand, he felt confident. Tiantian struggled to comprehend. Collectors typically sought 1 or 2 specimens, with 2 constituting a pair, and they would be elated to find a couple. What did 100 genes signify? Could such a commodity truly be measured by weight? The long-nosed snail is rather light. Would 100 pounds of long-nosed snails amount to 1,000 or 2,000? Why does she feel as though she is purchasing large cabbages? Tiantian, hold on a moment. I must consult my father about this. Tiantian dialed her father's number. Dad, we have 100 pounds of long-nosed snails. Should we acquire them? Her father, who was initially engrossed in appraising a stone, was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. You said how much? 100 pounds? He felt a bit dazed, grappling with the unfamiliar terminology. When did the realm of collectibles begin to quantify items in pounds? What does 100 pounds equate to? I am unsure. A classmate of mine is a fisherman. The last batch of wampum snails came from him. He has now discovered a large quantity of long-nosed snails, and I believe the weight he mentioned includes the snail meat. That certainly sounds substantial. Have you discussed the price with him? Yes, he quoted 50 per piece. 50 per piece seems rather steep. What is the condition like? Are the noses intact? Tiantian shared the images Jiang Han had posted in the group with her father. After reviewing them, her father hesitated no longer and decided to purchase them. Upon hearing her father's affirmation, Tiantian promptly responded to Jiang Han. Tiantian, I will take all of these. Tiantian, although he is a classmate, I must clarify a few matters. I do not want the snail meat. You may take that. However, the shells must remain undamaged, especially the noses, which must remain intact. Jiang Han found Tiantian's demands somewhat excessive but acquiesced nonetheless. Collectors are not like them, who are merely concerned with consumption. They value the aesthetics of the items. Jiang Han, understood. Please inspect the package upon receipt. If there are any issues, I will refund you. Jiang Han does not engage in cash on delivery. Payment must be made in advance. Should any problems arise, he will promptly issue a refund. Tiantian, all right. After clarifying their arrangements, Jiang Han set to work. Long-nosed snails are not particularly rare. The challenge lies in encountering them while beachcombing. Typically, these snails are brought up during trawling operations. In such a brutal and reckless method of fishing, the long, pipe-like noses of the snails are often broken. Given their slender form, these noses are easily damaged even without the use of a trawl net. Thus, long-nosed snails with intact noses become exceedingly valuable. Once the nose is broken, their worth diminishes significantly. Therefore, when Jiang Han excavated the long-nosed snails from the sandy bed, he exercised extreme caution. Although these snails were densely packed, 100 pounds could be gathered swiftly. Jiang Han's meticulous approach, however, required additional effort. Fortunately, before the tide rose, he managed to excavate 1.5 buckets. The large bucket was indeed overflowing. Zhang Haidai was astonished upon witnessing the numerous long-nosed snails. What is remarkable is that all the noses were intact. Hanggu, these long-nosed snail shells seem sellable. If the noses are broken, they can only be sold as small miscellaneous snails at a few pieces per pound. Indeed, they are valued at 50 each. How many? Zhang Haidai thought he had misheard. My goodness, how many snails are there in this 1.5 buckets? No wonder Hanggu didn't pry open the barnacles today. At such a small size, they fetch 50 each. This is a windfall. Jiang Han was equally pleased. They had no need for the snail meat. We can extract the snail meat for breakfast. Zhang Haidai was taken aback by such good fortune. They could consume the meat while selling the shells for 50 yuan each. How is it so easy to make money these days? All right, I will extract the snail meat. You should take a break. Let us work together. Jiang Han glanced at the pile of barnacles. Zhang Haidai was also putting in considerable effort today. He was not any less burdened. They used tools to carefully extract the snail meat from the long-nosed snails, being cautious not to break the shells in the process. Zhang Haidai took out the dry noodles he had brought. He prepared 2 bowls of snail meat noodles and stir-fried a plate of long-nosed snail meat. Chapter 175. Insufficient hands due to their indulgence in exquisite delicacies, the long-nosed snail, which is not renowned for its flavor, appeared rather mundane. Jiang Han's phone buzzed. It was a message from Kai Qingyan. Kai Qingyan, have you gone beachcombing? Found anything good? Jiang Han was speechless. It was merely 5 o'clock in the morning, a time when night owls would typically be asleep. Jiang Han, only barnacles and long-nosed snails. He had initially hoped to gather a variety of seafood to present at the restaurant, enhancing the spread. However, each time he and Zhang Haidai ventured to this cave, time was always of the essence, leaving no room for additional finds. Kai Qingyan had already seen the long-nosed snail in the group chat. Previously, he had set the group to Do Not Disturb, but upon learning that Jiang Han would be messaging, he disabled that setting. After perusing the chat, he concluded that the long-nosed snail was more of a decorative curiosity than a culinary treasure. The barnacles, however, were quite delectable. It would take several days for the goods to reach him from Jiang Han, and if he purchased another batch, by the time they arrived, he would have likely finished the previous order. Kai Chingyan, please get me 200 pounds of barnacles. Kai Chingyan, for those long-nosed snails. I'll pay you 100 yuan each. Could you procure 20 for me? He noted that the final chat record indicated Yin Xiaoxia's proposition of 100 yuan apiece. Uncertain of the pricing, he decided to comply with Yin Xiaoxia's offer, reasoning that it must be correct, particularly since the snails were quite distinctive. The shells could serve as decorative pieces in his cabinet. As Jiang Han savored his noodles, he coughed involuntarily at the price. What a lavish spender Kai Chingyan was. Reflecting on Kai Chingyan's insecurities, he suspected it might be an act. Jiang Han, to be candid, I negotiated a price of 50 yuan each with Tiantian. Jiang Han, Tiantian doesn't want the snail meat, so I won't be removing it for you. I'll refrigerate it and deliver it as before. Kai Chingyan, that's too much of a loss for you. How about I offer you 60 yuan each? After all, he had received the snail meat. Jiang Han, very well then. Jiang Han felt somewhat helpless. With someone eager to offer him money, he could hardly refuse. After finishing their meal, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai gradually transported their finds from the cave to the boat. Upon arriving at the dock, they were met with curious onlookers. So many barnacles, and such an abundance of intact, long-nosed snails. Where had they sourced these? A fortune awaited them. The onlookers at the dock were nearly wide-eyed with astonishment, while Lin Gu and his companions turned away upon spotting them. Jiang Han instructed his sister not to wait at the dock, but to remain in the carport instead. By the time they transported their goods to the carport, his sister had already turned on the air conditioning, making the space pleasantly cool. Han, you are always so considerate, she remarked. With the air conditioning running, the atmosphere became far less irksome for their tasks. Sister, the labor we invest in earning these coins should indeed be met with enjoyment. Jiang Feng wished to express that she found no hardship in it. But upon witnessing Jiang Han's earnest demeanor, she deemed it best to remain silent. Sister, Kai Chingyan has requested 200 pounds of barnacles from me. Please package them for him. She no longer wished to keep him waiting. The poor child was rather pitiful. All right. Now, they had acquired an additional electric tricycle. Once all the goods were stowed in the shed, Jiang Feng felt that the barnacles were somewhat lacking. Why does it seem that we have less this time compared to previous occasions? It appears significantly reduced. This time, only Zhang Haidai was prying barnacles while she attended to other tasks. Jiang Feng found herself caught between laughter and tears since last night. Those individuals had gradually added another one, 300 pounds. She was uncertain whether to rejoice or worry about not finishing in time. Just moments ago, her brother mentioned that his classmate had also contributed an additional 200 pounds, bringing the total to 500 pounds. She feared that the amount they gathered might not surpass the newly added portion. Of course, one should be glad. Who wouldn't be happy to earn money? Given the current circumstances, what he lacked was not sales, but manpower. Last time, Lu Buohong had inquired if he had any surplus business for him to handle. He had considered Lu Buohong, but quickly dismissed the notion. If Lu Buohong came to him, he could not possibly share profits with him as he did with Zhang Haidai. He would only offer a fixed income each month. He recognized that Lu Buohong was an ambitious individual, discontent with the status quo, intent on making a name for himself. This reality hinted that Lu Buohong would not remain with him for long. If he did not raise this topic, their relationship could continue as good classmates. However, if he were to invite him over and they parted on unfavorable terms, their bond would inevitably sour. Suddenly, a vision of Xian Gaoang, clad in a diving suit and believing himself to be quite dashing, flashed through Jiang Han's mind. He involuntarily shivered. How strange. What was he contemplating? Jiang Han removed the long-nosed snail from the electric tricycle. Jiang Feng's mouth fell open upon seeing the creature. Isn't this the long-nosed snail? How come there are so many? Usually, these are caught by trawling nets, particularly the broken-nosed variety. Indeed, handling these long-nosed snails can be rather troublesome. You should package the barnacles and send them off first. Brother Han, perhaps I should handle the barnacles while Sister Feng manages these long-nosed snails. Initially, Zhang Haidai was unafraid. But upon hearing Jiang Han mention that these could sell for 50 yuan each, he hesitated. Clumsy in his efforts, he had once broken a nose while extracting snail meat from a cave, resulting in an immediate loss of 50 yuan. Very well, then. You can package the barnacles while my sister helps me extract the snail meat. Be sure to leave the shell of the long-nosed snail intact. Do not break the nose. Jiang Feng found herself puzzled. Was the snail meat more valuable when extracted separately? In the seafood trade, there were those who sold crab roe separately and others who sold shrimp meat. It seemed reasonable that snail meat followed a similar principle. Yet, Why must the shells remain intact? Were these shells also intended for the clients? Following Jiang Han's previous suggestion, whenever she sells dried goods, she now includes a few exquisite shells as gifts. Sister Alphone, this snail meat is for personal consumption. The shells are what I sell, priced at 50 yuan each. What? These shells can fetch 50 yuan each? Jiang Feng instantly perceived that these shells transcended their ordinary nature. Surely, these shells must be gilded? My classmate specifically requested intact long-nosed snail shells. We need to extract the snail meat, and each shell must be packaged individually. Otherwise, during shipping, how many of these delicate noses might break? Jiang Han recognized that Tiantian was indeed quite astute. On the surface, it appeared she was forfeiting the snail meat. But in reality, she had minimized her risk. If she were to damage the shells while extracting the meat, the loss would fall upon her. Now, however, the burden of loss had shifted to him. Chapter 176. The abundance of thousands indeed. Those seemingly naive yet affluent second-generation heirs were not to be underestimated. Jiang Feng rubbed her hands together. Upon hearing this, she hesitated to take action, with each costing 50 yuan, and given their fragile nature, a single mishap could result in a loss of 50 yuan. Sister, what are you afraid of? If one breaks, it will be on me. Even if it's on you, that only makes me anxious. After all, that's all my brother's money. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. All right then. You and Zhang Haidai can start packing the barnacles. These barnacles would certainly keep them occupied for a while. Jiang Han was not in a hurry to extract the snail meat. He first wandered around the supermarket, seeking suitable items to package the long-nosed snails. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon various diameters of plastic tubing. The length of the long-nosed snail, combined with its snout, could reach over 1531 centimeters, with the snout alone accounting for a third, if not half, of that length. Fortunately, these long-nosed snails were not overly large, their diameter comparable to the plastic tubing before him. Jiang Han purchased a substantial amount of tubing, along with 2 pairs of sharp scissors. Realizing that there was only a roll of tape in the shed, he also acquired 3 additional rolls of tape. When Jiang Han brought these items to the shed, both Zhang Haidai and Jiang Feng looked on in bewilderment. Brother Han, what do you need all these things for? I'll extract the snail meat first. Once you two are done over there, come help me. Seeing the startled expressions on their faces, Jiang Han found it amusing. I want to have you digging out the snail meat. You'll just come over to cut the tubes and pack them. Though they did not comprehend the necessity of cutting the tubes, they readily agreed as long as it meant avoiding the snail meat. Jiang Han meticulously extracted the snail meat, managing to do so from hundreds without breaking a single one. After all, breaking one would mean losing 50 yuan. Jiang Feng and Zhang Haidai had not managed to remove all the barnacles, leaving behind 50 kilograms for the Heilewang restaurant. Given that they would be digging for barnacles over the next few days, they had reserved only a small amount for the restaurant. Jiang Feng calculated that Zhang Haidai alone had managed to gather 1450 kilograms this time, a feat that seemed to require extraordinary effort. Nevertheless, compared to the additional 1500 kilograms, they still fell short by 50 kilograms. Han, how do we cut the tubes? Jiang Han demonstrated the process to them. He first placed the long-nosed snail alongside the tube to measure, marking the line according to its length. Then, using scissors, he cut the tube at the marked line and sliced one side vertically down the middle. This way, the section of the tube could be opened. He wrapped the long-nosed snail inside and secured both ends and the cut section in the middle with tape, ensuring that the snails would not break their snouts during transport. Brother Han, cutting it seems cumbersome. The size of the tube is nearly the same as the snail. Wouldn't it be simpler to just slide it in? It may seem simple for us, but it might not be so straightforward when handling them. These snails vary in size, while the diameter of the plastic tube remains fixed. If one were to directly insert the screw into the tube, discrepancies in size would inevitably arise, with some being too large or too small, while those of perfect diameter would easily get stuck. Particularly, those that become lodged are nearly impossible to extract without resorting to scissors to split the plastic tube down the middle. During this process, a moment's carelessness could result in a broken nose. He first cut open the water pipe and then secured it with tape. Once the goods arrived, he could effortlessly remove the screws by simply peeling away the tape. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haidai felt enlightened, exclaiming, Han Ge, your mind is truly ingenious. I would never have thought of this. Moreover, once cut, adjustments could be made for the mismatched sizes of the tube and screws. Thus, the three of them began to work in unison, akin to a production line. However, by midday, they had yet to complete the task. At lunchtime, they delivered 50 pounds of barnacles to the Heilewang restaurant and enjoyed a meal there. Without taking a break, they returned to the shed to continue their work. Considering that Kai Qingyan only needed 20 screws filled with meat, Jiang Han set those aside, instructing Jiang Feng to package them using the method he had employed previously for frozen scallops. The refrigerated thermal bags he had ordered online had arrived. Jiang Feng procured ice from the boss and successfully packaged Kai Qingyin's long-nosed screws. Once Tiantian had processed all the screws, Jiang Han counted them and was astonished to find there were 512 in total. Although he had not weighed the screws, he sold them by quantity. So the count was all that mattered. They required several phone boxes to accommodate such a large number. Jiang Feng sent the shipping label to Tiantian for her review. Although she had prepared herself, the quantity still took her aback. 512 screws. Since when did the collection community start counting items by the thousand? However, her father had insisted on purchasing the entire lot, clearly for a reason. Without hesitation, Tiantian made the payment. The long-nosed screws were priced at 50 each, totaling 600 yuan. The income from the barnacles also trickled in, amounting to 84,000 yuan for 100 pounds. The payment for Kai Qingyin's 20 long-nosed screws was also settled at 60 each, totaling 200 yuan. Jiang Han's phone buzzed. When they had visited the Haluang restaurant at noon, Menggu was absent, and Meng Fei was occupied. He had left the barnacles in the kitchen. At this moment, it was likely that someone at the restaurant had informed Menggu about the barnacles. The 50 pounds were still sold at the local price of 20 per pound. And Menggu ultimately handed Jiang Han 1,000 yuan. Thus, their total earnings for the day amounted to 161,800 yuan. The three of them were astonished by the final sum, never having anticipated such an amount for just one day's work. Jiang Han distributed 16,200 yuan to both Zhang Haidai and Jiang Feng. Both Zhang Haidai and Jiang Feng felt as though they were dreaming. They lacked both education and skills. How could they possibly earn such a substantial sum? Surely, even university students could not match their earnings. Jiang Han handed over all the screw meat he had prepared to Jiang Feng, keeping only enough for dinner with Zhang Haidai. The flesh of these snails must be refrigerated in the cold storage during such sweltering weather. However, Jiang Han has an aversion to consuming frozen snail meat. Sister's household is bustling with 2 children who can devour quite a substantial amount during dinner. Sister, frozen snail meat lacks flavor. You can distribute the excess to others. Jiang Feng shared this sentiment and entrusted Aunt Wang next door with the care of the 2 children. Although she compensated Aunt Wang, a touch of kindness would surely inspire Aunt Wang to be more attentive while looking after them. With the daylight still lingering, Jiang Han had no intention of returning to the village and allowed her sister to head back alone. In the past, Jiang Feng hesitated to spend on taxi fare. However, she now perceived it as a modest expense. Indeed, with a fuller wallet comes a greater sense of assurance. As Jiang Han turned around, she noticed Zhang Haidai gingerly rotating his wrist. Upon realizing Jiang Han's gaze upon him, he promptly lowered his hand. Chapter 177. Visiting the new foundation. What happened to your hand? Jiang Han inquired. It's nothing, Zhang Haidai replied, unable to lie in front of Han Ge. Jiang Han realized that previously, he and Zhang Haidai had to toil exhaustively to yield around 300 jin. Now, Zhang Haidai managed to gather 450 jin all on his own. Upon returning, he had not rested but continued to pack diligently. It seemed his hand had sustained an injury. You shouldn't go tonight, Jiang Han insisted. Han Ge, how can I do that? Not being able to assist you feels worse than death, Zhang Haidai said, extending his left hand. This hand is perfectly fine. If necessary, I'll just use my left. Jiang Han hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. All right, but don't pry the barnacles. Just collect things on the beach after the tide recedes. There are plenty of barnacles. It won't be finished in a day or 2. Hearing that Jiang Han did not forbid him, Zhang Haidai sighed with relief. As long as he could be of assistance to Han Ge, that was enough. Han, good. I'll only be using one hand, so my efficiency will be reduced. For these few days, you need not allocate my share. Upon seeing Jiang Han glare at him, Zhang Haidai quickly amended, whatever Han Ge decides is fine by me. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words in response to him. After finishing dinner, Jiang Han took a short break before sailing back. Ding, the host sold seafood for 161,800 yuan, earning 161,800 system points. Total system points accumulated, 157 points. Currently available to consume, 500 system points to exchange for a scanning range of 325 meters. Do you wish to proceed? Exchange successful. The host now possesses a scanning range of 215 meters. Exchange successful, remaining system points, 657. Please continue to strive forward. Feeling invigorated by the scanning range exceeding 2,000 meters, Jiang Han realized his gains were indeed substantial, having increased by 325 meters in one fell swoop. He could distinctly perceive further than before. Jiang Han mentally calculated that, excluding expenses, he had earned over 1 million in just over a month. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. Upon docking at the village pier, he noticed the lights in his home still illuminated. Had old Zhou forgotten to turn them off when they left? Upon opening the door, he found old Zhou seated in the living room. Due to renovations, the living room no longer had a table, and the air conditioner had been moved to the storage room. Old Zhou sat on a bench, a damp towel draped around his neck, wiping away sweat whenever he felt warm. Old Zhou, it's already 10 p.m. Aren't you going home? Jiang Han surveyed the room and noted that his subordinates were no longer present, leaving only old Zhou behind. Old Zhou wiped his sweat again with the damp towel. Some matters are difficult to convey over the phone, and I seldom see you during the day. I waited here for a while. Jiang Han couldn't help but think of his parents. In the past, without telephones, cell phones, or convenient modes of transportation, whenever they visited relatives and found no one home, they would wait outside for hours on end. In this era of abundance, the human heart has become increasingly restless. What if I do not return tonight? If that is the case, I shall leave shortly. Upon hearing Lao Zhou's words, Jiang Han exhaled in relief. He offered a bottle of mineral water to Lao Zhou. Although he had already provided tea money, he nonetheless placed 2 boxes of mineral water and some heat relief medicine here. What is it you wish to discuss? Jiang Han inquired. It was still concerning the house renovations, particularly whether the staircase should be constructed first. If the first floor were entirely completed before addressing the staircase, he feared that the finished renovations might become soiled or damaged. Moreover, regarding the second floor, have you made a decision? Uncle Zhou, I do not intend to work on the second floor for the time being. Let us focus solely on completing the first floor. Lao Zhou opened his mouth, recalling that they had initially agreed to renovate both levels. What about the yard? Initially, we discussed digging a pond and creating some artificial hills. That too would no longer be pursued. As for the land use rights, he remained uncertain. If a new house were to be acquired, why would one continue to reside in the old one? In his dreams, his parents urged him not to retain their room, yet deep down, he yearned to keep that space. Lao Zhou appeared somewhat disappointed. After all, clients like Jiang Han, who paid promptly and caused no trouble, were indeed rare. There was another client who also paid on time, but was rather peculiar. Each day, he fretted that they would work too much and not with enough precision, setting strict daily quotas for them. While painting the walls, he even marked lines, allowing only a certain area to be painted per day. Anything beyond that would be scraped off, requiring the workers to redo it. The same meticulousness applied to laying floor tiles. Working at that client's home made progress exceedingly slow. Jiang Han, however, was a truly conscientious client. Are you short on funds? Lao Zhou asked hesitantly. Jiang Han was taken aback. How could he entertain such a notion? He refrained from explanation, recognizing it as a convenient excuse. Indeed, money was tight. Lao Zhou nodded, grasping the situation. While they worked, several village women would often come to observe their progress, engaging in conversation. They remarked that Jiang Han's money was entirely earned from tide gathering. At that moment, he thought tide gathering was not lucrative, and indeed, halfway through the renovations, funds had dwindled. Jiang Han withdrew 3,000 yuan and handed it to him. Uncle Zhou, this is my fault. Please take this money and treat your brothers to a couple of good meals. Lao Zhou quickly pushed the money back. You have already compensated us for our labor, not to mention the tea and meal allowances. You have been exceedingly generous. Keep this for yourself. Aware that Jiang Han was short on money, he felt it inappropriate to accept this sum. His own son was in high school, and he simply could not abide the extravagance of youth. I will return home now and come back tomorrow to continue work on the first floor. Understanding Jiang Han's intentions, they could resume their tasks thereafter. After Lao Zhou departed, Jiang Han still held the 3,000 yuan in his hand. Well, it seems he does not want it. I cannot force it upon him. He suddenly felt an urge to visit the foundation. He was aware of its location, yet he had never taken the time to see it. Seizing the opportunity of his current leisure, he opened the door and made his way toward the site. With the increasing stringency of regulations, the village had not approved any new foundations for quite some time. Jiang Han halted upon reaching a patch of desolate land, strewn with chaotic stones. Tenacious weeds sprouted defiantly from the rubble. In the distance, the sound of waves crashing could be heard. Standing upon this barren ground, he could clearly see the vast sea, unimpeded by any surrounding structures. In the house where he resided, only his room offered a view of the ocean. Here, with a thoughtful design, many spots could provide a glimpse of the sea. He could even install a floor-to-ceiling glass window, complemented by a swing set beside it. During the cold winter days, he could face the sea while basking in the warmth of a cozy fire. Chapter 178. Unreliable weather forecast. Though somewhat distant from the heart of the village, the view was truly splendid. With no other households nearby, the absence of neighborly disputes was a welcome relief. If the parcel of land his parents had procured for him could indeed be secured, it would undoubtedly be the epitome of an ideal location. Jiang Han sat on the barren land for a while, admiring the ocean vista before leaving with a sense of contentment. At 1:30 in the morning, Jiang Han was roused by the alarm clock. After attending to his morning routine, he stepped outside only to discover that the wind had picked up considerably. Hastily, he retrieved his phone to check the weather. Just yesterday, the wind was a gentle breeze. Now it had escalated to a forceful gale. The weather forecast was indeed unreliable. With the current wind conditions, he couldn't fathom when his dilapidated little boat might capsize at sea. He called Zhang Haidai, who was already waiting at the dock. The wind is strong. You should come back, Jiang Han advised. It was fortuitous that Zhang had injured his wrist, allowing him to rest, while Zhang was undeterred by fatigue or pain. Braving the tempestuous winds was exceedingly perilous. Though he himself feared not for his life, he could not allow Han Gu to accompany him into danger. Jiang Han wished for Zhang Haidai to stay the night. Yet after some contemplation, Zhang returned to his rented accommodation, asserting that as a grown man, he had no fear of traveling alone at night. Jiang Han, in turn, returned home to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, he found the wind had lessened slightly. Yet he had already missed the opportunity to harvest from the sea. A call from Jiang Feng interrupted his thoughts. Having seen her brother's message in the early hours advising her not to venture into town, she felt reassured knowing his heightened awareness of safety. Setting aside the matter of the barnacles, nothing was more paramount than her brother's well-being. After ending the call, Jiang Han mused that it was time to upgrade his wooden boat. At the very least, he needed a larger and sturdier vessel to withstand the winds. The question remained, where could one procure an affordable yet quality boat? As he lay in bed, lost in thought, a call from Mingguo broke his reverie. Jiang Han. Are you busy? She inquired. Not at all. What's on your mind? My sister has hired someone new, so I find myself with some free time before returning to school next week. She has granted me a week of freedom to enjoy myself. That sounds splendid. Jiang Han remarked, noting how hard Mingguo worked at the restaurant. At her age, she should indeed have more time for leisure. I don't wish to travel far. I merely want to explore our island. Would you accompany me? Gazing out the window, Jiang Han noted that it was a pleasantly overcast day, not too hot. And he had nothing pressing to attend to. Of course. Where would you like to go? I wish to climb a mountain. If we come across astragalus, I'd like to gather some leaves to make astragalus tofu. Jiang Han was taken aback by Mengguo's earnestness. Even on her day off, she was contemplating culinary endeavors. Astragalus can be found on the mountain behind our village, although it lacks any distinctive features. It seems our entire island is devoid of remarkable mountains. Then I shall visit your village, Mengguo exclaimed with palpable excitement. Having rested well the previous night, Jiang Han felt invigorated and ready for the day ahead. Upon opening his wardrobe, he discovered that he had only a handful of garments to wear. He longed to appear more dashing. Yet the clothing available in town was rather unattractive. It seemed he would have to purchase several more pieces online. After changing into a reasonably presentable outfit, he descended the stairs. Old Zhou was already busy with a group of people. Jiang Han greeted them. Shortly after stepping outside, Mengguo arrived on her electric bike. The bike was a vibrant pink, and she wore a matching pink helmet adorned with a small duck sporting a spinning fan atop it. The fan twirled cheerfully in the wind, causing Jiang Han to involuntarily smile. Mengguo spotted him and exclaimed, Jiang Han, I'm here. She cheerfully parked her bike in front of his house. Instead of a dress, she wore a sporty outfit with a hood, exuding a sweet and youthful charm. As Jiang Han and Mengguo turned around, they were greeted by the sight of Tiantian. Tiantian was dressed in a meticulously chosen floral dress, clearly having put effort into her appearance. Mengguo instinctively wrapped her arm around Jiang Han's, waving enthusiastically at Tiantian. Hi, beautiful. How are you? Tiantian stared incredulously at the close-knit duo. You too. We're friends. Jiang Han had yet to speak when Mengguo interjected. With a playful grin directed at Tiantian, she continued, You think my friend is handsome too, don't you? It's only natural to find him attractive. With that face and physique, which girl wouldn't he? Not only is he handsome, but he also earns quite well. Mengguo leaned closer to Jiang Han. There are countless girls in town waiting to marry him. Earns well? Tiantian asked, astonished. Of course. He makes over 100,000 a day. His earning potential rivals that of those who own companies. Tiantian was left speechless. Over 100,000 a day? Is such a lucrative way of earning a living even legal? This is just the beginning. Jiang Han will undoubtedly earn even more in the future. Mengguo's gaze turned to Jiang Han, filled with admiration. For the first time, Tiantian found herself at a loss for words. Had they not broken up? Even if Jiang Han were to be arrested, he would be in his own prison while she enjoyed his wealth. Now, she wondered if his money was being spent by the enchantress before her. Clenching her teeth, Tiantian turned to leave, determined to surpass them and prove that breaking up with Jiang Han was the right decision. Mengguo, witnessing Tiantian's departure, grinned at her retreating figure. She must be your ex-girlfriend, right? Yes, Jiang Han nodded, surprised by the girl's perceptiveness. He had only mentioned it once. You intentionally said those things, didn't you? Of course. Who told her to underestimate you? Besides, everything I said was the truth. Meng Guo was brimming with energy, akin to a lively sprite. Jiang Han teased. When you said every girl likes me, did that include you as well? Meng Guo's face turned completely crimson. She mumbled a few words. Though Jiang Han could not quite catch what she said. As the two individuals ascended the mountain, Meng Guo suddenly inquired, Jiang Han, do you ever regret breaking up with her? What do you regret? Regretting the breakup or regretting the years spent together? Meng Guo scratched her head, bewildered by the question, finding herself entangled in both sentiments. Jiang Han kicked aside a sharp stone and replied, guess. Meng Guo was taken aback by his response. She felt she might have ventured into forbidden territory with her inquiry. Yet, an insatiable curiosity compelled her to delve deeper into Jiang Han's feelings regarding Tiantian. As if she were under a spell, unable to restrain herself. Xiaoguo. If I said I had no regrets, would you believe me? I would. Yet, she was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Not regretting the breakup seemed fortunate, while not regretting the past moments. Noticing Meng was despondent, Jiang Han instinctively ruffled her hair, reflecting that the person who once inspired my selfless devotion was the Tiantian I had conjured in my imagination. Chapter 179. The whirlpool in the water. The imagined Tiantian is utterly dissimilar to the real Tiantian. One can only blame oneself for the inability to discern character. The actual Tiantian does not merit any of his efforts. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Meng Guo felt a surge of relief. Jiang Han is truly a person of genuine purity, and his emotions mirror that innocence. What is your imagined version of me like? Meng Guo regretted her question almost immediately. Jiang Han paused, uncertain of how to respond. Look, it's astragalus, Meng Guo exclaimed, pointing towards a spot. Jiang Han glanced over and indeed saw the astragalus. The wild roots of astragalus still hold some value, but extracting them intact poses a significant challenge. With the time spent here, he would be better off catching a couple of bread crabs instead. Fortunately, Meng Guo was merely plucking the leaves of the astragalus. After gathering the leaves from one plant, they sought out 2 additional specimens. Soon, their bag was filled to capacity. That's sufficient. Any more would be wasteful. Meng Guo noted that her fortune had improved since accompanying Jiang Han. Although she had discovered the first plant, the subsequent finds were all thanks to him. Shall we head back? Jiang Han inquired. Meng Guo felt a pang of reluctance. But we haven't been here long. Is there anything else we could do? No. Jiang Han replied succinctly. At that moment, old Zhang approached with a water bucket, making his way up the mountain. He was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Han. Oh, it's you, Jiang Han. What brings you up here? Given Jiang Han's knack for coastal activities, old Zhang had assumed he would solely frequent the seaside. I'm helping my friend gather some astragalus. Gathering astragalus is splendid. It can be used to make astragalus tofu. I'm off to pick some figs and perhaps catch a few snails while I'm at it. Meng Guo's excitement surged at the mention of snails. Are the snails easy to find around here? Her voice was soft, eliciting a broad grin from old Zhang. Quite easy, if you wish to find them. The pond is teeming with them. Meng Guo immediately turned to Jiang Han. Shall we go and search for some? Jiang Han chuckled as he regarded her. Can you even catch them? Of course. Don't underestimate me, Meng Guo retorted, striking a playful sailor pose. Every time Jiang Han witnessed her exuberance, it brightened his spirits. Very well, I shall simply watch from the sidelines while you dive in. Meng Guo pouted. I intended to catch them by myself. That's where the fun lies. I'll share a bowl with you later. Jiang Han's amusement deepened. All right then, I shall await my share. He led Meng Guo to the edge of the pond, where old Zhang had already entered the water to hunt for snails. Without hesitation, Meng Guo rolled her pants up to her thighs and stepped in. Just as he had promised, Jiang Han stood with his hands in his pockets under the shade of the trees, watching. Are you capable of this? He teased. Of course I am. Just so you know, do not assist me. If you do, I shall be quite upset. Finding the situation amusing, Jiang Han replied, all right. I will not help you, but I shall time you to see how long it takes for you to catch 2 bowls of snails. Old Zhang, upon noticing Meng Guo's descent, cautioned her, advising her to stay close to the edge and avoid venturing into the center. The middle of this pond is quite deep. My grandfather mentioned that the water has never receded since his time. Meng Guo understood and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Although she possessed excellent swimming skills, she remained cautious in unfamiliar waters. Jiang Han initially perceived the pond as unremarkable, having visited it frequently during his childhood. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this seemingly modest pond concealed undercurrents. He discerned 3 invisible whirlpools within its depths, while an ordinary person would likely overlook them. His awakened infinite scanning system allowed him to see these whirlpools clearly. Uncle Zhang, you should avoid swimming towards the center. It's dangerous. Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback, as he had never intended to swim towards the middle. His water bucket had been floating on the surface, but in a lapse of attention, it drifted towards the center. In an attempt to retrieve it, the bucket was swiftly ensnared by one of the whirlpools. A cold sweat broke out on old Zhang's brow as he recalled his previous swims here without incident. What is happening today? He no longer dared to touch the snails and instead climbed out of the pond. Recalling the children who had drowned in this pond over the years sent another wave of chills down his spine. Little girl, you should stop. It's best to head back. This pond feels ominous today. Yet Menghua turned to Jiang Han, asking, can I still touch them? For reasons she couldn't quite understand. She felt an inexplicable trust in him. If Jiang Han said it was permissible, then it must be so. If he advised against it, she would comply. Jiang Han nodded, reassuring her to stay away from the center. Menghua acknowledged with a nod. Don't worry, I won't venture towards the middle. Having glimpsed the whirlpool earlier, she lacked the courage to approach it. Perhaps due to the dwindling number of visitors to the pond over the years, Menghua quickly collected a substantial amount of snails. Jiang Han refrained from joining her, aware that she was not in need of sustenance, but rather sought the joy of gathering snails. Having spent countless days at the sea, he found little amusement in the activity. He contented himself with observing Menghua. Jiang Han, I've already gathered a bowl full. They hadn't brought a bucket but had some plastic bags instead. Menghua filled the bags with the snails she had collected. Jiang Han gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, you are undoubtedly the most skilled snail collector among hotel managers. A hint of pride illuminated Menghua's face, of course, as Jiang Han spoke. His gaze drifted back to the bottom of the pond. Doubting his vision, he scrutinized it several times. Beneath the surface lay an ancient iron box, its exterior rustic and unadorned, with the pull ring and clasp unmistakably crafted using traditional techniques. Old Zhang had mentioned that the pond had never dried up since his grandfather's era. One could only wonder how long this box had been resting at the bottom of the pond. It would be splendid if his system could allow him to see the contents of the box. Yet, his system possesses the remarkable capability to peer through the ocean, to discern the sediment beneath, and to penetrate the layers of rock. However, it remains incapable of revealing the mysteries concealed within the box. Jiang Han. Do you see? I have 2 bowls here, don't I? Jiang Han glanced towards Menghua's plastic bag, and indeed, there were 2 bowls worth of river snails nestled within. There are plenty here. I shall fetch a bit more. Very well. Since Menghua occupied a position of safety, Jiang Han felt little concern. Jiang Han. There's a fish. What a large one. Jiang Han also observed the sizable, plump fish, which appeared rather lethargic, having seemingly suspended itself motionless beside Menghua. Given its daft demeanor and ample girth, Menghua was certainly intent on catching it. Chapter 180. The mountain carp. Menghua reached out to catch the fish. But as she did, it swiftly darted away, only to remain motionless in another spot. Attempting to seize it again, her wrist was gently restrained by Jiang Han. Confused, Menghua glanced at him, questioning his intent. However, upon uttering her inquiry, she was suddenly engulfed by an unsettling chill, reminiscent of the old man Zhang. Uncertain of the cause, she stepped away from the pond's edge and ventured towards the center. At that moment, the seemingly oblivious fish had vanished. Jiang Han shook his head at Menghua. Being somewhat knowledgeable, Menghua's mind abruptly conjured a thought. Are you suggesting that fish serves as a guide? Jiang Han nodded, indicating its high probability. The fish was indeed peculiar. It lingered in a manner that appeared easily catchable, yet when one attempted to grasp it, it would elude capture and reposition itself, luring individuals deeper into the pond. Step by step, it was guiding them to the depths. Jiang Han's scanning range had now extended to 215 meters, encompassing the entire pond within his sight. Yet, in mere moments, even he had lost track of the fish's whereabouts. It was no wonder Ling Ling and Wan Wan's school consistently advised against visiting the reservoir during holidays. The danger was palpable. Menghua, feeling uneasy, refrained from searching for snails any further and climbed out of the pond. Jiang Han cast one last glance at the water's depths. Jiang Han, what troubles you? She inquired. Nothing, let us return, he replied. Menghua concurred, sensing that this place was indeed eerie. Are you dining in town for lunch? Jiang Han recalled the ongoing renovations at his home, where any meal prepared would be enveloped in dust. Yes, let us go to town. Menghua's eyes sparkled with delight. Then I shall stir-fry some snails for you. Sounds good. The price of snails from the pond could hardly compare to that of seafood, yet every dish possesses its unique flavor. Occasionally indulging in snails reveal the subtle, fresh taste. Zhang Haidai, too, relished the meal, exclaiming, you actually went to catch snails without inviting me. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. Jiang Han chuckled. Weren't you supposed to be studying? Your exams are approaching. Reminded by Jiang Han, Zhang Haidai acknowledged that pursuing snails was indeed not the best choice. Brother Han, I will intensify my efforts and surely excel in the theoretical exam. It was the first time Jiang Han witnessed such confidence in Zhang Haidai regarding theoretical assessments, suggesting he had genuinely dedicated effort to his studies. After finishing his meal, Zhang Haidai stepped out for a cigarette. Upon finishing, he appeared even more rejuvenated. Brother Han, your method is remarkably effective. Since that last time, I can no longer eat as much. Now I only manage 3 meals a day. And my smoking has dwindled to 3 cigarettes a day. Jiang Han felt a twinge of guilt. His offhand suggestion had unexpectedly led Zhang Haidai to reduce his consumption. It was a testament to Zhang Haidai's impressive execution of will. Meng Guo was delighted to hear that Zhang Haidai only smoked 3 cigarettes a day. Such an excellent method. He thought, I must share it online with everyone. Jiang Han quickly intervened, asserting that this approach only worked for Haidai and would be ineffective for others. He himself doubted the reliability of the method. If someone attempted it and harmed themselves, he wondered if they would hold him responsible. Upon seeing Jiang Han's disapproval, Meng Guo refrained from posting. After their meal, Jiang Han and Zhang Haidai returned to their rented accommodation. Before long, Meng Guo called, announcing that the astragalus tofu was ready and inviting him to come pick it up. The astragalus tofu glistened green, resembling a large piece of jade. Jiang Han sprinkled sugar over it, and together with Zhang Haidai, they indulged in the delicacy while scrolling through their phones. The refreshing sweetness tantalized their taste buds. Brother Han, I checked the weather forecast, and it seems the wind will be quite strong tonight, Zhang Haidai remarked. Jiang Han nodded, having seen the forecast as well. The daytime weather was tolerable, but the wind would pick up come nightfall. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han suggested, let us rest for a while. And you can accompany me later in the night. Zhang Haidai agreed without questioning Jiang Han about their late-night excursion. At midnight, Jiang Han roused Zhang Haidai, saying, let us go. Zhang Haidai sprang up from his bed with surprising agility. He hastily washed his face and followed Jiang Han outside. Little did he know that Jiang Han intended to lead him up the mountain. Perhaps due to the strong winds, the sound of the breeze howled through the trees, evoking a chilling sensation. Zhang Haidai shivered involuntarily and reflexively sneezed. The sound of the sneeze, amidst the gusty night, felt particularly eerie. What's the matter? Jiang Han inquired. Nothing. Nothing at all, Zhang Haidai replied. Just as he spoke, a series of clapping sounds echoed behind him, as if something were trailing them. Startled, Zhang Haidai mumbled a prayer for protection against evil spirits. Meanwhile, Jiang Han also heard the peculiar sound, which seemed to follow them wherever they went. He glanced back, but saw nothing. Zhang Haidai patted his pockets, ultimately retrieving the tobacco pouch Jiang Han had given him. Brother Han, this thing wards off snakes. It should also repel evil. Right? He said, unafraid of confronting people, yet fearful of ghosts. Jiang Han's gaze remained fixed ahead, finally resting on the mountain path they traversed. Get the snakeskin pouch out, he instructed. Huh? Brother Han, are you that bold? To use the snakeskin pouch to trap ghosts? Zhang Haidai questioned, albeit quickly complying. Quickly now, Jiang Han urged. Zhang Haidai retrieved the snakeskin pouch, and Jiang Han opened it, crouching down. With a swift motion, Jiang Han captured a mountain minnow darting along the path and deftly placed it into the snakeskin pouch. Zhang Haidai adjusted the position of his headlamp and discovered several mountain catfish on the path. Han-gu, these are mountain catfish. This creature bears a striking resemblance to the crucian carp and is also known as the climbing perch. Unlike ordinary fish that perish upon leaving the water, this species can traverse the land, even scaling trees to feast on fruits. Realizing it was merely mountain catfish, Zhang Haidai felt a surge of relief. It was this very creature that had startled him moments ago. On the market, mountain catfish are priced at merely a few dozen yuan per kilogram. When consumed, one does not find their flavor particularly appealing. However, since it had frightened him earlier, he resolved to capture every last one of them without exception. The two swiftly ensnared all the mountain catfish that had been trailing them. Jiang Han continued onward until he reached the pond they had visited during the day. Han-gu, what brings you here? He recalled childhood memories of catching tadpoles in this very spot with Han-gu. Jiang Han produced a professional safety rope, securing one end to himself and the other to a sturdy tree. Haidai, I am descending to the bottom of the pond. If I do not resurface within 3 minutes, pull me up. Chapter 181. A small box of silver dollars. Jiang Han glanced at Zhang Haidai's injured hand. Is your hand all right? Don't worry, cold brother. Even if it were 2 of you, I could still pull it up, Zhang Haidai replied confidently. Jiang Han nodded at him. While there was an element of exaggeration in Zhang's words, he knew that if danger arose, Zhang would undoubtedly exert himself to the utmost to rescue him. This mutual trust was the foundation upon which two good brothers could rely on each other for life and death. Jiang Han cast another look at the pond. Compared to the morning, one of the three whirlpools had diminished slightly, while another had grown larger. The direction of one whirlpool had also shifted. The water's turmoil was ever-changing. The pond had not seemed so menacing in his childhood. Back then, many children played by the pond, and if it had been truly perilous, he and Jiang Han would not have survived to this day. He skillfully navigated around the three whirlpools and descended into the depths of the water. There, he spotted the guiding fish, dawdling in front of him, its plump body appearing quite appetizing. Had it not been for the incident with Meng earlier that morning, he might have simply viewed it as a guiding fish. Jiang Han evaded the fish and continued his descent. He soon located the tin box, most of which was buried in the silt. Jiang Han meticulously dug away the mud. The box appeared small, yet it felt surprisingly heavy. After a futile attempt to lift it, he sensed the tightening grip of suffocation. He resurfaced, gasping for air. "Cold brother, are you all right? If you need something, I can help you find it," Jiang Han called out, having grown anxious after 3 minutes of waiting. "I've already found it. Just give me 3 more minutes." Jiang Han replied as he plunged back into the water. This time, he summoned all his strength and finally managed to haul the tin box onto the shore. "Cold brother, did you really discover an antique?" Jiang Han exclaimed. "We don't know yet. It could just be a tin box filled with odds and ends," Jiang Han mused. Earlier, he had indeed seen a considerable amount of rubbish at the bottom of the pond, and this box might simply be one of those discarded items. Yet, the mere sight of the box earlier had ignited a restless curiosity within him. If he did not bring it up, it would linger in his thoughts. Regardless of its contents, he could simply open it to find out. Jiang Han's curiosity had reached a fever pitch. However, as Jiang Han contemplated the pond's strange phenomena, a flicker of hesitation washed over him. What if there were something sinister inside? Just as he pondered how to proceed, a loud thud echoed as Jiang Han smashed the box's lock with a large stone. Jiang Han sighed, regretting not having mentioned the whirlpools and the guiding fish to him. There was no time to intervene. Jiang Han had already flung open the lid of the box. "Wow, cold brother, there are so many yuan too," he exclaimed. "My grandmother used to have some, but they were taken away for 200 each. This box must be worth at least 20,000. Jiang Han glanced inside, and indeed, it was filled with yuan too. There must be over 100 of them here. Han, I recall there is a shop in town that specializes in acquiring such items. Should we sell these silver dollars to him?" Jiang Han pondered for a moment and decided to assess the situation tomorrow morning. As for Tiantian, it remains uncertain whether she would accept these. Based on his recent interactions with her, he knew she was not as straightforward with her offers as Meng Fei. The previous instances where he received high prices were largely due to Hu Dongjin's interference. He managed to acquire seafood, which was fortunate, but this was a box of silver dollars. It would be prudent not to let too many people know about this. Therefore, he refrained from sharing this information in the group chat, opting instead to converse privately with Tiantian. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to ascertain the value of these coins first. Jiang Han and Jiang Han rode their electric bike back to town. The following day, Jiang Han directly delivered the 5 to 6 kilograms of mountain carp to the Heilewang restaurant. The restaurant did not take advantage of them. At noon, Meng sent them a dish. After finishing his meal, Jiang Han leisurely made his way to the antique silver dollar shop in town. Such establishments typically open late, or sometimes not at all. When he arrived at noon, the door remained shut. He called the number posted on the door, and upon mentioning he had silver dollars, the owner arrived within 10 minutes to open up. "What silver dollars? Let me have a look," said the shopkeeper, a short, thin old man with gold-rimmed glasses. Jiang Han did not bring all the coins with him. "How much can you offer for this one?" The old man's expression was inscrutable. "Just one?" "Yes, just one." The old man examined the coin with a magnifying glass. "Others might offer you 600. I can give you 650. Show me your payment code, and I'll scan it." As he spoke, he reached to take the coin. Jiang Han, quick on his feet, pressed the coin down on the counter. "I haven't agreed to sell yet." The old man's demeanor darkened immediately. "You called me over, I inspected the item, and now you don't want to sell? Just because you've seen it doesn't mean I have to sell it to you. I need to discuss it with my family." Jiang Han attempted to leave with the coin. "Wait a moment, I'll give you 700. Jiang Han did not pause. 750, 800, 850. That's my final offer. Jiang Han felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had been cautious and did not sell immediately. It is often said that the antique trade can be quite treacherous, and it appears to hold true. The price surged from 650 to 850 in merely a minute. At this rate, if he were to be more assertive, reaching 900 or even 1,000 would not be out of the question. No wonder people claim that items bought for a few hundred in rural areas can be flipped for thousands. The antique world indeed preys on the uninformed. Han, how did it go? Jiang Han had been waiting outside, concerned that the old man might pull a fast one. Let us discuss this back home. After returning, Jiang Han took a photo of the silver dollar and sent it privately to Tiantian. She responded with surprise almost instantly. Tiantian, aren't you a fisherman? How do you have this? Jiang Han, I'm a fisherman and a villager as well. Is it so peculiar for a rural area to possess some silver dollars? Or do you not accept silver dollars? Tiantian, I do. Jiang Han, how much do you intend to offer for this silver dollar? Tiantian, I am currently uncertain about its authenticity. If it is genuine, considering our camaraderie as classmates, I shall offer 900 yuan. Jiang Han's eyebrows involuntarily arched. Tiantian always cites their shared experience as classmates. He had previously doubted her sincerity, but it seems there is indeed a hint of camaraderie. At the very least, this offer of 900 yuan is significantly higher than what that frail old man had proposed. Nevertheless, Jiang Han felt that there was still room for negotiation regarding the price. Jiang Han, can you only offer 900? What a pity. Tiantian, what do you mean? Jiang Han, the buyer in our town offered 950 for silver dollars. I believe I shall sell this one to him instead. Tiantian, I can't believe the buyer in town would offer such a high price. Chapter 182, the 9 and 8 years of Yuan Datu. This situation diverged from what he had always anticipated. Her offer was neither particularly low nor excessively high. Jiang Han, indeed, perhaps you should inquire directly with him. Tiantian, unfamiliar with the other party, found it implausible to ask about their pricing. Tiantian, how about this? I will raise my offer to 1,000. But I cannot increase it further. Not receiving a response from Jiang Han for an extended period, Tiantian grew increasingly anxious. Tiantian, 1050. I truly cannot offer more. Jiang Han, agreed. The deal is done. Tiantian, why did it feel as though Jiang Han had set a trap for her? Tiantian, please expedite the shipping of the item. I will pay half the deposit up front, and upon verifying its authenticity upon arrival, I shall remit the remaining balance. Tiantian promptly transferred 525 yuan. Antiques differ fundamentally from collectible maritime goods. The latter, being retrieved directly from the sea, are indisputably genuine. However, the authenticity of this silver dollar remains uncertain. Tiantian did not suspect Jiang Han of deceit. She had witnessed too many instances in this field where purported heirlooms were, in truth, forgeries. Often, families would purchase items from street vendors, misleading their children into believing they possessed treasured relics. Thus, the authenticity of such items necessitates careful discernment. Were it anyone else, she would certainly refrain from paying a deposit in advance. Yet, with a classmate, the trust was palpably greater. Jiang Han, conversely, was unconcerned that Tiantian might engage in trickery once she received the item. She was merely shrewd, not malicious. Jiang Han, if you genuinely wish to pay a deposit, this amount is insufficient. Tiantian felt a pang of irritation. Tiantian, I have already paid half the deposit. It is commendable if others can manage even 20%. I am offering this amount out of regard for our shared educational experience. Tiantian, the item has not yet been dispatched, so I cannot possibly pay more than 50% of the deposit. Jiang Han, that was not my intention. Tiantian, then what do you mean? Jiang Han realized Tiantian had misunderstood. He took a photo of the box filled with silver dollars and sent it to her. Jiang Han, I have many more of these. Tiantian nearly fainted upon seeing the image, an entire box. Although the box was not large, it surely contained at least 100 silver dollars. While the unit price Jiang Han offered was not exorbitant, the sheer volume he consistently provided was astonishing. Tiantian, wait a moment, I will consult my father. She was willing to purchase a few, even 10 or 8 without hesitation, but faced with so many items, she hesitated to make a rash decision. Tiantian's father, upon viewing the photograph sent by Jiang Han, was similarly perplexed. Previously, he had purchased a large quantity of long-nosed snails as if they were mere cabbages. Why then did these silver dollars now appear as abundant as cabbage? Father, can we buy them or not? Based on the situation depicted in the photograph, these silver dollars should all be from the 9-year Yuan data series. I offered a price of 1050. Is that your classmate again? Yes. He claims he is not only a fisherman but also a rural dweller. Tiantian's father holds a deep affection for the countryside. In those years, he relied on collecting items from the villages to amass his fortune. Of course, he also took advantage of many rural folks. There was one occasion when he acquired something for merely 30 yuan, and the seller was quite grateful. Upon returning to the city, he sold it for over 100,000. Tiantian's father, donning glasses and peering through a magnifying glass at the photograph, scrutinized it closely. Have you discerned the details? He asked. While the image appeared unproblematic, the quantity seemed excessive. He turned to Tiantian, suggesting, why don't you take a trip there? After all, in this situation, your presence is of little consequence. Dad, I have numerous tasks to attend to. I am the one who waters the flowers in the pawn shop and feeds the fish in the aquarium. The shop cannot function without me. Precisely because you are important. This challenging task has fallen upon you. Tiantian adjusted her attire, her confidence soaring. Indeed, the pawn shop could not thrive without her. Rest assured, Dad. I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. Jiang Han did not anticipate Tiantian would come in person and that she would arrive that very morning by plane. Subsequently taking a car to the closest port, Jiang Han also reached the dock to welcome her. Tiantian was exceedingly slender, resembling a bamboo pole, lacking fullness in all the right places. Perhaps this exemplified the prevalent aesthetic of slender beauty among young women. By the time she arrived, it was already 6 in the evening. At such an hour, Jiang Han felt it inappropriate to discuss business matters directly. You haven't dined yet, have you? I've already reserved a table. Let us go eat. Jiang Han escorted Tiantian to the Wang restaurant. Not only did he bring out his own stock from the restaurant, but he also had Mingguo prepare lavish dishes of lobster and geoduck. Tiantian often salivated over the pictures Jiang Han posted in their group chat, and now she finally beheld the real delicacies. You coastal folks indulge in such feasts every day? Typically, we don't prepare so much. It's just for an old classmate's visit. Jiang Han had never spoken to Tiantian this way during their school days, as it seemed they hardly exchanged words. Now, due to the entanglement of interests, he found himself freely conversing. Tiantian relished the meal thoroughly. Jiang Han believed they were finally approaching the crux of the matter, only for Tiantian to announce her intention to head to the hotel, intending to view the silver dollars the next day. Jiang Han thought to himself how cunning she was. Perhaps she feared losing the silver dollars if they remained in her possession. Regardless, they could postpone the viewing until tomorrow. I've already booked a hotel. Allow me to escort you there. As a guest on his island, Tiantian deserved his hospitality. Tiantian arrived the following day just before noon. Jiang Han took her to Shanghai's rental unit, and upon seeing the box of silver dollars, she was even more astonished than when she viewed the photographs. The silver dollars in the image were all from the 9th year of Yuan Shikai's reign. Yet within the box were several coins from the 8th year, which were considerably more valuable. Jiang Han initially believed that these silver dollars were identical. However, observing Tiantian's expression, he scrutinized the coins once more. The one in Tiantian's hand appeared distinctly different from the others. The coin she held bore the inscription "Made in the 8th year of the Republic of China," whereas the others were marked "Made in the 9th year of the Republic of China." A mere character's difference suggested a variation in their production years. How many of the 8-year Yuan Shikai dollars do you possess? Jiang Han rummaged through the box and astonishingly unearthed 12 coins. Jiang Han, do not attempt to haggle with me. After these past encounters, I have gauged your capabilities. For the 8-year Yuan Shikai dollar, I offer you the fair price of 300 yuan. I hope we may have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Although she was considered the least competent at their pawn shop, she could discern the authenticity of the silver dollars. For more intricate matters, her elder brother would need to step in. Chapter 183. The box of the Qian family. Very well, let it be as you say. With these words from Tiantian, Jiang Han understood her stance. Previously, Tiantian had been somewhat elusive with him, but now it was clear that she was intent on a long-term collaboration. Tiantian then glanced at Jiang Han's box. Although this box appears rather ordinary, it holds a value of around 500 yuan. Do you wish to sell it? Jiang Han was taken aback to learn that its worth was merely 500 yuan. He had initially presumed it to be valued in the thousands. What do you mean by that? Tiantian's expression darkened. She had anticipated Jiang Han's reluctance and guessed he would negotiate further, perhaps adding a few hundred to the price. If you truly like it, consider the box a gift, Jiang Han offered. Tiantian was momentarily speechless. Really? This was entirely unexpected. She had always sought to negotiate a higher price, yet here he was, willing to give her the box. Jiang Han's courteous gesture made her feel somewhat embarrassed to accept. Just sell it to me for 500 yuan, she insisted. If she were to accept the box without payment, and if Danjin were to find out, she would likely be ridiculed for eternity. As Tiantian held the box, she realized she had quite an affinity for it. For items valued at only a few hundred yuan, she would not have bothered to ask. At that moment, she noticed the uneven texture at the bottom of the box. Upon flipping it over, she discovered a character inscribed on it. Jiang Han also caught sight of it. What character is this? It was unlike any standard simplified character. It was the character for Qian, indicating that the original owner of this item bore the surname Qian. How did you come across this? Jiang Han had not anticipated that connoisseurs of antiques could discern such details from a mere character. I discovered it while foraging for snails, Jiang Han replied, not entirely untruthfully. Tiantian was taken aback. She had assumed that the origins of this box were rather mysterious, not realizing it had been found during a simple search for snails. Years ago, individuals like her father scoured rural areas for antiquities and waves, and most items had already been collected. Few, like Jiang Han, could still produce such a quantity of silver coins. Had this box not borne the character, its worth would have remained at 500 yuan. However, with it, the value might be significantly different. I don't quite understand. Is this character particularly valuable? Jiang Han inquired. I can't elaborate further. I must consult my brother. Tiantian replied, capturing a photograph to send to him. Though her brother was young, his expertise surpassed that of their father. After approximately 5 minutes, her brother responded. He says that with this character, the value can increase by an additional 500 yuan. Jiang Han was astonished to learn that the character was as valuable as the box itself, which meant the box was now worth 1,000 yuan. Initially, he had intended to gift it to her. Now, with her insistence on payment, he found himself in a difficult position. They meticulously counted the silver yuan dated from the 9th year, totaling 107 pieces, for which Tiantian offered 1,050 yuan each, amounting to 112,350 yuan. The 8-year coins, totaling 12 pieces, fetched 3,100 yuan each, culminating in 37,200 yuan. Adding the box valued at 1,000 yuan, the grand total reached 150,550 yuan. After Tiantian meticulously calculated the finances, she found herself momentarily dazed. Initially, she harbored a certain disdain for Jiang Han, the fisherman, yet astonishingly, within such a brief span of time, she had engaged in 3 transactions with him, each more substantial than the last. This time, she was prepared to transfer a staggering sum of 150,000 yuan. Fortunately, for Tiantian, a wealthy second-generation heiress, this amount was hardly significant. Without the need to consult her father, she promptly transferred the funds to Jiang Han. Jiang Han escorted Tiantian to the dock. Are you sure it's safe for you to return alone, especially with valuable items in your possession? He inquired. However, Tiantian remained unperturbed, assuring him, it's perfectly fine. The security has improved significantly. As long as I head straight home without lingering outside, I will be quite safe. In her high school days, she had once delivered a 1,000,000 yuan vase to her father, placing several old garments alongside the antique vase into an opaque garbage bag. As she carried the bag to find her father, passers-by barely spared a glance at her belongings. Now, she had stowed the box within her backpack, donning a simple white t-shirt, oversized shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. Who could have imagined that her backpack concealed a treasure trove of yuan de toads? Upon reaching the coast, she opted against flying or taking a bus, instead summoning a taxi to take her directly home. Meanwhile, Jiang Han sat in a roadside refreshment shop, sipping a cold drink while pondering the significance of the box. The pond in question lay within their village. He recalled his father mentioning it during his childhood. In the past, there was a wealthy family named Qian, the most affluent landlord for miles around. However, due to historical events, the Qian family had suffered severe repression. Many perished, while others were left maimed or ill. In the years that followed, those who remained frail or sick eventually succumbed as well. An immensely prosperous lineage had ultimately left no descendants. Could it be that the items belonged to the Qian family? Why would a box of silver dollars be hidden in their village's pond? Was it a precaution against the potential discovery of too many valuables? If his father's tales held any truth, the Qian family's wealth must have far exceeded merely a box of silver dollars. Where, then, had the rest of their fortune vanished? If they had liquidated all their assets, why was the Qian family still subjected to such harsh treatment? The answers to many of these questions seemed elusive, and Jiang Han had no desire to delve deeper. His current prosperity stemmed simply from living in a more favorable era. Upon returning to the village, he procured some paper and ingots and ascended the mountain. He remained uncertain whether ghosts existed in this world, but out of respect for the deceased, he felt compelled to express gratitude for the items he had sold. The Qian family, having long since passed, left no monuments, only a few mounds on the hillside. Jiang Han cast the paper and ingots into the fire, reasoning, these items were of no use to you in life, nor will they serve you in death. It is better that I enjoy them. He believed that the paper and ingots would be of greater utility to them in the afterlife, treating it as a transaction for their earthly possessions. With the Qian family gone, it was likely that no one remained to honor their memory with offerings. Thus, he considered it a mutual exchange. Despite purchasing an abundance of paper and joss paper, amounting to only a modest sum of around 100 yuan, the host received a notification, transaction complete, old items sold for 150, 550 yuan, earning 150, 550 points, following the accumulation of previous points. The total system points now stood at 151, 207. The host was presented with an option to expend 150,000 system points in exchange for a scanning range of 300 meters. Upon confirmation, the conversion was successful, granting the host a scanning range of 515 meters with 207 points remaining. The message encouraged the host to persist in their endeavors. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that this time he could also exchange for an expanded scanning range. After all, these items were not marine goods, and the last time the wood struck by lightning did not qualify for such an exchange. Could it be that anything acquired through the system was eligible for conversion into a scanning range? Chapter 184. Old you at this pace, Jiang Han felt that he would soon surpass the 3,000-meter scanning range. After descending the mountain, he passed by his house and noticed Old Shou and the others still engaged in their finishing tasks. Thus, he returned to the town. Upon arriving at Zhang Haidai's rental apartment, Jiang Han handed over his share of the profits to Zhang. Although Zhang had not contributed much, had it not been for his company that night, Jiang Han would not have dared to approach that pond. A true brother, who could risk his life for you, is incomparable to mere acquaintances. Glancing at the weather forecast, Jiang Han noted that the wind was still quite strong tonight, and they decided against going out. Brother Han, isn't the weather forecast often inaccurate? How about I check again in the middle of the night? What if the wind dies down? Jiang Han considered declining, but, seeing Zhang's unwavering confidence, acquiesced. Zhang set an alarm and indeed woke in the middle of the night to check the forecast again. Finding the wind still fierce, he returned to bed, muttering about how long this wind would last. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, Zhang's thoughts may have stirred his dreams. In the dead of night, he dreamt of an old man clad in satin who spoke of treasures in the sea and praised him as a good child. The old man lamented that his family below was struggling and suggested that Jiang Han should burn some paper for them now and then. Upon waking, Jiang Han dismissed the dream as a mere figment of imagination, as dreams are often peculiar. Moreover, after engaging in certain activities during the day, it was common to dream of related scenes and individuals. Remembering that Tiantian had left with a box of silver dollars, he decided to message her. Jiang Han, are you home? Tiantian, don't worry, this little issue is no trouble for me. Her backpack, rather worn, bore a noticeable stitch that clashed with its color. This bag was her cherished possession, carrying many important items back and forth. Its shabby appearance made it unappealing to passers-by. After disembarking, she took the bag across the street to buy a cup of milk tea. Jiang Han glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. He retrieved the hidden foundation paper and headed to the relevant department in town. However, upon arrival, he found that the staff had yet to show up. After surveying the area, a nearby staff member suggested he return in a couple of days. Jiang Han was at a loss for words. Were there not other matters to attend to after 2 days? The staff member, annoyed, retorted, how do you speak? Jiang Han, perplexed, could not comprehend why one would go directly to an inspection upon returning from a retreat. Could they not address previous issues first? Yet, he recognized that this was not a place for disputes. In the current situation, he had no choice but to return in a couple of days. Old you, what brings you here? The staff member, who had been conversing with him, suddenly stood up. Jiang Han turned his head and noticed that the elderly gentleman speaking to him seemed somewhat familiar. Before he could recall who the old man was, the latter had already approached and grasped his hand. Young man, it's you. Jiang Han was taken aback. The staff member exclaimed, young man, I truly appreciate your assistance the last time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have retrieved my partner's photograph. Jiang Han suddenly remembered. This was the elderly man he had helped recover a lost wallet. He was astonished to encounter him here. Young man, what brings you here? The elder inquired. I came to attend to some matters, but the person I need to see is absent, Jiang Han replied. The elder then turned to the staff member, asking, when will the colleague in charge return? The staff member hesitated, stating, I'm not certain. He hasn't informed me. Jiang Han felt increasingly exasperated, recalling that the staff member had just claimed the individual would return in 2 days. The staff member, sensing the awkwardness, clarified. What I meant was for you to come back in 2 days. If you don't return, how could you possibly encounter him? Jiang Han reflected that the staff member indeed had not explicitly guaranteed the return of the individual in 2 days. He had merely suggested that Jiang Han return then. Yet, Jiang Han remained unsettled. There was only one position in the entire town for this task, and under such circumstances, it would be reasonable to provide a clear return time. Before Jiang Han could voice his thoughts, the elder addressed the staff member. With the current promotion of the one-trip policy, we cannot expect the public to make repeated visits. Please give him a call to clarify the timing. The staff member promptly responded, of course, elder you. I will call right now. Jiang Han, curious about this seemingly ordinary elder, wondered why the staff would heed his words. Elder you smiled at Jiang Han, explaining, I used to work in this town. Now that I am retired, I find it hard to remain idle and often come by to check on things. The young people here all recognize me. The staff member soon finished the call, stating, elder you, I have confirmed it. Xiao Hua will return tomorrow afternoon. The staff member's demeanor had improved significantly compared to before. Please come back tomorrow afternoon and remember to bring the necessary documents, he added, providing Jiang Han with his first piece of useful information. What documents should I bring? Jiang Han inquired, as the village chief had merely instructed him to seek information. He briefly explained his situation. The staff member pondered for a moment before replying. This matter is not under my jurisdiction, so I cannot specify what is required. It would be best to bring all the documents you possess, your identification card, household registration book, and the original approval letter from that time. If you have your parents' death certificates, it would be prudent to bring those as well. If your household registration has changed and does not indicate your relationship with your parents, it would be advisable to obtain a relationship verification from the village or the household management center. Jiang Han was taken aback by the extensive list of required documents, but he appreciated knowing this information now rather than having to make an additional trip tomorrow. All right, thank you, he replied as he exited the office alongside Elder Yu. Mister, you looked increasingly pleased with Jiang Han. Young man, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude for your previous assistance, yet you vanished, he said, gripping Jiang Han's hand with palpable excitement. Mr. Yu, I must also express my gratitude to you this time. Otherwise, I would have been left in the dark regarding when the responsible parties would return, Jiang Han replied. This is a mere trifle, indeed. There are certain inefficiencies within our operations. However, overall, we are steadily improving, Mr. Yu remarked. Suddenly, Mr. Yu leaned closer to Jiang Han. Isn't that renowned sea catcher Long Out Yin Yu? What? It must be you, Mr. Yu exclaimed, pulling out his phone to show Jiang Han a saved video. Jiang Han observed himself on the shores of Pear Blossom Island, diligently collecting cowrie shells one after another. The video appeared slightly different from the one he had previously seen, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment as he watched himself. Chapter 185. A good name though only a profile was captured. I recognized you instantly. Young man, you have a promising future ahead. Moreover, this video has garnered significant attention. Should you choose to venture into the online realm, the prospects could be quite bright. Jiang Han found it amusing that you, an elder, are aware of such trends. Elder Yu laughed heartily, stating that even we old folks must keep pace with the times. In my leisure, I too indulge in watching videos. Jiang Han had assumed that someone of Elder Yu's age would only watch the likes of The City in Bloom. Yet, reflecting on Elder Yu's profound affection for his late wife, Jiang Han reconsidered this assumption. Elder Yu, you may simply call me Jiang Han. Jiang Han. Rainy autumn brings a chill, the winds sweep clean the river. What a splendid name. Jiang Han was taken aback. He had never contemplated the poetic interpretation of his name. His parents likely hadn't either. It seemed that Elder Yu was indeed a cultured individual. Elder Jiang, have you ever considered how to leverage your popularity effectively? What do you mean? Given the improved conditions today, many people are venturing out to travel. Some islands have successfully developed their tourism industries, yet our island remains stagnant. If only we had your influential presence. Jiang Han's brow furrowed slightly. He merely wished to accumulate wealth quietly, without drawing attention to himself. Elder Yu sighed suddenly. As someone who has stepped back, I should not be concerned with such matters. After speaking, Elder Yu invited Jiang Han to dinner. But just as Jiang Han was about to decline, a phone call summoned Elder Yu away. Returning home, Jiang Han prepared the necessary documents. He glanced at his household registration. It had been updated, yet it bore only his name, leaving no trace of his connection to his parents. He would need to obtain proof of relationship and death certificates. A heavy gloom settled in his heart. Some emotions he had managed to suppress began to resurface as he contemplated the happiness he and his sister might have experienced had their parents still been alive. With a complex mix of feelings, Jiang Han stepped outside. Han, it truly is you. Turning around, he beheld a familiar middle-aged man. Han, what are you dawdling about for? Do you not recognize your uncle? Jiang Han remained silent, discreetly concealing his documents. At this juncture, he wished to avoid any complications. What do you mean, Han? Regardless, I am your elder. Jiang Han scoffed quietly. Elder? I recall that when my mother was alive, our families had already severed ties. Jiang Jianbai cleared his throat. Such words. That was years ago. We share the surname Jiang. Blood runs thicker than water, and even severed bones are still connected by sinew. Jiang Han found it amusing. There were many families with the surname Jiang in both Shangjiang Village and Xiajin Village. Did that mean all Jiang families were intrinsically linked? You foolish boy, why feign ignorance with your uncle? If your grandfather were alive, he would be heartbroken. Jiang Han had no desire to engage in verbal sparring with Jiang Jianbai. What do you want? He questioned, having returned long ago without encountering him until now. However, it appears that whenever they encounter each other, they simply act as if they are invisible, were it not for a matter at hand. Why would Jiang Jianbai make the effort to come over and greet him? Han. Is it not permissible for me to seek you out for a nostalgic chat when I have nothing else to attend to? Noting Jiang Han's silence, Jiang Jianbai found himself at a loss. Ah, Han, I have heard that you have recently achieved some success. Jiang Han nodded, affirming that he had indeed been accepted into a prestigious university, thus marking his progress. Jiang Jianbai paused, clarifying that he was not referring to that, but rather to the news of Jiang Han's recent fortune from collecting seafood. Jiang Han gazed at him, expressionless, and inquired about the source of this information. Jiang Jianbai, momentarily at a loss for words, could not admit to having inquired. I have acquaintances at the town dock who informed me. They mentioned that although it is currently the closed season for fishing, you have managed to amass thousands of pounds of seafood. You even brought back a significant haul of large crabs last time, did you not? Jiang Han was taken aback by how well-informed Jiang Jianbai was. Jiang Jianbai chuckled, stating that they had mentioned you discovered a barnacle nest. It has been pried open numerous times without success. How is that not akin to striking gold? You must be in need of assistance, and your brother happens to be available. Why not enlist his help to earn more money? After this lengthy preamble, Jiang Han finally comprehended Jiang Jianbai's intentions. He smiled at Jiang Jianbai and remarked that those people were merely spreading rumors. At your age, how can you believe everything you hear? Furthermore, I recall that my cousin has always been quite capable. How could he possibly require my assistance? Jiang Jianbai found Jiang Han's words rather abrasive, insisting that it was not about you helping your brother, but rather your brother helping you. If you require assistance, why not turn to your brother instead of seeking help from others? Jiang Han was genuinely incensed by Jiang Jianbai's audacity. I am not in need of assistance, and besides, my parents only had my sister and me. I do not have a brother. Jiang Yun is merely my cousin. Having clarified the matter, Jiang Han turned to leave. Jiang Jianbai, infuriated, muttered insults behind him, cursing Jiang Han for preferring to have a convict as a helper rather than allowing Jianbai to assist him. You ungrateful wretch who disregards familial bonds will inevitably face retribution. Jiang Jianbai, still seething, kicked a nearby stone, not realizing that his foot struck it with such force that he nearly injured his big toe. Jiang Han quickened his pace to depart, his mind racing with alarm. He was not concerned about Jiang Jianbai's insults, but rather about potential complications regarding the land issue. Elder Yu had warned him earlier that morning. Even if there were no problems with other matters, this plot of land was granted to his father. In theory, it had not been directly allocated to him. Now that his father had passed, he was expected to inherit this land only after his father's demise. This process would undoubtedly involve additional procedures. Jiang Han had researched similar cases and discovered that in rural areas, it was not uncommon for uncles and cousins to contest a brother's inheritance. Given Jiang Han's understanding of Jiang Jianbai, he knew that Jiang Jianbai was entirely capable of such actions. Jiang Han confirmed that no one was tailing him, and thus seized the opportunity to complete all the necessary documentation. Upon returning to Zhang Haidai's rented apartment, he securely locked away all the acquired materials in a drawer. Are you going to the beach today, Han-gu? I checked the weather forecast, and the wind seems decent, Zhang Haidai remarked. Noticing Jiang Han's silence, he continued. I wonder if the weather forecast is reliable. Perhaps I should check again tonight after I wake up. If the wind remains mild, I'll wake you. In truth, Jiang Han's mind was occupied with other matters. The incident with Lin Gu was behind him. However, there were still others keeping a watchful eye on him at the dock. His goods were being transported in boxes from the port, making evasion impossible. At this critical juncture, he pondered whether he should draw such attention to himself.